Transmigrating into a beardless Naruto, I have bound the divine choice system. At the outset, I encounter a classic scene. Hinata is cornered by three unruly children. Choose to turn a blind eye? Reward, Rinnegan. Choose to intervene and assist? Reward, Super God Body Technique. But I chose the third option, to teach the rascals a lesson and make them understand why the flowers are so red. Reward issued. The other half of the Nine Tails chakra sealed by Minato Namikaze with the Death God seal. In the dark ceiling space, the Nine Tails awakens abruptly. This power. It can't be. From this day forth, I am no longer the malnourished underdog. I am Uzumaki Naruto, possessing the complete Nine Tails chakra and aware of all the plot lines. Kisame, do you still wish to deceive me into stealing the sealing book? Your vision is too narrow. Nagato, why is your Rinnegan purple? My future one is golden. While everyone still regards me as a fool, I hold Hinata's hand, feeling the surging golden chakra within me, and smile faintly. The most unexpected ninja of Konoha? No, I am destined to change everything. The Child of Prophecy. Chapter 1. My father is the Hokage. In the land of fire, in a village of Konoha, a small boy with golden hair and azure eyes stands bewildered beneath a grand tree. Is this real? After a nap, I find myself in the body of Uzumaki Naruto. The soul of the boy does not belong to this world. Instead, it hails from a distant blue planet. After a long pause, he reluctantly accepts this reality. How audacious! To publicly reject our universally handsome elder brother. You must be tired of living, a boy with a crooked mouth exclaimed. Indeed, our brother is so charming. Being noticed by him is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Another small child grumbled indignantly. In between them, the chubby leader basked in the flattery of his companions. I recall she passes this way every evening after school. We lie in wait here, thinking of her as a goddess. Do you really believe you are one? How dare you reject my hard-earned confession? I will make you understand why the flowers are so red. The two small children stared in confusion at their leader, questioning, Brother, why are flowers red? Aren't there other colors? Yeah, wildflowers by the roadside are colorful, not just red. The chubby boy scratched his head. My mother always says this when she wants to hit my dad. I don't know why. The three small children spoke loudly, making it hard for Naruto to ignore them. A group of onlookers was not worth his concern. Boss, look, your goddess is coming. One small child suddenly shouted with excitement. Following the direction he pointed, Naruto saw a cute girl with white eyes and shoulder-length light purple hair. Her head bowed as she walked slowly towards them. Naruto glanced over. Then he lost his composure. Isn't that my future wife, Hinata Hyuga? Ding. Congratulations, host, for binding the divine choice system. Task issued. Option 1. Ignore Hinata. Reward. Rinnegan. Option 2. Help Hinata out of her predicament. Reward. Super God Body Technique. Option 3. Assist Hinata and simultaneously teach the three rascals a lesson, making them understand why the flowers are so red. Reward. The other half of the Nine Tails chakra sealed by Minato Namikaze before his demise. Note, the host will not incur any losses if no choice is made. How can I tolerate Hinata being bullied? I choose option 3. Naruto shouted internally. Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. Given that the host has long lived on instant noodles, resulting in malnutrition and lack of strength. This task's reward is issued in advance. A surge of vast and powerful energy rose from within. In a dark corner of an enormous prison, the Nine Tails, resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened its beastly pupils, becoming agitated. This familiar power was stripped from me. Minato Namikaze, I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. Answer me. Was this all you're doing? Impossible, impossible. After employing the forbidden technique, my life was nearly over. It cannot be him. Then what is the explanation? The three small rascals surrounded Hinata. Young Hinata, timid and fragile, had always been protected as the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Let me tell you, our elder brother's affection for you is your fortune. Be a good girl and become our elder brother's girlfriend, or else. Don't struggle futilely. At this hour, few people pass by here. Even if you scream, no one will come. The two sycophantic boys threatened menacingly. The chubby leader stood tall, wearing a look of satisfaction, as if to say, You'll regret rejecting me. I don't like you. Hinata's shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Her voice quavered as she spoke, yet her tone remained resolute. Before her little followers, she once again coldly rejected him. The chubby boy's pride was wounded. Tea seems a lesson is in order. You truly do not recognize your mistake. An Umbu ninja, lurking in the shadows, wished to intervene, but was stopped by a companion. Our primary task is to monitor the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Do not act unnecessarily. But that is the Hyuga clan's heiress. Children fighting won't lead to fatalities. We cannot expose our presence. Yes. Hinata tightly shut her eyes. Resigned to her fate, she desperately hoped someone would come to her rescue. Her father had arranged for her guards, but she had sent them away. The reason was absurd. Little Hinata believed she had grown up. She thought she could manage on her own, only to find herself in this predicament. Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of power. Remove your filthy hands. Anyone who dares to touch my friend shall perish in a few swift strides. He closed the distance to the three small rascals. As if lifting chicks, he grabbed one by each arm and slammed them to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Who the heck are you, jerk? Wah, my leg is hurt and bleeding. Ultimately, they were just small children. Crying at the slightest injury, they were as fragile as porcelain. The chubby one turned pale with fear and stammered, I warn you, don't come any closer. My dad is a Chunin. If you don't want to die, you better scram. My father is the Hokage. What does your Chunin status matter? Smack. A resounding slap landed on the chubby boy's plump face. Is being a Chunin impressive? Naruto's tone dripped with disdain. The chubby boy was stunned that in all his years, his parents had never laid a hand on him. He felt utterly humiliated. Receiving a slap in front of his sycophants ruined his reputation. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Smack! Another fierce slap. The imprint of 5 red fingers was clearly visible on the chubby boy's face. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, it's more even. Chubby boy. Are you a devil? Naruto frowned, pondering. Wait, the imprints on either side don't seem aligned. The left is slightly askew compared to the right. The chubby boy was left utterly dumbfounded. Oh no. Are you serious? Why? Please spare me. I know I was wrong. Thud. The chubby boy, terrified, wet his pants and dropped to his knees. Chapter 2. The first encounter with Hinata Hanabi. Can you not be so useless? I haven't even revealed why the flowers are so red yet. Naruto remarked with a half-smile. In an instant, the 3 little children appeared as if they had seen a demon descend upon them, wailing even louder. Woo! Help! Help! They're gonna kill me. I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Nothing is more irksome than the cries of little children. Naruto waved his hand impatiently. Get out of here immediately. I never want to see you in front of her again. Otherwise, every time I lay eyes on you, I'll make you regret it. The 3 of them felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Suppressing the pain coursing through their bodies, they scrambled to their feet and scurried away. Hinata's little face was flushed. She had thought she was destined to be bullied today, with no one to come to her rescue. Yet Naruto appeared, just as he had during their childhood. Perhaps he had long forgotten that moment, but for Hinata, it remained vivid, as if it had occurred yesterday. Are you hurt, Hinata? Naruto grinned widely. Bang! A puff of white mist erupted from Hinata's head, and she resembled a boiled lobster. Could it be? Naruto actually remembered her name. And no. Thank you for saving me again, Hinata replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Were it not for Naruto's half-demon chakra, he might not have been able to hear her at all. Seeing the adorably bashful Hinata, Naruto felt an urge to tease her. Hinata, your voice is so soft, I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? To feign that he truly couldn't hear her, Naruto leaned closer to Hinata. Although their bodies did not touch, the distance between them had significantly diminished. He could distinctly sense the unique fragrance emanating from her. Being near someone she admired, Hinata did not resent the sensation. In fact, it brought her a hint of joy. However, at that moment, her cheeks burned fiercely, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like glowing incense coils, her head feeling light and dizzy, too. Too close. To what? Naruto feigned ignorance. Leaning in closer, but he wanted to present himself as a serious person, merely drawn to Hinata's overwhelming shyness and cuteness. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto-kun, you're too close. After a moment of hesitance, little Hinata stammered, her breath fragrant and soft. Oh my, how delightful. I apologize, I didn't notice, Naruto said, retreating slightly to create some space between them. Hinata's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but it vanished almost instantly. The subtle detail did not escape Naruto's notice. Hinata, where do you live? If you don't mind, I can walk you home, primarily to prevent those three little miscreants from bothering you again, Naruto said earnestly. Having beaten them so thoroughly, would they dare to return? Hinata couldn't help but chuckle, her smile sweet. She would certainly grow into a stunning beauty. Naruto's caring words warmed her heart, feeling so considerate. Okay, then thank you, Hinata replied after mustering her courage. It's no trouble. Lead the way, Naruto grinned. A few watchful eyes lurked from the trees behind them. The moment Naruto tapped into the power of the Nine Tails, he sensed their presence, yet he feigned ignorance. The tailed beasts posed a significant risk to the village, making it imperative to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki. What was that just now? I felt an ominous aura from that guy. Could it be that the seal is weakening? One member of the Umbu said, cold sweat trickling down his brow, recalling the terror they experienced when a Nine Tails rampaged. His legs trembled uncontrollably. The others were no better off, equally frightened that I thought I was the only one who sensed that. We must report this to the third Hokage immediately. Leave two behind to continue monitoring the Jinchuriki. If anything stirs, send a messenger back at once. The rest of you, follow me to inform the third Hokage. Yes, being the daughter of a wealthy family certainly had its advantages. Their resources were vast. Unlike the decline seen in later generations, Hinata, at her current standing, could be considered quite affluent. Living off the wealth of others wasn't so bad. But this era, while appearing peaceful on the surface, harbored undercurrents of danger. One could never be too sure about their own safety. Would you like to come in for a drink? Hinata invited, her cheeks flushed. This was a decision she had summoned all her courage to make. Although she was the daughter of the Hyuga clan, the family was not solely her domain. Their influence was nominal, and her family members held a disdain for Naruto, urging her to keep her distance from him. Bringing him home would likely result in her being reprimanded. Yet, despite all this, Hinata felt no fear. This was her first firm resolution to become stronger. Naruto understood Hinata's predicament. Besides, he was currently penniless and not yet Hokage. What could he possibly present to her future father-in-law? Perhaps not. I'll just escort you to this point, Hinata. You're back. A very adorable little girl rushed over, leaping into Hinata's embrace with a thud. There was still ample time before the ninja exams, and the sisters' relationship had not yet become strained. Miss, please slow down. If you fall, the head of the household will blame us. A servant called out anxiously from behind. Hinata, who is he? The little girl, Hanabi, tilted her head adorably, curiously eyeing Naruto. Oh wow, could it be my future sister-in-law? Such a beauty from a young age. This is Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata introduced shyly, avoiding Naruto's gaze. Hanabi tilted her head, examining Naruto with curiosity. The peculiar stubble on Naruto's face had vanished since he crossed over. Now, his features were strikingly handsome, with golden hair and azure eyes, resembling the charming boy. Next door, with the good looks inherited from both Minato and Kushina, he perfectly embodied their qualities. What a handsome big brother. Little Hanabi's cheeks flushed slightly. Little lady, keep away from that boy. The servant shouted wide-eyed. She had no intention of harming Naruto. She merely wanted to safeguard her little mistress's safety. Hinata, see you next time. You too. Lovely little sister. See you soon. With a wave, he departed gracefully. Though he now possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto felt it was still insufficient. Moreover, he wasn't here to cause trouble. After all, these people would ultimately become his family. Chapter 3. The Deception of the Double Agent Mizuki. I should return home first and study how to wield the other half of the Nine Tails chakra with ease, Naruto pondered. Firstly, he had little money. Secondly, it was already night, and wandering aimlessly outside would raise the suspicions of the Umbu ninjas. In a secluded little room, Naruto caught sight of a figure standing at his door from a distance. Raising an eyebrow, he approached with curiosity. Upon seeing Naruto, the visitor's face lit up. Naruto, you're finally back. It's not your fault that you failed the exam. Shueimu endeavored to maintain a composed expression, his tone remarkably gentle, embodying the demeanor of a caring elder. This facade sent a chill down Naruto's spine, leading him to suspect that the individual before him might possess a dubious inclination. Wait a moment. Wasn't this the minor antagonist, the inexperienced assistant Shueimu? Indeed, it was he who had urged Naruto to pilfer the sealing scroll, thus setting him on the path of a ninja. From another perspective, one could argue that without Shueimu, there would be no future Naruto. After Shueimu, There would be no Hokage, cough cough. Such musings were merely the jest of internet denizens and should not be taken to heart. Flattery without reason is suspect, Naruto mused, harboring little fondness for this two-faced individual. Is there something you need, Shuemu-sensei? It's quite late, he replied with a smile, inwardly wishing for him to depart so he could retire for the night. Yet, something felt different about Naruto this evening. Was it the absence of facial hair that contributed to this change? Shuemu was perplexed but remained resolute in his purpose for being there. Naruto, your failure in today's graduation exam is not your fault. Rather, it stems from a lack of proper inheritance. Proper inheritance? Was this the same person who had coaxed him into stealing the sealing scroll? Amusement welled within Naruto, yet he was eager to witness Shuemu's performance unfold further. Oh, Shuemu-sensei, please enlighten me on how to achieve that. To his astonishment, Shuemu found Naruto surprisingly easy to manipulate. Damn, I had prepared an elaborate explanation all day, he thought, his smile radiant as he cryptically declared, this matter I shall divulge only to you. Do not share it with anyone. Else, strengthening oneself is quite simple. In the room of the third Hokage, there lies a grand scroll inscribed with a plethora of formidable ninjutsu. If you can retrieve this scroll, you shall become an indomitable force. Feigning concern, Naruto interjected, but Shuemu-sensei, if I attempt to steal it, won't the third Hokage punish me severely? Nonsense. This is merely borrowing. How can that be considered stealing? Shuemu retorted passionately. Consider this. You are among the few in your class without parents. Your peers have both their mothers and fathers, and with their family legacies, their progress is exponentially faster. This disparity is the root of your struggles. Shuemu's fervor grew as he recounted his own feelings of inadequacy from years past. Naruto's lips twitched in disbelief. Had Shuemu lost his mind? Or did he harbor a grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen? As Naruto contemplated ways to dismiss Shuemu, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Option 1. Steal the sealing scroll hidden in Sarutobi Hiruzen's room. Reward. Mutated enhanced Rinnegan. Choose from blue, purple, or gold. Option 2. Reject Shuemu's request. Reward. Ninjutsu. Chidori. Option 3. Reject Shuemu's request and inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward. Ninjutsu. Rinnegan. Was there even a choice? This was merely borrowing, not theft. Sarutobi Hiruzen had subjected him to countless days of instant noodles, providing him with no decent accommodations. It was time to demand some interest. Naruto Uzumaki was not to be trifled with. I choose option 1. Selection successful. Naruto declared, Shuemu-sensei, please tell me where the scroll is hidden. I must grow stronger. Shuemu gazed at Naruto with a sense of pride, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. Very well. Listen closely. You will enter the third Hokage's office. First, you must. After imparting his instructions, Shuemu added, you will be responsible for the entry, while I will provide support from outside. There are some bothersome individuals lurking about. I must avert them. Who are these bothersome individuals, Shuemu-sensei? Naruto inquired deliberately. That's not for you to worry about, young one. Focus on your task, Shuemu replied. Were they not just the Umbu ninjas? Had it not been for the fact that he was the one entering, anyone else would have been swiftly dealt with. The secrecy surrounding this operation was absurd. Naruto felt exasperated. Were it not for the promised reward of the Rinnegan, he might have eliminated Shuemu right there. Understood. Shuemu, feeling somewhat guilty, added, knowing less is beneficial for you at this stage. Do not hold it against me for not revealing more. You will come to understand certain matters in due time. Well, I shall proceed now, Naruto stated. Excellent. We split up, you go ahead and I will follow. Let's gather in the large forest to the east. You know the place, correct? Yes. Time is of the essence. Let's depart. Chapter 4. Could it really be so convenient? Upon entering the Hokage office building, Naruto, who had seen many a Hokage in his past life, navigated the premises according to Shuemu's instructions. With the immense chakra of the Nine Tails enhancing his sensory perception, he deftly avoided the stationed Umbu members. To his bewilderment, there were remarkably few Umbu personnel on duty today, no more than 5. What were they occupied with? Or was it merely that his extraordinary luck caused them to part ways? Recalling the time when he lacked even half the chakra of the Nine Tails, he found himself effortlessly obtaining the sealing scroll. Could it truly be this fortunate? Naruto's lips quivered slightly in times of peace. The visible ninjas of Konoha were few, yet their hidden strength remained substantial. It was implausible that their defenses were so lax. Oh, were they deliberately allowing him to take it? Naruto began to piece together the puzzle. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's caliber and strength, how could a mere genin like him possibly retrieve the sealing scroll left behind by the second Hokage? It was unfathomable. What is this old man scheming? Naruto pondered. Never mind. Once I acquire the Rinnegan and enhance my strength, my words will carry weight. Since you have intentionally allowed me to enter and obtain the sealing scroll, I shall not hold back. With a grin, Naruto quickened his pace, boldly striding forward. Strangely, the Umbu members stationed in the corridor seemed oblivious to his presence, turning away from their posts as if he were invisible. Had he not sensed their presence, he might have believed those areas were entirely deserted. Arriving at the room of the third Hokage, Naruto initially contemplated employing ninjutsu to enter. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. He was undoubtedly under surveillance. At the slightest disturbance, the lurking Umbu would surely swarm him. I have no choice but to force the door open, he resolved. If caught, I shall claim I possess innate strength. Having concocted his excuse, Naruto placed his hand on the doorknob and heard a click as the door swung open. He was taken aback. It was not his force that had opened the door, but rather the fact that it had not been locked at all. The intention to go easy on me is glaringly obvious. He was no longer the naive Naruto Uzumaki of old. A logical mind would easily deduce the situation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into a crystal ball, which displayed the image of Naruto stealthily infiltrating his room. Is it truly wise, third Hokage, to allow Naruto to take the sealing scroll? If the nine tails within him were to run amok, we would undoubtedly face countless casualties. The Umbu captain knelt, his tone grave and filled with concern. Konoha cannot afford such a calamity. The delicate peace Konoha had finally achieved hung in the balance. The turmoil of war has claimed the lives of many young ninjas. The internal strife within Konoha has also contributed to this tragedy. The Nine Tails has once again launched an assault on the village. The only one capable of thwarting it would be the third Hokage. When the third Hokage falls, the other major ninja villages will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to shatter the peace treaty and wage war on the leaderless Konoha. At that moment, it would be as if the heavens and the earth had turned a deaf ear to their cries. In simple terms, Konoha can no longer bear such grave consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slow drag from his old-fashioned pipe, speaking with a calm demeanor. I have my own plans. His voice carried the weight of age as he reflected, in my twilight years, I often dream of the past. He recalled how the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to prevent the Nine Tails from wreaking havoc on the village, with both he and his wife perishing in the process. On their deathbeds, they entrusted me with the care of their young son, Naruto. The elderly and the vulnerable, those who lost their loved ones in that calamity, require an outlet for their grief. He continued, though the village appears tranquil, it is fraught with internal strife and external threats. The conflicts among the great clans have intensified, forcing us into this desperate measure to divert the people's attention. Hiruzen's wrinkled face bore the marks of sorrow as he glanced at a photograph of himself alongside the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A deep sense of guilt washed over him as he took another puff from his pipe. The Book of Seals will be temporarily entrusted to Naruto. I assure you, no chaos will ensue. He added with resolute authority, should any disorder arise, I shall bear the burden alone. Understood. The captain of the Umbu had no choice but to comply with the orders, fully aware of their indebtedness to the fourth Hokage. Had it not been for Minato's willingness to sacrifice himself, the death toll in the village would have been far greater. Chapter 5. Enhanced version of the Rinnegan. Knock, knock, knock. Huh? Mizuki-sensei, what brings you here? Iruka opened the door to find Mizuki standing at his doorstep, his expression grave. Iruka was perplexed by the urgency of the situation. There's trouble. Naruto has stolen the Book of Seals. The outside is in chaos, and many of our colleagues are searching for him. Mizuki exclaimed anxiously, his heart secretly elated at the thought of pinning the blame on Naruto. He planned to intercept him later and reclaim the Book of Seals, ensuring no suspicion would fall on himself. Why was it that everyone helped Iruka while he felt so neglected? Was it merely because he had once harmed a comrade during a mission? Such a minor transgression in the shadows of Konoha seemed trivial Iruka's neck flushed with anger as he hastily dismissed thoughts of the situation's validity, demanding, "Where is Naruto? Take me to him." In class, Naruto's mischievous antics, coupled with the tragedy of losing his parents to the Nine Tails, had led Iruka to harbor a certain disdain for him. Yet, the fourth Hokage, Naruto's parents, had sacrificed their lives to save the village, leaving Naruto an orphan from birth, often shunned by many in the village. What did he do to deserve such treatment? This fate was not of his choosing. "I think I saw him fleeing towards the eastern forest," Mizuki said with a hint of mockery in his eyes, hoping Iruka would confront Naruto, allowing him to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Even if the confrontation failed to ignite, he would step in to handle both of them. Iruka was no match for him, let alone Naruto, who had yet to pass the Chunin exams. "Don't you dare do anything reckless," Iruka called out as he rushed toward the direction Mizuki indicated, his heart heavy with concern for a student whom he had watched grow up. Regardless of any lingering resentment, Iruka could not stand idly by. His true animosity lay not with Naruto, but with the Nine Tails that had taken his parents from him. Often, a person's thoughts are merely a matter of perspective. With a shift in understanding, attitudes change accordingly. Iruka firmly believed that Naruto must have compelling reasons for his actions, and he felt an urgent need to find him and clarify the situation before it escalated further. He resolved to bring Naruto and the Book of Seals back to the third Hokage and offer his apologies. In a secluded forest, the trees towered impressively, far larger than the ordinary ones found on Earth. In a clearing sat a handsome young man with golden hair and azure eyes, cross-legged on the ground, his back against a scroll. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You have acquired the enhanced version of the Rinnegan. Please select a color: blue, purple, gold." There was no need for contemplation. Gold was the obvious choice. With his golden hair, a pair of golden eyes would be nothing short of perfection. Historical text described Xiang Yu's eyes as golden, naturally exuding a regal presence. Naruto, uncertain of the veracity of such ancient tales, simply chose gold. "I choose gold. Reward distribution complete." Before him, his once azure pupils transformed into golden orbs adorned with rippling patterns, emanating an indescribable aura of pressure. This pressure was a manifestation of mental dominance, that if only there were a mirror in this desolate place, Naruto mused, wishing for a pool of water to see his reflection. Unfortunately, he had yet to learn any water-style jutsu. Had he known such techniques, he could have conjured a grand waterfall jutsu to admire himself. If anyone were to discover this thought, they might very well choke on their disbelief. After all, such a technique was perilously difficult to master. Generating mirror. Complete. "Please gaze forward, host," the system's cold voice announced. Suddenly, a semi-transparent mirror appeared before him, visible only to Naruto. With golden hair and golden eyes, he looked striking without a hint of facial hair. His expression exuded an undeniable charisma, commanding respect without uttering a word. Naruto Uzumaki truly looked magnificent. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? Just as the Nine Tails, having finally calmed down, opened its eyes wide in shock, its face reflected confusion and disbelief. Previously, it had sensed a portion of its power inexplicably manifesting in Naruto, leaving it astonished. Now it was utterly flabbergasted. Six paths? Rinnegan? Am I going mad? Or is this world spiraling into madness? With a swift motion, the Nine Tails slapped its own face, confirming that after years of confinement, it had not lost its sanity. It had remained a solitary fox all this time, with no one to converse with. Enduring such isolation, even an animal might succumb to madness. A tremendous pang of pain surged through the Nine Tails, leaving a vivid red paw print on its face. "This won't do. I must find a moment to pull this kid in and interrogate him about what's happening." The Nine Tails' eyes gleamed with determination. Had Naruto's seal not weakened, it would have directly summoned him for a conversation. "Naruto, so this is where you were hiding. You rascal, I've been searching for you everywhere," Iruka exclaimed, his neck flushed with anger. In his haste, Iruka's clothes were drenched with sweat. As Naruto's eyes returned to their normal state, he was momentarily stunned by the familiar voice. Following the sound, he saw Iruka, his face flushed and eyes ablaze, charging toward him. At that moment, Naruto realized he had been betrayed by a traitor. Moreover, it seems that the traitor, Shuei Mu, has concocted a scheme of discord. This individual is truly despicable. He remains utterly unperturbed. If that traitor can betray himself, why should I not be able to exploit him in return? Chapter 6. The Godly Puppet Shadow Clone Teacher Iruka, what brings you here? Naruto inquired innocently, a harmless smile adorning his face. It's all because of you, Iruka exclaimed, exhaling sharply before erupting in anger. Initially, he refrained from taking action against Naruto, for he understood the boy's nature. No matter how mischievous, he could not be too far gone. His antics were merely a means to attract the attention of others around him. What on earth have you done? Stealing the Book of Seals? Are you out of your mind? Iruka questioned, his agitation palpable. Naruto blinked, feigning innocence. It was teacher Mizuki who told me to do it, claiming there was immense knowledge within that would enable me to graduate from the Ninja Academy. All my classmates have their parents guiding them, progressing far faster than I. You know, I've been an orphan since childhood. I yearn to grow stronger, yet no one teaches me. At these words, Iruka felt a pang in his heart, his anger dissipating significantly. Your parents were heroes who sacrificed themselves for the village. It is truly unjust that the son of such great heroes struggles more than an ordinary person. All right, I understand now. From this point onward, I shall guide you more diligently on your path of training. But first, let us return the Book of Seals and apologize to the third Hokage, Iruka stated. Moving to retrieve the book, suddenly, a series of ominous sounds cut through the air, aimed directly at Naruto. Danger! Iruka shouted, rushing forward to push Naruto out of harm's way. With a grin, Naruto seemed to anticipate the attack. He leaned back, pushing off the ground with force, narrowly avoiding the shuriken. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable bond between teacher and student. I expected you two would clash upon meeting. It seems I underestimated your kindness, Iruka. Mizuki taunted as he leapt down from a tree after his failed ambush. Mizuki, let us go, and I will pretend this never happened. If the third Hokage learns that you orchestrated this, do you think I fear him? The distance between us is vast. I could eliminate both of you and frame someone else. With the Book of Seals in hand, who could possibly catch me? Mizuki laughed mockingly at Iruka. Ding. Option 1. Eliminate the traitor Mizuki. Reward. Puppet Shadow Clone Technique, 0 chakra consumption. The summoned clones will possess the same strength as the host, no hand seals required. Note: Puppet Shadow clones lack independent consciousness and thoughts. The host can control their actions at will, deciding their fate with a mere thought. The clones must maintain a certain distance from the caster, otherwise, they will dissipate. A maximum of 10 Puppet Shadow clones can be controlled simultaneously. Ding. Option 2. Give Mizuki a thorough beating. Reward: Standard Shadow Clone Technique. The puppet version of the Shadow Clone Technique does not require hand seals. That sounds impressive. Naruto mused. The primary drawback of standard Shadow clones is that they possess their own consciousness and thoughts, occasionally refusing to obey commands. However, the Puppet Shadow clones elegantly resolve that issue. Just imagine the endless supply of free labor. The thought brings immense satisfaction. I choose option 1. The reward for the Puppet Shadow Clone Technique has been granted. As Naruto spoke, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Mizuki. It was not truly disappearance, but rather a manifestation of Naruto's incredible speed, creating an optical illusion. Mizuki was bewildered. Initially, he merely felt a gust of wind, followed by a searing pain as Naruto pierced his heart without warning. Caught off guard, Naruto wielded half of the Nine-Tails chakra power with ease. Killing an ordinary ninja was as simple as slaying a chicken. Iruka stood in shock. Is this really my student? When did Naruto acquire such power? How was I unaware of this? Moments ago, he had been prepared to sacrifice himself to buy Naruto time to escape, but now it appeared unnecessary. As Mizuki's consciousness faded, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids. In an instant, he met his demise, unaware of how he had died. Simultaneously, Naruto experienced a surge of new memories flooding his mind. The method for utilizing the Puppet Shadow clone had seamlessly integrated into his very being. With but a thought, he could effortlessly execute this jutsu, and remarkably, it required no chakra. Did you just kill someone? Iruka stammered in disbelief. Of course. I am incredibly brave, able to eliminate a C-rank ninja in an instant. Isn't that astonishing? Naruto replied confidently. Iruka's mind was awash with panic. The only way Naruto could possess such formidable strength would be if the seal on the Nine-Tails had been broken. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. A cold sweat broke out on Iruka's brow as he instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, preparing to flee back to the village for help. Teacher Iruka, don't be so worried. I'm not that terrifying, Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Not terrifying? You just obliterated a Chunin in one blow. How can you say you're not scary? Are you trying to deceive me? Huh. Naruto, what happened to your eyes? Iruka asked, utterly bewildered. Naruto revealed his enhanced golden Rinnegan. Iruka, momentarily forgetting the events that had transpired, was met with a system prompt. His Rinnegan possessed the ability to erase memories, akin to hypnosis or the effects of consuming a strong alcoholic beverage. This power proved invaluable. Otherwise, Naruto would not have dared to wield the nine-tail strength so openly before Iruka. Iruka's gaze became glazed, his mind in a daze. With a sharp clap of his hands, Naruto ensured that Iruka completely forgot the moment he had dispatched Mizuki. Naruto, hurry and escape. I'll cover you. There's no time to explain. Just run, and whatever you do, don't look back. Iruka began to say before falling silent, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld Mizuki's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. What just happened? How did he die? I have no recollection of this. Teacher Iruka, you're finally awake. A powerful ninja wearing a mask emerged from a twisted space and killed Mizuki. Oh, and his eyes were red. He looked at you, and you just stood there, frozen. I called out to you for ages, but got no response. As Naruto's eyes returned to normal, he deflected the blame onto the foolish Mizuki, who had brought this upon himself. The vendetta of killing kin was not to be taken lightly. Chapter 7. Is this how you treat the son of a hero? Is Naruto truly like this? Iruka pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Something felt off, though he couldn't quite articulate it. Nevertheless, he trusted that Naruto had no reason to deceive him. After all, he was merely a child of around 10 years, hardly capable of harboring malicious intent. By the way, Naruto, hand over the book of seals you have on your back. Iruka suddenly remembered, his expression growing serious. He could tolerate Naruto's childish mischief, but he would not yield on the matter of the book of seals. Should it fall into the hands of other ninja villages, it would spell disaster for Konoha. Iruka was not willing to gamble. Oh. Naruto removed the book of seals from his back and tossed it into Iruka's hands. The contents were of little use to him. He would still need to train diligently. Once the system triggered the reward options, wouldn't that be more delightful? Why bother with slow, methodical practice? As Iruka accepted the book of seals, his tight expression softened slightly. Naruto remained unchanged, still the same good student he had always been. Iruka, quickly stop Naruto. He possesses the book of seals. Do not let that rascal escape. Damn it. How could our village produce such a ninja? I must teach him a lesson. Whoosh. Shadows race towards us. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also arrived, trailing behind the main force, primarily concerned that this group might inadvertently kill Naruto. If that were to happen, how could he possibly face the fourth Hokage? Moreover, he would never allow such a calamity to unfold. What a surprise, Naruto is right here. Iruka, hurry and bind him. Do not let him flee. Huh, is that Mizuki? Why is there so much blood nearby? Who did this? What on earth transpired here? The arriving ninjas began to murmur. Iruka, fearing they might misinterpret the situation, shouted loudly. Everyone, please quiet down. Listen to me. The crowd fell silent, their attention drawn to Iruka holding the book of seals. Their apprehensions alleviated. This was all Mizuki's foul scheme, intending to exploit Naruto. Iruka clarified the situation, knowing that sometimes it is more effective for others to explain matters than to speak for oneself. Besides, Naruto was too disinterested to explain anything to these fools. If they were dissatisfied, he would not hesitate to bring calamity upon Konoha once again. With half the power of the Nine Tails at his disposal, he could easily escape using the Rinnegan's abilities, soaring freely wherever he wished. However, his wife still remained in Konoha, as well as his future beautiful sister-in-law. Not to mention, there were many other charming young women as well. Ding dong, as the son of a hero, how could he allow himself to be slandered so casually? Option 1. Reprimand these ingrates who take advantage and act innocent, forcing them to reassess the identity of the host. Reward, godly taijutsu. Option 2. Allow them to insult him without retaliation. Reward, son of endurance, a title of little practical use. I choose option 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the godly taijutsu. Naruto inhaled deeply, his expression instantly turning cold as he addressed the crowd with indifference. Iruka-sensei need not explain anything to these ingrates. They are merely a bunch of turtles hiding their heads. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Iruka stared at Naruto in disbelief, puzzled by his words. Naruto surveyed the crowd. utilizing his remarkable perception to quickly locate the concealed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Grandpa Third, I see you. Come out. I have something to discuss with you." Sarutobi's face flushed. Goodness, how did that little brat find me? Despite the embarrassment, he was publicly called out. The gazes of the surrounding ninjas fixated on him, forcing Sarutobi to step forward with a stiff demeanor. "Ahem, Naruto, what do you seek from me? Now that the Book of Seals has been found, we should return to the village promptly." Sarutobi attempted to divert the topic, sensing that Naruto seemed different today. Remaining here could lead to undesirable outcomes. Indeed, the third Hokage is correct. Now that the Book of Seals is in hand, we should hasten back. I would say the third Hokage is quite merciful. If it were me, I would have given that mischievous brat a good beating. Alas, he is not my child. If he were, I would have done just that. Many voices murmured in agreement. Naruto regarded them with indifference, as if observing a performance. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone present to hear. "Are you truly treating the son of a hero this way?" Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Sarutobi's usually calm demeanor revealed a hint of astonishment. The crowd was bewildered, their mouths instinctively closing. Even Iruka broke into a cold sweat. Goodness, when did Naruto learn of this matter? This was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few elite jonin who participated in the events. And Sarutobi had intentionally suppressed any mention of it in front of the younger generation. The purpose was simple. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had eliminated numerous ninjas from other villages during the Third Shinobi World War. To put it simply, enemies were plentiful. Naruto currently lacked the ability to protect himself. Revealing his identity would likely attract the vengeance of those enemies, leading to assassination attempts against him. Even the most astute can make mistakes. What good would it do to have powerful Umbu guards around him at all times if they encountered formidable assassination ninjas or made a misstep? That could jeopardize Naruto's life. Additionally, Sarutobi held another concern. He wanted Naruto to shoulder the blame for the Ninetales rampage in the village. After all, how had Naruto discovered this? The crowd was filled with confusion. Naruto then dropped another bombshell, shaking their consciences and catching them off guard. "If I am not mistaken, my father is the fourth Hokage, right? The one who fell in battle for the village, ultimately due to the Ninetales attack years ago. My father is gone. And my mother is gone too. Both died because the Ninetales was sealed within me to prevent it from causing further chaos in the village." He paused, his tone growing colder still. "My parents sacrificed themselves for the sake of ungrateful people like you. And how have you treated me?" Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness. The expressions of the crowd shifted, transforming from anger towards Naruto to sorrow and unease. Indeed, the horrific attack was not the fault of the fourth couple, but rather the Ninetales. What blame could the fourth couple bear? And what culpability did their son, Naruto, possess? Did he wish to live as a Jinchuriki? Who sought his opinion? No one. Not a single soul. They simply projected their own inadequacies and malice onto an innocent child who bore no crime. It was solely because this child harbored the Ninetales. It was solely because this child was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. But the fault lay with the Ninetales. What blame did Uzumaki Naruto bear? Wait, Naruto is actually the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? At that moment, everyone was stunned, their expressions a sight to behold. Chapter 8. Do you not feel any guilt? Sarutobi reminisced about the past, a hint of guilt crossing his face. Just as Naruto had stated, they, the fortunate survivors, owed an immense debt to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Not only had they failed to care for young Naruto, but some even regarded him as a monster, as the one who brought destruction to the village. Reflecting on it now, the true culprits were not Naruto, but rather those ninjas who viewed him through tinted lenses. They were the most despicable and shameless. Sarutobi remained ever the wise leader, having witnessed countless events in the village. After a fierce internal struggle, he suppressed his guilt and inquired, "Naruto, who told you that the fourth Hokage is your father?" Indeed, more than Naruto's tragic background. Sarutobi was most concerned about this question. He recalled having issued orders that no one in the village was allowed to mention this matter in front of Naruto. Yet someone had violated that decree. One must distinguish between right and wrong. Rewards and punishments must be meted out appropriately. Naruto remarked, "This is my own deduction." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Are today's children so astute? No. The era of prodigious young ninjas like Uchiha Itachi has long since passed. We are not in a time of war. Where could such exceptionally talented ninjas come from? Moreover, Uchiha Itachi had the influence of a supportive family environment, while Naruto, with his mischievous antics and lack of parental guidance, how could he possibly be so clever? It was all too peculiar. The crowd was entirely unconvinced by Naruto's assertions. Huh, you, a mere child, have deduced this? Without the guidance of an adult? You must be jesting. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression suddenly turned grave. While Naruto occasionally spoke untruths, this time felt different. He had no intention of punishing Naruto. Rather, it was the informant behind the scenes he wished to reprimand. TCH, that old man is far too ancient to attempt to deceive me. Naruto's expression remained earnest. Grandpa Third, this truly is my own deduction. You once took me to your office, did you not? Hiruzen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, such an event had transpired. The crowd's attention was now entirely focused on Naruto, eager to discover how he had come to this conclusion. Naruto continued, well then, there is a photograph on your desk, is there not? A handsome man with golden hair, the fourth Hokage. I have observed the village for quite some time. And the only man with golden hair is him. Of course, this alone does not prove everything. The incident involving the Nine Tails occurred precisely at the time of my birth. How do you explain that? Coincidentally, both my parents perished in that chaos, and many of you have referred to me as the foul fox since my childhood. Do these pieces of evidence not weave a coherent narrative? His tone was calm, as if recounting an ordinary tale, yet the gravity of the matter was anything but ordinary. The crowd fell silent, rendered speechless by Naruto's logical reasoning. He had nearly presented irrefutable evidence to them. Evidence? Huh. The Nine Tails sealed within Naruto's being served as a most compelling testament. In that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's visage appeared even more haggard. Though he was indeed the Hokage of Konohamaru, the role was not easily fulfilled. As age crept upon him, he had witnessed much, experiencing the myriad flavors of life. The fourth Hokage had perished due to the Nine Tails incident, leaving the village leaderless. With one foot in the grave, Hiruzen had to once again assume the mantle of Hokage. The multitude of village affairs required careful attention and took a toll on his mind. When Naruto articulated his background, Hiruzen felt unworthy of the title. For he owed a debt to the couple, Minato and Kushina. Upon their passing, what expression could he possibly muster when confronting them in the afterlife? You entrusted your child to my care, and this is how I have looked after him? Hiruzen often found himself plagued by nightmares. It was a heavy burden to bear. Naruto, what is it that you desire? He finally asked. Speak freely, and we shall do our utmost to compensate you. Hiruzen sighed deeply, his hair now a silvery hue. His face etched with wrinkles, the number of years left to him was uncertain. While he still drew breath, he sought to make amends for this young one. In the afterlife, it would serve as a suitable explanation to Minato and Kushina, ensuring he did not appear too disgraceful. Naruto did not hesitate, articulating his wishes. Grandpa Third, my living conditions are deplorable, and my diet is even worse. Since I have yet to reach the age to become a genin, I cannot undertake missions. The meager amount I receive monthly is barely enough to survive, and I often resort to instant noodles, sometimes even expired ones, resulting in nutritional deficiencies stunting my growth. I wish for better housing and a more nutritious diet. In simple terms, I seek a better place to live and adequate financial support. After all, my father was the Hokage, and the lives of those present here were saved by him. Surely, you can return some measure of that favor. Naruto possessed the ability to earn money. After all, in his previous life, entertainment was abundant. In this realm, however, most individuals devoted their energy to honing their ninjutsu and completing missions. Introducing entertainment from his past could yield great profits. Alternatively, with his current prowess, he could easily take on some tasks and earn a respectable income. Yet, he was discontented with these ungrateful individuals, who were miserly and often cast him disdainful glances. Did they truly believe he was nothing? Did they not fear that a tailed beast bomb could reduce them to ashes? Fortunately, Naruto's words sparked a flicker of conscience among the crowd, their expressions shifting to one of guilt as they glanced at Hiruzen. Someone in the crowd spoke up, so, the treatment of the hero's child is so poor. Who among us would dare to be a hero in the future? This sentiment quickly spread, resulting in hushed conversations amongst the onlookers. Indeed, after this, I shall teach my son to pursue a different path. What use is it to sacrifice for the village if it leads to such a fate? It is terrifying. When out on a mission, one never knows when they might meet their end. What of family left back home? If the village fails to provide compensation, What is the point of risking everything for it? How difficult it is to be a good person in these times. Hiruzen's expression darkened further. I am still here. Can you not keep your voices down? Moreover, he was now acutely aware of the severity of the situation. Is it not possible for me to amend my ways? Ding dong. Due to the host's commendable performance, an additional ninjutsu, the Rinnegan, has been granted. Skill distribution successful. Please check it at your convenience. Chapter 9. Overlooked, you have grown up. Ahem. Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat twice. The room fell silent once more. Hiruzen felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the prestige he had built over the years still held weight. Very well. Upon your return, Naruto, I shall arrange for you to have a new home, or you may choose one to your liking. Additionally, I will increase the amount of gold you receive each month. We of Konohamaru shall not neglect any child of a hero, Hiruzen declared with righteous fervor. Should he fail to make some gesture, the other ninjas would undoubtedly grow disillusioned with the village, an outcome he sought to avoid. Before nurturing the next generation of successors, Hiruzen wished to see the village stabilized. It must be said that Hiruzen's actions regained some measure of public trust. I knew that Lord Third would not abandon us frontline ninjas. Naruto, are you free tonight? Come to my home for dinner. By the way, Naruto, do you not enjoy Ichiraka ramen? I will treat you with my salary for a week's worth of ramen. A week? You are far too stingy. Come to my place, and you may eat freely for a month. I shall cover the bill, as we owe your family that much. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. In that moment, Naruto was no longer perceived as the fearsome Ninetales, but rather as the son of the fourth Hokage. The village's hero's son deserved to enjoy the privileges befitting his lineage. Iruka observed Naruto with a complex expression. Unbeknownst to him, the barrier that had once existed in his heart had vanished without a trace. Just as he had previously thought, his hatred was directed towards the Ninetales, the entity that had taken his family, not towards his innocent student, Naruto Uzumaki. All right. Everyone, please disperse and return to the village, Hiruzen instructed. At his words, the crowd reluctantly departed. This evening, the perception of Naruto underwent a profound transformation. Please retrieve the Book of Seals and place it in my room. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the nearby Umbu members. Yes, Lord Third. Iruka handed the Book of Seals to an Umbu member, who then vanished into the shadows with the scroll. Naruto approached, eager for his grandfather to take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly, his tone tinged with a subtle sense of guilt. It was not that he did not wish to care for Naruto. Rather, the myriad of issues plaguing the village were enough to give him a headache. For instance, the recent annihilation of the Uchiha clan weighed heavily on his mind. Sometimes, sacrifices had to be made for the greater good, and notions of right and wrong became blurred. Just as the absence of the Qin dynasty might have deprived the people of the Central Plains of a unified identity, he felt the necessity of such harsh decisions. In any case, this old fox would not bring harm to himself. Naruto boldly approached. I apologize. I have been too preoccupied with my own matters and neglected to notice how much you have grown. There are certain things I intended to discuss with you when you matured, but perhaps by then, I may no longer be here. Sarutobi placed his hand on Naruto's head. His tone sincere. He spoke the truth. One day, Naruto would learn the identity of his biological parents. And it was likely that the one to reveal this truth would not be this aging elder. Naruto could discern the genuineness in Sarutobi's words and politely replied, That won't happen. Grandpa Sarutobi will live to a ripe old age. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your kind words. When you return, I shall have someone find you a fine residence. Sarutobi responded with a cheerful laugh, though his tone carried a hint of bittersweetness. Iruka, you should join us as well. I will. Iruka stammered, caught off guard. Let's leave it at that for today, Grandpa Third, Naruto suggested. Sarutobi, somewhat surprised, asked, Aren't you supposed to choose a new residence? Yes, but it's too late now. We'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I see. My apologies, Naruto. I seem to have forgotten. In that case, I will send someone in the morning to assist you in selecting your new home, Sarutobi stated. Tomorrow? But I have school, Naruto replied. Besides, I have many matters to attend to and much to plan ahead. No worries, Naruto. Just have someone arrange a decent house for you. You focus on your studies. I will take care of all housing and supplies, Sarutobi assured him with a nod. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hey, Naruto, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Why not join me for some Ichiraka ramen? Iruka suddenly suggested. Considering the time and the chaos brought about by Mizuki, Naruto hardly had time to eat. Even if he had, he must be hungry by now. It would be better to seize this opportunity to enjoy a meal. Sure, who would refuse a free meal? To be honest, Iruka was quite the good-hearted person in the narrative, genuinely caring for Naruto. Naruto readily agreed, realizing that remaining with the old man was not ideal. He preferred to dine with Iruka and then sneak back home. By the way, Grandpa Third, would you like to join us? Ichiraku ramen is delicious. No, you go ahead. Sarutobi replied, his smile somewhat forced. This child seems to find such common food delightful. The fault lies with me. Then, Lord Third Hokage, we shall take our leave. Remember to have Naruto return home early after your meal. It's getting late. Yes. As Sarutobi watched Naruto and Iruka disappear from view, he furrowed his brow, murmuring. The Umbu reported sensing the chakra of the Nine Tails, suggesting a potential weakening of the seal. Perhaps they misinterpreted it. However, the most pressing concern remains that masked man who brought the Nine Tails all those years ago. Damn it. After all the hard-won peace, must we face turmoil once more? Chapter 10. Does the Uzumaki clan possess the Rinnegan? That night in Konoha, at Ichiraku Ramen, Iruka scratched his head awkwardly and spoke up. You don't need to worry about it. It's fine, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Iruka, after all, had always treated him well, and they bore no deep-seated grudges against one another. Coughing slightly, Iruka's face turned red, realizing how generous his student had been. Reflecting on his past actions left Iruka feeling a bit embarrassed. By the way, Iruka-sensei, Naruto suddenly said. Iruka paused. What is it? Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto casually formed a few hand seals, dismissing them as irrelevant. Who even uses hand seals anymore? Serious ninjas don't bother with such trivialities. With a swift motion, a fully controllable shadow clone appeared beside Naruto, allowing him to switch consciousness and control its thoughts and actions, as if changing modes. The system's divine shadow clone technique was truly impressive. Iruka was left speechless. During the morning's graduation test, Naruto's shadow clone had been utterly weak, hardly deserving of the title. Yet now, before Iruka could respond, 3 more shadow clones manifested behind Naruto. Iruka was dumbfounded. When had Naruto become so formidable, summoning 4 shadow clones at once? Even he, as a teacher, had to expend a considerable amount of chakra to perform the technique, and it was no small feat. Iruka-sensei, can I graduate now? Naruto asked, eager to escape the novice village and the childish games. After all, how else would he have the chance to meet his future wife? His adorable little sister-in-law and other charming young ladies? Iruka's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard. Naruto, how did you learn this shadow clone technique? And to summon 4 at once? You shouldn't possess that much chakra. Naruto looked at him as if he were foolish, calmly reminding him, Iruka-sensei, have you forgotten? I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Oh, so that's it. Iruka realized, understanding that the chakra of the Nine Tails was indeed vast, far beyond the capacity of a novice ninja. Iruka-sensei, you still haven't answered whether I can graduate. Yes, you have graduated. There is no doubt about it. I will take care of the paperwork tomorrow, Iruka replied, coming back to his senses. Truly, Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage, and his talent was remarkable. Why had they not noticed it before? Had they always focused on his shortcomings? This preconceived notion was something he needed to change. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. I'm full now. I appreciate your hospitality. I'll head back. Do you want me to walk you home? Iruka asked. I'm not a lost little child. You still seem like one in my eyes. That is your opinion. As Naruto gradually walked away, Iruka wore a relieved smile, akin to a parent watching their mischievous child grow up. Finally grown up. Congratulations, 4th Hokage, on raising such a wonderful son. With a click, the key turned, and Naruto opened the door to his room. He flicked on the light, revealing a space both unfamiliar and familiar. Instant noodles were scattered about, and the place was a mess, embodying the essence of disarray. The room was impeccably tidy, reflecting a well-maintained environment. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto summoned 3 shadow clones. Clean this place thoroughly. Divide the tasks and finish quickly. Yes, the shadow clones, devoid of consciousness and bound to unconditionally obey their master's commands, sprang into action. Meanwhile, Naruto took the opportunity to enjoy a bath. After more than 20 minutes, he emerged to find the room transformed, a pristine and orderly space, devoid of any clutter. Once the shadow clones completed their assigned tasks, they dispersed into nothingness. Naruto began to exude a radiant heat, showcasing the perfect utilization of the Nine Tails chakra. A notification chimed, indicating that the restless nine tails within him sought to communicate by pulling him into the realm of sealing. Option 1. Force the nine tails to submit unconditionally. Reward: Enhanced Susanoo. Can be manifested as armor to envelop your nine tails mode. Option 2. Allow it to cause mischief and ignore it. Reward: the title of Patient Ninja, which bears no tangible benefits. Is Option 2's reward akin to becoming a ninja turtle? Am I to cower like a turtle? Absolutely not. Naruto, now possessing the strength to overpower the nine tails, felt no fear of a mere fox. I choose Option 1. As the reward was granted, Naruto entered his inner world. The domain where the nine tails was sealed. A ferocious roar erupted. The sound so powerful that it sent water pooling on the ground, splashing 6 or 7 meters into the air. Indeed, it was the nine tails attempting to intimidate Naruto. Though sealed here, it could not draw upon a trace of chakra. However, its mouth was not sealed. What could a child comprehend? A little fright would suffice, especially since Naruto was its hard-earned prize. The nine tails roared, but Naruto countered with his golden Rinnegan glowing fiercely. A brilliant, golden flame enveloped him. A power the nine tails recognized all too well, like an old friend. Wait a moment. Isn't that the other half of my chakra that was stripped away? In that instant, the nine tails became agitated, striving to summon its chakra. Even if it could not escape, it aimed to create a significant disturbance. Yet, upon seeing the golden Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes, the fox fell silent, bewildered. The Uzumaki clan possessed Rinnegan? Had it miscalculated? Get out of my way now, Naruto said with disdain. How dare you tell me to leave? Does he not realize how difficult it is to capture a tailed beast, especially one as rare as I? Though the nine tails currently wielded only half its power, it could still overpower other tailed beasts. What is the reason? The nine tails responded, somewhat at a loss. It was baffled by Naruto's current state, unable to comprehend how he had acquired such abilities. Well, since you lack self-awareness, allow me to enlighten you. To maintain the seal, I have to expend vast amounts of chakra daily. Without you, I would have progressed immensely. Without you, I would dominate the ninja world. Naruto shrugged. True, your strength is formidable. Not everyone can dare to provoke you. Just consider the shadow clones. I could summon 10 at once, employing Susanoo or tailed beast mode. Or even tailed beast Susanoo armor. It's quite impressive. So long as my physical form remains intact, the strategy of overwhelming numbers could exhaust any opponent. Dominate the ninja world? Why not claim you could ascend to the heavens? The nine tails found Naruto's confidence amusing yet slightly infuriating. Boom. In the expansive sealing chamber, 10 colossal figures clad in formidable golden armor, radiating an aura of dread, surrounded the nine tails, which was confined behind a barrier. It felt as though it was about to be overwhelmed in a brawl. The gleaming blades reflected chilling light, and under the scrutiny of such terrifying presences, the nine tails vowed that moment was its gravest regret. Am I being toyed with? In that moment, the nine tails felt akin to a frail creature under the gaze of numerous imposing figures, filled with trepidation. Here, it would not affect the outside world, allowing Naruto to display his terrifying power without restraint. This was merely a fraction of his capabilities. If he were to unleash his full strength, the nine tails would undoubtedly be at a loss. Naruto smiled. How about now? The nine tails, utterly subdued, felt a mix of frustration and confusion. When did you become so formidable? Naruto? I had no inkling. What is the source of this power? Susanoo is one thing, but to command so many at once? How immense must your chakra be? Is it boundless? The nine tails sensed that what lay before it was no illusion or mere projection, but a concrete entity. Just one would be a challenge. 10 would be insurmountable. Lowering its proud head, the nine tails appeared as docile as a harmless little fox. With a swift motion, Naruto tore away the sealing strips without hesitation. Why would I need a troublesome fox? As the power of the seal flowed back into him, the nine tails remained tentative, like an obedient dog, pressing its head against the ground. If Naruto did not speak, it would maintain this humble posture. Are you not yearning for the day you could break free from your seal? Now that it has been undone, why do you not take your leave? Naruto chuckled. The nine tails understood the dangers lurking in the ninja world. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. After experiencing multiple world-class battles, it learned that there were always greater powers. Once it had possessed all its strength, yet it had still been treated like a powerless creature, subject to the whims of stronger ninjas. Once the traces of his escape are revealed, numerous formidable ninjas will come in pursuit, while lowly ninjas might be able to hold them off. Encountering a shadow-level ninja is a different matter altogether, especially considering the traumatic events of 13 years ago, the cursed Uchiha masked man. It was the same everywhere. He would be better off following Naruto, whose extraordinary abilities left him bewildered. It turns out this fellow was not joking when he claimed he could dominate the ninja world. Naruto, please allow me to follow by your side, the Ninetales respectfully requested. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What did you just call me? Naruto, my master. Please allow me to accompany you. The Ninetales quickly corrected itself, realizing its error. At this, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. All right, if you wish to follow me, then you must surrender all your power to me. Do not harbor any ulterior motives, or I shall not hesitate to turn against you. Understood, master. The Ninetales did not believe Naruto would miss even a shred of its meager power. Thus, it wholeheartedly transferred all of its chakra to Naruto. Boom. The sound of explosions erupted as Naruto fused the two streams of Ninetales chakra, having been separated for over a decade. The other half of the chakra had developed its own consciousness. Initially resistant to the integration, it ultimately merged flawlessly under Naruto's careful control. Feeling a continuous flow of power within him, Naruto experienced a profound sense of clarity. What a delight. Chapter 12. You boys are truly immature. The next day at the Ninja Academy. Is this a joke? I must be seeing things. Wasn't Naruto the bottom of the barrel? Just yesterday he failed to meet the requirements, and now his name is on the enrollment list. I find it quite perplexing too. I just asked the teacher, and they assured me there was no mistake. Apparently, Naruto completed his shadow clone exam under Iruka-sensei's supervision. What? Iruka-sensei has a good relationship with Naruto. Could he be covering for him? Perhaps letting him in through the back door? Now that you mention it, there is a possibility. How disgusting. I refuse to be in the same class as a cheater. Don't worry. I heard they will be dividing into small teams today. I just hope I don't end up in a team with Naruto. Before class officially began, the classroom was buzzing with excitement. Naruto, who had stayed up late the previous night, was the last to arrive. As he pushed open the classroom door, all eyes turned to him. Today, there was something distinctly different about Naruto. Normally, he would burst in, shouting and attracting attention, but today he remained composed. A few sharp-eyed female students quickly noticed the change in Naruto's appearance. Hey, where did your weird mustache go? Wow, you're right. But without that strange mustache, Naruto actually looks quite handsome. Whoa, he's even more handsome than I am. Naruto, confess, were you deliberately trying to look ugly in front of us before? Ignoring the childish remarks, Naruto took his seat. Hey, Naruto, you're looking particularly special today. But hurry up and take this. The teacher's coming. Inuzuka Kiba pulled out a chalk eraser. Normally, they would place it by the door, and when the teacher entered, it would fall and hit him. Pranking the teacher had been a daily pastime for the boys, and it was usually Naruto who took the blame, allowing the others to relax. Immature, Naruto thought, closing his eyes to meditate, disregarding the antics of the little boys. Huh. Inuzuka Kiba was taken aback. Shikamaru was bewildered. Akimichi Choji was also confused. The entire class was dumbfounded. Wasn't pranking the teacher something Naruto couldn't go a day without? Day after day, year after year, he never grew tired of it. Why was he suddenly calling them immature? After all, he was the one who used to lead the pranks. Ha ha ha, Naruto's right. You boys really are immature. A beautiful girl with long, yellow hair and a side-swept bang chimed in, her smile radiant. Ino, the girl, was tall and graceful, destined to be a stunning beauty in the future. Ino, why are you siding with Naruto today? Sakura asked, her curiosity piqued. This rival, who usually held disdain for Naruto, suddenly spoke well of him. Something must be up. Indeed. Without that strange mustache, Naruto looked quite handsome. But had Ino changed her stance too quickly? Sasuke had strength. After all, handsomeness alone wouldn't fill your stomach. Well, can I like him? Ino crossed her arms, chuckling dismissively. Fine, whatever, Sakura pouted, clearly displeased. Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed dreamily at him. You weren't like this before. Now that you've changed, what will happen to our prankster group? Choji grew anxious, fearing the loss of their core member would scatter their unity. He did not want to see that happen. These little kids are such a hassle. Naruto remained silent, his eyes closed in meditation. What's wrong with you today, Naruto? Why aren't you doing your usual thing? You owe us an explanation. Exactly. Otherwise, we won't let you off the hook today. 3 other students chimed in, their faces fierce. They were also members of the prankster group, but they were not angry at Naruto for stopping the pranks. Instead, they were upset that the suddenly handsome Naruto was stealing the attention of their beloved girls. Imagine a previously unremarkable boy suddenly transforming into a heartthrob overnight, attracting all the girls' gazes. Who wouldn't be upset? They had put so much effort into winning the attention of the girls, but now they wouldn't even glance at them. How can you say you were actually a super handsome guy all along? The three boys became increasingly furious and decided to confront Naruto, determined to show him that looks alone do not equate to everything. Strength is paramount. Naruto ignored their provocations, continuing to meditate. The three boys, feeling embarrassed in front of their crushes, were incensed. We're here to talk to you, and you're acting all high and mighty. Answer me, you jerk. One of the boys, stout and clearly the leader of their little gang, reached out to grab Naruto by the collar. With ease, Naruto caught the boy's hand and twisted it slightly. A crack resonated through the air as a bone broke. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the classroom, causing the boy to wince in agony, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 13. The teacher assigned me to Naruto's group. Naruto-kun. Well done. These immature boys deserve some lessons. Naruto-kun is so handsome. I really like him. Can you tell me, Naruto-kun, were you hiding your power all along? Naruto-kun, would you like to walk home together after school? I have so many cute dresses in my room that I could model for you. Don't boys usually prefer toys? That's true. Perfect. Then you should come to my house. My brother has plenty of toys. I can let him bring some out for you to play with. Girls naturally admire strength and good looks, and with Naruto possessing both, it was no wonder that he caught the attention of the opposite sex. Do you two wish to test my limits? Naruto's eyelids lifted slightly, merely casting a glance. The two sycophantic children were instantly struck with fear, shaking their heads vigorously. No. Naruto, let us speak amicably. Please, spare us. Have they gone mad? They couldn't even contend with the chubby boy, let alone face Naruto. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. What a lively day it is. Hey, Yuki, what happened to your hand? Iruka, holding a roll call sheet, entered the classroom. Somewhat perplexed, Yuki was the name of the chubby boy who was now on the ground, writhing in agony from a dislocated bone. Tears and mucus mingling on his face in a most pitiable sight. The chubby boy had inadvertently taught everyone a lesson about being both clumsy and playful. Finally, Iruka-sensei, you've arrived. It was Naruto who instigated this. As the saying goes, the guilty party often accuses first. Upon seeing the teacher, the two lackeys hurried back, exclaiming, Yes, you must take our side. Iruka placed the roll call sheet on the podium and swiftly knelt beside the chubby boy to realign the displaced bone. Crack. Another blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. This was too much for the chubby boy, who swore he never wanted to experience such pain again. Iruka, with a stern expression, inquired, What exactly happened, Naruto? While it was indeed impressive that Naruto could summon 4 shadow clones in an instant the previous day, such prowess did not justify bullying fellow classmates. Yamanaka Ino raised her delicate hand. Teacher, it was Yuki who deliberately provoked Naruto. Today, Naruto had refrained from his usual pranks. Yet these childish boys still attempted to coerce him into mischief. Teacher, please judge for yourself. Were they in the right? What? Naruto, surprisingly, had not played any tricks today. No wonder Iruka felt something was amiss upon entering. There had been no chalkboard eraser falling from the door, which usually occurred every few days. Thankfully, that calamity had been avoided today. Iruka had entered the classroom with a light heart, completely unsuspecting. Indeed, the cause of this incident is as Yamanaka-san described, and I can attest to it. I can also provide evidence. It's because Iruka-sensei, you are too gentle and have not properly disciplined these boys. They are becoming unruly. Naruto is innocent. I can verify that we all witnessed the events clearly. The girls jumped in to defend Naruto. Today, he had left a favorable impression on them. They found his handsome face, devoid of peculiar facial hair, and his unexpected strength quite appealing. They also appreciated the maturity he exuded. At this age, girls are often intolerant of boys' constant mischief, and Naruto's demeanor was much to their liking. Iruka scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing the misunderstanding. Oh, I see now. I'm sorry, Naruto, I misjudged you. It's all right. I'm used to it, Naruto replied, flashing a bright, sunny smile. Wow, so handsome. Naruto has changed dramatically today, hasn't he? Shikamaru, slap me hard twice. Why, Choji? I want to see if I'm dreaming. How has Naruto become so popular? This is troubling. How will we joyfully play in the mud together now? All right. I'm not happy about it either, but we must accept reality. That is the most reasonable thing to do right now. Iruka returned to the podium and tapped on the desk. Quiet, quiet. Today, I am here to discuss the team formations. As Iruka's words settled, the classroom erupted once again. Teacher, I want to be on a team with Naruto. Me too. Please, teacher, grant us this wish. How bold of you, shall ya? But indeed, Naruto is quite handsome now. Teacher, I want to be in Naruto's group. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she shyly glanced at Naruto, timidly murmuring. Being in a group with Naruto seems rather nice. I must seize this opportunity. Yamanaka Ino flicked her bangs and declared, Teacher, place me in Naruto's group. What? Ino? You? Haruno Sakura stammered, bewildered. Was this truly the same rival who competed with her for Sasuke? How quickly she had seemingly defected. Sakura acknowledged that Naruto was indeed handsome and charismatic now, but his transformation overnight was rather overwhelming. After all, Naruto had once been her pursuer. If he were to persistently pursue her again, perhaps a relationship between them wouldn't be out of the question. Sakura's face turned rosy as she shyly shifted her gaze to Naruto, only to turn away like a thief, feeling guilty. Yamanaka Ino shrugged nonchalantly. Weren't you always bothered by my rivalry with you for Sasuke? Starting today, I will no longer compete. I shall pursue Naruto. Her tone was resolute. No, I also want to be with Naruto. Oh, let it be. Shallow woman. No matter how good Naruto's physique is, he cannot compare to Sasuke's mastery of ninjutsu and shuriken techniques. Just wait and see. You will regret this. Chapter 14. Could he possibly like me? What? When did Naruto become so popular? Iruka stared in astonishment at Naruto. Truly, he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Gold will always shine. Iruka cleared his throat awkwardly. This team formation is based on everyone's abilities as decided by the higher-ups. The teacher is powerless to alter it. He deftly shifted the blame to the superior ninjas. Having not anticipated such a significant upheaval, Iruka thought to himself, if you have questions, address them to the higher-ups. He silently commended his own cleverness. What? Such a procedure exists? I still wish to team up with Naruto. Me too. All right, everyone, let us not argue. I will now announce the team formation list. Pay attention and do not make any mistakes. While Iruka read the list, Naruto scanned the classroom for his beloved Hinata. Sakura, seated beside him, opened her mouth to say something, but chose to remain silent when she noticed Naruto's disinterest in engaging with her. Curiosity filled her about Naruto's intentions. Following his gaze, she noticed it landing on Yamanaka Ino. Naruto beamed a charming smile, which, from Sakura's perspective, appeared directed at Ino. The sixth sense of girls often surpasses that of boys. This is an undeniable truth. Not long after Naruto's gaze settled, Ino instinctively glanced at him and caught his smile. Her heart raced as she felt butterflies flutter within her. Could it be that he likes me? I recall he once pursued that hot-tempered girl. But has he finally recognized my allure? As the shy Hinata, overwhelmed by Naruto's direct gaze, thought to herself, if he were to ask me out, should I play it cool before accepting? Her complexion suddenly flushed, and wisps of white steam were distinctly visible rising from her little head. Haruno Sakura's heart felt as if it had been pierced by something sharp, leaving her in considerable distress. The boy who had been relentlessly pursuing her, fervently pleading to be her boyfriend, suddenly turned his attention to other girls. The sensation of losing something precious was undeniably melancholic. It was merely an illusion, she reassured herself, reflecting that perhaps her feelings for Naruto were not as profound as she once believed. With Naruto's formidable awareness, he could effortlessly perceive Sakura's actions nearby. While Sakura was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to Tsunade. Initially, she had developed steadily, but later on, she faltered in her growth. Perhaps Sarada was simply too exceptional. After all, children must pay close attention to their nutritional needs from a young age. And now, Naruto was no longer bound to Sakura alone. What a jest! Did she expect him to continue being her devoted admirer? How naive. After the teams were assigned in the morning, the roster prepared by Iruka mirrored the trio established in the previous narrative. Many female classmates who were not placed in Naruto's team expressed their strong dissent, demanding that Iruka revise the group assignments. Iruka, exasperated, shifted the blame upwards, asserting that he was merely a worker bee, and it was all contingent upon the higher-ups. He casually dismissed this cohort of students, eager to escape, as they were all set to graduate, leaving the responsibility to other Jonin instructors. In the afternoon, during outdoor training, the first impression you all left me was rather poor. Oh, by the way, we have a mission tomorrow. The assembly point is at the small creek south of the village. The requirement is to refrain from eating anything in the morning, said Kakashi, donning a black mask as he instructed the lower-ranked shinobi. He had little interest in this task, if it weren't for Sarutobi's insistence. He would have preferred lounging around the village, engrossed in reading Jiraiya's bestsellers. Although he pondered this inwardly, Kakashi felt a tinge of pressure. One was Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha clan, with whom he had crossed paths during his time in the Umbu, and the other was Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had once been his teacher. Kakashi's mind was flooded with nostalgia. Time had changed everything. Once, he had been taught by your father. And now it was his turn to guide you. May I ask why we shouldn't eat? Sakura inquired curiously, raising her hand. Sasuke remained silent. Yet his eyes exhibited a hint of curiosity. Naruto, aware of Kakashi's intentions, chuckled inwardly. The task was to make them hungry, and then have them compete for the bells he held. Despite being a jonin and renowned as the copy ninja, asking 3 fresh graduates to seize the bells seemed rather unreasonable. Kakashi's expectations were undeniably stringent. However, Naruto was no longer a novice. Grabbing a bell was a trivial pursuit for him. Do not inquire. You will understand tomorrow. Now, remember my words, as I have matters to attend to. Kakashi waved his hand, departing. He had heard that Jiraiya had released a new work, which was flying off the shelves. In an era devoid of entertainment, finding amusement was a challenge. As Kakashi left, Naruto saw no reason to linger and was set to depart when a prompt appeared. Option 1. In this era where entertainment is scarce, how can life lack a touch of joy? Visit the bookstore to purchase Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection and share it with 10 companions. Reward, Chidori Ninjutsu. Option 2. Stroll around the village at your leisure. Reward, a stone of idleness, a mundane stone inscribed with the characters for idle. Chapter 15, Jiraiya. The best-selling author of the ninja world Naruto. Are you leaving too? Sakura asked, her heart in disarray. She had assumed that being assigned to the same team as Naruto would delight him, but the reality was starkly different. Naruto could hardly muster a word for her. Leaving Sakura, who had always considered herself a beauty, feeling deeply unsettled. It wasn't merely discomfort. It was the realization that she could not adapt to a life without Naruto's unwavering admiration. Ignoring her completely, he walked away, leaving her awkwardly frozen in place. She had been overlooked by the boy who once adored her, despite her indifference. Nearby, Sasuke also departed. Today, Naruto, you look quite well. My uncle made popsicles. Would you like to try one? Uncle Zwa, your attitude towards Naruto has changed dramatically. What happened? Didn't my son mention it to you? Oh, right. He is not a ninja. What is going on? Please, enlighten us. It's like this. The events of the past were not Naruto's fault. It was the Nine Tails. A companion hastily covered the uncle's mouth, glancing around cautiously. Not spotting any suspicious figures, they relaxed but remained tense, reprimanding the uncle softly. Are you trying to get us killed? Didn't the third Hokage warn us never to mention this in front of Naruto? The uncle spat a few times, as if trying to expel the bacteria from the fingers of his companion. Don't worry, the third Hokage was present during the incident. And let me tell you what happened half an hour later. The crowd of onlookers, still oblivious to the truth, was enlightened. Human emotions are complex. Many in that catastrophe had lost loved ones and friends, yet they were still alive, weren't they? What about Naruto? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki sacrificed their lives to protect the village from the Nine Tails. Their only child, not receiving the deserved accolades of a hero's son, was instead met with disdain from the villagers. They questioned their own conscience. During his tenure, Minato had cared deeply for the village, pouring his heart into his duties until his very last breath. The more they contemplated, the more their expressions twisted with shame. It seemed that their treatment of Naruto would need to change. What did the third Hokage say? Could the younger generation be informed of the fourth Hokage's heroic deeds? My son teaches at the Ninja Academy, and he mentioned that the third Hokage indeed has such intentions. The crucial step is to choose a suitable day for the announcement. The will of fire must be passed on. Fortunately, this outcome did not leave them disheartened. If the son of a hero were to still be treated this way, they would insist their children abandon the path of a ninja. In a world where one's life is deemed worthless and even posthumously ridiculed by fellow villagers. What a disheartening predicament it is. Entering the largest bookstore in the village, Naruto pushed the door open and stepped inside. Welcome. Is that you, little Naruto? What can I assist you with today? By the way, have you had lunch yet? If not, you're welcome to join me. The store manager, a charming 30-year-old woman, greeted him with warmth, leaving Naruto somewhat perplexed. He recalled how, on ordinary days, people would fearfully avoid him, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, wishing for his demise. Yet now, there was no trace of such sentiments in her demeanor. The genuine warmth and concern on her face were unmistakable. "Hello, beautiful big sister store manager. I'm here to buy books for my teacher," Naruto replied with an innocent smile. The charm of a child's smile can be disarming. Although he was 13, in comparison to the adults around him, he was still just a child. It is a universal truth that everyone appreciates beauty, particularly women. The manager was visibly taken aback by Naruto's endearing address, her gaze softening with familiarity. "What books do you need, little Naruto? Please tell your sister." Her smile was radiant. Initially, she referred to herself as auntie, but now that Naruto called her sister, it undeniably lowered the perceived age and status. Women prefer to be called sister over auntie, as the latter connotes age. "Well, my teacher asked me to buy 10 copies of XX Paradise." Naruto blinked innocently, attempting to shift the blame onto Kakashi. After all, teachers are often utilized for such purposes. "A dead friend won't impede my path. I'll take it easy." Upon hearing this, the store manager's face flushed in surprise. As the proprietor and primary book buyer, she was acutely aware of the book's contents. "A good child like you should not be exposed to such material," she admonished, feigning seriousness. "Now, little Naruto, tell your sister honestly. Is it something you wish to buy for yourself? That book is not suitable for students of your age group." Naruto tilted his head in confusion, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Sister, why isn't it suitable for us? Isn't a book something everyone can purchase? Why can you, but I cannot?" His barrage of questions only deepened the manager's embarrassment. "It's simply not allowed," she retorted, her cheeks reddening. "Moreover, that book has already sold out last week." "Really? Is Jiraiya's work that popular?" Naruto was taken aback. Coming from a world rich in modern entertainment, he felt he could express himself through writing, perhaps even surpassing Jiraiya's prowess. He coughed, still not having officially apprenticed under Jiraiya. But he certainly admired Jiraiya's attentiveness towards him in the anime. Naruto's expression faltered, his tone tinged with disappointment. "I see. It seems I will disappoint Kakashi-sensei again. I visited several stores and found nothing." In truth, he hadn't visited multiple shops. He merely wished to gauge the bookstore's stock. Just as he prepared to leave, a melodious voice called out to him. "Wait, little Naruto. It seems you're here for Kakashi-sensei's request. You should have mentioned it earlier. Today marks your graduation and class assignment. Time flies so swiftly." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Wow, you really have some." Kakashi's reputation was indeed formidable, effortlessly persuading the store manager. "So, are you quite familiar with Kakashi-sensei?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. "Yes, I often take advantage of the situation," she replied playfully. On another note, he sought to learn more about Kakashi, as the anime offered limited insights into his daily life. This was reality. Knowledge would be beneficial for future endeavors. The store manager nodded, confirming, "Indeed, whenever Lord Jiraiya releases a new work, Kakashi-sensei is always the first to purchase. He has even deposited a considerable sum with us, anticipating that he might be away on missions and unable to return for Jiraiya's latest release. He asked us to reserve the books for him." Oh, Naruto had anticipated this, being well-versed in the various plot lines of the Naruto universe. It was amusing to think that the stoic, fearsome copy ninja Kakashi was, in fact, a notorious book lover. He could only imagine the expressions of disbelief from those who learned this truth. "By the way, do you still have that book I mentioned?" he asked with a pure, innocent expression, even charmingly cute in the store manager's eyes. "What a well-behaved child you've become since knowing your background." "Yes. We usually keep extra copies of Jiraiya's new releases just in case Kakashi-sensei wants them." "Little Naruto, please wait here. I'll fetch them for you," she said kindly. "All right," Naruto replied politely. Moments later, she returned, carrying a stack of books. "You're quite lucky, little Naruto. We just happen to have 10 copies left of Lord Jiraiya's book." "What is this?" She frowned, observing the coins in Naruto's hand. "What is this for?" "It's the money for the books," he explained. "No need. Kakashi-sensei has enough credit here to cover your purchases," she replied honestly. Awkwardness enveloped the moment as Naruto quickly tucked the coins back into his pocket. "All right then, I'll inform Kakashi-sensei." "I'm sorry, Kakashi. Not only did I use your name to buy the books, but also your money. I hope you don't hold it against me. Consider it a compensation for my childhood." As she prepared to hand over the books, the manager paused, a hint of concern in her voice. Just ensure they reach Kakashi-sensei safely. Do not peek at them along the way. Rest assured, charming store manager, I promise I won't peek. In truth, Naruto felt he wasn't lying. He simply hadn't finished his thought. Once he was gone, it would be out of her hands. Once again, the young store manager was showered with compliments, filling her heart with delight as she confidently handed the book to Naruto. Your words are so sweet. Why had I never noticed your charm before? She mused. Perhaps we simply did not know each other well enough, Naruto replied, his smile innocent and bright. Ah, I see. Well, I must be on my way now. You carry on with your work. Be careful not to trip, you little rascal, she admonished him, watching as he left. Yet, from another perspective, the vitality of youth is indeed a blessing. Once outside the bookstore, Naruto sought a quiet corner to delve into his reading. Indeed, I, Naruto, am diligent and eager to learn. He tore open the packaging, revealing a book with a pink cover, aptly noting that the more vibrant the cover, the greater the intrigue. He skimmed the preface and glanced at the table of contents, intrigued by the promise of engaging material within. As he immersed himself in the text, time slipped away unnoticed. With his remarkable mental acuity, he could read effortlessly, retaining even the minutest details, including punctuation, with clarity. After finishing one of Jiraiya's masterpieces, he closed the book in disbelief. Is this it? Just this? This book is indeed quite fascinating, with its vivid characterizations and the authentic portrayal of experiences that Jiraiya has amassed throughout his life. The exquisite descriptions, particularly the subtle beauty woven throughout, are truly the piece de resistance. I, Naruto, would gladly deem you the greatest in the industry. His assessment was not overly flattering. Placed in a contemporary context, this book could surely garner significant attention, if not widespread fame. For certain enthusiasts, it is an essential companion for both leisure at home and outings. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through his thoughts. Is that you, Naruto? He looked up, curious about the newcomer. Before him stood a child of about 7 or 8, wearing goggles atop his head and a scarf trailing on the ground. Dressed in somewhat tattered clothing. Isn't that Konohamaru, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Naruto thought, momentarily taken aback. Even with a Hokage for a grandfather, the family's material conditions seemed less than ample. Goodness, he is even poorer than I am. Seeing Konohamaru, Naruto grinned and teased. Hey, little brat. Who do you think you are? Call me Big Brother. Huh, do you know who I am? Calling you Big Brother is not out of the question, but it might be a bit of a stretch. Konohamaru replied, astonished. Today, my grandmother isn't here to support me, so I'll rely on you. He was aware of Naruto's reputation. After all, Naruto was quite well known in the village, and his name had even been mentioned by his grandfather the previous day. Good or bad, a name is still a name. I assent it? Even if it's tarnished, it takes skill to build a reputation, right? Naruto found this amusing. You think you can climb up to my level? What a ridiculous notion. The real issue lies in your inability to win over Hanabi. Let us discuss the terms. What would it take for you to call me Big Brother? You'd at least need to master a formidable jutsu, wouldn't you? To think you'd want to be my brother without any skills. How embarrassing. Oh, a jutsu you say? That's easily arranged. Just watch closely and don't blink. With that, Naruto unleashed his signature technique, the S-rank induction jutsu. As Konohamaru was still young, Naruto saw an opportunity to instill positive values in him. It was important for him to interact more with boys than with girls. After all, a single eye is the essence of a man's romance. Oops, wrong scene. Ultimately, Naruto aimed to mold Konohamaru into a true man, alleviating any future concerns about competition for Hanabi's affection. A real man wouldn't dare to dress as a girl. Would he? Right, Konohamaru? In Chapter 17, you've done well. Big Brother is proud of you. Konohamaru, who was not particularly knowledgeable about matters of romance, gazed at Naruto with wide, shining eyes, as if he had discovered a new world. Big Brother, I want to learn that. Naruto nodded, recognizing potential in the young lad. However, mastering it will be quite challenging. Do you possess the confidence and perseverance to see this through? I do, Big Brother. Konohamaru exclaimed, raising his voice. Speak louder. I can't hear you. I do. He shouted with all his might, startling a few Umbu operatives concealed nearby. Naruto, ever prepared, had already anticipated this and temporarily muted his hearing by controlling his chakra. Thus, even if Konohamaru shouted his lungs out, he wouldn't suffer any harm. Well done. Big Brother is proud of you. He praised, giving a thumbs up. When shall we begin our training? Konohamaru inquired eagerly, clearly yearning to learn that impressive jutsu. Naruto had even bestowed upon him a fitting title, making Konohamaru yearn to be his top disciple. But let us not rush. You haven't told me your name yet, Naruto said, waving his hand. They had yet to formally introduce themselves. Naruto had found himself here due to a shift in the timeline. While Konohamaru was seeking solace after struggling to gain acceptance among his peers, by chance, he encountered Naruto, the diligent student engrossed in his reading. Hee, I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi. The esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is my grandfather, he declared proudly. Though he didn't openly admit it, he felt immense pride in having a Hokage for a grandfather. It was a glorious honor. Yet, every advantage has its drawbacks. His aspiration to become Hokage felt daunting under the immense shadow cast by his grandfather's legacy. The Sarutobi clan was often defined solely by Hiruzen and his uncle, Asuma. Even though Asuma had achieved remarkable feats, he too was eclipsed by Hiruzen's brilliance. Witnessing his uncle's success made Konohamaru feel inadequate in comparison, dampening his motivation to pursue his dreams. Hello, Konohamaru. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Naruto Uzumaki, he said with a smile, pausing before continuing to inspire. Just for calling me big brother, I'm claiming you as my little brother. Beyond the S-rank induction jutsu, there are even more powerful techniques that every man must learn. If you don't learn them, you can't truly call yourself a man. Konohamaru was momentarily stunned, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of becoming a true man. A man? Naruto affirmed, indeed. Now, let us not waste any more time. Let the rigorous training commence. First, gather your chakra and visualize the scene as vividly as possible. Konohamaru, bewildered, stammered, big brother. I don't know how to gather chakra. Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. What a hassle. It seems we must start from scratch. Remember, the better you practice, the more masculine you'll become. Treat this matter as a lifelong goal to be pursued. Indeed, your dream is to one day become Hokage, is it not? Konohamaru's face lit up with joy. This elder brother, whom he had just met, truly understood him. Yes, big brother. But how did you know about this? I don't recall mentioning it to you. Naruto spoke earnestly. Of course, I am your elder brother. How could I not be aware of your innermost thoughts? Ah well, I shall cease teasing you. I perceive great potential in you. A regal aura of purple energy encircles your forehead. You are destined for greatness. Konohamaru's expression shifted to one of astonishment, clearly captivated by Naruto's words. He was on the verge of expressing his admiration aloud. The more time he spent with Naruto, the more he recognized the brilliance within him. Oh, it appears that many of my previous beliefs were misguided. Mastering S-rank induction techniques is the hallmark of a true man. Only then does one stand a chance of becoming Hokage. The position of Hokage rotates, and this year, it should be mine. I yearn to experience that role for myself. After all, it is rightfully mine. Once I retire, I will pass it on to Konohamaru. By then, Boruto will still be quite young, waiting for his turn to become Hokage. Besides Boruto, there will certainly be others. How many siblings there will be depends on fate and whether fortune grants me a sufficient number of them. He was entirely certain of this. The crux of the matter regarding pregnancy largely relies on the woman's ability to conceive. However, having seen Boruto's antics, Naruto felt that perhaps his first child need not be Boruto. This was contingent upon his mood. In the future, when the ninja world enters an age of science and technology, prenatal X-rays will not pose a problem. If it's a boy, he could be eliminated. As for a sunflower, that is a must. Daughters are the most delightful. Boys, on the other hand, are simply exhausting for Naruto. Yet, how many daughters he might have, only heaven knows. In any case, in Naruto's view, the more, the merrier. After all, as Hokage, he would not lack the means to support his family. 648? A miraculous single draw. The firstborn must be a daughter. Daughters for the win. Many fathers dream of having a cherished daughter, and Naruto is no exception. Chapter 18. The youths neglect the way of the ninja. Let us delve deeper into the scene. Ah, big brother, I lack the imaginative capacity for this. I have had too little exposure to such matters. Wait a moment, let me check. Here in this book, there are a few excellent illustrations. Ah, found it. Take a look at this and transform accordingly. Wow, big brother, isn't this a bit excessive? It seems rather flamboyant. Flamboyant. What do you know? This is an essential step in becoming a man. Bang. Naruto utilized the puppet shadow clone technique, summoning 5 clones that he could manipulate at will. Isn't this ninjutsu impressive? Wow, big brother is amazing. Konohamaru, who had never encountered such ninjutsu, was utterly awestruck. Naruto nodded with satisfaction. The clones disappeared with a bang. The appearance of the shadow clones and puppet shadow clones is quite similar, yet if Naruto did not explain, they would remain oblivious to the intrinsic differences. Would you like to learn something even more formidable? What else is there? Rinnegan. As Naruto spoke, a swirling mass of blue chakra materialized in the center of his palm. With a swift motion, he directed the Rinnegan towards a sturdy tree, seemingly unyielding. To everyone's astonishment, the tree was effortlessly pierced. Boom! The great tree collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. Konohamaru stood in bewilderment, while several Umbu members watching from the sidelines were equally dumbfounded. When had Naruto become so strong? He could even perform such an unmarked ninjutsu. Among them, a team leader was rendered speechless, for he had once witnessed the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wield this very technique, the renowned Rinnegan, which had shone brilliantly during the Third Great Ninja War. Who would have thought that Naruto had inherited this technique? Was he a natural genius? Or had the spirit of the fourth Hokage guided him in a dream to teach him this ninjutsu? Regardless, Naruto was one of theirs. A beacon of hope for the future of Konoha. After a moment of astonishment, Konohamaru's face could not hide his elation. Big brother, this technique, called Rinnegan, is incredible. I want to learn it. A smirk played on Naruto's lips. Without showcasing some impressive skills, Konohamaru might become complacent in his practice. Moreover, teaching Konohamaru the Rinnegan was not a daunting task. In the future, if he found himself too busy, he could simply have him instruct his daughters. As for sons, they were unnecessary. Naruto simply desired a cherished daughter. Most importantly, as a mentor, Naruto needed to add something special to the mix. I have already taught you the basics. Is that so? To master this technique, you must first learn the S-rank induction technique. And let me inform you in advance, while using the Rinnegan, maintain the S-rank induction state. Its power can double. Is that truly so miraculous? Konohamaru was taken aback. Doubling its power meant that he could pierce through 2 trees of that size. However, a question lingered in his mind. Big brother, why didn't you use the Rinnegan while in the S-rank state? Wouldn't that make it even more powerful? Naruto was prepared with his response. You haven't forgotten that I am the founder of the S-rank induction technique, have you? For me, it is effortless to control and wield it at will. But you, my young brother, must take things step by step. Do not leap too far ahead. I have mastered it. You may not yet be capable. Filled with determination, Konohamaru exclaimed. Big brother, teach me. I will master the S-rank induction technique. This young lad has ambition. I admire that. Bang, bang, bang. The Umbu members, who had been stealthily observing the situation, were left with noses bleeding. How absurd. They, as assassins and intelligence gatherers, lived each day with the ever-present threat of death. Bloodshed and injury were part of their daily lives. Yet to be caught off guard to the point of bleeding during a mission was a first. Goodness. The youth today have no regard for the ways of the ninja. To create a technique that could benefit all single ninjas and then use it to ambush us. This is outrageous. As seasoned operatives, they believe they would need to seek reimbursement from Sarutobi Hiruzen for their medical expenses incurred while on duty. They had no idea that his grandson could be so flamboyant. How audacious. To deceive and ambush like this. They were truly impressed. Such occurrences should be welcomed more often. After all, the more, the merrier. Chapter 19. Big brother, I will seize the future. An hour and a half later, Naruto concluded. Alright, today's training ends here. What a jest. He still had to distribute Jiraiya's great work and allow the carnivorous flowers of the village to bask in the enlightenment of spiritual civilization. What? So soon? Big brother, I still have energy. I'm not afraid of hardship. I can continue training. The transformed Konohamaru, now resembling a girl, lamented. His transformation was rather ordinary, lacking in finesse. Cough, cough, cough. Please do not misunderstand. I am properly dressed. Forgive me, Konohamaru. Until next time. Naruto playfully flicked Konohamaru on the forehead, an action reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's guidance. This operation is indeed quite comfortable. At the very least, it provides a delightful experience. By the way, here is something for you. Take it back and study it thoroughly. Naruto casually handed the book he had read to Konohamaru. Konohamaru took it and, puzzled, asked, What do you mean, big brother? Could it possibly contain some powerful training techniques? Why not give it to someone else? The system did not stipulate that it had to be given to a peer. Besides, ninjas must be cultivated from a young age. Only then will they have the chance to shine in the future. Naruto grinned and spoke earnestly. Indeed, this is one of Jiraiya's lifelong creations. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of our village, earned his name through the spiritual enlightenment he imparted in the cultural realm. Not only is he formidable in ninjutsu, but he is also an exceptional writer. Is that important? Not really. What matters is that he has distilled all his learned insights into this book. I see a connection between you and this book, which originally cost 648 gold coins. I now present it to you free of charge. You must practice diligently and not waste my effort. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched the book tightly, as if he had just grasped his future. I promise I won't let you down, big brother. That's the spirit. Keep practicing. Once you reach a certain level, you can wear women's clothing to school without being discovered. At that time, you can seize your future. Future Hokage will be you, Konohamaru. I will definitely seize the future. Meanwhile, members of the Umbu, hiding in the shadows with fresh wounds, were bewildered. They exchanged glances, reading shock and unease on each other's faces. What? The grandson of the third Hokage is going to train in women's clothing in the future? Should we report this to the third Hokage? No. Did you not hear Naruto say? Wearing women's clothing is for better training. Clear your minds. We didn't mean anything inappropriate. It was just that the young master performed remarkably just now. Shut up. This is something only we need to know. Do not mention it to anyone else. The young master is destined to become Hokage, and we must support him unconditionally. At that moment, a young Umbu member awkwardly scratched his head and pointed in Konohamaru's direction. Captain, I've read what's written in Jiraiya-sama's book. You think you're the only one who has read it? As soon as Jiraiya-sama published a book, we all skipped work to buy it, alright? Jiraiya-sama's writing remains sharp, and the story content aligns perfectly with our tastes. No, that's not what I meant. What I want to say is, isn't it a bit early for the young master to read Jiraiya-sama's work at such a young age? The group fell silent for a moment. The Umbu captain slapped the back of the young member's head. What nonsense. I understood when I was in diapers. Captain, you're awesome. Truly our leader. Lead the way. The captain cleared his throat and addressed the struck member with authority. Naruto has already stated that Jiraiya-sama's writings contain insights related to the training of the Rinnegan technique. Just like the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya-sama also mastered the Rinnegan. Perhaps the text holds some hints about ninjutsu. It's just that we lack the rank to comprehend it. A team member opened his mouth and said, Captain, even though we are Jonin, we still can't figure it out. How did Naruto see it? Another team member retorted, displeased, are you stupid? If Naruto couldn't see it, how did he just use the Rinnegan? There's no way he could have learned it without guidance. Oh, that's true. I need to carefully read the book when I get off work. My own copy was confiscated by my old man. Can I borrow yours first? No way. Are you dreaming? It contains the secrets of Rinnegan training. I would be a fool to lend it to you. Hand it over now? No, please. Let me take a look. Chapter 20. Sasuke, do you also wish to seize the future? In the streets of Konohamaru, Naruto was searching for the remaining 9 fortunate individuals. It was already evening, and the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated his handsome face. At this hour, they were likely all home for dinner. The rewards had been received, and there was no time limit for completion. Perhaps it would be nice to give them out tomorrow. Hey, isn't that the Uchiha clan's territory? How did I end up here? Naruto was taken aback. After Itachi Uchiha and his brother exterminated their kin, they fled to join Akatsuki, becoming tools to monitor the organization. Their primary purpose was to protect the young Sasuke. Naruto had no concern for the Uchiha's affairs and did not wish to involve himself. He was now more curious about the fact that the entrance to the Uchiha district had been opened, the seal clearly torn down by someone. It was likely Sasuke's doing. After all, he was the only one still residing here. Fellow wanderers in this vast world, why must we meet if we have not known each other before? How pitiful. Sasuke, let me bring you some warmth. Naruto sighed, touching the unopened book in his hand. Ding. An additional choice has been activated. Choice. Gift one of Jiraiya's works to Sasuke, Indra. Return. Whenever Sasuke, Indra, strengthens his training, he will provide feedback to the host based on his current strength and soul intensity. Naruto paused for a moment. Although this additional task seemed somewhat trivial, who could refuse the opportunity to grow stronger for free? Moreover, the beauty of this skill lay in the fact that others could grow stronger while he benefited without any impact on his own strength. A simple enhancement. Modest, yet appealing. perfectly aligned with Naruto's current intentions. It appeared that Jiraiya's book was fated for Sasuke, so he reluctantly decided to gift it to him, free of charge despite its original price of 10 gold coins. Sasuke's life was also not easy. Every little bit of help mattered. Cough, cough. Fire style, great fireball technique. A roaring ball of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth. The high-temperature fireball disturbed the once tranquil surface of the lake. Bubbles began to rise from the depths, and the air grew hot and oppressive. Sasuke's Sharingan gradually faded. It felt as if his strength had been drained, and he collapsed onto the wooden bridge, panting heavily. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Using the great fireball technique 3 times in quick succession had already pushed him to his limit. Compared to his peers, Sasuke could be considered a genius. Without comparison, one would not feel the sting. His older brother, Itachi Uchiha, had been far more impressive at his age. The more he compared himself, the more Sasuke felt he could never catch up to his brother. Damn it, I'll rest for a moment, and then continue. Sasuke gritted his teeth, determined. He must personally avenge the slaughter of his family. He could not be defeated by minor setbacks. Sasuke, do you wish to seize the future? Naruto's calm voice echoed, startling the young boy, who was caught off guard. One must strike unexpectedly to achieve victory. Who? Sasuke turned around in terror, only to relax slightly upon realizing it was Naruto. However, a chill ran down his spine when had Naruto appeared behind him. Why had he sensed nothing? Sasuke believed that even in his exhaustion, someone like Naruto, whom he considered a bottom dweller, should have been easily detectable. It did not unfold as he had envisioned. Subtly indicating a singular truth, Naruto had indeed grown stronger, surpassing him. Yet Sasuke preferred to believe otherwise, for he was weary from his training and momentarily oblivious to Naruto's presence. What brings you here? Leave at once. This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. Although it has changed beyond recognition, not just anyone may enter. What sustained Sasuke's will to live, beyond his unwavering desire for vengeance, was the absurdly grand past glory of the Uchiha. I have come to help you seize the future, Naruto grinned. Though the brat was a bit arrogant, he was still a decent target for Sasuke's ambitions. Sasuke paused. Seize the future? What future? Naruto returned to the matter at hand. You claim you seek revenge. But what is that to me? Can you make me stronger? In the face of Sasuke's astonished and expectant gaze, Naruto's tone shifted abruptly. No. Sasuke's expression darkened, shifting from blue to red, then to green, a free performance of shifting emotions that made Naruto exclaim his admiration for the artistry. Missing out on training in the land of fire is a shame. Remaining here as a mere ninja is futile. A ninja must endure until the end, or else they are left with nothing. Like a turtle, one can only endure a beating unless they possess greater power to retaliate. At this moment, Naruto possessed such strength. Veins bulged on Sasuke's forehead. What did you just say? Get out now. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. He was desperate to grow stronger. Instead of providing what he sought, Naruto merely toyed with him. He, Sasuke Uchiha, the pride of his village, had as his ultimate goal the pursuit of strength and vengeance. Everyone, from the elderly at the village entrance to the toddlers, understood that he had not perished alongside his parents for a reason. You, Naruto, cannot give me what I desire, only to come here and make a mockery of me. Is this amusing to you? Naruto shrugged helplessly. Helping you grow stronger is impossible because strength comes from one's own willingness to persistently train. I am neither your father nor your guardian. I have no obligation to supervise your growth. However, I do possess methods to strengthen you, but it depends on your willingness to learn. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body quivered. Observing Naruto's confident demeanor, he wondered if he truly had the means to become stronger. But why would he share such knowledge with him? Even if there were methods. Battling still required physical prowess. What normal ninja fights with their fists? Sasuke assumed Naruto intended to teach him some martial arts or similar ninjutsu, and his expression darkened further. I do not want your teachings. Leave me at once. Yet before he could finish, a towering tree was pierced through, crashing down before him in less than a minute due to Naruto's strange jutsu. In that moment, Sasuke was dumbfounded. Naruto spoke the truth. There truly were ways to grow stronger. Chapter 21. How do you want to learn? I will teach you. What was that jutsu without hand signs? The one that conjured a small blue typhoon from thin air? It pierced that colossal tree. Sasuke swallowed hard, now infinitely eager to strengthen himself. He would even be willing to wield the blade if it meant achieving power. Transforming into Uchiha Sasuke was a price he would gladly pay, seeing his goal within reach. Naruto's lips curled into a smile, clutching the grand work that Jiraiya had meticulously crafted over the years. So, do you wish to learn? I will teach you. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with hope. Please, teach me. I can teach you, but you must call me boss, Naruto replied. People often do not cherish what comes too easily. If I do not add a challenge for this brat, he might think I am merely a benefactor giving away experience for free. Sasuke faltered. Call you boss. But Naruto seems younger than me and has always been at the bottom of the class. How can I, a genius ninja, call him boss? The situation pressed upon him. And Sasuke found it hard to accept Naruto's newfound prowess. When had Naruto grown this strong? Or had he been feigning weakness from the start? Attempting to deceive and annoy him, the top student? Each time he demonstrated his strength before his peers, throwing shuriken or using techniques they could not. Sasuke felt a flicker of pride, an inheritance of the Uchiha legacy. Yet what of Naruto? The damage inflicted by Naruto's Rinnegan far surpassed his fire style, fireball jutsu. One was an area of effect attack, the other a direct hit. Against distant foes, he would use the fireball. Against those close, the Rinnegan. Humiliation? The entirety of his family had been annihilated, leaving him to live under the shadow of vengeance without the strength to achieve it. I cannot call you that. Sasuke bit his lip, his voice tinged with the last vestiges of stubbornness, his final shred of dignity as an Uchiha, not to be trampled by another. Naruto cast a glance at him. Do you know that this authentic training book from one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, cost me hundreds of gold coins? I have shared this monumental secret with you for free, and you refuse to even call me boss? What do you think I want? Naruto's tone was resolute and powerful, leaving Sasuke feeling quite ashamed. Naruto had gone to great lengths to obtain this genuine training book and had offered it to him without charge. Not calling him boss would be a grave offense against his generosity. Sasuke bit his lip, feeling like a child. Be boss, he stammered. What? I didn't hear you. Enough chatter. Just give me the book. Sasuke exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. How utterly humiliating. It was one thing to call Naruto this, but to address anyone else as such would be unbearable. What a nuisance, take it. Naruto tossed the book to the little fellow. Sasuke caught it with glee, his heart swelling with joy. Would he finally become stronger? Itachi, wait for me. I will personally bring you to your end. Sasuke's gaze fell on a black bag near Naruto's feet, filled with something he could not discern. What is in that bag? Children do not need to know too much. You are still a child, aren't you? Though I may appear so, my spirit is seasoned. I am a man who has endured the world's trials, Naruto replied, covering the bag with a cloth. Sasuke blinked, alternating his gaze between the training book and the black bag. In a fleeting moment, he thought he saw something within the bag that resembled the training manual in his hands. Could it possibly contain another of Jiraiya's training manuals? Show me what is inside that bag, Naruto. Sasuke insisted, summoning an unexpected strength to seize the bag from Naruto's grasp. But in his current weakened state, he was no match for Naruto. To put it bluntly, Naruto could easily subdue him with a single finger. Stop nagging. A book worth hundreds of gold coins is not something I can acquire easily. Hurry and retreat to your training. I am leaving. Naruto kicked up a bag from the ground and held it in his hand, gracefully sidestepping the ferocious attack of Sasuke. How pathetic. Lacking ability and still wishing to learn the ways of a rogue. You ought to practice diligently. Show me what you've got, or I shall cease my training altogether. Whether you train or not is your concern. Someone here is not keen on becoming stronger for revenge. Constantly speaking of vengeance is truly shameful. You gazed at Naruto's receding figure. A surge of anger welled up within Sasuke. Clenching the book in his hand, he slammed it onto the ground with a resounding thud. I, Sasuke, would rather exhaust every last ounce of chakra than seek your assistance, Naruto. Yet, that pink-covered book on the ground seemed to possess an inexhaustible allure. Especially the two words, paradise. Is it the paradise of chakra mastery? It claims that this book leads to the highest realm of training, a paradise? In less than a minute, Sasuke succumbed to the allure of the book. He picked it up from the ground and dusted it off. Humph. Though that guy usually appears carefree, he never deceives when it comes to matters of life. I shall trust you this once, but do not disappoint me. Flipping through a few pages, Sasuke furrowed his brow. What on earth is this nonsense? How strange. Does it suggest that I must train according to its contents? In the days before the advent of the internet and television in the village of Konoha, the customs were simple. Even children aged 13 or 14 had little understanding of romantic matters. Moreover, which family does not prioritize raising their child to be an exceptional ninja? The time consumed in learning fundamental skills and utilizing chakra for ninjutsu training was already considerable. Who has the leisure to delve into such topics? Fortunately, Jiraiya's publishing house displayed integrity, accompanying the text with illustrations, enabling the village to thrive continuously. Upon perusing a third of the book, Sasuke's face flushed as he closed it. Where's the training content? Or do I have to train according to the hand seals depicted? Damn it, Naruto. Come back. You haven't taught me how to train yet. Chapter 22. The adorable nine-tailed girl cannot transform. You are utterly useless nighttime. The old man was quite competent, having arranged the new room without any delays. Upon settling into the new abode, Naruto felt a sense of nostalgia. The room was 4 times the size of his previous shabby dwelling, with far superior furnishings. In the peaceful aftermath of the war, the lives of ordinary people in Konoha were not particularly comfortable. But what concern is that to Naruto? It is primarily these people who invite disaster upon themselves. Everyone desires to be the hero, to become Hokage. If they lack the strength and iron-fisted resolve to manage affairs, they should refrain from making claims. Wouldn't the world be more peaceful then? Kurama. Naruto entered the inner world of the sealed Nine Tails. The ceiling strips had long been torn away. The Nine Tails lay obediently in its cage, not daring to step out even with the door wide open. Moved? It dared not move. The Nine Tails revealed its true name just yesterday. What is your command, master? The Nine Tails spoke respectfully, not daring to act out of turn. After last night's events, it realized that clinging to Naruto's leg was undoubtedly the right choice. How is your recovery? Naruto inquired. The forced perfect fusion of the 2 tails chakra left Naruto entirely unharmed. Yet the Nine Tails, as the protagonist, felt weaker after the fusion and required a period of rest. In response to his master, I am completely recovered after a day of rest, the Nine Tails replied honestly. The return of the other half of its power, the other half of itself, felt exhilarating. However, despite this, the Nine Tails harbored no thoughts of escape. As it had contemplated the previous night, Naruto, despite his youth, possessed terrifying strength. Given a little more time to grow, wouldn't he soar to unimaginable heights? Even if it managed to escape Naruto's grasp, the commotion it would stir in Konoha would be significant. Other ninja villages would soon catch wind of it and inevitably seek to recapture it, sealing it within another Jinchuriki. Who would it be sealed within this time? Heaven knows. The Nine Tails wished to escape this life of turmoil by staying close to Naruto. It felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of its time with the Sage of 6 Paths. Of course, it did not yet comprehend that Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Can you shrink your body? Transform into something akin to a plush toy? The Nine Tails was bewildered. Transforming from a colossal beast into a doll? The thought of children who cherished such toys, clutching them while playing or during sleep, sent a chill down its spine. Surely, Naruto could not be contemplating this. Instantly, it resolutely replied, Master, I cannot. Naruto shrugged. What use are you to me? The Nine Tails lowered its head further. Whatever you say, boss. Feel free to scold me. If I, Kurama, were to frown, I would no longer bear the name Kurama. I would be called Uzumaki instead. Uzumaki Kurama sounds splendid. Naruto grinned. I've heard that your old friend, Shikaku, can change size at will. It claimed you could do the same. Are you trying to deceive me? Old friend? Shikaku? Goodness. What a treacherous fool. Wait, how did Naruto know Shikaku's name? And how did he know of their relationship? There are no old friends, just sworn enemies. How do I explain this? Seeing Naruto's knowing gaze fixed on him, the Nine Tails immediately surrendered. Master, I was mistaken. I suddenly recalled that I can indeed change size. When it opened its eyes again, Naruto's azure irises transformed into golden ones, adorned with intricate ripple patterns. The Rinnegan. I have no idea when strange jutsu might manifest from my hands. A threat. A blatant threat. It was a threat that left the Nine Tails with no room for indignation. You are the boss. Everything you say is correct. Master, I was wrong. I will change right away. Oh, can you transform into an adorable girl? I am a beast. What use are you to me? You cannot even transform into a lovely nine-tailed girl. You are utterly useless. I am not human. Even if I could shrink, I cannot assume a human form. I have truly suffered. Captured by that damned masked man to wreak havoc in Konoha. The masked man fled, and I was caught. What misfortune to be a Jinchuriki of such a wretched fate. I had no choice before, but from now on, I only wish to be a quiet, good fox. Oh heavens, grant me this opportunity. Chapter 23. Do ninjas still need kunai and explosive tags for combat? Boom. The Ninetales transformed into a miniature, toy-like figure, adorably appearing in the real world. It was unrecognizable as the once mighty beast that had instilled fear in countless ninjas. Only Naruto could sense its residual aura. The rest was skillfully concealed. Excellent, this form suits you well. Naruto mused, stroking his chin. Provide a commendable evaluation. It is regrettable that this wretched fox cannot transform into a fox maiden. Consider the enchanting nine-tailed fox from League of Legends. And then glance at the formidable Ninetales in the world of ninjas. It is utterly absurd. One is a monster girl, while the other is a beast. The two are incomparable. Under Naruto's gaze, the Ninetales, with its fluffy fur, lamented, "Master, I truly cannot change. Understood, when I summon you in the future. This is how I expect you to appear, understood?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders in comprehension. The disappointment in his eyes provided a glimmer of hope for the nearly distraught Ninetales. You are the boss, so whatever you say goes. However, the idea of assuming a human form was best left aside. It would be a grievous insult to our tailed beasts. Yes, master. Suddenly, two ominous presences were swiftly approaching us. What should we do, master? The Ninetales politely inquired. These two presences were exceedingly concealed. Among ordinary ninjas, they would be considered elite. Yet, to the Ninetales, they seemed like nothing more than a bunch of weaklings, akin to mosquitoes or flies that could be easily swatted away. It trusted that Naruto had also sensed them. In a bid to demonstrate its remaining usefulness, the Ninetales chose to put on a good show. Oh, it seems they are enemies of my dear father. Let us use them for some practice. Naruto cracked his neck and warmed up a bit. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he had slain numerous elite ninjas from other villages during the Third Great Ninja War, earning a storied reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be seated in the position of Hokage in Konoha. Those who ascend to such heights are invariably stained with blood, are they not? The families of those fallen elite ninjas could hardly contend with Minato. Could they possibly be outmatched by a mere rookie just entering the ranks of Genin? While attempting to eliminate Naruto, they also aimed to seize the Ninetales within him, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Thus, many talented ninjas volunteered to form a small team to assassinate Naruto. Ah, how amusing it was when they were intercepted by the Umbu. Although invisible, Naruto could feel the two presences rushing toward him, halted outside, and unable to advance a single step. How dull. These weaklings are utterly pathetic. Unable even to bypass the Umbu, yet they dare to come for my life. Naruto pouted in dissatisfaction, expecting a bit of fun tonight. Who would have thought these weaklings would perish before even reaching their target? Goodness. In this day and age, one should not embarrass themselves without some level of skill. The Ninetales suppressed the overwhelming urge to scoff. My master, the Umbu of Konoha are not to be trifled with. Intercepting a few small fry is well within their capabilities. The Ninetales thought. However, it was not long before its assumptions were challenged. A remarkably stealthy presence slipped past the Umbu's blockade, hastening toward them. It appears there are still some useful individuals among them. Not all are worthless. Naruto grinned. The Ninetales twitched its mouth in irritation. A surge of anger welled up within. Not directed at Naruto, but at the scoundrel behind that stealthy presence. You scoundrel. You nearly made me lose face. I shall deal with you. Stepping outside to greet the guest, I do not wish to sully my new home. With a bang, a shadow clone appeared before him. Naruto closed his eyes, concentrating. His consciousness directly connected to this shadow clone. He could now control up to 10 such shadow clones simultaneously. This meant he could manipulate them personally. By closing his eyes, he could better engage in practical application, rather than merely issuing commands and allowing them to act independently. The fundamental difference lay here. The Ninetales was taken aback. Master, are you not going out? Just moments ago, you were eager to stretch your limbs. What on earth? How could you send your shadow clone out? The shadow clone of Naruto rolled its eyes, looking at the Ninetales as if it were a fool. Could you possess a little more ambition? Do you really need my true self to deal with a weakling? Its actions and demeanor were indistinguishable from Naruto's own. What astonished the Ninetales further was that the chakra emanating from this shadow clone was identical to that of Naruto's true self. Is this real? Is this child a prodigy? The Ninetales had witnessed such prowess in Uchiha Madara. Even with an abundance of chakra, it was never quite as formidable as the original. Otherwise, there would not have been so many casualties in battle. If everyone employed shadow clones for warfare, who would be left to rest at home? With a mere thought, One could discern the impossibility of that scenario. Speaking of Uchiha Madara, he possessed such capabilities. The Ninetales was not perplexed. However, you Naruto, mastering such an unheard of jutsu at such a young age? That is truly monstrous. Opening the door, Master, wait for me. The Ninetales glanced between Naruto's true self and his clone, ultimately deciding to follow the shadow clone outside. When the boss leaves, how could the employees dare remain behind? Just as the intel suggested, is this the room? A slender man with a concealed presence wiped the sweat from his brow. His companions were tasked with a feigned assault to distract the Umbu of Konoha. He would seize the opportunity to eliminate the now inconsequential Naruto. A great tiger cannot be bested. Surely, a mere cub can be slain? You must be Naruto Uzumaki, correct? Tonight, I shall send you on your way to reunite with your parents, doing a service for both the nation and its people. He believed Naruto was still the despised rat. Loathed by all. Such audacity. I admire your misplaced confidence, you pathetic ninja. As he opened the door, Naruto, emerging from within, overheard the man's soliloquy. He flashed an international peace sign at him. The man was immediately engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The target of assassination did not hide or conceal himself, but boldly strolled out of the room, offering an incomprehensible gesture. Happiness arrived too swiftly, like a whirlwind. Unable to escape, he thought, "Humph, you brazen little brat, since you've come to me, do not blame me for being impolite." The man drew his hand to his waist, clutching a kunai in one hand and an explosive tag in the other. Ha ha ha, Kurama, where did you find this fool? Do ninjas truly require kunai and explosive tags to fight? Naruto laughed uproariously. The Ninetales conceded that Naruto had a point. After all, it had experienced firsthand the ninjas who would hurl kunai at it during battles. The damage was negligible, merely a tickle. Who uses kunai in a normal ninja brawl? Do you use them? I certainly do not. The Ninetales concurred, bemused by this yokel who had clearly never witnessed the grander aspects of the world. Relying solely on these two items, the man blinked in disbelief. Did he just hear a puppet speak? Not only did it speak, but it also mocked him as a rustic? Was it not standard procedure for ninjas to utilize kunai and explosive tags in combat? These were the fundamentals of being a ninja. If one cannot wield these, how can they still claim to be a ninja? This was a blatant insult. Enraged, the man shouted, "Damn it. Chapter 24, you might as well obliterate the entire Leaf Village while you're at it. Huh. A mere underling dares to proclaim he will eliminate us? Good grief. I am a tailed beast. How dare you insult me, you foul-smelling puppet?" The Ninetales glared with fury. This foolish, weak ninja has provoked its wrath. When a tailed beast is enraged, it can leave countless corpses in its wake. Master, allow me to eliminate this blind fool, it urged. Just a single glance exchanged, and in an instant, the man's body stiffened, immobilized. His mind was a tumult of fear. Was Naruto truly the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? The talking, foul-smelling fox plush beside him could only be the legendary Ninetales, a nightmare for ordinary ninjas. How utterly absurd. The liberated Ninetales not only refrained from unleashing fury upon the Leaf Village, but was also bantering with Naruto, calling him master. The man was struck dumb. The tailed beast referring to its Jinchuriki as master could only imply one thing. The Jinchuriki had completely subdued the tailed beast, which willingly offered its chakra for his use. Go on, you've killed enough already. I'll handle this thick-headed brat. Don't interfere, Naruto disdainfully remarked. The Ninetales looked innocent. Its eyes filled with resentment as it glared at the man. You're the reason I've been insulted. I could kill you. The man swallowed hard. He just needed to avoid confrontation with the Ninetales. He had no idea how Naruto had managed to earn the Ninetales' willing subjugation, but after all, he appeared to be nothing more than a child. Surely he could defeat him? Perhaps it would be better to flee. Rinnegan. A swirling blue chakra appeared in Naruto's hand, radiating an intense energy that was anything but calm. Logically, such a volatile energy sphere should have dissipated. Yet it did not. Instead, it hurtled toward him as Naruto charged forward with lightning-like speed. The man thought to himself that this was dire. When faced with death, a person can unleash an unexpected potential. The primal instinct for survival temporarily overcame the fear of death. The man regained his movement. Clutching an explosive tag tightly in his hand, he intended to use it to obliterate this place, creating chaos to escape. You're going to blow up my new home? That would indeed trouble me. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto appeared right before him, seizing the hand that held the explosive tag. The man exerted all his strength to break free. But it was futile. Naruto's grip was as unyielding as a vice. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge an inch. Reacting swiftly, the man attempted to stab Naruto's neck with a kunai, the blade mere millimeters from its target. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his abdomen. His insides twisted in agony, as if a chaotic mess, and his heart suffered a fatal blow. Life ebbed away from his eyes. Naruto glanced back at the Nine Tails, sensing the malicious intent in his gaze. The Nine Tails trembled. "What do you wish for me to do, master?" it asked, regretting the question as soon as it left its lips. Why did I remind him? Was I just looking for trouble? Naruto smiled, pleased that the Nine Tails was familiar with and obedient to his ways. Point to the corpse on the ground. Devour it. What? I'm a tailed beast, not a man-eater. Why must I consume this? That ninja appears to be a dullard. Eating him might impact my intelligence. The Nine Tails refused vehemently. I do not consume human flesh, it stated awkwardly. Naruto was at a loss for words. If you want to eat him, how will we dispose of the body? The Nine Tails brightened. Why didn't you say so sooner? I'm quite adept at handling such matters. I'll unleash a tailed beast bomb, ensuring he evaporates completely. Naruto smacked the Nine Tails on the forehead in exasperation. Why not just obliterate the entire Leaf Village while you're at it? The Nine Tails hesitated. If that's what you desire, I suppose it could be arranged, and we could flee after. Destroying the Leaf Village? That sounds splendid. But wait, what about all my wives? The older ones, like Tsunade, who is significantly older than most girls. She is my beloved, my eternal muse. I've even thought of names for our children. Naruto's expression darkened. This insufferable fox, always looking for trouble. Kurama, are you trying to stir up chaos? By heaven's virtue, I am not. I didn't mean to. Please don't accuse me unjustly. Enough chatter, dispose of the body quickly. If you can't handle this minor task, I'll have to take care of you, Naruto commanded. With a thud, the shadow clone disappeared. The plush version of the Nine Tails glared menacingly at the corpse. Damn it, I can't even defeat Naruto. Life is just so frustrating. I can't resist. I might as well accept my fate. Reluctantly, the Nine Tails decided to consume the body, praying it wouldn't affect its intellect. Otherwise, its illustrious name would be tarnished by this thick-headed brat. The Nine Tails mimicked Naruto's speech style, uttering fresh phrases that flowed elegantly from Naruto's lips. It found it quite poetic and couldn't help but speak them. Chapter 25 Young Master, please allow us to pledge our loyalty to you. A lone straggler was sprinting this way. Quickly pursue him. If we're late, it will be too late. Understood. Several Umbu members rushed in, their clothes still stained with blood. They knocked urgently on Naruto's door. Who is it? It's late at night, he called as he opened the door, revealing a group of Umbu standing outside. We're here to check on your safety, young Master Naruto. The Umbu squad leader inquired, having previously served under the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato had treated his subordinates well, and this squad leader had never had the chance to repay that kindness after Minato's death. Upon learning that Naruto was Minato's son, the squad leader vowed to serve him with unwavering loyalty. The others felt the same, as Minato had promoted them. Thanks to their efforts, the previous Umbu members assigned to monitor Naruto had been replaced. You called me young master? Naruto was bewildered. How had he become a master all of a sudden? Were these individuals from the Uzumaki clan? No, the Uzumaki clan had nearly perished. Aside from himself, he only knew of one remaining, Karen Uzumaki. The squad leader quickly explained, Young master, we once served under the fourth Hokage, Lord Minato. He treated us exceptionally well. Please, allow us to follow you. Naruto understood now. They were direct subordinates of his adoptive father. After Minato's passing, Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken over the Umbu. A group of unwavering Umbu members, loyal to the fourth Hokage, found themselves compelled to heed the summons of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, upon learning of Naruto's lineage, their allegiance shifted dramatically. They abandoned the shadows to embrace the light, recognizing in the young, audacious Naruto a far superior leader compared to the aging Hiruzen, who was nearing his end. The moment Naruto unleashed the Rinnegan, their conviction solidified. With fervent voices, they knelt, heads bowed low, declaring, Young master, if you do not grant us your approval, we shall remain here, kneeling. Naruto, perceiving their resolve, waved his hand dismissively. Rise, there's no need for such theatrics. Why would I turn away free labor? Grateful exclamations erupted. Thank you, young master. After they stood, a robust Umbu member spoke with concern. Young master, are you unharmed? We recently dealt with intruders from another village, but unfortunately, one stealthy ninja slipped through our grasp, causing you alarm. Naruto shook his head. With your level of efficiency, had I not been strong enough, I would have met my end long ago. The masked man's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Fear not, young master. We shall guard your vicinity tonight. Should that rogue appear, we will eliminate him immediately. You can sleep soundly. Naruto was taken aback. Sleep? With so many watching over me? I have no peculiar habits that warrant such vigilance. He then recalled sensing the rogue's presence earlier and had dispatched him outside. An awkward silence enveloped the group, leaving the UMBU members bewildered by Naruto's unexpected prowess. Is the young master truly that formidable? One questioned, astonishment painting their faces. That ninja, although elusive, was still an elite. You've only just become a genin, yet you defeated a seasoned chunin? Naruto hesitated, realizing he might have overstated his prowess. In truth, the rogue had fallen to another's hand, not his own. The UMBU team removed their masks, reflecting on how the fourth Hokage would take immense pride in seeing Naruto grow stronger. May I inquire, young master, what jutsu did you employ to defeat that chunin? One of the team members asked curiously, while others shared similar expressions of intrigue. Naruto replied nonchalantly, the Rinnegan, as it was nothing to conceal, having already used it during his lessons with Konohamaru. The team erupted in excitement. Surely the fourth Hokage's spirit guides you, teaching you this jutsu in your dreams. With you at the helm, we shall elevate Konoha to new heights. They, typically fierce and unyielding warriors, now resembled giddy children. Naruto hadn't even explained himself yet, but they had already constructed their own narrative. How many more UMBU ninjas are willing to pledge their loyalty to me? He inquired, sensing the importance of the moment. The members exchanged glances, unsure of their numbers, as they had not conducted a thorough count since the fourth's demise. I apologize, young master, we are uncertain. However, please allow us a few days to investigate. The fourth Hokage treated us well, and compared to the third, I believe they would be more inclined to follow the legacy of the hero's son. Having witnessed enough of Konoha's dark underbelly, they had become disillusioned with Hiruzen's methods. If only the capable and powerful Minato had been present, perhaps the Uchiha clan would not have been lost, allowing for a harmonious coexistence. Minato's stature in their hearts remained luminous, symbolizing hope. Naruto nodded. Once you gather the numbers, report back, but do not inform the third. Understood, young master. They chorused. Oh, and you need not guard me in the shadows any longer. Return to your homes, Naruto added, recalling the discomfort of being under constant scrutiny. The sensation was akin to being unable to relieve oneself without fearing intrusion. That is unacceptable. Young master, you are still young and require our protection. They insisted earnestly, genuinely concerned for his safety. Realizing he could no longer remain passive, Naruto demonstrated his Rinnegan in both hands, two swirling blue orbs of energy, each brimming with formidable power. The UMBU members stood in awe, astonished by his display. Indeed, I possess the means to protect myself. Should you doubt my capability, you may continue your watch from the shadows, but refrain from calling me young master henceforth, who enjoys being under constant observation. Their expressions revealed their inner conflict. Their role was to protect Naruto precisely because he lacked the means to defend himself against potential threats. Yet, after witnessing his prowess, they felt redundant. Very well. We shall take our leave, young master. Should you require assistance, use this device to summon us. The team leader handed him a small communication device before they departed without lingering. Once their presence faded, Naruto returned to his room, pondering the connections his father had forged. Contemplating leadership seemed ludicrous at his age, given the burdens of daily responsibilities. He dismissed such thoughts, realizing that he should instead relish his youth, explore romance, and enjoy the many beautiful faces awaiting him both within and beyond the village. Engaging in trivial matters all day long can be quite vexing. Taking advantage of Sarutobi's current vulnerability, it would be a mistake not to delegate this task to him. Even if he were to perish from old age or fall victim to Orochimaru, there remains Tsunade, ready to step in and assume the role of Hokage. Speaking of Tsunade, cough, cough. To return to the main topic, given Naruto's tender age of 13, he finds his ambitions thwarted. The influence of the fourth Hokage is indeed profound. The UMBU possesses numerous ninjas willing to follow their leader. The Ninetales interjected, enough with the chatter, let me rest. Naruto retorted playfully. Can a mere tailed beast resort to flattery? The Ninetales, having emerged for a brief respite, let out a mournful sound before retreating back into Naruto's inner world. Chapter 27. Is it my fault you lack comprehension? Naruto, were you mocking me yesterday? Where are the promised training methods? I can't find them anywhere, Sasuke exclaimed. His face flushed with frustration. The shadow clone of Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Is it my fault you lack comprehension? Indeed, at that moment, it was merely one of Naruto's shadow clones present. Sending this clone in place of the original bore no significant difference, as long as it remained unharmed. A few punches or kicks would not cause it to dissipate. So long as he kept silent, no one would discern that he was merely a shadow clone. Sakura found herself caught between the two, feeling quite uncomfortable. Hey, you two, let's calm down a bit. Kakashi-sensei has a mission for us today. Naruto and Sasuke paid her no mind. Sasuke, infuriated, produced Jiraiya's book, chuckling with rage. You say I lack comprehension? How can you claim there are methods to grow stronger within this text? He had spent the entire night poring over the book, only to find it filled with content that made him feel inexplicably embarrassed. The book contained no training-related material whatsoever. Perhaps what he sought could be interpreted as a training method, but Sasuke was increasingly convinced that Naruto was simply toying with him. Naruto shrugged. If there are none, then how did I perform that jutsu yesterday? Feel free to speculate as much as you wish, Sasuke. After this exchange, it became evident that Sasuke's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's expression stiffened. If there are none, then how did Naruto become so strong? He wouldn't deceive me. There is nothing about me that warrants deception. Sasuke bit his lip, his face flushed, fixated on Naruto. Wait a minute. Don't get the wrong idea, Sasuke. I only have an interest in girls. Naruto thought to himself, feeling a chill run down his back. And training with a guy is far more effective. Sasuke mustered his courage and declared, I want to become stronger. Good grief. Jiraiya is truly outrageous. This world is utterly insane. Naruto grumbled. Is it really that strange? Jiraiya should have a more specific taste. He clearly favors young women. Had he unwittingly entered a fabricated ninja world? Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Naruto snapped. Dual cultivation? Are you mad? Sasuke, if you want to engage in swordplay, go find Lee. Don't involve me. Naruto had only skimmed through Jiraiya's book and had not noticed such content. I don't care. You brought this upon us, and the training methods were your suggestion. You must train with me. Remembering the humiliation from the previous day, Sasuke's anger flared. Naruto, hiding your strength is one thing, but to toy with me? Is that amusing to you? At this moment, Sasuke was willing to forsake all pride for the sake of power. Naruto pursed his lips, contemplating whether he should teach Sasuke a lesson. Sasuke, what training book did Naruto give you? May I take a look? Sakura inquired, not genuinely interested but feeling somewhat excluded from the trio. Sakura, are you also eager to seize your future? Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. If that's the case, just say so. I have a few other books. Oh wait. The other shadow clones are out gathering potential candidates. Sasuke tucked the book away. There's nothing worth seeing. Sakura, disheartened, turned her gaze toward Naruto, who was disinclined to engage with her, dismissing her entirely. You three are quite early today. I trust you haven't forgotten our agreement from yesterday? Kakashi greeted them, hands in his pockets. Sakura replied, I remember. I haven't had anything to eat this morning. Sasuke nodded in agreement, while Naruto remained silent, thinking to himself, well, who told you to believe the deceptive words of that pervert? The ways of the ninja village are deep. Perhaps you should return to your rural roots. Now, they had no choice but to wait in hunger. Speaking of which, he had used Kakashi's money to attend to his own matters yesterday. According to the proprietress, Kakashi had saved quite a sum at her bookstore, something even he had forgotten. Suddenly, a figure approached them swiftly. It was Kakashi. All right, I won't waste any more time. Place your bento down over there in that open space. I have a mission for you. Except for Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke had brought their lunch. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Concerned, Naruto, didn't you bring a bento? Internally, she hoped to share a portion of hers with Naruto, but only if he returned to the state of pursuing her as before. Why would I share my food with you when you don't even acknowledge me? Naruto replied coolly. I, Naruto, shall never again be a mere doormat. He had pieced together enough about Sakura to understand her feelings. From a different perspective, it wasn't difficult to see how anxious Sakura felt at that moment. The boy who once clamored for her attention had suddenly become strong and indifferent. Sakura's fleeting sense of pride evaporated, leaving her feeling as if she had lost something significant, yet not entirely essential. The more Naruto ignored her, the more unsettled she felt. So what if he has defeated a few physically adept peers? Unlike Sasuke, who can wield shuriken and ninjutsu, what is there to be so boastful about? The trio arrived at a spacious area where Kakashi produced a pair of small bells from his pocket. You may employ any means necessary. You can use shuriken or any jutsu you have learned. Your objective is to seize the bells from my possession. Those who fail to acquire a bell shall forfeit their lunch. Chapter 28. Forcing Kakashi to use his Sharingan, can those who succeed in obtaining a bell leave early? Naruto inquired, grinning. Managing to control 10 shadow clones was his limit. Although not overly taxing, maintaining such intensity was not optimal. Is that so? How delightful. Do not presume that being the son of the 4th Hokage grants you immunity. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He refrained from disclosing the former teacher-student relationship between himself and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, as he deemed it unnecessary for Naruto to know. Would you wish for me to go easy on you during your training simply because your father once instructed me? Absolutely not. Leniency during training is the primary reason for failure in real combat. Furthermore, it could evoke painful memories of Kakashi's past, particularly the anguish he felt upon losing his companion Rin. What? Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage? Sakura Haruno was left speechless, her words faltering. The revelation was utterly astounding. The Hokage of Konoha is a revered figure, an aspiration for countless ninjas across various villages. They embody the will of fire and symbolize a future filled with hope. Since the village's establishment, there have only been 4 Hokages. Konoha has produced innumerable exceptional ninjas. Yet the position of Hokage is singular. To think Naruto's father held that esteemed title. Initially, one might assume Naruto was merely an orphan from an ordinary family, having lost his parents in the Nine Tails disaster. Little did they know he was the child of a hero. At that moment, Sakura's perception of Naruto underwent a profound transformation. It was no wonder he had become so powerful in such a short time. The explanation was now clear. Sasuke was momentarily bewildered, struggling to accept this newfound reality. Kakashi, is it true? Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage? Although this revelation was unrelated to his quest for vengeance, it implied that the jutsu Naruto had performed yesterday, the Rinnegan, might well be a legacy from the 4th Hokage, strengthening oneself through proximity to Naruto. If only he could harness that power. Approaching him was not an insurmountable challenge, even if it meant enduring some embarrassment. Kakashi shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. The news has spread throughout the village already. You simply received it too late. Enough chatter, let's hurry and seize the bells, Naruto exclaimed, performing a warm-up exercise. Once I get them, we can finish early, right? Indeed. As a ninja, confidence alone is insufficient, Kakashi began, but before he could finish, Naruto charged towards him nonchalantly. Oh, a frontal assault? How quaint, Kakashi mused. Amused by Naruto's slow pace. Just as he thought it was dull, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground near his left foot, and from it, a figure burst forth. It was another shadow clone of Naruto. Anticipating Kakashi's intentions, Naruto had preemptively dispatched 2 shadow clones, coordinating them expertly, a feint and an attack, ensuring victory through this combination of strategy. That was remarkably swift. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. The suddenness of it all left him bewildered. He had no idea when Naruto had conjured the shadow clone. It was as if he had foreseen today's lesson, controlling every detail with precision. Indeed, Kakashi had underestimated him. Initially, he had approached the situation casually, intending to gauge Naruto and his teammates' capabilities before responding. After all, he possessed numerous trump cards. Defeating 3 novice genin would be a walk in the park. But now he realized he had overestimated himself. To his astonishment, he was the fool in this scenario. Kakashi, the seasoned ninja, reacted with remarkable speed. To prevent Naruto from swiftly seizing the bells and preserving his teacherly dignity, he swiftly formed hand seals, his movements so rapid they left only an afterimage. A shadow clone appeared to block his path, which then kicked backward with great force, allowing Kakashi to create some distance by crossing his arms defensively. That was close. My dignity as a teacher remains intact, he thought, though he was perplexed. When had Naruto summoned the shadow clone? When had he allowed that clone to burrow into the ground? Today's lesson had not been disclosed to them in advance. When had he orchestrated all of this? Confusion etched across Kakashi's face, obscured by his black mask, making it impossible to discern his expression. How does Kakashi possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? He isn't one of us, he pondered. However, when had Naruto even utilized shadow clones? Had he somehow predicted the content of Kakashi's survival exercise today? Everything felt exceedingly strange. Sasuke was in shock. Kakashi remained composed, yet Naruto's actions bewildered him even further. Sakura's reaction mirrored their astonishment. Was this truly the Naruto she knew? He seemed entirely transformed. Kakashi-sensei, you've broken the rules. This isn't fair, Naruto remarked with a playful smirk. Using the Sharingan is clearly against the rules. Where did the Hatake clan acquire the Sharingan? This feels like bullying the honest ones. Yet, from the very first encounter, he had compelled Kakashi to utilize his bloodline limit ability. An impressive feat. Kakashi conceded that Naruto was correct. He had indeed breached the rules. Rules are rigid. But people are alive. To impose dead rules on a living person? That would be madness. I see you're trying to challenge me, Kakashi said, pulling his forehead protector down to conceal his left eye, which bore the Sharingan. Naruto, did you already know I was going to have you all seize the bells today? Despite his outward calm, Kakashi felt a hint of anxiety bubbling within him. If Naruto managed to snatch the bells in less than a minute, where would that leave Kakashi? The famed copy ninja of Konoha? Naruto shrugged. How would I know if you didn't tell me? Only a fool would admit to such knowledge. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Of course, he and T revealed his intentions. How could Naruto possibly know? There was no mind-reading technique in the ninja world, right? Even if he wished to learn, he could only fantasize about it through Jiraiya's writings. After all, the concept of mind-reading originated from Jiraiya's tales, where boys could effortlessly decipher girls' thoughts and cater to their whims, thus building a harem of 3,000 beauties. That's a skill worth learning, Naruto declared with newfound determination. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. The two shadow clones surged toward Kakashi with lightning speed, their velocity rivaling that of an elite shinobi in full sprint. In the past, Naruto's immense chakra had been consumed maintaining the sealing energy, rendering his shadow clones weak and fragile. However, that was no longer the case. Even if the seal were to be lifted, the Nine Tails would not dare to act on its own accord without Naruto's permission. Whether to wreak havoc or retreat into the depths of the forest. Escape? Ridiculous. Where could it possibly flee? The waters beyond Konoha were even deeper. The Nine Tails, the Kyuubi, would find no sanctuary. The commotion caused by bursting out was undoubtedly significant. If captured again, one would find themselves ensnared in the new human pillar. That would indeed be a guilty plight. Not only must one adhere to a regimented daily life, but they might also be expected to engage in morning runs. Which cunning fox would willingly endure such a prison-like existence? In any case, remaining with Naruto was rather pleasant. With fewer tasks to attend to daily, it realized it could rely on Naruto's formidable chakra to continue its training. In summary, to simply put it, if one wishes to unleash the Nine Tails, they would rather perish than engage in such foolishness. What could possibly be appealing outside? Clinging to Naruto's leg was the wisest choice. Previously, it had no options. But now it yearned to be a little fox that lay flat and merely exclaimed 666. Speaking of the moment, did it wish to engage in such antics again? It seemed that demonstrating some strength was inevitable. Kakashi focused intently, abandoning his languid demeanor. Go, Pika Naruto. Naruto grasped another puppet clone with one hand and hurled it vigorously towards Kakashi. The clone shot forth like a cannonball, striking its target. With a resounding thud, it flipped in midair and landed a kick squarely on Kakashi's face. However, he reacted swiftly, blocking it with his elbow. Kakashi winced slightly in pain. Damn. The force is comparable to my friend Might Guy, perhaps even stronger. Should Naruto consider learning taijutsu? I have a jonin friend who teaches this. While he defended, Kakashi mused that with just this kick, he could ascertain that Naruto was indeed a promising candidate for taijutsu training. Moreover, dealing with such troublesome matters was better left to Might Guy, who would be more than willing to teach. Thank you for your kind intentions, Kakashi-sensei, but compared to taijutsu, I find practicing ninjutsu far more intriguing. Another puppet clone caught up, attempting a sliding attack. The Vortex Master tried to take him down the center. Kakashi dismissed it, considering such childish mud-play attacks utterly ineffective. Let us first deal with that shadow clone. It's quite bothersome. He aimed a punch at the shadow clone, hoping to disperse it, but it was unexpectedly blocked. Are you kidding me? The strength of the shadow clone is equal to the original? At that moment, Kakashi was taken aback. Were shadow clones truly this effective? Was everything he had learned previously regarding them merely a facade? Before he could ponder further, the ground beneath him suddenly fractured, and a pair of hands emerged, swiftly seizing him and trapping his feet. What the hell? How many shadow clones are lurking beneath the surface? The aura was so well concealed that even he, a ninja with acute battlefield awareness, had not detected it. Attempting to free his foot, he realized Naruto's strength was overwhelming. After all, Naruto possessed godlike taijutsu capabilities. Kakashi's hands crackled with blue lightning. But soon the arcs dissipated as he allowed Naruto to snatch the bell away. The entire exchange took less than 5 minutes. Kakashi contemplated using Chidori to engage in battle, but reconsidered. Employing the Sharingan would indeed be considered cheating. What if he inadvertently injured Naruto? For those who had just become genin, that would be excessively harsh. Using Chidori could not guarantee no blood would be shed, and his ninjutsu was meant for adversaries, not for striking down comrades from Konoha. Kakashi-sensei, may I be excused from class now? Naruto jingled the small bells in his hand with a smile. Though Kakashi felt helpless, he nodded. Yes, you may be excused for today. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, a puff of white smoke erupted, and Naruto's figure vanished in an instant. That wasn't Naruto's true self, but rather a shadow clone. The three present were left dumbfounded, particularly Kakashi, who stood frozen in place. Was the shadow clone technique truly this formidable? Had everything he learned been mere imitation? Naruto, come back. It's unethical to send a shadow clone to class. The youth lacked respect for the ninja code. Naruto had once again astonished Kakashi, whose composed visage now exhibited significant alteration. He was a jonin, an elite of Konoha. Yet he had been bested by a mere genin's shadow clone. What an utter disgrace. Sakura Haruno's fair face was etched with confusion and disbelief. Her lips parted slightly as she murmured to herself, I can't believe Naruto has become this formidable. Such incredible strength, combined with his handsome appearance. And I once pursued him so fervently, yet I arrogantly declined his advances. I am indeed the greatest fool of all. Naruto transformed into the fourth Hokage, the son of a hero. While what about her? The more Sakura reflected, the greater her sense of loss became, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of regret and frustration rising from within. Sasuke slammed his fist against a tree. Damn it. Why? Why has he become so powerful? We both underwent 9 years of compulsory education. Why is he so exceptional? Fueled by a desire for revenge and witnessing Naruto, typically unremarkable, suddenly reveal hidden prowess. He felt incensed. Chapter 30. The key is that little fireworks. You truly cannot grasp it. Let brother handle it. Is Konohamaru not coming out today? Another Naruto puppet clone lay beneath a great tree, resting with its eyes closed, occasionally lifting its eyelids to survey the surroundings. This was the spot where it had encountered Konohamaru the previous day. The presence of hidden Umbu ninjas had vanished completely. It appeared that quite a few Umbu ninjas were willing to support him. Naruto decided to wait 2 more hours. If Konohamaru did not appear by then, he would simply allow this puppet clone to dissipate. Wah, the boss is a liar. A small child's whimper broke the silence. It was Konohamaru, who now bore a bruised face, crying as if he had suffered a great injustice. Naruto opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Konohamaru looking like a beaten-up pig, felt displeased. Who dared to lay a hand on you? Tell me, and I will help you teach them a lesson. Konohamaru sniffled, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly pitiful. It was my uncle Asuma. Naruto was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he had said that Asuma couldn't contend with him now? He could easily overpower him. More importantly, why had Asuma struck Konohamaru? Could you enlighten me on the reason? Konohamaru wiped his tears and, with a pitiful expression, explained. It's all because of that cultivation book you gave me yesterday, boss. Naruto suddenly understood. Little guy, who told you not to keep it hidden properly? Strutting around with that book, it's no wonder you got beaten up. If I were your uncle, I'd be even harsher. It's difficult to mediate family disputes. I don't recall telling you to flaunt it, do I? Upon hearing this, Konohamaru felt even more aggrieved. Wah. His face was swollen and bruised. Curious. You didn't betray me, did you? Naruto inquired. Konohamaru shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the notion. No, I didn't betray you, boss. I said that book was something I found on my own. Uffed. All right, stop crying. Today, your boss will teach you something useful. Naruto chuckled mischievously. However, he indeed intended to impart some valuable knowledge. Konohamaru paused his actions, snot bubbling up, his eyes brimming with anticipation. All right. Yesterday, I decided to test the art of temptation that you taught me. By the way, I referred to the book for guidance. Naruto pulled out a youthful women's magazine he had picked up along the way, pointing to a sultry image of a woman clad in a white sailor uniform. Her features exquisite and her figure alluringly curvaceous. It is widely known among those familiar with the Naruto storyline that the Rinnegan was actually conceived by Konohamaru. Naruto merely introduced the concept to him, after which Konohamaru diligently gathered information and ultimately mastered it himself. As the saying goes, there are two true geniuses in Naruto, one who taught a fool the Rinnegan, and the other who learned it from that fool. Naruto is no longer that naive fool of the past. With the system at his disposal, he can effortlessly bestow knowledge without the need for study. Temptation technique. Konohamaru skillfully formed a hand seal. For some reason, Naruto's self-created jutsu felt remarkably familiar to him, and before long, he had mastered it with ease. Bang! Konohamaru successfully cast the technique. Though it wasn't an exact replica of the image, it bore a striking resemblance. He, Konohamaru, might very well become one of the future Hokage after Naruto. Learning the art of temptation was as simple as breathing. However, the bruises on his face remained, still evident despite having faded somewhat. It was quite comical. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle once more. As Konohamaru transformed into a beautiful girl, he puffed out his cheeks in exasperation, saying, "Boss, you've been laughing at me nonstop. Is it really that amusing? I just recalled something rather funny. Let us not dwell on it. The rigorous training begins now." Naruto retrieved a water balloon with his left hand. Although he had never systematically learned the Rinnegan, he possessed an unparalleled clarity regarding its instructional methods. He believed no one understood the Rinnegan better than he did. "Pay close attention and don't blink," he said, causing the water balloon to explode with a resounding bang. This marked the first stage of mastering the Rinnegan, which consists of 3 phases. Konohamaru's eyes widened, his full attention fixed on the water balloon in Naruto's hand. With a loud pop, the balloon burst, spraying mist across his face. "Wow, boss, that's amazing," Konohamaru exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. "Let me give it a try." Naruto tossed a water balloon to him, and Konohamaru stumbled forward, hastily reaching out to catch it. "Follow the details I just demonstrated." "All right," he replied, his gaze locked on the water balloon, his face reddening with concentration. For 5 minutes, he maintained his focus, but ultimately let out a sigh of defeat. "Boss, I just can't do it." "Of course you can't, for you haven't found the method that suits you." "How do I find a method that suits me?" Everyone has their own way of learning. Relying solely on blind attempts yields a minuscule chance of success and is far too inefficient. But to Naruto, this was hardly a concern. "Ah, good." Konohamaru extended another hand to grasp a pink hula hoop. Naruto earnestly advised, "Technique. Focus on technique. Technique is about finding your chakra flow. Once you discover that, mastering the Rinnegan will be significantly easier." Recall the scene I just demonstrated. Wasn't it like this? Konohamaru reflected. Indeed. The water balloon had spun wildly in Naruto's hands before exploding, just as he described. "Boss, what is the purpose of this hula hoop?" "To help you better understand your chakra flow. As you twirl the hoop, you'll also feel your inner energy. It's something I've carefully devised based on your unique situation." "Boss," Konohamaru felt a surge of warmth from Naruto's words. Wishing he could truly be a girl and marry such a wonderful man, bearing him 100 children. Initially, Naruto's fundamental desire was merely to teach Konohamaru the Rinnegan, so that he might later pass it on to his own children. Teaching his own child would be far too troublesome. If his father taught them, they might not listen. Having familiar acquaintances teach would yield different results. Once he became Hokage, there would be many matters to manage. The more capable Konohamaru became, the easier Naruto's job as Hokage would be. Cheers to our lost youth. Half an hour later, Konohamaru exclaimed, "Boss, I found my chakra flow." His face radiated with joy. At that moment, he was still in the form of the temptation technique, fully trusting Naruto's teachings about enhancing the Rinnegan's power with it. "Let us see if you can pop the water balloon," Naruto said with a smile. "Yes." Konohamaru, clad in his unique blue and white sailor outfit, twirled the hula hoop while concentrating on the water balloon in his hand. The balloon began to bulge irregularly, hinting at an imminent explosion. However, after a while, it failed to burst, leaving Konohamaru exhausted. "Boss, I feel like I can't do it anymore." The sun shone, and the rain ceased, but he felt defeated. This jutsu was at least of A rank caliber. With additional attributes and transformations, it would be at least S rank. Naturally, you cannot yet succeed. This is quite normal, Naruto reassured him. However, the fact that you can sense your chakra flow after such a brief period is already a small achievement. Don't be discouraged. You haven't completely familiarized yourself with that chakra flow yet. Focus on mastering it first. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with admiration for Naruto, feeling an even deeper reverence. Boss, I understand that a man may not be handsome, but he must certainly be charming. I have to go now. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, the shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of white mist, leaving Konohamaru alone in the wind, his sailor skirt swaying gently. Boss, I promise I won't let you down. His eyes brimmed with determination as he grasped the hula hoop tightly, beginning his earnest training. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Naruto had not departed for any other reason. Rather, his other shadow clones had encountered acquaintances on the street. Hey, Naruto. Have you completed the training task assigned by your new teacher? The chubby Choji Akimichi greeted. Alongside him were Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inuzuka, and Rock Lee. Upon seeing them, it felt as though he had reunited with long-lost friends. Old friends must exchange pleasantries and benefits. After all, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, where are you all headed? Choji patted his round belly, replying, going to grab some skewers. Shikamaru frowned slightly, appearing troubled. Finally, he gathered his courage and asked, Naruto, are you truly the son of the fourth Hokage? His father had mentioned it the previous night, and Shikamaru had been preoccupied with the thought ever since. It was surreal for him that one of their childhood friends suddenly revealed such an identity. Sorry, I'm actually the son of a hero. This revelation left Shikamaru feeling a sense of disillusionment. Wait, is that true? How come I didn't know? Kiba and Lee appeared curious. Woof woof. The small dog Akamaru on Kiba's head barked twice, signaling the unfolding of events to come. The matter had spread like wildfire among the elderly at home, particularly among the grandmothers. The speed at which they disseminated information was nothing short of terrifying. If a fourth ninja war were to erupt, it would be a shame not to enlist them as communication ninjas. Naruto did not deny this. He candidly acknowledged, indeed. Shikamaru paused, swallowed hard, and instinctively scratched his head. The old man had not deceived him after all. On Choji's chubby face, a look of disappointment emerged. It seemed that their carefree days of fun were coming to an end, as Naruto's status had suddenly elevated to something so noble. The unease was palpable, and though none spoke up, their thoughts aligned closely with Choji's. The atmosphere grew heavy, reminiscent of students in an ordinary school, familiar with one another and possessing a certain understanding of each other's family backgrounds. One day, a student from a modest background, whose parents had passed away, suddenly revealed, actually, I am the son of a super-rich tycoon in the country. My father's surname is Wong. What is inappropriate about that? The past is the past, and the future shall remain unchanged. With a smile, Naruto waved his hand. These few will be my future trusted aides, especially Shikamaru, who will manage the village's affairs. With such an abundance of formidable intellect at his disposal, why should he exhaust himself pondering trivial matters? He could simply enjoy life. Perhaps even flirt with the beautiful kunoichi from other villages. After all, after years of rigorous training in ninjutsu, one ought to indulge in life's pleasures. Thus, the music played on, and the dance continued. In the early days of the Naruto world, chaos reigned until the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War would usher in genuine peace and tranquility. As previously stated, after a lifetime of battle, shouldn't one savor the fruits of peace? Ahem, that is a discussion for another time. Naruto's demeanor evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth among his friends. Despite his elevated status, he remained the Naruto they had always known. Choji extended an invitation. Naruto, would you like to join us for some skewers? I'll treat you today. The others looked at Naruto with eager anticipation, hoping he would agree. Sure, Naruto had no reason to decline. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to share valuable knowledge with the budding flowers of Konoha? No matter how impressive one's ninjutsu might be, ultimately, it all comes down to the essence of living. I happen to possess several volumes on life guidance, penned by Jiraiya, the esteemed educator of Konoha. They found themselves in a large self-service barbecue restaurant, tables laden with a dazzling array of dishes. Plates of exquisite raw meat were laid out, sizzling on the grill, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. If only they could enjoy a few chilled beers to accompany the feast, but alas, the manager, perceiving them as underage, had no intention of selling alcohol to them. Today, I'll toast to you with this watermelon juice, Naruto, Choji exclaimed enthusiastically. Time flies. Can you believe we're about to graduate? Here's to our fleeting youth. Cheers. Chapter 32. Naruto, you are too kind to us. Even gifting us with training books. Whenever people indulged in delicious food, their spirits often soared. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Naruto suddenly asked, "Do you want to know why I've become so strong?" A chorus of why echoed as everyone's gaze turned towards him, eager for an explanation. However, Naruto remained silent, and they felt it inappropriate to press further. Each person harbored secrets, some of which could be shared, while others were better left undisclosed. Since Naruto had broached the subject, they were more than willing to listen, even eager for him to continue. In the ninja world, who wouldn't wish to grow stronger? To protect those they cherished and safeguard their village? Most importantly, to impress the ladies, for powerful ninjas are invariably favored. Thus, the pursuit of strength was paramount. Shikamaru, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Naruto, are you truly willing to share this with us? You needn't feel obligated. We will remain friends regardless, without any misunderstandings between us." This was Shikamaru's heartfelt sentiment. Each of them possessed familial legacies, albeit tailored to their respective clans. Shikamaru himself had perfectly inherited his father's intelligence and perhaps a touch of his laziness. Choji had his own unique abilities, such as the expansion jutsu, which not every ninja could master. The key was to indulge in food, practice diligently, and achieve results with half the effort. Inuzuka Kiba and Rock Lee had their own distinct paths. It could only be said that what worked for one might not work for another. Nevertheless, Naruto reassured them. "My training methods are suitable for the masses. As long as one genuinely desires to learn, the likelihood of success is high." With a smile, Naruto mused. Having such steadfast comrades is a blessing. Though their skills may be lacking at present, their potential for growth is tremendous. With proper guidance, they could become invaluable allies. While solo endeavors were exhilarating, Naruto preferred a more human-centered approach, where talented individuals could collaborate for mutual benefit. After all, he had a harem to build. Who had time to manage trivial issues? More wives and children would only enhance his happiness. In truth, Naruto was correct. Jiraiya's teachings were indeed practical and could be easily grasped by anyone willing to learn. This was beyond dispute. Kiba's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Naruto, please teach me." Rock Lee, invigorated, raised his hands, exclaiming, "Could you also impart your wisdom to me, Naruto?" Shikamaru's face lit up with anticipation, pondering if the fourth Hokage's methods might truly be applicable to the masses. Regardless, it was worth listening. There were no downsides to hearing it out. New iron may present challenges, but old iron is reliable, for it bears no flaws. Choji paused his barbecue feast, and in that instant, Naruto's stature in their hearts quietly ascended. "No need to rush. Let us share evenly. Everyone deserves a portion." With a smile, Naruto produced Jiraiya's biography, distributing it among the future blossoms of Konoha. As they received the books, a sense of unease washed over them. The title seemed rather peculiar, Paradise of Affection. The cover suggested it was no ordinary tome. "Naruto, are you certain you haven't mixed up the books? Shouldn't it be something like XX Training Ninjutsu?" They queried, bewildered. Naruto shrugged, explaining that he chose this title to lower their guard, making them believe the contents were inconsequential. "I can assure you, the training methods within are beyond your expectations. Read widely, learn diligently, and refrain from voicing personal opinions. It will benefit your mental and physical well-being." This was no mere fabrication. The insights contained within were indeed valuable, albeit not directly related to ninjutsu. After all, did they not need to live outside of ninjutsu training? Rock Lee's expression grew serious as he clutched the book tightly, raising his voice a notch. "We promise to read it thoroughly. We won't let you down." With Lee's encouragement, the others similarly raised their books, ready to embrace the knowledge contained within. "Thank you, Naruto. We will diligently follow the teachings from the book you gifted us. You have been exceedingly kind to us, and we must treat you to some skewers another day." At this moment, Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words, feeling a peculiar unease regarding the book's content, as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Nearby, a group of adult women were blushing, their expressions peculiar as they whispered amongst themselves, their gazes fixed upon their table. Each time Shikamaru gently waved the book in his hand, one girl would emit a soft gasp, muffled by her hands covering her mouth. As she lost her composure, Shikamaru furrowed his brow, contemplating the book he held, a gift from Naruto, hoping it would not lead to any trouble. Chapter 33. The Extremely Frustrated Nine Tails. The fox's excessive deceit after finishing their meal and drinks. Naruto suddenly recalled the bruised and battered Konohamaru, who had remained steadfast and refused to betray him. This time, he had come out unscathed. However, when their group of companions returned home elated with the guidebook, they were bound to face their parents' scrutiny. Naruto could already foresee the inevitable consequences awaiting them. He pondered whether they might betray him midway, but that remained uncertain. To preemptively address potential issues, he deemed it necessary to offer them a precautionary warning. Clearing his throat, Naruto adopted a serious demeanor, drawing everyone's attention away from the book and toward him. This training manual was not easy for me to acquire. You may peruse the table of contents. It is the personal biography of Jiraiya, one of our village's legendary Sannin, chronicling his insights and mastery of ninjutsu. I implore you, should your parents discover it, do not disclose that I was the one who provided it to you. The group was bewildered. Why must it be this way? What is going on? Is this not merely a straightforward instructional book? Akimichi Choji raised his pudgy hand, inquiring curiously. Naruto, can't this book be read in the presence of our parents? I was hoping to ask questions about anything I didn't understand along the way. Oh, how I appreciate inquisitive children, Naruto remarked. Those who ask questions are likely to possess good fortune. Choji's question echoed the concerns of his companions. Naruto admired their perceptiveness. Theoretically, such books should indeed be read under parental supervision, he replied candidly. However, if you do so, you may find yourselves on the receiving end of some physical punishment. While this book contains excellent methods for training, you are still quite young and might struggle to grasp its deeper meanings. The content is intricate, filled with ambiguous and misleading terms that could confuse you. Younger? Struggling to grasp it. We are the same age, you know, they protested, exchanging glances among themselves and then looking at Naruto. Why is it that you can master it perfectly while we cannot? Do we seem to lack intelligence? Inuzuka Kiba defiantly asked, what if our parents catch us? Or if we read it with them present? Naruto shrugged. As I mentioned earlier, you might just suffer a few bruises. Believe it or not, I have other matters to attend to. After he left, Choji rubbed his round belly, pondering the truth of Naruto's words. Kiba flipped through the book casually, responding, we'll find out soon enough when we go back. Rock Lee studied the text intently, his thick brows furrowing in astonishment. So, this is how ninja mental techniques can be practiced? Shikamaru cast a nonchalant glance at the book, knowing it could harbor some secrets, but still felt compelled to take a look. Let us not overthink it. We simply need to heed Naruto's advice. But if our parents find out, should we betray Naruto? Kiba's comment drew disdainful looks from his friends. I can't believe you would consider selling out a friend. I misjudged you. I didn't mean that. Please, let me explain. Calm down. If we get caught, we'll just have to take the blame ourselves. I wonder if I can handle it. My father can be quite harsh, and he has already ruined several of my ninja belts. You're tough. My mom's feather duster is nearly worn out. She bought a dozen last time she went shopping. Why buy so many? To hit me, of course. She fears she won't have enough when the time comes. The group shivered at the thought of the consequences of domestic punishment, recalling the grim reality of being unable to retaliate. Has my wife finished her class? It seems I should step out for a moment. Naruto distributed the remaining biographies to his shadow clones, ensuring they completed their task. He had other pressing matters to attend to. Moments ago, one of his clones spotted Hinata strolling through the streets, unaccompanied by any guards. The opportunity was perfect. The transformed Ninetales raised an eyebrow, slightly bemused. Oh, are you going out, master? Yes, you stay here and guard the house, Naruto replied with a smile. Why would I need to bring a third wheel on a date? The Ninetales sighed internally, incredulous. You're not worried I might run away? You're the first Jinchuriki in history to dare leave a tailed beast to guard the home. Sure, it's acceptable to protect significant locations, but a place like this? Not even elite ninjas would bother coming here. There's nothing of value to search for. A thief would likely weep and avoid this place altogether. In conclusion, the Ninetales felt no inclination to even glance at the surroundings. There was nothing worthy of protection. To leave such a powerful tailed beast merely to gather dust? The Ninetales, the pinnacle of tailed beasts, absolutely refused to play the role of a guard. To ask me to watch over the house. You must be dreaming. Even if I were to leap from here and perish, I would not assist you in this. The Ninetales seethed internally. If this were to get out, what would become of my reputation? Especially if the other tailed beasts heard about it. The legendary Ninetales, a being of unparalleled power, reduced to guarding a lowly genin's home. How utterly humiliating. Chapter 34. When did you arrive, Naruto? Naruto grinned, having discerned the Nine-Tails' innermost thoughts. If you aim to escape while I'm out, that is entirely possible. The world is vast, and you should explore it. However, should you be captured again, you would have to obediently do as they command, bound by their constraints. Oh, and let us not forget that masked man with the Sharingan. He seems capable of controlling you at will. The Nine-Tails felt a pang of vulnerability at this acknowledgement. As Naruto had pointed out, it had crossed its mind that once free, it would likely be captured again. Although some of the ninja were relatively weak, sheer numbers could still pose a challenge. If one were to encounter a formidable ninja, a tailed beast like itself would be rendered utterly defenseless. Such musings led to the realization that the outside world was fraught with peril. It would be far more prudent to remain comfortably by Naruto's side, where every day was devoid of the reckless skirmishes that characterized the lives of others. As long as it refrained from engaging in egregious behavior and evaded the watchful eyes of the Umbu in Konoha, what could the Nine-Tails possibly aspire to do? The most dangerous place is, paradoxically, the safest. Damn it, the Nine-Tails, shall not leave. As long as you do not forsake me, my master. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. The Nine-Tails spoke with sincerity. Well then, take good care of the house while I step out. Naruto waved as he exited, leaving the Nine-Tails alone, bewildered in the wind. Why not just take me along for some fun, master? It sighed, resigning itself to the task of guarding the home. Today, Hinata donned a white hoodie, her Konoha forehead protector resting around her neck like a necklace. After Tsunade assigned some tasks to her earlier, she was granted free time to do as she pleased until the real training began tomorrow, as Tsunade had urgent matters to attend to in the afternoon. Back home, Hinata felt the atmosphere was stifling. She preferred to be outside, so she decided to take a stroll to clear her mind. Mommy, the cotton candy is so delicious. A tender voice rang out, belonging to a little girl accompanied by her mother, who lovingly tousled her daughter's hair. If you like it, eat more. If you listen to me, I promise you can have cotton candy every day. Yay, you're the best, Mommy. As Hinata observed the affectionate exchange, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Her own upbringing was starkly different. From the moment she was born, she bore the weighty expectations of carrying on the Hyuga clan's legacy. Familial affection felt distant. She sensed her father's disapproval of her timid nature, perhaps due to her character or simply because she was a girl, perhaps both. After all, the future clan leader of the Hyuga would be female, and capable clan members might harbor discontent. Yet, she was who she was, existing each day for the sake of others, never for herself. Such a life felt monotonous, akin to that of a puppet. Suddenly, she craved cotton candy. Hinata's eyes glimmered with longing as she spoke softly to herself, wishing she could have been born into an ordinary family, living happily alongside loving parents without the crushing burdens of expectation. This simple desire had become a yearning beyond her reach. At that moment, a voice as gentle as jade floated into her ears. Hinata's heart skipped a beat as she turned towards the sound, only to find a handsome golden-haired boy standing beside her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Naruto-kun, when did you arrive? I was just wandering outside and happened to run into you. Isn't this fate? Naruto replied with a faint smile. Thump, thump. The boy she secretly admired smiled at her, causing her heart to race. 2 servings of cotton candy, please, Naruto requested. The vendor's eyes widened in recognition. Isn't this our little hero, Naruto? 2 large cotton candies coming right up. Just a moment. In the past, Naruto would have faced scorn from the vendors, but now, following the revelation of his true identity, the townsfolk's attitude had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer was he viewed as a monster. He was the son of the 4th Hokage, a hero deserving of respect. Hinata was slightly taken aback. Previously, Naruto would have been met with disdain from these very vendors, but now they seemed to hold him in high regard. Here are your 2 large servings of cotton candy, the vendor said with a smile. Naruto handed one of the enormous confections to little Hinata. How much do I owe you? The vendor waved his hand dismissively. It's an honor for our shop to serve the hero's son. No charge. Consider it a small gesture of appreciation. Hinata's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Hero's son? Are you referring to Naruto-kun? Why was he being addressed in such a manner? Her confusion deepened. Of course, she thought, the vendor cannot be referring to anyone else. As her own father remained at home and had not accomplished anything that would earn him the title of hero in Konoha, determined to pay what was due, Naruto insisted. You work hard under the sun every day to earn a living. It's not easy. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the vendor's eyes. You truly are the son of the 4th Hokage, caring for us common folk. If only he could see how well you've turned out, he would be so proud. During his tenure, the fourth Hokage had treated his subordinates with kindness and had been especially benevolent towards the ordinary citizens, alleviating their burdens. Son of the fourth Hokage? Hinata's jaw dropped in disbelief. She recalled the hushed discussions of her clan members about the fourth Hokage, but she hadn't grasped the full implications. Now, the reality dawned on her. Naruto was the hero's son. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She had once envisioned a future where she and Naruto would marry, intending to change the clan rules with her own efforts. But now, with Naruto's elevated status, such aspirations felt impossibly distant. Hinata, what's wrong? You seem down. Naruto inquired with curiosity. Oh no, it's nothing, Hinata stammered, shaking her head vigorously. You should try the cotton candy. It's really sweet. Naruto encouraged her. Hinata nodded shyly and took a delicate bite, the cotton candy dissolving in her mouth like sugar strands. Wow, it's so sweet. At first, she managed to restrain herself. But soon her resolve crumbled, and she indulged in one bite after another. The large cotton candy was devoured by her. When she regained her senses, she found Naruto gazing at her with a smile. Their eyes met. Hinata, feeling shy, quickly averted her gaze. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for not being able to restrain herself while eating in front of him. Would Naruto judge her for eating too quickly? What if he disliked that about her? Oh dear, what should she do? Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted from above Hinata's head, her mind momentarily blank. I don't mind, Hinata. Just be yourself in front of me. There's no need to hide your true self in any way. That would be uncomfortable for both of us. I genuinely wish to see the real you. Naruto gently reassured her. What is there to conceal? We will be like an old married couple in the future. We should understand each other without any hesitation. There's nothing to be shy about. After the first time, it becomes easier. Practice makes perfect. Naruto, you're not deceiving me, are you? Hinata suddenly turned back, her pale eyes meeting his. This took all her courage. She wanted to confirm that Naruto's words were sincere and not merely a jest at her expense. From the elders around her, she learned that boys generally do not favor girls who eat a lot. Unfortunately, she was precisely that type of girl. It was quite miraculous that even though she consumed a considerable amount of food, her body did not gain weight from the excess calories. Gaining weight from eating? Not a chance. Hinata's unique physique became the envy of many women in later generations. Naruto's azure eyes sparkled like the vast ocean, clear and bright. Why would I lie to you? Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Hinata's delicate shoulders shivered slightly. Indeed, Naruto was unlike other boys. This was the kind of boy she admired. All right, I promise you. She nodded. Here, take it and eat. However, Hinata swallowed hard. Her eyes fixated on the large cotton candy, particularly on the spot where she had taken a small bite. Does Hinata dislike eating something I've already touched? Then I shall eat it myself. No, it's not like that. I didn't mean it that way, ow? Hinata accidentally bit her tongue in her rush to speak, letting out a small cry. My dear, you were so shy as a child. But it's so adorable. Chapter 36. Daily Moments of Affection. Are you all right? Would you like me to blow on it? Naruto asked with concern. This was crucial for his future happiness. There could be no mistakes. Hinata's face turned even redder, and she shyly replied, I'm fine. I just need a moment. From a distance, several gazes fell upon them, primarily focused on Hinata. After all, she was the future head of the Hyuga clan. Being so young, it was only natural that she receive extra protection. Please, young lady, you must seize this opportunity. Yes. Build a good relationship with Naruto for the future of our clan. You must hold on to him tightly. They never expected that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. The more they observed, the more they felt that Naruto and their young lady were a perfect match. They planned to report back to the clan leader to solidify this union. It was rumored that in other prominent families, any eligible daughters were eager to be matched with Naruto. How shameless. Upon learning that young Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, these old men went wild. Young Naruto was the host for the Nine Tails, and while other hosts might face criticism, being the son of that esteemed man meant that one day he would surely tame the Nine Tails, achieving perfection as a host. It was believed that his future prowess would rival that of any genius ninja and perhaps even surpass their predecessors. The guards covertly watching over Hinata chattered incessantly. The Naruto they once dismissed had now become an unattainable figure, someone worthy of the Hokage title. His father, Minato Namikaze, held a position of great respect, both for his strength and his deeds, earning the admiration of the people. As the saying goes, to win the hearts of the people is to seize the world. These ninjas were not merely reckless fighters. They needed to eat and rest. These responsibilities naturally fell to the common folk. Without the support of ordinary citizens, their endeavors would be in vain. Training and warfare came at a significant cost. If the people refused to pay taxes, there would be no funds or food. Without the means to procure the necessary tools for battle, how could anyone endure? Let me take a look. You mentioned it was nothing, Naruto urged with concern. They were close enough to feel each other's breath. Is that all right? What is wrong with that? If a wound isn't treated promptly, it could become infected. Oh, is it that serious? Yes, indeed. Don't be shy. I merely wish to check on you. After much coaxing from Naruto, Hinata reluctantly opened her mouth, her little tongue revealing a small cut. The wound wasn't too large, and the bleeding had stopped. Ouch! She winced as Naruto gently blew on it, feeling a cool breeze. Hinata froze, her body tensing. Suddenly, the scene was reminiscent of a cooked lobster, with puffs of white mist rising from her head. Is this really all right? Hinata's heart raced, maintaining her adorable posture with her tongue out. To outsiders, this moment appeared as a sweet couple sharing tender affection. Oh, youth is wonderful. Isn't that the daughter of the Hyuga clan? How well suited she is with the son of the fourth Hokage. I think so too. Go for it, Naruto. Everyone is waiting to celebrate your wedding. Oh, I want to fall in love too. Several members of the Hyuga clan were moved to tears. Naruto's interest in their young lady was a tremendous fortune. With close proximity, you must quickly return and inform the clan leader to solidify this union. Boys marry, and girls marry. There's no time to waste. At 13, she's not too young. In a few years, she could marry. Given the current policies, it would be best for her to have several children, as the future prosperity of the Hyuga clan rests upon them. I recall the romance of the fourth Hokage and his wife was as enviable as a fairy tale, perfectly matched like our young lady. I'll report back to the clan leader immediately. Let us not rush this matter. The clan leader has been at odds with the second in command, and they are currently in a cold war. What is there to discuss? Shouldn't they be sworn to loyalty to the clan leader? That has always been the rule. Alas, rules are rigid, but people are not. I wonder when this outdated rule will be discarded. I hope Our Lady can abolish these unreasonable traditions in the future. It's quite disheartening. I doubt relying on her will suffice. I hope for something greater from the future son-in-law. After all, he is the son of that esteemed man. If he were still alive, many issues in the village would not have arisen. These guards were from the branch family, not even worthy of being seen by the main family. They were merely viewed as tools to protect the main family, with their lives at the whim of the clan's desires. To put it bluntly, they were treated like dogs without any rights. After a while, it was inevitable that grievances would arise. Why is it that you can claim the title of clan head while we cannot? Is it merely because you were born a few days earlier than us? What significance does being born early hold? Your abilities are far inferior to ours. Were it not for the curse mark engraved on your forehead, which brands you as caged birds, inflicting unbearable pain upon you when activated, you would have revolted long ago. This sense of helplessness, whoever wishes to endure it can do so, for it is evident that you are nearing your limits. Thus, there is a fervent desire for someone to shatter this inequitable status quo. Within the higher echelons of the Hyuga clan, the probability of achieving this is minuscule. Their focus lies solely on their own interests, indifferent to the lives of those who are cast out. Why alter the system when there are free, compliant laborers available to exploit? Therefore, the hope rests upon the shoulders of powerful ninjas from outside. Is it better now? Naruto's smile radiated warmth like a spring breeze. Hinata couldn't meet Naruto's gaze, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Much better. Chapter 37. Is this your girlfriend? She is so adorable. Naruto offered Hinata a piece of cotton candy. Without hesitation, Hinata accepted it. Thank you, she replied softly, her voice sweet and melodious, evoking a desire to cradle it gently in one's hands. Hinata took small bites of the cotton candy, savoring its sweetness, which felt particularly thoughtful. Though her eating pace was slow, she managed to consume a significant amount, making it appear as though she was eating quickly. When she reached the part Naruto had bitten, she hesitated slightly, casting shy glances at him to gauge his reaction. Simultaneously, Naruto turned to meet her gaze. "What's wrong?" he asked. "And nothing," Hinata stammered, dismissing her scattered thoughts. Wasting food was wrong, after all. I didn't mean to eat from the spot Naruto-kun had. I just didn't want to waste it. She comforted herself internally as she quickly finished the cotton candy. The last remnants tasted sweeter than anything she had ever eaten before. Is it lunchtime already? Hinata, have you eaten yet? Naruto inquired. Hinata, fidgeting with her clothing, responded honestly, not yet. Perfect. Come eat with me. It's my treat today. And no, I can't, Hinata protested, shaking her head vigorously. Why not? Naruto asked, intrigued. Hinata shyly turned her face away. Because I usually eat a lot. And I'm afraid you might distance yourself from me because of that. Plus, eating so much costs money. I don't want to impose on you. You haven't eaten at all, right? Why yes. Then that's settled. Let us go. We'll have Ichiraku ramen. By the way, do you want ramen or a full meal? You can choose. I prefer Ichiraku ramen, Hinata replied hesitantly. Before she could protest further, Naruto took her hand, leading her toward the ramen shop. Hinata's heart raced. Being held by him left her feeling lightheaded and disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The thoughts raced through her mind. Don't be nervous. Hyuga Hinata, you mustn't let Naruto-kun feel uncomfortable. She was overwhelmed with anxiety. As they walked, Naruto noticed the sweat forming in her palms, reminding him of a fitting advertisement he had seen. After a while, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, a beloved establishment known for its generous portions and reasonable prices. Today, the shop was bustling, but fortunately, there were still available seats. Tuchi, the owner, was renowned for his prowess in the ninja world. Throughout the Fourth Shinobi War, his shop remained unscathed. Even during Pain's attack, Ichiraku continued to operate as if nothing had happened, which only underscored Tuchi's status as a true powerhouse. Hey, it's Naruto. What would you like to eat today? Tuchi greeted him. Is this your girlfriend? She is so cute. I am, Tuchi's daughter, chimed in. Naruto usually came alone or with Iruka. But this was his first visit with a girl. Wow, little Naruto has finally figured things out. Hinata felt a slight tremor of excitement. Girlfriend? Is she referring to me? Although flattered, she still questioned Naruto's feelings toward her, her hands fidgeting beneath the table as she stole glances at him. The Hyuga clan had strict rules to maintain the purity of the Byakugan bloodline, forbidding intermarriage with outsiders. As the potential heir to the clan, Hinata's romantic choices were dictated by her parents. Even Naruto's status as the fourth Hokage's son wouldn't change the entrenched views of her family. With this thought, a wave of disappointment washed over her. The notion of lovers becoming one could only exist in stories. Yet, this was reality. You have a keen eye? I also think my girlfriend is incredibly cute, Naruto replied with a smile. Not just a girlfriend, but a future wife. How could she not be adorable? At 13, Hinata was still a child, but by 17 or 18, she would blossom into a beautiful young woman. When Naruto returned from the village after Pain's attack, Hinata had grown into a graceful beauty, her features and physique captivating. Wait, did he just acknowledge it? A surge of joy rushed through Hinata, her heart fluttering. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Chapter 38, Is There Such a Rule? What would you like to eat today? Just let your sister know. Smiled. Isn't your family hosting a big eater challenge? Naruto asked. Slightly taken aback, nodded and pointed to a wall displaying the rankings of past champions. It is merely a ranking. If one wishes to challenge the title of the Big Eater, they must at least start with 5 servings of the oversized Ichiraku ramen. While finishing it entitles one to a complimentary meal, failing to do so incurs the full price. Are you too certain you wish to take on this challenge? Naruto and Hinata do not appear to be particularly voracious eaters. If only Choji were here, perhaps Shikamaru might believe there is a chance for success. As for Naruto and Hinata, it seems rather unlikely. 1 serving of the oversized Ichiraku ramen is already quite filling. Hinata, would you like to give it a try? Naruto inquired with a smile. In this regard, Hinata is indeed a formidable contender. Having a wife with a hearty appetite is a blessing, after all. One must be well fed to have the energy to work. It is not that Naruto lacks the funds to purchase ramen. After a recent influx of resources, he finds himself in a much more comfortable position than in the past. Additionally, he is quite curious whether little Hinata can set a new record at the Ichiraku ramen shop for the Big Eater. I can give it a try, but please, Naruto-kun, do not laugh at my appetite, Hinata said softly. If not, perhaps we should just leave. She feared that Naruto would be startled by her formidable capacity for food. In truth, Hinata's appetite is generally modest. At home, she consumes a typical portion, but on good days, she can eat a bit more, perhaps 3 to 4 times the amount of an average person. Of course, this varies depending on her desire. She would never starve herself. Rest assured, Naruto assured her earnestly. I have no such ill intentions. How about a friendly competition to see who can eat more? Naruto had a clever idea. Not long ago, he had dined with Shikamaru and the others, savoring the flavors as if he were truly present. However, once he dismissed his shadow clone, his original self would still feel hunger. In other words, when he reached his limit, he could simply excuse himself to the restroom, summon a shadow clone, and have it consume the ramen voraciously. Even if his stomach were to burst, he could simply return it and call forth another. With this thought, Naruto felt quite clever. All right, Hinata exclaimed, her hands clasped together, a radiant smile gracing her face. Sister Ayam, if you could assist us, we would like to take on the Big Eater Challenge together. Very well, I shall prepare it for you, Ayam replied as she busied herself behind the counter. From Naruto's perspective, he could see that the bowl designated for the challenge was 3 times the size of a standard ramen bowl. One bowl equated to 3. Ample portions that would certainly satisfy. It was not long before Ayam brought out the completed Big Eater Ramen. The shop frequently hosts challengers, often hoping to take advantage of a free meal, but sadly, they underestimate the sheer quantity of the Big Eater Ramen. Most could barely manage to finish the 3rd bowl, with some unable to complete even the 1st, requiring assistance to be carried away. Ayam explained, you must finish within 1 hour, and you cannot use the restroom during the challenge. If there are no objections. Is there such a rule? Naruto was taken aback. This was far from what he had imagined. Seeing Naruto's amusing expression, Ayam chuckled lightly, placing her hand on her abdomen. You didn't read the rules before challenging, did you? This is your own fault. She continued, I thought you had gone through the rules when you first expressed your desire to challenge the Big Eater title. If I had known, I would have read the rules first. Naruto felt as though he had stepped into a trap. Next time I attempt the Big Eater Challenge, I will first go to the restroom and summon a shadow clone, or perhaps simply control one to participate. I won't let you bankrupt me. The corner of Naruto's clothing fluttered slightly, and he turned to see little Hinata tugging gently at it. Naruto-kun, do not worry. If you cannot finish, I can help you, she said softly. Ah, my wife is truly an angel. How considerate. Ayam placed her hands on her hips, raising an eyebrow. Hinata, that seems to be against the rules. But who can blame them for being a couple? She reluctantly agreed, adding, as long as you both finish within the allotted time, I will consider it a pass. Do you truly believe that 2 children can consume 10 servings of oversized Ichiraka ramen? She thought, skeptical based on their physiques. Eat. Take large bites. Is 1 bite enough? Yes, it is. Thank you. No need for thanks. A new customer entered the shop, calling out, 1 serving of the signature Ichiraka ramen, please. Coming right up. Ayam cheerfully responded, then turned back to Naruto and Hinata. All right, hurry and eat. I will start the timer now. And do not forget to drink all the broth. See you in an hour. With that, I am left to attend to her duties. What manner of suffering is this? Must we also finish the broth? Are you trying to send us to the heavens? Naruto cursed inwardly, contemplating the capitalist machine that he vowed to one day defeat, gazing at the enormous portion of beef before him. It seemed to exceed the annual consumption of beef for a single person. He had no doubt about the shop's reputation and the quality of its ingredients. The cow used for the Lansao ramen likely suffered a minor injury, while the cow for Ichiraka ramen appeared to be gravely injured, even missing meat from its bones. Well then, Hinata, shall we begin? Naruto retrieved 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks from the box on the table, intending to hand 1 pair to Hinata. But Naruto-kun, I have chopsticks already, Hinata stammered, her lips glistening and coated with broth, looking quite lovely. Upon closer inspection, Naruto noticed that Hinata had already finished her serving of oversized Ichiraku ramen. Naruto-kun, do you find this strange? If you do, I can slow down, she said, her expression almost on the verge of tears, fearing that Naruto might view her as a monster. She recalled her mother's words about eating too much in front of boys she liked, worrying it might hinder her chances of marriage. Once you are married, sneaking extra food is permissible, but otherwise, it is best to keep it hidden. No, I do not mind. Being able to eat is a blessing, Hinata declared. Naruto-kun, I may need to rely on you a little. Naruto joined his hands, pleading earnestly. Asking for assistance from one's wife is hardly a burden. It is simply a matter of mutual support in a partnership. Naruto's tone was sincere, devoid of any pretense. Hinata's feminine intuition informed her that these were Naruto's genuine feelings. He did not think her strange in the slightest. Upon realizing this, a pair of shallow dimples appeared on Hinata's cheeks, adding to her charm. She shyly nodded. her voice barely above a whisper. Okay. Chapter 39, huh? Have you really finished? In half an hour, Naruto barely managed to finish one bowl, while his little wife Hinata had already completed 9 bowls, seemingly still only 3/4 full. Naruto genuinely felt he could eat no more. Finishing one bowl was a small miracle. Huh, have you really finished? Ayum, who had come to check, looked utterly astonished. Her face was etched with confusion and disbelief. The combined weight of the food before them would surely challenge even 3 ravenous giants to finish. Sister Changpu, as you suggested, will we be exempt from the bill? Oh, yes, but did you manage to finish that big appetite set on your own, Naruto? Changpu asked with a hint of skepticism. The number of bowls and chopsticks on their table was identical, 5 on Naruto's side and 5 on Hinata's, an arrangement initiated by Hinata, who was mindful of Naruto's pride. Despite his repeated insistence that it was unnecessary, Changpu had mentioned that as long as they both finished their meals, their bill would be waived. Yet, in this scenario, Hinata still separated her empty bowls from Naruto's, embodying the image of a caring partner. Such thoughtfulness at such a young age hinted at her potential to become a devoted wife in the future. Sister Changpu, do you have a ranking system here? Naruto inquired, having spotted that the top 15 challengers were listed. Additionally, successful participants were allowed to leave their signatures on the board. Changpu nodded, affirming, indeed. You two should sign your names later as a memento. The chalk is in the small box beneath the blackboard. Sounds good, Naruto replied, leaning closer to Hinata and softly whispering, are you interested in that ranking list? I noticed the 15th challenger managed to consume 8 bowls. You could surpass them if you wanted, but if not, forget I mentioned it. Their faces nearly touched, and Hinata felt the warmth of Naruto's breath, causing her ears to tingle and her cheeks to flush. She did not mind such intimacy with someone she admired. However, if it were any other boy, she would have reacted with disdain. I would like to hear your opinion, Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured softly, a hint of determination in her voice. Such maturity at her age. Understanding the balance of responsibilities between a husband and wife was remarkable. Since you wish to heed my words, I hope you will upload a photo for remembrance. Of course, we can return to challenge the big appetite rankings again and aim for first place. What do you think? As he spoke, Naruto occasionally blew a gentle breath, and Hinata, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, buried her face lower. I will do whatever you say, Naruto-kun. Hinata, you are truly amazing. Marrying you would undoubtedly be one of the greatest joys of my life. Naruto declared, omitting any conditional phrases, for Hinata was a certainty he would not let slip away. Anyone who dared to take her away would face dire consequences. I don't think I'm as wonderful as you say, Naruto-kun, she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts in the face of his compliments. After finishing their meal, they strolled together until the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the village. I'm exhausted. In the end, I couldn't snatch the bell from Kakashi-sensei, Sakura lamented, her clothes dusty and her energy depleted. She had expected Sasuke to excel just as Naruto had, only to realize that Naruto had been concealing his true strength all along. As she walked, carrying her empty lunchbox, she reflected on how effortlessly Naruto had taken the bell from Kakashi, inspiring a fleeting hope that she could achieve something similar with a bit more effort. However, reality had delivered a harsh blow, revealing the chasm between her abilities and Kakashi's as an elite shinobi. Sakura felt no surprise at her failure. It was simply the way of things. Yet, the fact that Sasuke also struggled was a revelation that shattered her perceptions of him as the strongest among their peers. She chuckled to herself, recognizing how naive she had been. I realize now that the one I never truly acknowledged, Naruto-kun, is indeed the strongest. Back then, while he pursued her relentlessly, she had foolishly turned him down. Chapter 40. I must have been blind back then. Sakura lamented as regret washed over her. If only she could turn back time. She would choose Naruto, whose strength had garnered admiration from so many of their peers. Naruto was not lacking in physical appeal, especially without that peculiar facial marking. He was undeniably handsome. His strength was proven by his ability to snatch the bell from an elite shinobi, and he was relentless in his pursuit of her. What had she accomplished over the years? I must have been blind back then, she repeated, realizing how wonderful Naruto's qualities were. Why had she given him up? Emotions often lie hidden beneath the surface. Yes, she had desired Sasuke, but a significant part of that desire stemmed from competition with her peers. Many girls were drawn to Sasuke's demonstrated talents, and the allure of what was coveted often fueled rivalry. Yet now, Naruto's displayed abilities marked him as a true genius, while Sasuke was merely a minor talent in comparison. Over time, feelings had developed. Naruto's persistent pursuit had inevitably ignited something within her. It was an extreme contrast, like something once overlooked suddenly shining brightly, becoming an unattainable presence. In that moment, her attitude shifted dramatically, transforming into an intense admiration. In summary, Sakura's current state reflected the age-old truth: what is unattainable always stirs desire, while those who are favored act with confidence. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Today has been the happiest day of my life. You really don't have to walk me home. I wouldn't want your parents to see me. Naruto grinned playfully, understanding that Hinata's shyness was at play. Your parents are my parents. In the future, we'll be together, won't we? So, they will naturally be my in-laws. Naruto was aware of this, but Hinata remained oblivious. As he anticipated, Hinata's adorable, blushing face turned red, and she flailed her arms in panic. I didn't mean it like that. Naruto-kun, don't misunderstand. Her innocence and adorableness were simply irresistible. My wife is truly the cutest in the universe. Naruto exclaimed, laughing. Haha, I understand. Little Hinata, filled with urgency, spoke with a hint of tears in her voice, fearing that Naruto was merely brushing her off. Thus, she reiterated her point. Naruto-kun, I truly did not mean it that way. This time, Naruto's expression turned serious as he placed his hands on Hinata's delicate shoulders and said earnestly, All right, Hinata, I believe you harbor no such intentions. Naruto's sudden intimate gesture caused the bashful princess with white eyes to blush even deeper, overwhelmed by the masculine aura radiating from him. As her mind spiraled into confusion, their sweet interaction was witnessed from a distance by the single dog, Sakura Haruno. In that moment, Sakura was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the scene before her. She could understand Naruto's choice to pursue Ino Yamanaka, as Ino was a girl in their class who could compete with her. She possessed beauty and grace. And at that moment, everyone was on equal footing, receiving similar treatment. But for Naruto to choose the inconspicuous Hinata over herself or Ino was a shocking revelation to Sakura. Why would Naruto-kun select Hinata? Hinata had always been a wallflower in class, her presence almost non-existent. How could such an exceptional boy like Naruto have eyes for her? What feminine charm did Hinata possess that could captivate Naruto so completely? The question perplexed Sakura. It was no wonder she felt this way, as the early portrayal of Hinata by the author did not depict her as a leading character, resulting in limited screen time. Moreover, this was a spirited anime. Hinata's moments were exceedingly rare. Eventually, Hinata blossomed into a graceful beauty, destined to be the prince's bride. But let us return to the reality of their world. Hinata had always maintained average academic performance, neither excelling nor faltering behind in class. With numerous beauties emerging during that period, Hinata received little attention. Furthermore, her quiet demeanor and reluctance to engage in conversation made it even more challenging for her to attract notice. Thus, Sakura's confusion and resentment were understandable. It was akin to witnessing a cherished possession being snatched away right before her eyes. Chapter 41. The investigation of Hyuga Hisashi. Sakura, filled with discontent, watched as Naruto and Hinata exchanged affectionate glances, igniting her envy and resentment to the point of almost combusting. No, I must go over and see what they are up to. Although this felt somewhat like catching them in the act, Naruto-kun was originally hers, in Sakura's own fantasy. She merely wished to reclaim what belonged to her. Sakura Haruno was not the third wheel. Hinata was the interloper. With these chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Sakura stealthily followed them, believing she was well concealed. Yet, her minor actions were swiftly detected by Naruto's keen senses. Hinata halted abruptly, tilting her head in confusion, glancing at Naruto, who had suddenly stopped. Huh, what's wrong, Naruto-kun? Naruto grinned and shook his head. It's nothing, I just realized you resemble someone. Hinata, perplexed, instinctively blurted out. Who do I resemble? With utmost sincerity, Naruto replied, my woman. Isn't that a straightforward question? What do you mean resemble? It's destiny that cannot be escaped. Naruto merely stated a simple fact, articulated in the style of cheesy lines from his past life. Such sentiments were commonplace, and women had grown accustomed to them. However, this was Konoha, a village steeped in tradition. The people of this era were solely focused on honing their ninja skills and mastering their chakra. Who had time to ponder such matters? Unbeknownst to Naruto, his innocent declaration sent a blush cascading over Hinata's fair face at an alarming rate, swiftly spreading to her neck. The princess had never been exposed to such cheesy lines. She was like a pure lotus, untouched by the world. Unlike Naruto, who was an idealistic, ambitious, socially aware individual. Hinata stammered, "Really, Naruto-kun, what are you saying? It's so embarrassing." A gust of wind swept through, scattering Sakura's thoughts and disrupting her mental turmoil. She stood there, frozen, as if petrified by the effects often seen in anime. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Questions rich in the philosophy of a ninja suddenly surged in her mind. Just look at what she had witnessed. Although she could not hear Naruto and Hinata's conversation due to the distance, Hinata's shy demeanor as a woman instinctively told her that they were exchanging sweet nothings meant for lovers. Naruto-kun was originally mine. Ugh, you little vixen. How dare you? How could you? My heart burns with resentment. Sakura lamented like a heartbroken woman, her eyes filled with sorrow, wishing to rush over and separate the two, declaring to Hinata, "Naruto-kun and I are meant to be. He pursued me before and had feelings for me. We are true love, and you are merely an accident." But could she? Sakura shook her head with a wry smile. She did not have the courage. In the past, she had treated Naruto with indifference, viewing him as a superfluous companion, even feeling a bit annoyed by his presence. Never did she imagine that Naruto would one day become someone beyond her reach. The irony of her past indifference was now a painful reminder of how she wished to be the one to adore Naruto. Yet he wouldn't even spare her a glance, let alone give her a chance to be his admirer. Reflecting on this, Sakura chuckled bitterly. If only she had accepted Naruto's feelings sooner and faced those challenges together, perhaps she would now be the envy of all the girls in class, if not the entire school. In a traditional Japanese manner belonging to the Hyuga clan, the family head confirmed with certainty that Naruto was indeed the orphan scion of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A trusted aide of Hyuga Hisashi bowed his head, meticulously recounting the recent findings of his investigation. Sitting before him was a handsome middle-aged man exuding an air of authority, sharp and serious, bearing some resemblance to Hinata. Indeed, he was Hinata's father, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi. After listening to his aide's report, Hisashi appeared to ponder deeply, and after a moment of silence, he inquired, "What other information have you uncovered?" Upon hearing this, his aide, Hyuga Ichiro, displayed an uneasy expression, hesitating to speak. Hisashi furrowed his brows, displeased, and said, "How long have you been with me? Speak freely." "Yes." Hyuga Ichiro bowed respectfully. "Our informants have discovered that Naruto seems to have learned and mastered the unique jutsu known as the Rinnegan, created by the fourth Hokage. His performance at the Ninja Academy has been extraordinarily outstanding. He is undoubtedly a prodigious ninja." Chapter 42. Why did you not report this matter sooner? Hinata Hisashi's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. It had been a long time since he had heard the term genius ninja. Konoha was once a place teeming with talent. The number of prodigies that Hisashi had seen was considerable, such as the likes of Shursui and Itachi from the Uchiha clan, or Kakashi, the son of the Konoha White Fang, the copy ninja. All of them were indisputable geniuses among geniuses, elites among elites. How old is Naruto? He has already learned and can perform the Rinnegan. The future is indeed promising. Hisashi had heard of the Rinnegan before. During the Third Great Ninja War, he led the Hyuga clan to participate. On the battlefield, the golden flash of Minato Namikaze, utilizing this unique jutsu, shone brilliantly and struck fear into countless enemy ninjas. Over the years, he had only heard that Jiraiya, one of the legendary three of Konoha, could use it. This speaks volumes about the difficulty of mastering such a technique. Hisashi understood well that it wasn't that Jiraiya didn't want to teach it to other ninjas in the village, but even if he were to teach them step by step, those jonin might not be able to grasp it. The disparity between individuals cannot be bridged solely by hard work. Sometimes, one's innate talent is limited, and no amount of effort can change that. How many in the ninja world practice jutsu without diligence? It's a joke. Each one strives tirelessly to hone their skills. Yet, some possess poor talent and can only aspire to become a chunin or even merely a genin. Hisashi nodded and solemnly remarked, "Indeed, mastering the Rinnegan qualifies one as a genius." He merely offered a sincere evaluation. Hinata Ikaru appeared astonished, staring blankly at Hisashi. Having accompanied the clan head for so long, he rarely witnessed Hisashi praise a ninja. Yet, here was Naruto, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and was newly promoted to genin. Receiving such high praise from the clan head, It seemed that his future was limitless. Gathering his courage, he ventured to report another matter he had discovered. Clan head. It appears that the young lady seems to be getting quite close to Naruto. Ikaru's gaze remained fixed on Hisashi, fearful of saying something wrong. In the past, a blunder might have warranted a light reprimand. However, this was about Hinata. She was Hisashi's precious daughter, still young, yet entangled with Naruto. Such a situation seemed utterly outrageous. Clinging to Naruto, who had a promising future, would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Hyuga clan. However, that was merely Ikaru's perspective, not Hisashi's. There was a saying that subordinates should not speak for their superiors. Otherwise, Ikaru might soon find himself running laps on the training field, shouting, "I will run until Hisashi is satisfied." Upon hearing the news that his daughter was getting close to Naruto, Hisashi's Byakugan widened slightly, and his thoughts grew complicated. After all, she was his daughter, the future heir of the Hyuga clan. By all accounts, she should not marry outside the clan, as it was crucial to preserve the purity of the Byakugan bloodline. Therefore, she could only marry within the clan. Marrying someone like Naruto, who lacked a bloodline limit, would severely weaken the ocular abilities of their offspring. This was an undeniable fact, basic common knowledge. Thus, many prominent clans with bloodline limits prohibit their members from marrying outside the clan for this very reason. Hisashi's expression revealed neither joy nor anger. Why was this matter not reported sooner? Ikaru found himself momentarily speechless. "All right, you may leave now." "Yes, clan head." The wooden door closed softly behind him, leaving Hisashi alone in the wooden house. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "It is impossible for Hinata to marry outside the clan." However, given Naruto's current display of strength and talent, he could indeed be a valuable ally. If Naruto were to attain the same strength as his father, Minato Namikaze, and become a ninja of Hokage caliber, this union might be worth considering. Achieving Hokage-level strength is no small feat. Furthermore, even possessing such capability, the number of Hokage positions across all villages is exceedingly limited. One could count them on one hand, not to mention the Hokage of Konoha, a position that commands immense attention and authority. Having a Hokage as a son-in-law would be a matter of great pride. Hisashi couldn't help but indulge in such thoughts. However, he soon shook his head, chuckling softly. Being a Hokage is no easy task, and many families have long coveted that position. No matter how strong Naruto becomes, it is unlikely he will attain that role. At best, he may possess slightly better talent. Was Shursui Uchiha strong? Indeed. Yet, he could not become Hokage. He was merely a pawn. Was Kakashi Hatake strong? Quite so, with numerous formidable achievements. Yet, he too could not ascend to the position of Hokage. Konoha has produced countless geniuses, and Hisashi has witnessed many. In his heart, he instinctively categorized Naruto as a talented ninja rather than a prodigy. Ultimately, Hisashi did not wish to marry his daughter outside the clan. To put it plainly, Naruto does not possess sufficient leverage. His future accomplishments are limited, and there is no way Hisashi would make a decision that contradicts his ancestors' wishes. At this moment, Hisashi was not solely focused on maximizing benefits. He had no choice. The Hyuga clan's bloodline had gradually weakened over generations, each succeeding generation less potent than the last. As the clan head, he bore the responsibility of guiding the numerous families within the Hyuga clan. A single misstep could lead to their downfall. If that were to happen, the name of the Hyuga clan might vanish from history. This was something he could never allow. It is only fair to say that Hisashi was not mistaken. After all, those in high positions cannot solely consider their family. What of the other smaller families within the clan? Should they also suffer? Knock, knock, knock. Clan head. The young lady has returned. Ikaru's voice resounded from outside the door. Hisashi furrowed his brow and spoke in a calm tone. What is the fuss about? Is it such a remarkable event for her to return? Must I be informed of such trivial matters? Do you think my daily affairs are not busy enough? Ikaru, trembling with fear, spoke with a hint of a whimper. No, clan head, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that the young lady has brought Naruto back with her. They came together. With a swift motion, the door was pulled open. What? Why did you not report this matter sooner? Chapter 43. The clan head is quite extravagant. Ikaru felt utterly aggrieved. Clan head, did you not just say it was a trivial matter? Why does your attitude undergo a complete transformation when Naruto is mentioned? Moreover, weren't you previously rather dismissive of him? How pretentious. Hyuga Ichiro is filled with grievances, yet he dares not voice them to Hyuga Hisashi. Not because subordinates should not speak ill of their superiors, though that is part of it, but because it is a more complex matter. Lowering his head, Hyuga Ichiro spoke with an air of apology. I apologize, head of the family. I have failed to consider adequately. All right, enough of that. Take me out immediately. Lest we miss our chance, Hyuga Hisashi replied impatiently, gesturing for him to proceed. The two then exited the courtyard, where they found the Hyuga branch family had already gathered outside. Groups of people mingled, chatting and laughing amongst themselves, pointing and gossiping. I told you, our eldest daughter resembles a couple with Naruto. I've always believed in that child, Naruto. I hear he has already mastered and is utilizing the Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Isn't that a technique created by the fourth Hokage? It is said to be exceedingly difficult to learn, even more so than our 8 trigrams 64 palms. Wow. So does that mean Naruto is a genius? Not just a genius. It seems he is a natural at it. The crowd's perception of Naruto began to shift. They belonged to the branch family, having finished their work, allowing themselves some leisure time to converse, lest they be treated as mere laborers, ordered about incessantly. Their collective aim was to protect the Hyuga clan, yet for many years, the main family enjoyed a carefree existence, while those in the branch family bore the brunt of hardship. They were deprived of benefits and laden with laborious tasks, and the grievances that had accumulated over the years could not simply be resolved with a few words. The conflict between the main and branch families would only intensify. The main family had long exercised control over the branch family, treating them as caged birds. Were it not for the restraint imposed by the branch family head, there might have been a reckless urge among them to destroy everything in their fury. None wished to endure the subjugation of the main family, which had been afforded privilege solely based on their earlier birth and perceived superior talents. Yet, this was not the final moment. The branch family members endured in silence, all the while yearning for someone to break the long-standing impasse. If only Naruto could marry our eldest daughter, how splendid that would be. Shoo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Keep your voice down. The main family is nearby. What is there to fear? I've long been displeased with them. Indeed, if our eldest daughter were to marry out, then those unjust customs would cease to exist. Exactly. It appears that the Hyuga clan has never had a history of marrying outside, and now the prospective bride is our own eldest daughter. The Hyuga clan holds a prominent position in Konoha, fundamentally due to their bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Although the Byakugan may not be as formidable as the Sharingan at the same level, it is, in many respects, an exceedingly valuable resource. In times of war, to ensure these resources do not fall into enemy hands, members of the Hyuga clan would, when on the brink of death, choose to blind themselves or have their comrades do so. Of course, such circumstances were limited to the battlefield, where taking the eyes away was not permitted. If the situation allowed for it, the Hyuga clan would do everything possible to reclaim the Byakugan for their lineage. Hinata observed the gathering crowd and overheard some comments that made her blush. Known for her gentle demeanor, the branch family members were more willing to accept her, allowing them to express themselves openly. Otherwise, even with 100 times their courage, they would not dare to speak. Ultimately, it was Hinata who had won their hearts. Returning to her current state, what young girl could bear such fervent discussions about marriage? Even if she were willing, it would depend on Naruto's consent. She even heard some members contemplating names for the future head of the clan, presumably the children of Naruto and Hinata, which made the already bashful Hinata even more flustered. Naruto-kun has already arrived. Thank you for accompanying me today, for our chat, for shopping, and for the delicious treats. Although I wish I could invite you in for a glass of water, my father. As she trailed off, Hinata was at a loss for words. For it was still Hisashi who held the authority in their household. This was not the peaceful era that would come after Naruto became Hokage. Even though a temporary truce existed now, minor skirmishes and conflicts among the various villages were still unavoidable. The 5 great nations had signed a ceasefire. But due to matters of pride, they turned a blind eye to each other's petty disputes. Thus, the prominent families within the village remained vigilant, guarding against outsiders encroaching upon their territories. Naruto smiled reassuringly, gently saying, "It's all right. You know I don't mind such trivial matters." Familiar with the narrative, he understood the dilemma faced by his beloved. Why must we drink water at this moment? Hearing this, a lovely smile spread across Hinata's face as she sincerely replied, "Ah, you are truly a kind person, Naruto-kun. Thank you for your understanding." Naruto's gaze then inadvertently fell upon a panda. Ah, this is not enough. What about all those daughters in the future? In the days to come, as Hokage, he would undoubtedly advocate for policies that encouraged larger families, benefiting the nation and its people. Elite ninjas with exceptional genes should have as many children as possible, ideally, more than 10. The village will provide funds for child rearing. Once life is stable and the villagers prosper, we need not fear conflicts with other nations. These plans will come to fruition naturally, he mused, envisioning a future where everything flowed harmoniously. However, not only elite ninjas would be encouraged to have children, it would be a fair opportunity for all. As Hokage, Naruto would likewise offer rewards to those who embraced such ideals. As for himself, being as capable and talented as he was, he welcomed the prospect of more. Nevertheless, Naruto was a straightforward individual and would never force any girl against her will. It would all be voluntary. Should someone attempt to coerce him, it would never come to pass. After all, he was no mere stallion. He resolved to let everything unfold naturally. Chapter 44. Let the storm come even fiercer. Hinata tilted her adorable little head in confusion, unsure of what Naruto was gazing at. Thus, she innocently inquired, "What are you looking at, Naruto-kun?" He cleared his throat, withdrew his gaze, and focused back on Hinata's slightly chubby face, speaking earnestly. "Hinata, I have discovered a serious issue. It pertains to the health of our future daughters. It cannot be overlooked, especially concerning Himawari. How can you allow such a small child to go hungry? As for warmth, there is no need to worry. As Hokage, I will not lack the coins to buy clothes." Hinata was momentarily taken aback. She sensed that Naruto had something important to discuss. Her heart raced with anticipation. "Naruto-kun, please tell me." Naruto no longer kept them in suspense and directly stated, "Hinata, I have heard that consuming papaya can enhance the smoothness and fairness of one's skin. Although your complexion is quite good, I feel it lacks a certain something. If you do not wish to eat it, simply disregard what I said. Papaya is indeed beneficial for the skin. Beyond that, it is also a nourishing food. In any case, it has nothing to do with rain women. Well, it certainly has no connection to boys. Naruto has no need for it, but his future daughters will. A good wife must be nurtured from a young age. It is the easiest and most effective way to cultivate the desired traits. He did not want to regret it later. That would be a pity." Hinata was momentarily taken aback. She thought the conversation would revolve around ninjutsu, not skincare. Girls have an innate desire for beauty, a trait that is deeply ingrained in their DNA, regardless of the world they inhabit. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Since Naruto had personally mentioned it, Hinata could not treat it lightly. With a serious expression on her small face, she asked, "Naruto-kun, I understand. How should the papaya be prepared? Should I eat it raw?" "Dear little wife, I'm not deceiving you. We are family. How could that be called deception? One day, you will appreciate the good intentions of your husband, especially when you see Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno not measuring up to you." Naruto grinned. To be honest, he was not very familiar with how to prepare papaya, but he could piece together the cooking methods from vague memories. It seemed that steaming was the way to go. "Oh right, add some milk. Not only will it beautify your skin, but it will also aid in refining your chakra. It can enhance your abilities as well. Where else could you find such a wonderful thing?" As for the subsequent enhancements of chakra, Naruto was merely speaking fancifully. Well, one could argue it wasn't entirely fanciful. At least he believed it had some merit. His words carried an air of conviction. Hinata's autumn-like eyes sparkled with curiosity and disbelief, her mouth forming an A shape as she exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, is it true that you became so strong because of papaya?" Naruto nearly choked. "Oh dear wife, you truly are remarkable. Yes, it is indeed as you think. However, my first digestion is the consumption of these fruits, while my second digestion is directly from you. The logic is impeccable. There is no flaw in it." He nodded in agreement. Hinata was deeply shaken, completely believing in Naruto's words. After receiving his affirmative response, she found herself momentarily stunned. Beyond her astonishment at this feasible training method, she was also intrigued by why Naruto would share such a secret with her. Could it be that Naruto had feelings for her? The thought made her cheeks flush once more. As a shy girl in her youth, and now in this intimate setting, whispering secrets known only to them, Hinata clenched her small fists, as if making a significant resolution. In a firm yet soft voice, she murmured, "I will not let you down." Her voice was so quiet that Naruto could not catch what she said. "Hinata, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?" Just as Hinata was about to speak, someone from the branch family of the Hyuga clan shouted, "Shh! Be quiet, the clan head is coming out. We should get on with our business." The crowd, which had intended to disperse, suddenly hesitated as Hyuga Hayashi emerged, feeling too awkward to retreat. They could only lower their heads and greet him respectfully. "Greetings, clan head." Naruto immediately noticed the commotion. "Oh, Hyuga Hayashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan. My future father-in-law. Meeting my father-in-law for the first time, I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. However, some things must come to pass. So let the storm come." Chapter 45. Today, I will take her away. Let us see who dares stop me. When did my father come out? This escalated things. He has never approved of my closeness with Naruto. Hinata recalled how the clan members had mentioned her relationship with Naruto to Hayashi. Although he did not voice his discontent, Hinata knew her father was likely displeased. To protect Naruto, she felt compelled to keep her distance from the boy she admired. In this déjà vu moment, Hinata realized that no matter how powerful Naruto had become, he could never surpass her father. It wasn't that Hinata doubted Naruto. It was simply the reality of the situation. If only she knew that Naruto had long surpassed the boy he once was, possessing abilities and strengths comparable to that of a Hokage. Then she wouldn't feel any apprehension about her father's potential victory over Naruto. "Hurry, Naruto-kun, my father is coming out. We need to leave quickly. I will distract him," Hinata exclaimed urgently, her expression flustered. Their relationship was delicate, akin to young lovers keeping their romance hidden from parents and teachers. It resembled a hint of secrecy. Both Naruto and Hinata felt the weight of not wanting their affection to be discovered by her father. If Naruto were a member of the Hyuga clan, there would be no issue. With his demonstrated talent and strength, Hayashi might even consider a betrothal. After all, the offspring of geniuses are often gifted as well. Unfortunately, Naruto lacked the Byakugan. If they were to marry and have children, it was possible their offspring would not inherit the Byakugan. Given the current state of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi would never gamble his daughter's future on such uncertainties. Naruto smiled. "Why should I be afraid? I didn't sneak in here." Hinata grew anxious, her little feet tapping in frustration, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "That's not what I meant. Naruto-kun, it's just that my father—" At that moment, Hayashi approached them. Casting a fleeting glance at Hinata, gritting her teeth, Hinata braced herself against her father's piercing gaze. "Father, it was my whim that compelled Naruto-kun to accompany me back. This matter does not concern him." She desperately tried to conceal her feelings. Facing her most feared parent for the sake of the boy she adored, she exhibited no fear. Hayashi spoke in a calm tone. "Ichiro, take the young lady back to her room and send the others away. I wish to speak with this young man privately." "Understood," replied Ichiro, stepping closer to Hinata. "Miss, please return with me." Hinata defied her father's command for the first time. "Father, I will not return." Her future could be dedicated to Naruto. Alone, she stood before pain, determined to prevent him from approaching Naruto by even a fraction. Despite her body being battered and broken, and enduring unimaginable torment, she never once contemplated retreating. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes flickered with astonishment. It was well known that Hinata had never before acted against her own will. Yet today, she chose to defy him for the sake of the young man before her. Despite not having fully matured, she had already begun to stray from her father's expectations. Every father desires his daughter to remain by his side, wishing her not to wed. Yet these wishes are but fleeting fantasies. Fathers understand that one day, their daughters will grow up and marry. When a father witnesses his daughter choosing the right partner, he undoubtedly feels a sense of blessing, though an inevitable pang of loss lingers in his heart. However, these matters remain unresolved for now. Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened as he spoke with undeniable authority. "Ichiro, take the young lady back to her room to rest." Hyuga Ichiro recognized the patriarch's genuine anger and mirrored his seriousness. "Please return, miss. Do not make this difficult for me." It wasn't just Hayashi who was deeply moved. Naruto, a time traveler well-versed in future events, was equally affected. When Hinata bravely stood up to speak in defense of Naruto before Hayashi, a singular thought consumed Naruto's mind. "This girl is mine. I will take her away today. Let anyone dare to stop me." Though such words may seem grandiose, there was no need for open conflict at this moment. Had Naruto been unaware of Hayashi's future actions, he would have undoubtedly taken Hinata away without hesitation. However, it was unnecessary to escalate matters. A resolution between father-in-law and son-in-law was all that was required. As Hyuga Ichiro reached out to take Hinata's hand, Naruto stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. His gaze was icy, his tone calm. "Speak if you must, but do not lay a hand on her." At that moment, a chill surged from Ichiro's feet, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Despite being an elite ninja of Konoha, having survived countless perilous missions. Ichiro found himself intimidated by Naruto's mere glance. Such an admission was deeply embarrassing. However, Ichiro was confident that had another elite ninja been in his place, their reaction would not have been vastly different. The presence before him felt less like a mere genin and more akin to an ancient, formidable beast. Naruto. Hinata felt a warmth in her heart and wished to say something, yet hesitated. It was her first act of defiance against Hayashi, and accomplishing this was no small feat. Hayashi stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his expression unreadable, offering no clue as to whether he was angry or pleased. Nonetheless, he began to evaluate Naruto in his mind. Indeed, the son of a tiger is not a mere dog. He dared to meet Ichiro's gaze and prevent him from taking Hinata away. Such courage was commendable, yet in this world, courage alone is insufficient. Without commensurate strength, one remains an inconsequential ninja. Hayashi remained oblivious to Ichiro's discomfort, mistakenly believing that Ichiro had managed to intimidate Naruto. Little did he know, it was Naruto who had turned the tables, leaving Ichiro feeling overwhelmed. Naruto grinned slightly. He had merely released a hint of his murderous intent. With an array of hidden talents, he could easily extinguish Ichiro's life as effortlessly as squashing an ant, even without utilizing the powers of the Rinnegan. Naruto was confident that he could dispatch Ichiro swiftly with the techniques at his disposal. Moreover, if he were uninterested in direct confrontation, he could summon the Nine Tails, who would be more than willing to take on such a task, relishing the opportunity to showcase its value before its master. Unfortunately, this Nine Tails was not the gentle one. With a soft sigh, Naruto set aside his scattered thoughts, turning to Hinata with a reassuring smile. Hinata, you should go back. Do not worry about me. However, upon witnessing the determination in Naruto's eyes, Hinata paused for a moment, her conflicted heart ultimately choosing to trust him. All right, Naruto, for reasons unknown. His words instilled a sense of inexplicable peace and security within her. It was a feeling so delicate that Hinata struggled to articulate it. It felt as though she could unconditionally believe in whatever Naruto said, a deep-seated trust emanating from the very core of her being. Having chosen to believe in Naruto, Hinata did not linger and walked straight home. After a brief interval, Hayashi could no longer contain himself and raised an eyebrow, speaking sternly. Ichiro, why are you still standing here? Have you forgotten the task I assigned you? Snapped from his shock, Ichiro took a deep breath. Yes, my lord. With that, he hastily departed, throwing one last apprehensive glance at Naruto. His decades of experience on the battlefield warned him that had Naruto wished it, his life could have been extinguished in an instant. It was no jest. In addition to possessing the Byakugan, Ichiro had a keen intuition, allowing him to sense impending danger and escape swiftly, or at least devise a countermeasure. This was a crucial factor in his survival through the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Today, he had been startled by a mere low-ranking ninja, and he was at a loss for words. Once all extraneous individuals had dispersed, only two remained on the vast streets of the Hyuga clan, Naruto and the current clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, who would one day become Naruto's father-in-law. Yet the future was something Hayashi could never fathom, for he was not a time traveler. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto and Hayashi exchanged silent gazes, neither willing to speak first. In negotiations, the party that speaks first invariably relinquishes the upper hand, as it is typically the weaker side that chooses to initiate dialogue. The principle of first to speak, first to perish was not lost on Naruto. To speak first might indicate insecurity. Why would he need to explain himself if he had nothing to hide? Certainly, Naruto felt no insecurity whatsoever. The bond between him and Hinata was a normal, healthy expression of affection, a legitimate act that even a father-in-law could not criticize. After a period of silence, Hayashi finally broke the stillness, remarking, "You are indeed the son of Minato Namikaze. Your composure and fearlessness in the face of adversity far surpass those of your peers." He offered a frank assessment. Naruto simply smiled gently. "You flatter me." Hinata Hizashi, now in his middle age, has yet to succumb to the frailties of old age. His hair remains as dark as ever. Are you aware of the Hyuga clan's regulations? Hizashi spoke candidly. Given Naruto's disposition, it is evident that he is an astute individual. Engaging with such a person requires no elaborate pretense. When you are at ease, the other party finds joy in the exchange. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto inquired, "Are you referring to the Hyuga clan's prohibition against marrying outside the family?" Hizashi's brow furrowed slightly, as he remarked, "That seems rather unfair, considering we will soon be family. Why maintain such archaic customs? A flicker of surprise crossed Hisashi's eyes, quickly replaced by composure as he nodded. I didn't anticipate you would know so much. You must have done your research. Nevertheless, this is not a well-guarded secret. Anyone curious would uncover it. Pausing, Hisashi gazed at the clan's emblematic structure. Indeed, it is not only my daughter who is forbidden from marrying outside. Others in the clan are also subject to this rule. The intent is to preserve our noble bloodline, ensuring that our Kekii Genkai is perpetuated. You, lacking a Kekii Genkai, may not grasp its significance. Do I lack a Kekii Genkai? Naruto interjected. Might I ask if the Golden Byakugan counts? These are traditions passed down by our ancestors, Hisashi confirmed with a slight nod. Indeed, Naruto replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Rules are inanimate, while we are living beings. Is it not absurd to cling to past glories? Such stubbornness merely indicates that your clan has fallen from grace, a truth no one dares to acknowledge, instead opting for self-deception. Hisashi's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting. What are you implying? To be chastised by a mere child is hardly palatable. Times have changed, Naruto chuckled lightly. Adapting to the needs of the era with appropriate modifications is the pragmatic approach. After a brief silence, Naruto's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he met Hisashi's gaze, which bore a hint of menace. If there are irrationalities, they should be rectified. Are you not doing the same? Hinata is mine to claim, regardless of who objects, he declared emphatically. Hisashi's countenance turned to one of incredulity. Can you fathom a low-ranking ninja demanding a breach of ancestral decrees? What a bold stance. While he might overlook such remarks from others, addressing the clan leader directly is tantamount to inciting chaos. Hisashi's eyes grew colder. Oh, I am indeed a man of principle. The teachings of my forebears are immutable. Naruto, with a bemused expression, responded, is there any merit in such self-deception? In truth, you are perhaps the most significant violator of the Hyuga clan's regulations. I have heard that, according to your clan's customs, Hanabi should bear the mark of a caged bird. Why has that not yet occurred? Hisashi's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, enough. Silence yourself. In an instant, his eyes narrowed, veins appearing around them as he activated his Byakugan. A whirlwind of chakra coalesced around his hands. Naruto's words had struck a nerve. Indeed, Hisashi's intentions had been unveiled. He had 2 daughters, both precious to him. The elder's gentle nature left him uncertain of her ability to shoulder the clan's duties, which was why he had refrained from marking her. Moreover, his personal desires played a significant role in this decision. Everyone harbors selfish motives, and Hisashi is no exception. However, as the clan leader, he had managed to suppress this issue. Naruto shrugged. Honestly, I have no desire to engage in conflict. It is true, there is no need for hostility. What would it be like for a son-in-law to clash with his father-in-law? Besides, I have no intention of resorting to violence. Yet Hisashi remained unyielding. Ah, now you seek to retract your words? I ought to properly discipline you on behalf of your parents. Before he could finish, Hisashi's expression transformed once more, his white pupils wide with astonishment. In his Byakugan state, he could perceive Naruto's chakra network. What he did not expect was the sheer density of Naruto's chakra. His chakra pathways were remarkably broad and resilient, a potential that even seasoned jonin might struggle to attain. Konoha has birthed yet another prodigious ninja, Hisashi gasped. The chakra network largely determines a ninja's potential. While continuous training can enhance one's chakra pathways, the extent of such enhancement is limited. The jonin of Konoha had to endure relentless training to achieve their formidable physiques. In contrast, Naruto had already reached this level at such a young age. Naruto grinned inwardly, wondering if the Byakugan could unveil the true depths of his concealed chakra prowess. Indeed, he had held back, trusting the system to assist in concealing his true chakra network. Even with the Byakugan, the truth remained elusive. From Hisashi's expression, it was clear that if he were to reveal his full capabilities, the shock would be profound. After all, Naruto was aware that he had already attained a power level comparable to that of the Hokage, with abilities surpassing the average Hokage. Hisashi deactivated his Byakugan, acknowledging Naruto's strength. There are indeed unreasonable aspects to our clan's rules. If it were solely up to me, convincing the entire Hyuga clan would be challenging. However, if I could become Hokage, I could instigate reform without bloodshed within the clan. The Hyuga clan cannot withstand further turmoil. Chapter 48, Departing the Village, Team 7's first C-rank mission. With that, Hisashi ceased further discussion, withdrawing his hands into the loose sleeves of his robe as he slowly retreated to his residence. Today had been unusually verbose for him, perhaps the most he had spoken in his life. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, he bore the weight of numerous responsibilities. At times, it is impossible to address every concern. To have conversed so extensively with Naruto was quite remarkable. He trusted that Naruto, being an intelligent individual, would grasp the underlying implications of his words. Naruto gazed contemplatively at the crimson-hued sky as the sun set. Had his father-in-law laid the groundwork for the conditions of his daughter's marriage? Would he require Naruto to become Hokage to facilitate reforms within the Hyuga clan? What had prompted such a shift in his father-in-law's mindset? Would it take the loss of more lives within the Hyuga clan before he would relinquish his pride and reconsider? Naruto recalled the storyline, noting that Hisashi was currently in a position of power. His body showed no signs of aging, and he was undoubtedly focused on the advancement of the Hyuga clan. However, to develop the clan effectively, sacrifices among the branch families were inevitable. Hisashi was not one to hesitate. Why would he begin to worry about the lives of those beneath him? Perhaps the death of his own brother had imparted some wisdom upon him? Naruto shook his head slightly, unable to comprehend the situation, so he chose to abandon his thoughts. Ultimately, he concocted a plausible explanation for himself. Perhaps my arrival in this world has precipitated some subtle changes? Yet fundamentally, everything remains largely the same. In an instant, Naruto broke into a smile, placing his hands behind his head, and leisurely departed. A fleeting figure instinctively attempted to flee. Sakura, I see you there. Is running away really worthwhile now? Sakura Haruno felt her heart skip a beat, awkwardly turning around with a forced smile. Ah, Naruto-kun, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Her excuse was rather clumsy. Previously, Naruto and Hinata's father had long since noticed Sakura hiding at a distance. However, given Sakura's position, she surely could not overhear their conversation. Thus, Naruto and Hinata's father shared a tacit understanding and chose to ignore her. Naruto shrugged, stating candidly, I'm just escorting Hinata home, worried she might not be safe walking alone. Sakura's heart felt as if it had been pierced by something sharp, painful, and unbearable. These moments were originally hers to cherish. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Well then, see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. She managed to force a smile. Sakura was indeed beautiful, but her past actions had left Naruto with little fondness for her, to the extent that he contemplated whether to exclude her from his list of potential romantic interests. Perhaps a role as a maid, one without a temper, might be acceptable. Yet, such considerations were mere speculations for the future. Perhaps Naruto would lose interest in her altogether. Once Naruto vanished from Sakura's line of sight, she snapped back to reality, murmuring to herself, Naruto can maintain eye contact with the leader of the Hyuga clan without a hint of fear. He has truly become formidable. Her tone encompassed both joy and profound disappointment. The joy stemmed from Naruto's growth and strength, while the disappointment arose from his indifferent attitude toward her. Setting aside her complicated emotions, Sakura walked home alone, feeling a deep sense of emptiness. The disparity in treatment was staggering. Why could Naruto escort Hinata home, but not her? She too wished for Naruto's company. Several days passed. During this time, Kakashi reluctantly approved the official establishment of Team 7. They undertook minor tasks such as searching for lost cats. The team's performance was commendable, with Naruto standing out the most. Eventually, Kakashi found these minor tasks to be lacking in challenge. Team 7 had grown strong enough to tackle more demanding missions. Thus, today he accepted a C-rank escort mission. With him as the elite Jonin and Naruto's demonstrated prowess, a C-rank task would pose no risk at all. It was also a perfect opportunity to expose them to the world beyond their village. Kakashi-sensei, you finally arrived. Please tell me we're not just going to be looking for lost kittens and puppies again. Sakura expressed her concern. She had endured those tasks, which, while amusing at times, lacked excitement. Moreover, such missions offered little in terms of ninja training. Kakashi lazily raised one eyelid, a nonchalant expression on his face. No. Today we will undertake a C-rank mission, which essentially involves acting as bodyguards. Our task is to safely escort a gentleman back to the land of waves. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's interest peaked. He understood that becoming stronger required diligent training. Accepting missions was also indispensable, as it would enhance his combat experience significantly, unlike relying on the little yellow book Naruto had given him. In recent days, he had finally realized that Naruto had been fooling him from the start. He had seen other peers, bruised and battered, accompanying their parents to witness Jiraiya's autobiography. Those poor souls had received quite the thrashing. It was said that in Konoha, anguished cries of children echoed through the night. Hearing their sorrowful wails was heartbreaking. Only Shikamaru had been spared. Every other child had suffered. As for Shikamaru not falling victim, Naruto wasn't particularly surprised. After all, if one couldn't perceive such trivial tricks, how could they aspire to be a strategist? These past few days, Choji and the others had failed to seek him out. This was partly due to parental restrictions and partly because they had to attend classes with other Jonin instructors. Eventually, they could no longer contain themselves and push Naruto forward. However, the parents were incredulous. Their exact words were, "The son of the fourth Hokage could never commit such acts. Look at him, he dares to argue back. Beat him soundly." It was better left unsaid, but uttering those words had led to several damaged ninja belts. In truth, Naruto was indirectly honing the resilience of his peers, ensuring they recognized early on the complexities of being a ninja. In the future, during missions, they would be more vigilant and less easily deceived. Ahem, back to the main topic. Oh, are we finally going to meet the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Naruto mused internally but quickly lost interest. Although Zabuza was formidable, he would not stand a chance against Naruto now. Chapter 49. Naruto's instant kill of the Chunin demon brothers. Sakura's face illuminated with inexplicable excitement upon hearing this. Finally, we won't have to continue with those cat and dog rescue missions. Kakashi adjusted his Konoha forehead protector, feeling it necessary to issue a word of caution. He lazily added, "This is your first mission as ninjas, so don't celebrate too soon. Once we leave the village, the outside world is no longer as safe as within our walls." After a brief pause, Kakashi continued, "However, this mission isn't particularly challenging. With my protection, there shouldn't be any issues. Use this opportunity to learn and observe. If you have questions, feel free to ask." Though he refrained from voicing the latter part, as he was far too lazy for that. With that little spare time, wouldn't it be better to read a book? Nevertheless, as a teacher, some things needed to be said. With preparations complete, the 5-member team, laden with supplies, set off early. As they traveled along the path to the land of waves, their guide, Tazuna, kept a bottle of liquor close at hand, taking swigs every so often. The strong scent of alcohol was somewhat overwhelming. Naruto, indifferent to the drink, would have been tempted to partake if it hadn't appeared so murky, not to his taste. The journey was dull with no devices to pass the time, so Tazuna initiated a conversation. "I remember specifying that I needed the strongest ninjas from Konoha for this escort. You must possess great strength, right? What a cheek. Offering the least amount of payment while expecting the best ninjas for protection." Tazuna was merely flattering them, and Naruto and the others paid it no mind. However, in an instant, Sakura became increasingly pleased with herself, even a bit conceited. "Indeed, you have quite the discerning eye." Tazuna nodded, not taking it too seriously. "They say the Hokage is the strongest ninja in Konoha?" Sakura's interest piqued, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Yes, our village's greatest is indeed Lord Hokage. All those who become Hokage are exceptional ninjas in every regard." Sakura rambled on, even stealing glances at Naruto. Fully aware that his ambition was to become Hokage, she now aims for this. Indeed, she is a spirited, principled, and responsible young woman from Konoha, aspiring to become the Hokage. However, she remains unaware that Naruto indeed wishes to become Hokage, though that is a matter for the future. An aloof Hokage, one who bears the title but delegates troublesome tasks to others, who among the diligent would endure the mountain-high pile of paperwork. After speaking, Sakura looked contentedly towards Kakashi. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, are there no other ninjas in the land of waves?" Consequently, Kakashi had to enlighten everyone. Behind every superpower lies a hidden ninja village as a military force, and the competition among nations is equally fierce. Naruto, however, displayed little interest in these matters. To put it bluntly, the ninja world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. Those with might dictate the terms. Many smaller nations, lacking strength, cannot establish a ninja village, thus rendering them without ninjas. Nevertheless, they can recruit ninjas by issuing missions, a method that proves convenient for both parties involved. After finishing his explanation, Kakashi lazily yawned. Sakura, still enthralled, was captivated by the allure of storytelling. Today, she had acquired a wealth of previously unknown information. "Master, take heed. Do you see those 2 puddles ahead? They harbor 2 chakra signatures, within the range of Chunin's strength. The nine tails within began to alert him, its tone respectful. It believed Naruto had already sensed their presence. It merely sought to take credit before him, proving that Kurama was not entirely without merit. A slight smile curved Naruto's lips as his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Kakashi, who stood relaxed with his hands in his pockets, likely having detected something amiss. Meanwhile, Sakura and Tazuna remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Just a couple of mediocre Chunin, were they? Unfortunately, I am no longer who I once was, Naruto thought to himself. He recognized the two assassins, subordinates of Zabuza Momochi, rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, known as the Demon Brothers. In the next moment, chaos erupted. Suddenly, from the puddles emerged two burly figures clad in black, fully shrouded and masked. Their arms and bodies were adorned with sharp spikes. In an instant, they locked onto Kakashi, whom they perceived as the greatest threat. First, the Demon Brothers spoke in a foreboding tone, akin to vengeful spirits. Without hesitation, they unleashed chains imbued with a chilling aura, swiftly ensnaring Kakashi. Blood gushed forth as Kakashi was severed in half. The attack dealt a fatal blow with no intention of restraint. Just moments ago, their teacher had been laughing, only to be slain in an instant. The gruesome scene compelled Sakura, a girl by nature, to cry out in horror. Everything transpired too swiftly. Her face turned pale, and she felt as though all strength had drained from her body, instinctively attempting to turn and flee, yet unable to muster even a fraction of her power. The most basic human fight or flight response manifested within her, and a faint scent of urine wafted through the air, though thankfully not overwhelmingly so. Seeing their successful strike, the Demon Brothers swelled with arrogance. Second, they charged towards Naruto, their behavior reminiscent of reckless individuals heedlessly offering themselves up, as if in a misguided attempt to be heroic. The nine tails within Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, these two were fearless. When had Chunin become so audacious? This one here was a formidable foe. One must choose their battles wisely. A visible whirlwind of blue chakra began to swirl around Naruto's hands. In an instant, he unleashed a godly body technique. The speed with which Naruto erupted forth was astonishing. Two small whirlwinds of chakra surged into the hearts of the Demon Brothers, one for each. What is happening? The Demon Brothers' faces contorted in terror, their eyes gradually losing life. Their internal organs were mercilessly crushed and twisted. Their clothes became tattered rags. Although there was no gory spectacle of blood spraying forth, their insides had been utterly destroyed. Within moments, their eyes turned dark, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The Demon Brothers perished without ever comprehending why a mere Konoha genin wielded such terrifying ninjutsu. Having lived in the safety of Konoha for over a decade, Sakura, one of the sheltered flowers of the village, witnessed bloodshed for the first time. Her delicate form trembled uncontrollably, hands covering her mouth as waves of nausea washed over her. The crisis averted, Sakura's complexion paled, and she crumpled to the ground in a sitting position, her gaze fixated on Naruto. He had taken a life. Sasuke. Chapter 50. Strange. What is that peculiar smell? Sasuke stood in shock. Was Naruto truly that powerful? He had just annihilated two formidable Chunin in an instant. In the days preceding, witnessing Naruto's growth had left Sasuke feeling a profound sense of disparity, prompting him to seek Kakashi's tutelage for more advanced techniques, specifically the Chidori. However, this technique, a creation of Kakashi's own, was not easily learned and would require diligent practice. It was entirely possible to fail if one's aptitude was lacking. Nonetheless, Sasuke possessed his own arsenal of jutsu, such as shuriken and the fire release, great fireball technique. Though he was merely a genin, some of his skills rivaled those of Chunin. Coupled with his Sharingan, he could certainly defend himself against the Demon Brothers, even if he could not defeat them outright. But Naruto? He had effortlessly dispatched the two Chunin in an instant. Was this the chasm that separated true strength? The overwhelming sense of disparity left Sasuke feeling immensely unsettled. He struck the nearby tree trunk with a fierce punch. Damn it! Is this really the Naruto I once knew? What other hidden powers does he possess? To what heights has his strength risen? Sakura's lips quivered as she looked at Naruto, as if he had become her emotional anchor, her pillar of strength. Though she would not admit it verbally, it was evident that she had silently acknowledged Naruto's significance in her heart. Experiencing blood for the first time, Sakura spoke with a quavering voice. Naruto-kun, did you perhaps go a bit too far? Naruto regarded her as though she were simple-minded. Women's minds truly were peculiar, weren't they? When one is trying to kill you, why concern oneself with the enemy's fate? Naruto chose not to respond, for the question itself was rather foolish. He simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied her mind. Though he remained silent, Kakashi, leaping down from the treetops, addressed Sakura's inquiry. Naruto did well. Once outside, when confronted by professional assassin ninjas, one must not show mercy. It is either they perish, or you do. Only one can survive. Sakura, you still have much to learn from Naruto in this regard. Naruto, upon seeing Kakashi, felt no surprise. Unbeknownst to him, he had become nothing more than a mere substitute. The individual who was killed earlier was merely a decoy for Kakashi. What a jest! An elite jonin of Konoha, falling at the hands of two insignificant, lackluster ninjas? That would make any artist choose to cease their craft entirely. Sasuke seemed to have anticipated this, as he observed Kakashi approaching unscathed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he swiftly resumed his composure. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura sat on the ground, her eyes wide open, her delicate face etched with shock and confusion. Kakashi-sensei, you're unhurt? After a moment's pause, she burst into tears, her eyes glistening as she exclaimed, I thought you were dead. Kakashi instinctively touched his nose, having previously hidden away to observe how the trio would react to an unforeseen peril. After all, when faced with the specter of death, individuals often behave in ways they would never consider in ordinary circumstances. For instance, abandoning comrades to flee alone, or choosing to remain and fight alongside them, or even the most despicable act of betraying a companion mid-battle. Fortunately, the trio displayed commendable resolve. Kakashi felt a sense of relief, while also wishing to gauge his team's combat prowess. Who could have anticipated that Naruto would dispatch two competent Chunin with such ease? Remarkable. He exhibited the same spirit I had during my days undertaking missions in the Umbu. Kakashi chuckled softly, moving to Sakura's side and gently ruffling her hair. My apologies for worrying you. It was my fault. Look at how frightened you are. Kakashi did not mention the others. For did Naruto and Sasuke appear the least bit intimidated? Not in the slightest. As for the danger, Kakashi remained vigilant, ready to eliminate the demon brothers at any moment to ensure the safety of Team 7. It could only be described as an eventful yet safe encounter. Kakashi quickly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat to relieve the tension. At that moment, Naruto suddenly furrowed his brow. Strange, what is that peculiar scent? His senses were heightened far beyond those of his peers, even surpassing some elite jonin renowned for their keen olfactory skills. Huh, is there? Kakashi, masked, could not detect it. Sasuke and Tazuna were equally oblivious. Tazuna reeked of alcohol, while Sasuke's sense of smell was not as acute as Naruto's. Sakura's face flushed crimson, her legs instinctively clenching together as her tears ceased abruptly. She was mortified. Thankfully, only Naruto noticed her discomfort. The others remained unaware. Otherwise, she would have certainly been unable to face them again. Kakashi cast a glance at Naruto, a thought bubbling in his mind. No doubt he is the son of my esteemed colleague, calm amidst chaos, and capable of unleashing two Rinnegan in quick succession. Typically, a ninja of this age would not possess such formidable chakra. Could it be the Nine-Tails' influence? As for Naruto, that matter was of little consequence at present. What truly mattered was why a lowly C-rank escort mission had attracted the attention of assassins from the hidden mist. The forehead protector atop the corpse indicated as much. There was definitely something amiss with Tazuna. He had concealed crucial details when they accepted the mission. Kakashi approached him, his visible eye narrowing as he fixed a cold stare upon Tazuna. There are issues with the mission you entrusted to us. You must be aware of this without my elaboration. If you fail to disclose the truth, we reserve the right to abandon the task and allow you to return to the land of waves alone. Tazuna, having sobered somewhat, met Kakashi's scrutinizing gaze and realized that any further concealment would yield dire consequences. Thus, he took a deep breath. The situation is as follows. He dared not withhold any details, recounting everything in meticulous detail. Chapter 51. Moral coercion is futile. Upon hearing Tazuna's account, Kakashi's lips twitched, though thankfully his mask concealed it from the others. You clearly presented this as a C-rank mission, yet its difficulty has escalated to a B-rank level. Why did you not confess sooner? What if my precious, vulnerable students had encountered peril? This is their first mission beyond the village. As he spoke, his tone grew unexpectedly stern. One might think his concern was solely for himself, but he bore the responsibility for his entire team. However, after witnessing Naruto's astonishing capabilities, Kakashi's admonitions were more a pretense than anything else. In truth, he owed Tazuna a debt of gratitude. Without this mission, he would remain oblivious to Naruto's true strength. Tazuna, bewildered, glanced between Naruto and Kakashi, struggling to articulate his thoughts, as if words were caught in his throat. I can't find the words internally. Tazuna was in turmoil. Are you even listening to yourself? Your precious students? Weak and helpless? Have you no shame? I just witnessed your golden-haired pupil dispatch 2 Chunin assassins with a single blow. His technique was remarkably seasoned, not at all befitting a novice on their first mission. Tazuna mentally berated Kakashi. All right, I must admit, I misjudged you, Kakashi. This truly is their first mission. However, Tazuna has no ground to stand on. In an instant, he burst into laughter. I've heard that the ninjas of Konoha are heroes, selflessly aiding the afflicted. Such actions are to be expected. I cannot afford the remuneration for a B-rank mission, for our land of waves is impoverished, and we are deserving of our plight. Others trample upon our lives as if we were insects. I accept this fate, for I was born into a weak nation. Yet, after my demise, my grandson will lose his grandfather, and my daughter will lose her father. They will hold a lasting grudge against Konoha. Tazuna spoke with clarity, positioning himself as the oppressed party. Initially in the wrong, he now ascended to the moral high ground, leaving Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke in a state of discomfort. Sakura's empathetic nature resurfaced. That poor man Tazuna, the uncle, was quite noble. After pain wreaked havoc on Konoha, he journeyed with his grandson to assist in its reconstruction. Sakura held this sentiment dear. Yet now, Naruto was immensely powerful and had yet to confront pain. He did not fear pain's arrival. Rather, he welcomed it. It was reasonable to offer assistance. After all, Naruto sought a respite from his burdens. The world outside was vast, and he wished to seize this opportunity to explore. Remaining in Konoha had grown stale. Simply put, if assistance was required, Naruto would be more than willing. However, if one attempted to manipulate him through moral coercion, Naruto would not be pleased. Uncle, after all that talk, you are merely trying to mask your inability to pay for a B-rank mission, aren't you? Your life is valuable, but do our lives as ninjas not hold equal worth? We live each day on the edge of a blade, our lives hanging by a thread. And you think it easy to earn a modest wage? Moreover, your daughter and grandson's resentment towards Konoha is of no concern to us accepting this mission. We are merely workers, risking our lives for a reward, and our lives could be forfeit at any moment. Moreover, there are many ninjas who harbor resentment towards Konoha. The number of your daughter and grandson is neither too many nor too few. After a brief pause, Naruto said calmly, moral coercion is futile. To be honest, Dazna wanted to ask for help. Naruto was quite willing, even without the expectation of compensation. On the contrary, Dazna resorted to moral manipulation. As a modern individual, Naruto deeply abhorred this tactic. In his previous life, he encountered many who shamelessly employed moral coercion, twisting the truth and denying their own mistakes while standing upon a moral high ground to condemn others, causing untold suffering. For instance, a young child might use a sharp object to scratch a luxurious car, worth millions, owned by someone who could easily afford it. When confronted, a simple apology could resolve the matter, yet the child's parents would interject with moral superiority, claiming, your wealth shouldn't matter to us humble families. Such rhetoric often garnered applause online, with many agreeing that the wealthy individual was indeed miserly. This would ultimately lead to their own undoing. After listening to Naruto's words, Dazna felt a throbbing headache. He initially thought his age and the dire state of the Land of Waves would elicit sympathy from Kakashi's team. Utilizing moral weaponry had worked for him before, but he never anticipated meeting someone so resolute. The youth before him was not easily swayed. Dazna's face flushed with embarrassment, his lips twitching uncontrollably at the thought. Despite his youth, this boy was no fool. Dazna lamented, I apologize. I should not have said those things. I was simply out of options. I have exhausted all my gold coins. I know this amount is far from sufficient for a B-rank mission. With a thud, Dazna knelt before Naruto. He was oblivious to the fact that what Naruto referred to as the Lu might be a currency from Konoha. Esteemed ninjas, I understand that your assistance is a favor, and that not helping is within your rights. You may leave if you wish, but I still hope for your aid. Should there come a day when I can return the favor, I will certainly do so without hesitation. He could no longer feign his plight, expressing his thoughts candidly. As for whether others would agree to assist him, that was indeed as he stated. Even if they chose not to help, it was their prerogative, and he bore no resentment. Chapter 52. The reappearance of Zabuza, acquiring the advanced version of the lightning shield and golden thousand birds after Dasna finished speaking. Silence fell once more upon the group, including Kakashi. Sakura furrowed her brow slightly and looked at Naruto. Naruto, please agree to help the uncle. He truly is pitiable. She did not consult Kakashi, the team leader, but instead sought Naruto's opinion. Somewhere along the way, it seemed to her that Naruto had become the de facto leader of Team 7, possessing the ultimate decision-making authority. This situation was indeed quite vexing for Kakashi. When faced with troublesome matters, he preferred to minimize his involvement, shifting the burden onto Naruto while enjoying some leisure. To be frank, now that they had left the village, lending a hand was not out of the question. Thus, Kakashi remained silent, content to let Naruto decide. Building a new faction requires funds, while Dasna was currently broke. He would have wealth in the future. Besides, acquiring money was not a daunting task. Whoever possessed wealth would be the one earning it. Who in the Naruto world is affluent? Certainly, it's the president of the Kato Shipping Company. Since he has drawn my attention, your wealth shall become my own. Hand it over. Naruto calculated the pros and cons in his mind and concluded that this transaction was undeniably profitable. However, it was primarily Dasna's previous moral manipulation that left a sour taste in his mouth. Had Dasna directly requested assistance, Naruto would have accepted the task without hesitation. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could not be unreasonable. All right, we will continue with your task. Dasna had almost lost hope until Naruto's words sparked a glimmer of excitement on his face, as if he had been granted a second chance. Thank you, esteemed ninja. Thank you. Sakura also beamed with joy. I knew Naruto-kun wouldn't be the kind of person to turn a blind eye to suffering. Sasuke huffed disdainfully, turning his head away. Although he did not voice any opinions, his actions spoke volumes, signaling tacit approval. Kakashi smiled inwardly, realizing that his student, besides his remarkable talent, also possessed commendable character. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Naruto's true intentions lay hidden. Naturally, he had no intention of explaining himself. Rise. I do not appreciate others kneeling before me. Ah, yes, esteemed ninja. Dasna swiftly got to his feet. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. A swift sound pierced the air as something sped toward them. Naruto and Kakashi immediately sprang into action. Quick! Evade! Kakashi shouted, pushing Sakura aside. Naruto seized Dasna, lifting him as if he were a chick, and together they dodged. Naruto's strength was considerable, effortlessly carrying an ordinary person without breaking a sweat. With a resounding thud, a massive black blade lodged itself into a tree trunk nearby, its sharp edge embedded deep within. A figure descended from the tree, landing squarely upon the hilt. This opponent seems rather formidable. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the newcomer and immediately adjusting his forehead protector to reveal his blood-red Sharingan. He shed his usual languid demeanor and prepared for seriousness. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of interest. So, it is the copy ninja Kakashi from Konoha. What a fortunate encounter. However, my presence here today is not to engage in a bloody confrontation. I merely seek the life of the old man you are protecting. I've heard you can replicate 1,000 jutsu. Indeed, you are quite troublesome. However, it will not be easy for you to stop me from killing him. I shall grant you some time. I will only slay the old man, and I assure you I will not harm your students. Kakashi was indeed a troublesome character. Even without direct conflict, Zabuza had long heard of Kakashi's reputation. His mission was solely to eliminate Dasna, and avoiding confrontation would be ideal. However, he was not afraid of a fight if it came to that. As for the two fallen brothers, Zabuza regarded them with disdain, considering them a mere bunch of trash. Their demise was inconsequential. Kakashi's fame in the ninja world was well known, being one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who had assassinated numerous high-profile figures. He had the audacity to be arrogant, and moreover, he was known for his volatile temper. Sakura looked at Kakashi in shock. Was Kakashi-sensei truly this formidable? She had thought Kakashi was merely one of the many elite jonin in Konoha, never realizing his immense renown. Dasna, trembling with fear, sought refuge behind Naruto. Just a single glance exchanged with Zabuza sent a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. The system's cold notification echoed, presenting a choice of tasks. Option 1. Allows Zabuza to eliminate Dasna. Reward: 1 raw egg. no guarantee of being cooked. In the heat of the past. Are you sure you don't want a watermelon? Option 2. Teach Zabuza a lesson. Reward, lightning shield, Chidori. Option 3. Discipline Zabuza and take him in as a pet. Reward, an upgraded version of the lightning shield, golden Chidori. The released Chidori is golden, 3 times more powerful than the ordinary one. The long-awaited system's chilling prompt rang once more. Naruto momentarily paused, confronted with 3 options. The first was dismissed. He licked his dry lips, chuckling. Do I even have a choice? I choose option 3. Option 3 is excellent. Option 3 is stylish. The golden Chidori paired with the golden Rinnegan is incredibly cool, isn't it? It paints a vivid image. Moreover, the system has indicated that the upgraded golden Chidori is 3 times stronger than the ordinary variant. Ultimately, choosing option 3 is a win. It's all about style. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the upgraded lightning shield, golden Chidori. A brand new memory flooded into Naruto's mind, detailing the release method and application of the upgraded golden Chidori. The system was exceedingly considerate. All this knowledge was seamlessly integrated, complete with muscle memory. In that moment, Naruto felt as though he had unleashed the golden Chidori thousands of times, completely familiar with this jutsu. All of this transpired in mere moments. Those around him remained oblivious to Naruto's unusual demeanor. Upon receiving his reward, Naruto smirked coldly at the oblivious Zabuza before him. You still guarantee that you won't move against us? Do you have the ability to say that? In truth, I used to be a locksmith. I wonder if you can match my skills. Chapter 53. Zabuza questions his existence. Is this guy really a genin? Zabuza was bewildered. The onlookers were equally stunned. In such dire circumstances, Naruto dared to openly mock his opponent? Couldn't he see that the situation was unfavorably tilted against them? Kakashi assessed the battlefield with a 60-40 advantage, with the opponent holding the upper hand. The reason it was only 40 was that he had to split his attention. Considering how to protect Dasna as well as the safety of Naruto and his 3 companions while battling Zabuza, if Kakashi were to face Zabuza alone, he wouldn't harbor such concerns. Sakura tilted her head in confusion, reflecting, did Naruto ever take up locksmithing? Why wasn't he informed of this? Perhaps he did it secretly, without telling me. After all, he no longer seems to care for me. Why would he share such things? As the target of the mockery, Zabuza was displeased. He didn't perceive anything strange about the locksmith joke, but Naruto's earlier remarks were a blatant provocation of his authority. Who was Zabuza? He was a man known to explode with rage over trivial matters, a naturally hot-tempered individual, a notorious figure in the ninja world. A single disagreement could lead to violence. It would be one thing if the person mocking him were Kakashi, someone capable of holding his own in battle, but a mere genin dared to openly ridicule him? Did he not care for his own pride? Huh, very well. You're as good as dead, kid. You look like a fresh genin just stepping into the world of missions. In your next life, choose your parents wisely. Know who to provoke and who to avoid. Zabuza replied coldly, then wasted no time, forming hand seals. Hidden mist jutsu. A dense white mist rapidly spread in all directions. In an instant, this thick fog enveloped a radius of several miles. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Although Naruto was strong, he was still facing Zabuza. Caution was imperative. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, protect Dasna. I will handle this guy. Naruto stretched his muscles, disregarding Kakashi's words and charging into the heart of the mist. Kakashi-sensei, I'll leave the old man to you. That guy really annoys me. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed dramatically. What nonsense. Zabuza is extremely powerful, even without introducing himself. I can deduce from his jutsu and that signature large blade that he is Zabuza Momochi of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Naruto, have you lost your mind? Come back. Kakashi shouted in alarm. If anything were to happen to Naruto, how would he explain it to the late Minato and Kushina? Yet, Kakashi was a moment too late. Naruto had already dashed forward. Damn it. Kakashi cursed inwardly. Instinctively, he wanted to pursue. But the sudden departure of Naruto had left their rear vulnerable. If Zabuza had other accomplices planning to deceive or ambush them, they would likely succeed swiftly. This was a precarious situation. With their home invaded, how could they continue? Reluctantly, Kakashi chose to trust Naruto and stepped back to Dasna's side. This was due to Naruto's previous remarkable achievements and his adept use of the Rinnegan. Otherwise, Kakashi would have insisted on chasing after Naruto to bring him back. Sakura looked on with concern. Kakashi-sensei, please go protect Naruto. Sasuke and I can guard the old man. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke stood resolutely, kunai in hand, flanking Dasna. If one looked closely, it was evident that Sasuke's grip trembled, a manifestation of the fear of death. Sakura could sense Sasuke's unease, for she felt it too. Yet soon, she began to miss Naruto. Naruto faced two formidable Chunin without a hint of fear, dispatching them with ease. In contrast, Sasuke appeared weak. How foolish she felt for having once admired such a coward. Kakashi shook his head slightly. Let us have faith in Naruto. He may just bring us an unexpected miracle. Kakashi was taking a gamble. He was betting on Naruto's ability to deal with Zabuza. At his age, Naruto was already executing high-difficulty assassination missions for the Konoha. It had been years since the Uchiha clan was decimated by Itachi, leaving only Sasuke, who fled the village. The village had not seen a true genius ninja since. Previously, Naruto had not exhibited extraordinary talent, leading to Sasuke being regarded as a genius among his peers. However, compared to Kakashi and the numerous geniuses he had witnessed, there remained an insurmountable chasm. With Kakashi's presence, Sasuke's anxiety noticeably eased. So did Sakura's. Meanwhile, Naruto's azure eyes had transformed into golden ones, rippling with power. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, as if he were a sovereign, exalted and imperious. After a few days, Naruto once again wielded the powers of the Rinnegan. Golden hair, golden eyes, strikingly handsome. If he were to stroll through the streets of Konoha with such a visage, he would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of all, men, women, and children alike. A throng of admirers would surely trail behind him. Alas, in his current state, Naruto remains unappreciated. Oh, but there is one who does take notice, Zabuza, who lurks in the very heart of the mist. Zabuza furrowed his brow as he sensed an approaching presence. However, the figure was not that of the copy ninja, Kakashi. Is this little brat courting death? Well, if he is so eager to meet his end, I shall oblige. Zabuza's eyes glinted with malice as he gripped the long blade that radiated a chilling aura. It seemed that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could sever the naive genin in two. Wait, this speed is astonishing. No, this cannot be right. Zabuza was taken aback. In his perception, Naruto was still some distance away. Yet in the blink of an eye, their positions had closed dramatically. A chill ran down Zabuza's spine as the looming threat of death intensified. He swiftly raised his blade to guard his abdomen. The air shattered with a thunderous crack. Naruto's casual punch produced a resounding shockwave. The force of his strike collided with Zabuza's midsection, though he managed to deflect much of the impact with his blade. Originally intent on delivering a fatal blow, Zabuza reconsidered, recalling the mission assigned by the system. After all, a living Zabuza could still be of great use to him in the future. Zabuza was sent flying several meters, creating a splash as he crashed into the lake. Chapter 54. Are you sure you're not performing a large-scale ritual? Zabuza's face was one of sheer astonishment, though surrounded by dense white mist. Naruto could not discern his expression, yet Zabuza's countenance certainly reflected a profound existential doubt. The seemingly indestructible blade in his hand had slightly bent inward. That punch, Zabuza could only speculate how much force Naruto had exerted. It left him reeling. However, another unsettling thought plagued him. How did that insufferable brat know his precise location? Could he possess a similar bloodline limit? Could it be that pair of suddenly golden eyes? Zabuza, of course, had no knowledge of the Rinnegan. After all, it was beyond the reach of a ninja of his caliber. Zabuza's expression darkened. To be struck by a mere teenage genin was utterly humiliating. You little brat, I will make you pay. With that, Zabuza began forming hand seals. On the riverbank, Kakashi's heart sank. This is bad. Naruto, come back. Although Kakashi could see the situation within the mist clearly thanks to his Sharingan, he was too far away to notice any irregularities in Naruto's eyes. However, the absence of sight did not mean Kakashi was oblivious to the impending danger. As a seasoned elite ninja, his experience, coupled with knowledge of Zabuza's exploits, told him that Zabuza was about to unleash a B-ranked water-style technique, the Water Dragon Jutsu. The power of the Water Dragon Jutsu increases significantly in proximity to a water source, and at that moment, Zabuza was still over the lake. Thus, the strength of his water dragon would surely be greatly amplified. Serpent, monkey, rabbit. Zabuza positioned his blade behind him, rapidly forming hand seals while muttering incantations. Damn it, if it takes 4 to 5 dozen hand seals to cast this, I might as well forget it. By the time I finish, my opponent will have already taken their last breath. Naruto, disdainful, planted his legs firmly, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. He shot forth like a bolt of golden lightning. With the enhancement of divine-level body techniques, he could easily maneuver as he pleased. Moreover, having honed his techniques to such a level, the speed he unleashed was nothing short of formidable. Even though this reward was acquired through the system, it felt as natural as if it were the result of his own arduous training. Are you out of your mind? What kind of ninja resorts to hand seals in a fight? Zabuza was taken aback. 44 seals? You don't find that tedious? Are you sure you're not performing a large-scale ritual? Zabuza was left bewildered. Little kid, do you have a lot of questions? Who isn't a normal ninja here? You're just a genin who has probably never seen a B-ranked ninjutsu in your life, hence your outrageous claims. Where did this bumpkin come from? Lacking any worldly experience. My 44 hand seals aren't easy to execute. Zabuza's expression darkened further, his hand movements nearly faltering. He was infuriated by Naruto. Naruto's voice reached the riverbank, causing Kakashi and the others to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Sakura, perplexed, asked, Kakashi-sensei, is Naruto-kun right? Don't we ninjas need to perform hand seals in battle? Kakashi's eyelids twitched as he replied, nonsense. How can you release jutsu without hand seals? Sakura, still confused, remembered Naruto's earlier display of the Rinnegan, which had not involved any hand seals. Kakashi was dumbfounded. Indeed, this was the truth. Just moments ago, Naruto had demonstrated his prowess right before his eyes, without a single hand seal. Good heavens! Kakashi found himself at a loss for how to respond to his student's inquiries. A painful scream echoed from the center of the lake as Naruto mercilessly interrupted Zabuza's incantation, delivering a devastating punch to his face. The sheer force of the blow was evident from Zabuza's pig-like squeal. Naruto had afforded Zabuza an opportunity, yet this fool was too incompetent. The lengthy hand seals were painfully slow in Naruto's eyes, akin to the pace of a turtle. No, he regretted that comparison. Even a tortoise would be swifter than Zabuza? Zabuza lost several teeth, but fortunately, his mask prevented them from falling out. However, blood stained the mask. Little did Naruto know whether his punch had misaligned Zabuza's jaw, potentially making him the first crooked-mouthed ninja in history, a spectacle that would be amusing indeed. As the mist began to dissipate, Naruto's pupils gradually returned to normal. With Zabuza sent tumbling away, the technique was clearly becoming unsustainable. The caster was on the verge of collapse. How could the jutsu possibly endure? The surrounding crowd was acutely aware of the dramatic shift. Sakura glanced around, bewildered. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, concealing his Sharingan once more, and smiled. It seems Naruto has succeeded. You can understand it as follows. If you incapacitate the caster, depriving them of chakra, the jutsu will naturally unravel. Pausing for a moment, Kakashi recalled the earlier embarrassment and knew better than to speak too definitively lest he be proven wrong again. As a responsible teacher, he had to tread carefully. Thus, he added, of course, this is generally the case, though there are exceptions. Sakura nodded thoughtfully. Let us consider this as a preliminary note, inscribed in the recesses of one's mind. At this moment, what captivates her attention is the formidable prowess displayed by Naruto. He has once again surpassed her expectations. Initially, she believed that Naruto had already reached an extraordinary level on the third tier, but who could have anticipated that he was operating at a level beyond the atmosphere? Suddenly, memories of Naruto's past pursuits of her come rushing back. She had turned him down then. How foolish she feels now. Regret washes over her in waves. Had she known earlier of Naruto's remarkable capabilities, she would undoubtedly have accepted him. Chapter 55. The essence of gender and Naruto's audacious thoughts. Sasuke's expression is one of bewilderment, mingled with an intense sense of resentment. He is perplexed by Naruto's astounding strength. If only he possessed abilities akin to Naruto's. Could he not seek vengeance against Itachi Uchiha with hope? Speaking of resentment, it is rooted in his reflections of the past, during his school days. When peers and teachers alike lauded him as a prodigious ninja, he was the genius of the academy, the prime choice in the eyes of countless young women. Yet, in the end, Sasuke remains indifferent to such accolades. However, that title of genius, he is unwilling to relinquish it. To understand this, we must delve into Sasuke's childhood. Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, surrounded by praise from peers, admiration from teachers, and validation from his father, he was enveloped in a myriad of accolades. From a young age, he was adorned with various accolades. To claim that Sasuke was not envious would be mere self-deception. Therefore, he endeavored to excel in school. intentionally showcasing his talents to experience the elation of being recognized as a genius, akin to Itachi. It was only upon embarking on a mission outside the village that he came to realize how laughable he had been. He had flaunted his minor achievements, while Naruto had been quietly amassing strength, ready to astonish the world. Or perhaps, the demeanor Naruto had previously exhibited was merely a facade, concealing his undeniable genius. Sasuke even speculates that Naruto feigned being the underdog. Whenever someone praised him as the genius of the year, Naruto might have secretly laughed in the shadows. Contemplating this, Sasuke's face flushes with fury. He grits his teeth, clenching his fists. That wretched Naruto. Has he been mocking me from the shadows all along? Upon witnessing the stark contrast between their abilities, Sasuke finds himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Anger, helplessness, and resentment intertwining into a profound confusion regarding life. This marks the first time, aside from his burning desire for revenge, that Sasuke has found himself lost in the complexities of existence. The forest is alive with the rustling of leaves. Suddenly, two slender projectiles, shuriken, swiftly pierce through Zabuza's neck. In an instant, blood erupts forth. Zabuza's pupils dilate as he collapses to the ground. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, tightens his grip on his kunai. Who goes there? A small figure approaches from the distance. Masked, and of a height comparable to Naruto and his companions. A pursuing ninja from the Mist Village? Kakashi instantly recognizes the identity of the intruder. Although he lacks a flamboyant style, his extensive experience speaks volumes. Unfazed, the newcomer acknowledges Kakashi's keen perception. Naruto smirks, muttering to himself, the headhunter has arrived. Knowing the plot well, he understands that Haku has come to facilitate Zabuza's fake death and to whisk him away right under their noses. The plan is flawless, leaving no room for suspicion or abruptness. The pursuit of rogue ninjas by their own village's elite is a sensible course of action. As each ninja village harbors its own traitors, it is only logical for them to eliminate their own wayward members and reclaim their bodies. Haku is confident that Kakashi and his companions will not scrutinize Zabuza's condition closely. By the time they realize what has transpired, he will have vanished without a trace. What a brilliantly orchestrated plan. Alas, it encounters an unexpected complication in the form of Naruto, the extraordinary traveler. Not only has he traversed dimensions, but he also possesses remarkable abilities. Naruto grins, choosing not to interrupt the exchange between Kakashi and Haku, instead preparing for a sudden assault. Since they have come to him, he intends to ensure they remain. Truth be told, Naruto is quite curious about Haku's true gender. In the original narrative, Haku is male, yet appears feminine. Nevertheless, he dismisses such intricacies. A simple revelation will suffice. With a cough to clear his throat, he considers offering Haku a semblance of dignity, particularly in the absence of others. If Haku were a lethal weapon, he would simply abstain from the endeavor. Naruto harbors no unusual inclinations in that regard. His preferences are quite conventional, no matter how attractive. Even surpassing a woman in beauty, he remains unaffected. As Naruto prepares to make his move, the system's notification chimes in his mind. Ding. Selection task activated. Choice 1. Allow Haku to escort Zabuza away, later becoming a subordinate. Reward. Water release. Great waterfall technique. No hand signs version. Choice 2. Performing before me. Are you tired of living? Leave everything behind. Reward. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. No hand signs version. Chapter 56. The unmistakable gaze of affection upon confronting the options presented, Naruto cannot help but smile. This was precisely his intention. Although Zabuza and Haku lack formidable strength, they still hold potential utility. Furthermore, Naruto had long envisioned this scheme, recruiting Zabuza as an ally. A living Zabuza is far more valuable than a deceased one, as he could be dispatched to assist with various matters. Naruto recalls how Kato visited Zabuza while he was recuperating, reprimanding him for his ineptitude, leading to a confrontation between them. Naruto's strategy is to wait for the opportune moment to eliminate Kato. To ensure Zabuza's compliance, he plans to exert forceful persuasion. Should Zabuza prove to be a formidable adversary, then he shall simply be disposed of. With this thought, Naruto makes his choice. I select 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection complete. Reward. Water release. Great waterfall technique. No hand signs version. Similar to previous rewards, a subtle transformation occurs within Naruto, one that only he can perceive. Meanwhile, Haku hoists Zabuza's lifeless body onto his shoulder. Well then, I shall take my leave now, to return his body to the Mist Village. A whirlwind suddenly arises from the ground as Haku, in full view of the onlookers, begins to fade from sight, with Zabuza in tow. Kakashi, having witnessed the events unfold, chooses not to intervene. Haku had succinctly explained his mission, to eliminate the rogue ninja and retrieve his corpse. Upon witnessing Zabuza's demise, Kakashi does not ponder further. Had he known that Zabuza was feigning death and that Haku was complicit, he would never have allowed their escape. However, Kakashi remained unaware of all these developments. A fleeting yellow figure stealthily trailed in the direction that Bai had departed. To be precise, it was in the very moment of Bai's exit that the figure commenced its actions. The two maintained a prudent distance from one another. If one were to examine closely, it would not be difficult to discern that the yellow figure was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. More specifically, it was a shadow clone that Naruto had conjured. At that moment, when Zabuza employed the mist concealment technique, enveloping the surroundings in a dense shroud of fog, Naruto concealed himself in the shadows and summoned a shadow clone with remarkable secrecy, so much so that even Kakashi, who was utilizing the Sharingan, failed to detect any suspicious signs. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Naruto, you have done exceptionally well. Not merely well, but exceedingly impressive. In Kakashi's eyes, Naruto possessed extraordinary talent at such a young age, promising a bright future ahead. Even during his battle with Zabuza, Kakashi felt a hint of pressure. However, overcoming the opponent was not particularly daunting. Yet, it must be noted that Kakashi was a jonin of Konoha, an elite jonin at that. Such prowess was hardly surprising. In contrast, Naruto had only recently ascended to the rank of Genin, having been a ninja for less than half a month. Sakura Haruno joyfully rushed to Naruto's side, her face radiating excitement and curiosity. Naruto-kun, how were you able to stand on the surface of the lake without falling in? The moment the mist dissipated, Sakura beheld Naruto standing on the water's surface. No one had ever elucidated the principle behind it for her, and her curiosity was piqued. Furthermore, Sakura wished to seize this opportunity to draw closer to Naruto, captivated by the masculinity he exuded. Girls inherently admire strength. Who does not hold a fondness for the powerful? Especially those who are both handsome and capable, yet remain humble. When one harbors feelings for another, their eyes are filled with the virtues of that person. Indeed, Naruto possessed no discernible flaws at present. He appeared quite mature and composed. The gaze of one enamored cannot be concealed. Sasuke quietly edged closer to Naruto, yearning to comprehend how Naruto had become so strong. After all, he had previously been the bottom of their class. The more he wished to know, the more he felt compelled to uncover all of Naruto's secrets. Naruto, however, was disinterested in their inquiries, while Kakashi, in a jovial mood, chuckled softly. Sakura, this pertains to the application of chakra. Walking on water differs from traversing solid ground. Simply put, the principles of climbing mountains and trees on land are distinct from those of walking on water. Kakashi elaborated tirelessly, even leaping into the lake to demonstrate the correct application. Walking on solid ground is relatively easy to master. However, water is not solid, unless it is transformed into ice. Konoha has produced a truly remarkable ninja. Kakashi understood the implications of this. As for Naruto, he was not foolish enough to broach the subject with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rather, he would do everything in his power to protect Naruto. Rest assured, Sensei Minato, I will not allow Naruto to join the Umbu or Root. He deserves a brighter life, one not marred by my past. Kakashi's previously languid demeanor gradually morphed into one of resolve. Chapter 57. The realization of Kakashi days past. And it had been 2 days since they returned Dasna. As Dasna had mentioned, he had a beautiful daughter and a small grandson. However, that was of little concern to the workers. Returning to Kakashi's side, ever since encountering the assassination ninjas from another village, they had witnessed the stark disparity between their capabilities. A single misstep could result in death at the hands of the enemy. Consequently, Team 7 was filled with a fervor akin to having consumed a potent seasoning, tirelessly training day and night. Sakura aspired to keep pace with Naruto. She understood that this would be an arduous journey, one shrouded in darkness, with little hope of catching up. Yet, without effort, she might not even catch a glimpse of Naruto's back. Sasuke had also intensified his self-imposed demands, particularly following Naruto's performance in their recent battle, which constantly spurred him on. One day, upon reflecting, He realized the chasm between himself and Naruto was insurmountably vast. That guy had been at the bottom of their class barely half a month ago. Sasuke could not bear the overwhelming sense of disparity. Training continued as they practiced how to traverse the forest using chakra swiftly and how to control chakra effectively while walking on water. As Team 7's instructor, Kakashi was invigorated to see his students' dedication. Of course, aside from Naruto, the entire team was earnest in their efforts. Kakashi had identified an awkward predicament. It appeared that Naruto had already mastered the fundamentals without much guidance. He even utilized them with greater finesse than Kakashi himself. An elite jonin. It was quite an embarrassing situation. All right, everyone, let us take a break. Kakashi clapped his hands, addressing Sakura and Sasuke, who were still diligently practicing. The two had risen at the crack of dawn and trained until midday, unwilling to relent. This was commendable, but prolonged exertion would inevitably lead to exhaustion. One must rest when the time calls for it. After all, balance is essential. I'm not tired, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Sasuke remained silent, still focused on perfecting his aim with shuriken. Kakashi's eyelids twitched slightly. Fine, we will wait until they tire, he thought, contemplating a place to observe. Studying every day brings me joy. Just as he began to move, an image flickered in his mind, as if a light bulb had illuminated. He recalled something crucial. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. That guy escaped. If I had just checked back then, I wouldn't have been so careless. Noticing Kakashi's unusual reaction, Sakura and Sasuke halted. Naruto, however, was unfazed. Kakashi was no fool. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly uncover the discrepancies. Sakura approached, seizing the opportunity to rest momentarily. Yet, more than resting, she was concerned about Kakashi's demeanor. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, speaking solemnly. I believe we were deceived by that pursuing ninja from the Mist Village. What? No way. Zabuza shouldn't be so easily killed, even in a surprise attack. I trust he could fend off those few thousand needles. There was another critical point of suspicion. I recall that the pursuing ninjas from the Mist Village always destroy the corpses on the spot, taking only the heads back. After all, compared to the entire body, taking a head is far more convenient. To prove that the opponent is deceased, a head is undoubtedly the most straightforward method. Kakashi's tone grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. What of the fundamental trust between ninjas? How can we discuss the life of a ninja or ideals when such trust is absent? Damn it, this is infuriating. I hope I don't encounter you again, otherwise, you'll regret it. Internally, Kakashi seethed with frustration. The feeling of being outsmarted was exceptionally unpleasant. In the past, he had been the one to outmaneuver others. Nobody dared to play tricks on him. Suddenly, a person who toyed with his trust emerged, and that too in front of his 3 delightful students. Had there been fewer witnesses around, Kakashi might have let it slide and brushed the matter aside. After all, the ninja world is rife with treachery and deception, with countless examples to draw from. Yet, they offered him no face at all. I'm sorry, but you're finished, he declared. What should we do now? Haruno Sakura gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. She had thought that Zabuza was dead. The past few nights had been so restful. However, Kakashi reassured her that Zabuza was still alive and had allied himself with the pursuing ninja from the Mist Village. This revelation shattered Sakura's composure. What if that masked pervert returned to trouble them again? If he targeted her, she was no Naruto. She had no chance of defeating Zabuza alone. Kakashi chuckled softly. What else can you do? Just continue your training. It's essential to develop your self-defense abilities. He emphasized that without sufficient strength, once they stepped beyond the village's protection, they must be prepared for the possibility of being killed at any moment. So train hard. Sakura's face fell. But Kakashi-sensei, no matter how hard we train, we could never defeat Zabuza, could we? As she spoke, she cast a glance toward Naruto, who was resting under a large tree, hoping he might say something reassuring. The best outcome would be to sleep next to Naruto, ensuring she had someone to rely on. The thought of sharing a room with him suddenly flushed her cheeks with warmth. She was willing, but she knew he would never agree. Nevertheless, she could only indulge in such daydreams. Kakashi spoke earnestly. You need not worry about that. Your current mission is to focus on your training. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly interjected, about that Kado. Kakashi recalled the situation. Since we accepted this mission, it's tantamount to indirectly declaring ourselves enemies. Although the matter is somewhat complicated, solutions do exist. But for now, Discussing it further is futile. You should rest and then continue your training. With that, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and extracted a book, a memoir by his mentor Jiraiya, and departed with swift movements. Kakashi's nature was to confront challenges head-on. He preferred reading to mulling over chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, Naruto was not merely resting under the tree. He was diligently controlling his puppet shadow clones. It must be said that the puppet technique rewarded by the system was remarkably effective. Whether for combat, tracking, or assassination, it provided a significant advantage. In the depths of the forest, there lay a well-concealed hidden cabin. Zabuza lay in bed recuperating, unaware that he still clutched a kunai beneath the covers. By his side was Haku, attending to him. Aside from the two of them, there were 4 unexpected guests, Kato and 3 elite bodyguards he had employed. Originally, there were only 2 bodyguards. The strikingly handsome black-haired youth had recently joined them after aiding Kato in eliminating a formidable assassin during Kato's outing. Gaining Kato's trust, he was hired at a considerable price. Mr. Kato, please take your leave for now. Zabuza is gravely injured and requires several days of recuperation. We will find a way to fulfill your task, Haku stated coldly, clearly indicating it was time for Kato to leave. A middle-aged man with a curly hairstyle and black sunglasses, who appeared rather rotund, scoffed at Haku's words. You dare call yourself an assassin when you can't even deal with a defenseless old man? As Kato spoke, he brazenly approached Zabuza's bed, flanked by his 3 hired bodyguards. He felt no fear, especially after witnessing the black-haired youth's prowess. Thus, he strode forward confidently. At that moment, the black-haired youth took action, but rather than advance, he retreated slightly, positioning himself behind the 2 burly bodyguards wielding their swords. The atmosphere was tense. No one paid attention to the inconspicuous black-haired youth. Were the ninjas from the Mist Country truly inept? Kato continued to taunt, suggesting that the notorious title of demon was merely a facade, better off hidden away. As he reached for Zabuza, a pale hand shot out, seizing Kato's wrist and pinning it down forcefully. Damn it, let go. Someone teach them a lesson. Kato bellowed. His expression twisted with rage. The black-haired youth smirked. All right. In the next instant, golden lightning crackled to life in his hand, and the room filled with the sound of sizzling electricity, reminiscent of a chorus of birds. Lightning release, Chidori. The 2 burly bodyguards displayed expressions of smug satisfaction, realizing they wouldn't need to intervene, nor even draw their swords, as they watched the black-haired youth's performance unfold. Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat forming on his back as his pupils widened in shock. Where did Kato find such a powerful ninja? He thought, acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of that lightning technique. Could it be Kakashi Hatake? He is the only one known to wield the Chidori. However, it seemed different from the rumors he had heard. Why was this Chidori golden? Upon witnessing this, Haku loosened his grip slightly, gazing in astonishment at the boy named Ming. His mind raced, formulating a quick plan for how to swiftly remove Zabuza from the situation. Kato's face gleamed with satisfaction. Although he had paid a hefty sum for the black-haired youth, money was never an issue for him. The room was illuminated with dazzling golden light, creating an almost celestial atmosphere. Just wait and die, Kato began, but before he could finish, the black-haired youth moved. Yet, contrary to Kato's expectations, the sharp Chidori pierced the heart of one of Kato's nearby bodyguards. The man, before succumbing, wore a smug grin, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this boy, a Ming, possibly turn against him? Wasn't the enemy over there? He wished to voice his confusion, but in the instant his heart shattered, all vitality fled his body, and his gaze dimmed as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Damn it! The second bodyguard drew his sword, aiming to cleave the black-haired youth in 2. Hoping to quench his rage, the youth's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, "This is the world of ninjas, not a martial arts realm." Unfazed, the terrifying energy of lightning coalesced into a deadly blade in his palm. A hand clashed with an oncoming samurai sword, producing a resounding metallic clang. Ultimately, the samurai sword was no match for the razor-sharp blade of Chidori, shattering into 2. The young boy showed no signs of pausing, continuing forward to slay the warrior with his electrified handblade. The man, despite his combat training, was no match for a wielder of ninjutsu. Everything transpired in an instant. From the black-haired youth unleashing his formidable jutsu to the swift execution of the 2 burly samurai, all within mere moments. The boy flicked the crimson blood from his hand, his gaze indifferent, as if the act of killing had not been his own. He then turned to the remaining 3 individuals in the room. Zabuza was taken aback, a thunderclap resonating in his mind. What do you mean we've met before? I don't even know you. I have never seen you before. Don't fabricate connections. Could it be that he encountered them during a past assassination mission? Zabuza had undertaken numerous covert assignments in the past, taking many lives and accruing a multitude of enemies. Upon reflection, it wasn't entirely surprising. Perhaps someone had hired an assassin to eliminate him. However, he couldn't recall offending anyone recently, as all his previous targets had been eradicated without a trace. Zabuza did not link this situation to Naruto, believing him formidable enough to confront him in person without needing to hire a killer. Furthermore, even if someone had hired an assassin, how could they ascertain his current whereabouts? Kato panicked, realizing that the bodyguard he had hired days ago was actually in league with Zabuza. Their dialogue suggested familiarity. Kato forced himself to remain composed, gritting his teeth as he addressed the black-haired youth. I'll pay you triple what Zabuza offered. No, 10 times. Cash, immediately. He was desperate to survive. What good was wealth if he lost his life? Even if the black-haired youth intended to extort him, he would reluctantly comply, hoping for a chance at survival. Once back home, he would surely hire more assassins to eliminate this black-haired boy. Kato initially thought he had struck gold, believing he could merely spend a little money to have the boy as his loyal enforcer. Who could have anticipated encountering a case of black-on-black crime? How could Kato not be furious? Chapter 59. What kind of robber logic is this? Zabuza felt an urge to vomit blood. I don't even know him. If such a powerful ninja could be swayed by money to abandon his assassination, I would pay any amount. Mr. Kato, I believe you are mistaken, the black-haired youth said with a light-hearted smile, his eyes reflecting the incredulity of a fool. His words left the 3 present momentarily speechless. What a brilliant logic. Yes, if he eliminated Kato, all of Kato's wealth would belong to him. Why wait for Kato to begrudgingly hand over his money? Kato's expression was one of shock. What kind of robber logic is this? Yet, upon reflection, the youth before him might simply be a greedy fiend. Desperate to save his life, Kato gritted his teeth. Please don't kill me. Aside from my visible wealth, I have hidden treasures, gold mines, and silver mountains. If you spare me, I can reveal their locations. At that moment, Kato was truly frightened, fearing the black-haired youth might resort to further extreme measures. The boy grinned, his pupils transforming into a golden hue with rippling patterns. His appearance gradually reverting to its original form, golden hair cascading down as he once again summoned Chidori, crackling with electricity like a harbinger of death. Naruto chuckled. You believe money can buy your life? You are gravely mistaken. With that, he lunged forward, using his hand as a blade, piercing through Kato's heart in an instant. Blood gushed forth, while Haku swiftly pulled the injured Zabuza back into a corner of the room. Both Zabuza and Haku were taken aback to see Naruto reveal his true identity, clearly not anticipating his arrival, especially disguised as Kato's bodyguard. Zabuza had to concede that the boy was extraordinarily powerful, surpassing him in both physical prowess and ninjutsu. Even in peak condition, Zabuza would struggle against Naruto, let alone in his current weakened state. Taking a deep breath, Zabuza pushed Haku aside. This is not your fight. If you wish to kill someone, let it be me. Haku, having been shoved aside, was momentarily stunned, but then clenched his teeth, summoning his kunai to stand protectively before Zabuza. Mr. Zabuza, I will not abandon you. Witnessing this scene, Zabuza felt a flicker of emotion, yet now was not the time for sentiment. He shouted, "Get away. Are you ignoring my words?" He attempted to forcibly pull Haku aside, but Haku stood resolute, unwavering. Clapping his hands, Naruto remarked, "What a dramatic display of emotion. Should I commend your bravery or question your fearlessness?" His lighthearted remarks cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Of course, without absolute strength to back up his words. Mere threats bore little weight. The power Naruto had just exhibited was sufficient to intimidate both men. Additionally, he was currently in the state of wielding the Rinnegan, delivering his words with a detached gaze. The moment their eyes met, Zabuza recalled the unsettling feeling he had experienced just days prior when caught in the gaze of those peculiar eyes, a fear that had consumed him completely. A mere glance had instilled within him the conviction that he could never triumph over his opponent. Haku, witnessing the Rinnegan for the first time, felt equally unsettled, his grip on his kunai trembling uncontrollably. "What do you want? Can you spare me and Mr. Zabuza? I promise we will never cross your path again." Despite the immense pressure, Haku stood his ground, ready to sacrifice himself for Zabuza. Naruto examined Haku closely, noting his resemblance to a girl, murmuring to himself. Does he sound like a girl too? Is he truly a boy? In ancient tales, there was a story of Mulan, who disguised herself as a man to fight. Could Haku be a female ninja in disguise? Curiosity is a trait inherent in all beings, and Naruto was no exception. Amid the tense atmosphere, he unexpectedly posed a question to Haku. Are you a boy or a girl? Zabuza was taken aback, and Haku, as the subject, was equally bewildered. What kind of question was this? He had expected Naruto to inquire about something else entirely, never anticipating such an insult. Haku felt a sense of offense. If it weren't for the injured Zabuza behind him, he would have charged forward with his kunai to confront Naruto. If you don't want to ask questions, then don't. Was silence a death sentence? Naruto was undeniably powerful, and the disparity in strength between the two sides was stark. Ultimately, Haku had to endure, his expression fluctuating as he spoke in a low voice. I am a male. In an instant, Naruto's interest waned, and he even displayed a look of disdain, curling his lip. After all that time, he turned out to be just a trainee who had practiced for 2.5 years. It seemed the rumors circulating among fans of Hokage were unreliable. Naruto's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Haku and Zabuza's ears perfectly. Haku's lips twitched. Although the ninja world had seen some minor wars and skirmishes in recent years, the people remained simple and honest. What was a trainee anyway? They had never even heard of such a term. However, since the young shinobi before them had given them time, Haku was contemplating an escape plan. Naruto, seeing through his cautious thoughts, decided not to waste any more time on idle chatter and got straight to the point. Kato is dead. And given that you two are rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, you are like lost, pitiful dogs with nowhere to go. You have two options before you. 1. Wholeheartedly submit to me, and I can assure you a stable life in the future. 2. I could break your limbs until you are utterly helpless, subjecting you to a fate worse than death. As for you, Haku, I would simply strip you of all your abilities and then toss you into a brothel to serve some peculiar customers. Naruto's tone left no room for argument. Haku and Zabuza were unfamiliar with this new term brothel, but the implications of Naruto's words led them to believe it was certainly an unsavory establishment. Reflecting on this, Haku felt a chill run down his legs, instinctively bringing them closer together. In Chapter 60, The Nine Tails, he remarked that the Three Tails was formidable. How do you perceive that? Zabuza mustered his courage and met Naruto's gaze, which filled him with trepidation, and spoke, Since you wish for our submission, it seems our lives still hold some value to you. Otherwise, you could have killed us from the outset. Upon saying this, Zabuza was uncertain of the source of his courage. It certainly wasn't from Ms. Liang. It was as if he had concluded that Naruto would not dare to kill him. Hearing this, Haku's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, but he dared not let his guard down completely, remaining prepared to sacrifice himself to delay Naruto. Naruto burst into laughter, amused by Zabuza's presumption. Dare not kill you? You're merely Zabuza. It's simply a matter of convenience. Seeking others to manage Kato's affairs would be a hassle. Though Zabuza lacked the strength to match Naruto, his reputation as the demon of the mist carried a certain weight. At the very least, alongside Haku, he could assist in overseeing those operations. However, Naruto's sudden laughter caused several dark lines to appear on Zabuza's forehead. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? This is too much. Zabuza felt disrespected, even as a prisoner of war. Yet, Naruto had a need for him. So should he not extend a bit of courtesy? Naruto's expression turned icy, exuding a heavy aura of killing intent. Haku's complexion shifted, and he brandished his kunai, adopting a battle stance. With a crackle, Naruto conjured Chidori in his left hand while a blue Rinnegan materialized in his right. Two chakra forms, each imbued with ferocious energy, swirled around him. Strangely, they did not interfere with one another. Logically, a ninja should not be able to unleash two immensely destructive jutsu simultaneously. This was a consensus within the ninja world. Even the elite jonin of the Mist Village or the Mizuki could not achieve such a feat. How was the young boy before them managing this? It transcended the definition of a genius. He was a prodigy, a natural-born anomaly. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his tone frigid. I merely find it troublesome to seek others to oversee Mr. Kato's assets. Do you truly believe I hesitate to kill you? If you continue to be ungrateful, I won't hesitate to send you on your way. Even if I know that once Zabuza is gone, Haku will fight to the death alongside him. What does it matter to me? Regardless of whether Haku is male or female, I would act without hesitation. He had never been one to dither. Would he falter at the sight of a woman in distress? Absolutely not. Furthermore, had Naruto not been a time traveler and bound to a system a few days earlier, it could have been him facing death instead. In the ninja world, the law of the jungle prevailed. In essence, it was a matter of who had the stronger fist and who possessed greater authority. Zabuza felt a tempest brewing within. Another instance of unmarked ninjutsu. Perhaps it could be a single seal, but at this point, it hardly mattered. After all, Naruto genuinely had the capability to kill him at any moment. He believed Naruto would follow through, just as he had done with Kado and his companions, without an ounce of hesitation. With that thought, Zabuza took a deep breath. I can agree to submit to you. I acknowledge your strength. You are certainly much stronger than both Haku and me. However, your assurance of a stable future life seems somewhat arrogant. Our fourth Mizuki, Yagura Karatachi, wields the power of the three tails and is a perfect host capable of controlling the tailed beasts. If he wishes to pursue us, we could flee to the ends of the earth and still not escape. Zabuza's words were straightforward. He admitted Naruto's prowess, but limited it to their comparative strengths. Should they encounter someone even stronger, Naruto's grand assurances would mean nothing. Yagura, as Mizuki, possessed the might of the tailed beasts. Could Naruto truly surpass that? Haku remained silent. Yet his expression indicated agreement with Zabuza's sentiments. Naruto was once again entertained by the duo. Clearly, their means of obtaining information in this era were woefully inadequate. Zabuza and Haku were rather naive, and Naruto found it within himself to be understanding. Nine tails, he softly called, with a puff of smoke. A fluffy fox doll with 9 tails appeared. A wave of terrifying energy radiated from the doll, sweeping outward and nearly suffocating Zabuza and Haku. Although it was merely a clone of the 9 tails, the aura it emitted was undeniably formidable. Moreover, the 9 tails sensed that Naruto's shadow clone was unlike any other, as it could exhibit 80% of its power. Regular shadow clones could never achieve such a feat. Thus, the 9 tails grew increasingly respectful toward its master, Naruto. Zabuza and Haku's expressions were akin to those who had seen a ghost. How could such an innocuous-looking doll possess such immense strength? Wait, what did that golden-haired brat just call that doll? 9 tails? A thunderclap echoed in Zabuza's mind, his eyes filled with disbelief. I was perplexed. Yet he found himself overwhelmed by the aura of the 9 tails. He sank to one knee, unable to lift his head. This was merely a fraction of the 9 tails' intimidating presence. Only 1/3 of its might. Had it not been for the desire to avoid unnecessary commotion and potential trouble for Naruto, it could have unleashed its full power. Naruto turned to the 9 tails and chuckled. 9 tails, what do you think of the 3 tails being impressive? Upon hearing this, the 9 tails' demeanor soured instantly, its expression darkening. Was it speaking nonsense in front of its master? The 3 tails was insignificant. The 9 tails seethed with rage. Who is the fool spreading such rumors? Bring him forth. And I assure you, I will crush him. It hadn't even spoken yet, and the 3 tails was hardly worth mentioning. It beckoned for the creature to come and face it in combat, along with the ninja who had made such claims. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their companions. The 9 tails, fortunate enough to encounter Naruto, had picked up a few colorful phrases, akin to crude expressions one might hear in casual conversation. It took notes mentally, believing that a tailed beast should share in its master's battles. In this process, the 9 tails had learned quite a bit, showcasing its remarkable talent and comprehension, thus saving a considerable sum on language classes. Chapter 61. Have I not always sought to win people over with virtue? There were whispers of national secrets being revealed. However, Naruto paid little mind to this, as the 9 tails certainly noticed the other 2 individuals in the room. It squinted slightly, assessing Zabuza with a discerning gaze, exhaling a deep breath. So, you're the one stirring trouble, huh? Master, do not hold me back. I wish to challenge this one. A black sphere began to coalesce in its mouth, brimming with ferocious energy, far surpassing the power of the Chidori and Rinnegan Naruto had just unleashed. This was why Naruto refrained from employing other techniques. Otherwise, the 9 tails would be wagging its tail and acting adorably before him, behaving like an innocuous little toy. With a thud, Zabuza stumbled, unable to maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground. A closer look revealed him trembling, his complexion pale, lips quivering. The 2 kunai in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor, his reaction mirroring that of Zabuza. The 9 tails had no intention of genuinely unleashing a tailed beast bomb in this setting. despite having regained its full strength upon merging and continuously honing its prowess within Naruto. It simply aimed to showcase its abilities to impress Naruto. The energy of the tailed beast bomb flickered ominously, not truly intending to be released. Though small in size, its destructive potential could easily obliterate this place, and the ensuing commotion would be considerable. Naruto, exasperated, slapped the back of the Ninetales' head. What are you doing? Do you really want to wreck the place? You're not a husky, so stop fooling around. The spell was interrupted, and the tailed beast bomb dissipated instantly. The Ninetales looked at Naruto with puppy dog eyes. Boss, let me explain. I truly do not wish to destroy our home. Coughing, Naruto pondered what a husky even was. Was it a famous summoning beast in the ninja world? He could not recall hearing about it before. Zabuza was drenched in cold sweat at this point, thoroughly convinced. Master, we are willing to obey your every command. Zabuza spoke earnestly. Naruto was not merely a slight step above him in strength. He was absurdly powerful. As for resistance? He dared not entertain such thoughts. In that moment, Zabuza realized that submitting to the strong held no shame, especially since this was the perfect Jinchuriki. The name of the Ninetales resonated in Zabuza's ears. He had not seen much in his life, but he understood that the mere display of the Ninetales' power could easily snuff out their lives, like crushing two ants. With Zabuza bowing in submission, I followed suit. Naruto shrugged. You could have done this sooner. I did not force you. You agreed yourselves. Naruto was a man of virtue. Coercing others was not his style. Zabuza and Bai were taken aback momentarily, then nodded furiously. Yes, you are right, master. Indeed, we volunteered. You did not coerce us. Seriously, can you retain some dignity? You keep insisting you're not forcing us, yet you need to reign in the Ninetales. It's terrifying. Zabuza and Bai thought bitterly as sweat soaked their clothes. They wished to voice their thoughts, but were silenced by a glare from the Ninetales, leading them to obediently close their mouths. Naruto stroked his chin, pondering the odd dynamics at play. The atmosphere felt off. Their tones were oddly sanctimonious. Have I not always sought to win people over with virtue? Naruto posed a question to the Ninetales, eliciting a twitch from its eyelids. Boss, can you not maintain some semblance of pride? Winning people over with virtue? I think it's more about power. However, after enjoying the benefits of being alongside Naruto for these past few days, the Ninetales genuinely replied, Master, you are right. I see them as untrustworthy. They lack strength, are inept, and waste resources. It would be better to obliterate them with a tailed beast bomb. Naruto noted the further revelations of national secrets. He had to admit, the Ninetales learned quickly. Its ability to mock was akin to the top-tier players of his previous life. The Ninetales' words left Zabuza and Bai utterly speechless. The cursed fox spoke the truth. One small blast could indeed reduce them to nothing. As a result, both men trembled in fear. Naruto, now serious, directed another slap at the Ninetales. Enough with the antics. Return. I need to discuss serious matters. The miniature Ninetales tumbled in the air, wearing an innocent expression, wondering why its master had struck it again. Was it because of these two weaklings? What bad luck. The complexities of human relationships were bewildering. Unlike the tailed beasts, who simply fought it out when disagreements arose, proving who was stronger. Oh, the Ninetales acknowledged, promptly returning to Naruto's body. Once everything settled, Naruto began articulating the plans he had meticulously thought out. Now that Mr. Kato is deceased, you two shall take over his shipping company. Zabuza, you will use your transformation technique to impersonate Mr. Kato, while Bai assists you. This task was not particularly challenging. Kato's relatives were few, making it easier for one person to manage a large enterprise. Sometimes, even that could become overwhelming. Moreover, Zabuza was already skilled in assassination and intelligence. Mimicking Kato's habits and catchphrases would be a breeze, ensuring they could deceive those around them. After all, they were mere employees with minimal interaction with their boss. Who would suspect that the owner had suddenly changed? They are merely ordinary laborers, primarily concerned with whether their interests are adequately met, indifferent to who the employer may be. Once Zabuza has managed the various affairs, Naruto will simply demand payment, whatever amount he desires. Although this sum may pale in comparison to the wealth of the renowned Kunoichi, Konan. It suffices for Naruto at present. Oh, but calling Konan a wealthy lady would be misleading. Her expenditures are monumental. After all, the cost of producing explosive tags is not trivial, and in battle, she requires thousands, if not tens of thousands, of them. Her expenses are exorbitant. Hence, She is more aptly referred to as the greatest squanderer in the ninja world. Naruto harbors anticipation for their eventual meeting. Who among the respectable does not admire beauty? Some women are even drawn to beautiful women, let alone men. Chapter 62. No need. I prefer not to use doors. Zabuza and Haku nodded in unison, solemnly affirming, indeed. It is an honor to serve someone as formidable as Naruto. Furthermore, the terms Naruto proposed are quite generous, alleviating their concerns about continued pursuits. Should they encounter insurmountable troubles, they need only send word to Naruto in Konoha. Kado may be lacking in many aspects, but money is not one of them. Although communication devices are inadequate now, wealth can pave the way. Where there is substantial reward, there will be valiant men. Moreover, Konoha is not entirely isolated. Sending someone to convey messages is feasible. Naruto has already informed them of his residence clearly. He specifically instructed them to exchange some gold coins for silver notes within a fortnight and deliver them to his abode. Money, after all, is universally accepted currency, regardless of the realm. No matter how powerful one may be, sustenance is essential. The third Hokage's generosity is sufficient for a modest family, but for Naruto, it falls short. Does he not need to spend on dates with his beloved wives? Then I shall take my leave. Naruto waved goodbye to the two. Haku stepped forward respectfully. Lord Naruto, allow me to escort you. There is a secret passage that leads swiftly to the outside world. Zabuza nodded in agreement with Haku's proposal. Naruto smirked, shaking his head with a light-hearted chuckle. No need. I prefer not to use doors. Haku and Zabuza were momentarily perplexed. What kind of divine logic is this? Did he not just enter through the door? In an instant, a loud bang echoed, and a cloud of white smoke erupted, causing Naruto's figure to vanish entirely. The atmosphere within the room fell into a profound silence. The expressions of Zabuza and Haku were one of astonishment. Gulp. Both swallowed hard in unison. How did Lord Naruto just disappear? That must have been a shadow clone, Haku declared incredulously. With Haku's words, Zabuza's kunai slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a metallic sound. The sheer terror of Lord Naruto's prowess, such a formidable presence, yet merely a shadow clone. If the real Naruto had come, Zabuza realized, eliminating them would have merely required a flick of his wrist. A sharp intake of breath followed. Zabuza swore this was the closest he had ever been to death. His heart swelled with endless gratitude for Naruto's mercy. To serve such a significant figure and gain his protection is indeed an immense honor. Haku, I will embark on the task assigned by Lord Naruto in 2 days. Zabuza's eyes burned with fervor, akin to a fervent disciple. Haku expressed concern, but Zabuza, your health, I am fully aware of my limits. I am merely disguising as Kado, not personally engaging in battle. Very well. No, 2 days is too late. I shall go tomorrow. No, this afternoon. On another front, days passed. At last, the bridge in Dasna was completed. After deliberation, they decided to name it the Naruto Bridge. Truth be told, Naruto had no desire to have his name inscribed upon it. In team battles, losses may occur, but the bridge must stand strong. Such misfortune. Perhaps he could offer the bridge as a gift to his wives, though he harbors no peculiar quirks regarding that. He was merely referring to the grand bridges of the three kingdoms. In the days that followed, numerous events unfolded. A few days ago, Sasuke, consumed by jealousy, lamented. Wasn't I supposed to be the one at the top? Wasn't I the genius? Awakening from his delusion, he recognized the fairy tales were but lies. Thus, he imposed strict demands upon himself, undergoing relentless training day and night. Finally, one afternoon, his Sharingan evolved into the double tomo form. As the rain ceased and the skies cleared, Sasuke felt revitalized. The very next morning, he rushed to challenge Naruto, who was lounging beneath a tree, blissfully dozing. Naruto's training method was unique. He grew stronger through rest. Yet, Sasuke, in his stubbornness, insisted on a duel. Naruto, growing irritated by the incessant provocation, obliged, delivering a thorough thrashing that left Sasuke battered and bruised. No ninja techniques were necessary. Naruto's superior physical prowess was sufficient to render Sasuke powerless. Kakashi observed from beneath the tree, his mind far from the task at hand. Lost in thought, this situation was amiss. Where was the vengeance from the so-called demon, Zabuza? After such a long wait, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Sakura's courage had grown over time, leading her to inquire of Kakashi, Sensei, your deduction was flawed. That demon, Zabuza, may indeed be dead. The last encounter was merely my overthinking. Kakashi closed his book, concealing it in his pocket, nodding in tacit agreement. Perhaps I have been overly suspicious. I may have overestimated him. With Kakashi's acknowledgement, Sakura felt a surge of relief. If Zabuza was dead, she would no longer have to live in fear each night. Casting a glance at Naruto, who was lazily napping under the tree, especially admiring the handsome profile he bore, Sakura felt an inexplicable warmth on her cheeks. A pang of disappointment washed over her. If Zabuza were truly dead, would Naruto allow her into his room to sleep together? Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with his student. Sakura, what troubles you? Your face is quite flushed. Are you unwell? Snapped back to reality, Sakura shook her head vigorously. No, I'm fine. I'm just tired from training and sweating too much. I just need a moment to rest. Kakashi nodded. All right, you've trained enough for today. Let us wrap things up and return to Konoha this afternoon while the weather is still cool. With that, the day concluded, and the group returned to Konoha as night fell. Naruto was often met with Sasuke's profound and melancholic gaze, which made him feel quite uneasy. He couldn't quite discern whether Sasuke had developed some peculiar obsession during their battles. It wasn't that Naruto truly feared Sasuke. After all, their power disparity was evident. Rather, Naruto was preoccupied with a significant thought. Sasuke was rather bothersome. Should he deceive him into cross-dressing, similar to Konohamaru, in pursuit of strength? The image of a cross-dressing Sasuke had a certain allure. Perhaps he could even change his name to Uchiha Seiko. In that moment, a bold idea sparked within Naruto's mind. However, recalling wild elephants, he quickly dismissed it. In truth, he had no such inclination. As long as one was male, it was out of the question. Unless the system truly had some items that could transform Sasuke into a female, which would undoubtedly alter his thoughts in subtle ways. Yet, Naruto pondered. Did the system possess such capabilities? Even if it did, he might not be inclined to use them. Returning to the present, he had just come back when the Umbu captain, Yamamoto, who had previously pledged loyalty to him, appeared before him with several unfamiliar faces. Upon seeing Naruto, Yamamoto knelt on one knee. Young master, the tasks you entrusted to me have all been completed. I intended to report earlier, but I discovered you were out on a mission with Captain Kakashi. I hope my unannounced visit does not inconvenience you, he said. Naruto waved his hand, inviting the masked Umbu into the room. Once inside, they removed their masks, a gesture of trust and respect, demonstrating their willingness to stand with him. Alongside Captain Yamamoto were 2 men and 2 women. Naruto refrained from asking questions, and they, understandingly, remained silent, though their eyes betrayed their excitement and admiration. Previously, they had been unaware of Naruto's lineage as the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and had not paid him much attention. Some were even meeting him for the first time. Yet, at this moment, they recognized within him the shadow of that great man, the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, whom they were determined to follow. Naruto, taken aback, first asked, "You just mentioned Captain Kakashi, correct?" "Yes," Yamamoto replied. "I have previously worked alongside Captain Kakashi, though I was never part of his team," Yamamoto succinctly explained. Naruto understood and lost interest in that topic, shifting his curiosity to the matter at hand. "You mentioned investigating the Umbu and the village's higher-ups regarding those willing to follow me. How many are there?" Yamamoto's expression grew serious as he placed his hands behind his back, ready to disclose the findings. "We have conducted this matter with utmost discretion. Only a select few can be trusted with this information. Aside from them, no one else is aware of our pursuit of your support. From our inquiries, approximately 2/5 of the Umbu are willing to follow you. 1/5 are observing and hesitant, while the remaining 2/5. Noticing Naruto shaking his head, Yamamoto refrained from continuing on that topic and added other information. "As for the village's higher leadership, some are also willing to follow you. Others are taking a wait-and-see approach until they witness your true strength." At this point, Yamamoto paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "They are all fools, especially those who have benefited greatly from the 4th Hokage, yet hesitate to openly stand by your side." The other 4 Umbu members, though silent, shared Yamamoto's sentiments, as evident from their expressions. Naruto felt content with his current lifestyle and remained patient, while those under him began to grow anxious. He chuckled lightly. "There's no need to be so agitated. I understand why they hesitate to choose sides. If I were in their position, I would likely make the same choice. It's the harsh reality of the ninja world. The stronger one is, the louder their voice. These individuals have families to consider. A misstep in choosing sides could lead to irreparable consequences for their loved ones, or it could lead to great fortune. If I were to reveal overwhelming strength, they might unhesitatingly choose to side with me. Yet, I have yet to display such prowess. They cannot know. Furthermore, Naruto had his own plans in motion. Take Kato's shipping company as an example. To develop, one needs not only strength, but also financial resources. But even if Naruto were to seize power, what would it matter? He was inherently a laid-back individual, and the mountain of administrative tasks would be the least of his concerns. Speaking of which, the Tunin exams were approaching, and Gaara's sister, Temari, would also be participating. However, it was just a formality. Although Shikamaru was to be his future chief strategist, he and Temari were essentially strangers at this moment. Despite being passing acquaintances, there was no spark between them. Thus, the notions of betrayal or friends' wives held no ground. It was all a jest. Moreover, with changes occurring in Konoha, the village would be vulnerable, and the other 4 great ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. Naruto needed a strong Konoha, a place where he could relax, indulge in leisure, and enjoy life. He had yet to begin any plans regarding the Hyuga clan. Although Hyuga Hayashi intended to reform the clan, Naruto understood that those who had long enjoyed the comforts of their privileged position would not agree to such radical ideas. It could even incite internal strife among the clan's higher-ups, leading to mutual destruction. What would become of Naruto then? He didn't wish to see Hinata in distress. Yet with the Hyuga clan's strength, they could serve as formidable allies if needed. In essence, everything revolves around people. However, once Naruto concluded his thoughts, all 5 Umbu, including Yamamoto, suddenly knelt before him, eyes filled with fervor. Young master, your brilliance and benevolence mirror that of the 4th Hokage. We did not misjudge you. Their voices were filled with excitement. Naruto was left bewildered. What have I done? How did I suddenly become such a paragon of wisdom and compassion? I am not. I haven't done anything. Please don't slander me. It seemed this group had misinterpreted his intentions entirely. Chapter 64. Is the Konoha spirit truly this fierce? In the Hokage office, with the flickering lights, Kakashi was reporting to Hiruzen Sarutobi about the mission's progress. He refrained from mentioning Naruto's decisive actions in slaying 2 Chunin or his fierce battle against Zabuza, as he was hardly at a disadvantage. Kakashi chose to keep this information from Hiruzen as well, including the fact that Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan with 2 Tomo. Before this, it was a matter of keeping secrets for another day. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his pipe and took a deep breath, inhaling the smoke. As it filled his lungs, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Kakashi, you must have heard about Naruto. And then there's Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha clan in the village. You must take good care of these 2. Naruto is the son of Minato. After his identity was revealed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming desire to compensate him appropriately. Recently, the other 4 great nations caught wind of Minato's orphan and dispatched numerous assassination ninjas, all of whom were effortlessly dealt with by Konoha's Umbu. Naruto is the son of a hero and the host of a tailed beast, with such accolades surrounding him. The Umbu would not sit idly by. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, even without Sarutobi Hiruzen's explicit instructions, he would look after Naruto diligently. However, recalling Naruto's formidable combat prowess, Kakashi felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed he had little to teach him. How awkward. Perhaps he could simply instruct Naruto in his own jutsu, the lightning release, Chidori? But Naruto had already mastered and applied Minato's Rinnegan. Kakashi shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. While Chidori had high damage potential, the Rinnegan was no slouch either. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, as if remembering something vital. Speaking of which, the Chunin exams are approaching. This year's exams will undoubtedly be bustling with activity. Ninjas seeking to infiltrate and harm the village will surely increase. Pausing for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Kakashi, I hope you will remain vigilant to protect Naruto and Sasuke from unforeseen dangers. He then conversed with Kakashi about some trivial matters. As for defeating Zabuza Momochi, Sarutobi believed that such tasks were mere trifles for Kakashi, whose true strength he was well aware of. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, witnessing the Umbu ninjas kneeling before him made him unable to suppress a smirk. While he didn't consider himself a paragon of virtue, he wasn't the villain they painted him to be. He truly was not as benevolent as the Umbu claimed. He appreciated compliments, but found excessive flattery to be absurd. Blushing from their praise, he exclaimed, I'm really not as good as you think. Stand up, all of you. I dislike when others kneel before me. This was genuinely true. Deep down, he was a true citizen of the land of the rising sun, and he didn't appreciate the notion of others bowing to him. The Umbu members exchanged glances, hesitant to rise, as they had willingly knelt before him. Young master, what are your orders next? Yamamoto asked Naruto, who had benefited significantly from the fourth Hokage. They were keenly aware of the actions of certain high-ranking officials within the village over the years, particularly the extermination of the Uchiha clan, who possessed powerful genjutsu and dojutsu. Those Umbu dispatched to monitor the Uchiha's movements were not unaware of the underlying conflicts. Though executed discreetly, the blame had been placed squarely on Itachi. However, the Umbu members who had been sent to observe the Uchiha could connect the dots back to the third Hokage and Danzo if they took a moment to reflect. Each time Danzo expressed his discontent with the Uchiha in meetings, it was not a secret to anyone. Aside from Yamamoto, the other four members looked at Naruto with eager anticipation. It was evident they were a warlike bunch. While their aggression could be beneficial, it could also lead to missteps. Naruto had his own plans and did not wish for their impulsiveness to disrupt everything. There was no need to rush. The fervor in their eyes dimmed slightly. Young master, with a single command, 300 Umbu would be at your service to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as Naruto had already spoken, they refrained from saying anything further. After a moment, Naruto replied calmly, war requires strategy. Who thinks about fighting all the time? With sufficient strength and preparation. A sudden strike when they least expect it is what truly matters. Their eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Young master is amazing. In their worldview, possessing so much intelligence meant they could act without hesitation. They had considered the consequences, but none were as concerned as Naruto. Of course, some members were more level-headed, but most were not present. Yamamoto sought to flatter Naruto further, but he quickly interrupted. Enough, enough. I know what you wish to say. Let us leave it at this for today. I'm quite tired. Disappointment flickered across Yamamoto's face, frustrated at missing the opportunity to express his heartfelt sentiments. Indeed. Young master, we shall take our leave. Young master, if you need warmth for your feet, do speak up. Leave at once. What are you waiting for? The door was gently closed behind them. Naruto wore a bitter smile. Those who made it into the Umbu were generally acknowledged as prodigies, excelling in all aspects. Under rigorous training, they maintained fit, toned physiques, devoid of any excess weight. Take, for instance, those two female ninjas from earlier. As for the thoughts of the female ninja who had just left, Naruto didn't dwell on them. Chapter 65. The Sarutobi family's legacy. The next afternoon, Naruto wandered leisurely through the streets. Kakashi had granted everyone a 3-day holiday. Soon, the Tunin exams would commence. Kakashi had to attend a meeting. And since Team 7 had just returned from a mission, allowing the students some time off to recuperate was a reasonable decision. I wonder if Hinata has returned. Naruto pondered aloud. He had learned that Hinata and Yuhi Kurenai had gone on a mission and had not yet returned to the village. But it was rumored they would be back within a couple of days. Aside from news about his wife, Naruto had also heard something about himself. After distributing the Spiritual Nourishment, or the Book of Hope for the Ninja World, essentially a risque book, to a few friends, they had predictably faced the wrath of their parents. They sought Naruto for an explanation, demanding, "What kind of book did you give us?" "Refund. Refund." Naruto shrugged, quickly persuading them with a few words. He reminded them that he had previously advised them to read it alone. Since they chose to view it in the presence of their parents, it was not his fault. "Boss." A striking figure rushed over, her voice melodious. The woman had long black hair, fair skin, and a graceful, slender figure. Her exquisite face exuded the beauty typical of an Eastern woman. She hurried towards Naruto, attracting the attention of many passers-by who marveled at her beauty. "Wow, which noble family does that girl belong to? She's stunning." "I don't know." The impending Tunin exams sparked a flurry of speculation among the crowd regarding the girl from another village. What puzzled them, however, was her lack of a headband representing her village. Naruto furrowed his brows, unable to recall ever having met the girl before. "Who are you?" he inquired, confusion evident on his face. The girl burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter as lively as a blooming flower. It's me. I'm Konohamaru," she exclaimed cheerfully. It seemed she had successfully tricked Naruto, leaving him feeling rather pleased with himself. "So, you've had your day too, huh? Haha, got you good." Naruto remained perplexed, not particularly feeling any affinity towards the girl. The onlookers, however, were a different story. Konohamaru spoke without any intention of concealing her identity, causing the crowd to be utterly flabbergasted. In that fleeting moment, they felt the world's profound malice towards them. You've stripped down, and now you tell us this? You should just vanish. Some boys had even imagined spending their lives with the beautiful girl with black hair, growing old together. Little did they know, the girl was actually Konohamaru in disguise. That was truly excessive. Naruto chuckled and asked, "Isn't the use of transformation techniques only for training? Why do you maintain this appearance even in everyday life?" Konohamaru, brimming with pride, straightened up. "You were absolutely right. Remaining in this state truly benefits my training. I've discovered that each day is fulfilling and meaningful for me. In this moment, I found my life's purpose." Konohamaru rambled on, her appearance that of a girl. Yet her essence remained undeniably masculine, leading to a rather incongruous portrayal. A girl who seemed gentle and demure in appearance, yet her words, actions, and demeanor were decidedly tomboyish. The contrast was jarring, nearly painful to behold. It was a struggle to suppress laughter, yet eventually, Naruto couldn't help but burst out in amusement. Caught off guard by Naruto's laughter, Konohamaru paused, perplexed. "What are you laughing at?" Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered something amusing." "Do you act like this at home too?" Konohamaru nodded vigorously, a broad smile lighting up her face. "Yes, at home, during daily activities, and even while bathing. It's all the same. Are you planning to have children?" "The Sarutobi family has gained a lovely daughter." Naruto mused. If only he could find where to purchase fireworks in the village, he would celebrate Konohamaru's transformation. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. As things progressed, it seemed that the little spark of joy was all but assured. "Konohamaru, I can't entrust my sister's happiness to you. You lack the grasp of advanced ninjutsu." Naruto chuckled. "You must relinquish something to gain something. Isn't that the nature of life?" Unable to contain his amusement, Naruto pondered another question. "Don't your family get upset seeing you like this?" Konohamaru responded. "Oh, they were initially quite displeased. My uncle chased me down the street. I had to run for over 10 blocks to escape him. He threatened to withhold food unless I transformed back. But I refused. I explained how it benefits my ninja training, and eventually, they resigned themselves to it." Konohamaru's innocent expression was quite endearing in her current guise, evoking sympathy from the boys around. Just as Naruto thought Konohamaru had finished speaking, she suddenly recalled something, pulling out a small water balloon filled with water. "Boss, I've had an epiphany. The benefits derived from using transformation techniques during training are remarkable. Watch." The water balloon bulged irregularly before bursting with a loud pop, splattering water onto Konohamaru's face. Perhaps due to her altered physique, the water felt icy against her skin, causing her cheeks to flush. As Naruto witnessed this scene, he could only marvel at her ingenuity. Truly, a prodigy capable of mastering the Rinnegan. It was no surprise to him that Konohamaru could learn and utilize such techniques. Destined to become a significant figure in the village, perhaps even the next Hokage, with the water balloon challenge behind them. The next task would be the more formidable challenge of a small leather ball, 100 times sturdier than the balloon. Naruto tossed the prepared leather ball to Konohamaru, who clumsily caught it, hugging it close with an adorably puzzled expression. "What's this, boss?" she inquired. "This is the third step in learning to release the Rinnegan. The leather ball's thickness is 100 times greater than that of the balloon. The principle remains the same. Once you can burst this ball, you will be ready for the final step." Konohamaru stared blankly at the leather ball in her hands, her lips trembling in disbelief. "What? 100 times? Oh no." She slumped her shoulders, feeling utterly defeated at the thought of having to burst such a tough object after just managing to pop the balloon. Naruto shrugged. "If you wish to attain something, you must be willing to put in the effort. Wouldn't you agree? The ninja world is filled with talented prodigies. But talent also requires dedication and practice to achieve success. There are no free lunches in life." Pausing for a moment, Naruto added earnestly, "Moreover, I genuinely believe you possess remarkable talent. Learning an A-ranked ninjutsu like the Rinnegan so readily speaks to your gifts." While Naruto was indeed guiding Konohamaru, significantly shortening her learning curve, he believed that given enough time, she would master it entirely on her own. Upon hearing his words, Konohamaru felt a shiver run through her body. Her cheeks flushed as her gaze faltered, unable to meet Naruto's handsome face. "Do you really think so, boss? You're not just saying that to flatter me, are you?" Her tone softened, contrasting sharply with her earlier tomboyish demeanor. as if the girl from moments ago was a different person entirely. Naruto found himself taken aback, emotions stirring within him, abandoning his usual composure. Wow, why are you blushing? I must speak earnestly. And regarding your earlier comments, please refrain from making assumptions. When have I ever intentionally sought to win your favor? Suddenly, a peculiar melody resonated within Naruto's mind. A younger sibling had fallen for his elder brother on a night filled with spiraling tuition fees. An airplane soared overhead, and a shooting star streaked across the sky. Ah, how unseemly. Is this truly a matter of beauty? Naruto, who is visually impaired, expressed his ignorance. This has escalated to a matter of principle, if you will. Naruto cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "You are overthinking. I merely assess from an objective standpoint. You indeed possess the qualities to be called a genius." To his surprise, Konohamaru's face flushed a deeper shade of red, displaying a bashful demeanor and eyes brimming with affection, leaving Naruto with a sense of delightful nausea. In a word, it's nauseating. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Can you behave normally? I simply wish to be your elder brother. Do not entertain any strange notions. Konohamaru felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, but upon witnessing Naruto's irritation, he felt compelled to explain. It's just that I've been maintaining the transformation technique for an extended period, and it has caused subtle changes both physically and mentally. I cannot articulate precisely where the dissonance lies, but it feels quite uncomfortable. He elaborated on the prolonged use of the technique, indicating that it had affected his normal male thought processes. Attraction between the sexes is a natural phenomenon. Male-to-male or female-to-female attraction is absent. Thus, Konohamaru developed a subtle emotional attachment to Naruto. But is this good? It is not. Young man, I advise you to reflect deeply and avoid such foolishness. Naruto inhaled deeply, nodding in understanding of Konohamaru's plight. Have you considered reverting back? Upon hearing this, Konohamaru shook his head vigorously, his long hair swaying. I do not wish to. I find it rather beneficial. My training progress is remarkable. Such ambition is commendable. The ancients were not mistaken. Instilling lessons from a young age is essential. Naruto pondered. In truth, I have yet to perfect the transformation technique. The perfect state? Yes, you could use this time to research. Not only excelling in appearance, but also embodying the nuances of personality, akin to how girls conduct themselves. Naruto was genuinely intent on cultivating Konohamaru into a remarkable young woman to avoid any unnecessary complications regarding romantic entanglements. As for the future, once the Chunin exams concluded, Naruto planned to venture out, leaving Konohamaru's opportunities uncertain. In any case, he aimed to establish Konohamaru as his foremost subordinate, ensuring the protection of his beloved. A young man devoid of romantic inclinations towards women, yet interested in men. This fact reassured Naruto. Furthermore, he trusted Konohamaru's character, believing he would not engage in treacherous acts. Just as Naruto previously stated, to gain something, one must be willing to sacrifice something else. As for Konohamaru's affections, there was no need for alarm, if necessary. He could simply retreat for a few years. After all, Konohamaru could not overpower him, could he? Subsequently, Naruto subtly encouraged Konohamaru to actively learn about feminine thoughts and behaviors, even sharing descriptions of Sakura's appearance from his past life. Sakura was strikingly beautiful and an excellent candidate for cosplay. Whether Konohamaru could truly embody her was uncertain. Nonetheless, Naruto believed in the significance of having a good mentor. During their conversation, Ino Yamanaka happened to pass by, glancing over. Isn't that Naruto? She mused, intrigued by the lovely girl beside him. Chapter 67. I knew Naruto was not that kind of person. Well, since you understand what needs to be done, do not delay. Focus on your training, Naruto said with a smile. Konohamaru's fidgeting hands clutched the hem of his skirt as he gazed at Naruto's handsome face, hesitating to speak. Eventually, he nodded, letting out a shy sound before departing, casting lingering glances back. His demeanor suggested a reluctance to leave, prompting Naruto to consider packing his belongings and escaping the village that very night. Fortunately, Konohamaru finally took his leave. After all, practicing with a ball is significantly more challenging than with a water balloon. If Konohamaru truly wished to master the technique, Naruto estimated it would take at least 6 months. That time frame seemed safe for him. As for whether Naruto would remain in the village after 6 months, it was uncertain. Perhaps he would venture to the Mist Village to pursue Meiterumi. With her stunning beauty, she could easily rank among the top 10 in the Hokage's beauty list. Her captivating fox-like features and alluring figure were undeniably enticing, particularly when adorned in fishnet stockings. Naruto recalled spending a considerable amount in a mobile game to acquire a white swimsuit for Mei. Yet he never had the chance to experience the joy of it before his transition. He could only describe it with one word: sublime. Fortunately, he arrived in the real world of Naruto, where he sought genuine warmth and tenderness from Mei Terumi, which was far more fulfilling than a mere digital existence. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. Who was that girl just now? As he regained his focus, he noticed the newcomer, a girl dressed in a purple off-shoulder top and matching shorts, her fair midriff exposed, exuding an aura of elegance. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, with a fringe partially obscuring her face, creating a beautiful yet elusive image. Ino Yamanaka was blossoming into a remarkable young woman, destined for greatness. Upon seeing her, Naruto smiled. She's just a friend of mine. Ino, have you returned from your mission? Ino's face lit up with delight at his inquiry. And she responded, yes. Naruto, you really know so much, don't you? Are you keeping tabs on me? Isn't that what any team leader does? Taking students outside the village for missions to broaden their horizons before returning is basic knowledge. How disingenuous. With Naruto's current abilities, he could have any beautiful girl he desired. If he truly wished to pursue someone, it would not take long. Ino might feel disappointed, but that hardly concerned her. Just as Naruto shook his head, preparing to clarify, Ino unexpectedly dashed towards him, pressing closely against his back in an intimate manner. To an observer, it would seem they were in a romantic relationship. What the? Naruto blinked, astonished by the turn of events. Was his charm truly that impactful? He was simply standing there, doing nothing at all. The charming allure of a girl can often lead to unexpected encounters. Naruto found himself puzzled, contemplating whether to voice his curiosity when another figure emerged. Upon recognizing this newcomer, he instantly understood the motivation behind Ino Yamanaka's actions. What are you doing? The arrival was none other than Sakura Haruno, who had been leisurely strolling through the streets, seeking a reprieve. To her surprise, she encountered Naruto here, perhaps a stroke of fortune bestowed upon such a lovely girl. A girl with a cheerful disposition is often graced with good luck. As she approached to greet him, her gaze collided with Ino's, and in an instant, she witnessed Ino leaping onto Naruto. Sakura was incensed. She could not fathom when her friend had developed feelings for Naruto, despite their usual rivalry. Sakura and Ino had always maintained a semblance of friendship. Weren't you infatuated with Sasuke? How did you so swiftly change your affections? It's unacceptable. Snatching someone else's crush is one thing, but Naruto? You think I will stand by? Ino, perched atop Naruto's back, grinned at Sakura. What else would I be doing? Just a casual greeting with Naruto. Is this how you greet someone? You never even acknowledged him before. Ino, you're becoming increasingly shameless. Have you truly begun to fabricate tales with your eyes wide open? What else are you capable of? Could you kindly get down and speak to him properly? Sakura struggled to contain her rising anger, her mouth twitching. Ino, perhaps you should dismount. Naruto seems uncomfortable with girls being so forward. Sakura believed her observation was sound. Even with her adorable charm, Naruto barely noticed her, often displaying a hint of disdain. Ino, on the other hand, would surely fare worse. I'm only trying to help you. If you have any sense, you should get off now. Otherwise, Naruto might get upset and toss you aside. Sakura envisioned a future scenario. Ino blinked her large, innocent eyes, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Naruto. Is that true, Naruto? If he confirmed it, she would promptly dismount. She had no desire to provoke his displeasure. Even though being on Naruto's back felt delightful, especially witnessing Sakura's envious expression, Ino couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. Moreover, the intense masculinity radiating from Naruto captivated her. Being near him brought her an unparalleled sense of security, one she had never experienced before. Naruto shook his head decisively. No. What? You dislike girls being so touchy? Indeed, that was true for him. If he had feelings for someone, he wouldn't mind. Besides, Ino hadn't fully blossomed yet. She was merely a beautiful bud. By the time she reached her late teens, she would undoubtedly be a stunning young woman. That was a possibility worth considering. Upon hearing this, Ino's smile widened, her delicate hands encircling Naruto's neck with delight. I knew Naruto-kun wasn't that kind of person. Sakura was utterly bewildered, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. You never treated me like this. Naruto-kun, you are being unfair. What makes me less appealing than Ino? Can I improve? Chapter 68. Visitors from Sunagakure. Oh, White and Kankuro Naruto, is that you? Darn it, we've been searching for you for ages. A boy shouted excitedly, accompanied by a small dog. They rushed towards Naruto. Why was I punished for merely flipping through that book in front of my parents? Explain. A chubby boy followed closely behind. The newcomers were none other than Kiba Inuzuka and Choji Akimichi. Naruto grimaced. Wasn't he that ages ago? What are you all doing? Settling old scores? Upon seeing them, Ino jumped off Naruto's back. Despite her bold and carefree personality, she was still a girl and could easily feel bashful. Kiba confronted Naruto angrily. What's the deal with that book? I only opened a few pages in front of my parents, and they chased me down for it. You've made my life miserable these past few days. I've been too scared to go home. Woof. Akamaru barked beside him, seemingly echoing Kiba's sentiment. Choji nodded in agreement. Exactly, Naruto. You owe us an explanation. Shikamaru, Lee, and others are fine, but we're the only ones suffering. Why should we be the ones to bear the brunt? Both boys bore visible bruises, particularly Kiba, whose face was a patchwork of colors. The evidence of their parents' fury was unmistakable. Ino and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances, looking toward Naruto. Naruto-kun, what book are you talking about? Could we possibly take a look? The village was neither too large nor too small, merely a single street where classmates were familiar with one another. One night, Ino drifted into a blissful sleep, only to be awakened by the sound of agonized screams outside. The distress was palpable, and she was jolted awake. The next day, upon seeing the bruised faces of Choji and Kiba, Ino felt a surge of curiosity but was met with their resolute silence. Yet now, her interest was piqued. Sakura's thoughts were simpler. Why does Naruto get to provide them with something that I don't have? I don't care, I want to see it too. We can't continue this unfair treatment. Naruto felt his face flush. This situation had escalated. If you're looking for someone to blame, perhaps you should consider the choices given by the system. However, those rewards are truly enticing. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly devised a response. You all dare to confront me? Shouldn't you reflect on your own actions? Didn't I warn you not to let your parents catch you reading that training book? Kiba and Choji exchanged glances, suddenly recalling Naruto's words. They realized he had indeed warned them about that very issue. At that time, they were merely disregarded. What was so wrong about cultivating in the presence of their parents? It turned out the consequences were quite severe. The two recalled the terror they felt that night. Dominated by the fear of the feather duster, they swore that they would never again allow anyone to point a feather duster at their heads, or they would flee without hesitation. Unable to confront their parents, escape was their only option. This incident was one they chose to ignore thereafter. Suddenly, Inuzuka Kiba, entwining his arm with Naruto's, gently shook him and playfully inquired, Naruto-kun, what book is that? Please tell me, I'm so curious. Wow, young lady, that's quite an intriguing thought. But do your parents know? If they don't, there are two esteemed seniors here. You could take Paradise of Affection home and emulate them. Naruto replied. Of course, Naruto had principles. There were some things he simply could not give. It depended on the person, the occasion, and the timing. If Inuzuka Kiba were already 18, he wouldn't need to bother with Paradise of Affection at all. As for cultivation, Naruto could provide hands-on guidance. For now, he decided to let it go. Besides matters of romance, he had numerous other plans to arrange. I must take my leave for now, as I am quite busy. That book is currently out of stock in the market, and you can't buy it. If I find it next time, I will gift it to you. Inuzuka Kiba's eyes sparkled. The book was inconsequential. She was simply delighted to receive a promise from Naruto. Haruno Sakura puffed her cheeks, her tone tinged with jealousy. Naruto-kun, I want one too. Although Naruto held no particular feelings for Sakura, they were still part of the same team, seeing each other daily. A book wasn't worth much. After all, gifting one was the same as gifting two. I can arrange that, Naruto nodded. Upon hearing Naruto's agreement, Sakura's expression shifted from disbelief to radiant joy. Indeed, Naruto-kun cares for me. Is this what a Konoha genin is like? Only adept at flirting. It's infuriating. A sudden, inappropriate voice interjected. A boy, similar in age, with deep purple tattoos adorning his face, spoke. Beside him stood a tall, alluring female figure, her slender waist cinched with a red satin ribbon, holding a fan nearly her height. They were not here for the Konoha exams. They were from Sunagakure, Kankuro, and Temari. Upon seeing them, a subtle smile graced Naruto's lips. It seemed the Tunin exams were about to commence. Hey, little brats, you're all Konoha genin, right? You look so weak and feeble. Konoha must be struggling these years. Kankuro mocked arrogantly, perhaps due to his overconfidence in his own abilities, believing himself invincible among his peers and even capable of challenging those of higher rank. His words provoked a wave of irritation among Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Chuji, and others. Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura both frowned, the air thick with tension as if a mere spark could ignite an explosion. Chapter 69. Should we take out Kankuro's crow? Before Naruto could speak, Inuzuka Kiba couldn't control himself, shouting at Kankuro, "Who do you think you are? Just because you're a ninja from another village doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. Do you believe I want to knock your teeth out?" Woof woof. Akamaru bared his teeth, growling fiercely. Kankuro sneered. "Ha ha, you have no skills but a big mouth. I'll take you down one by one." "Calm down, Kiba," said Shino Aburame, hands in his pockets, remaining composed. He had appeared beside them without anyone noticing. Inuzuka Kiba felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Shino approach. "Whoa, Shino, keep your distance. I'm not scared of you. I'm scared of those bugs you carry." Shino replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry. They won't come out unless I command them." Inuzuka Kiba's face fell. "Why must I be grouped with you?" Shino absent-mindedly scratched his nose. "I don't know." "Hey, Shino. Can you stay away from me? I'm not afraid of you. I just fear the bugs." "My bugs are cute. There's nothing to fear," Shino responded, shrugging off Kiba's request. Meanwhile, Kankuro was seething with rage, feeling increasingly ignored by the lower-ranked ninjas. "Enough. Shut up," he yelled. "You lot can either come at me two at a time or all at once." As he spoke, he unveiled a grotesque puppet with 4 arms, revealing it from under a white cloth. With a flick of his fingers, chakra threads animated the crow-like puppet. At that moment, this lifeless object sprang to life. Upon closer inspection, one could see the delicate blue chakra threads controlling its movements. The younger generation of Konoha ninjas, unfamiliar with such techniques, was bewildered. What in the world was this? They had never seen anything like it before. Naruto, intrigued, pondered how many Raisengans it could withstand or if it could endure several Chidori strikes. If the area weren't so limited, he would have unleashed a massive water release technique. But the scope was too great, risking flooding the entire village. He didn't wish to destroy his own property or his little wife's home, especially since those gifts had been bestowed by her father. "Are you really planning to fight here, Kankuro? You should wrap that crow up," Temari urged, but Kankuro, like a rebellious child untouched by the harshness of the world, retorted, "What is it to you? This is my affair." Though they shared familial ties, tensions ran high, and communication seemed impossible. "Akamaru, we're going in," Kiba declared. Akamaru, transformed into Kiba's likeness, barked twice. Meanwhile, Shino's body began to emit a dark substance, revealing a swarm of countless bugs, thousands of them. For those with a fear of the dense, it was best to avoid the Aburame clan altogether. Akimichi Chuji also felt displeased with Kankuro, preparing to assist with his expansion technique. Inuzuka Kiba encountered Oil Woman Shino, who proactively offered assistance. Yet his expression was one of profound discomfort. It was not that he detested Shino's help. Rather, it was the multitude of insects that repulsed him. A solitary bug or two might have been tolerable, but thousands upon thousands of them was simply excessive and intolerable. Kiba swallowed hard and said, "Shino, I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle that guy on my own. There's no need for your assistance. Thank you. Please, just gather up the bugs." For the first time, Shino's eternally stoic demeanor shifted slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile. "Don't be so formal. We are all from the same village. I simply felt uncomfortable seeing a fellow villager being bullied." Kiba could not shake the feeling that his companion exhibited a somewhat flamboyant demeanor. Hanabi sighed in resignation, shaking her head as she removed the enormous folding fan from behind her and positioned it in front of her. As the older sister, she could not simply stand by and watch her younger brother be mistreated. Kankuro, displaying his usual tsundere attitude, declared, "I don't need your help. I can handle them all by myself." Hanabi's expression grew serious as she retorted, "You are my brother. Why are you being so verbose? I cannot simply allow you to be bullied by outsiders." At that moment, Kankuro felt a surge of emotion, though he kept it to himself, remaining silent. "Stop it, Kankuro." Gaara, hanging upside down from a tree branch, spoke up. His silence had led others to assume he was mute, as they overlooked his presence entirely. Given how concealed he was, Kankuro suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was all too aware of his brother's formidable nature. He made it clear that he was not a brother Khan, but if he disregarded Gaara's words, he would be the next to face a beating. Kankuro had no desire to engage in combat with Gaara again. "Humph, consider yourselves lucky," he scoffed, draping the white cloth back over Crow. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a pang of regret. Ultimately, both sides refrained from combat. Had a fight ensued, Naruto was confident he could incapacitate Kankuro's crow puppet swiftly. Without its puppeteer, a puppet master was rendered useless. The ninjutsu depended on the puppets for execution, and without them, one might as well not participate in the Tunin exams. They might as well pack their bags and return from whence they came. Chapter 70. Did I say you could leave? Naruto smirked, recalling Kankuro's earlier insults, which also included him. He could not simply pretend he hadn't heard them. Besides, Naruto would never allow anyone to show off in front of him and walk away unscathed. At that moment, Naruto called out to the three individuals attempting to depart. Hey, do you really think you can just walk away? The trio hesitated in their steps. Gaara, with his ever-present poker face, showed a hint of interest. Kankuro pivoted to glare at Naruto, his tone menacing. You have quite the nerve. Do you intend to keep us here? Hanabi regarded the golden-haired boy with surprise. While he was undeniably handsome, she questioned his intelligence, thinking he must believe that everyone outside of Konoha was beneath them. Gaara remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Kankuro's demeanor. However, Naruto's words irked him. He had changed his mind. He would not interfere with whatever Kankuro planned, provided they did not kill anyone. A few broken limbs and a life spared would suffice. Naruto cracked his neck, preparing for action. You're right, I never said you could leave. The other members of his party turned to Naruto in unison. They knew Naruto was a formidable opponent, especially with that peculiar puppet, which seemed quite powerful. Do you need our help? One asked. Count me in, Naruto. That guy really rubs me the wrong way. Sasuke, concealed behind a nearby tree, observed quietly, opting to watch rather than intervene. He was curious to see how strong Naruto had become. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice task. Option 1. Severely punish Kankuro, teaching him the terror of a Konoha genin. Reward. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique. Option 2. Allow Kankuro to leave and apologize to him. Reward. 1 cowardly title. The sudden mechanical voice in his ear caused Naruto's eyes to widen. The Flying Thunder God Technique. It was the signature skill of his father. Although originally developed by the second Hokage, it gained fame through Minato's utilization. Moreover, the system had hinted quite clearly. Did Naruto have any choice left? I choose option 1. He declared excitedly in his mind. Ding. Selection successful. Reward. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique. Mastering the Flying Thunder God was already a significant achievement, let alone obtaining its advanced variant. In terms of speed and explosive power, it would undoubtedly surpass the original technique. After all, a system-produced item is bound to be of exceptional quality. Previously, when Naruto used Chidori, he had felt a distinct difference. It was far more powerful than the version wielded by Kakashi. As he sensed subtle changes within his body, he instantly grasped and comprehended the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had executed the technique thousands of times in battle, mastering it as if it were an innate ability. Foolish child, you are seeking your own demise. Don't blame me when your limbs are broken. Kankuro, now furious, pulled back the white cloth. His fingers deftly manipulated chakra threads to connect with Crow. The puppet's joints creaked ominously, as if it had been revived. Crow's beak stretched wide, aiming at Naruto, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp shuriken as if intending to pierce them like a hedgehog. Kankuro had no intention of sparing Naruto's companions. He was merely cautious enough not to kill them. However, inflicting serious injury was well within his realm of concern. You've gone too far, releasing that many shuriken. What now? I can't dodge them. Akamaru barked in response. Kiba, let's go. Tooth for tooth. Together, Kiba and Akamaru transformed into a swirling vortex, deflecting the incoming shuriken. Meanwhile, Shino took action, a swarm of black insects surging from his clothing to form a formidable shield in midair. The sharp shuriken collided with the shield, producing a resounding metallic clang, yet all were effectively blocked. As for Naruto, he hesitated to act because he did not typically rely on shuriken. In the past, genuine ninjas seldom used shuriken. However, now he found himself compelled to do so. He casually picked a few shuriken off the ground and, drawing upon his memories, infused them with chakra, quickly marking them. You're finished. A fierce glint flashed in Naruto's eyes as he hurled a shuriken with a swift motion, the projectile whistling through the air as it sped towards its target. Everything unfolded at an astonishing pace. The individuals behind the mountain, including Jinnya, were left utterly dumbfounded. Naruto had never wielded shuriken during his time at school, and even if he had, it would have been in a rather clumsy manner, resulting in a dismal accuracy rate. Yet now, the shuriken he hurled possessed a strength far surpassing that of his previous attempts. The trio across from him, including Kankuro, were equally stunned. Temari narrowed her eyes slightly, preparing her countermeasures. However, in the next instant, Kankuro burst into laughter. For the shuriken flying towards them was not aimed at them, but rather at the crow. The materials used to craft the crow were of exceptional quality. Tough and resilient, there was no way it could be harmed by a mere shuriken attack. But soon enough, Kankuro's laughter ceased, replaced by shock. He bore witness to a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Not just him, but everyone present was left speechless. Everything unfolded too quickly. From the moment Naruto picked up the shuriken and threw it, mere moments passed. What astonished them was not the act of Naruto throwing the shuriken, but rather his figure that suddenly appeared beside it. A collective confusion enveloped them. They could not comprehend what had transpired. There stood Naruto, one hand gripping the shuriken while the other conjured a cerulean Rinnegan. In midair, he executed a graceful spin, driving the Rinnegan into the crow's back. A resounding crack echoed as a massive gash tore open the crow's chest. The scene fell into a profound silence. Chapter 71. Let me explain, little nephew. That was self-inflicted. What on earth is happening? How did Naruto, who was previously at a considerable distance from them, suddenly appear right in front of them? What constitutes a surprise? What on earth is this so-called surprise? This is sheer terror. In an instant, it was as if a flash of lightning appeared, and Naruto was beside the crow, unleashing a terrifyingly potent jutsu that pierced through the crow's chest. That was his own puppet. Kankuro's heart bled internally. Yet he had no time to dwell on it. Although the crow's storage space for various ninja tools was obliterated, its limbs could still function under the control of chakra. That damn brat. How dare he damage my crow? I will make him pay. Kankuro was furious, his rage clouding his reason. The chakra threads at his fingertips trembled, and the crow's 4 hands revealed sharp blades, poised to pierce Naruto at any moment. Suddenly, a shuriken appeared on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind Kankuro, the shuriken pressed against the nape of his neck. Temari was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting dramatically. When did this handsome young man unleash such a jutsu? On another note, what conditions are required for this peculiar space-time ninjutsu? A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through her mind. Upon noticing the strange mark on the handle of the shuriken, she began to harbor suspicions. But the current situation left her no room for contemplation. Let him go, Temari shouted, her face filled with fury, assuming an aggressive stance. Yet, she hesitated to act rashly. Naruto appeared exasperated. Why didn't you stop your brother when he insulted my friend? Temari was momentarily at a loss for words. My brother is just like that. He is not a bad person, just a bit proud. Yet, she could not express such thoughts. Others did not know her, nor could they possibly know Kankuro. Why should they listen to her explanation? Why should they grant her leniency? Temari felt that if she were in a position of advantage, she would certainly not extend any courtesy to her opponent. After all, insults had already been hurled at her. Wow, Naruto-kun is so strong, Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. As she spoke, she could distinctly feel her breath quickening, filled with both fear and excitement. The thrill was indescribable. The stronger Naruto became, the more she admired him. This was the type of boy she liked, powerful, almost absurdly so. The more she witnessed Naruto's prowess, the more deeply she became captivated, unable to extricate herself. In the past, Naruto's poor performance must have been a facade, intended to spare his classmates from embarrassment, especially during final assessments. Little did they know he had been feigning his abilities. Perhaps he simply deemed them unworthy of his true strength, opting to operate in the shadows for the greater good. Reflecting on this, Naruto seemed truly grand. What a remarkable boy. Ino swallowed hard, her gaze suddenly resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura shared similar thoughts to Ino. However, upon witnessing the astonishing jutsu Naruto displayed, her heart ached. How much better it would have been had she accepted Naruto's request earlier. If so, they could have already been a new couple in Konoha. Why must this happen to me? Sasuke's eyes turned blood red, the Sharingan activated without him realizing it. The crimson tomo filled with resentment and fury. His voice was hoarse and low. How did Naruto become so powerful? Something must be amiss. There must be a secret. Why can he wield such power while I cannot? I desire strength as well. In the face of Naruto's unprecedented jutsu, the new generation of Konoha's carnivorous flowers found themselves baffled. Do you know what jutsu Naruto just used? It looked so cool. I have no idea. To be honest, it's the first time I've ever seen such a jutsu. How about we invite Naruto for hot pot later and ask him about it? Sure. I want to learn that technique. I want to take Naruto as my master. Forget it. It seems too difficult to learn. They chattered excitedly, utterly captivated by Naruto's demonstration of the Flying Thunder God technique. This was the kind of jutsu a man should wield. Returning to Kankuro's side, Gaara appeared utterly indifferent. To exaggerate, even if Kankuro were to die before him, he would remain unmoved. His interest lay solely in Naruto. Finally, he encountered a formidable opponent. Given Gaara's temperament, he could have immediately engaged Naruto in battle. But the space-time ninjutsu and the astonishing destructive power of the jutsu made him hesitate. If it were only one of those techniques, it would be manageable, even if challenging. But the combination of both made the situation exceedingly complex. Gaara could not ascertain how Naruto would appear beside him in the next moment. Although he had the protection of sand, it did not mean he was invulnerable. As long as the damage was sufficient, the sand's endurance had its limits. Gaara narrowed his eyes, his poker face subtly shifting. Despite being a genin from Konoha, I must admit you are quite strong. Naruto smiled faintly, remaining silent, while the nine tails lay quietly within him. In this moment, an indescribable sensation washed over me. The enormous beastly eyes opened wide, a grin almost stretching from ear to ear. The stench remained as foul as ever. Foolish raccoon cat. If only you could kick a steel plate, how amusing that would be. The Shikaku within Gaara also sensed something. Opening its eyes in unison, the sand surrounding Gaara began to shift ever so slightly, only to settle down soon after, leading Gaara to wonder if he was merely hallucinating. Kanjiro, restless and eager to alter the unfavorable situation, moved his fingers ever so slightly. The puppet crow mirrored his movements with caution. Kanjiro believed he was cleverly concealed. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in his back. Naruto, showing no regard, delivered a forceful kick to Kanjiro's spine. With the enhancement of divine-level physical prowess, the impact was formidable. Even without employing any particular techniques, it was enough to leave Kanjiro reeling. He flew backward like a projectile, rolling and tumbling, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. In an instant, Temari's expression darkened. "You bastard." Clenching her folding fan, she aimed to fan some air at Naruto. Seeing the beautiful woman irate, Naruto felt quite innocent. "Let me explain, it was your brother who provoked me. You failed to discipline him. I had to step in. If it were someone else, I cannot guarantee I wouldn't accidentally end up killing him." Naruto spoke as if discussing trivial matters. As he had mentioned, Kanjiro's nature remained unchanged, continuing to act recklessly. If he were to offend someone formidable, his days would surely be numbered. This world was not like an anime, where plot armor ensured survival. This was a stark reality. Temari's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as she unfurled her massive fan, intending to send Naruto flying. Yet, at that critical moment, Gaara intervened. Temari, puzzled, could not comprehend why Gaara would stop her. Was he afraid she might truly harm Naruto? Gaara replied coolly, "You are indeed powerful, but I do not wish to engage in conflict here. The commotion may attract other leaf ninjas." He paused, devoid of any emotion. "I hope to face you during the Tunin exams, where I can justifiably eliminate you." Temari was taken aback, surprised by her brother's intentions. She had no intention of holding him back, especially after witnessing Naruto's brutal treatment of Kanjiro. As an elder sister, how could she not be infuriated? Gaara remained true to his character. To be precise, he was not yet the Kazekage, unburdened by many concerns. He was merely a merciless, emotionless machine of war. Had it not been for his subsequent words, Naruto might have mistakenly thought Gaara had undergone a transformation. Naruto chuckled lightly. "Very well, I look forward to it. After all, Sunagakure is quite small, lacking worthy opponents." "You." Temari furrowed her brows, glaring fiercely at Naruto. His words were a slap in the face to every ninja from Sunagakure, and she could not pretend not to hear. However, Gaara dismissed it nonchalantly. "Let us go see if Kanjiro is still alive. If he has perished, we will arrange for his body to be returned to Sunagakure." Temari wished to settle accounts with Naruto, but recalling his terrifying teleportation technique, she decided against acting impulsively until she understood how to counter it. After all, she was not foolish. Attacking without the means to win would be sheer stupidity. Before leaving, she shot Naruto a glare, as if to say, just you wait. Though Kanjuro was not dead, he was in dire straits, with 2 ribs broken, looking utterly disheveled. The puppet crow had also sustained significant damage and needed repairs. Another hassle for Gaara. He showed no inclination to assist Kanjuro, merely casting a glance at him on the ground. The large gourd on his back opened. Golden sand pouring forth. Under the control of chakra, the sand transformed into a support structure, lifting Kanjuro from the ground. Gaara was indifferent to Kanjuro's fate, but he did not wish for the ninjas of Sunagakure to be bullied abroad. Additionally, he wanted to avoid seeing Temari assist Kanjuro, with the trio from Sunagakure departing. It wasn't long before Naruto also took his leave. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Hinata in several days. In truth, having lived 2 lives, he could not spend every day with peers. While he didn't need to train as rigorously, it still felt monotonous. How old was Kagaya now? Nearly 30. And he? Only 12 or 13. To meet his younger self at such a prime age, it was a tremendous stroke of fortune for Kagaya. Of course, Naruto wouldn't consider such matters until he was 17 or 18. After all, this age was rather awkward. Moreover, he hadn't even met Kagaya yet. Contemplating these matters now was premature. He needed to devise a plan to infiltrate Kirigakure. Utilizing the puppet shadow clone technique might be a commendable strategy. Yet numerous details required careful consideration. Assuming another's appearance was simple, but lacking a credible identity would lead to swift discovery by the elite intelligence departments of each village. After Naruto departed, the others soon scattered. Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound to train diligently. He allowed Naruto a lead, but not by too great a margin. Witnessing Naruto's newfound techniques motivated him to work harder. Just wait. One day, I will catch up to you, Naruto. With a decisive thud, another kunai struck the target perfectly. Sasuke had achieved a nearly perfect score of 8 or 9 hits on the bullseye. Yet, he wondered why Naruto seldom used kunai. Whatever, he thought. As long as I can. Several days passed, during which numerous events transpired. Today, the sun shone brightly, marking the commencement of the Tunin exams led by Konohamaru. A scar-faced middle-aged man stood at the center of the meeting hall, his fierce appearance striking fear into the hearts of onlookers as he introduced himself. Thank you for waiting. I am the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection, Marino Ibiki. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, with participating ninjas holding their breath. The pressure palpable. He was indeed an excellent figure to intimidate children. As long as you speak to the disobedient children at home, if they continue to be mischievous, Ibiki will come and devour you. The children of Konoha immediately ceased their tears. Well, the precautions have been stated. Next, the ninjas participating in the Tunin exam. Please line up one by one. Come forward to collect your number tags and take your seats according to the numbers. Do not entertain any thoughts of switching places. If you follow these instructions, you will receive your examination papers. Ibiki stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd as he spoke each word clearly. Below, Naruto watched with rapt attention. Despite Ibiki's insistence on no cheating, Naruto, well versed in the plot, knew that was merely a facade. In truth, the conditions for the exam should have been articulated more clearly. All students who refrained from cheating would be expelled. Only those who genuinely attempted to write would be the ones truly cast out. The essence of this exam was to test the students' ability to employ their mastered ninjutsu while discreetly cheating. It wasn't entirely silent. It was permissible within the examiner's guidelines, provided it wasn't overly ostentatious. If one person scores 0, the entire team suffers. Upon hearing this regulation, the audience groaned in discontent. This is utterly unfair. It's simply a tyrannical agreement. An exam is an exam. Why must they also consider the burden of the underperformers? They were not in agreement. Thus, this group of dissenters was promptly expelled from the classroom by Ibiki and the other examiners. The remaining individuals, witnessing this scene, became considerably more compliant. Even if they harbored grievances, they had to swallow them down. Soon, all seats were assigned. As Naruto held his pen and gazed at the content of the exam paper, he couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing the first question. The content on his paper was as follows. In a cage, there are a total of 30 heads and 88 legs consisting of chickens and rabbits. How many of each are there? Chapter 73. Wow, the big wife is so considerate. Is this not a primary school question? As a proud citizen of the Land of Fire, isn't it enough to just have hands for such questions? We started tackling these in the 1st and 2nd grades. After all, Naruto quickly scanned the remaining questions. The most challenging ones turned out to be middle school physics problems and some basic mathematical functions. Shouldn't every ninja be exceptionally talented? They speak eloquently and master various ninjutsu. Isn't it just a matter of using their brains to solve these simple questions? Yet, surprisingly, it was not the case. Their daily focus was on training ninjutsu and its application. How could they afford to spend so much time on this? This has contributed to the slow advancement of current technological levels. Aside from Naruto and a few others, the candidates around him wore expressions akin to despair. What on earth is this? None of them could comprehend it. Old Ibiki's regulations were nonsensical. Capture those who do not cheat. For those who do cheat, merely turn a blind eye. Of course, cheating was conditional. If it was particularly clumsy cheating, a deduction of 2 points would suffice. Those who abstained from cheating were to be expelled. The questions posed in this written examination were exceedingly challenging for the ninjas. Consequently, aside from the official candidates, some students had infiltrated, writing down the correct answers to provide others with the opportunity to copy. If there was no chance to copy at all, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? If the first round of written exams eliminated half the students, the higher-ups would undoubtedly place blame. Ibiki had no desire to bear that burden. As time ticked away, some did nothing and were expelled from the classroom. One after another, several ninjas, like the previously ejected individual, faced Ibiki's cold gaze. They were either terrified or attempting to mask their fear, meeting Ibiki's stare to assert that they had not cheated. They were not in cahoots with the cheaters. In the next moment, other Konoha examiners arrived to carry this foolish individual outside. Inside, the astute candidates had already realized something was amiss. The key to this exam lay in possessing an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Under the immense pressure from the teacher's watchful eyes, knowing the rules yet choosing to break them. The solution was to copy. The incessant sound of pencils tapping against the desks filled the air. On Inuzuka Kiba's head, Akamaru squinted and looked around. Woof woof. Akamaru barked twice. Kiba, proficient in canine communication, instantly understood. His eyes brightened, and he quietly exclaimed, "Well done, Akamaru. Using a dog to cheat. No wonder they say dogs are clever." The importance of mastering a foreign language cannot be overstated. In terms of the written exam, Haruno Sakura could be considered a top scholar, at least among ninjas. Of course, this was merely in comparison to them. Faced with high school level questions, she would likely falter. These problems were a piece of cake for Naruto, right? Alas, she even considered letting him copy her answers. Sakura murmured softly. Buzz. A black fly flitted through the air and landed on a ninja's desk. After observing for a moment, the ninja swatted it away, and it promptly flew back to Yamanaka Ino's finger. All right, tell me the answers. The fly took off again, circling around Ino's desk. Clearly, Ino also possessed a unique form of communication, relying on gestures. Naruto-kun, Hyuga Hinata, seated beside him, blushed and softly called out, quietly pushing her exam paper forward. If you don't mind, you can copy. After speaking, she quickly closed her mouth, feeling a bit dizzy, clearly overwhelmed. This always happened when she was around Naruto, and she couldn't quite articulate her feelings. In short, it felt sweet. Naruto blinked, thinking, wow, my big wife is so considerate. As Hinata continued to write, she completed her exam and lifted her head to discover that Naruto's paper was completely blank. Assuming he could not write, she pushed her answers forward for him to copy. Frankly speaking, it wasn't that Naruto couldn't do it. He simply felt that the questions posed in this exam were an insult to his intelligence. In his past life, he had received 9 years of compulsory education, completed high school, and entered a prestigious university. Wasn't it bullying to ask a future college student to tackle primary school questions? Thus, Naruto refrained from answering and merely spaced out. However, he never expected that his wife would kindly offer her answers for him to copy. Naruto grinned and muttered, indeed, one wife is enough. In that moment, Naruto suddenly discovered the meaning of life. Yes, one wife is sufficient. It is a splendid idea. But as for girlfriends, one could have many, such as ex-girlfriends, past ex-girlfriends, current girlfriends, and future girlfriends. Naruto flashed a smile at the bashful Hinata. Thank you, Hinata. I can handle these questions. Feeling the familiar, comforting aura emanating from Naruto, Hinata shivered slightly, letting out a barely audible simultaneously. She was taken aback. Did Naruto say he could do them all? Was he joking? Why was his paper still blank? Was this not a blatant lie? As Hinata's thoughts drifted, Naruto understood that if he did not showcase his abilities before her, This woman would remain oblivious to the fact that her husband is a prodigious genius within the ninja world. He grasped a pencil, and with a flurry of swift strokes, the pencil danced across the paper without a moment's pause. Despite the rapid pace, the characters formed were impeccably neat and pleasing to the eye. There was no denying it. In his youth, he had dedicated countless hours to practice. Hinata blinked her adorable eyes, astonished as she absorbed the scene before her. Naruto truly possesses the ability to write. He did not deceive me. This was Hinata's first thought. However, it could also be that he, as a boy, was reluctant to accept assistance from a girl, driven by a sense of pride. Reflecting on this, Hinata felt a pang of regret. She should not have been so straightforward in suggesting that he copy her exam. She ought to have been more tactful. But now, it was too late for such musings. Determined to uncover the truth, she summoned her courage and leaned in to observe closely. In the next moment, she stood frozen in place. The answers Naruto penned were all correct. Moreover, his handwriting was remarkably tidy. After a considerable pause, Hinata finally regained her composure. It turned out that everything Naruto had claimed was indeed true. Chapter 74. The first encounter with Ant Snake, the fearsome red bean. An hour later, the first round of written exams had seen a significant number of the lower-ranking ninjas eliminated. Those who remained were the astute ones, adept at cheating. Following Ibiki's announcement of the exam's conclusion, he congratulated the remaining candidates still present in the classroom. Suddenly, two shuriken flew in through the window with a resounding crash, shattering the glass into fragments. The shuriken embedded themselves in the eaves above, and a crimson sphere unfurled, transforming into a curtain that proclaimed, "The second main examiner, Mitarashi Anko, has arrived." A stunning figure emerged from behind the curtain. Anko wore a black mesh short-sleeve top, paired with a yellow bodycon skirt. Her long, beautiful legs clad in matching black stockings, topped off with a stylish coat. Do not think that passing the first exam gives you reason to celebrate. This is not the time for rejoicing. I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for the second exam, and you will follow me. Anko made a striking entrance, her face radiant with excitement as she raised an arm and called out loudly. Naruto gasped in awe. It was undeniable. Anko was truly remarkable. At this moment, she remained one of the most beautiful women. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, with the ninja of Konoha appearing almost comically exaggerated. Ibiki, hiding behind the curtain, awkwardly remarked, "Hey, just look at the atmosphere." Anko's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed quite awkward. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and surveyed the remaining candidates. Her striking eyes narrowed slightly. "Ibiki, did you let too many candidates through? 78 candidates, 26 teams. What's going on? Why are there so many left this year?" She immediately shifted the blame onto Ibiki. "No, this year, there are simply too many outstanding candidates. You'll see for yourself shortly," he replied, trying to clarify the situation. Anko casually placed her hands in her pockets, gazing ahead with a relaxed expression. "Well, having more candidates isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, I assure you that I will not go easy on you in the next exam. We will eliminate half of you right away." Upon hearing Anko mention the second exam, most students displayed ecstatic expressions, for it signified that they had successfully passed the initial selection. As the students began chatting amongst themselves, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, Anko clapped her hands. "Quiet down. Did you not hear what I just said? The next exam will be even more stringent and challenging than the first. Do not rejoice too soon." Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flickering flames of hope among the candidates. The atmosphere shifted. They felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Anko refrained from any further unnecessary chatter and led the remaining candidates to the second exam venue. They arrived at the periphery of the Forest of Death. Standing before them, Anko explained the rules. "Welcome to the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. You have 5 days to seize the scrolls. Do not stray outside the boundaries of the forest. Once you have gathered the scrolls, proceed directly to the tower at the center. Those who succeed will be considered to have passed the exam." Anko outlined the basic rules and added some crucial points of caution. Despite the Forest of Death being only 20 kilometers in diameter, it harbored numerous ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures. A moment of carelessness could prove fatal. As Anko was elaborating, Sakura and Ino began to bicker over a certain handsome figure. "Oh dear, this is quite the predicament. I will have to spend 5 long days with Naruto-kun. Aren't you envious?" Sakura boasted, arms crossed, her expression smug. Ino retorted defiantly, "I will be in the Forest of Death too, That counts as spending time with Naruto-kun as well. Sakura's lips twitched in disbelief. I've seen shamelessness. But this takes the cake. So what? You're only indirectly involved, while I have direct access. You should just back off. Humph. Ino spat back. But then a thought seemed to strike her, and her smile grew even wider. Sakura, do you still not intend to admit it? Sakura, perplexed, asked, admit what? Admit that Naruto-kun no longer has feelings for you. Multiple black lines appeared on Sakura's forehead as her mind buzzed like thunder. She stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. Ino's words held a kernel of truth. Ever since Naruto showcased his abilities, his demeanor toward her had become decidedly indifferent. The once dismissive boy had transformed into someone she could hardly aspire to reach. Yet, could a few words truly dissuade Sakura? Surely, it could not be that simple. She believed such matters could be rekindled. After all, she had undergone considerable personal growth for Naruto. In the end, she was confident that love would triumph. If all else failed, she could always resort to force. What could you, Ino, possibly do against me? Humph. As the two girls engaged in their verbal sparring, Naruto's gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on a long-haired girl from the grass village. Wow, here she comes. It's you, my dear Ant Snake. Naruto observed Orochimaru, who was disguising herself as a grass village ninja among the throng, unabashedly watching him. Consequently, Orochimaru immediately noticed Naruto's intense gaze. Why is Minato's son staring at me? Has he discovered something? No way, my disguise is flawless. Orochimaru was enveloped in a haze of confusion. Across from him, Naruto curled his lips in disdain, clearly unimpressed. The culinary offerings of the hidden grass village must be lacking. The women who emerged were neither fierce nor particularly attractive. Orochimaru thought to himself, am I to believe this is politeness? Or perhaps you fancy yourself humorous? Chapter 75. Naruto is truly a rather unremarkable boy. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at Naruto before redirecting his focus. His true ambition lay in acquiring the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Naturally, he held little interest in Naruto, who possessed the Nine Tails. It was the Sharingan that piqued his curiosity. Conversely, Naruto was acutely aware of Orochimaru's intentions. He sought an opportunity to bite into the Uchiha, bestowing the heavenly curse mark. For Sasuke, this was a chance. For Naruto, it was merely a nuisance. In the face of overwhelming power, who cared about flamboyant tricks? Brute force would suffice. Moreover, Naruto had no reason to thwart Orochimaru's plans. The more Sasuke grew, the more he would be unable to surpass Naruto. What truly captivated Naruto's interest were Pain and his associates. Perhaps infiltrating the Akatsuki was a feasible endeavor, albeit one requiring meticulous planning. After all, according to the storyline, it would not be long before the Akatsuki ceased accepting inept individuals. To join their ranks, one must at least possess the strength of a Kage. Fortunately, Naruto did possess such strength, though he needed to avoid overly conspicuous techniques to maintain his anonymity. However, these matters were not his current concern. First, he had to complete the Tunin Exam. The group signed the death consent agreement, acknowledging that once they entered the forest of death, their demise would no longer be the responsibility of Konoha. After all, ninjas faced the specter of death while on missions. There was no challenge in such a scenario. It felt like child's play. Now, I officially declare the second round of the Chunin selection exam to have commenced. Please survive in the forest of death for 5 days. With the examiner, Akato's command, all entrances to the training ground opened wide. In an instant, all participating ninjas surged forward, racing toward the center of the arena. Unlike the tense atmosphere surrounding him, Naruto appeared remarkably relaxed. Even combined, the other ninjas posed no threat. He was confident he could easily overpower them. Not even Orochimaru would prove effective against him. While he had no intention of killing Orochimaru outright, he could certainly deplete the resources of her clones, which would be a worthwhile challenge. Upon entering the forest of death, towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight. The trunks were so thick that several grown men would struggle to encircle them. As they ventured deeper, ferocious beasts and poisonous insects became increasingly common. In mere moments, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest, startling the wildlife. It was evident that someone had fallen prey to the dangers lurking within. Barely 10 minutes had passed since entering, and already there were injuries. One could only imagine the fate awaiting them deeper in the woods. This harrowing cry served as a wake-up call for all test takers. Sakura Haruno, shaken, glanced anxiously at Naruto, as if only he could provide her with a sense of security, in stark contrast to the fear enveloping the others. Naruto seemed to be on a leisurely outing rather than a perilous exam. Are the screams of the fallen truly that terrifying? He inquired lightly. Sakura fidgeted with her skirt, nodding timidly. It was rare for Naruto to engage her in conversation, and he responded with a bright, reassuring smile. With me around, there's nothing to fear. Sakura, despite her initial annoyance, found solace in Naruto's presence. She pondered the reality that even ninjas had to eat and might one day be burdened by the pressures of life, such as mortgage payments. This led Naruto to concoct a grand plan. Taking advantage of Konoha's low property prices, he would enlist Zabuza to transport gold and acquire land, anticipating a lucrative return in 20 years when prices soared. Sasuke remained silent, turning his head away in a huff. Even if Naruto's assertions were true and he possessed the requisite strength, something about it irked him. What a drag, he thought. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Having wrestled with the implications of the consent form, which clearly stated that any means could be employed, and any death would not implicate Konoha. If one was to blame, it could only be for their own lack of skill, or for signing the document in the first place. Suddenly, Naruto chuckled. Excuse me. I drank too much water and need to relieve myself. Sakura was taken aback. Huh. Naruto, don't leave me here alone. Why not join me? She suggested, her cheeks flushing. She felt embarrassed, but was genuinely frightened. The last mission with Kakashi had been traumatic. She had witnessed his brutal demise, a memory that haunted her. While she knew it was prudent to stay close, she felt a twinge of shame. Wait, I'll go with you, she blurted out. Naruto's companions, Sasuke and Naruto, looked at her quizzically. No, that's not what I meant. I just worry Naruto might get lost. She stammered, her hands flailing in the air. After her awkward explanation, Sakura felt as exposed as a boiled shrimp. It was a weak excuse, and she knew it. Fortunately, Naruto merely smiled. It's fine, I know the way. Besides, it wouldn't be proper for you to come along. With that, he walked away without hesitation. Once Naruto had gone, Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her. For a fleeting moment, Sasuke considered following Naruto, not for the call of nature, but for the sense of security he felt in Naruto's presence. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, opting instead for a disdainful scoff. What an unreliable guy. Indeed, while Naruto had genuinely needed to relieve himself, he also had pressing matters on his mind. The sound of rushing water echoed loudly, leading one to believe there was a waterfall nearby, resolving personal matters on one hand, while simultaneously releasing a shadow clone. Naruto issued commands to the clone, instructing it to assume the appearance of another individual and stealthily safeguard his wife, Hinata. This is the real world, and Naruto cannot afford to gamble. No one can predict what may occur in the next moment. Just then, a swift sound pierced the air. Someone seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Naruto, just a mere genin from Konoha, found himself momentarily disarmed as his kunai struck nothing but air. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, which he had mastered, he deftly evaded the attack. The rationale for employing this jutsu was straightforward. Since he had already learned it, why not use it? Moreover, there was an even graver reason. Anyone who witnessed him using this technique from now on must perish. What happened to that Konoha brat? The Rain Ninja, caught off guard, was taken aback. Could he truly be a ghost? Chapter 76. Which one of you is real? Since you have chosen to strike at me, you must be prepared for the consequences. Naruto's voice rang out, indifferent yet foreboding. The burly Rain Ninja, donning an oxygen mask, trembled. What? Is that Konoha brat human or specter? Following the source of the voice, the Rain Ninja was astonished to see Naruto perched atop a large tree, a kunai gripped in his hand. How had he accomplished this? He was merely a genin. Such feats were unfathomable. However, analyzing Naruto's display of prowess, the Rain Ninja realized the young man was extraordinarily formidable, far from being an ordinary adversary. Suddenly, a horrifying realization dawned upon him. Was this some form of space-time ninjutsu? But space-time techniques were all S-rank or above, exceedingly difficult to master. How could a mere genin wield such terrifying techniques? Naruto chuckled softly. Bingo! I must commend you for your astute deduction. Regardless of who guessed correctly, there is a reward. He paused, narrowing his eyes. As a reward, I grant you a swift death. With a flourish, Naruto twirled the kunai with finesse, appearing effortlessly cool. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Rain Ninja felt a sense of dread wash over him. He had merely intended to snatch a scroll and flee if things went awry. He never anticipated that his very life would be at stake. The ability to utilize S-rank ninjutsu indicated a formidable opponent. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that fleeing was the prudent course of action. What a folly it would be to engage in battle when the odds were so heavily stacked against him. In an instant, the rain ninja pivoted to escape. Swish! The sound of the kunai slicing through the air echoed as it hurtled toward him. A disdainful smile crossed the rain ninja's face as he evaded the projectile with a quick sidestep. Is that all? It was a mere miss. Even if I hadn't dodged, that kunai would have landed harmlessly ahead of me. Clearly, the kunai techniques of a Konoha genin leave much to be desired. If he wishes to hit something, he ought to practice for another 10 years or so. As the rain ninja entertained such thoughts, Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his previous location. When he reappeared, he stood merely 6 feet away from the rain ninja. Within that distance, Naruto was invincible. Even if he were 800 miles away, he could unleash a tailed beast bomb that would deliver catastrophic devastation to his foes. The rain ninja felt his composure shatter. This genin was a force to be reckoned with. How did you get here? You damn brat, Baka! The rain ninja exclaimed, astonished. In response, Naruto unleashed a Rinnegan from the center of his right palm. The rain ninja could scarcely comprehend such speed. He had never imagined a man could move so rapidly. Deprived of any opportunity for thought or reaction, he, a mere genin from the rain village, was utterly outmatched. The Rinnegan surged forward, mercilessly crashing into the rain ninja's chest. The concentrated chakra obliterating everything in its path. His internal organs twisted into a grotesque mass, and his pupils dimmed as life slipped away. In his final moments, the rain ninja pondered the stark disparity between genin. Gazing down at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Naruto had no intention of searching it. After all, if he had been the one carrying the scroll, he would not have risked himself hunting down solitary exam candidates. Instead, he would have hidden away, waiting for his companions to return. Master, a presence with considerable chakra is rapidly approaching. The Ninetales suddenly spoke with respect. Naruto blinked. Oh, Ant Snake is coming. Perfect timing to welcome her. Despite the Ninetales being somewhat of a slacker, it did possess a modicum of utility. However, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment that it could not transform into the enchanting Ninetales woman. Upon returning home, Naruto found Sasuke and Sakura waiting idly nearby. They appeared to have encountered no mishaps, likely because the other 2 members of their team were hiding, biding their time for good news or waiting for a chance to test the waters of Konoha's genin. If they managed to return safely, it would indicate all was well. However, if they did not return, it would necessitate re-evaluating their circumstances and devising a new plan. Finally, Naruto-kun, you're back, Sakura exclaimed, rushing over with a mix of concern and relief. Are you all right? I heard strange noises nearby. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Just a few poisonous insects. I'm fine. By the way, Sakura, you're a bit dense, aren't you? If I had been transformed by another ninja's jutsu, wouldn't you be in danger? Sakura's forehead seemed overly broad, highlighting her naivety. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained alert, casting wary glances at Naruto, which brought Naruto a sense of comfort. One foolish teammate was sufficient. Having them all would be overwhelming. After a brief exchange, the trio prepared to continue on their journey. Another Naruto was sprinting towards them. However, the doppelganger paused upon seeing Naruto beside Sakura and Sasuke. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't he meant to intercept the 4th Hokage's son? What was happening? Could he not even delay for a mere 20 minutes? What a failure. The false Naruto remained impassive, contemplating a new strategy. 2 Narutos? Sakura exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. In a flash, Sasuke's expression darkened. Which one of you is real? Sakura, come here. With eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, Sasuke's Sharingan manifested, and he drew a sharp kunai from his waist, assuming a combat stance. Naruto's lips twitched slightly. Wasn't Sasuke supposed to be quite intelligent in the original story? How could he suddenly appear so dim-witted? This led Naruto to ponder whether the recent battle had left Sasuke so battered that it had dulled his wits. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a cinematic moment. He is old Joe. He is not old Joe. He is indeed old Joe. Of course, I know he is not old Joe. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Naruto fervently wished that such a scenario would not unfold for him. Orochimaru, I implore you, please choose someone else to impersonate. If you refuse, I won't hesitate to unleash a tailed beast bomb on you. Chapter 77. Sasuke, have you forgotten me? Naruto, exasperated, rolled his eyes and directed his gaze at Sasuke, solemnly stating, Sasuke, have you truly forgotten me? Do you remember the last time you challenged me? I defeated you soundly. Sasuke nearly roared, his face flushed. Anyone unaware might think he was experiencing a moment of embarrassment. The truth was, that previous challenge had indeed been a brutal defeat for Sasuke, though not to the extent of absolute humiliation. Even if it had been, how could he face so many witnesses afterward? Moreover, upon hearing Naruto's peculiar nickname, Sasuke instantly recognized the real Naruto. For only the genuine Naruto would refer to him in such an odd manner. No one else had ever called him that. Even if Sasuke was unaware of the true significance of that title, Sakura and Orochimaru exchanged puzzled glances, taken aback by Sasuke's outburst. Why are you shouting so loudly? Sasuke stammered, seemingly providing an explanation for the onlookers. This Naruto is the real deal, while that one over there is a fake. Without hesitation, he drew several kunai from his waist and hurled them towards the imposter Naruto, who was, in fact, Orochimaru. Sasuke's actions were a mere distraction from the awkward situation at hand. What a disgrace. With a swift motion, several kunai flew through the air. Orochimaru, caught off guard by Sasuke's decisiveness, easily evaded the attack, treating it as child's play. How amusing. Truly delightful, Orochimaru exclaimed, dispelling her transformation technique to reveal her true form, a woman clad in a pale yellow robe, adorned with a large purple belt and a conical hat. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Instinctively, she made a grotesque gesture, extending her long tongue to lick her slightly parched lips with glee. This spectacle was utterly revolting to Sakura and Sasuke, who could only think, is she even human? How can her tongue extend so far? She's a monster. Suddenly, a massive python, over 10 meters long, erupted from the ground, targeting Naruto. A smirk appeared on Naruto's lips as he feigned a lack of defenses. The enormous serpent swallowed Naruto whole and slithered into the depths of the forest. This was all part of Orochimaru's deliberate manipulation. Her sole prey was Sasuke, indifferent to the fate of the others. Naruto, Sakura shouted, her heart breaking as she witnessed her companion devoured by the serpent, unsure of his fate. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and drew another kunai, gripping it tightly. That guy is incredibly strong. He'll be fine, he reassured Sakura. We should focus on ourselves now. His words brought Sakura back to reality, and she too drew a kunai, the two of them assuming battle stances. Upon seeing the dreaded Sharingan, Orochimaru's heart raced with greed, longing to claim the valuable possession for herself. Yes, indeed, she murmured to herself, thrilled at the audacity of these mere genin daring to challenge her, a seasoned Konoha ninja. Tilting her head, she radiated an aura of malice. The hearts of Sasuke and Sakura pounded like drums, reverberating with dread. If looks could kill, this would be the very definition. They trembled before her, overwhelmed by the oppressive force she exuded, even a mere glance rendering them motionless. This was not just a display of superior strength, but a crushing defeat stemming from experience. Witnessing Sasuke's fear, especially as he struggled to move, Orochimaru lost interest. Though we share the same blood, the difference is clear, she muttered softly before gradually approaching Sasuke, like a ferocious predator toying with its dying prey, inflicting not only physical pain but also psychological torment. Sasuke hurled several kunai at Orochimaru once more, but this time she was genuinely enraged. With ease, she caught the flying projectiles, which were mere toys to her. In retaliation, she flung them back at him, the speed of the kunai surpassing that of Sasuke's throw by several folds. The kunai grazed Sasuke's face, blood spurting forth. This was also why Orochimaru had no intention of killing Sasuke outright. She sought a powerful vessel, not a useless one. Even though Sasuke possessed the Sharingan, it paled in comparison to his brother Itachi's, rendering it virtually worthless. As the pain surged through his face, Sasuke grimaced, his mind racing to devise a strategy to turn the tide. Meanwhile, the python that had swallowed Naruto lounged contentedly in a clearing, unaware of Orochimaru's call. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Naruto's mind. Ding. Task selection triggered. Option 1. Slay the ordinary summoned beast, the python. Reward. Upgraded S-rank ninjutsu, lightning release. Option 2. Ignore. Reward. C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Upon hearing this delightful announcement, Naruto grinned widely. I choose option 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired upgraded S-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release. As he felt a surge of new information coursing through him, Naruto was momentarily puzzled. System, you ought to be more straightforward. Next time, just offer the best option outright and spare me the lesser choices. The python, basking in its meal, was oblivious to the impending change. Suddenly, with a pop, Naruto transformed into a cloud of white smoke. The once lazy python, now bewildered, wondered how its belly had suddenly emptied after consuming a person. Lightning release. As Naruto leaped from the tree, his shadow clone technique activated. In both the original and the shadow clone's hands, golden lightning crackled. The two stood several meters apart when an astonishing scene unfolded. The two streams of golden lightning intertwined, transforming into a remarkably sharp golden lightning blade. Everything transpired with astonishing speed, leaving even the great serpent momentarily bewildered. The two Narutos charged forward, and wherever the golden blade struck, everything was severed as effortlessly as cutting through mud. In an instant, the massive serpent was sliced into several pieces, blood gushing forth. With a thud, the puppet shadow clone vanished. Naruto began to search the remains of the serpent. Where was the snake stew? A creature of such size should yield a substantial meal. But upon catching a whiff of its foul stench, Naruto quickly abandoned the thought of cooking snake stew and hastily retreated. It reeked terribly. Indeed, the figure returning to seek out Sasuke was not Naruto's true self, but rather a puppet shadow clone. The shadow clone provided by the system was remarkably effective, capable of deceiving the senses to a remarkable degree. Moreover, Naruto's intent from the very beginning was to have the serpent bite Sasuke, transmitting some of its power. Otherwise, when would Sasuke, in his current state, be able to enact his grand revenge plan? What? You ask why he didn't return in person? Naruto was not foolish enough to willingly experience the agony of being swallowed whole by the great serpent. This creature was no Baiji, nor was it Shao Qing. What Naruto desired was to engage with the serpent sage, akin to Baiji or Shao Qing. But this was merely a vile serpent. There was nothing to gain from such a creature. Chapter 78. A serious ninja, who trains slowly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent ant flicked her tongue, her lower body transforming into that of a serpent. With remarkable speed, she darted from one tree to another. Sakura, run! Sasuke shouted. The two began to flee rapidly. Yet, no matter how fast they ran, they could not match the speed of the serpent in its transformed state. Moreover, the serpent ant's initial target was Sasuke. No matter where he ran, it was futile. After all, Sasuke in his current state was not yet fully developed, easily comparable to a weak genin. Realizing he could not escape, Sasuke halted, turning to confront his fear. The moment he stopped, the serpent ant also paused, intrigued by her prey. Why have you stopped running? Sasuke ignored her taunts, taking a deep breath. He drew several kunai from his waist and hurled them toward the serpent ant. Why can't you learn? Orochimaru twisted his body slightly, and soon the kunai were rendered ineffective. Just when he thought it was over, Sasuke charged forward, leaping and using his momentum to kick the serpent ant in the head. Orochimaru extended his arms, blocking Sasuke's attack with his elbows, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. If Sasuke had continued to flee aimlessly, he would have truly underestimated this vessel. Fortunately, Sasuke had returned to fight. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to gauge the new vessel's strength. After landing a hit, Sasuke executed several mid-air flips to create distance. But Orochimaru was relentless, and it became the serpent ant's turn to counterattack. In an instant, the two engaged in a back-and-forth battle. It was mainly due to Orochimaru holding back, combined with Sasuke's Sharingan, which allowed him to perceive attacks at a significantly slowed pace. In a moment, the serpent ant decided to raise the stakes, seeking to test the limits of Sasuke's Sharingan. She swiftly circled around him, leaving only an afterimage in her wake, her speed so great it was nearly impossible to follow. As she moved, dust clouds billowed. Serpent-style evasion. Beads of cold sweat formed on Sasuke's forehead as he focused intently, preparing for the imminent danger. Thankfully, his bloodline limit proved robust enough to keep up. Without hesitation, he retreated several meters. He watched as the spot he had just occupied was pierced by the serpent ant's tail, a 10-meter-long appendage that instilled fear. While retreating, Sasuke formed hand seals, placing his hands in front of him. His chest swelled, cheeks puffing like a balloon, and several scorching fireballs erupted from his mouth, shooting directly at the serpent ant. Boom! The fireballs struck the serpent ant, exploding upon impact. A massive wave of flames surged forth, raising the surrounding air temperature dramatically. The gust generated by the fiery explosion was scorching, a battle of the fire child against the serpent demon. Yet, this was far from over. Sasuke gathered more power, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of flames. The searing heat surged forward. The serpent ant, engulfed in the inferno, merely smirked, shielding her head with her arms as if unbothered. Naturally, Orochimaru had long since reached the level of a Kage. How much damage could a fire technique from a mere genin inflict upon her? However, the serpent ant was not one to simply endure attacks without retaliation. In the next moment, as the flames subsided, a whirlwind swept through, stirring up thick clouds of smoke that rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke seemed to anticipate this, retreating continuously as a massive gash was torn through the air behind him. Meanwhile, the proctors from Konoha discovered the three fallen grass ninjas. Realizing the severity of the situation, they immediately sprang into action. Someone has infiltrated the exam area. We must inform Lord Third immediately. Normally, proctors were not permitted to enter the arena, but the circumstances had changed. Returning to Sasuke, who found himself cornered, Orochimaru lost interest. It seems you truly do not deserve the Uchiha name. As he spoke, an unforeseen explosion device, previously attached to his back, detonated. The blast propelled Orochimaru forward a few steps due to inertia. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air filled the space as several strands of resilient silver wire shot forth. Sasuke thought to himself, got it. However, his expression revealed no hint of triumph. In no time, the wires ensnared Orochimaru tightly. What technique is this? The serpent ant appeared somewhat taken aback. Truth be told, the move Sasuke had just executed drastically altered her perception of him. The Sharingan-controlled wind blades, 3 in total, bound Orochimaru to a towering tree, rendering him immobile, his expression somewhat twisted. Sasuke bit down on a strand of wire, forming hand seals with his hands. Fire style, dragon fire technique. In an instant, a fire dragon spiraled forth, racing along the wire that bound Orochimaru. The flames blotted out the sun, and anyone unaware might think they were witnessing the sun itself. This time, the fire dragon's ferocity intensified, piercing through the thick trunk of the tree. Not only that, but the entire tree was rapidly reduced to charcoal. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The intensity of the battle, along with the rapid depletion of his chakra, left Sasuke drenched in sweat, as if he had been hollowed out, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, hiding nearby, Sakura sprinted over. Sasuke, are you okay? To be honest, after lingering in the background for so long, witnessing the glimmers of victory, it was time for her to step in and take action. Moreover, Sasuke had specifically stayed behind to help her fend off Orochimaru's assault. In truth, Orochimaru's initial aim was to capture Sasuke, with no connection to Sakura Haruno. Unfortunately, she became entangled in this affair. How could anything possibly happen to me? If this operation were entrusted to Naruto, could he even replicate it? It is clear that I am the one with the superior skills. As the arrogant thoughts lingered in the mind of the second pillar, a violent rupture severed the threads binding the serpent lady. She remained unscathed, yet half of her human skin mask was incinerated, revealing her sinister visage. Her eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, instilled sheer terror with just a single glance, leaving one too frightened to meet her gaze. How could this be? Sasuke panicked. However, Orochimaru afforded him no time to contemplate. Her neck elongated dramatically, a feat perhaps insurmountable for others, something they would scarcely dare to imagine. Yet for Orochimaru, it was merely child's play. Sakura, startled, momentarily froze, forgetting to retaliate, while an exhausted Sasuke could only stand still, passive and vulnerable. Orochimaru bit down on his neck, lingering for a moment before retracting her neck, leaving no further action. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Sasuke unmistakably felt a surge of power within him, a sensation both strange and exhilarating. This entire scene was observed from the shadows by Naruto. Indeed, the serpent lady would not kill Sasuke. Instead, she bestowed upon him the cursed seal. How fortunate. The young man should embrace this newfound power. After all, a legitimate ninja does not toil through slow training. Naruto smirked to himself. The winds had calmed, the skies had cleared, and the second pillar was ready to proceed once more. Chapter 79. What kind of man are you? Regarding the second pillar's recent performance, Orochimaru expressed her satisfaction, chattering away with him before discarding the scrolls contested in the Tunin exams. She casually shed her equipment and, having completed her tasks, swiftly sank into the earth. "Hey, don't leave," Naruto exclaimed, rushing out upon witnessing Orochimaru's retreat. "The serpent lady is not to be trusted. Give Sakura a taste. I think that would be amusing. If not, why not just bite all three of us? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat." Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought for Naruto. While the cursed seal was beneficial, it was but a minor enhancement, whereas Naruto himself had unlocked a significant power. Upon Naruto's return, Sakura's face lit up with joy, but her gaze fell upon the resting Sasuke, and she fell into a moment of bewilderment. "Wonderful. Naruto, you're back. But what shall we do about Sasuke?" Naruto chuckled lightly. "It's fine. He just needs to rest." At that moment, Sasuke, having just acquired new strength, felt a certain rejection within his body and curled up on the ground. Sakura wished to say more, but seeing Naruto's calm demeanor, she chose to place her unwavering trust in him. After all, with Naruto back, he was the pillar of their team. Subsequently, Naruto and Sakura moved Sasuke to a safer location. As night fell, with Naruto present, there was no need for Sakura to participate in the hunt. However, the task of roasting meat was left to her, and she eagerly accepted. Patting her flat stomach, she assured Naruto, "While I may not be as skilled in fighting and hunting as you, Naruto, I have confidence in my cooking." This sparked an ominous premonition in Naruto. Sure enough, after a while, the meat Sakura produced could hardly be called roasted. It was merely a charred lump. Even a dog would shed tears if given that. Ultimately, Naruto had no choice but to take over. Meanwhile, Sakura sat nearby, her cheeks flushed, quietly observing. She had intended to impress Naruto, but now found herself mortified. Having completed the cooking, Naruto displayed commendable skill. It seemed he had prepared well, bringing a plethora of spices, cumin, chili powder, salt, and more. While others ventured into the Chunin exams at the risk of their lives, Naruto appeared as though he were on a leisurely vacation, utterly unfazed. It was a pity he couldn't have a more reliable teammate. A universal, capable companion would be ideal, a walking treasure trove, akin to a real-life Doraemon. As the two savored the skewered meat, the aroma wafted through the air. Sasuke, lying on the ground, caught a whiff of the delightful scent, his discomfort visibly increasing. He tossed and turned, struggling to rise, and pointed at the two with indignation. "How could you do this to me? Can't you at least consider the feelings of an injured comrade? Please, stop teasing me. Do you wish for my demise?" Alas, regardless of the circumstances, Sasuke would remain unconscious through the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Naruto yawned, having enjoyed a restful sleep. The reason for his tranquility was simple. His shadow clones had stood watch throughout the night. He had been sleeping soundly until, unexpectedly, something had leaped into his arms in the middle of the night. At that moment, still in a daze, Naruto paid it no mind. Upon opening his eyes in the morning, he found Sakura nestled against him, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if she were dreaming of something joyful. Honestly, witnessing this scene transformed Naruto's previously cheerful mood into one of dismay. To be fair, the girl had a pleasant fragrance, a natural allure. But Naruto was not fond of it. Without hesitation, he pushed the slumbering Sakura away. "Hey, women only hinder my training speed. Move aside." Startled awake, Sakura emerged from her dreams, still immersed in the blissful reverie in which Naruto adored her, and she reciprocated his affections. They were on the brink of entering the sacred bond of marriage. Yet she awoke. How frustrating. We were so close, she thought. A glimmer of saliva glistening at the corner of her mouth, undeniably enticing, yet Naruto did not even glance her way. "Prepare yourselves. Once Sasuke recovers, we will set off immediately." Sakura hesitated. Okay. At that moment, her face was as flushed as a ripe peach. She recalled how she had been unable to sleep alone the previous night, finding solace only in the presence of the slumbering Naruto. As she drew closer to him, seeking safety, she had unknowingly edged closer and closer. With the events of the previous night weighing on her, Sakura now lacked the courage to meet Naruto's gaze. Looking at the second pillar on the ground, she remembered how he had felt after being burned. It was likely he would awaken soon. One thing must be clarified. While the allure of power was enticing, Naruto was no mere charlatan. Sakura and Sasuke had yet to become a couple. He had no right to assume the role of a seducer. Please, do not cast unfounded slanders. Moreover, he had relinquished any thoughts of Haruno Sakura. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to push her away the moment he regained consciousness. Meanwhile, several teams had already completed their tasks. The second place was occupied by Gaara's team. Even though a few days prior, Kankuro had suffered a broken rib from Naruto's kick, he was gradually recovering. After all, Kankuro was not the core output of Gaara's team. That role belonged to Gaara himself, who could simply lie back and let things unfold. If we were to speak of the first place, it belonged to Hinata's team. Naruto had not been idle the previous day, utilizing his shadow puppets to stir up events in the midst of the chaos. The difficulty of this Tunin exam was akin to child's play for Naruto, but not so for Hinata and her companions. With Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino providing protection, Naruto felt a sense of reassurance and lent a hand as well. Additionally, there were several other teams that had reached the finish line and completed their missions. As the saying goes, a man who neglects his own wife is no man at all. What kind of man are you? Watching her suffer. Cough cough. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been in a daze, awakened with a violent cough, his head throbbing painfully. Seeing Naruto beside him, he gradually calmed down, the vigilance that had briefly crossed his face returning to its usual state. Haruno Sakura exclaimed joyfully, "Sasuke, you're finally awake. Would you like some water?" Naruto smiled as well, relieved that Sasuke had regained consciousness. He had worried that this guy might not wake up. Fortunately, the situation was not far from the original plot. Sasuke had managed to pull through. Chapter 80. A chance encounter with the pitiful Uzumaki Karen. Sasuke drank deeply from the water pouch, feeling a renewed sense of vitality. "Naruto, when did you return?" Sasuke had heard Naruto's voice before losing consciousness and instinctively thought that Orochimaru had been chased away by Naruto, for only he possessed such formidable power. The feeling of being protected was not entirely unwelcome. It reminded him of the happy moments spent with Itachi. However, recalling the massacre of their clan that followed, Sasuke quickly dismissed such illusions. Indeed, possessing one's own strength is the most reliable form of security. Relying on others is futile. "What do you think, Naruto?" he asked, a slight smirk on his lips. "Can you guess what I'm thinking?" This exchange felt rather ambiguous, and the air grew thick with tension. Just as Sasuke was about to express his annoyance, a loud growl erupted from his stomach, protesting its emptiness. After all, since yesterday afternoon, Sasuke had not eaten a single grain. However, the game they had hunted yesterday had been entirely consumed. "You two wait here. I'll go catch some prey and bring it back for us to feast upon. We can make jerky from the leftovers," Naruto declared. Sasuke, feeling a flush of embarrassment, retorted, "Don't meddle in my affairs. I can manage even if I starve." Gurgle gurgle. Before Sasuke could finish his protest, his stomach let out another loud growl, even more pronounced than before. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What are you laughing at?" Sasuke glared at her. "Oh, nothing. I just thought of something happy," she replied, reflecting on how kind Naruto was, never scolding her. Naruto himself was feeling quite famished. "Even if you don't want to eat, I still need to have my meal. Besides, look at you. Will you have the strength to continue on our journey?" Haruno Sakura raised her hand, saying, "Naruto, I want to eat too." Their playful banter continued, but Sasuke felt a lump in his throat, turning his head away with a haughty demeanor. "Do as you please." However, before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Naruto had already begun to leave, the implication clear. He was not hunting for Sasuke, but rather for himself. And Sasuke was merely an afterthought. This scene left Sasuke feeling a sense of frustration. "Hey, at least wait for me to finish my sentence." On the other side of the Death Forest, a ninja from the Grass Village, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Damn it! Are all the ninjas from the other villages monsters? I thought everyone was just a bunch of bronze-level newbies. Who would have thought we'd run into such formidable opponents?" His companion nodded in agreement. "Looks like we need to take the initiative." They reached a consensus, glancing at a bedraggled girl with red hair and glasses, who looked somewhat pitiful. Her head hung low in apparent lack of confidence. "You there, come here," one of the Grass Village ninjas called out. Uzumaki Karen nodded and slowly approached. The ninja tossed a scroll of earth to her, which she hastily caught and held to her chest. "Take good care of that scroll. Find a safe spot and don't stray too far from here. We'll be back in the afternoon," the Grass Village ninja instructed. His companion added sternly, "If you lose that scroll, you might as well not live. The scroll is more important than your life, understand? Even if you die, you must hide it or leave it aside for us to retrieve. We cannot let it fall into enemy hands." Uzumaki Karen clutched the scroll tightly, nodding obediently, feeling helpless. What could she do? She lacked the strength to protect herself. With that, the two ninjas departed, leaving Karen alone. As soon as they left, Karen sought a place to hide. However, in the next moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A beastly roar echoed through the air, startling the birds resting in the forest. A massive black bear, resembling a small mountain, emerged from the foliage, its nose twitching as if it had caught a whiff of something delectable. Hearing the commotion, Karen's face turned pale with fear, her strength seemingly drained. Instinctively, she knew that if she did not run, death awaited her. Gripping the scroll tightly, she hurriedly fled in another direction. While the enormous black bear had also noticed its prey, despite its size, it moved with surprising speed, gradually closing the distance between them. Karen, in a panic, found herself cornered. Upon realizing her hunter was a gigantic black bear, she was struck dumb with fear. Its head was nearly the same size as hers. Roar! The bear let out a fearsome howl, its sharp teeth glistening as drool dripped from its maw. The bear's massive head drew closer, and Karen could even smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. It opened wide and lunged at Karen. Fortunately, she managed to dodge just in time. "Someone, please help me," she cried as she ran, the black bear in hot pursuit. Just then, Karen stumbled over a tree root, falling to the ground, the scroll rolling away from her grasp. Upon seeing its prey fall, the bear's eyes gleamed with hunger, and its pace instinctively slowed. In its eyes, Karen was now a dying prey, soon to become its meal. "Where is everyone? Is there anyone who can save me? I don't want to die," Karen whimpered, crouching on the ground, hugging her head tightly. The intense pain surged through her leg. She did not wish to perish here. Her life had only just begun, and she did not want it to end so abruptly. The Ninetales had performed admirably, relishing the prospect of a bear paw feast, ideally from a male bear, which would also yield bear gall. Naruto, who had rushed over, thought to himself. The Ninetales, receiving praise within his body, wore a proud expression. At last, he had proven to be of some utility, functioning as a tailed beast radar, assisting in detecting nearby creatures and providing Naruto with direction. "Wait, isn't that the girl with glasses, Karen?" Naruto's gaze fell upon the fallen Uzumaki Karen. The large black bear was approaching ominously. In the next instant, Naruto sprang into action, pushing off with his powerful legs. His physique rivaled that of a jonin adept in physical arts. With a single leap, he covered over 20 meters, then executed a precise kick aimed at the bear's head. At that moment, the unsuspecting bear remained oblivious to the impending doom, preoccupied with thoughts of savoring Karen whole, a delectable prospect. With a crunch, the sound of bones breaking echoed. Just before its demise, the black bear beheld a golden-haired youth delivering a well-aimed kick to its forehead. It was merely a swift strike, not even employing the full power of the lightning whip technique. The bear's vision darkened, and it collapsed lifelessly, its massive body crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 81. The Golden Sanctuary of Karen. "It's all right now," Naruto announced as he leaped down from the fallen bear. Karen, struggling to crawl forward, picked up her glasses and put them on. At that moment, her sole thought was one of relief. She had been saved. However, her gratitude was tempered by curiosity about her savior. Before her stood an undeniably handsome face. Naruto flashed her a cheerful smile. Thump, thump. Her heart raced at the sight of this dashing hero. What girl does not feel a flutter of affection? In her most desperate hour, he had come to her rescue, and coupled with his striking looks, a blush crept across her fair cheeks, spreading quickly up her neck. Hello, may I ask your name?" Karen inquired, her gaze shifting nervously towards the earth scroll that had rolled aside. Panic surged within her as she regarded Naruto warily. If he were part of a team with the Heavenly Scroll, would she not be placing herself back in danger? Yet, the memory of Naruto as her savior during her life and death struggle made her hesitate. Unlike her so-called companions, who had treated her merely as a tool for restoration and remained indifferent to her fate, Naruto had stepped forward to protect her. In that moment, a paradox emerged within Karen. On one hand, she was reluctant to relinquish the Earth Scroll to this charming savior. After all, should she hand it over, her predicament would worsen when her companions returned. On the other hand, she felt that even if she surrendered it, she could concoct an excuse later or feign death to evade pursuit. However, once she escaped, where would she find refuge? The thought of being captured by other ninjas from the grass village was daunting. "I am Uzumaki Naruto," he replied with a smile. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki, Karen instinctively paused, her face a mask of disbelief. "You truly are Uzumaki Naruto?" Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Could it be that my reputation has spread so widely?" Observing Karen's reaction, he sensed something was amiss. Clearing her throat, Karen quickly explained, I am also of the Uzumaki clan. My name is Karen Uzumaki. I became overly excited upon encountering someone from my clan. The Uzumaki clan had suffered greatly. Many had perished or were injured, leaving few survivors. The remnants had been targeted due to their unique abilities and taken by the higher-ups of the grass village for experimentation. Consequently, she had endured numerous hardships on her journey to participate in the Tunin exams. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. So, you two belong to the Uzumaki clan? Karen nodded vigorously. Yes, but your hair, she hinted subtly, is not red like ours. Why is it golden? Yet she conceded that the golden hair looked quite handsome. Naruto chuckled as he approached her. I take after my father. My mother was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Sharing this with Karen seemed harmless, especially since she was not from Konoha. Understanding the implications of familial connections, he continued. Isn't it normal to know what your in-laws look like? Right, my little friend Karen? Karen comprehended, but confusion lingered. But why did you save me? Was it merely a chance encounter, a noble act of chivalry? Naruto replied casually. I simply could not stand idly by in the face of injustice. He possessed an air of nonchalance. Had he not bent down to pick up the earth scroll and tucked it away, Karen might have been swayed by his words. Wait a minute, she thought. Didn't you just say it was a chance encounter? How come you have so many schemes up your sleeve? Aren't we both from the same place? Karen's mind raced, unsure of how to respond. Could she fight him? As a frail girl, she lacked the strength to contend with Naruto. Holding the earth scroll, Naruto perceived her dilemma and smiled reassuringly. I certainly cannot take your earth scroll without offering something in return. You're not a native ninja of the grass village, are you? Karen hesitantly nodded, her expression uncertain. How about this? I run a large company in the maritime industry. You could report there and tell Kato that Uzumaki Naruto sent you. I can secure you a position as a supervisor in a high-level department. Those are merely nominal roles. Kato, of course, was no longer alive, and regarding Naruto's orders, he dared not refuse. The arrangement bore a hint of secrecy, akin to a hidden treasure. Coughing lightly, he clarified, it's not as severe as it sounds. I am still single after all. Karen's eyes initially brightened, only to dim with concern as she recalled the potential repercussions. The offer was undeniably enticing. Yet the thought of her former companions discovering her whereabouts filled her with dread. Naruto, sensing her trepidation, inquired, Are you worried about your companions discovering your location? Receiving no response, he pressed on. Is it those two fellows in masks, wielding ninja blades? They attempted to confront me when I first arrived, but I dealt with them. As he recounted the encounter, Naruto could only shake his head at the absurdity of their actions, lurking in the shadows to ambush him. It seems they underestimated me, thinking I was easy to bully. However, they did not anticipate that their attempt to steal would result in their own demise. When Naruto uttered these words, he appeared quite relaxed. Yet, Vortex Karen was acutely aware of her two companions' prowess. Although they may not have been on par with the other ninjas participating in the Tunin exams, they were far from easy prey. The golden-haired handsome figure before her had effortlessly eliminated both of them. How formidable! They were of the same clan, and considering that Naruto had just saved her, she had no desire to return to that hellish place, where she had suffered greatly at the hands of the grass village ninjas. Her gaze hardened as she solemnly agreed. All right. Chapter 82. The second pillar is back in action. After providing further instructions, she was finally allowed to leave. For those who had voluntarily forfeited, there were others outside Konoha waiting to assist them, so there was little concern for Vortex Karen's safety. Once she stepped outside, she would be secure. Worrying for the poor bespectacled girl, Naruto handed over all his gold coins that he had on him, ensuring she had enough to make her way. Ultimately, Vortex Karen left reluctantly, glancing back multiple times. Apart from her parents, Naruto was the first person in this world who had treated her with such kindness. Once Vortex Karen departed, Naruto's attention returned to the lifeless black bear before him. What a hefty creature. There's plenty to salvage here, he mused. My knife is quite sharp, so brace yourself. With a swift motion, he summoned a shadow clone. Lightning transmission. A crackling surge of golden electricity illuminated the area. Though the bear's hide was tough, dismembering it with kunai would require considerable effort. However, utilizing ninjutsu would expedite the process significantly. After a flurry of actions, disappointment flickered across Naruto's face. Alas, luck is not on my side. It's not a female bear. Never mind, I'll take these 4 bear paws back. Even without the lightning whip, having bear paws is quite decent. Moreover, These 4 paws are substantial enough to sustain me for some time, with 4 days remaining. Should it prove insufficient, I can continue my search. After all, the forest of death is abundant with prey. With the 4 bare paws securely stowed, Naruto began his journey back along the same path. Of course, he also made sure to safeguard the all-important Earth Scroll. In no time, he returned to his previous location, where the clash of weapons echoed nearby. This time, it was not merely 2 groups engaged in battle, but rather 3 or 4 factions clashing. Among them were Sasuke, Sakura, and several ninjas from Konoha, including Lee, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. The fight had escalated to a fever pitch. Generally speaking, those hailing from the same village tended to assist and look out for one another, resulting in a united front against external threats. Their adversaries were the Sound Village trio sent by Orochimaru, Tosu, Kin, and Sakon. The rationale behind their deployment was straightforward. They wished to test the capabilities of the second pillar now endowed with the heavenly curse mark. If he proved to be inept, they would simply eliminate him. When Orochimaru initially outlined the mission, the trio of Sound ninjas had been elated. Upon successful completion of the task, Orochimaru would accept them as his disciples, regardless of whether they were officially recognized. Being in proximity to one of the legendary 3 would afford them numerous learning opportunities, enabling rapid advancement in their abilities. However, they soon realized that defeating the second pillar, empowered by the heavenly curse mark, would not be as easy as they had anticipated. The combination of the Sharingan and the curse mark was formidable. At this moment on the battlefield, Sakura was covered in dust, her face marred by vivid scars. Her once flowing pink hair had been carelessly cut, uneven and ragged, as if hacked with a knife. Presently, she found herself being hoisted by Kin, like a lifeless dog. Ha, weren't you quite the fighter earlier? What is wrong now? Try being cocky again. Meanwhile, Naruto, perched atop a tree, observed the unfolding chaos. He was confident that Sakura would not perish. Soon, it would be time for the second pillar to receive his well-deserved power-up. Naruto refrained from intervening for another significant reason. Ding. Task selection activated. Option 1. Step in to assist in eliminating the 3 Sound Village ninjas. Reward: Phoenix Fire Technique, C-Class. Option 2. Remain a silent observer and allow events to unfold, granting the second pillar a stage for his performance. Reward: No Hands Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, B-Class. Naruto paused momentarily. Hadn't the system indicated that it was best to leave things as they were? Moreover, at this point, did he even have a choice? I choose option 2. In the next instant, a sensation of rapid energy coursed through his body, bringing with it an exhilarating comfort. Back on the battlefield, Sasuke had fully embraced his dark transformation. A swirling black-purple vortex erupted around him, and dark red markings appeared on his face and arms, pulsating as if alive. When the strange phenomena subsided, the black tattoos were indelibly etched upon his skin, marking only one side. Why not cover the entirety of his body? Surely, it was not due to fear of pain. Rather, the heavenly curse mark progressively eroded the user's body. The more it was utilized, the broader the scope of the deterioration, ultimately consuming the entire being. The trio of Sound ninjas, witnessing this transformation, were momentarily rendered speechless. This was one of the primary reasons they had come to undertake this mission. Orochimaru had promised them each a heavenly curse mark upon successful completion. For this power was exceedingly potent, reserved for only the most exceptional of talents. Tosu, in a state of panic, wore an expression of horror, no matter the circumstances. Having reached this level of power was terrifying, the oppressive chakra emanating from Sasuke, instilling profound fear. Sakon, struggling to suppress his own trepidation, gripped his kunai tightly. Do not fear. He is just a kid, not to be taken too seriously. It was as if he sought to embolden himself with flimsy reasoning. How did I end up with such a boastful teammate? He lamented. The priority now is to make a swift exit. You there. Stop. If you wish to die, I refuse to accompany you. As if swept away by the wind, Sasuke vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Kin, delivering a powerful kick. Kin had not anticipated such astonishing speed from the second pillar, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Sasuke abruptly lifted his head. In that fleeting moment, his figure seemed to merge with Orochimaru's. Tosu felt a surge of apprehension. Sakon, his eyes reddened, raised his arm to unleash a ninjutsu. Vacuum wave. A violent gust surged forth, tearing a massive gash in the ground. the fierce winds rendering those nearby unable to open their eyes. Once the technique was unleashed, Sasuke gasped for breath. Humph. A mere child remains a mere child. Still too inexperienced. Who are you calling a child? Sasuke's voice, akin to a malevolent spirit, materialized beside Sasuke. Sasuke, filled with terror, could not comprehend the unfolding events before he was sent sprawling by Sasuke's elbow, rolling across the ground in a cloud of dust, appearing utterly disheveled. What was once a distinct advantage has abruptly transformed into a disadvantage. The high ground has been breached, and only the destruction of the crystal remains. The opposing team launched a direct assault, aiming straight for the high ground. Chapter 83. Truly, this is a considerable misfortune. Hey, this strength is somewhat outrageous. Cold sweat trickled down Tor's forehead. Beside him, the nearly lifeless Sasuke struggled to rise, blood seeping from his forehead. How was he able to maintain such an extraordinary speed in such a short time? In the next moment, both were startled. Sasuke had begun to form hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A handful of small fireballs hurtled toward them. Little brat, don't get too cocky. Watch how I disperse them. Sasuke's anger flared. He raised both hands, with jets of fierce wind erupting from the centers of his palms. Soon, the flames were extinguished. Yet, hidden within the fire were shurikens. How careless. Sasuke's expression turned to one of shock, not expecting such a treacherous tactic from his opponent. It was too late to evade. The shuriken sliced through Sasuke's body, blood gushing from the wound. But this was far from over. Sasuke's figure vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke. What? Sasuke was bewildered. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, his wrist was seized and twisted behind his back. Sasuke delivered a powerful kick to his joint, sending a wave of excruciating pain through him, forcing Sasuke to kneel. Then, Sasuke raised his other foot and pressed it against Sasuke's back. This chakra feels remarkably different. Sakura Haruno stared at Sasuke in astonishment, as did the others, all rendered speechless. At that moment, Sasuke appeared strikingly unfamiliar to them. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. Sasuke! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Sasuke's arms dislocated. Blood streaming from his eyes as he crumpled to the ground, his body convulsing. Sasuke cast a sideways glance at Tors. Now it's just you left. Tors stood alone, trembling in the wind. The difference when one has tapped into their hidden potential is palpable. Don't come any closer. Sasuke stepped forward, leisurely advancing toward Tors. Resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, Tors, pale with fear, was paralyzed, unable to move. In that moment, Sakura panicked. As a comrade, she could not bear to see Sasuke in this state. If only Naruto were here. But that was merely wishful thinking. If Naruto were present, would there still be so many events to unfold? Sakura rose, her feminine intuition urging her to stop Sasuke. Otherwise, if this continued unchecked, he would become a bloodthirsty monster. Naruto, come back quickly, Sakura shouted, attempting to rush forward to intervene with Sasuke. The other friends, hidden nearby, were dumbfounded. Especially Ino, her close friend, cried out to Sakura, Sakura, are you insane? Get back. Sasuke is no longer the same Sasuke. You're asking for death. Shikamaru wore a pained expression. Should I use shadow possession jutsu to restrain him? That might not work. Sasuke is in a rampaging state, and won't he remain like this for long? Choji, holding his head, turned away, shivering. Suddenly, a striking golden figure appeared. The boy known as the Yellow Flash had returned. Not to be confused with a man. The man was his father. Naruto was still a rookie. Bang! A precise strike landed on Sasuke's neck. A sneak attack. In an instant, Sasuke collapsed unconscious. Of course, Naruto hadn't used the Flying Thunder God technique. If he needed to employ such a technique for this short distance, he would truly be unworthy of the title among countless traversers. Putting aside anything else, his divine physical prowess could easily surpass any curse mark. A contest of explosive power was at hand. The system's divine physical attributes would undoubtedly prevail. After all, products of the system are guaranteed to be of superior quality. The unconscious Sasuke lay on the ground, the curse marks on his face and body gradually dissipating, gathering at his neck. He slept peacefully. That should suffice. I've showcased enough. What shall I do now? Naruto mused, observing the boy he had knocked out. The others, seeing Naruto's arrival, couldn't help but display their joy. Naruto, you finally returned. Sakura, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground. Ino leapt from the bushes, bouncing toward Naruto. Without a word, she leaped into his arms, content to be a mere accessory to his prowess. Hee hee, With Naruto here, everything feels different. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. However, with Naruto back, there was no need to panic. If he could knock out Sasuke in an instant, what was there to fear? Tors, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. He was saved, but a new problem arose. If Sasuke was terrifying, then the golden-haired boy who had effortlessly incapacitated him was even more so. A strong sense of crisis surged within Tors as he gazed at the golden-haired youth. "Stop staring. I have no interest in trash," Naruto waved dismissively. This was indeed the truth, though it left Tors feeling somewhat irked. Yet it was clear that the youth had decided to spare him. Frantically, Tors bent down to hoist the half-conscious sack. "After this Tunin exam, we will have another chance to meet again. We will not shy away." Naruto narrowed his eyes, the terrifying pressure enveloping him. This pressure was at a captain level. Coughing, the oppressive sensation was not mere spiritual pressure. It was just a glare. Tors felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Continuing this conversation could lead to his demise. Why is it that villains always have to leave with a parting shot? Isn't it just to save face? Leaving with some semblance of dignity. But Naruto offered him no opportunity whatsoever. Tors, supporting Sack, hurriedly turned and stumbled away, utterly disheveled. "I will return." The words escaped him with all the courage he could muster. As he spoke, he dared not look at Naruto. What if Naruto suddenly changed his mind? Wait. Naruto spoke again. Boom. Tors felt a thunderous sound echo in his head. His hair stood on end, his expression frozen. The situation was dire. He dared not defy Naruto's command. Just from that fright, he instinctively loosened his grip. Sack, caught off guard, fell to the ground once more, having already been incapacitated. This was yet another stroke of misfortune. Chapter 84. Is this not courting death? Tors stiffly turned around. "Is there anything else?" he asked, now devoid of his earlier arrogance. Naruto pointed at the still unconscious Jean lying nearby. She took her away as well. Tos was taken aback, initially thinking that Naruto intended to trouble him further. Little did he know that it was about this matter. That certainly makes things easier. Tos chuckled awkwardly. All right, I'll be right there." Once the trio truly departed, Naruto turned to the others and asked, "Have you all eaten yet?" This question nearly left everyone in a state of confusion. Was it really a matter of whether or not to eat? Ahem, the petite Ino, who had been perched behind Naruto, raised her hand with a smile and said, Not yet. Naruto-kun, what delicious food are you going to treat us to?" In an instant, Sakura's face flushed with anger as she rushed to the two of them. "Ino, what are you doing? Get down here." Ino stuck her tongue out at Sakura with a grin. Not a chance. The two women resembled volatile powder kegs, ready to explode at any moment. However, truth be told, Naruto was indeed hungry. After all this time, he hadn't eaten yet. "Ino, you should come down. I need something to eat too." Upon hearing this, Ino reluctantly jumped down. Shikamaru and Choji went to check on Rock Lee's injuries. Rock Lee had just bravely stepped forward to protect everyone, resulting in some wounds. But fortunately, they were not life-threatening. Meanwhile, Neji, who had been watching from the branches like Naruto, was also present. In the original storyline, Neji was quite a formidable character, a genius, indeed. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with the current Naruto. The odds were 1-9 in Naruto's favor. "Isn't he my brother-in-law?" Naruto gazed up at Neji, who maintained an air of superiority. "Brother-in-law? Who are you referring to?" The others were momentarily at a loss, unable to grasp what Naruto was trying to convey. Neji furrowed his brow upon being noticed by Naruto. "What brother-in-law? Don't say such nonsense." With that, Neji leapt down from the tree and approached. "Naruto, what exactly are you trying to say?" Neji appeared to be on high alert, not as calm as he seemed. He had witnessed everything unfold. Sasuke Uchiha was a formidable opponent, and as for Naruto, he had knocked Sasuke out with a single strike while in a bizarre, frenzied state, clearly not to be underestimated. Neji pondered what would happen if they were to engage in combat. Moreover, considering Hinata from the Hyuga clan had grown close to Naruto, he felt a sense of frustration. As the future heir of the Hyuga clan, surely he understood the clan's rules, right? Neji muttered to himself. Naruto, however, was oblivious to his words. It seemed that the brother-in-law was still quite young and had not faced the harsh realities of society. Not that Naruto cared much about it. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Cultural differences make communication difficult. If we use technical terms, it would be even more incomprehensible for the ninjas living a comfortable life. Thus, Naruto chose not to waste time dwelling on that matter. Sakura, Ino, go over to that tree and bring back the 4 bear paws. I plan to prepare a feast of roasted bear paws. Upon hearing this, Ino and Sakura rushed eagerly, as if vying to perform well in front of Naruto. Choji and Shikamaru woke Rock Lee up, and when he groggily came to, they explained what had just transpired. Rock Lee was stunned. So Naruto, is that powerful? Excitement flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Looks like I need to step up my game. This is what youth is all about. Just moments ago, he had been soundly defeated, but realizing that Naruto could intimidate opponents with just a glance made him feel as if he had found a new spark in life. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances, feeling a bit speechless. Meanwhile, Tenten, who had initially intended to sit back and observe with Neji, found it hard to stay away when Rock Lee dashed out. The crisis was over now. If she didn't join in, it might seem a bit odd. With Naruto having obtained the Earth Scroll, Team 7 appeared quite relaxed. As for the other 2 teams, with Shikamaru's strategy and Neji's combat prowess, seizing the scroll would be a straightforward task. Thus, everyone began to barbecue. The sound of sizzling filled the air, and soon, the large bear paws began to ooze with oil, filling the atmosphere with a mouth-watering aroma. Wow, Naruto, did you bring seasoning? Upon seeing Naruto produce cumin powder, Choji gulped in excitement, his eyes widening. For a seasoned food lover, nothing could be more important than a good meal. Shikamaru, taken aback, chuckled wryly. Are you here for a vacation? We're supposed to be taking an exam. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up. That's our Naruto. So youthful. Ahem. What does this have to do with youth? Shikamaru questioned, perplexed. Rock Lee's thought processes seemed to transcend those of his peers. For large bear paws would be enough to feed 9 people for quite a while. Initially, Neji had intended to leave, but after some coaxing from Tenten, he stubbornly decided to stay. Just one bite. Just one bite. When Naruto brought out his homemade seasoning and sprinkled it over the bear paws, their appeal instantly transformed. Spicy and aromatic, it made it impossible to resist salivating. After finishing the meal, everyone rested for a while before departing one by one. After all, they still needed to find the scrolls. For them, Naruto had nothing to worry about. With their strength, obtaining the scroll was merely a matter of time. They would simply wait. Thus, they parted ways. Naruto's team set off toward their destination. Along the way, they encountered several ninjas attempting to seize the scroll, but they were swiftly dealt with. Why would anyone choose to steal from the prince? Wasn't he that inviting disaster? Chapter 85. Kurenai Yuhi is beautiful. The second exam passed without a hitch. If Naruto had approached the Tunin exams with seriousness from the start, he could have reached the tower's center in just a few flying thunder god jutsu. Any ferocious beasts or venomous insects would be utterly ineffective in the face of such speed. Alternatively, even without relying on speed, he could have simply crushed through. With Naruto's capabilities, accomplishing this would have been a breeze. However, he had approached it all with a leisurely, tourist-like attitude. As the Chunin exams neared their conclusion, if Naruto recalled correctly, the subsequent exam would see Sarutobi Hiruzen being eliminated by Orochimaru on the spot. Following that would be Orochimaru infiltrating the Akatsuki organization, and Itachi Uchiha returning to the village under the pretense of a mission to check on his younger brother Sasuke and spur his desire for revenge. The Akatsuki? Below them was the formidable Jinchuriki, while above was the seemingly mad Deidara, who was, in fact, the mastermind and big boss. Alright, I digress. Returning to Konoha, all the ninjas who passed the second exam gathered in the hall. Yugao stepped onto the stage to announce the results. Congratulations, everyone. A total of 21 genin have successfully completed the assessment and will advance to the third exam. While Yugao outwardly expressed congratulations, inwardly, she harbored different intentions. In her anticipation, the number of individuals ultimately eliminated was expected to dwindle to a mere handful. However, an unexpected surge of candidates successfully passed the examination, indicating that this cohort of lower ninjas was indeed formidable. On the stage stood not only Akane, but also the illustrious Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a cadre of elite jonin from Konoha. Among the candidates, Naruto caught sight of Yuhi Kurenai, who at that moment boasted cascading waves of hair and crimson pupils. Perhaps due to her rigorous training, her abdomen exhibited no trace of excess flesh. Every contour was perfectly defined, a true beauty. At this moment, she likely remained single. A child wielding great power? That was a possibility, but it would have to be set aside for now. Numerous legends circulated within the realm of Hokage, not only concerning the astonishing feats of the Akatsuki, but also regarding Yuhi Kurenai. If Naruto's memory served him correctly, she had once employed Jinjutsu against Uchiha Itachi. Was that not akin to brandishing a sword before a great warrior? He found himself perplexed as to what thoughts had crossed her mind at that moment. Clearing his throat, Akane remarked, "Now, I would like to invite Lord Hokage to elucidate certain details regarding the third round of examinations. I hope everyone will listen attentively." The crowd turned their gaze towards Hiruzen. At that time, he held a pipe between his lips, nodded, and stepped forward. "Do you know the primary purpose of this Tunin exam?" He began. "Why are we conducting this assessment in collaboration with other allied nations? It is to foster better camaraderie among us. I do not wish for any misconceptions to persist among you after hearing these words. Furthermore, this is not only about selecting outstanding ninjas. Each of you bears the honor of your respective nations, fighting valiantly for commendable standings. The future is yours. Your performance represents not only the strength of the new generation of ninjas, but will also attract the attention of various nations. As your capabilities shine, strong nations will increasingly seek your services, while weaker ones will do the opposite." Hiruzen's extensive discourse could be summarized simply: excel in your endeavors, for there are those watching. Perform well, and rewards will be plentiful. Falter, and you may as well return home. Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Hiruzen felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the sentiment he sought to evoke. In essence, he intended to bewilder them with complex terminology and anecdotes, leaving them in a state of confusion. As ninjas, one could not simply focus on survival. Without diligence, how could one secure commissions? How could one earn a living? Who would fund the village's development? Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Yuhi Kurenai, prompting the nearby Yamanaka Ino to inquire, "What are you staring at, Naruto?" Without a hint of subtlety, he replied, "I was admiring your teacher, Yuhi Kurenai. She is quite beautiful." Even the usually composed Ino was taken aback. "What? I had no idea you were this kind of person. I misjudged you completely. Aren't bugs more appealing? Why pursue a three-dimensional being?" She coughed repeatedly. Having been caught off guard by her own reaction, Yuhi Kurenai frowned, dismayed by her student's outburst. "The third Hokage is still speaking. Can we discuss this later?" She shot a reproachful glance at Ino. Ino found herself feeling quite aggrieved. "What did I do to deserve this? My teacher's actions have nothing to do with me. It's all Naruto's fault." Hiruzen paused, noticing the lack of response from the audience, before continuing, "Now, regarding the content of the third exam." He cleared his throat, and suddenly, a figure materialized before him, kneeling on one knee. "What? The Moonlight Gale?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback. The name was indeed imposing, as the character from Naruto was named after him. However, it was unfortunate that he was not the protagonist, nor was the storyline connected to him. Moonlight Gale cast a curious glance at Naruto. "How does the son of the fourth Hokage know me? Is my reputation in Konoha so renowned?" Various questions filled his mind, but upon Hiruzen's stern gaze, he remembered the matter at hand. "Greetings, everyone." Before the third exam, Moonlight Gale coughed intermittently, his eyes darkened by fatigue. One wondered how he had allowed himself to reach such a state, given the vibrant nightlife of Konoha. Perhaps his tastes diverged from the norm, Naruto mused. The other foreign ninjas present could not help but smirk, particularly the outsiders. Does Konoha lack competent jonin? Why send such a frail figure to announce the exam details? It's utterly absurd. However, before proceeding, he added, "We have arranged for a preliminary round." What? A preliminary round? Why had they not mentioned this from the outset? The sudden introduction of this seemingly pointless competition was met with widespread discontent. "Are you treating us like fools? Why impose this nonsensical contest?" Seeing the growing confusion among the crowd, Moonlight Gale hastily clarified, "The first and second exams may have been too simple for some of you, resulting in many candidates remaining. But fret not. This competition will be observed by various daimyo, and those who perform exceptionally may catch their eye. Additionally, it serves to further eliminate some participants." Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued. "You think the previous tests were easy? We nearly lost our lives. Do you even remember what it was like for you? Not every ninja possesses extraordinary strength. Some rely on luck as much as skill. Now you're adding a preliminary round? This is madness. Why did you not inform us earlier? This is a blatant manipulation of our morale. We've finally reached the third round, and you suddenly throw in a preliminary round? How disgusting." Previous Chunin exams had never included such a twist. "Konoha, you are truly a disappointment. Regardless of our blend of luck and skill, we refuse to participate in this competition." We demand entry into the third round. The crowd erupted in protest. However, the higher-ups of Konoha remained unperturbed. No matter how formidable the ninjas became, they were still reliant on the support of the daimyo. When the daimyo demanded an additional round, they had no choice but to comply. Moonlight Gale regarded the crowd with indifference, stating, "If you have objections, you are free to abstain from the preliminary round. Moreover, those who choose not to participate will be ineligible for the third exam." His words fell upon a stunned silence. The cacophony of sounds seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving an unsettling silence. The circumstances were overwhelming, rendering them unable to voice their anger. Sarutobi Sasuke surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Little did they know the hardships endured by those who did not hold power. Without the means to succeed, no amount of talent would suffice. They could not afford to be like the foolish ones who were perpetually fixated on combat and training, neglecting even their basic needs. A momentary hush fell over the arena before the noise returned, though this time, no one dared to criticize the preliminary matches. Instead, discussions turned to how to best prepare for the contest. A few ninjas, however, chose to forego the examination altogether, such as Yakushi Kabuto, who quietly slipped away from the crowd. Naruto observed this keenly, recognizing the implications. An old informant, he would report back to Orochimaru without drawing attention. Despite Kabuto's current obscurity, he would later prove formidable. This was a crucial point to note. If one cannot be utilized, then one must be eliminated. Returning to Sasuke, he grimaced in pain, clutching his shoulder where the cursed seal marked his back. "Damn it, the pain is becoming unbearable," he muttered. Haruno Sakura looked on with concern. "Shouldn't you consider withdrawing from the match? It seems unlikely you can endure much longer in the arena." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Isn't the cursed seal reacting adversely with your chakra? It appears to repel your own energy, causing you pain whenever you attempt to utilize it, compelling you to rely on the seal's power. However, using that power will have its own repercussions." Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused, his expression darkening. "What? You think I should concede? What a joke. The suffering that others cannot endure, I, Uchiha, can withstand. The contests others shy away from, I shall face. In short, I will do what others dare not. I will confront those whom others fear to challenge." Sasuke clenched his jaw, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Absolutely not. I will not abandon this match for such trivial matters." He recalled his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, who had already been a member of the Umbu at his age. The primary reason for Sasuke's unwillingness to concede was his desire to prove that he was not inferior to Itachi. Seeing her attempts to persuade him fruitless, Sakura turned to Naruto, hoping he would add something more. Naruto merely waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, just do your best then. I can't be bothered with you." He was well aware that Sasuke would not perish in the preliminary rounds. Moonlight Shikaku observed that the time had come and announced, "All right. Since no one else wishes to withdraw, the preliminary matches are about to commence. All remaining ninjas, please proceed to the venue for the drawing of lots." After some arrangements, the draw was completed. Sasuke was shocked to find himself facing off against Akatsuki Kai in the opening match. Both were from Konoha, with Kai being a pawn of Orochimaru, skilled in illusion techniques and possessing the rare ability to absorb chakra. However, he was significantly weaker compared to Might Guy. "Look at this Kai, he is pathetic," Sasuke mused, realizing that Kai had a distinct advantage over him. The Sharingan's illusions would prove ineffective, leaving him to consider alternative strategies. Engaging with Kai would expose him to the danger of having his chakra absorbed. In the stands among the observing ninjas, a handsome man adorned with the Sound Village insignia watched the arena with keen interest. "Now that you have acquired new power, let me see just how formidable you have become," he mused. Naruto scanned the crowd, aware that he was searching for someone from the Sound Village, dismissing the women. After a few thorough sweeps, his gaze fixed upon a middle-aged man. "TCH, Orochimaru is up to no good again," he thought. "Why not just come and take a bite out of me, you hungry fiend?" At that moment, Orochimaru sensed Naruto's gaze and was taken aback. "Wait, has the fourth son discovered me? This is absurd. I managed to deceive Sarutobi-sensei and all the elite jonin of Konoha, yet he notices me? How did he perceive my presence?" Orochimaru's eyes twitched in confusion. Fortunately, Naruto merely glanced at him before shifting his attention elsewhere, appearing to have simply been scanning the area. Perhaps I was overthinking it," Orochimaru reassured himself, redirecting his focus back to the arena. Standing at the center of the competition, Moonlight Shikaku cleared his throat. Now, aside from the two contestants, please have the others vacate the area or move to the upper stairs to observe. Before the match commenced, Sasuke received a few more reminders regarding the cursed seal from his allies, though he felt exasperated. He never wished to possess such a power without reason. In Naruto's eyes, Sasuke simply had yet to discover the allure of using his abilities. Eventually, he would come to understand Orochimaru's intentions. A moment of power could bring lasting satisfaction. As the match began, Akatsuki Kai gathered blue chakra in his right hand and charged at Sasuke. Sasuke intended to evade, but the pain from the cursed seal flared up again, slowing his reaction. He was swiftly captured by Kai. Forced to the ground, he felt something vital slipping away. Realizing what was happening, Sasuke gritted his teeth. Damn it, my chakra. Kai smirked. Oh, so you just noticed? Orochimaru, observing from his vantage point, seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Now, Sasuke would be compelled to use the power of the cursed seal, and the more he relied on it, the more he would be consumed. Orochimaru thought to himself, once I cultivate Sasuke, seizing his body will be effortless. Yet, to Orochimaru's surprise, Sasuke did not resort to that power. Instead, he relied on his own strength to distance himself from Kai. You are merely a test subject for Orochimaru. Do not get too cocky, Kai thought, attempting to seize Sasuke's head once more, but each time, Sasuke narrowly avoided him. From the perspective of the spectators, it appeared as if Sasuke was merely being beaten without retaliation, lacking any appeal. Gaara quickly lost interest. Having heard tales of the Uchiha clan's formidable bloodline, he now found them lacking. There was too much exaggeration. As time passed, Sasuke seized an opportunity to counterattack, delivering a fierce blow to Kai. He aimed to unleash his self-created technique, the Lioness Barrage, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The celestial curse mark behind the second pillar erupted uncontrollably, once again revealing the peculiar tattoos that adorned his body. Orochimaru restrained his excitement, while the other companions from Konoha broke into a cold sweat for Sasuke. After all, the spoils of victory should not flow to outsiders. They were familiar with the second pillar, unlike the one named Chikon Kai, who, though from the same village, had not shared their childhood schooling. In summary, there was an undeniable distance in their connection. Naruto yawned, appearing the most relaxed among those present. This trivial curse mark, if mishandled, was unworthy of being a devoted side character. Ahem, it need not be a male serving a female. Perhaps it could be a male desiring another male. Contemplating this, and considering Sasuke's recent tsundere demeanor, Naruto involuntarily shuddered. Fortunately, the second pillar remained relatively composed. Should any blunder occur, he, Naruto, would be the first to protest. He simply favored fair skin, beauty, long legs, and youthful allure. If not youthful, then possessing great beauty would suffice. Meanwhile, on the arena, in the next instant, Sasuke astonishingly reabsorbed the celestial curse mark with sheer willpower, stunning everyone, even Orochimaru, who had not anticipated this turn of events. After achieving this feat, Sasuke sighed in relief, a smile creeping onto his lips. With a swift motion, he flipped over and delivered a powerful elbow strike directly to Chikon Kai's heart. Chikon Kai coughed up blood. But the assault did not end there. Suspended in midair, Sasuke unleashed a relentless kick, causing Chikon Kai to expel more blood. What did I do to deserve this? Finally, after executing a series of attacks, the second pillar sent Chikon Kai crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater upon impact. The surrounding tiles shattered, splintering like spider webs. At that moment, Sasuke had exhausted all his strength, and as the moonlight declared his victory, his body leaned backward, only to be caught by Kakashi, who appeared with his usual nonchalance, propping up the nearly toppled second pillar with his knee. Well done. In the crowd, Orochimaru had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind an unmistakable glimmer of greed in his eyes. Kakashi escorted Sasuke away from the arena, intending to place a sealing mark upon the celestial curse. Naruto contemplated intervening but refrained, reasoning that the second pillar should not desire to conceal his newfound powers. Why waste such potential? Nonetheless, Naruto held back, knowing that one day, the second pillar would come to embrace this sensation. People generally instinctively resisted unfamiliar powers, but with time and repeated exposure, acceptance would follow. Sasuke's departure did not signify the end of the preliminary rounds. The matches continued. The second bout featured Yamanaka Shino against Saku. Sasuke's prior match had been quite the spectacle, leaving the audience still in a state of astonishment. As for Yamanaka Shino's match, it too proved to be equally compelling. Ultimately, Yamanaka Shino emerged victorious, as Naruto occasionally glanced toward the arena, not intending to target anyone specifically. Yet, Saku couldn't shake the feeling of being scrutinized by some terrifying beast, sending chills down his spine. Saku repeatedly attempted to inform the referee, Moonlight Gale, that the golden-haired boy was violating rules by watching him from the sidelines, urging for his removal. Thankfully, he refrained from voicing such accusations, otherwise, he would have been labeled insane. The third match saw Shikamaru face off against Kin, with the strategist claiming victory. After several more rounds, it was finally Naruto's turn. Facing off against Inuzuka Kiba once again. Why again, you may ask? Others might not understand, but Naruto, being well-versed in the plot, knew all too well. It was simply a matter of timing for Kiba. Go for it, Naruto-kun. Haruno Sakura cheered from the sidelines, her smile bright. Naruto merely waved his hand dismissively, his gaze falling upon Hinata, who stood nearby, her small hands clasped over her heart, casting furtive glances in his direction. She yearned to cheer for Naruto. But Kiba was her teammate, making such declarations awkward. Thus, she was caught in a dilemma. Naruto flashed her a reassuring smile, without uttering a word as he approached the arena. Woof woof. The barking of Akamaru greeted Naruto, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Kiba wiped the cold sweat from his brow, acknowledging, Naruto, I admit you're strong, but I am not weak. Having witnessed some of Naruto's prowess, Kiba spoke with diminishing confidence. Still, he aspired to become Hokage someday. He could not simply give up in the face of minor obstacles. Naruto shrugged, just a kid talking tough before a fight. Regardless of the outcome, isn't there some pride in that? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Naruto's ears, ding. Task selection activated. Choice 1. Defeat Inuzuka Kiba. Reward, S-rank ninjutsu. Purple gold lightning. The released lightning will be purple gold, significantly enhancing the power of lightning-based ninjutsu. Choice 2. Be defeated by Inuzuka Kiba. Reward, a title of Turtle King. Wearing it grants a small green turtle. What the hell? This second choice is just to irritate me, right? Naruto's lips twitched. As for the first choice, the purple gold thunder was a heavenly technique, but it shouldn't just be limited to a color. At least a hammer should be included. However, the visual impact of purple gold lightning was indeed impressive. If memory served, Kakashi in the later stages used the Sharingan to unleash a lightning technique that was purple. Breathtakingly beautiful. The shock value of purple gold would undoubtedly surpass that of mere purple. Being defeated by Kiba? What a joke. Naruto grinned, inwardly declaring, I choose one. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection was successful. You have acquired S-rank ninjutsu, purple gold. Chapter 88. Words that shock and dismay. Sakura cheered from the high platform. Go for it. Naruto-kun. Injured and seated nearby, Yamanaka Ino chose not to leave the arena, but continued to observe. As for Hinata, she wished to cheer for Naruto, but felt unable to express it directly. Her shyness and the fact that Kiba was her teammate made it difficult. Yugao also watched from the sidelines. Thus, she could only silently support Naruto in her heart. Looks like I have to resort to this, Kiba thought, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a small black pill, squeezing it in his palm. Naruto, curious, pointed at the black pill Kiba held. Is that a leg-stretching, eye-staring pill? At this, the audience nearly fell over. What kind of name is that for a pill? Does such a thing even exist in the ninja world? Kiba, the subject of this remark, turned dark with embarrassment. He felt as if Naruto's words, leg-stretching, eye-staring pill, were a mockery. What nonsense. That's clearly not a good thing. Meanwhile, Kakashi, returning to watch his beloved students compete, immediately recognized the item in question. That, Naruto, is called a soldier pill. The match had yet to commence. Cradling a small pill in his hand, Naruto suddenly recalled something and realized the situation. It appeared that Kiba Inuzuka had come prepared, intending to unleash his ultimate move right from the start. Was he truly that terrifying? This thought prompted Naruto to reflect deeply. How had it come to this? Where even his friends had begun to fear him. A grand entrance with an overwhelming attack? If so, then perhaps he, Naruto, should not be perceived as a bully. Since Kiba was ready to unleash his power, he too could respond in kind. Summoning his pet fox, he prepared to unleash a tailed beast bomb. A substantial one at that. An exchange of blows seemed fair enough, didn't it? Naruto had no intention of picking on the innocent. Sakura tilted her head, glancing at Kakashi. What is the function of the soldier pills, Kakashi-sensei? The knowledgeable Kakashi explained, they help maintain peak physical condition. As the Moonlight's swift wind observed that the time was ripe, he waved his hand, proclaiming, "All right, let the match commence." With that, he stepped out of the arena. Kiba grinned, "Let us go, Akamaru." Woof. Akamaru barked menacingly at Naruto. In an instant, with a loud bang, Akamaru's white fur transformed into a reddish-brown hue. A miraculous transformation. The spectators from Konoha were left utterly astonished. "What? Akamaru can change his fur color?" exclaimed one. "How on earth did he manage that?" Naruto instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth. "Kiba, is Akamaru for sale?" Kiba blinked in surprise. "What do you mean? It's been ages since I've had dog meat." Cough, cough. "I mean, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions, the best friends. I'd love to adopt one. Perhaps I could come by one day and pick a ninja dog?" Naruto declared, relentless in his audacity. Kiba and Akamaru shivered in shock. "Are you serious? You actually dare to think that way? Dogs are indeed humanity's best friends, but your true intention is to feast on dog meat. I isn't it." Kiba felt a sense of offense. Did the Inuzuka clan have no pride? Determined, Kiba tossed a soldier pill into his mouth, feeling an immediate surge of strength, as if endowed with boundless energy. Enough is enough. Akamaru was genuinely furious now. "Let us go, Akamaru." Kiba clapped his hands together, squatting down to allow Akamaru to leap onto his back. Beast mimicry technique. Beast clone. With a puff of white smoke, Akamaru transformed into Kiba's likeness. It was impossible to discern who was the original and who was the clone. Watching from the sidelines, Kurina's lips curled into an alluring smile. It seems Kiba plans to finish this match swiftly. She held an inexplicable confidence in her student, perhaps due to the fact that she had yet to witness Naruto's prowess firsthand. Hinata and the others were nervously cheering for Naruto from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared remarkably composed, even pointing at Kiba and then turning to the Moonlight's swift wind. "Hey, swift wind." Kiba is clearly breaking the rules by openly using performance-enhancing substances during the match. Isn't that a violation? Naruto's words nearly caused Swift Wind to stumble. What peculiar rules are you talking about? And what exactly are performance-enhancing substances? Was he referring to the soldier pills? There was no explicit prohibition against their use. The Moonlight's Swift Wind twitched his mouth, shaking his head. "That's entirely reasonable." Naruto frowned, muttering to himself, "The judge is unfit." Although his voice was low, the Moonlight's Swift Wind, as well as the elite Jounin, heard him. "What? Unfit?" Swift Wind coughed awkwardly. It was true that Kiba had physical issues due to his bloodline limit, but one shouldn't voice such things in front of him. "You jerk." Kiba was incensed. At that moment, the two Kiba clones crouched, claws bared, charging toward Naruto with the speed of wild beasts. They lunged in unison, aiming to strike him down. The ground kicked up dust in their wake. Yet, to Naruto, their movements seemed painfully slow. With his newfound abilities from his military training, he had no intention of revealing his full strength in front of everyone. After all, he had no desire to harm his comrade. Why not keep him around to assist him as Hokage in the future? Naruto grinned. The best way to counter close combat was with close combat. He sidestepped effortlessly to evade one of Kiba's attacks. The other, seizing the moment, extended its claws toward Naruto's neck. However, in the next instant, a sharp pain surged through its abdomen. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's foot had struck with the force of 2 decades of training. The impact was formidable. The enhancement from divine-level taijutsu was terrifying. Coupled with his ninjutsu, it was a spectacle to behold. Kiba, still just a child, was not prepared to endure such pain. He flew backward, rolling several times before crashing into the wall, creating a deep dent that left a lasting impression. The other Kiba clone was taken aback. What kind of monster is this? As a fierce wind from Naruto's punch approached him, Kiba shouted, "I quit," just in the nick of time. As the punch was mere millimeters from his face, he managed to call it off. The Kiba that had been kicked earlier transformed back into the pitiful Akamaru. Naruto was aware of his strength. He wouldn't kill, but he could certainly knock someone out. As for the ninja dog, they could withstand a bit of punishment. A brief period of unconsciousness would suffice, and perhaps applying some ointment would hasten their recovery. Naruto's display left the entire arena in stunned silence. The atmosphere became palpably strange as spectators gaped in disbelief. Is that really Naruto? His strength is absurd. Indeed, with just one blow, he made Kiba surrender. What happened to the underdog? This feels like a deception. Perhaps Kiba is simply too weak, surrendering halfway through. What a spineless individual. The crowd murmured, their comments flowing freely. Kiba, who had just been relieved to have survived, was now infuriated. You all talk so easily, as if it's nothing. According to your assertions, I wish to become Hokage in the future. If I adore a flower, must I not pluck it? If I admire the clouds, should I not beckon them down for a whiff? Is that so outrageous? And that individual who claims to confront Naruto, come forth. You think yourself so formidable. Yet why do you not take flight like a crow? The thoughts expressed are not those of Inuzuka Kiba, but rather the sentiments of Naruto himself. Some individuals fail at everything yet excel in empty bravado. To speak candidly, he too feels a tinge of dissatisfaction, but it is fleeting. He soon directs his gaze to the still-dazed Moonlight Gale. Is it not time for Brother Gale to declare the victor of this match? Naruto's proclamation jolts the astonished Moonlight Gale back to reality. He gulps audibly and proclaims loudly, the winner of this preliminary match is Uzumaki Naruto. The crushing defeat of her student leaves Yuhi Kurenai in utter shock, though she conceals it well. Kiba's loss is simply a loss. Yet the solace lies in the fact that he emerged unscathed. What astonishes Kurenai is that Naruto engaged in no ninja techniques throughout the battle, relying solely on his fundamental physical strength to send Akamaru flying with a single kick. This was an authentic battlefield, devoid of any deceit. It is evident how extraordinary Naruto's physical prowess truly is. Kakashi, with a hint of admiration, remarks to a fellow observer, your newly acquired disciple is indeed impressive. I hear he is the orphan of the fourth Hokage? He nods affirmatively. Indeed, he is the son of my teacher, Minato. As he speaks, Kakashi casts a sidelong glance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noticing no overt surprise from the old monkey, he breathes a sigh of relief. To be honest, for both emotional and rational reasons, Kakashi is reluctant to entrust Naruto to Sarutobi's tutelage. After all, a single misstep could lead him to the Umbu, and that would be disastrous. However, given the current state of peace among the 5 great nations, such concerns are temporarily alleviated, as there is no pressing need for an abundance of personnel. Kurenai's expression reveals an intriguing curiosity, driven by a senior's concern for a junior. Truth be told, when Kiba surrendered, Naruto refrained from pressing the attack. This singular act of restraint earned him a modicum of favor in Kurenai's eyes. Coupled with the fact that Naruto is the son of Namake's Minato, her admiration for him deepens. It is not merely because Minato was the 4th Hokage, but the Minato couple were well regarded within the village. Naruto's mother, Kushina, was a gentle and gracious woman who had once aided Kurenai in the past. All these factors intertwine, leading to Kurenai feeling no ire despite her student Kiba's defeat. Upon returning to the audience, Naruto does not linger but continues towards Hinata. Unbeknownst to her, Haruno Sakura's face lights up with a smile upon seeing Naruto. Congratulations on your victory, Naruto-kun. He merely nods slightly. The pressing matter is to reach his wife. If memory serves, his match against his brother-in-law is imminent. He cannot condone any mistreatment of his wife. Should he be unable to intervene, he is prepared to impart a lesson to his brother-in-law. Though he may be his brother-in-law, there are rules to abide by. Harming one's spouse is absolutely unacceptable. The thought of potentially causing a scene during their wedding looms, as he worries about possible repercussions. Naruto has traversed dimensions. Thus, his brother-in-law is assuredly safe. After all, the grand plan of the Tobi remains uncertain. Naruto intends to complete the Chunin exams before embarking on further adventures, but for now, he must counsel his wife against fighting family members for the sake of a trivial surrender in the Chunin exam. After reaching the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, one becomes a Leaf Village Genin, a status that commands respect. Is it worth pursuing such an ephemeral honor with such fervor? What? You say there's no money? Even better. I'll run a company at sea and support you. As Naruto approaches, the crowd instinctively turns their gaze towards him. Hinata's face flushes crimson, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Why has Naruto come over? Their distance narrows until, when Naruto stands before her, Hinata's mind fogs, and she stammers. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, on winning the match, her voice barely a whisper. The bashful demeanor of his wife is undeniably endearing. This woman is mine, he vows, with a grin. Hinata, why don't we forfeit the preliminary match? Though he smiles, his tone is resolute. Hinata is bewildered. She has yet to draw for her match, and she remains unaware of her opponent. In the next moment, the large screen illuminates, revealing that her opponent is none other than Neji Hyuga, hailed as the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 90. If you are worried about finances, I will support you. Hinata's lovely face displays confusion. She cannot fathom why Naruto would suggest she forfeit. This is the Tunin Exam. If she succeeds, she could rightfully take charge of the Hyuga clan. It is akin to passing a prestigious examination, a testament to her abilities. Hinata's participation in the Chunin selection is also driven by her own motives. She seeks to diminish obstacles when marrying Naruto into the Hyuga clan. These are secrets she harbors deep within her heart, not meant for public disclosure. Kurenai raises an eyebrow, displaying her displeasure. What does Kakashi's student mean? He wins the match and expects my student to forfeit? By what right? Even if this draw is unfortunate, with two Hyuga clan members facing off. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. I refuse to believe that my students are subpar. We have yet to even commence the battle. Kurenai crosses her arms, exuding an air of determination, insisting on a satisfactory explanation. Kakashi's student is in the wrong. Compelling other contestants to forfeit is utterly unreasonable. If such a forfeiture were to occur, why not lead by example? Another gaze pierces through the atmosphere. It is Asuma's. Kakashi's lips twitch. Asuma has long harbored feelings for Kurenai since their student days. Should it come to blows, he would find himself in a challenging situation. Therefore, Kakashi sets aside his reading material and strides purposefully towards Naruto. Naruto, this is a serious ninja exam. No one wishes to remain a Leaf Village genin for life. Do they? Genin? What a trivial title. The lowest of the ninja hierarchy, a source of shame. Let us not even discuss those unworthy of being called ninja. Yet, the reality remains that once one delves into the ninja realm, is there truly anyone in this world who aspires to remain a low-ranking ninja for their entire life? Setting aside those who, due to their innate limitations, cannot advance. What about you, the capable new generation, all under the age of 18? Please refrain from causing disruptions. If the time has come for you to advance, then seize the opportunity. Embrace the title of Chunin with courage. Do not entertain the notion of idling in the rank of genin indefinitely. Numerous lucrative missions and a promising future await you. In summary, advance, young ones. The other ninjas from different villages began to murmur amongst themselves. What on earth? How could you win the competition and then ask someone to forfeit? Little brother, that's excessive. Would you willingly abandon the competition if we asked you to? Such thoughts raced through the minds of his peers, though they hesitated to voice them out of respect for Naruto. With a smirk, Naruto admitted, honestly, I do enjoy the title of genin. Openly gesturing to the crowd, he declared, all right then, this Chunin exam is rather dull. I think I'll forfeit. Naruto spoke the truth. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the examination was destined to come to a halt, even if it were to proceed forcefully. The title of Chunin held no significance for him. What purpose does the Chunin title serve? To flaunt it? While part of the reason is indeed to access higher-level missions and earn more money, it is not as if Naruto is lacking in funds. If he were truly in need, he could consider selling counterfeit liquor or homemade seasonings in the ninja world. People in this realm place excessive emphasis on training, resulting in a scarcity of developed seasonings. Authentic hot pot bases are virtually unknown. Previously, when Naruto and Choji dined at a hot pot restaurant, they were served only clear broth. To enjoy spicy hot pot, they had to add their own chili peppers. But it never compared to the rich flavor of a proper hot pot base. As long as Naruto focused on making money, he would thrive beyond anyone's expectations. His seasoning, with its spicy and fragrant qualities, would transform even a small spoonful in hot pot into a delightful experience. Do not misunderstand. His seasoning is genuine and of high quality, devoid of any gimmicks. Additionally, the people of this world are not adept at advertising. As a savvy modern individual, if he were to harness the power of promotion and spread the word across the great nations, he firmly believes that within half a year, he could dominate the ninja world through his seasonings. Is it not true that ninjas have no fixed income? They could work in seasoning factories, clothing and footwear factories, beverage factories, and even sign agreements with Aunt Snake to focus her research on science and produce computers. In due time, the internet could sweep through the ninja world, with everyone possessing a smartphone. Who needs the Moon Eye plan when they could simply connect online? Engaging in battles and conflicts seems rather dull in comparison. It is merely that he lacks the motivation to act on these ideas at present. Returning to the examination venue, when he voiced his thoughts, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? After reaching this point in the assessment, with the end in sight, someone is willing to forfeit the competition? Are you seriously giving up your chance to be a Chunin? Don't just hand it over to me. Since you've forfeited, can I advance directly? Forget that. It's first come, first served. Get in line. If someone else advancing, it should be me first. How dare you challenge me? Come at me. You think I'm afraid? In my life, I've never backed down from anyone, except for you, Naruto Uzumaki. In this era, to decline the title of Chunin is simply unheard of. The ninjas who had failed to advance were green with envy, wishing for Naruto to swiftly concede his position to them. Kakashi felt a twitch in his eyelid. Please, do not stir up trouble, Naruto. Do you realize how long you could boast about obtaining the Chunin title at your age? And that your mentor, which is me, would also gain renown from it? Even though I'm not particularly concerned about the title myself, he added, clearing his throat. Naruto, please stop this. Kakashi said, his face reddening. Fortunately, he wore a mask. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been palpable. Naruto's gaze was resolute as he gently shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, I speak the truth. Ignoring Kakashi, he turned his attention to Hinata. Hinata, truthfully, life is long. There's no need to stir up such a fuss over a title of little worth. Pausing for a moment, Naruto set aside his usual nonchalance and earnestly stated, if you're worried about not having enough money, I'll take care of you. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The expressions on everyone's faces were indeed remarkable. Chapter 91. Kakashi's foreknowledge. Sakura Haruno widened her eyes in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. Not only her, but Ino Yamanaka shared the same sentiment. It could be said that everyone present was taken aback by Naruto's words. Was this truly a matter of money? What were they participating in the Tunin exam for? Little brother, is this about money? If I could buy the Chunin title with money, I would gladly do so. What we seek is honor, the acknowledgement of our village because of our actions. As for money, having it is certainly welcome. My parents are ordinary folk. When I was young, I heard adults say that being a ninja paid well. Without much thought, I entered the profession. Now, I realize the competition is fierce, and missions are hard to come by. If I had known being a ninja was so difficult, I would have pursued a career in construction. I've heard from friends that they earn more by moving bricks in a day than as ninjas, without even worrying about their lives. Exactly. This is such bad luck. Had I known, I would not have believed their nonsense about being a ninja. During the Forest of Death exam, I witnessed comrades perish before my eyes. How can one earn gold if life is lost? Because of Naruto, the entire atmosphere of the examination room had shifted dramatically. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was dark with frustration. Fortunately, the Hokage hat was sufficiently large. Otherwise, his current predicament would have been exposed. He had painstakingly rallied the candidates, inspiring them with the noble cause of sacrificing their lives for their village. Yet, Naruto's brief remarks had pulled them back to reality. The future of the village? The blooming flowers of the village? Do these promising young talents not need to eat? Even the strongest ninjas, despite their prowess, must hustle for missions to earn a meager income. However, all that money eventually goes towards the funding of explosive tags for little Nan. In simple terms, Naruto had shaken their foundational motivations for becoming ninjas. The elite jonin of Konoha exchanged glances, sensing that if Naruto continued, he would create significant upheaval. When these candidates returned to their respective villages, would they not spread this misguided ideology? Would not the major ninja villages unite to hold Konoha accountable? Kakashi turned to Hinata, apologizing. I'm sorry for the trouble my student has caused. Please disregard his remarks. After a moment, Kakashi raised his voice slightly. Naruto, we're leaving. You may choose not to participate in the Tunin exam, but you cannot impede others from participating or make decisions on their behalf. In that moment, Kakashi found himself in agreement with Naruto's sentiments. Indeed, risking one's life for a meager income is not worth it. Having witnessed the loss of companions, the path he had chosen was fraught with peril. His father, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, ultimately succumbed to public opinion. He could not help but ponder that had he not become a ninja, perhaps there would be fewer sorrowful memories. Of course, it was not Kakashi's intention to reprimand Naruto. Rather, it was the watchful gaze of their peers that weighed heavily upon him. If he hesitated to move, complications would surely arise. Naruto discerned Kakashi's predicament. This was a matter of face for Kakashi. Taking a deep breath, he nodded in agreement and, before departing, exchanged a meaningful glance with his beloved. For true love often transcends words, communicating through mere eye contact. The eyes serve as the windows to the soul, bridging the gap between individuals. Upon returning to the spectators' area on the high platform, Moonlight Gale announced, "All right, If both of you have no objections, please proceed to the center of the arena to prepare for the selection. Neji Hyuga leaped from the audience platform, striding confidently to the field. Upon drawing the lot to face Hinata Hyuga, he felt a surge of joy, for he sought to prove a point, that Hinata was merely fortunate in her place of birth. Had his father been born earlier, he would have been the heir of the main branch, the future successor of the Hyuga clan. Neji believed fervently in his own strength, confident that he could elevate the Hyuga clan to unprecedented heights, ensuring that the name of the Byakugan resonated throughout the ninja world, rivaling even the fame of the Sharingan. Alas, it was a matter of timing. Surely, you do not intend to forfeit the match, Lady Hinata? Neji taunted, his disdain evident in his tone. He could not fathom that Hinata would resort to the disgraceful tactic of activating the caged bird seal upon him. Should she do so, it would tarnish the reputation of the Hyuga main family, earning them scorn. Yuhi Kurenai, taken aback, raised her brows, urging Hinata, "What are you waiting for? It's your turn. Step into the arena." All eyes turned toward Hinata, who grasped her delicate hands tightly against her chest, as if making a momentous decision. A thunderous sound echoed in Kurenai's mind, and her lips parted in disbelief. "No, it cannot be. Is my student truly considering withdrawal? After coming this far? Even if she fails, attempting is better than doing nothing at all." In an instant, Hinata's initially bewildered gaze transformed into one of resolve. "I voluntarily withdraw from this match." To arrive at such a conclusion had taken Hinata considerable internal struggle. Ultimately, however, the glance Naruto had given her resonated within her, as if she had intuitively grasped its meaning. "Fear not, for I will be there for you in the future." Hinata was uncertain of her own thoughts, but she placed unwavering faith in Naruto, even more so than in her own parents. Observing this exchange, a radiant smile finally graced Naruto's face as he softly murmured, "Since you trust me so deeply, I shall never let you down." Kakashi, hidden in a corner, sighed in resignation, realizing he needed to make a hasty exit. As a jonin, Kurenai could not afford to confront Naruto directly, yet she would seek him out. Were it not for Naruto's words, Hinata would never have considered forfeiting the Tunin exam. However, words are but a fraction of the equation. The primary consideration is whether the individual agrees, and it was clear that she did. Nevertheless, Kurenai was not one to be trifled with. Could a woman in a rage be reasoned with? Hence, Kakashi took his leave swiftly. As anticipated, Kurenai did not confront Naruto, but instead sought out Kakashi's presence. Upon discovering he had slipped away, she dashed out. However, Asuma also emerged, which did not surprise Kakashi. His decision to depart early was undoubtedly justified. In the span of less than 10 seconds, the match concluded, with Moonlight Gale declaring Neji Hyuga the victor. Naruto observed his brother-in-law's displeased expression, contemplating whether to use a transformation technique to embody another persona, allowing his brother-in-law to experience the harsh realities of life. After all, constantly seeking trouble with his wife was hardly a commendable pursuit. Chapter 92. The eyebrow duel. The competition resumed, and the audience redirected their focus. Moonlight Gale, glancing at the timer, spoke solemnly, "Let us recommence the match." With his words, the screen in the center of the hall rearranged the opponents once more. The next match featured Rock Lee against Gaara. Upon seeing Gaara as his opponent, Lee leapt to his feet in excitement. "Yes, I didn't expect to face you in the preliminaries. No need to wait for the third round." During the initial drawing of opponents, Lee had boasted of his intention to deliver a climactic battle. Fortunately, he would not have to wait. Facing Gaara was the climax in itself. Might Guy, giving a thumbs up, revealed his bright, even teeth. "Little Lee, I have a piece of valuable advice for you," he stated with a serious demeanor, akin to a teacher cautioning students before an important exam. Lee quickly composed himself, focusing intently on his master. Guy, perspiring, watched as Lee leaned in, and the two shared an amusing gaze at the gourd that Gaara carried on his back. Few noticed the significant implications of the gourd he bore. As Guy and Lee engaged in their banter, Naruto, intrigued, observed the unfolding scene. "Ah, another one with extraordinary abilities. Lee will certainly unleash the fifth gate in this match, achieving remarkable feats in the preliminaries and earning the title of the Fighting Master." With an impressive record of over 500 victories, the matchup between the unbrowed and the heavily browed was unprecedented. Having said all that needed to be said, Guy patted his pupil on the shoulder. "All right, go forth, little Lee." "Understood," Lee exclaimed as he leapt from the high platform, landing gracefully. With one hand behind him, He extended the other towards Gaara, beckoning him forward with a flourish reminiscent of a martial arts master. I never imagined I would face you so soon. To be honest, I am quite thrilled. Gaara's expression remained indifferent, devoid of words. As Moonlight Gale confirmed the competitors were ready, he waved his hand, signaling the official start of the match. With a swift motion, the cork from Gaara's gourd shot towards Lee. Effortlessly, Lee caught it, saying, "No need to rush. I still have something to say." As the cork fell to the ground, Gaara's gourd opened, surrounding him with a fine mist of sand, resembling smoke, yet less dense. Guy murmured from the sidelines, "Be cautious, little Lee. Your opponent is not to be underestimated." Fellow villagers expressed their concern for Lee, acknowledging Gaara as a formidable adversary. It could be said that whoever drew him was destined for misfortune. Only when the simple-minded Lee managed to strike his opponent did he find joy that brought forth laughter. Naturally, Naruto had no reason to worry about Rock Lee's safety, for he was well aware that Lee was about to unleash his full potential. There is a saying, is there not? 1 hour of unleashed power can elevate one to a level of 500. However, it is fortunate that this was reality. Even after Lee's display of extraordinary prowess, he would still be able to continue their encounter. In a flash, Rock Lee assessed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. His advantage lay solely in close combat, while his opponent was capable of manipulating sand for long-range assaults. Engaging in a prolonged battle was an impossibility. Thus, he had to take the initiative and close the distance quickly. With this thought in mind, Rock Lee quickened his pace and charged toward Gaara. At the same moment, golden sand continuously poured out from the large gourd behind Gaara. Rock Lee aimed a kick directly at Gaara's face, but alas, it was thwarted by the oncoming sand. Undeterred, Lee pressed on with his attacks, only to find that the sand seemed to possess a will of its own, consistently neutralizing his every effort. What a guardian! Playing with sand. After several fruitless attempts, Lee's mind raced, seeking alternative methods of attack. However, it was now Gaara's turn to counter. The sand converged into a massive hand, striking toward Rock Lee's face. The technique known as Iron Sand Palm. Rock Lee swiftly rolled to evade this assault. The hand slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. Had it connected with a person, it would likely have been fatal, unless one possessed extraordinary physical resilience to endure it. Rock Lee's gaze sharpened. His speed and strength doubled, significantly surpassing his previous abilities. In the blink of an eye, he successfully closed the distance to Gaara once more. This time, he skillfully dodged the sand's defenses. With a punch, a palm strike, and even a flying kick aimed at Gaara's head, he landed solid blows that sent Gaara flying. This spectacle left the spectators in awe, especially his mentor, Might Guy, who beamed with pride at the sight of his disciple's performance. This was the true essence of his student. The most shocking reaction came from Temari and Kankuro, who were well aware of Gaara's formidable strength. The prospect that a mere Chunin from Konoha could injure Gaara was almost unfathomable. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate features etched with astonishment. Even though she recognized that Gaara had only sustained a minor injury, for her extraordinary brother, this was a remarkable event. As the sand swirled around, Rock Lee adeptly evaded and seized another opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Gaara's face. 2 minutes of battling 13 opponents was no mere jest. Caught off guard by the momentum, Gaara was propelled once more, yet this time the summoned sand caught him, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Throughout the encounter, Gaara remained silent, despite being struck severely by Rock Lee. To the onlookers, it appeared one-sided, but Gaara understood that the pain he felt was not lethal. It had been ages since he had experienced the sensation of injury, and after enduring so much, it was time for him to retaliate. "Now it's my turn," Gaara stated flatly, his expression becoming grotesque and terrifying. The sand beneath him surged like a vortex, enveloping his wounds. His entire body was covered in sand, resembling a hardened armor. From that moment, this arena became the arena of fury. Rock Lee swallowed hard, steeling himself for what was to come. Despite this, he showed no signs of retreat. The more formidable his opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. This was youth at its finest. Upon witnessing her brother's state, Temari could not help but smile. It was clear to her that no matter what, he could not defeat Gaara. This was her unwavering confidence in her brother. Kankuro shared similar sentiments. In fact, not only they, but others also sensed an impending dread. Taking a deep breath, Rock Lee unwrapped the white bandages that had been wound around his hands. Since his opponent chose to disregard the principles of ninja ethics and reflect, Lee felt no obligation to engage in further discourse. All right then, let us unleash our full potential together. Rock Lee partially unwrapped the bandages, leaving them only half undone. In the next moment, he surged toward Gaara with remarkable speed. Prepare yourself. His velocity was such that it was nearly imperceptible. As he darted past, he stirred up clouds of dust. Standing at the center, Gaara calmly crossed his arms, observing the spectacle with composure. Rock Lee intended to use his high rotational speed to break through Gaara's sand defenses. Gaara, growing increasingly impatient, beckoned him to come forth. With a smirk, Rock Lee obliged. Suddenly, he halted, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, appearing directly beneath Gaara. He unleashed a kick that struck Gaara squarely on the chin, sending him flying once more. Whether it was intentional or not on Gaara's part to leave himself unguarded, Rock Lee seized the opportunity to continue his relentless assault. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself upward, delivering a kick aimed at Gaara's heart. The two ascended from the ground into the air. Simultaneously, the sand surged upward, but unfortunately for Rock Lee, his movements outpaced the sand by a significant margin. With the aid of chakra, the white bandages in his hands ensnared Gaara like a mummy, binding him tightly. With their heads pointed downward, Rock Lee began to spin in a full circle around Gaara, invoking the laws of physics that would make Newton weep. The affairs of the ninja world do not concern me. I am but a humble servant of the 9 realms. Please, grant me your wisdom, Lotus of the Divine. As they spun rapidly, they became a whirlwind, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater. Countless fragments of stone erupted outward, shrouding the arena in a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the unfolding events. As the dust settled, Gaara lay amidst the debris, his body cracked and his face bearing an expression of shock as he gazed at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Rock Lee wiped the sweat from his brow, believing he had secured victory amidst the crowd's cheers. Yet, to his astonishment, Gaara's form had shattered, transforming into a mere swirl of sand. How could this be? When did he break free? Now it was Rock Lee's turn to be astonished, realizing he had overextended himself. A mass of sand erupted from the ground, and as it settled, the horrifying visage of Gaara emerged, awakened. The air was thick with swirling yellow sand, creating a scene that sent shivers down the spine. The sand quickly morphed into a formidable hand, and during Rock Lee's evasion, one of the hands struck him, sending him careening backward, with his chakra reserves nearly depleted. As the music played on, Rock Lee placed his hands before his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I possibly be defeated here?" An immense surge of chakra erupted from him, causing the ground beneath to crack under the overwhelming pressure. The third gate, the opening of life, is unleashed. The chakra enveloping Rock Lee transformed into a visible green aura, significantly amplifying his speed, strength, and overall capabilities. At this moment, Lee resembled a human-shaped miniature Tyrannosaurus. His figure vanished, only to reappear before Gaara, delivering a punch without a hint of mercy. Gaara, who believed himself formidable, was taken aback to find someone even more unreasonable. He endured another blow. At this juncture, Gaara's murderous intent ignited. Rock Lee, showing no restraint, continued his relentless assault, while Gaara's sand began to stir in retaliation. It was a fierce exchange, both pushing their limits, though Rock Lee fought with the ferocity of desperation, while Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, faced the confrontation with relative ease. Rock Lee's chakra began to dwindle, and he found himself on the brink of exhaustion, yet he refused to yield. Gaara, incapacitated and lying on the ground, managed to raise his arm slightly. The sand morphed into sharp spikes, aiming directly at the defenseless heart of Rock Lee. Just as it seemed the spikes would pierce him, Might Guy intervened, declaring, "You have already won the match. There is no need to go to such extremes. This is merely a preliminary round, not a battleground for murder." Their bout had escalated dangerously, and Guy was certainly not going to allow Gaara to kill his beloved student so easily. With medical ninjas present, Guy took Lee to recuperate, while Naruto simultaneously exited the arena, feeling the subsequent matches would lack excitement. He preferred to wander and clear his mind. The formal third match was scheduled to take place a month later, allowing ample time for the nobles of various nations to arrive and witness the event. This month would also serve to familiarize them with the strength and capabilities of the participating ninjas, enabling them to make informed wagers. Furthermore, Naruto was aware that his mentor would be returning to Konoha, intending to teach him the Rinnegan and take him on training trips. However, Naruto was more interested in learning Sage Mode. The system had disappointingly provided no options in that regard. Nevertheless, he resolved to study it independently, confident that with his talent, he would succeed, though it would merely be a matter of time. Additionally, there was the matter of Orochimaru having killed Sarutobi and defected. Naruto would need to seek Tsunade's assistance, as she remained a significant figure. Despite her age, she still possessed an alluring presence. Lost in thought, Naruto found himself looking forward to her return. Days later, while buying fruit in the marketplace, Naruto intended to visit Lee. They were from the same village, and Lee was the future inheritor of great strength. Although he had no intention of having Hinata learn martial arts, he felt it was important to pay a visit. The thought of having Hinata become a martial arts prodigy sent shivers down his spine. That was an absurdity he could not entertain. Chapter 94. Isn't it just about nurturing a pet within? Who isn't he? As the days progressed, Naruto mused that Jiraiya would soon return. Standing at the hospital entrance with bags in hand, he quietly reflected. Instead of addressing him as Master Jiraiya, Naruto felt a more fitting title would be Jiraiya-sensei, as it felt more appropriate for their relationship. If circumstances had allowed, he would have initially referred to Kakashi as Kakashi Bro. However, having called him by his title for so long, it would feel awkward to change it now. The hospital in the ninja world was not dissimilar to those in his previous life, the primary difference being the presence of ninjas skilled in medical techniques, providing swift and effective treatment. However, medication and rest were still necessary. After inquiring with a nurse, Naruto learned Lee's room number and made his way there. The nine tails within him stirred restlessly. Master, that fellow is also here. Even from over 10 kilometers away, I can smell that fool's stench. The nine tails grumbled. Having spent time with Naruto and finding him to be strong, yet surprisingly amiable, as long as his boundaries were respected. Gaara, my little brother? Naruto paused, a smile creeping onto his face. Gaara, the future Kazekage, the new leader of Tsunagakure, and a potential ally for future collaborations. Tsunagakure, while impoverished, could profit by selling sand throughout the ninja world. After all, isn't concrete, made with sand? Once matters with Temari were settled, they would have a bond as comrades aspiring to advance in rank. Speaking of the Tunin exams, although Naruto had voluntarily opted out, Kakashi would not permit such a decision. Having narrowly escaped the Suma and Kurenai's pursuit, Kakashi returned post-haste, confronting Yuzora with an unmistakable gaze. You must be joking. You wouldn't really consider removing my student from the roster, would you? As he spoke, Kakashi revealed his leaf headband, showcasing his Sharingan. His intent clear: if you dare eliminate my disciple, you'll find me unyielding. After all the effort to reach the third match, Kakashi would not allow Naruto to act so recklessly. Ultimately, Yuzora, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested that Kakashi consult with the Hokage to see if he would agree. Thus, Kakashi took the innocent Yuzora along to discuss matters. After deliberation, Naruto regained his eligibility for the third match. When Kakashi informed him, Naruto found the situation amusing. He truly had no desire for the title of Chunin. While others toiled for it, he wished to cast it aside like an unwanted burden. If the other candidates knew, they would surely be outraged. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto rapped on the door. Soon, a voice called from within, "Come in." The voice belonged to a girl. Without further thought, he entered, discovering Rock Lee lying on the hospital bed, temporarily immobilized, with Neji and Tintin seated beside him. Tintin must have been the one who spoke earlier. Seeing Naruto with his bags, she smiled gently. Naruto-kun, you've come to visit Lee, haven't you? Naruto smiled back. Yes, by the way, where should I put these? He gestured to the bulging plastic bags in his hands. The assortment of fruits, snacks, and beverages is ample and diverse, never monotonous. Each day, I rise and briskly approach to collect these items. Just leave them to me. Ningxi, could you kindly fetch the empty chair over there for Naruto-kun? A displeased expression crossed my uncle's face, yet he refrained from further comment and obediently rose to retrieve the chair. On one hand, Xiaoli is his teammate, incapacitated due to injury. It would be rather rude to withhold even a chair from a companion visiting him. On the other hand, he harbors a certain disdain for the main branch of the Hyuga clan, which is not directly related to Naruto. Of course, one must consider that Hinata is somewhat connected to him, being distant cousins. The prospect of Hinata marrying someone outside the Hyuga clan causes Neji some internal conflict. Upon seeing Rock Lee still slumbering, Naruto had no intention of sitting down. Tion, noticing this, felt compelled to explain, I apologize. The doctor just changed Xiao Li's bandages. He suffered through a night of pain and didn't sleep well. Should I wake him? Naruto chuckled and shook his head, saying, no need. It's merely unfortunate timing on my part. I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Tian called out, but Naruto had already exited the room. According to the Nine Tails, Gaara was lingering nearby, perhaps seeking an opportunity to strike. Naruto understood that Gaara was not so petty, yet who could truly guarantee anything in such matters? From a young age, Gaara had been subjected to various assassination attempts orchestrated by his father, the Kazekage. In truth, his father's intentions were rooted in a desire to bolster Tsunagekyu's military strength, resorting to turning Gaara, the Jinchuriki, into a weapon of war. Ultimately, even those closest to him began to conspire against him. Living under such conditions, it is a wonder that one does not succumb to madness. With the radar of the Nine Tails guiding him, Naruto effortlessly located Gaara, who was lost in thought atop the hospital roof. However, the bloodshot eyes and the somewhat grotesque expression on Gaara's face suggested he was contemplating an ambush on Rock Lee, the critically injured inheritor of youthful vigor from Konoha. Your expression seems rather unsettling, younger brother. Have you encountered something disheartening? Speak, and let us share a laugh, Naruto remarked. Gaara glared at Naruto with a fierce expression, asking, what do you mean? While others might have felt intimidated by Gaara, Naruto was unperturbed, maintaining eye contact without flinching. With a grin, Naruto retorted, don't presume you are the only unique one in the ninja world. Is it not simply a matter of harboring a creature within you? Who does not possess such a thing? The Nine Tails interjected, Master, I must express my gratitude. To be likened to a pet is indeed an honor. Chapter 95. Are you curious how I am aware of the 10 tails? Gaara stiffened, narrowing his eyes, his tone laced with hostility. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? I acknowledge that I can gather some intelligence, but... He paused, his demeanor turning icy. Do you believe you can truly understand me? With that, sand swirled around him, indicating his readiness to engage in battle right there in the hospital. If it came to blows, Naruto would not back down. The worst that could happen would be a reprimand afterward. However, if he were to engage Gaara in a fight, it might create complications later on, especially given their newfound familial ties. Since becoming Kazekage, Gaara had matured significantly and began to empathize with others. Simply put, he lacked a clear objective. Provide him with one, and he could restore tranquility to Tsunagekyou. Naruto smirked, pointing out, you began killing at the tender age of 6. Is that impressive? His tone was curiously flat, as he accurately stated Gaara's age. This momentarily stunned Gaara, causing the surrounding sand to settle back into his gourd as he steadied himself. What else do you know? Gaara inquired, now devoid of any desire to attack. Naruto smiled, good boy. Choosing not to engage in combat was a wise decision. You do not wish to harm others. Rather, the sand around you instinctively protects you. Throughout your childhood, you existed in a constant state of being hunted. The people of your village misunderstood you, perceiving you as a bloodthirsty maniac. In truth, you longed for companionship and the affection of others. Yet you simply lacked the means to express it. Naruto's words struck a chord within Gaara. The young man, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted, enough. Be silent. His anger surged. In contrast, Naruto remained unfazed. Listen, Gaara, don't be so agitated. Consider how fortunate you are to have an elder brother who juggles and a caring, beautiful sister. You ought to feel lucky. Gaara looked bewildered, pondering Naruto's intentions. Was he attempting to woo his sister? However, such thoughts passed swiftly, as Gaara had grown indifferent to familial bonds. Uncertain of the meaning behind Naruto's words, Gaara's countenance darkened as he glared fiercely. Naruto shook his head, reflecting, the youth who knows not the value of having a sister. A child with a sister is indeed a treasure. Had it not been for their similar experiences, he would have had no interest in Gaara. After all, both were Jinchuriki, and both were the children of the 4th Hokage and the 4th Kazekage, respectively. Gaara furrowed his brow, albeit lacking actual eyebrows. Naruto's statement resonated deeply within him. Did your father also send assassins after you? Naruto shook his head slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. My father perished during my birth, striving to quell the chaos wrought by the tailed beasts. Oh, before he died, he sealed that creature within me. He gestured towards his abdomen. At that moment, Gaara's sand began to rise uncontrollably, as the shikaku within him stirred restlessly. It is said that old friends meeting again can ignite old flames. Gaara channeled his chakra, forcing Shikaku to settle down. He was uncertain whether Naruto's father was indeed the fourth Hokage, but one thing was clear: Naruto was undoubtedly a Jinchuriki. Perhaps it was their shared experiences that touched a hidden part of Gaara's heart. "I shall spare your friend with the thick brows and bright eyes. I will not take his life," Gaara declared before brushing past Naruto and descending the stairs. I had anticipated a confrontation here. I had long held a grudge against that foolish raccoon. The nine tails within Naruto began to voice its grievances. Honestly, when Shikaku attempted to break free just now, I too felt the urge to confront it. Yet, Naruto kept me in check. Naruto sighed. "Can you refrain from boasting? You consider yourself the strongest among the tailed beasts?" At this, the nine tails' eyes lit up with pride, asserting its dominance without hesitation. "Indeed, Master, it is no exaggeration to assert that I am the mightiest among the tailed beasts. The simplest proof lies in the fact that you shinobi assess the prowess of a tailed beast by the number of tails it possesses, do you not? With my 9 tails, it is no coincidence that I am called the 9 tails." At this moment, I felt a surge of pride. My words carried a hint of derision towards Naruto's youthful ignorance. Fortunately for him, despite his remarkable abilities, his experience in the shinobi world remains limited. There is still much he does not know. Thus, I can boldly flaunt my superiority before him. While I may not be able to defeat you, my wealth of knowledge certainly surpasses yours, which can be seen as a form of victory in itself, I thought shamelessly. However, in an instant, a smile appeared on Naruto's face. "You're quite something, aren't you? Your skills may be modest, but your bravado is grand. Do you not feel a twinge of conscience proclaiming yourself the strongest among tailed beasts? The truth is, if that other fellow does not count, then I am indeed the best in the world. Indeed, Master, this is substantiated. We shinobi value evidence and virtue. But what of the 10 tails? Do not jest. Where does this 10 tails come from?" As I spoke, my tone faltered, and my fox-like visage was etched with shock and confusion. What the hell? How does the master know of the 10 tails? I nearly forgot about that cursed thing. Good heavens. You cannot possibly be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Can you? Various thoughts raced through my mind, leaving me momentarily speechless. Setting aside how Naruto learned of the 10 tails, in terms of combat prowess, I found myself utterly powerless before it. Though I loathed to admit it, the truth was undeniable. It was a case of a father overpowering a son. The opponent was the father, while I played the role of the son, utterly incapable of resistance. Seeing the once boastful 9 tails rendered silent, a smile returned to Naruto's face. "Your bravado has deflated, hasn't it? Are you curious about how I learned of the 10 tails?" Yes. I nodded frantically, feeling a wave of panic wash over me as if Naruto could see right through me. It was a most uncomfortable sensation. "You wish to inquire. Yet I prefer to remain silent." Haha. I thought to myself, "Brother, you might as well kill me." I faced the great Buddha of the Senju without flinching. Yet here I am, living in constant fear and trepidation. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past few days? Chapter 96. The emergence of the bashful young man following the selection from the preliminary rounds. Those successful shinobi would advance to the 3rd match. In the interim, before the competition formally commenced, many engaged in frenzied training. However, Naruto remained rather leisurely, strolling through the streets, while others labored tirelessly. He was quite at ease. With the gold coins received from Zabuza, he had more than enough to last a long while. Additionally, beyond the confines of his home village, Naruto contemplated expanding his influence. After all, the same few faces frequented his village. He had his eyes set on Shikamaru from the Nara clan, who would undoubtedly become his first strategist. Others would also rise to prominence as leaders of their respective clans or as significant figures. Thus, as long as he occasionally bestowed favors and cultivated good relations, they would come to understand the simplest of truths. Following Naruto would ensure them a life of abundance. The bashful young man. In the distance, Naruto spotted a figure clad in black attire, wearing a black scarf and sunglasses. One might mistake him for the most renowned blind man of Konoha. Upon noticing Ebisu, Naruto instinctively turned and attempted to slip away. Ebisu, having also spotted Naruto amidst the crowd, was burdened by recent troubles involving Konohamaru, leaving him quite flustered. Seeing the golden-haired youth approaching, he had no intention of letting him escape. "Hey, are you Naruto? Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you," Ebisu called as he hurriedly pursued him. The more Ebisu chased, the faster Naruto ran. What the heck? I searched my memories, and whether in my past life or present, I never utilized the seduction technique before this guy. Why is he fixated on me? Naruto was certainly not incapable of defeating Ebisu. In fact, he could easily eliminate him if he so desired. Yet, the thought of harming someone from the village was far from his nature. Naruto, why are you running? I merely wish to ask you about Konohamaru. Ebisu shouted, breathless and weary. Goodness, even the young boys are not spared. This is ridiculous. Naruto thought, quickening his pace. I truly have business with you. How about this? Today, I'll cover all expenses. Let me treat you. Ebisu, having lost hope of achieving his goal, hunched over like a shrimp, gasping for air. All he wanted was to inquire about Konohamaru's recent fascination with transformation techniques. To his surprise, Naruto returned. Did he lack money? Not at all. He simply saw no reason to decline a treat from someone else. Besides, he hadn't seen Konohamaru in a while and was curious about his training progress and whether he had made any missteps. While I cannot speak for other aspects, as a mentor, it was crucial for Naruto to ensure the proper practice of the Rinnegan, was it not? Ebisu, devoid of expectations, felt a shiver of apprehension as he saw Naruto approach. What the heck? You wanted me to treat you? If you had said so sooner, I wouldn't have had to chase you for so long. Does your previous offer still stand? Naruto grinned. Today, he intended to spend Ebisu's entire salary for the month. Only then would he consider himself a true Uzumaki. Ebisu took a deep breath and eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Whatever you wish to eat or buy today. It is all on me. Upon uttering this, he felt a chill run down his spine, sensing he might be in for a rough ride. In truth, under normal circumstances, Ebisu had been asked to mentor Naruto due to a last-minute obligation. Yet did Naruto truly need guidance at this point? He could end a battle with a mere flick. Poor Akimichi Choji was likely still recovering at the veterinary clinic. All right, bashful young man, you said it. Naruto proclaimed, flashing a thumbs up in praise. Wait a minute, Ebisu interjected, his expression one of shock. Did you just call me bashful young man? What's wrong? Naruto blinked innocently. In the next moment, Ebisu began to panic, glancing around nervously. Upon realizing no one was watching, he sighed in relief and leaned in closer, admonishing, I don't know how you got that nickname, but I am not. Don't say such things. Be careful, or I will report you for defamation to the third Hokage. Ebisu was in a frenzy. There was no way he would admit to something he hadn't done. He would rather die than acknowledge any such rumors. Naruto cleared his throat, unperturbed. He had not defamed Ebisu, but merely exposed the truth that the individual in question was unwilling to acknowledge. To avoid wasting time, Naruto shifted the conversation. You mentioned wanting to ask me about Konohamaru. What is going on with that little brother? Ebisu, recalling the matter at hand, hurriedly shared the recent happenings concerning Konohamaru's actions. Naruto, on the verge of being transformed into a girl, managed to conceal this peculiar incident from Ebisu, choosing to remain silent. Once Ebisu finished speaking, Naruto shrugged and explained, it's merely a routine occurrence. There's no need to make a fuss over it. Ebisu raised an eyebrow in disbelief, questioning how this could be considered normal. The young master had recently begun painting his nails, purchasing lipstick, and learning the art of makeup. Was this truly deemed ordinary? I knew you wouldn't believe me, Naruto continued. Has he not informed you about his training in the Rinnegan? With that, a blue vortex of energy manifested in Naruto's hand, leaving Ebisu momentarily speechless. But what did cross-dressing have to do with mastering the Rinnegan? These were two entirely different matters. Naruto pressed on, stating that his cross-dressing was a means to enhance his Rinnegan training. Do not look at me with such skepticism. Every individual has unique circumstances, and I simply tailor my approach accordingly. You must understand, this technique was created by my father and is notoriously challenging to master. Ebisu pondered this new perspective, realizing he had misjudged the young master. I apologize. I never imagined you were working so hard. I truly misjudged you. You are not neglecting your studies at all. While Ebisu engaged in self-reflection, Naruto extended his hand. What is this for? Ebisu asked, bewildered. What do you think? To pay up, he replied. Coughing, Ebisu choked slightly. Let me take you out to eat. I'll cover the bill. What would you like? A luxurious single-person barbecue set and the deluxe version of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto declared in one breath. Ebisu's expression soured, feeling overwhelmed by Naruto's insatiable appetite. Are you some sort of glutton? What ill intentions could the child of the fourth Hokage possibly harbor? Ah, nonsense. It's utterly ridiculous, he lamented, considering his meager monthly budget, which barely sufficed after accounting for rent, utilities, and basic living expenses. It finally dawned on Ebisu that he had been duped. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's residence, A series of thuds echoed from a sturdy tree as a young girl practiced her taijutsu against its trunk. This girl was none other than Hinata Hyuga. In the preliminary matches, Hinata had opted to forfeit, primarily due to Naruto and, more importantly, her own insecurities. She realized that even if she and Neji Hyuga engaged in a prolonged battle, the outcome would be inevitable. Neji, with his superior strength, would emerge victorious. It was wiser to concede gracefully. Furthermore, as members of the same clan, Neji's success in becoming a Chunin would ultimately benefit the Hyuga family. However, that was now behind her. Her focus must be on honing her skills and training vigorously, especially after witnessing Naruto's remarkable abilities. He had defeated Kiba Inuzuka with a single blow, without even employing ninjutsu. If she did not intensify her efforts, she feared she might never catch a glimpse of Naruto's back again. Are you not taking a break? Neji's father, Hayashi, approached, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Since returning from the preliminary matches, Hinata had tirelessly trained for several consecutive days, often forgetting to eat. Hayashi, not a heartless man, had found himself compelled to take on many responsibilities after becoming clan head. Father, Hinata paused, wiping the sweat from her brow before resuming her practice. I cannot afford to rest, she asserted firmly. Observing her determination, Hayashi chose not to press further, opting instead to sit on the wooden floor beside her and engage in conversation. I am aware of the events during the preliminary matches. You made your own choices, and I respect that. After all, you are growing up. He felt a lump in his throat as he spoke those final words, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. Hinata halted her training, gazing at her father in disbelief. Father? Hayashi managed a faint smile. I have reflected on many things these past few days. Sometimes, my expectations of you have been too high. I cannot impose my unfulfilled aspirations upon you and your sister as burdens. You both deserve to carve your own paths. He recalled the sacrifices made by his kin, who had laid down their lives for the sake of their family. Those sacrifices, once adorned with honor, ultimately amounted to mere titles devoid of substance, much like the once mighty Uchiha clan, which had fallen to ruin. The name Uchiha once struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, yet now it was synonymous with tragedy, with only Itachi and Sasuke remaining as testimonies to their legacy. Hinata trembled, recalling her father's stern demeanor. Today, for the first time, she witnessed Hayashi reveal a vulnerable side of himself. Taking a deep breath, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Father, have I disappointed you? I should not have forfeited the match. Upon hearing her words, Hayashi chuckled. No, you did splendidly. That is my precious daughter. He was acutely aware of Neji's formidable prowess, though he was reluctant to admit it. Had Neji been born into the main family, he would undoubtedly lead the Hyuga clan toward a new era of prosperity. Alas, life often takes unexpected turns. Hinata's decision to forfeit not only spared her the burden of defeat, but also extended a favor to Neji. Despite his outward demeanor, Hayashi felt a sense of guilt toward Neji and his deceased father. Tell me, how did Naruto fare in the preliminary matches? Upon hearing Naruto's name, Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a light bulb illuminating the darkness. He was incredible. With just a single strike, he defeated my teammate, Kiba, without using any ninjutsu. Hayashi was taken aback. He had heard whispers of this incident, but hearing it directly from Hinata made it all the more tangible. The rumors circulating outside paled in comparison to his daughter's first-hand account. Hayashi raised an eyebrow, musing aloud. Perhaps he truly possesses the ability to help alter the clan's regulations. What do you mean, father? Hinata tilted her head adorably, confusion etched on her face. Hayashi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Come, take a break. No, I want to practice a bit longer. Oh, very well. After a brief pause, Hayashi changed the subject. By the way, what do you think of Naruto? Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. However, she did not interpret his inquiry in a romantic sense, assuming he merely sought to gauge Naruto's character. He is a wonderful boy, responsible and very gentle. Hayashi felt as though struck by lightning, his mind swirling with thunderous thoughts. The realization that his precious daughter might be enamored with Naruto sent him into a tizzy. Clearing his throat, he suddenly asked, "Do you like him?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Hinata covered her mouth in shock, her face radiating warmth as if smoke were rising from her head. It was utterly mortifying to discuss her feelings for someone in front of her father. Moreover, the other party is not a member of the Hyuga clan. Wait a moment. Hinata's beautiful eyes glistened with a faint mist. Father, do you not wish to accept Naruto? Hyuga Hayashi was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, she hasn't even married yet. The little darling has already learned to turn her elbows outward. What on earth? Furthermore, he has never approved of this engagement. Naruto hasn't even prepared a bride price. Not to mention becoming Hokage. What? Does he intend to take advantage of us? Hinata, we shall discuss this matter further at a later time. It is still too early to speak of it now. Rising from his seat, Hyuga Hayashi paused, noticing a hint of helplessness flicker across Hinata's face, and he added, "You are the precious daughter of our Hyuga clan. Moreover, regarding your future partner, one's character and conduct must be evaluated and observed, must it not?" It seemed as though Hyuga Hayashi had said something significant, yet at the same time, nothing at all. Nevertheless, his words undoubtedly left a glimmer of hope in Hinata's heart. Little did she expect that her father's words somewhat acknowledged Naruto. It was just that Naruto's accomplishments were still lacking. Achievements alone do not suffice for a wife. Once Hyuga Hayashi departed, Hinata threw herself into her training with even greater fervor. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konoha village, a middle-aged man with white hair, carrying a large scroll on his back, returned home after many years away. He felt a wave of nostalgia upon his return. Ultimately, he was back. A prodigal son returns, worth more than gold. Chapter 98. Jiraiya's appearance, a scheme more malicious than the moon's eye. In an opulent hot spring resort in Konoha, the decor was resplendent, suffused with the fragrance of wealth. It was a high-end footbath establishment. In Naruto's impression, this was indeed the case. There were separate areas for men and women, as well as mixed bathing. Observing all this, Naruto couldn't help but think to himself, indeed, these ninjas living their little lives know how to enjoy the finer things. They complete missions to earn some gold, then indulge in such luxurious venues. Is it proper here? Naruto mused that it was likely somewhat improper. After all, ninjas are still human. Having undertaken numerous missions for so long, shouldn't they enjoy themselves? The music played on, and the dance continued. At that moment, Naruto and Ebisu were soaking in the men's hot spring. Of course, all expenses were covered by young Master Ebisu. This caused Ebisu some financial pain, as it meant another half a month's salary down the drain. They had chosen the luxury package. After their soak, they could enjoy exquisite cuisine in the main hall. In plain terms, the price was steep. However, there were commendable aspects as well. I never expected, Naruto, that at such a young age, you already understand the significance and methods of education. Tailoring instruction to the individual. The last time I saw Konohamaru, I specifically assessed his chakra application abilities. To my surprise, he could skillfully manipulate chakra, having already reached the level of a genin. Pausing, excitement filled Ebisu's eyes, and his tone was exuberant. Naruto, you are truly a genius. Just imagine if I were to promote your methods to the new generation of Konoha. Our village's strength would surely achieve terrifying advancements. On the other side of the hot spring, maintaining a distance of more than 2 people from others, Naruto wore a bewildered expression. How did he only now realize that Ebisu was actually a highly talented individual? Although he wasn't particularly handsome and spoke rather unappealingly, he had a penchant for analyzing trivial matters. If this were to be implemented in 2 or 3 decades, Konoha would be filled with effeminate ninjas. Even eating peaches would become a delicate affair. There would be no need for other villages to invade. Changes in sexual orientation would naturally lead to the village's downfall over time. This was not leading Konoha toward prosperity, it was steering it toward destruction. If Naruto did not aspire to be the village leader and sought revenge instead, he could adopt an absolute strength approach. Alternatively, as Ebisu suggested, he could have the villagers partake in this peach-eating endeavor. At that point, distinctions between genders would blur. This would be far more torturous than a direct confrontation. But Naruto aimed to be the village leader. He desired a powerful Konoha, one where he could be an idle overseer, with the entire ninja world bowing to him. Contemplating this, Naruto involuntarily gasped. Ebisu's offhand comment about the peach-eating plan was far more sinister than the Moon's Eye plan. Not becoming the leader of the Akatsuki would indeed be a missed opportunity. Naruto gave Ebisu a thumbs up. Ebisu's face lit up with delight. Even Naruto endorsed his idea. Next, they would seek out the 3rd Hokage to discuss the implementation of this initiative. With Konohamaru as an excellent example to follow, they would not fear any gossip from others. The era of universal training with the 4th Hokage's self-created A-ranked jutsu, the Rinnegan, was upon them. Just imagine, if everyone possessed a Rinnegan, wouldn't the village's overall combat prowess soar to unimaginable heights? However, Naruto's next words shattered Ebisu's dreams. You just mentioned that I tailor instruction to the individual. This is specifically for Konohamaru and may not apply to others. Ebisu's enthusiasm deflated instantly. Alas, one cannot dream too grandly. If such a thing were possible, ninjas would not need to train so diligently. Suddenly, a robust middle-aged man strode in. He had long white hair and a serious demeanor. Just as he stepped into the central area of the men's bath, separated by a thick wall from the women's bath, a lewd smile crossed his face. His expression was one of salacious intent as he grasped the air above him, as if attempting to seize something. Familiar scents and familiar formulas. Wildflowers are common, but homegrown flowers are always preferable. This was the perfect place to gather materials. Without acknowledging Naruto, Ebisu, or the other patrons in the hot spring, he climbed the wall with ease, as if his hands were made of some extraordinary material. Spider-Man. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but had no intention of intervening. The man was merely gazing at someone else's spouse. Why should he interfere? Yet, Ebisu, who was beside him, suddenly brimming with righteous indignation, burst forth from the hot spring, pointing at Jiraiya and shouting, "What are you doing? Stop at once." My eyes. Caught off guard, Naruto glanced at the tomato-red light. Damn, despite his age, he still hadn't matured. This was truly unfortunate. Looking over, he noticed that Jiraiya, unfazed, continued with his activities as if nothing were amiss. He had seen it all before. Even if the King of Heaven were to appear, he would not allow anything to disrupt his material-gathering mission. The books he published were meant to save countless lonely souls. Such a sacred and mission-driven endeavor could not be thwarted by a mere child. You still refuse to cease, do you? Then do not blame me for taking action. Ebisu leapt from the water, chakra coursing through him, as he stood upon the surface of the hot spring. With his hands behind his back, he charged towards Jiraiya. Having only seen Jiraiya's back and not his face, he mistakenly perceived him as a peeping Tom. He intended to apprehend him and bring him to justice. Are you serious? Ebisu. Naruto initially intended to implore, "Stop, please stop. Do not continue this fight." However, the figure of Ebisu had already been propelled away, approaching Jiraiya with alarming speed. Consequently, Naruto swallowed the words he wished to utter. Sensing the imminent arrival of someone behind him, Jiraiya swiftly formed a single hand seal, leaping down to the ground. With a resounding thud, a plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a giant toad over 2 meters tall. The toad extended its long tongue, striking Ebisu with precision, swiftly ensnaring him like a dumpling, rendering him immobile. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto felt little surprise. Look at Ebisu, truly pathetic. Attempting to show off only to be bested by a toad's tongue, which is no trivial matter, sticky and relentless. The ill-fated Ebisu, having been caught off guard, succumbed to despair, his consciousness fading as he lay there, eyes wide open, utterly oblivious. Damn it, that was his first kiss. He lamented, utterly disgraced by the toad's intervention. What terrible luck. Naruto, uninterested in inspecting the unconscious body, turned his attention to the uniquely adorned Jiraiya, whose spiky hair and forehead protector emblazoned with a large kanji for oil caught his eye. When Jiraiya laid eyes on Naruto, something stirred within him, as if he were recalling a distant memory. Naruto pondered the relationship to his father's master and thought he might as well refer to him as Grandmaster. With an elegant toss of his flowing hair and a flourish of his hands, Jiraiya introduced himself. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Sage. The atmosphere was charged with grandeur and charisma. However, Naruto's innocent remark nearly shattered Jiraiya's composure. Did you say Toad Sage? Jiraiya coughed, quickly correcting Naruto. It's Toad Sage, not whatever you just said. Naruto nodded in comprehension and gestured towards the lifeless Ebisu sprawled on the ground. What about him? I see your protector isn't from our Leaf Village. He injured one of our own and even engaged in peeping. It seems you'll be facing 3 years of punishment, and you'll be working hard just to get out. What's the connection here? Naruto protested. Even without a leaf forehead protector, I'm still from the leaf, you know? I'm one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Do you understand? What do you mean by working hard? Jiraiya seemed perplexed. I'm not following you completely. I'm not guilty of anything. I didn't do anything wrong. Jiraiya denied vehemently. Then paused to add, he initiated the ambush first. Young people these days should focus on improving themselves instead of such antics. I'm not peeping. I'm conducting research. I write for the discerning readers of the ninja world. I cannot present them with subpar drafts. That actually sounds quite reasonable. Naruto almost believed him. You are Jiraiya, right? I read your books, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I'm a fan. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face broke into a smile, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. I didn't realize my fame had spread so far that even kids are reading my works. Which book did you read? Jiraiya had published several, but the most popular was undoubtedly the one that everyone understood. Serious ninjas hardly have time for anything else. Who would read about someone else's training? Naruto grinned innocently. I read The Paradise of Affection. Ah, The Paradise of Affection. That book is quite popular. Wait, what kind of paradise? Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Naruto's smile remained untainted. The Paradise of Affection. How is that not your work? Yes, it is indeed mine, but isn't it restricted for minors? Jiraiya's incredulity grew. It's meant for adults 18 and older. Don't tell me you consider yourself an adult. Naruto was not foolish enough to admit he was merely a little adult. In truth, he was quite mature in certain aspects, but his youthful visage betrayed him. He wished to boast, yet he knew Jiraiya would not fall for it. I'm not an adult, but I can give others money to buy it for me. Jiraiya looked astonished. You're quite the clever one. But isn't that illegal? I mean, those who help you purchase it? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I just offer better rewards than others. Jiraiya smirked. So what? Just because you have money doesn't mean you can do as you please. Do you think you're invincible? He dramatically extended his hand. Where's that book? Hand it over. I'll tear it up. Naruto shook his head. That's not happening. I've already finished it, and all the content is embedded in my mind. All right. Then tell me what's written on the third-to-last paragraph of Chapter 50, Jiraiya challenged skeptically. Naruto's expression turned odd. What? You haven't even written it yet. Cough. Cough. Jiraiya's face flushed as he recalled something. All right. Tell me what's written in that paragraph. A seductive, alluring female ninja, Ryuhei, with captivating beauty and a fiery figure, coyly requests a young man from a neighboring village, skilled in martial arts, to help her deal with cockroaches at her home. Her husband is frequently away on missions, causing a troublesome influx of pests in the kitchen. When they arrive, Ryuhei follows him in, and the young man, armed with a shoe, expertly dispatches the cockroaches, but not all are hit. The kitchen is filled with her startled yet delighted exclamations. Before Naruto could finish, Jiraiya rushed forward. Please, just be quiet. I only wanted a brief excerpt, not the entire page. Goodness. Naruto is still a child, a mere orphan of his master. Is he really being exposed to such things at this age? What will he face one day when he meets his parents? Truly absurd. In all honesty, upon witnessing the cockroach scene, Naruto couldn't help but admire Jiraiya's talent. His master had some redeeming qualities after all. Seeing Naruto refrain from uttering anything more shocking, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was beyond awkward. Meanwhile, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Ding. Mission selection triggered. Choice 1. Accompany your master for a delightful peeping adventure. Reward. Upgraded golden lightning release Kirin. Choice 2. Refuse the offer and admonish Master Jiraiya for his faults. Reward. A hypocrite title. Naruto's eyelids twitched. The second choice was clearly designed to annoy him, right? The first choice sounded rather tempting. After all, this is the lightning release Kirin. It's quite evident which option is superior, isn't it? Chapter 100. The blame-shifting hero, Shimura Danzo. I choose 1. Naruto stated plainly. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have made a choice. Reward. Upgraded golden lightning release Kirin. Subsequently, subtle changes occurred in his body and muscle memory. This is one of the signature techniques of the second Hokage, now at his disposal. Bring it on. In that instant, Jiraiya sensed a shift in Naruto's demeanor. Though he could not quite pinpoint the difference, the feeling was both delicate and strange. As Jiraiya pondered, he noticed Naruto's lips part slightly, unleashing 2 slender wind blades toward the front. Wind release is not particularly difficult to master, as long as it isn't some perverse ninjutsu. The most fundamental application was well within Naruto's grasp. After Jiraiya's commotion, the patrons in the male hot spring hastily fled, especially upon seeing the enormous toad. They were merely ordinary folk, hardly inclined to linger in such an environment. Bang! Bang! The heavy wall was sliced, revealing 2-minute fissures. Jiraiya cast a puzzled glance at Naruto, then at the cracks. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him, and a grin spread across his face. I never expected you to be quite so astute. Well done, my young pupil. With that, Jiraiya strode towards the wall, embarking on a grand endeavor. Soon after, his expression morphed into one of lewd delight, as he appeared to discover something exceedingly enticing, drool escaping the corners of his mouth as he chuckled foolishly. Naruto furrowed his brow, wondering if it truly was that enticing. At the same time, a gasp escaped his lips as he stepped out of the hot spring, arriving at another location where the wind blades had cut through. A casual glance inside revealed a shocking sight. Oh my! Isn't that a swimsuit-clad Chio-level individual? None of the faces were familiar, most of them being elderly women. The prospect of encountering a young lady was a mere fantasy. Naruto withdrew his head, casting a peculiar look at Jiraiya, who was captivated by the scene. He mused, no wonder this man authored Ika Paradise. His tastes truly diverged from those of the average person. How could one even bear to gaze upon such a sight? It was blinding. Naruto resolved to carve a path distinctly different from Jiraiya's, one that embraced youth and charm, rather than the glaring sights of elderly women. After a considerable time, Jiraiya reluctantly tore his gaze away, turning to Naruto. Wow, that is quite impressive. What on earth have you been consuming? Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat, realizing the absurdity of his words, his face flushing with embarrassment. He hastily diverted the topic. You mustn't speak of my presence here to anyone. Such revelations would tarnish my reputation, and I wish not to have others misconstrue my noble character. Ah, this was indeed a man known for writing risque literature. His speech flowed effortlessly. If Naruto were not a time traveler, he might have been completely swindled by Jiraiya's antics. Noble character? What a joke. Hey, you little rascal. Naruto interjected, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together to signal for money. The legendary pervert sage, it's an honor. However, I have one flaw. I tend to speak indiscriminately around close friends. You wouldn't want your heroic deeds to be revealed, would you? You little scoundrel. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he rummaged through his clothes, eventually retrieving a glimmering bill. Ah, here, take it. It's a pity you're connected to me. After all, Naruto was somewhat related to him, having seen his disciple as child. It was only right to show a gesture of goodwill, wasn't he it? How poor, Naruto remarked, examining the amount on the bill, which nearly sent Jiraiya into a fit of rage. If you find it lacking, just return it. I'm off. Jiraiya waved dismissively, leaving Naruto with a smile. Suddenly, Naruto quipped. Oh, the illustrious Sannin of Konoha, my father Minato's teacher, the legendary pervert sage, is just leaving like this? Jiraiya stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Damn it, I was hoping to take advantage of your naivety, then make a quick exit. Who would have thought you were in the know? Jiraiya returned, his expression darkening. Who told you these things? For a moment, Jiraiya felt a surge of anger. Damn it, if I find out who it was, I'll smash their head in. Making me look foolish in front of my student's son? Is that amusing? Jiraiya sensed something was off with his expression and quickly composed himself. Come on, tell me, and I'll share details about my new book. After all, wasn't Naruto a self-proclaimed fan of his work? Surely he would comply regarding Ika Paradise. But to Jiraiya's surprise, Naruto shook his head. No, that person said I can't tell you. Jiraiya felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he restrained himself. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. There's nothing you can't share. Naruto remained silent, leaving Jiraiya in a quandary. Damn it, do I have to resort to my trump card? Jiraiya rummaged through his clothes once more, swiftly producing another bill, grinning widely as he handed it to Naruto. Now can you speak? Observing Naruto accept it without hesitation, Jiraiya's smile broadened. This is a sure thing. But Naruto merely shook his head, stating, not enough. What? Are you a vampire, kid? I held you as a baby. Can't you give me a discount? I'm Naruto. All right, Naruto. Not just because I'm your master, but for the sake of your father. Jiraiya invoked his connections. Now that Naruto was aware, there was no point in being coy. Naruto appeared somewhat troubled. Jiraiya muttered a curse, then dug deeper, eventually stuffing all his cash into Naruto's hands. He had come to Konoha to collect money from the publishing house, having earned quite a bit from his book sales. Giving all this to Naruto was inconsequential. Naruto quietly accepted the money, a smile gracing his face. So, it's Lord Shimura Danzo, huh? The old monkey is quite pitiable, yet he was soon to meet his demise. As a good friend, shouldn't I take on some of the blame willingly? Chapter 101. Why has little Jiraiya summoned us? Shimura Danzo? Jiraiya furrowed his brows, momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name of the old miser. Though Naruto's words shouldn't be taken at face value, he knew enough about the old Shimura's character. Even without any open hostility, there was little to command. Jiraiya pondered briefly, realizing he needed a strategy to reclaim his reputation. Naruto paid no mind to Jiraiya's beliefs. He had received the money and was now dressing to leave the hot spring alongside Jiraiya. Jiraiya paused. What are you doing? Naruto shrugged. Of course. He was going to train with you. What on earth can I teach you? Forget it, just head back. I have some matters to attend to. Taking Naruto along is quite a joke. Once he collects the money, he'll find a place to enjoy a few drinks and perhaps invite a couple of lovely ladies. Bringing Naruto along would be quite inconvenient. Or perhaps, if Naruto wishes to accompany him on this training journey, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. However, he hasn't reached the appropriate age yet. Never mind, never mind. With his hands behind his head, Naruto said, regardless, you are my father's teacher, right? Teach me some self-defense skills. Jiraiya had indeed returned with that intention. Yet, from the intelligence gathered from Kakashi, it seemed Naruto was a prodigious ninja. To what extent he was a genius was not explicitly stated in Kakashi's letter, and Jiraiya was also left in the dark, merely categorizing Naruto among the typical talented individuals, not the extraordinary ones. There could be other reasons as well, considering Kakashi was a disciple of the fourth Hokage, and Naruto, in turn, was Kakashi's student. It was only natural for a master to speak well of his disciple, to maintain his face. Over the years of traveling, Jiraiya had not been indifferent to Naruto's situation. Most of the reports he received labeled Naruto as a slacker and a troublemaker, although recently, his reputation had improved. All right. However, my responsibility is merely to teach you. How much you grasp depends on your own abilities, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. If memory served him correctly. The third round of the Tunin Exam was about to commence, and Naruto was one of the few fortunate genin who made it to the finals. Teaching him a few techniques was certainly feasible. As for the Rinnegan, let us set that aside. Learning it is not a matter of a short time. It requires significant effort. For Naruto, let us teach him the summoning technique. He can become the heir to the toads. Jiraiya quickly formulated a plan. Upon hearing Jiraiya's enthusiastic agreement, Naruto also broke into a smile. Great. The two exited the bathhouse, or rather, the hot spring house. Jiraiya summoned a summoning beast outside. Otherwise, its large size would not only cause traffic congestion but also risk exposing his return. That was not his intention. Jiraiya was not eager to reveal his presence to others just yet. Soon, they arrived at a forest a bit further from the village center. The environment was pleasant, with a stream and a large valley. Jiraiya chose this place also because if Naruto failed to summon successfully, he could simply toss him down, using the stimulating environment to push him. With the nine tails residing within him, Naruto certainly had enough chakra. Sometimes, without a bit of pressure, one remains unaware of their own potential. All right, this will do. Jiraiya took out an umbrella from who knows where and planted it in the ground. He then turned to Naruto and instructed, come over and pay close attention to my hand seals. First like this, then like this, and then like this. As Jiraiya spoke, he demonstrated the hand seals. Naruto felt an urge to smack him in the face. If it were anyone else, they would have done so long ago. After all, it was akin to a billionaire recounting his journey to wealth, saying, I was poor first, then rich. I did this and that, and then I became wealthy. Such useless drivel. However, Naruto's focus was not on that. He was fixated on Jiraiya's hand seals. If it were someone else, they would have lost patience by now. Yet he remained attentive, and after a single look, he could remember it clearly. Jiraiya initially intended to joke with Naruto, as he had just tricked him out of so much money. However, witnessing Naruto's serious demeanor, he too couldn't help but become earnest. The hand seals were transmitted correctly, and he adjusted his teaching accordingly, patiently explaining the core principles. After conveying all the key points, Jiraiya bit his thumb hard and, with a familiar single seal, struck the ground. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a toad at their feet. The toad wore a round bead around its neck, inscribed with the character for loyalty. The toad extended its long tongue, which was wrapped around a scroll. Jiraiya explained, this is the contract for summoning the toad. Naruto's heart raced. This was the first time he was attempting to train without relying on external aid. Occasionally walking the path of normal training was quite beneficial. Was it not? Who would refuse an increase in strength? Soon, Naruto skimmed through the contents of the contract, his reading speed remarkable, and he could recall everything perfectly. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Jiraiya took the scroll back now, Naruto would still remember its contents. Have you finished? If so, give it a try, Jiraiya said with a smile. To be honest, were it not for Kakashi mentioning Naruto's prodigious talent. Jiraiya would have had Naruto exhaust his chakra first before tapping into the Nine-Tails chakra to summon the toad. All right, Naruto replied, easily following the hand seals as instructed. This scene made Jiraiya nod repeatedly, internally praising, not bad. He's catching on quite well. He's got the hang of this. He could barely be considered a genius. However, it was evident that his chakra was insufficient. He wouldn't be able to summon any formidable creature. Jiraiya could already foresee the future. Yet, with a loud bang, another cloud of white smoke erupted. Once the smoke dissipated, two slightly shorter old toads appeared on the scene. Upon seeing Jiraiya, they displayed expressions of confusion. Little Jiraiya, why did you summon us? Yeah, we were just about to eat. Why don't you join us? Jiraiya's expression was one of utter disbelief. Could it be? Was Naruto's chakra truly so formidable? He had summoned the two legendary toads, Fukasaku and Shima, on his very first attempt. How incredible was that? At this moment, Jiraiya was utterly flabbergasted. Earlier, he had noted that Naruto seemed somewhat inexperienced. If he became proficient, would he not summon the great sage toad right here? The thought sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. It was not only him who was stunned. Even the typically expressionless Fukasaku revealed a look of astonishment. Chapter 102. Naruto would rather starve than consume anything from Mount Myaboku. The atmosphere in the scene became quite peculiar. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Fukasaku and Shima looked at Jiraiya, who was seated atop Fukasaku. Jiraiya's expression was one of astonishment, while Fukasaku and Shima gazed at Naruto. Naruto examined his hands. Realizing he hadn't even used all his chakra, if he fully expended it, would he summon the great sage toad? He muttered to himself. Observing Jiraiya's silence, Shima, eager to return home for dinner, spoke up, Little Jiraiya, if you summoned us, let us get to the point. We have dinner waiting for us at home. Fukasaku nodded in agreement. What he said is true. After a moment, a smile appeared on Fukasaku's face, warmly inviting. Come on, let us eat together. Little Jiraiya, how about this? You come back with us for a meal. It just so happens that Toad-san is here. I was about to send other toads to fetch you. Oh, and this dashing young lad with golden hair. You must have a good relationship with little Jiraiya, right? Come join us for dinner. Speaking of dinner, Toad-san is certainly enthusiastic about it. However, the thought of those wriggling, squirming little earthworms made Jiraiya's face turn green. He had undoubtedly tasted that before and had no desire to experience it a second time. Naruto pondered whether to play a trick on this kid. Considering his ostentatious display before him, Jiraiya thought this, but soon cast aside all these trivial thoughts. He leapt down from Toad-san's back and addressed the two sage-level toads, stating, It was not I who summoned you here, but rather he. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. The two sages, Shima and Fukasaku, initially appeared incredulous. Then followed Jiraiya's gaze toward Naruto. The expressions on their faces mirrored the astonishment of Jiraiya and Toad-san, reflecting their disbelief. It was as if they were faced with an overwhelming pain. Shima, I implore you, be forthright. Will you surrender or not? Shima paused, seemingly recalling something, and then chuckled. If little Jiraiya does not wish to join us for a meal, he should just say so and not jest. Fukasaku nodded in agreement. Indeed, we do not wish to pressure you. This jest is hardly amusing. Upon seeing Naruto, the two sages were aware of certain things. Having sensed the somewhat familiar chakra within him and the fluctuations of the Nine-Tails chakra, they quickly realized this was the son of Minato Namikaze. Even if Minato was a super genius, it was clear that he did not summon them during his first invocation. How could his son outshine him? The pupil surpassing the master? What a farce. Toad-san spoke in a low voice. This is indeed true. What? The two sages nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Although Jiraiya occasionally joked with them, they understood. However, Toad-san, being straightforward, never jested. In fact, this serious toad was known for speaking only the truth. As a result, the attractive female toads of Mount Myaboku avoided associating with Toad-san, and even ordinary female toads would take a detour to avoid him. This spared the elders much worry. Yet, upon hearing this shocking news, the two sages swallowed hard and leapt toward Naruto, circling around him as they began to assess him anew. Little Jiraiya, who is this? Where did you recruit such a disciple? Shima's admiration grew with each glance. Mount Myaboku has a promising successor. Fukasaku concurred indeed. Boy, train with me. I see remarkable potential in your bones. You are a prodigy suited for mastering sage arts. In that moment, The two sage toads extolled all that was flattering, fearing that Naruto might take his leave. After all, aside from Mount Myaboku, there existed numerous other formidable summoning beasts capable of training in sage techniques. If Naruto were to be lured away by another, it would be a tremendous loss. Even during their first encounter, the two sage toads recognized Naruto, as Jiraiya often visited them with updates and had summoned Fukasaku and subsequently engaged in conversations that were relayed back to Mount Myaboku. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He certainly knew who the two were, but when they mentioned dinner, it reminded him of a plot he had seen in his past life. Was this food meant for him? No, it was for the toads. Earthworm sashimi that would make even the Inuzuka's dogs weep. Was this something for humans to consume? Consequently, Naruto was resolute. He would not accompany them back for a meal. His stance was clear. Training in sage arts was acceptable, but dining at Mount Myaboku, forget it, even if it meant starving. He would leap from this place rather than partake in their offerings. Chapter 103. Sister, Naruto, is also present. In the end, the meal did not materialize. During the interval, the restless Jiraiya incessantly extolled the culinary delights of Mount Myaboku, claiming the flavors were exquisite. A special seasoning, just a pinch, could elevate even the most mundane dishes. Naruto wore an expression of disbelief, fully aware that Jiraiya was attempting to ensnare him. Yet, he was also momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's audacious claims. Goodness! The culinary genius of the ninja world? Naruto hadn't even begun to delve into the seasoning matter, and Jiraiya was already contemplating it. Truly remarkable. After bidding farewell to the two sage toads, Jiraiya felt there was little more to impart. It wasn't that he had nothing to teach. Rather, he simply did not wish to. After all, Naruto had showcased his skills before him, and Jiraiya sought to regain his dignity. So what was there to teach? The Rinnegan? A jest? That could wait. He needed to temper Naruto's exuberance. Should he become overly inflated, Jiraiya, as his master, would be left with a colossal headache. Days passed, and during this time, Naruto had not seen Jiraiya again. He was uncertain where that lecherous sage had wandered off to. Perhaps he was wooing a girl at some hotel or visiting Sarutobi Hiruzen. It hardly concerned him. After all, today marked the final exam of the Chunin selection. The venue was filled with spectators, bustling with excitement. Even some prominent feudal lords had come to spectate. The Konoha arena was alive with activity. The remaining few, who had endured to the third match, faced their adversaries with grave expressions. All except Naruto, who maintained a relaxed demeanor. Soon, Uncle Snake would likely make his move. And before long, he would reunite with Tsunade. Naruto mused to himself. The mere thought of Tsunade made him yearn to leap into her embrace, utilizing her renowned facial cleanser. Those who had tried it all spoke highly of it. After all, he was the only one who had ever used it. Surely, it must be excellent. Meanwhile, Shino Aburame noticed the absence of a certain Uchiha and curiously asked Naruto, Naruto, hasn't Sasuke arrived yet? Of course not. For the past few days, he has been training like a man possessed. Naruto replied, shaking his head with a smile. The truth was, he hadn't seen Sasuke in several days. Shino's question wasn't born of concern for Sasuke, but rather the hope of having one less opponent to contend with, which would make advancing all the more enjoyable. Shino fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Meanwhile, the proctor produced the match list, signaling the remaining participants. He spoke in a solemn tone. This is the match list. The first match is Naruto Uzumaki against Neji Hyuga. The others should rest and observe from the sidelines. As he spoke, the dispassionate Iruka Yumino gestured for them to disperse. Year after year, the Chunin exams unfolded in this manner. He was accustomed to it. However, this time, what troubled the Konoha Jounin was the unpredictable variable known as Orochimaru. In previous matches, he had intervened, and there was no reason to believe he wouldn't cause a stir in the final match. In the heart of Hinata Hyuga, an undercurrent of tension persisted. In the audience, the young Princess Hinata, accompanied by her brother Hisashi, had arrived early to witness the match, alongside her sister Hanabi. Both sisters were strikingly beautiful, growing more enchanting with each passing day. Go for it, Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured, her fair hands clenching and unclenching. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Naruto in the arena. Beside her, Hanabi's eyes widened with curiosity and excitement, frequently glancing around. She soon spotted Naruto, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she gently tugged at Hinata's sleeve. Sister, Naruto Onaizen is here. Yes, I see him, Hinata replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Hisashi, sitting nearby, crossed his arms and intoned, "Quiet down." Startled by her father's authoritative tone, Hanabi fell silent. Though her big eyes still sparkled with discontent at the prospect of not being able to cheer for Naruto, the atmosphere in the arena was vibrant and lively. Why should they be silenced? It was frustrating to think that she wouldn't be able to cheer for her brother. Hanabi pouted, her lips forming a perfect little bow. Hinata merely smiled, her reaction far more subdued compared to Hanabi's. On the opposite side of the audience, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno sat side by side, leaning against each other. Ino, bubbling with excitement, cheered for Naruto. Wasn't it delightful for her husband to win? Sakura joined in the support, but then noticed that Sasuke was absent, furrowing her brow. "Ino, where's Sasuke?" she inquired. Ino wiped the beads of sweat forming on her brow and casually responded, "He's been undergoing intense training with Kakashi-sensei. He should arrive shortly." Meanwhile, the match had commenced. Chapter 104. Can we use summoning techniques? I have awaited this moment for far too long, Naruto. Neji Hyuga stood poised, one hand behind his back, the other extended in a defensive stance. He acknowledged Naruto's strength, but believed defeating him, a genius of the Hyuga clan, would not be an easy feat. In fact, had Neji witnessed Naruto unleash his full power, he would have refrained from further provocations. Unfortunately for him, Naruto's focus lay elsewhere, on two rogue ninjas from the hidden cloud mingling among the audience. If memory served, those two were plotting to harm his wife. Kidnapping? It seemed they were courting disaster. As for the Tunin exams, Naruto found little interest. After all, wasn't he already the strongest genin of Konoha? The ranks of genin, chunin, and jonin were mere titles. Improving his standing would only serve to enrich others. Did he, the owner of a shipping company, lack for funds? Not in the slightest. He even contemplated having Zabuza transfer capital so he could establish real estate developments in Konoha and the 4 major ninja villages. Aspiring to become the greatest developer in the ninja world, while his peers diligently trained for higher status, Naruto's path was direct. He would simply hire them. Coughing, Neji felt his pride pricked as he noticed Naruto's apparent indifference. The blatant disregard was an affront. With veins visibly throbbing at his temples, he shouted, "You dare ignore me? Surely you underestimate my abilities." The tension escalated as Neji appeared ready to charge. Naruto, grinning, replied, "Calm down, cousin. I'm not underestimating you. I simply haven't been looking your way." Neji paused, uncertainty flickering across his face. Noticing Naruto's lack of movement, he urged, "What are you waiting for? Attack." Neji intended to allow Naruto a few moves to gauge his offensive techniques, remaining ready with his defensive ninjutsu, the 8 trigrams, should anything unexpected arise. "Ha ha ha, my dear cousin. You're not my type." Naruto chuckled, reclining leisurely with his hands behind his head. The audience was perplexed. What was happening? They had come to witness the Chunin selection exam, and yet the combat had yet to commence. What is going on? Hurry up and fight. Is this year's Chunin assessment going to be a joke? It feels like a waste of time. An outburst of discontent rippled through the crowd. "Do not call me cousin," Neji nearly roared. He had come to understand the implications of that term. "I consider you a classmate, yet you wish to marry my sister?" Hinata is a Hyuga heiress. Such a union is not so easily attained. It was not merely a question of her willingness. The ancestral edicts forbade interclan marriages to preserve the purity of the Byakugan. With a surge of azure chakra enveloping his hands, Neji glared, signaling that any further mention of familial ties would provoke his wrath. Alarmed, Naruto glanced toward the judge, Shiranui Gunma, who was half staggering in disbelief. "Who is this Shiranui you speak of? Can you even summon?" Shiranui Gunma, bewildered by the mention of Mai, nearly lost his footing, though curious about her identity. What truly astonished him was Naruto's reference to summoning techniques. Such skills were typically beyond the reach of a mere genin. Could it be? Regardless of whether it is possible, do you possess the ability? Gunma mused, pondering the absurdity of it all. The audience was equally taken aback. Wait, did I hear correctly? A genin from Konoha can use summoning techniques? If that were true, many would be eager to recruit him. Indeed, genin who can summon powerful creatures are rare. But hold your judgments. Perhaps he only calls forth trivial creatures and not formidable beasts, someone interjected. Given the limited chakra of a genin, what formidable being could they possibly summon? Hisashi furrowed his brow, glancing at Hinata in surprise. Can Naruto use summoning techniques? Hinata blinked, momentarily taken aback, before shaking her head in confusion. She had no knowledge of such abilities. Not only she, but even those on the battlefield were unaware. Hisashi, musing to himself, pondered. Could this be the result of his recent training with Jiraiya? If so, such rapid progress is indeed astonishing. Chapter 105. Is this truly a Konoha genin? Hisashi was left astounded by Naruto's swift mastery of ninjutsu, yet he remained skeptical of what kind of summoned creature Naruto could potentially call forth. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the nearby Umbu. What was happening? The Umbu immediately approached and whispered a few words into Hiruzen's ear. Before long, he grasped the situation at hand. Is it Jiraiya? Well, it's not a bad thing for Naruto to train a bit more. The arena was filled with a cacophony of voices, as everyone was curious about the kind of summoning beast Naruto would conjure using the summoning technique. However, it was expected that it wouldn't be too formidable. Nara Shikaku nodded at Naruto, indicating that he was permitted to proceed. Naruto grinned and replied, "All right. What are you planning to do?" Hinata Neji called out to Naruto, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Naruto ignored him, biting his thumb and skillfully forming the necessary hand seals. This time, he was adept at controlling his chakra, ensuring that he would not expend too much in the summoning. With a bang, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted in the arena. For a brief moment, the audience fell silent. No one knew the extent of the pressure that enveloped them. Neji shielded himself with his hands. Although others could not see, his Byakugan allowed him to perceive the truth. A colossal summoning beast, akin to a small hill, stood before him, adorned with a samurai short sword at its waist and a pipe clenched in its mouth. A powerful aura radiated outward. Recognizing a familiar presence, Hiruzen's expression shifted. What? The Kazekage beside him displayed a curious expression, remarking, "I never expected Konoha to harbor such a talented ninja." Hiruzen ignored him, focusing intently on the scene before him. A significant portion of the arena was dominated by the immense figure. As the white smoke dissipated, the figure of Gamabunta, the toad, emerged. "Jiraiya, why have you summoned me?" Gamabunta halted mid-sentence, realizing that the figure atop its head was not Jiraiya, but rather an unfamiliar presence, reminiscent of a certain golden figure from the past. "Who are you?" Gamabunta inquired sternly. Not just anyone could stand upon its head, especially not a ninja that had not been vetted by it. Summoning it all the way from Mount Myaboku was no trivial matter. "Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto chuckled, gently patting Gamabunta's forehead. Gamabunta was momentarily taken aback. Was this the Konoha genin who had summoned his parents? This news had spread throughout Mount Myaboku. As the eldest son, Gamabunta was well aware. Just this alone could eliminate many so-called prodigies. If not for the connection to Minato Namikaze, Gamabunta would have acknowledged Naruto. However, an additional layer of connection complicated matters, especially since the sage, Jiraiya, had advised him that if summoned by Naruto, he must not cause chaos and should maintain a good relationship with him, aiming to win his heart from Mount Myaboku. Such a promising talent was highly sought after. "Ah, so you are the little brat the old man spoke of," Gamabunta replied, suppressing the impulse to toss Naruto off. If his parents discovered his behavior, he would surely face a beating upon returning to Mount Myaboku. Those two sages? Naruto recalled something, finally understanding why Gamabunta was so compliant. His deeds had indeed spread throughout Mount Myaboku. After all, summoning their most powerful combatant on his first attempt was bound to astonish many. While Naruto engaged in casual conversation with Gamabunta, Neji trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. Clang! The kunai he held slipped from his grasp. What the hell? How am I supposed to fight this giant? One slap, and I'm out. What can I do? Neji had no doubt that he would not last 5 rounds. Even utilizing the Bagua Zhang would be futile. This gigantic summoning beast could easily break through his defenses. It was more severe than a father beating his son. Indeed, Gamabunta possessed the strength of a Kaga-level ninja, and he was among the strongest. A genin facing a Kaga-level opponent? Preposterous. However, it did depend on the genin in question. At present, no genin of Neji's caliber could compete. The arena erupted into cheers as excitement filled the air. No one anticipated that Naruto would summon such a colossal creature. Of course, the chakra consumed was considerable, yet Naruto appeared unfazed, engaging in light-hearted banter, exuding vitality that made one question if he truly was a Konoha genin. Konoha's genin were astonishing. Chapter 106. The summoning beast called forth by strength. Is this not cheating? Gamabunta? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Was Jiraiya's summoning technique being put to practical use? It couldn't be said to be entirely spontaneous, as Hiruzen recalled that Naruto had been training this technique for some time since Jiraiya's return. However, Hiruzen was astonished by Naruto's remarkable grasp of the skill. Truly, the strongest Hokage, even the new generation of Konoha, was exceptional. The fourth Kazekage's voice echoed with admiration. Such a formidable opponent undoubtedly presents a significant challenge for Gaara. Hiruzen appreciated the flattery, as he had always believed the strongest Hokage was merely a facade. After all, the elder had long passed, and even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was gone. To solidify the Hokage's image in the minds of the villagers, Hiruzen shamelessly allowed it to be written in textbooks. Though somewhat brazen, who would bother to investigate such unverifiable matters? Would they summon the first and second Hokage for a duel to determine the victor? Ridiculous. Those were figures from an earlier generation. Hiruzen would not dare to take such a risk. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the praise. This child merely possesses remarkable talent. Hiruzen replied with an unfazed smile. The more exceptional the ninja representing Konoha, the brighter Hiruzen's reputation shone. After all, it indirectly validated his leadership of the village. The fourth Kazekage shifted the conversation. But isn't this unfair? Summoning a creature of this caliber for battle. Coughing lightly, Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment as he feigned a cough to ease the tension. This was beyond mere unfairness. It was outright cheating. Nevertheless, one truth remained. Summoning Gamabunta also demonstrated Naruto's impressive abilities and high chakra levels. Summoning a beast of such caliber required a significant amount of chakra, especially one possessing Kaga-level strength. Sister, look. Look, Naruto and II is so strong. Hinata Hanabi exclaimed excitedly, bouncing up and down. She gestured dramatically, her little hands forming an exaggerated circle. With a bang, he summoned such a massive beast. How impressive. Hinata smiled, her small hands clenched tightly, then relaxed as she nodded in agreement with her sister's words. Yes, Naruto-kun is truly remarkable. Hinata Hayashi's hands, resting on his knees, trembled slightly as he gazed intently at Naruto, standing atop Gamabunta's head. The two figures in his mind overlapped. Involuntarily, he muttered to himself, pondering the possibility that Naruto might truly have the potential to become Hokage. He then glanced at Hinata by his side. Noticing the gaze of Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata looked over in confusion, questioning her father's demeanor. Hayashi shook his head, implying that there was nothing amiss, and remarked, "Your brother Neji lost fairly this time." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shino Aburame opened her alluring mouth wide. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity as she excitedly asked Sakura Haruno, when did Naruto master this summoning technique? No, how did he summon such a massive creature? The pressure is overwhelming. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in bewilderment and offering a wry smile. To be honest, I only just found out. Naruto has hidden his abilities well. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly. The more impressive her boyfriend became, the more pride she felt. Shino shared a similar sentiment. The gaze of someone in love cannot be concealed. Thus, she had no intention of hiding her admiration. Akin to how men are drawn to beautiful women and women to handsome men. On the competition stage, Naruto grinned widely, addressing the giant creature. "Hey, Boss Toad. Do you remember me?" The ruggedly dressed Gamabunta murmured in a deep voice, "Boss Toad?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "I like that title." Indeed, aside from his parents, he was the eldest among his siblings. Hearing Naruto call him boss made Gamabunta find him quite likable and decided not to abandon him. "Hey, Naruto, you've broken the rules." Ignoring the presence of Shiranui Gunma, who was signaling Sarutobi Hiruzen, Gamabunta bellowed at Naruto atop his head. "What do you mean? Summoning a creature based on skill is considered against the rules?" Chapter 107. What rule have I broken? What is that little brat talking about? Upon hearing this, Neji Hyuga breathed a sigh of relief. If Naruto could send the giant back, he wouldn't have to worry too much, as the imposing presence of Gamabunta was indeed formidable. He could easily shatter defenses with a single strike. Gamabunta looked bewildered. "What rule? What is that little brat saying?" "I summoned him during the Tunin exams based on my abilities. If they claim I broke the rules, what can I do?" Naruto shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. Below, Shiranui Gunma's mouth twitched. "Naruto, you wield quite a powerful position. Summoning a creature of such caliber to battle against the new generation of Konoha's genin. Do you think everyone can do what you do?" Gamabunta burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing. "Well then, it seems I must return to ensure your Tunin exams proceed smoothly." Wait, don't rush off. Naruto interjected. Boss Toad, grant me a moment to help me resolve a small issue before you depart. His parents had mentioned that Naruto might be the future successor of Jiraiya and possessed the qualifications to cultivate Sage Mode. He needed to be well cared for, lest he be neglected. In a fleeting moment, the figure of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, overlapped with that of the young boy on his forehead. Gamabunta paused for a moment before agreeing. All right, I'll stay a bit longer. Noticing that Gamabunta had not yet departed, Shiranui Ginma truly panicked, exclaiming, Naruto, what are you doing? Why haven't you called back the summoning creature? Among the elite jonin of Konoha, Gamabunta was far too familiar to them. Wasn't he the summons of the fourth Hokage? Minato Namikaze? Not only Minato, but he was also associated with Jiraiya, one of the legendary three of Konoha. Now, with Naruto summoning him, it indicated that Miyaboka Mountain acknowledged Naruto's strength. Setting aside these considerations, the mere presence of the immensely powerful Gamabunta placed considerable pressure on Shiranui Ginma. Shut up, Gamabunta interrupted, slapping his massive palm against the ground, causing a whirlwind to erupt, and the earth beneath him to create a deep crater. If that hand had struck a person, it would undoubtedly have turned them into a smear. Shiranui Ginma obediently closed his mouth, feeling a chill run down his spine and cold sweat bead on his forehead. From the trembling of his legs, it was evident he wished to flee. However, with so many eyes upon him, especially his peers, he restrained the impulse to run away. He firmly believed that the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would not abandon him in peril. At that moment, with a whoosh, Naruto leaped down from Gamabunta's head and approached Neji Hyuga step by step. What do you want? Neji asked, adopting a defensive stance. The pride he once held as a supposed genius in the eyes of his peers and elders dissipating instantly. Before Naruto, he felt insignificant. Naruto's ability to summon Gamabunta indicated he possessed an extraordinary chakra reserve. Neji recognized that if he were in Naruto's shoes, even exhausting all his chakra would not guarantee he could summon Gamabunta. Even if he managed to summon him, there was no assurance the creature would obey him. After all, some summoning beasts were exceptionally strong, and if the summoner had not gained their acknowledgement, it was common for them to ignore or even attack the summoner. There's no need to be so tense. I'm not here to kill you, Naruto remarked, amused by Neji's fearful demeanor. You look like you've seen a ghost. Neji dared not relax. Then send the summoning creature back. If this continues, you'll lose your qualifications to compete. It was understandable. Naruto had already received a yellow card warning from Shiranui Ginma, who was simply trying to maintain order. However, Naruto appeared unconcerned, even chuckling. Haha, do you think I care about such things? I could voluntarily forfeit this match and let you win. A glimmer of hope flashed in Neji's eyes. He never expected Naruto would consider forfeiting. It was astonishing. He had planned for this to be the final match, intending to ensure Naruto would not leave unscathed even if he couldn't win. Humph, do you think I would believe your nonsense? Neji retorted skeptically. Naruto smiled, unperturbed, and shifted the conversation. Do you know why your father died? It was because of that damned caged bird seal. If it weren't for that seal, my father wouldn't have died. Neji's expression shifted dramatically, almost shouting in response. Naruto shook his head. These were merely surface-level issues. His true aim was to protect the new generation of the Hyuga clan. He needed to fundamentally alter his perception, as merely beating him would only exacerbate his resentment, which was not Naruto's intended outcome. Neji calmed down, furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. Chapter 108. Naruto, don't do anything reckless. Don't act foolishly. Naruto's words held merit. Neji recalled the smile and demeanor of his father, Hiashi Hyuga, just before his death, showing no signs of coercion, but rather a sense of willing acceptance. Naruto, please, Shiranui Ginma implored, feeling the weight of being scrutinized by such a colossal creature. Gamabunta placed his hand upon the massive sword, glaring with an air of authority. A single glance was enough to frighten Shiranui Ginma considerably. At that moment, Naruto pointed in a particular direction. Frogmaster, please help me capture those two ninjas over there. The commotion we've caused here is too loud. Everyone's attention is drawn to us. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, Hinata and the others watching the match remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The two stealthy ninjas from the hidden cloud village were creeping closer to their vicinity, with intentions to either capture Hinata or Iruka, ensuring they would at least secure one of them. This presented a splendid opportunity for Naruto to facilitate a kidnapping. Initially, They had planned to wait for the perfect moment amidst the excitement to discreetly whisk the targets away. However, upon observing the current situation, they realized that was unnecessary. Naruto's ruckus had already drawn enough attention. They could simply proceed with the abduction. This task feels remarkably easy. Indeed, the ruckus caused by the blonde boy had been substantial, greatly benefiting them. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas chuckled briefly before his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Enough chatter. Let us swiftly secure the targets and move them to a safe location. The younger ninja from the cloud murmured, "Is it really necessary to be this anxious? They can't escape now." In his view, success in the abduction was a foregone conclusion. There was no need for excessive concern. Nevertheless, he complied and began to move. The two ninjas crouched low, inching closer to Hinata. Just as they were about to succeed, an extraordinarily long tongue, much longer than Orochimaru's, whipped through the air with a whoosh. The two Cloud Ninjas, who believed victory was within their grasp, were suddenly ensnared by a tongue. What the hell is this? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the tongue of a frog. No way. What in the world? Let me down, let me down. The two Cloud Ninjas began to struggle. What is happening? Are the audience members attacking us too? Is this a joke? Is anyone going to stop this? The scene erupted into chaos. Sitting in the prime viewing position, the Wind Shadow burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You Konoha newcomers are truly amusing. Even the audience is being attacked. Truly worthy of the title of the strongest Hokage of all time. What had begun as mere admiration had now morphed into ridicule. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened at the remark. In an instant, two Umbu members appeared behind him. Go check on what Naruto is up to, quickly. Yes. Following the command, the Umbu members swiftly took action. Meanwhile, Naruto had already subdued the two intruders. His gaze remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the surrounding situation. Explaining the circumstances could be troublesome. It might lead to detention and several days of interrogation, followed by procedural protocols. The worst-case scenario would be if the higher-ups from the Cloud Village came to negotiate for their release. Would Naruto grant them that opportunity? After all, the ninja world operates on the principle that the strongest dictate the terms. What do you think you're doing? We aren't even participants. Let us go. Yes. We are innocent bystanders here to watch the match. On what grounds are you detaining us? The two Cloud Ninjas, dressed inconspicuously and with ordinary appearances, would easily blend into the crowd. Yet, internally, their hearts raced with fear. Had Naruto discovered their intentions? But that seemed impossible. They had concealed themselves so well that no one should have detected them. Even the elite ninjas and Umbu members from Konoha had failed to notice their malicious intent. How could a mere Chunin have figured it out? Shiranui Genma sensed something was amiss. Although frightened, he stepped forward and shouted, "Naruto, quickly release them. Don't do anything foolish." The two Umbu members, racing towards them, hastened their pace. Foolish? What do you mean by foolish? Naruto replied with a mischievous expression, conjuring a pair of azure Raisengans in his hands. The two Cloud Ninjas looked on in terror. What are you planning to do? Naruto, don't be reckless. Shiranui Genma admonished, but it was too late. Naruto leaped beside the two Cloud Ninjas, delivering a Raisengan to each. The violent chakra surged into their bodies, instantly wreaking havoc within. These weak ninjas could not withstand a single Raisengan and perished in an explosive demise. Naruto refrained from obliterating their faces, intending to facilitate an easier investigation afterward. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of them. Chapter 109. Was everything you just said true? Sarutobi! Sarutobi! A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. What on earth is happening? Is it possible to suffer consequences just for attending a Chunin exam? This is absurd. Shiranui Genma stood in shock. Naruto had truly killed audience members. This was an enormous blunder. Ha ha ha, how hilarious. Is this what Konoha produces? Attacking defenseless spectators? The Wind Shadow above roared with laughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression fluctuated between anger and concern. The audience was in disarray, fearful that Naruto might turn his attention toward them next. In that instant, a plethora of elite Jounin and Umbu members materialized behind Sarutobi. What should we do now? Lord Third? Someone inquired. Sarutobi furrowed his brow and waved his hand. First, calm the audience. We must prevent further chaos. Additionally, send more Jounin to deter Naruto from attacking more spectators. Yes. Instantly, the ninjas and Umbu members dispersed to restore order. Among them, some Umbu members aligned with Naruto. Initially stunned by his actions against ordinary civilians, They soon realized that Sarutobi's intent to capture Naruto, or to impose any unfavorable actions against him, would be met with their fierce resistance. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to instigate significant change within the village. Meanwhile, in the arena, Hyuga Neji felt a chill run down his spine. What if those two Rinnegan had struck him? The outcome was clear. Facing such an immensely powerful chakra-infused sphere, he was uncertain if his Byakugan could withstand it. Even if he barely managed to block it, would that gigantic summoning toad seize the opportunity to strike him? All of this remained uncertain. Neji had not inflated his ego to the point of arrogance. What on earth have you done, Naruto? The two Umbu members rushed over, their voices laced with disbelief. Naruto smiled at the toad. Frogmaster, the job is done. You can head back now. Honestly, next time, don't summon me for such trivial matters. You can handle it yourself. Toad Winter replied, somewhat haughtily. With a puff of smoke, he vanished from sight. You've arrived just in time. Take care of these two. They are spies from another village, tasked with kidnapping members of the Hyuga clan to seize the Byakugan. Naruto pointed at the two corpses on the ground, as if casually recounting an unimportant detail. What? Not only were the two Umbu members bewildered, but also Hinata Neji and Orochimaru, who stood nearby, gazed at Naruto with expressions of horror as they glanced at the lifeless bodies of the two Cloud Village ninjas on the ground. The masked Umbu members concealed their emotions, but it was evident they were equally astonished. The gravity of the situation intensified in Naruto's voice. This is not a jest. Are you truly serious? Naruto shrugged, suggesting that this was precisely the concern of the Umbu. You should investigate the bodies shortly. The truth will soon be unveiled. The two Umbu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Naruto's words. They proceeded to carry the corpses away, while other Umbu members rushed over. What transpired here? The leading captain inquired solemnly. The two Umbu members who were transporting the bodies began to relay the events. Before long, the captain grasped the seriousness of the matter and resolved to handle it promptly. You, come escort the bodies. The rest of you maintain order at the scene. I will report this to Lord Third. After delegating tasks, everyone sprang into action. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was left in a daze, feeling somewhat superfluous. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening here? Hinata Neji had already closed his Byakugan, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Naruto. Is everything you just said true? Naruto smiled. Why would I deceive you? What gain would I have? Damn it. A pack of beasts. I shall slay them. Neji declared fiercely, his expression contorting into one of rage. It was those scoundrels who caused my father's demise. I never anticipated they would act again. If Naruto speaks the truth, then either Hinata or Hanabi may be abducted. The repercussions are unimaginable. Feeling it was time, Naruto relaxedly announced, all right, the competition concludes. Neji Hyuga is the victor. He assisted Shikamaru in declaring the final result. What the hell, Naruto? What are you doing? The match isn't over yet. A bewildered Shikamaru shouted at Naruto. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I voluntarily concede the match. Isn't it obvious that Neji wins? To be honest, I hold no esteem for the Chunin title. What does obtaining it even signify? One still ends up working for others. In simpler terms, it's just a more capable laborer serving under the whims of the capitalists. Ugh, what a bother. I truly don't comprehend why one would strive for such a title. Or perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen's persuasive skills are too potent, leading the new generation astray. As the narrative unfolded, with Naruto's proactive exit, Shikamaru ultimately declared Neji Hyuga as the victor of the match. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was grim for Neji's uncle, who felt the victory was unjust. His primary concern was the safety of the Hyuga clan, especially after hearing Naruto mention the two Cloud Village rogues had motives similar to their previous offenses. Neji's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. In that moment, his resentment towards Hinata and his clan diminished significantly. The true adversary was not the Hyuga family, but this damned world of survival of the fittest. If only he possessed enough strength to abolish the unfair traditions left by their ancestors. Everything hinged upon absolute power, not on these hollow, illustrious titles. Neji found a new purpose. As the second match commenced, with Neji facing Gaara, the latter had already arrived, yet Neji had yet to make his appearance. Naruto leisurely watched the match from the audience, as the chaos had subsided. The elite information network of Konoha was not to be underestimated. Through the collaborative investigation of the Umbu and Root, relevant information was quickly uncovered. The two deceased were elite ninjas from the Cloud Village. The Umbu members investigating the incident spat contemptuously at the corpses. How dare they call themselves elite ninjas? This is laughable. Who dares to target the young master's wife has truly lost their minds. This news soon reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who chuckled heartily, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Taking a puff from his pipe, he felt a rush of exhilaration. I knew little Naruto would not act recklessly and almost caused me to wrongfully accuse an innocent. His analytical skills are remarkable, Hiruzen boasted, basking in the glory of Naruto's abilities. Observing all this, the fourth Kazekage's expression grew increasingly grim. He had anticipated an annoying disruption, only to encounter a prodigy among prodigies. He wondered how Naruto's summoned toad, Gamakichi, would fare against Gaara's Shikaku. Unfortunately, he might not witness this matchup, as Naruto had already been eliminated. In the audience, due to the unexpected turn of events, Hyuga Hayashi felt a wave of apprehension and anger, prompting him to escort Hinata and Hanabi away from the scene back to the Hyuga compound. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to send individuals to investigate, aiming to provide Hayashi with a satisfactory explanation. Returning to the arena, some audience members had departed early due to the earlier turmoil, while many chose to remain and watch the competition unfold. Naruto found a seat, specifically the one saved for him by Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, nestled comfortably between the two. Ino, her face flushed with excitement, gazed at Naruto with starry eyes. Naruto-kun, how did you summon a spirit beast as large as a mountain? That's incredible. It's merely basic technique, Naruto replied with a casual smile. Ino rolled her eyes, slightly embarrassed, muttering, "You big liar. Why can't I do that?" Sakura nodded in agreement. "Yes, I truly wonder what other impressive jutsu you are hiding from us, Naruto-kun. Would you like to know?" Naruto grinned. Both girls eagerly nodded. "Then come closer. I'm about to reveal it," he said mysteriously. The two girls leaned in, their breaths fragrant and mingling with the sweet aroma of youth. Naruto chuckled. "Haha, I want to tell you." The girls were momentarily taken aback, taking a while to process his words. Ino, slightly annoyed, felt her graceful neck flush red as she pouted. "Naruto-kun, you're so mean." Sakura expressed her agreement. Naruto shrugged it off, remembering that it was originally Shikamaru's turn. However, it had shifted to Neji, possibly due to his status as a traveler from another world altering the course of events. "Hey, why hasn't Sasuke shown up yet? Is he going to forfeit the match?" Ino asked curiously. Naruto shook his head. "He'll be here soon." Ino was about to inquire further when, outside the arena, the figures of Kakashi and Sasuke appeared. Today, Sasuke donned a deep black outfit, hinting that he was not far from succumbing to darkness. A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips. Neither Sakura nor Ino mentioned Naruto's voluntary withdrawal from the competition, believing that for him, winning the match would have been a trivial endeavor. His decision must have been part of a larger strategy, akin to plucking two ill-intentioned shinobi from the hidden cloud village from the vast sea of people. Honestly, they were taken aback until the identities of those two were confirmed. This only showcased Naruto's extraordinary nature, did it not? In Chapter 111, one might wonder if the revelation of truth would bring tears to the eyes of the younger brother. Sasuke, having arrived, glanced at the referee, Nara Shikamaru, and inquired about the first match's competitors. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, thinking, "You, who arrived late, dare to ask about the match schedule? Can't you read?" However, out of respect for Kakashi, who stood nearby and shared a similar curiosity, Shikamaru relented and announced, "The first match is Naruto against Hyuga Neji." "It appears that Naruto has emerged victorious," Sasuke interjected, raising an eyebrow. Such an outcome was predictable. Kakashi shared this belief, especially after a recent encounter with Jiraiya, who had hinted that Naruto had mastered the summoning technique, wielding it with more finesse than himself. Such a prodigious talent could hardly be defeated. Yet, Shikamaru wore a perplexed expression, his lips twitching awkwardly as he clarified, "It was actually Hyuga Neji who won." "Nani?" Sasuke exclaimed, disbelief evident on his face. "Are you deceiving me?" Kakashi, momentarily stunned, replied gravely, "Shikamaru does not jest about such matters." "I am not joking," Shikamaru insisted innocently. Given Naruto's strength and skill, winning the match should have been straightforward, but he forfeited voluntarily, and numerous events transpired in between. Pausing, he added earnestly, "Now is not the time for such discussions. The selection exam is still underway." Recalling the gravity of the situation, Kakashi decided to excuse himself, thinking it was prudent to inquire further. After all, He could simply ask anyone present. He hurried to seek clarification from his close friend, Guy. Meanwhile, only Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Gaara remained on the field. What is your name? Shikamaru asked, a blade of grass held between his lips. Sasuke coolly replied, Uchiha Sasuke, his gaze piercingly fixed on Gaara. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as if a confrontation were imminent. Shikamaru nodded, declaring, let the match begin. Yet, neither Gaara nor Sasuke made an immediate move against each other, instead sizing one another up. Sasuke, having undergone rigorous training under Kakashi, had grown significantly stronger over the past month, his chakra more potent than ever before. You've evidently endured much this past month. Gaara remarked indifferently. Enough with the chatter. Defeating you will be a simple task. Sasuke retorted, determined to ensure that as a member of Team 7, his squad would not face total defeat after Naruto's earlier loss. Drawing a sharp kunai from his waist, he prepared for battle. Suddenly, a surge of pain coursed through Gaara, interrupting his conversation with Sasuke as he raised a hand to his forehead. Don't be so furious. Mother, you just made me drink that wretched blood, he grimaced, his expression contorting into a snarl. Taken aback, Sasuke instinctively stepped back, creating distance from Gaara. What is wrong with him? He wondered, oblivious to the concept of a split personality. Observing from the sidelines, Naruto discerned the underlying issue. My younger brother is struggling. He believes his mother is a bloodthirsty maniac, when in reality, she cares for him deeply. I wonder if the truth will move him to tears, he mused quietly. From his observations, Naruto noted Sasuke's substantial growth, albeit still within reasonable limits. However, Gaara's demeanor suggested an impending explosion of power. With a swift decision, Sasuke launched the first strike, swiftly retrieving several shurikens from his pouch and hurling them toward Gaara. In response, the sand behind Gaara coalesced into a perfect clone, intercepting the projectiles. How predictable, Sasuke muttered, realizing that ranged attacks were not his forte, compelling him to engage in close combat. He dashed toward Gaara at breakneck speed. But the sand clone moved to protect its master. Sasuke's punch struck the clone's neck, but it did not dissipate. Focusing his chakra, Sasuke enhanced his physical prowess and struck the clone's forehead with a palm strike, obliterating it. Seizing the opportunity, he directed a punch toward Gaara's actual forehead. To his surprise, a new layer of sand materialized to shield Gaara. Is that all you've got? Gaara's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Clearly, Gaara still required Naruto's influence to heal his emotional wounds. Sasuke struggled to penetrate that barrier, as he was merely an outsider and lacked the familial bond that Naruto shared with him. In Chapter 112, Sasuke, now fiercely determined, declared, I see you're seeking your demise. A smirk graced his lips as his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. The Sharingan activated, significantly amplifying his strength and speed. In an instant, he darted past Gaara, delivering a solid punch to his face, sending him sprawling across the arena. Gaara rose, his expression growing increasingly feral. The floating sand around him converged from all directions, encasing him in a formidable protective shell. Sasuke, taken aback by this turn of events, thought to himself, this seems somewhat unfair. Is he hiding like a turtle? As he contemplated the situation, a solitary eye floated outside the shell, keenly observing the unfolding battle. Earth release, sand drone. Naruto dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The plan to dismantle Konoha was about to commence. He glanced outside, aware that Orochimaru had made ample preparations, and would not allow the plan to falter due to the demise of two insignificant rats. Naruto was acutely aware of this. The nine tails within him spoke respectfully. I sense an abundance of unfamiliar chakra approaching the arena stealthily. Naruto inquired telepathically, what is it? I have detected many weak chakra signatures converging towards this location. The nine tails explained. They are nothing more than mere fodder. A casual swipe of my paw could eliminate them. If necessary, I could unleash a tail beast bomb as well. However, it may hold a modicum of significance for Naruto. Thus, the nine tails chose to voice its thoughts. Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed that the moment was upon them. Ant Snake had indeed spared him from death. It was likely that the day to reunite with Tsunade was not far off. The idea of using face wash intrigued him. That was certainly a viable option. You've done well, Naruto expressed his admiration. The immense visage of the nine tails bore a hint of delight, realizing it still had its worth. It could utilize this to offset the burden of rent. Having resided with Naruto for such an extended period, it felt somewhat guilty. The thought of being expelled and facing a life of hardship outside the ninja realm was far from appealing. In its youth, the vastness of the outside world beckoned it to explore. Yet, upon maturing, it discovered the harsh realities. Captured by the Uchiha clan, subjected to the control of the Sharingan, and sealed within another's body. Previously, it was coerced, but after experiencing the harshness of society, the Ninetales now acted of its own accord. Humph. Do you think merely blocking will suffice? How naive. Sasuke sneered disdainfully. He then gripped his wrist with his left hand, channeling chakra within him. His gaze sharpened. Chidori. A surge of azure lightning manifested in his right hand. In an instant, the arena was filled with the crackling sounds of electricity, reminiscent of a chorus of 1,000 birds. Concurrently, he began to sprint. The faster he moved, the more formidable the Chidori became. Those witnessing the spectacle were momentarily taken aback. However, memories of Naruto utilizing the Rinnegan and summoning Gamabunta to assert dominance lingered in their minds, rendering them less impressed by Sasuke's display of Chidori. Dust stirred in Sasuke's wake as he pierced through Gaara's supposedly impenetrable sand shield. Inside, Gaara realized he was under attack. Crimson blood flowed from his chest. This was his first experience of bleeding. My blood. I'm actually bleeding. Gaara exclaimed in disbelief from within his shell. An embarrassing moment unfolded for Sasuke. Damn it, I was fine when I arrived. Now I can't go back. His arm became ensnared in the sand, and no matter how desperately he struggled, he could not free himself. The sand constricted, sending waves of pain through his arm. Sasuke couldn't help but scream in agony. Huh? Let go of me. Once more, he summoned his chakra. Arcs of brilliant blue electricity erupted from all directions. Come on, let us inflict mutual harm. The thunder god Sasuke unleashed his fury. Gaara, caught off guard, was subjected to an involuntary electric shock. Both cried out in pain, yet neither showed any intention of relinquishing their grip. Ultimately, Gaara could no longer endure the torment. A colossal monstrous arm emerged from within. Sasuke seized the opportunity to leap backward, retreating several meters. The massive arm crashed down upon the ground, creating a tremendous crater. Cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead as he observed the scene, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him. Gaara was on the verge of transforming into a monster. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's forces had begun to mobilize. In the audience, waves of spectators succumbed to the effects of the Genjutsu, falling into slumber. Chapter 113. The destruction of Konoha begins. Golden feathers drifted gracefully from the sky. Might Guy's expression shifted dramatically. Kakashi, what is this? Kakashi's tone grew serious. This is an illusion. It seems someone is unwilling for the match to continue. Guy's breath became hurried. Who dares to act so boldly in front of the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage? While Guy pondered, the typically composed Kakashi urged, Guy, quickly gather personnel to ensure the safety of the innocent bystanders. I'm on it. Might Guy dashed away without hesitation. Beside Naruto, two young ladies fell under the illusion, resting on his shoulders, one on each side. Particularly, Ino Yamanaka's golden locks brushed against Naruto's cheek, tickling him. A delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Yet, at that moment, Naruto's mind was preoccupied with other matters. Uncle Snake had finally made his move. It was time to change his face wash to the Hokage brand. He mused, envisioning the splendid imagery. My apologies, Lord Kazekage, but unexpected events have transpired here. Should any troubles arise that we in Konoha cannot resolve, I hope for your assistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. The Kazekage, however, merely glared coldly, remaining silent, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. A ninja threw several smoke bombs onto the ground, releasing thick clouds that soon enveloped the area. From the outside, it was impossible to discern what was occurring within. Startled, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain seated. He stood up, his expression shifting. Kazekage, what is your intention? The Kazekage remained silent, swiftly leaping behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, drawing a kunai against his throat. If you wish for the innocent lives in the arena to be spared, then please come with me. The unfolding events were rapid and unexpected, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen bewildered. Though he was not afraid of the Kazekage, given their equivalent strength, the lives of those innocent bystanders weighed heavily on his mind. Ultimately, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall accompany you, his tone icy. A wise choice. The false Kazekage taunted. With that, the Kazekage led Sarutobi Hiruzen to a different location. Hokage-sama. Members of the Umbu rushed in, clashing with the forces of the false Kazekage. The chaos erupted as the shinobi of Konoha and the Fire Country scrambled to protect the dignitaries. Everything had descended into disarray. Most of the crowd remained ensnared in the illusion, with only a handful freed from its grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the motivations behind the Kazekage's actions. Did he not realize that this was an indirect declaration of war against Konoha, jeopardizing the hard-won peace of many years? Unbeknownst to him, the real Kazekage had perished, his corpse long since rotting. The one before him was his disciple, Orochimaru, and a tragic tale of betrayal was about to unfold. Outside the village, an even greater commotion erupted. A group had summoned a colossal serpent through a powerful summoning technique. Though not as terrifying as the legendary Manda, it was still formidable. This three-headed giant snake, extending dozens of meters in length, resembled a small hill. Its gray-brown scales formed an impenetrable armor covering its entire body. One had crashed through Konoha's defensive structures. The sound of shuriken striking its enormous head resonated like mere firecrackers, ineffective against its might. Quickly notify the Hokage. The ninjas stationed on the outer walls shouted. At that moment, the giant snake writhed its colossal body and charged into the village, wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. A colossal serpent flicked its tongue and swiftly bit off a daring chunin who had provoked it, instantly showering the area with blood. Leaving the unfortunate Leaf Village ninja split in two. The ordinary villagers, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, on the rooftop where the false Kazekage had successfully captured Sarutobi Hiruzen, barriers rose from the edges of the surrounding buildings, enclosing both figures within a perfect square. It was at this moment that the false Kazekage confronted Sarutobi. "Teacher Sarutobi, we meet again." Sarutobi took a deep breath, grappling with disbelief. This was undoubtedly his former beloved disciple, Orochimaru. "What do you truly seek? I know you are not the one blinded by hatred." With a mocking laugh, Orochimaru removed the Kazekage hat from his forehead and tossed it aside, dismissing the notion of confronting Sarutobi with a mere kunai as laughable. He strolled away, stating his intentions. "I have a purpose. These people live too comfortably, and I intend to harness the winds of destruction upon Konoha to achieve what I have long desired." The surrounding area had already activated the 4 purple flames formation. Orochimaru was not particularly worried about Sarutobi escaping. Sarutobi, with a wry smile, shook his head and removed his Hokage hat, bowing respectfully and placing it at his feet. "You truly have not changed at all." Chapter 114. Goodness. "I am not human, but you are truly a dog." The resounding clang of metal against metal echoed as Kakashi wielded a kunai, skillfully intercepting the incoming shuriken. He called out to the Naruto he protected. Naruto quickly awakened Sakura and the others. "No matter how formidable I am, I cannot fend off 4 opponents alone. The more ninjas we have awake, the better our chances." With determination, Naruto approached Sakura, delivering firm slaps to her delicate, fair face. The jelly-like sensation was surprisingly bouncy. "Wake up." Sakura remained unresponsive, though a glistening stream of saliva escaped her lips, splattering onto Naruto's attire and shining under the sunlight. Beautiful drool, Naruto thought, feeling a twinge of disgust as he wiped it away, setting aside his playful intentions to focus on breaking Sakura's genjutsu. Before long, Sakura stirred, her head still hazy. "Where am I?" she murmured, suddenly feeling a sharp pain on her cheek that made her gasp. "Ouch, that hurts." As she realized she had been beside Naruto, she noticed a damp spot on his clothing. Touching her mouth, she discovered remnants of drool, and her already flushed cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. "Did I just fall asleep? Oh no, how embarrassing, Naruto-kun." Sakura had intended to voice more, but her gaze fell upon Ino, who was comfortably asleep against Naruto's shoulder. Her expression darkened, yet she quickly noticed something amiss. All the ordinary villagers had succumbed to slumber. Kakashi stood before them, engaged in battle with the enemy. What is happening here? Meanwhile, Naruto awoke Ino in a similar manner. Ino, who had been in a blissful dream, was rudely awakened, her initial irritation fading upon realizing she had been resting on Naruto's shoulder. A blush crept across her cheeks. "Are all young girls this easily flustered?" Naruto mused. As Ino regained her composure, Naruto explained succinctly, "You were caught in a genjutsu." "What? When did this happen? How did we not notice?" The 2 girls exclaimed, shocked. Ignoring their reactions, Naruto continued, "The situation is chaotic, as you can see." Kakashi-sensei's voice cut through. "Sakura, Naruto, Ino. Hurry and wake the others." As they observed the shadowy figures lurking nearby, Kakashi's tone grew serious. It seems you haven't been on a mission in a while. This task is an A-ranked level. Aside from Naruto, the two girls were taken aback. A-ranked mission. We're only Chunin. They lamented, feeling the weight of their predicament. Wake up without even a proper greeting to Naruto? We seem to have drawn the short straw here. The group sprang into action, with Kakashi guarding them against any powerful foes attempting to ambush Naruto. Though Naruto felt confident, he worried for Ino and Sakura, who lacked adequate self-defense skills. Spotting a familiar figure on the ground, a grin spread across Naruto's face. Look at him trying to play dead. He approached Shikamaru, who lay pretending to be lifeless. Enough of that. The sun is shining on your back. The fate of Konoha rests upon you, Shikamaru. Shikamaru contemplated continuing his ruse, but was startled by the sound of clattering metal. Found it. Hey, buddy. Just a heads up. If my kunai slips from my grasp and lands on you, don't hold it against me. I'm merely testing its ability to pierce the ground. Wait. I'm not human, but you are truly a dog. Shikamaru exclaimed, bolting upright in disbelief. Chapter 115. Shikamaru. Why does all the misfortune fall upon me? Seriously? Even at this critical moment, you could still pretend to be asleep? Sakura's incredulous voice rang out. Shikamaru scratched his head, wearing an expression of annoyance. I told you. I dislike troublesome matters. Ino chimed in, her expression disapproving. You need to pick your moments better. Look at the time. Can't you take a cue from Naruto? Shikamaru stared blankly at Naruto, thinking, Naruto is so impressive. One less person like me, one team matter. Let him handle it. Of course. He dared not voice this thought aloud. Suddenly, a kunai fell from above, landing precisely where Shikamaru had been lying. Had Naruto not called him, he might have faced dire consequences. Shikamaru's heart raced, nearly leaping out of his throat. Who could be so sinister? I'll take you on. Hey, enough chatter. We have something critical to do. Let's find Sasuke. A small pug interjected. Oh, it is not the pug, but rather the ninja dog Pakin summoned by Kakashi. Alas, what a hassle. Shikamaru felt a twinge of pain as Pakin squinted and leaped up, biting his wrist and dragging him forward. We cannot afford to dawdle. The village is in peril. Hey, Sakura, Naruto, hurry up and keep up. Pakin led the way ahead. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances before following suit. Meanwhile, Ino was rousing their other companions in the mountains behind them, each knowing their role. On the journey, Shikamaru reluctantly set aside his lazy demeanor and adopted a serious attitude. As they ran, Pakin spoke of the current situation. We must reach Sasuke before them. Several squads are in pursuit, including some Chunin. Pakin had never witnessed Naruto's ninjutsu. Otherwise, they would not simply be on the run, but would be charging back instead. However, Naruto appeared unfazed, seemingly enjoying the calm. Ant Snake activated the windmill. It was after Jiraiya perished at Pain's hands that Ant Snake showed her sorrow, even wishing to create a world that held Jiraiya. But that was a matter for another time. Now that Naruto was here, he would not allow such events to unfold unhindered. What? Chunin? At this, Sakura's expression shifted, resembling a startled rabbit. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, thinking it too troublesome. Pakin, without turning back, remarked that Chunin were the least of their worries. There were even Jonin pursuing them. Jonin? Sakura's face was filled with confusion, glancing instinctively at Naruto, hoping he would protect her. After all, based on Naruto's previous displays of power, he should have no trouble dealing with these ninjas. Just the thought of Naruto eased Sakura's anxious heart, regardless of what transpired. Having Naruto by her side instilled an immense sense of security. Shikamaru felt overwhelmed. Why must all the unfortunate events fall upon me? Before them appeared several figures blocking their path, Orochimaru's pursuers, intent on halting them. Pakin adopted a serious demeanor. Bang! 3 shadow clones summoned by Naruto emerged. Do not stop. Naruto's indifferent tone echoed, as if facing not formidable Chunin, but a band of feeble minions. Wait, Naruto, do you really think a few shadow clones can hold off Chunin? Shikamaru exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. Yet in the next moment, he was horrified to realize that Naruto was right. Urging them to keep moving was indeed the right call. For Naruto's shadow clones engaged with the pursuers. One of the clones even eliminated a Chunin with ease. What? Shikamaru was astounded. Is this the same Naruto who had surrendered during the earlier match? With such incredible strength, why did he even bother waking me? Shouldn't we be charging back to fight together instead? Shikamaru's mind swirled with chaotic thoughts. Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement, brighter than a 100-watt bulb. Naruto is indeed powerful. Witnessing this spectacle, Pakin's expression conveyed a sense of redundancy in his summoning. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice mission. Choice 1. Fear not. Return and confront the weak pursuers, eliminating no less than 30 Chunin. Reward, Sage Mode. Choice 2. Disrupt Orochimaru's plans and rescue Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reward, enhanced version of the creation rebirth technique. Choice 3. Continue pursuing Sasuke, find Gaara, and defeat him. Reward, enhanced version of the reincarnation ninjutsu. Chapter 116. What an abhorrent creature. Now it was Naruto's turn to be bewildered. The system is indeed impressive. Each of the 3 rewards was exceptionally appealing to Naruto. Killing 30 weaklings to obtain Sage Mode? That sounds enticing. He need not laboriously practice step by step. He could simply acquire it directly. However, the other 2 ninjutsu were equally enticing. The second reward was Tsunade's, allowing for rapid recovery from any injury. And the system offered an enhanced version. How could the effectiveness be anything less than extraordinary? In the battlefield, he would engage relentlessly, exchanging injuries without a hint of cowardice. Regardless of the damage inflicted, a single use of creation rebirth would ensure his swift recovery. This ninjutsu was indeed appealing to Naruto. It was enticing. Yet he held no inclination to rescue Hiruzen Sarutobi. That was Sarutobi's fate, the destiny of the strongest Hokage found in textbooks. He could not assist. It was beyond his reach. The first option allowed for personal mastery, while the second was one he preferred to avoid. Nonetheless, the third reward was equally enticing. With his golden Rinnegan, he could resurrect whomever he desired, provided the body had not decayed too long. Naruto was well aware of this. Should it be too long, he could always employ the second Hokage's Edo Tensei. That man, filled with forbidden techniques, harbored an intense hatred for the Uchiha. Naruto understood the extent of the second Hokage's disdain for the Uchiha. For instance, at the entrance of Konoha, there were the 2 dogs, or perhaps one had become pregnant. Senju Tobarama's face darkened, and he uttered, "Damn Uchiha, a clan born of evil." Well, all of this was merely Naruto's wild imagination. Yet, such an absurd incident could indeed occur. I choose 3. Who needs Sage Mode or the creation rebirth technique? This technique is far superior. As Naruto made his choice, a new memory surged within his mind, and his chakra reserves thickened. This brought him immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the 4 purple flames formation, Orochimaru had already retrieved the bodies of the first and second Hokage. Inside the coffins lay their lifeless forms, one being Hashirama Senju and the other Tobarama Senju. Suddenly, Tobarama's corpse twitched slightly. Orochimaru, still relishing his conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi, noticed the anomaly. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether they might break free from his control. Orochimaru, filled with trepidation, scrutinized Tobarama's body, seeing no signs of life. He chuckled, believing that even a ninja capable of creating numerous forbidden techniques could not defy death. Furthermore, he held the reins of control. He had nothing to fear from Tobarama stirring up trouble. What Orochimaru did not realize was that Naruto's thoughts had somehow resonated with Tobarama, who wished to express his admiration for Naruto. "Orochimaru, you scoundrel! Release the first and second Hokage. You show disrespect to the deceased," Hiruzen coldly remarked. Orochimaru dismissed him, even smiling smugly. "Do not worry, Hiruzen, you will soon join them." Returning to Naruto's group, they followed the footprints left on the ground, with Pakin's keen nose guiding them. A few individuals traversed the forest, their path unobstructed. Of course, now and then, a few pesky mice would emerge to cause a ruckus. But they were swiftly dealt with by Naruto's puppet shadow clones. Initially, the ninjas from the Sound Village believed that Naruto looked down upon them, producing mere shadow clones to impede their progress. This incited their fury, prompting thoughts of swatting these clones aside. However, they soon realized their mistake. Not only did their attempts to dismiss the clones fail, but some among them were even injured, with a few of their Chunin killed. A chill ran down their spines. Why were Naruto's shadow clones so remarkably formidable? The Nine Tails sensed Gaara's direction. Naruto communicated with the Nine Tails within his mind. "Leave it to me. I've long desired to teach that foolish raccoon a lesson." The Nine Tails grinned widely, then closed its eyes to focus. Moments later, it opened them again, respectfully addressing Naruto. "Master, that creature is not far from us. I can already sense its chakra." The Nine Tails was eager, itching for a fight. Should Naruto permit it? it would leap into action against Shikaku. A confrontation between a tailed beast and the Nine Tails was hardly as simple as a father scolding his son. Nevertheless, Naruto had his own plans. One must look toward the long term. In a few decades, Gaara might leave home out of frustration and come to seek refuge. At that moment, capturing him would make a splendid gift for his daughter. However, merely capturing him felt insufficient. A more cunning approach seemed wiser. After all, Hinata was no weakling, right? Why should he benefit his old friend instead of his daughter? Curse it, what manner of beast is that? Sasuke, hiding behind a towering tree, spoke with trepidation, his face betraying a hint of fear. As he contemplated his next move, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. What are you doing hiding here, you second pillar? Upon hearing this, Sasuke jolted, instantly becoming alert. But upon reflection, he realized something was amiss. In this vast world, who else but Naruto would dare address him with such a nickname? Sasuke's smile faded, replaced by irritation. Naruto, how many times must I tell you? Do not call me that. It is hardly a flattering title. No problem, second pillar. Sure thing, second pillar. Just give me the word, second pillar. Naruto appeared before Sasuke, grinning. As he approached, he noticed Sasuke's legs were trembling slightly. Clearly, he had encountered something truly formidable. Naruto surmised that Gaara's transformation had indeed frightened him. What do you mean by that? Sasuke snapped, feeling as though Naruto was dismissing him entirely, which only fueled his anger. Ah, the trash from Konoha is here. Gaara, upon finding Sasuke, mocked him. At that moment, Gaara's form was half human and half Shikaku, a grotesque fusion that might confuse anyone unfamiliar with the situation. Seeing Naruto, Gaara paused, momentarily taken aback. To be honest, it was quite surprising to see him here. Then, he erupted into manic laughter. I haven't even sought you out. And yet you've come to me. How fortuitous. Observing Gaara's deranged demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but shake his head. Look at you now. You were once a spirited young man. But now you've transformed into a wretched creature, neither human nor demon. Who do you think you are fooling? Sasuke's lips twitched. Was now the time for flattery? He should be demanding Gaara's surrender, asserting, surrender, and I'll spare you. Refuse, and you'll wish you had. In any case, seeing Naruto so indifferent, treating this perilous situation as a mere excursion, made Sasuke want to curse aloud. He noticed Sasuke quietly cautioning, Naruto, this is not a time for games. Not far ahead. Gaara appeared bewildered. What is going on? Is my appearance not frightening? Why isn't Naruto afraid? Why is he even laughing? What do you two think you're doing? Do you dare disregard my presence? The half-human, half-Shikaku Gaara hissed, stretching his neck menacingly. Strangely, Naruto's presence emboldened Sasuke. What did it matter if they ignored him? What was Gaara, after all? Just a bully relying on his power. Enough. This guy is mine to deal with, Naruto. You stay back and don't interfere. The red-eyed Sasuke locked eyes with Naruto. In truth, he had activated his two-tomo Sharingan. Naruto grinned. All right, if you're so eager, I'll leave him to you. Without further ado, he leaped aside, leaving the stage to Sasuke. Sasuke stood there, utterly bewildered. Are you serious, boss? I was just joking. If I could take down that monster, would I be hiding here? Yet, the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't utter them. The die was cast, and he had to endure. Initially, Naruto's assistance was a blessing, but due to his own prideful nature, he had turned a good deed into a misfortune. How utterly frustrating. Gaara, in a frenzy, was driven mad by the constant disregard. Over and over again, he felt overlooked by two weaker opponents at that. His Shikaku arm extended, transforming into a massive, thick limb, striking down toward Sasuke with overwhelming force. Should it connect, it would leave him nothing more than a smear. Sasuke retreated rapidly, evading the blow. With a thunderous crash, Gaara's monstrous arm collided with a towering tree, shattering it in an instant. Gaara's gaze was icy, his hunger for blood palpable. Drool spilling from his mouth as if he hadn't eaten in years. Uchiha, I will personally end you. Gaara's expression morphed into one of wild excitement as he pursued Sasuke, akin to a cat toying with a dying mouse. Gaara saw himself as the predator, while Sasuke was merely the prey. As Gaara engaged in this twisted game of cat and mouse with Sasuke, Naruto recognized that the second pillar would not perish. Sasuke's Sharingan could anticipate Gaara's moves, allowing him to evade. Regardless of the odds, Sasuke needed this experience. How else could he hope to confront his brother? Although it was clear that Itachi had been holding back, that was not Naruto's concern. Just as he prepared to enjoy the spectacle, he suddenly noticed Hanabi, pale and leaning against a tree. The delicate visage of Shomaru glistened with fine beads of sweat, her chubby little lips quivering incessantly, and her entire being trembled with unease. It was her first encounter with Gaara's unsettling demeanor, a sight that deviated from the brother she had endeavored to care for as an elder sister. Faced with the unfamiliarity of Gaara's transformation, a flicker of fear ignited within her. The young beauty was thoroughly frightened. What was there to fear, one might ask? Had she never seen Shikaku? Naruto leaped towards Shomaru, his voice resonating through the air. Momentarily taken aback, Shomaru recognized the familiarity in his tone and turned to face him. He was undeniably striking. As she regained her composure, her expression turned to one of astonishment as she inquired, "How do you know about Shikaku?" This information was hardly a secret in Sunagakure. However, in Konoha, she distinctly recalled that Naruto had seldom interacted with them, and she had never broached the subject with him. Suddenly, Shomaru felt her body lose balance, lifting off the ground into the air. Oh, she was being cradled like a princess. It was her first experience of such an embrace at her age. In a flash, Shomaru's cheeks flushed crimson, her limbs flailing in the air like a startled little rabbit. Stammering, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Put me down. If I set you down, can you walk?" Naruto chuckled, gazing at the charming young lady in his arms, finding her flustered demeanor utterly adorable. Moreover, as Shomaru squirmed, her developing form pressed against his hand. Soft and yielding, even more so than jelly. Evidently, the cuisine in Sunagakure had been quite satisfactory, ensuring Shomaru was well nourished. "Ah!" Shomaru's startled cry startled Naruto, who momentarily feared that his indiscretion had been discovered. To his surprise, Shomaru turned her head away, her voice barely above a whisper, "I just need a moment to rest." Just as Naruto had suggested, it was Gaara's frightening presence that had rendered her legs weak, leaving her devoid of the strength to walk. With his enhanced senses, Naruto easily caught the murmurs escaping her lips and felt a wave of relief wash over him. She had not uncovered his secret. Meanwhile, Gaara and Sasuke were locked in a fierce battle, reaching a boiling point. Sasuke unleashed a formidable fire-style fireball jutsu towards the approaching Gaara, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by a wall of sand, infuriating Sasuke. He yearned to call out to Naruto for assistance, yet the moment had passed, and the thought of Naruto witnessing him in such a predicament was unbearable. He felt a surge of frustration, one that felt worse than death itself. With no other option, he was compelled to push himself beyond his limits. Sweat dripped from his brow as he leaned against a tree that bore the brunt of his efforts. Before him, a long tail sprouted from Gaara's back, the tail of Shikaku. The monstrous arms had grown even more formidable, drooling and bloodshot eyes betraying his transformation. Contrary to expectations, Gaara's metamorphosis into Shikaku had not hindered his agility. On the contrary, his speed only seemed to increase. Let the storm rage on. Gaara laughed maniacally. Your murderous intent is insufficient to overcome me. If Naruto were present, he would surely remark on Gaara's absurdity. How easy it is to speak boldly when unchallenged. Withdraw your mother's chakra and your tailed beast's power, and let us see what remains of you. Sasuke roared in response. The pain inflicted by Itachi had cut deeply, leaving him with the scars of loss. His entire clan perished, including his parents. His resolve was strong enough. How dare Gaara challenge that? At the same time, Naruto cradled Shomaru as he approached the scene, partly to prevent Gaara from harming Sasuke, for such an outcome would diminish his own amusement. On another level, he found the duel between the two to be quite entertaining, akin to children playing house. If only I had a bag of seeds, he mused aloud. Shomaru squirmed in his embrace, still rattled from the earlier fright, and asked, "What are you doing here?" With a grin, Naruto replied, "Just watching the spectacle." As she felt the familiar softness of his hold, she was taken aback. Watching the battle, Shomaru's expression shifted to one of confusion, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation as Gaara appeared on the brink of becoming a complete monster, his mouth revealing sharp fangs. Yet, recalling Naruto's formidable space-time ninjutsu from their last encounter, a sense of calm washed over her. If Naruto were here, surely there was no need for excessive fear. Despite her disdain for the lower-ranked shinobi of Konoha, she pondered this, rolling her eyes. Your taste is truly repugnant. Just then, Shomaru felt the ground beneath her feet again. Naruto had set her down. What now? She asked, momentarily bewildered, having just begun to adjust to being held by him. I can't possibly carry you forever, he shrugged innocently. Teasing, besides, you're quite heavy. My arms are getting tired. Chapter 119. If you kill him, I'll have quite the headache. Shomaru stared at Naruto in disbelief. Her cheeks that had been tinged with pink now darkening with indignation. What do girls despise being reminded of? Their age and their weight. Naruto had unwittingly touched upon the latter. Ah, how dare you? She fumed, her delicate hand reaching behind her for her fan, intent on delivering a playful reprimand to this audacious golden-haired charmer who dared to mention her weight. As she grasped for her fan, she found nothing. Shomaru's brows furrowed in frustration. Are you looking for this? Naruto grinned, brandishing the fan in his hand. Shomaru stamped her cute little feet, gritting her teeth. You jerk. Give it back. In that moment, the atmosphere became peculiar. While it appeared they were merely bickering over a fan, to an outsider, it carried an unspoken tension of intimacy. Meanwhile, Sasuke was pushing himself to his limits, unleashing his third Chidori. Chidori. The brilliant blue lightning crackled in his palm. Suddenly, the cursed seal on his neck flared to life, a testament to the sinister artistry of Orochimaru. Gaara's eyes burned with murderous intent. Die, die. His monstrous arm extended to clash with Sasuke's Chidori. The two exchanged positions, leaping to the trunks of nearby trees. In that instant, Gaara's monstrous arm was severed, crashing to the ground as he let out a pained cry. On the other side, Sasuke, enveloped by the cursed seal, reveled in the intoxicating power coursing through him. The pain from forcing the Chidori was lessened, the technique sang in his hand, and his heart pounded like a war drum. The enhancements from his seal were taking effect. Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted. Just as he began to relish the thrill of spending, he found himself ensnared by the anti-addiction system imposed by his brother. His body swayed, his eyes gradually losing their light, until darkness enveloped him and he fainted. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. Gaara seemed to be possessed. As the colossal hand of Shikaku re-emerged from his arm, his gaze fixed intensely on the fallen Sasuke. At this moment, he harbored no reservations. Whether it was a sneak attack or not, he was determined to eliminate the detestable Uchiha. With a powerful leap, Gaara brought his monstrous arm down toward the unconscious Sasuke. In that fleeting moment, he could almost envision the scene of blood erupting and the glorious image of Sasuke being reduced to mere pulp. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. If you kill him, I will have quite the headache, Naruto's indifferent voice echoed. With a powerful push, he propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, appearing behind Gaara in the blink of an eye. Nani? Gaara felt a chill creeping up his spine, realizing he was being targeted by a terrifying predator. It wasn't he the monster that he was transforming into, but rather he felt like prey in the hunt. Since he was already half transformed, Naruto showed no mercy or restraint. He delivered a forceful kick aimed at Gaara's back. A sharp pain surged through Gaara as he was struck from behind. Damn it, a mantis stalking a cicada. He had never anticipated being ambushed from behind, especially not midair, where he had no time to react. The sheer force of the blow sent him flying several meters forward, crashing into a large tree and snapping its branches, landing unceremoniously. Meanwhile, Pakken and Shikamaru, along with Sakura, rushed over. Earlier, Naruto had left them behind to hasten his journey, thanks to the nine tails within him. Naruto's tracking skills far surpassed Pakken's. Before long, he had located the scene, and upon their arrival, they witnessed Naruto striking Gaara. The sight was truly tragic. Shikamaru was taken aback, relieved that the one being beaten wasn't him. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Pakken, bewildered, asked what happened. Shikamaru and Sakura shared the same confused expression. However, when Sakura noticed Temari nearby, their eyes met, and Temari blushed slightly, recalling the moment when Naruto had carried her in his arms. Moreover, she remembered that Naruto seemed to be teammates with the pink-haired girl standing before her. If she recalled correctly, that girl harbored feelings for Naruto, leaving Temari feeling awkward, as if caught in an affair. Various chaotic thoughts swirled in her mind. Sakura, however, didn't dwell on such matters. She merely cast a glance before redirecting her attention. Gaara's furious roar echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds. Naruto stood protectively in front of the others, addressing them without looking back. Pakken, take Sasuke and leave. Sakura and Shikamaru, you should also go. He paused, almost forgetting someone, and added, and Temari. I don't want anyone watching when the fighting starts. At this, Temari was instantly displeased, shouting at Naruto, why should I? Who do you think you are? I'm staying here to watch over my brother. You must not harm him. Gaara was merely a facade. Temari felt uncomfortable with Naruto's arrangements. as if they were in some sort of romantic relationship. Why should the people of Konoha dictate terms to those from Sunagakure? They weren't even married. Roar! Gaara's form had transformed significantly into that of Shikaku. A terrifying roar erupted, filled with an overwhelming killing intent that sent chills down spines. Temari shivered, her skin crawling. Little brother, you really know how to ruin a moment. Just moments ago, she had been trying to impress the golden-haired warrior before her, and now she found herself fleeing in disgrace. How infuriating! Naruto, unwilling to waste any more words, urged Shikamaru. Sakura, help Temari and leave quickly. I don't want to be responsible for your safety during a battle. The atmosphere became tense and quiet. Shikamaru took a deep breath. Having no desire to get embroiled in trouble, since Naruto had spoken, he just wanted to escape quickly, not wanting to linger for even a moment longer. Not far ahead, Gaara was nearing the completion of his transformation, his eyes a menacing shade of yellow, fixating on Naruto. Shikamaru felt his scalp prickle, fully aware of Naruto's strength. He understood that staying wouldn't be of any assistance. Even if Naruto struggled, they could seize the opportunity to retreat and gather reinforcements, right? Be careful, Naruto. We'll go back and call for help. Shikamaru shouted, bending down to help Sasuke up, draping his arm over his shoulder. Sakura, reluctant to leave, called out to Naruto. Naruto-kun, I want to stay and fight with you. Hurry and go. Don't be a burden. Naruto replied, waving his hand dismissively. What would you stay for? To cheer me on? Sorry, that's unnecessary. Sakura understood the urgency, but worried for Naruto. Ultimately, she reluctantly chose to trust him and turned to Temari. Temari, startled, bit her lip, gazing at Naruto's departing figure. The sunlight streamed down, illuminating his silhouette, making him appear exceptionally dashing. Temari's cheeks flushed uncontrollably as she thought, please, save my brother and don't hurt him. A smile graced Naruto's lips as he turned to Temari, replying, all right, I promise you, once this is over, call me husband. Both Temari and Sakura were taken aback. Pakin, the single dog on the ground, wore a bewildered expression, contemplating how to hastily return to fetch reinforcements. He never imagined Naruto would be so unrefined, even at such a critical moment, still flirting. Temari's exotic beauty flushed a deep crimson as she huffed, forget it. I'm not talking to you. In a fluster, she hurriedly ran away without any prompting from Sakura. Her small face was burning, filled with embarrassment. Sakura had intended to tell Naruto that she was also capable and needed no conditions, but realizing Gaara was closing in, she knew it wasn't the time to burden Naruto and followed Temari's lead. Shikamaru, however, remained in a state of confusion, seemingly noticing something green swaying above him. Feeling his hair, he checked his palm, but there was nothing there. As he cast a glance upward at the vibrant green leaves overhead, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. It was merely the color of the leaves. There was no green light emanating from his head. Without further contemplation, he departed with Sasuke and Parker. Chapter 121. This is Chidori, not Rinnegan. Are you foolish? Naruto. With a shout from Gaara, a swirling storm of yellow sand surged towards him, transforming into a monstrous arm several meters long, which came crashing down upon Naruto's forehead. In its wake, stout branches were snapped as if they were mere twigs, exuding an overwhelming sense of unstoppable force. Naruto's figure vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing a considerable distance away, hanging upside down from a large tree. A kunai marked with a seal in hand. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed quite effective. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, that foolish raccoon is too brazen. Master, let me out at once. I wish to engage it in battle. If I don't send it flying, I shall not be called the Nine Tails. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed within Naruto, brimming with eagerness, yearning for release. Displaying prowess before a master is courting death. Naruto remarked nonchalantly, causing the Nine Tails to deflate instantly. You're the boss, you're formidable, what you say goes. Thus, it remained obediently within, awaiting the moment Naruto would call upon it. Wind release, infinite sand dust breakthrough. Gaara, in a fit of rage, began to transform, his entire being morphing into a miniature version of Shikaku. Were it not for the small red love symbol on his forehead, one might mistake him for his elder sister. Oblivious to the fact that this was his own brother, numerous mouths adorned his body, each lined with sharp teeth, unleashing a fierce hurricane that scattered debris in every direction. In mere moments, trees within a radius of several dozen meters were uprooted, leaving a stark, barren landscape that sent chills down one's spine. The winds, if they were to strike a person, could render them foolish. As visibility gradually returned, Gaara's gaze fell upon Naruto, his yellow beastly eyes narrowing as they fixated on the kunai marked with a seal in Naruto's possession. Is that damned space-time ninjutsu again? You're skilled at teleportation. Why not refrain from using that technique? Naruto sheathed the kunai and, addressing Gaara in his Shikaku form, simply uttered, "All right." Gaara's face betrayed a fleeting smile of surprise. He had not anticipated Naruto's acquiescence to such a shameless request. "Go to hell," he shouted, charging towards Naruto with his colossal arm reaching out. Simultaneously, Naruto summoned 2 azure whirlwinds of chakra in his hands, equally determined to collide with the Shikaku's arm. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of sand cascading to the ground. At first, Gaara's yellow pupils radiated excitement, but as the situation unfolded, he realized it was not unfolding as he had envisioned. As Naruto's 2 Raisengans dissipated, the monstrous arm of Shikaku also diminished, revealing Gaara's original arm. Shocked, Gaara exclaimed, "This isn't following the script." A surge of pain coursed through him as Naruto delivered a powerful kick to his defenseless arm, sending him flying several meters away and shattering 2 trees in the process. Were it not for his mother's protective power, he would have been gravely injured. "Ah, my arm!" Gaara cried out in agony, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. Naruto's kick, fueled by years of training, had broken his arm. Gaara's animosity towards Naruto intensified as he forcibly realigned his fractured limb, suppressing the urge to curse. "Naruto, you are the master of Rasengan and space-time ninjutsu. If you have the capability, do not employ those 2 techniques," Gaara boldly declared, regardless of whether Naruto would comply. If he did, it would be a significant advantage. If he did not, it mattered little. To Gaara's surprise, Naruto nodded, calmly responding, "All right." Gaara's smile broadened, and his arm reverted back to that of Shikaku. With the same technique, he charged at Naruto once more. Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smirk as golden electricity crackled from his hands. This was the golden Chidori, its power eclipsing that which Sasuke had previously displayed. Gaara's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. I can't trust you. You cunning old man." As Gaara lunged forward, he sensed something amiss and exclaimed angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't use Rasengan?" Naruto gazed at him as if he were a fool. "This is Chidori, not Rasengan. Are you blind?" The ferocious lightning pierced through Gaara's Shikaku arm, puncturing it directly. Blood gushed forth from Gaara's arm as he grimaced in pain. He had never anticipated Naruto's arsenal to be so vast. In that moment, Gaara was utterly consumed by rage, a monstrous roar erupting from his throat as his form swelled to several hundred times its original size, transforming into a gargantuan version of Shikaku. He believed Naruto's tactics to be beneath him, constantly playing tricks on him. Thus, he resolved to hold nothing back. Chapter 122, Naruto vs. Shikaku. The colossal figure of Shikaku loomed ominously, casting shadows like a mountain, its terrifying presence sweeping across the landscape. A furious roar reverberated through the forest. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the enraged Shikaku before him. "At last, you have arrived." Simultaneously, the 9 tails within him began to stir restlessly. "Damn it! To roar before me is courting death." The 9 tails growled, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, eager to emerge and teach that foolish raccoon a lesson. "Calm down. When the time comes, I will call for you," Naruto's tranquil voice echoed, soothing the restless spirit within him. Release the 9 tails? What a ludicrous notion. This was one of his trump cards, and presently, no one in the village knew that he had become the perfect host for the 9 tails, the strongest of all tailed beasts. Whether summoning the 9 tails for battle or unlocking an alternative mode, he could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Indeed, this was a valuable card to keep close to his chest. However, Naruto had many such cards up his sleeve. The 9 tails was merely one among them. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Shikamaru and the others sprinted swiftly, only to discover the terrifying beast that had emerged from their previous location, even from a distance. However, one could still discern the distinct outline of the colossal entity, although they were not situated at the eye of the storm. The sense of oppression experienced by Shikamaru and the others was considerable. Fortunately, Naruto had urged them to leave, otherwise, they would have been at a loss on how to confront that monstrous being. Observing this scene, Shikamaru muttered to himself with a hint of relief. Sakura's expression grew more troubled, and suddenly she addressed Shikamaru and Pakin, saying, "You all go ahead. I must return." Without waiting for a response, she resolutely turned back towards the storm. Pakin's face was a portrait of bewilderment. "Little girl, come back. That is not a place for you. We'll find Kakashi when we return." Shikamaru wholeheartedly concurred with Pakin's sentiments. After all, he was currently shouldering the unconscious body of Sasuke. Would returning not be akin to throwing oneself into a trap and causing unnecessary trouble for Naruto? Sakura disregarded their protests and quickened her pace. Seeing this, Temari's enticing lips curled into a slight smile, displaying commendable courage. She too turned to chase after Sakura. Naruto's unilateral decision to let her leave left her feeling somewhat displeased. Furthermore, she felt it necessary to return and assess the situation. If Naruto was unable to handle Shikaku, she could offer assistance. After all, Naruto had just saved her. She merely wished to repay that kindness, with no ulterior motives. Shikamaru and Pakin exchanged confused glances. Eventually, Shikamaru could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "What now?" To which Pakin, his head feeling heavy, replied, "What else can we do? We need to hurry back. Kakashi had specifically instructed me not to let anyone get hurt." Pakin recalled this vividly. If they returned to find Sakura or Naruto injured, would he not face dire consequences? Although Kakashi would likely not treat him harshly, there were always exceptions. The more he contemplated, the more anxious Pakin became. Thus, he dashed forward, clearing a path, while urging Shikamaru from behind, "Hurry up. Otherwise, you'll have to go back and fetch help yourself." Shikamaru stared in disbelief at Pakin's nonchalant retreating figure. What on earth was happening? He was still burdened with a dead weight on his shoulder. Oh, what a troublesome predicament. He almost considered abandoning Sasuke right then and there. Yet, that thought was fleeting. In truth, Shikamaru would never leave Sasuke behind. Goodness, why are there so many issues today? Shikamaru grumbled, scratching his head in irritation. As he continued onward with Sasuke in tow, muttering complaints under his breath. Meanwhile, at the heart of the storm, Shikaku's furious voice boomed, "You little brat. It's over for you." Gaara's consciousness had been entirely consumed by Shikaku. At that moment, Shikaku seized full control of the body. It had long harbored a disdain for Naruto, consistently detecting an unpleasant scent emanating from him. Its perception of Naruto had plummeted to a nadir. With its mouth agape, Shikaku inhaled the raging winds, and in the next instant, a tempest of sand exploded forth from its maw, inundating the surroundings. The sheer volume of sand was sufficient to engulf an entire forest, transforming it into a desert. Shikaku, feeling restless, decided to experiment with other jutsu. Taking a deep breath, Naruto mobilized his chakra, facing the swirling sands without a hint of fear. On the contrary, it piqued his interest. Water release, great waterfall technique. He couldn't be bothered to form hand signs. Who among proper ninjas still performs hand seals? The enhanced version of the great waterfall technique gifted by the system was exponentially more powerful than that used by ordinary ninjas. Of course, the efficacy still depended on the practitioner. For instance, a poor student would undoubtedly fail to outperform a top scholar in an exam. Yet the roles could reverse in a physical contest. Standing before the towering Shikaku, Naruto appeared diminutive, akin to an inconsequential ant. However, the water he unleashed was magnitudes larger than his own form, akin to a deluge unleashed from a dam. Shikaku's yellow eyes were filled with astonishment. Before it could contemplate further, a tremendous clash erupted as the torrents of sand collided with the surging waters. The sand quickly mingled with the transparent river, tainting it a murky brown. The pristine waters transformed into a muddy flood, cascading down from above. The two forces effectively neutralized one another. In a matter of moments, a significant number of trees were uprooted by the sudden flood, and Shikaku found itself amidst the deluge, which submerged a third of its body. While this was inconsequential for other-tailed beasts, for Shikaku, accustomed to arid environments, it was utterly distressing. The sticky sensation was nauseating. Chapter 123. The Radiance of Lightning Release. Here Naruto stood firmly on the surface of the water, as stable as if he were on solid ground. Shikaku's eyes were filled with murderous intent as it glared at Naruto. "You little brat. You're merely a genin. How can you wield such high-level jutsu?" it demanded. "Tell me." With a powerful slap, Shikaku struck the ground, sending up a spray of water that reached several meters high, eventually dissipating into wisps of steam. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine. Was this about to escalate into a genuine battle? He recognized the significance of that energy, tailed beast bomb. In simpler terms, it was akin to an atomic bomb within the ninja world. The ensuing commotion would undoubtedly be monumental. However, Naruto felt no fear. After today, the demise of Hiruzen Sarutobi would be a foregone conclusion. The elite jonin of the root and various high-ranking officials were preoccupied with their own troubles and would hardly notice the chaos unfolding here. Throughout his life, Naruto had harbored a deep-seated disdain for tailed beasts that dared to unleash their tailed beast bombs upon him. With a slight twist of his neck, Naruto's eyes transformed into a brilliant golden hue, adorned with intricate patterns, complemented by his golden hair, rendering him strikingly handsome. Yet, this golden gaze was not merely an enhancement of his appearance. As he felt the rhythmic pulse of his abundant chakra coursing through him, he sensed an inexhaustible strength filling every part of his being. Shikaku, filled with dread, fixated its gaze on Naruto, who stood unwavering amidst the floodwaters. At that moment, an inexplicable fear welled up within Shikaku. Naruto seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation, emanating an aura of mystery that was impenetrable. Shikaku reassured itself. It must be an illusion, just an illusion. Having finished stretching his limbs, Naruto flashed a grin at Shikaku. If you were wise, you would relinquish control of Gaara's body to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind administering a little electric therapy. Electric therapy? What kind of nonsense is that? Shikaku pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to grasp something, bursting into mocking laughter. Haha, I thought you were referring to something significant. It turns out you're talking about lightning release ninjutsu. Do you truly believe that mere currents can harm me? I could stand still and let you zap me without retaliating. Shikaku exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, completely dismissing Naruto's capabilities. In its memory, the only lightning technique Naruto had ever used was Chidori. That trivial amount of electricity could affect Gaara, but to a colossal being like itself, it was utterly insignificant. At this moment, Shoha resembled a fidgety old man, eager for assistance with his discomfort. Naruto's lips curled slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face as he calmly uttered a single word, "Good." Drawing in a deep breath, he fixed his gaze with intensity. Shoha remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. He couldn't resist adding, "Once you're done with your flashy display, let us keep it fair. How about you take one of my tailed beast bombs as a trade for a mere jutsu?" For reasons unknown, Shoha felt an inexplicable warmth towards Naruto, prompting him to chatter more than usual. Yet, they were still rivals, engaged in battle. Don't get carried away, we're still fighting here. Shoha thought it unjust to receive a couple of random electric shocks from Naruto. Even if it was merely a playful tickle, it was unacceptable. He felt compelled to retaliate, lest the other tailed beasts think he was a timid creature, mercilessly bullied by a lowly ninja. That would be utterly humiliating. The world of ninjas was fraught with treachery, their hearts as dark as the duck's skin. Even the tailed beasts were beginning to adopt unsavory traits. Shoha clearly intended to mention the tailed beast ball. If it weren't for Naruto's vast knowledge, he might have been deceived by Shoha's fabrications. However, at this point, it hardly mattered. All right, Shoha beamed with delight. Soon, you'll understand the true power of a tailed beast, you little brat. You'll regret ever being born into this world. As Shoha indulged in whimsical thoughts, thunderous roars echoed from above. At some point, the sky had become shrouded in ominous black clouds, resembling an army marching across the heavens. The atmosphere was heavy, punctuated by the intermittent rumble of thunder, each clap louder than the last. A sense of foreboding washed over Shoha, as he felt that Naruto was scheming, with some hidden trickery in play. Yet, he was given no opportunity to ponder further. The very fabric of the world seemed on the verge of rupture as a brutal and electrifying golden lightning bolt descended with a deafening crash. To his astonishment, Shoha witnessed Naruto, with a smile plastered on his face, charging directly towards the destructive golden lightning. Confusion enveloped Shoha's mind. What was this child thinking? Did he enjoy being struck by lightning? Suddenly, Shoha burst into laughter, thinking it served him right for being so ostentatious. Before he could finish his thought, his yellow beastly eyes widened in shock. Naruto extended his right hand to receive the lightning, using the Rinnegan bestowed upon him by the system to manipulate the weather to his liking. The ground was now flooded, and with the combination of water and lightning, it was exhilarating. While the earth might not conduct electricity easily, submerged in water, it was a different story, akin to an electric eel in its element. Lightning release. Kirin. The golden arcs of electricity danced, merging into a magnificent creature that rivaled Shoha in size, a golden Kirin born of thunder. The living embodiment of lightning shimmered and glowed as if it were truly alive, even emitting a fearsome roar. Shoha's scalp prickled in terror, and he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Weren't you supposed to use Chidori on me? Realization struck. He had been outsmarted. Naruto's rapid response was no mere coincidence. He had come prepared. Meanwhile, Shoha hastily gathered a black energy ball in his mouth, aiming to unleash a tailed beast bomb at the terrifying golden Kirin, hoping to mitigate its ferocity. Yet, upon sensing the overwhelming energy, despair settled within Shoha. Not only did he doubt he could nullify the attack, but he also wished to avoid excessive pain. Thunder rumbled ominously. Clearly, Naruto's movements were swifter than Shoha's reaction. You asked me to use lightning techniques, but you didn't specify which ones. Shoha found himself momentarily bewildered, realizing the truth in Naruto's approach. The golden Kirin descended with a thunderous crash, the violent crackle of electricity resonating, its intensity capable of rupturing eardrums. All the lightning struck Shoha, shattering the tailed beast ball he had been forming midair. A sharp, anguished scream erupted from him. Ah! Experiencing electric therapy for the first time, Shoha vowed never to endure such a thing again. Bubbles rose incessantly from the water's surface as the powerful currents caused the water to boil. The surroundings quickly darkened. The pain from the electricity was already unbearable, and being submerged in water only intensified the agony. The dual torment rendered Shoha nearly powerless. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Unable to resist, he resigned himself to the experience. Naruto's initial intention had merely been to subdue Shoha, not to incapacitate or kill him. Observing Shoha's loss of strength to fight back, Naruto swiftly crushed the remaining power of the Kirin in his hands. Though he felt a slight backlash, to Naruto, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Gazing at Shoha, now charred black, he was momentarily speechless. The power of the Kirin bestowed by the system was astonishing. It seemed prudent to keep this technique in reserve. After all, if he were to accidentally kill a tailed beast, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 124. Shoha, you mock me while I plead for mercy? I truly must thank you, Nine Tails. The sound of splashing echoed as two graceful figures glided swiftly over the water's surface. Sakura furrowed her brow, puzzled about the origin of the water. Behind her, Temari rolled her eyes dramatically. It's obviously a technique employed by a ninja. With only Shoha and Naruto remaining nearby, Temari's heart raced with excitement. This is incredible. This water release technique must be at least A rank. How could Naruto, at such a young age, master such advanced ninjutsu? What potential lay ahead? Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, dark clouds obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over the small realm they inhabited. It felt as though an apocalypse was imminent. Surely, it can't be about to rain heavily? Sakura felt an unsettling premonition. The weather was far too unusual. Temari hesitated. They were still a distance from the eye of the storm. Yet, she could already see Shoha's silhouette, along with that small black dot in the air, presumably Naruto. They instinctively slowed their pace, wary of the potential backlash from whatever powerful technique Naruto was utilizing. Just then, a thunderous clap shattered the air, followed by the emergence of a golden Kirin conjured from lightning. The overwhelming chakra emanating from it was terrifying, instilling a chilling dread within them. Being struck by it would undoubtedly be fatal. What in the world is that? Sakura halted, gripped by a deep-seated fear of death, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before her. Temari also paused, her eyes reflecting a mix of shock and confusion. As the golden Kirin descended, it struck Shoha with a devastating force, leaving him charred. They both caught sight of Naruto, the one who had unleashed this fearsome jutsu. In that moment, both girls stood in stunned silence. On the other side, Naruto gazed at Shoha, now powerless on the ground, raising an eyebrow. I can't believe I've actually incapacitated a tailed beast. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails watched the spectacle unfold, trembling slightly. This is absurd. Can you believe a mere genin wields such a terrifying technique? He is a true tailed beast slayer. Any tailed beast caught in his path can only count themselves unfortunate. Thankfully, I, the Nine Tails, had the wisdom to surrender early and thus avoided this torment. Otherwise, the surface before me, charred and blackened, was not Shikaku, but rather it. Its massive form diminished at a visible rate, leaving only Gaara behind. Naruto, quick-witted and agile, hurriedly grasped the back of his clothing, preventing Gaara from sinking into the water. What on earth was happening? How could it be that Shikaku had relinquished control to the Jinchuriki? Goodness, wasn't it said that tailed beasts were notoriously ungovernable, fiercely vying for dominance over their hosts? Shikaku's behavior was surprisingly not as malevolent as anticipated. The nine tails within felt utterly exasperated. Master, I believe Shikaku did not voluntarily relinquish control. Rather, he was intimidated by you and subsequently returned control to Gaara. Naruto paused, contemplating. Intimidated by me? That couldn't be right. He tilted his head, reflecting for a moment before asserting, I only unleashed one lightning release, and he couldn't handle it. I believe I could unleash that jutsu 10 more times before feeling fatigued. The nine tails, incredulous, retorted, Are you speaking coherently? You didn't even land the full force of that lightning release on Shikaku. He has already fled. Had you unleashed it fully, he would have either perished or been gravely injured, requiring a significant recovery period inside the Jinchuriki. The nine tails, a hint of trepidation in its tone, added, That foolish raccoon may be annoying, but it does not deserve death. There's no need to kill it. The nine tails began to plead on its behalf, recalling their long-standing friendship. Reflecting on the plight of the other tailed beasts, it felt a sense of sympathy. They had not found suitable hosts, unlike itself, which had the powerful Naruto to rely upon, allowing it to thrive freely. Despite their mutual disdain, the nine tails did not wish to witness Shikaku's demise before its eyes. If Shikaku knew that the nine tails was advocating for him, he would surely shed tears of gratitude. You mock me while advocating for my sake. I must genuinely thank you. Nine tails, release Gaara. A voice interjected, accompanied by the creaking of mechanical puppetry. The speaker was none other than Kankuro. Upon witnessing Gaara's transformation into Shikaku, he had realized that he stood no chance against it. Not only was combat unfeasible, finding a safe place to evade the chaos was equally daunting. Seeing Naruto at the eye of the storm, Kankuro felt a surge of relief, believing Naruto would surely meet his end at Shikaku's hands. Little did he know that Shikaku had provoked a formidable force, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning. Kankuro watched from a distance, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The last time Naruto fought him, he had unleashed such a horrifying technique. Had Naruto released it then, their trio would have been obliterated without a chance to flee. While feeling relieved, Kankuro's fear of Naruto only intensified. He would not have recklessly approached if it weren't for his brother's life hanging in the balance. A circus? Naruto smiled at Gaara's elder brother from Sunagakure. What nonsense! Kankuro was bewildered, unsure of Naruto's intent, yet he remained on high alert, ready to counter any sudden attack. From Kankuro's trembling demeanor, it was evident that he was far from calm. If not for the fear of Gaara's demise, he would have fled at once. Did Naruto know Kankuro was observing? Of course. Yet, Kankuro's chakra was too weak for Naruto to perceive him, so he chose to disregard him, focusing solely on Shikaku. Not even Kankuro, nor 10 others, would deter Naruto from his course. Naruto, do not harm my brother. Concurrently, a melodious voice, akin to a lark, rang out. The speaker was none other than Temari, her lovely face etched with worry and urgency. Following her was the determined figure of Sakura Haruno. Chapter 125. Parker. Do I not have any pride? Feeding me dog food in person? Gaara groggily awoke, his head throbbing, his body tingling, with a faint stinging sensation. When he realized he was suspended in midair, he was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Gaara mumbled, glancing to the side. He saw Naruto holding him as one would a chick. A sharp pain surged through his head as memories began to return, and he gasped in shock. Ugh! His limbs began to flail wildly, fear written across his face. Put me down, you monster. Let me go? Are you sure? Naruto replied with a smirk. Gaara panicked further, as if he were staring into the grinning face of a demon from the underworld. Let me go? Before he could finish his plea, Naruto released his grip. With a splash, Gaara lost his balance and fell into the water, swallowing several mouthfuls of it. Gulping and sputtering, Kankuro rushed to pull him up. Gaara, are you all right? After gasping for air, Gaara coughed several times, nearly choking. In the midst of coughing, he scrambled away in the opposite direction, valuing his life and steering clear of Naruto. Did I allow you to escape? Naruto's indifferent voice cut through the air. Gaara halted, nearly tumbling back into the river. Temari swiftly stepped in front of Naruto. What do you want, Naruto? Temari, far from composed, had mustered great courage to confront him. Observing Kankuro and Temari's reactions, Naruto smirked and couldn't help but remark, how enviable. You have such caring siblings. At that moment, Gaara felt something stir deep within, a warm sensation flowing from his feet to the crown of his head. Indeed, Naruto was right. He had family. Although his father had mistreated him, it did not equate to the ill treatment from his siblings. At least they were willing to stand up against a terrifying creature like Naruto to protect him. Temari swallowed hard, casting a glance at Naruto. Speak. What must we do for you to release Gaara? Sakura, hands on her hips, retorted angrily. How could we possibly let him go? Not only him, but you all cannot escape either. You of Sunagakure have allied with Orochimaru to attack us in Konoha. This is a serious matter. Your village has been obliterated. The chaos was not confined to the venue. Sakura was certain unrest had erupted outside as well. Otherwise, why had reinforcements not arrived? Furthermore, with Shikaku residing within Gaara, had it not been for Naruto, Shikaku would have rampaged towards the heart of the village. That would have spelled disaster. For the elite ninjas were preoccupied at the tournament venue, unable to return to rescue the defenseless populace. Temari stepped forward, her expression genuinely perplexed, not feigned. We truly do not know what has transpired. Will you believe us? Sakura furrowed her brow. The situation had escalated beyond repair. Moreover, Orochimaru had infiltrated under the guise of the Kazekage, without his approval or any covert collaboration. How could Orochimaru possibly don the attire of the Wind Shadow? Haruno Sakura was utterly incredulous. In her mind, those who attained the rank of Shadow were unparalleled titans. In truth, had she delved deeper into the matter, she would have recognized that there were indeed many formidable individuals possessing Shadow-level strength. The titles of Hokage, Wind Shadow, and the like were merely pleasing epithets. Do you think I would believe your nonsensical claims? Haruno Sakura coldly retorted. Indeed, we shall investigate this matter thoroughly upon our return. Parker interjected, moving closer to the group with a grave demeanor. Upon reaching the heart of the battlefield, Parker's attention first gravitated towards Naruto and his companions. Only after confirming that none from his village were maimed did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then casually surveyed the surroundings. This glance nearly left him aghast. A nearby area had been scorched black by lightning. He could even see golden arcs of electricity sizzling on the branches. Oh dear, what a troublesome predicament. Shikamaru, carrying Sasuke, returned, muttering under his breath. Suddenly, he realized that Shikaku was nowhere to be found. Where did that enormous creature go? After scanning the vicinity without a trace of it, he instead spotted Gaara trembling in the distance. Shikamaru was utterly confounded, pondering what had transpired. At that moment, Naruto, who understood the entire situation, stepped forward and waved his hand, saying, Sakura, perhaps those three were also unaware. Sakura tilted her head in surprise at Naruto's unexpected defense of them. It was quite uncharacteristic. Temari, observing this, felt a great sense of relief. It was evident that Naruto was the cornerstone of their group. As long as he articulated a request, Sakura and the others would unconditionally comply. However, just as Sakura was about to speak, Naruto interrupted her, stating that the incident involving Konoha was a closely guarded secret and could not be indiscriminately disclosed. Sakura found his reasoning quite sound. Parker, deep in thought, concurred that it was indeed bizarre for mere genin to be privy to such a significant affair. Temari inhaled deeply and then turned to Naruto, her plump lips parting as she spoke. Thank you for your trust in us. To prove our innocence, we will voluntarily return to Konoha with you and submit to an investigation. As the elder sister, Temari understood the gravity of the situation. An attack on a village could certainly reignite war. The economic conditions of Sunagakure were far inferior to those of Konoha. If hostilities resumed, it would be the common folk who would suffer. Moreover, the ninjas of Sunagakure were not as elite as those from Konoha. If war broke out, the overall economy of Sunagakure would be severely depleted. Training a ninja required considerable time. They could not afford to squander their resources. What else is there besides submitting to an investigation? Naruto's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Temari was perplexed. What more could there be? Upon noticing her inquiry, Naruto replied, I just saved your brother's life. Fortunately, it was me who encountered him. Had it been another elite from Konoha, there was a strong possibility that Gaara would have been killed. After all, no village would allow a tailed beast to rampage within its borders. Thus, I am undoubtedly your brother's savior. Don't you think a little gratitude is in order? In an instant, Temari's face flushed a deep crimson, her cheeks aglow, and an alluring blush crept up her fair neck. The pink hue spread all the way to her ears. Haruno Sakura was equally astonished. Naruto-kun, if you desire a kiss, you can simply ask me. Parker, the solitary canine, was unwittingly fed a dose of romantic drama. However, for him, it was of little consequence, as in his eyes, the female dogs of Konoha were far more beautiful than Temari. Chapter 126. In this day and age, being a good person is truly challenging. What is going on? Even at this juncture, Naruto was not contemplating binding the individuals and escorting them back to Konoha, but rather seeking a kiss? Such behavior was a disgrace to us boys. Shikamaru mused. Beside him, Sasuke stirred, a look of joy illuminating his face. Finally awake, are you? If you had not roused soon, I would have had to leave you for Parker to drag you along. Where am I? Sasuke blinked, slightly bewildered, upon realizing that the one carrying him was not Naruto. A wave of confusion washed over him, prompting him to hastily withdraw his hand from Shikamaru's shoulder. Just in time for you to join us for some romantic drama. Shikamaru quipped half-jokingly. Parker sniffed the air, surveying the surroundings for any sign of the promised romance. Where is it? Don't tell me you were deceiving me. Shikamaru replied, slightly exasperated. The moment was surely unfolding before them. Temari's cheeks were flushed, her demeanor reminiscent of a bashful young girl. Naruto, don't take it too far, she stammered. Kankuro and Gaara exchanged glances, horrified at the potential humiliation. If Temari acted in such a manner, what would become of Naruto's status as a brother-in-law? I oppose this union, Gaara exclaimed, visibly agitated, shooting a fierce glare at Naruto. However, when Naruto merely glanced in his direction, Gaara was startled, quickly turning his head away, as if the scowl had been directed at someone else entirely. Silence. I will not kiss anyone. After saying this, Temari felt her cheeks ablaze. Was Naruto handsome? Undoubtedly. Moreover, he was not merely a pretty face, but possessed genuine strength. What girl could resist such a young man? Considering their age, they were at the cusp of blossoming feelings. However, with so many eyes upon her, Temari felt utterly shy, as if facing public scrutiny. Alas, women are inherently more bashful, despite her origins from a relatively remote region. With a bold and fiery temperament, she could not help but feel bashful when it came to matters of love, especially since it would be her first kiss. As for Naruto, he was not contemplating such things. His original intention was simply for Temari to plant a kiss on his cheek. To his astonishment, she seemed intent on kissing him. What a misjudgment. I saved your brother's life, and now you wish to take advantage of me. How inhumane. Had Temari been privy to Naruto's thoughts, she would have undoubtedly fought tooth and nail for the opportunity. Naruto shrugged, expressing his exasperation. In this day and age, being a good person is truly challenging. Should I encounter such a dilemma again, I will surely turn a blind eye. By then, Gaara might fall into the hands of formidable ninjas, either captured or executed on the spot, rendering my goodwill utterly wasted. Temari gasped, seemingly taken aback, glaring at Naruto with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She stamped her foot, splashing water onto the ground, and then turned away, hastily making her way towards Konoha. No matter how one looked at it, she appeared to be adorably bashful. With Temari's departure, both Gaara and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. We almost gained an extra brother-in-law. Those who sighed in relief also included Haruno Sakura, who had intended to be the first to claim Naruto's first kiss. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Orochimaru had successfully executed his plan, having slain the renowned and formidable Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his hands sealed away by a ghost. He was fortunate enough to have a few subordinates come to his aid and escort him to safety. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, not only the focal point of the battle, was accompanied by the summoned three-headed serpent and an array of sound village ninjas. Although they could not completely vanquish the elite of Konoha, they could certainly buy some time. What Orochimaru needed was for his subordinates to delay long enough for his escape. The elite ninjas of Konoha quickly regrouped and launched a counterattack. Without Orochimaru as their backbone, the disorganized ranks of his forces soon crumbled. That night, the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death spread through the village like a bombshell, leaving nearly everyone in sorrow. The plan to dismantle Konoha was not fully realized, yet the elimination of Hiruzen could be deemed a partial success. The village's recovery would require considerable time. At Hiruzen's funeral, tears flowed freely from all attendees. Naruto also encountered the long-absent Konohamaru, who, despite still dressing as a girl, bore a strikingly elegant appearance with his short hair and determined expression, though his reddened eyes showed his grief without shedding tears. 2 days later, Konohamaru sought out Naruto again. To Naruto's astonishment, What would typically take months to achieve, the final step of releasing the Rinnegan, Konohamaru had remarkably completed the second stage. Perhaps it was a miracle, or perhaps he was simply a genius. Naruto shared the final step of the technique with Konohamaru, who wore a resolute expression on his youthful face, as if contemplating something significant. The news of Hiruzen's death had evidently struck him hard, prompting a focus on training rather than distractions of affection. Naruto had intended to ask if Konohamaru wanted some peaches, but decided against it, deeming them unappetizing. Finally, the anticipated day of switching to a new facial cleanser was near. Unlike the pervasive sorrow surrounding him, Naruto felt a sense of happiness. In his memories, Hiruzen had not been as closely connected to him as it seemed. Were it not for Naruto's own burgeoning skills, he might still be eating expired instant noodles and drinking spoiled milk. Thus, he felt no sadness over Hiruzen's demise, viewing it as a resolution to the debts owed to him and his parents. Chapter 127. Uchiha Itachi returns to the village some time past, and Konoha, having endured a heavy blow, gradually restored order under the leadership of the higher-ups and elite ninjas. Hiruzen's death did not significantly disrupt village affairs for the common folk. It mattered little who led them. However, for Danzo, this was unacceptable. After waiting so long for an old friend to pass, he believed it was his turn to assume the mantle of leadership. Under the watchful eyes and enthusiastic applause of the villagers, Danzo donned the Hokage hat and, with a beaming smile, addressed the crowd, declaring his commitment to lead the village forward. In the midst of his acceptance speech, Danzo jolted awake. Realizing it had all been a dream, he reassured himself that it could not be so. Who else could fulfill the role of village leader better than him? He had even prepared his acceptance speech in advance. However, his plans were thwarted when Jiraiya returned, insisting on bringing Tsunade back to take the Hokage position. This infuriated Danzo. How dare he disrupt my plans? No one understands the role of village leader better than I do. He began to contemplate ways to prevent Tsunade from returning to the village, thinking that if she lingered outside for a while longer, she might not come back at all. As the higher-ups began to panic, Danzo thought to himself, surely, I will be the one to ultimately assume leadership. Sighing deeply, he pondered his predicament when suddenly a flash of golden hair caught his eye. In that moment, it felt as if a light had illuminated his path. Naruto, wait. Danzo managed to force a congenial smile, his face contorted into a semblance of kindness. Naruto paused, looking back in confusion as Danzo approached with an enthusiasm that suggested a familial bond. What can I do for you, Lord Danzo? Naruto asked, flashing a polite smile. He believed in maintaining decorum, knowing full well that someone would eventually hold Danzo accountable. Oh, nothing at all. Danzo chuckled awkwardly. The higher-ups had unanimously decided to nominate Tsunade as the 5th Hokage, a temporary measure that could solidify her position should she perform well. This was a prospect Danzo could not bear to see come to fruition. Thus, he devised a plan to create chaos using Naruto, who bore a resemblance to Tsunade's younger brother. Surely, no elder sister could resist the charm of a handsome younger brother. Actually, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Naruto waved and sprinted off in another direction, leaving Danzo momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, Naruto had already distanced himself. Danzo hurriedly called after him, "Hey Naruto, wait. I remembered that I have something important to discuss with you." The audacity of today's youth, thinking they could simply disregard pleasantries, infuriated Danzo. Even more enraging was that, instead of stopping, Naruto only quickened his pace. What in the world was happening? If not for the onlookers, Danzo might have lost his temper entirely. Meanwhile, atop the towering walls surrounding the village, two mysterious figures cloaked in red clouds and black robes, wearing straw hats, stood in silence. Beneath the conical hat, Uchiha Itachi observed the familiar yet strange scenery before him, feeling a wave of emotions. Upon receiving the news of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, Itachi was momentarily taken aback. The man hailed as the strongest Hokage had perished just like that? What did that mean for the agreements he had made with the village? Would there be discontent among the villagers, prompting someone to take advantage of the situation to harm his younger brother? Coincidentally, the Akatsuki organization had a mission to gather intelligence in Konoha. Aware of the mission's high difficulty and danger, Itachi stepped forward to accept it. Alongside him was the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki as his teammate, though referred to as allies. It felt more like mutual surveillance. Itachi understood this unspoken truth but chose to keep it to himself. Many sentiments must remain buried. When too many are aware, it becomes burdensome for others. This solitude was indeed painful. What is the matter? Seeing your homeland again, do you feel a sense of nostalgia? Kisame teased. His large sword wrapped tightly in white bandages slung over his back. Itachi continued to gaze at the landscape, his expression impassive, responding in a neutral tone. I merely find the once thriving village now resembles a stray dog, utterly pitiable. Kisame was momentarily stunned, then looked at Itachi incredulously, chuckling. That's quite uncharacteristic of you. Itachi ignored him and lifted his eyelids. At that moment, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, the three-tomo Sharingan activated, ready to counter any unexpected occurrences and perceive illusions. Chapter 128. A visit to the lake. Unexpectedly encountering a beauty by a lakeside in Konoha, Asuma, cigarette in mouth, and Kurenai blocked two oddly dressed individuals. Hey, you two don't seem like villagers. Where do you hail from? Could you kindly remove your hat? Asuma said sternly, his demeanor suggesting that they would not proceed unless they complied. Long time no see, Miss Kurenai, Mr. Asuma. Itachi nonchalantly removed his hat, revealing his handsome visage. His eyes already activated with the three-tomo Sharingan. His tone was remarkably calm, akin to a traveler returning home to meet familiar faces. Oh, so you're from the same hometown as Mr. Itachi. I suppose I should introduce myself. I am Kisame Hashigaki from the Hidden Mist Village. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kisame grinned, revealing a few shark-like scars on his face, an unsettling sight. What the hell? Have we truly turned this into a family reunion? Asuma and Kurenai were momentarily taken aback. Asuma, narrowing his eyes, coldly remarked, if I recall correctly, you are also an S-rank rogue ninja. To think two S-rank renegades would appear in Konoha at this time. There must be more at play, but since you're here, you might as well stay. Kisame glanced at Itachi and mockingly said, are all the villagers so rude? I introduced myself, yet they still attempt to apprehend us. Before Itachi could respond, Kurenai's expression shifted, and she spoke, so it's the infamous S-rank fugitive, Kisame Hashigaki. He has executed numerous high-difficulty missions involving the assassination of feudal lords. Kurenai exposed Kisame's background with a single statement. Kisame, instead of feeling shame, took pride in it, chuckling. I never expected to be recognized here. What an honor. It seems my reputation precedes me. Itachi remained expressionless, regarding the two before him, unfastening his robe's buttons and resting his hand upon it. Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai, I hope you won't impede our progress. I have no desire to harm you. His tone was resolute, as if stating a trivial matter. Moreover, Itachi had no intention of killing them. His purpose for returning was to check on his younger brother and assess the current state of Konoha. He wished to disclose nothing regarding his intentions. Letting Danzo, that old schemer, learn of his existence and dare to act against his brother meant this village was no longer worth preserving. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances, taken aback by his audacity. Such arrogance was utterly brazen. They felt as if they were being regarded as mere chicks ready for slaughter. Asuma babbled on, likely referring to Itachi's betrayal of his clan, questioning whether he felt any remorse. Kisame could no longer bear it, and swiftly brandished his sword, attacking. Enough of this nonsense. We have been rogue ninjas for years. Do you think a few words from you could change anything? Asuma is merely overthinking. Asuma and Kurenai were astonished, not expecting Kisame to strike so suddenly. Asuma immediately drew a small knife from his waist, clashing with Kisame's sword, producing a loud metallic sound that sparked upon impact. Kurenai stepped back, quickly forming hand signs. A fierce wind swept through, causing Kurenai's form to dissipate into the air. Is this an illusion? Itachi's red, three-tomo Sharingan focused on the unfolding events. What audacity! To flaunt an illusion before Itachi. How utterly laughable. Itachi's mastery of illusions was unparalleled, augmented by his Sharingan, far surpassing Kurenai's abilities. Heh, my sword isn't meant for mere cutting. Kisame smirked, and the bandages wrapped around his sword fell away, revealing its true form as a sharp, elongated blade that swiftly sliced through Asuma's shoulder, blood seeping forth. It's meant for slaughter. Asuma's gaze sharpened, hastily retreating in disbelief. This is utterly unfair. Kisame, feeling a surge of confidence, was about to proclaim that Konoha's elite were nothing but worthless. However, the ground beneath him suddenly stained with yellow blood, rapidly spreading towards him, immobilizing his movements. What is this? Meanwhile, Itachi found himself similarly ensnared, but in his case, it was twisting trees that bound him tightly. Yet, Itachi remained unfazed, allowing the bindings to envelop him, even too indifferent to make a single move, standing there with utmost composure. In due time, a towering tree manifested behind Itachi. Kurenai's silhouette appeared atop the trunk, wielding a razor-sharp kunai, lunging towards Itachi's head. This is the end. Itachi, keenly aware, narrowed his eyes, devoid of emotional fluctuation as he watched the kunai approach. Kurenai sensed an ominous shift when she noticed Itachi's eyes slightly open. The next moment, it was not Itachi bound to the tree, but herself. What is happening? Kurenai was bewildered, glancing around, realizing she was immobilized, seemingly caught in the very illusion she had cast upon Itachi. Is this an illusion rebound? Is there really such a technique? Such a level of illusion is of no use to me. Uchiha Itachi remarked coldly, his tone utterly flat. Suddenly, a razor-sharp spike emerged from his sleeve, aimed directly at Yuhi Kurenai. At that moment, Asuma was entangled with Kisame and unable to come to her aid. Beads of sweat dotted Kurenai's beautiful face, and her irresistibly plump red lips parted as she bit her lower lip, drawing forth a trickle of crimson blood. She broke free from the illusion's grasp and clashed with Itachi, armed with her kunai. However, she was no match for Uchiha Itachi. As he kicked, Kurenai hastily crossed her arms to shield herself, but was still sent flying towards the lakeside. Just then, a dashing figure happened to pass by, a golden silhouette that caught her just in time, preventing her from crashing into the water. What a stroke of luck, coming to see the lake. She unexpectedly found herself in the embrace of a stunning beauty. The aroma of her presence was intoxicating, refreshing to the core. Kurenai was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for this figure catching her, she might have indeed fallen into the water. Upon recognizing the handsome face before her, she hesitantly asked, "Naruto? What are you doing here?" Chapter 129. The appearance of the second pillar, a brotherly reunion. The newcomer was none other than Naruto. What a coincidence. Danzo, that old coot, seemed like an unshakable pest, incessantly urging him to create trouble for Tsunade. Naruto felt an urge to slap him across the face. Look at this old fool. Does he even speak like a human? That's my wife. I mean my girlfriend. What is wrong with my girlfriend being Hokage? Naturally, Naruto ignored him and swiftly dashed through the village. However, Shimura Danzo had a trick up his sleeve. He had summoned his root members to assist in locating Naruto. It seemed this matter wouldn't end unless Naruto acquiesced. Ridiculous. How could Naruto possibly agree? Would he prioritize outsiders over his own? The village was no longer a safe haven for him, so he had to escape. By a twist of fate, he ended up here. Upon arrival, he witnessed Uchiha Itachi attacking Kurenai and sending her flying. Thus unfolded the scene of Naruto swooping in to catch her midair. Naruto flashed a grin at Kurenai. "Red Sensei, I came out to clear my mind, and didn't he expect to run into you here?" In his arms was the enchanting beauty with cascading waves of hair, long curled eyelashes, and elegantly manicured fingers adorned with pale pink nail polish. Her red pupils and the purple eyeshadow accentuated her allure even further. At that moment, Kurenai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her lovely face flushing a deep crimson. It was her first experience being held like this. If only the person were of the same age, it would have been more acceptable. But this was her student, though not from her team. Naruto was still considered a student. How utterly awkward. Naruto, could you please set me down?" Kurenai said shyly, though she struggled to maintain her composure. Had Naruto not caught her, she wouldn't have suffered any significant injury. After all, Itachi had not aimed to kill her. "I'm not tired, Sensei," Naruto chuckled, teasing the blushing Kurenai. At that moment, she was cradled in his arms, her fair hand resting on his neck. Hearing his words nearly broke her facade. What did he mean he wasn't tired? The implication was that she wanted him to set her down, not to worry about his fatigue. "Naruto, stop it," Kurenai protested, her cheeks reddening, leaving adorable dimples on her face. Meanwhile, the battle continued. They were facing an S-rank rogue ninja, and the situation was dire. Naruto's intervention had thrown everything into disarray. The thrill of holding Kurenai in front of Asuma was exhilarating, but Naruto knew it was not the time for games. He gently set Kurenai down. "All right, since you insist, I won't argue. It's a shame the time spent with such a captivating teacher is so fleeting." Naruto couldn't help but tease once more. Kurenai felt slightly dazed. How dare Naruto flirt with her openly? What was he thinking? Yet, She was surprised by how sweet his words were, how pleasant his voice sounded, and how handsome he appeared. Meanwhile, Asuma was preoccupied with his own battle against Kisame. A layer of visible blue chakra enveloped Asuma's short blade as he slashed across Kisame's cheek, crimson blood streaming down. Kisame was momentarily stunned, not expecting to be injured by such an unassuming weapon. Anger surged within him. He plunged his sword into the ground and swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water shark bomb technique. As the water surged upwards, a powerful column of water shot towards Asuma's face. Simultaneously, another column of water erupted from the lake. The two water columns collided with a thunderous crash. Kisame was bewildered. He had only enough chakra for one water column. Why were there two? Was he being mocked? Unbeknownst to him, a figure in a mask, oh no, the handsome Kakashi, had arrived just in time. That second water column was his doing. Kakashi Hitaki? Itachi narrowed his eyes. He recognized Kakashi all too well. They had crossed paths during their time in the Umbu. Kakashi had once been his squad leader, and he too had blood on his hands. Kisame, realizing who he was facing, expressed surprise. Ah, so it's Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha. A pleasure to meet you. It all made sense. That SY2 identical ninjutsu had collided. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Two S-rank rogue ninjas, especially Uchiha Itachi. Their Sharingan locked in a gaze. Kakashi knew his single Sharingan was not the genuine article, but a gift from Obito. The eyes before him belonged to the authentic Uchiha. Not just one but both. If one were to draw a metaphor, Kakashi's Sharingan was but a prototype, while Itachi's was the finished product. The difference in essence was significant. You dare to return? A familiar voice echoed. Kakashi had sensed something amiss at the tea house and had followed the disturbance. Accompanied by the second pillar. Upon seeing Itachi, the pent-up fury within the second pillar erupted. He longed to charge at Itachi and perish alongside him. Yet, memories of his brother's past kindness flooded his mind, leaving him in a tumult of emotions. Within the heart of the second pillar, a tempest of emotions surged forth. Thus, he refrained from taking immediate action. In Chapter 130, titled Blood Brothers, Open Conflict, the age-old adage rings true. Enemies meet with ferocious intensity. Yet, in this moment, it is brothers who stand at odds. Naruto observes the unfolding drama from a distance, aware that this is a matter of familial strife. And he harbors no intention of intervening. Beside him, Yujito also remains inactive, their proximity allowing Naruto to catch a whiff of her alluring scent. If only there were a ripe watermelon to relish while witnessing this tragic spectacle of brotherly love and hatred. Sasuke held a different expectation. Yet Itachi Uchiha did not share this sentiment. It has been a long time, Sasuke, he remarked, a flicker of something unusual gleaming in his eyes, though expertly concealed from those around them. Who is this little brat? A familiar of Mr. Itachi? He bears a striking resemblance to you, commented Kisame Hoshigaki. His interest piqued as he scrutinized Sasuke. Let me take a look. It is my foolish younger brother, Itachi replied coolly. A violent surge of electricity crackled from Sasuke's right hand. At that moment, the second pillar's expression darkened. A storm brewing within him akin to a miner who has toiled for decades in Africa. He advanced step by step toward Itachi. For all these years, I have followed your words, nurturing a hatred for you every single day. The only reason I have endured until now is to kill you today. Chidori erupted in Sasuke's hand, the furious arcs of electricity crackling and bursting forth. He charged at Itachi with the intent of a deadly confrontation, a clash of wills. Chidori, you have mastered a commendable jutsu, Itachi remarked with genuine admiration. Kisame watched with amusement, uninterested in intervening in the brothers' conflict. The Chidori aimed directly at Itachi's chest, as though intending to pierce through him. Itachi narrowed his eyes and effortlessly sidestepped Sasuke's attack, seizing his wrist with a grip akin to a vice. Despite Sasuke's struggles, he could not free himself. With his other hand, Itachi clasped Sasuke's throat. You disappoint me greatly. Despite the time given, you remain weak, showing no signs of improvement. Itachi's calm voice resonated, his gaze cold as it locked onto Sasuke's. Their Sharingan eyes met, Itachi's overwhelming presence and demeanor overshadowing Sasuke entirely. Let me go? I will kill you. Sasuke snarled, his curse mark manifesting. Hatred, too, can drive one to a breaking point, not only jealousy. What? Orochimaru? Realizing Sasuke's condition, Itachi deduced that Orochimaru was behind it all. A mere deduction sufficed to unveil the truth. The Chidori in Sasuke's hand, empowered by the curse mark, surged with even greater ferocity. Itachi squinted, tightening his grip, and with a sharp crack, Sasuke's wrist broke. Itachi had merely dislocated it, showing restraint, but then delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's abdomen. They were now adversaries, and with so many eyes upon them, Itachi could not afford to act out of the ordinary. Even without the audience, he had no desire for candidness with Sasuke. Reality was fraught with unfulfilled ambitions and unspoken words, a source of great frustration. Sasuke hunched over, reminiscent of a cooked shrimp, propelled far from the force of the kick, rolling and scraping against the ground until he was caught by Kakashi, barely managing to regain his footing. Itachi's voice cut through the air once more. Do you know why you are so weak? Because your hatred is not strong enough. You rely on external forces rather than striving to enhance your own abilities. External power is fleeting. True strength lies within oneself. Itachi deemed it necessary to impart this wisdom. On one hand, it was to encourage Sasuke to develop self-defense capabilities swiftly. On the other, it was to deter him from over-relying on the curse mark, which would only render him weaker, potentially turning him into Orochimaru's puppet. However, Itachi had no intention of lifting the curse mark just yet, for Sasuke was far too weak. For now, this semblance of self-defense would suffice, and when the time was right, Itachi would assist him in shedding it. Haha, Mr. Itachi. You are truly ruthless with your brother, Kisame remarked with amusement, only to be met with Itachi's indifferent gaze, silencing him instantly, as though he had not spoken at all. Someone needed to intervene, and Kakashi stepped forward, determined to capture Itachi alive, or if necessary, eliminate him. I shall reiterate, I do not wish to kill. We are here merely to retrieve something, Itachi stated coolly, fixing his gaze on the advancing Kakashi. The three-tomo Sharingan began to shift. I advise you not to meddle unless you are confident in your ability to withstand the Mangekyo Sharingan. Genjutsu, close your eyes. Do not look this way, Kakashi shouted, hastily shutting one eye while leaving the other Sharingan active. In the next instant, he was forcibly drawn into the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, tormented by ceaseless stabs. Outside, Yujito and Asuma hurriedly closed their eyes, skeptical of Kakashi's dramatic warning. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, leisurely observing the battlefield. Genjutsu, with my Rinnegan, I fear nothing. However, he couldn't help but find Yujito, with her long, curled eyelashes trembling adorably, quite captivating, a silver lining to this dire situation. Within the realm of Tsukuyomi, Kakashi endured 3 days and nights of relentless torment, vowing never to allow anyone to stab him with a katana again. Meanwhile, only a brief moment had passed in the outside world, yet Kakashi teetered on the brink of collapse. Remarkable. You are the first to withstand my genjutsu without losing your sanity, Kakashi-sensei. Itachi observed, a hint of admiration in his tone, a sentiment that Kakashi found rather disconcerting. At that moment, Kakashi was drenched in sweat, his face pale. Had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have truly succumbed. Oh, how intriguing that you fell for Mr. Itachi's trick without losing your sanity, remarked Kisame Hashigaki, balancing his sword, Samahata, on his shoulder. Asuma lowered his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, and cautiously approached to assist Kakashi to his feet. What on earth have you done? He inquired. Itachi replied calmly, nothing much. Just ensnared Kakashi-senpai in my genjutsu. In another realm, he endured relentless stabbings for a span of 72 hours. His tone was as if he were discussing mundane matters. Asuma felt a chill run down his spine. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi had endured 1,000 blades? No, according to Itachi, it was not merely 1,000. He could have been pierced thousands of times. It was utterly deranged. Mr. Itachi, it would be wise to refrain from employing such jutsu too frequently. Your eyes must be suffering, Kisame said, lowering Samahata, directing it toward the two men. A piercing sensation accompanied his words. Itachi felt as though his eyes were not his own, a consequence of using Tsukuyomi. Although painful, he had long grown accustomed to it. Giving a slight shake of his head, it's nothing. Kakashi, still bewildered, pondered why Itachi had refrained from striking him down when he had the chance. Even with Asuma by his side, Itachi had Kisame at his back. Perhaps the former genius of Konoha still harbored some sentiment? Or was there another motive? Struggling to rise, Kakashi weakly asked, what brings you here? Are you here for Sasuke? He had heard whispers of the Akatsuki organization, a group comprised of S-rank rogue ninjas, each possessing strength akin to that of a Kage, formidable indeed. It was said that they operated in pairs, collecting powerful jutsu from around the world and targeting the tailed beasts. If their intent was to capture the beasts, Naruto would be in grave danger. Itachi shook his head and replied directly, "No, we have come for the orphan of the fourth Hokage." While saying this, he did not even glance at his younger brother, whom he had just sent flying. Itachi had merely incapacitated Sasuke momentarily to prevent any further interference. What? The target is Naruto? Asuma exclaimed, alarmed. Naruto was Konoha's treasure, the strongest Jinchuriki and a vital asset. Under no circumstances would they surrender him, especially considering he was the child of Minato and Kushina, the fourth Hokage. To hand him over would surely incite discontent among the elite ninjas of the village, plunging Konoha into chaos. On the ground, Sasuke felt a surge of irritation. His brother had not returned to find him, but rather to pursue Naruto. This thought ignited a murderous rage within him. Jealousy can drive one to madness. Red, hurry and take Naruto away. Asuma shouted toward Kurenai Yuhi by the riverbank. At that moment, Kurenai, her beautiful almond eyes still closed, paused at his call. Among them, Naruto remained the most composed, observing the scene with keen interest. How fascinating. This is incredibly amusing. Could it be a case of double-crossing? No, perhaps a triple agent? This could make for a great movie. He mused. For 5 years, I have been a part of the Akatsuki. Do you have any idea what those years entailed? Naruto continued, his words reflecting a slow comprehension. Those who were slow to grasp things might still believe Itachi to be a traitor, a villain beyond redemption. However, the astute among them would recognize that Itachi, through his words, was subtly revealing the Akatsuki's plans to Konoha and other villages. From his brief remarks, it became evident their objective was to capture the tailed beasts. Regardless of whether it was the Nine Tails or others, they sought to seize them all without exception. Kurenai opened her eyes, grasping Naruto's hand urgently. Naruto, you must leave with your teacher. They are after you. Her delicate, pale hand felt soft and comforting. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, even breaking into a grin as he addressed Itachi. All right, hurry and take me back to your organization. Do you all wear matching outfits like a school uniform? They look quite nice. And oh, you have rings too. It seems like you're living quite well as a rogue ninja. Everyone was taken aback. Have you no shame? Understand that we are here to capture you. Knowing this, why aren't you running? Itachi's previously unreadable expression flickered with slight confusion. He simply could not comprehend Naruto's thought process, though the change was subtle enough that no one else noticed. Kurenai grew anxious. Naruto, stop joking. These villains are here to capture you. You need to leave with your teacher. Naruto released her hand, wishing he could linger a moment longer, but now was not the time. He strode confidently towards Itachi, exuding an air of fearlessness. You must be Sasuke's brother. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard tales of your exploits. You are a true genius. I've heard your eyes can cast Jinjutsu, but such a potent technique likely cannot be used frequently. I've heard that the Uchiha clan's overuse of Jinjutsu can lead to poor vision, or rather, blindness. He paused, grinning as he added, if possible, save your eyes. You wouldn't want to regret it later. Chapter 132. I want to join the team. No, I want to join the organization. Itachi thought to himself. I have never felt so speechless in my life. However, he was astonished at how well-informed Naruto seemed about the Uchiha's ocular techniques. Using Tsukuyami undeniably inflicted considerable damage to his eyes, especially after unleashing it twice in quick succession. Truth be told, Itachi felt a dull ache in his eyes. Seeing Naruto's audacity, Kisame couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, you genuinely don't understand, do you? We are the villains here, and we have come to capture you. Yet you are still standing there? Naruto, wearing an expression of disdain, retorted, Isn't it said that all mermaids are beautiful? Why do you look so hideous? Kisame gasped, momentarily stunned. What was this child prattling about? Was he referring to him? Implicitly insulting his appearance? You little rascal, you've successfully vexed me. I shall teach you a lesson before taking you back to the organization. As long as there is a breath left, it's not impossible. Naruto placed his hands in front of him, appearing as if he was eagerly inviting someone to come and handcuff him. Are you foolish? I told you to hurry and take me back. I just want to pay a visit to your so-called Akatsuki. If I find the environment pleasant and the treatment satisfactory, I might just stay. What do you think? Inside Akatsuki, there's also Shaonan. Naruto genuinely intended to go on this little adventure, with his numerous skills at his disposal. Where couldn't he go? The thought of finally being able to meet that extravagant woman made his heart race. You are simply too beautiful. Kisame and Itachi were taken aback. They had never encountered such a request in their lives. Who openly expressed a desire to be captured as a Jinchuriki and didn't immediately flee. Yet, here was someone pleading to be taken back. Everyone was momentarily baffled, unsure of what scheme Naruto was concocting. However, their leader, Kakashi, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Naruto, stop fooling around. This is not the time for games." His admonition pulled everyone back to reality. Kisame, after a brief moment of surprise, burst into laughter. "All right. If you genuinely wish to join us, that would save us quite a bit of trouble. Come on over, and I won't harm you. As long as you obediently follow us." Naruto paused, suddenly furrowing his brow. What was this little rascal up to? Was he trying to play tricks? Kisame thought to himself. Noticing Naruto's lack of response, he queried, "Didn't you say you wanted to join our organization? Why aren't you coming over? What are you waiting for?" Itachi, meanwhile, was contemplating how to let Naruto go midway without truly bringing him back. They definitely couldn't return him. After all, the fourth Hokage was a commendable figure. Why did his child have to be so reckless? By the way, you can't stop me from coming over. I will go regardless, Naruto shrugged. Kisame was momentarily stunned, then coldly retorted, "What do you mean? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to come back with us? Why the sudden change of heart?" Naruto spread his hands. "You haven't even told me the specifics of your organization. First, tell me about the environment. Are there any benefits? How does the work schedule look? Do you have weekends off and holidays? And are there any beautiful, tall, fair-skinned ladies? If not, why would I want to work with a bunch of old men?" Everyone fell into a state of confusion once more. "You really are a clever little rascal," Kisame thought, feeling slightly offended. This young boy was spouting nonsense he didn't understand, talking about benefits and asking about treatment. "I've become a rogue ninja, and all I do is work and earn money. Oh, right, we capture tailed beasts here." Kisame's team was the real unfortunate working class. "You little brat, how dare you play me for a fool?" Kisame fumed, lunging at Naruto with his sword drawn. "What's wrong with playing you?" Naruto dodged, effortlessly sidestepping Kisame's attack. He was aware of Kisame's weaknesses. He didn't even need to use chakra. In other words, Might Guy was Kisame's natural nemesis. Kisame was bewildered. How could this low-ranking ninja be faster than him? Before he could ponder further, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Upon regaining his senses, he realized Naruto's fist had already landed squarely on him, unleashing all its power without restraint. The legendary body technique was no joke, and the enhancement was undeniably immense. With just one punch, Naruto had Kisame doubled over, like a shrimp, his insides churning violently. "You little brat. What are you?" Kisame gasped. "I'm just a farmer," Naruto replied. "Then hurry back to your fields and stop causing trouble, or I'll cut you down." Kisame staggered back, barely regaining his balance. Glaring fiercely at Naruto. "You've done well, little one. You've successfully angered me." Kisame planned to teach Naruto a lesson about respecting one's elders, but Itachi had other intentions. The crimson three-tomo Sharingan faded back into normal pupils. "Kisame, we should retreat." Kisame was momentarily stunned, looking at Itachi. Upon seeing Itachi's demeanor, he quickly understood. It was a matter of overextending their welcome. If they were discovered by Konoha's other members, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, this was not their territory, and if captured, the organization would not send anyone to rescue them. Kisame spat and glared at Naruto. "You're lucky this time, little brat. Next time, you won't be so fortunate." Upon seeing the two ready to flee, Naruto protested. "Wait, didn't you say you would take me back? I want to join your group. Your ideology is lacking. Let me help you enhance your team spirit and promote your organization to draw more ninjas into the glorious evolution." With each word, Kisame's expression grew darker. By now, he realized that this little brat was simply toying with them. He had no intention of genuinely wanting to join the organization. Perhaps he might have had a fleeting thought of it, but Kisame was determined to keep Naruto out. Seeking revenge. Chapter 133. Cultural Ambassador. Naruto genuinely wished to join the group, but unfortunately, they would not accept him. Itachi and Kisame departed, especially Kisame, who left in a somewhat disheveled state. On one hand, he was infuriated by Naruto's words, and on the other, he was frustrated at having taken a punch for no reason. "Damn it, after all these years as a ninja, this is the first time I've been hit and can't retaliate." The humiliation was unbearable. After Itachi and Kisame left, Asuma and Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes complex as they looked at Naruto. You nearly got us all killed. Dancing on the edge of a knife. Impressive. Thud. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having been affected by Tsukuyomi earlier, could no longer support himself and collapsed into the water. Asuma, quick to react, pulled Kakashi up. This isn't the time for chit-chat. We need to head to the hospital. Kurenai felt the need to educate Naruto. Had Itachi and Kisame genuinely intended to take him, she and Asuma combined wouldn't have been sufficient to fend them off. Naruto, you can't be so reckless in the future. Naruto nodded cheerfully. Of course, I promise. Kurenai felt exasperated, realizing Naruto hadn't absorbed any of her words. Whatever, let us just focus on treating Kakashi and the incapacitated Sasuke. At Konoha's ninja hospital, the door burst open with a crash. A tall, sun-kissed man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes strode in briskly. Kakashi, how have you been? What just transpired? The person who entered was none other than Might Guy, his face etched with concern. In the hospital room sat Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, and others. Kurenai glanced at Might Guy and softly urged, Guy, speak quietly. Kakashi has fallen victim to an illusion technique, suffering considerable mental damage. He requires peace and quiet for recovery. Upon hearing this, Might Guy sheepishly nodded, then turned his gaze toward Kakashi, who lay on the hospital bed, his eyes vacant and his expression blank as he stared ahead. It was a state of utter daze. Under normal circumstances, anyone struck by the moon reading technique would have long since lost their sanity, yet Kakashi remained intact, demonstrating remarkable strength. The efficacy of rest was limited. I shall go fetch Tsunade and have her assist in Kakashi's treatment. At that moment, a robust figure entered the room. It was Jiraiya. His expression was grave upon receiving the news, and he had hurried back without delay. Upon entering the hospital room, Jiraiya first cast a glance at Naruto sitting nearby, feeling a weight lift from his heart. The report indicated that Naruto had not been abducted, although the intentions of that group revolved around him, which spurred Jiraiya's concern. Seeing Naruto safe, his anxiety eased considerably. Lord Jiraiya, will you be bringing Lady Tsunade back? Kurenai inquired with curiosity. Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Yes, according to the intelligence received, we have roughly pinpointed her location. I shall retrieve her. The position of Hokage, while appearing glamorous from the outside, is riddled with burdensome responsibilities. It is a role Jiraiya would rather not have, despite the power it entails. Yet, he yearns for the wilderness, the stars, and the vast oceans, not merely the confines of Konoha. There are myriad exotic beauties in other lands, each with their own allure. Local girls are delightful, but they lack the fragrance of wildflowers. Ahem, I am here to take Naruto along as well, partly for training. Jiraiya smiled, and then turned to Naruto, grinning. Naruto, you will accompany me for a while. I'll introduce you to some delightful experiences. The atmosphere in the room had been exceedingly somber, compounded by the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which weighed heavily on the village. The sudden assault by the Akatsuki had only added to their woes. Having Naruto by his side brought Jiraiya a measure of relief. One could never be too certain if members of the Akatsuki would strike again. All right, I've been itching to get out. Staying in the village is stifling, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. The prospect of meeting Tsunade, the legendary healer, filled him with joy. What a treat. The 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha, all in one go. Jiraiya, initially worried that Naruto might resist, was pleasantly surprised by his eager acceptance, leading him to burst into laughter. All right, go prepare your belongings. We mustn't delay. We set off today? Time was of the essence, as communication in this era was not as advanced as in the future, and they couldn't afford to find Tsunade in a different location upon their arrival. Very well, I'll return shortly with my things, Naruto said without hesitation, bidding farewell to his companions before swiftly leaving the hospital. Back at his home, he organized his belongings and packed a change of clothes, humming a cheerful tune as he did. As he slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped outside, he reflected on the extraordinary experiences life had to offer. If you see me, do not be too cold. I am sentimental yet exuberant. Do you perceive me as a hue of sorrow or joy? The 9 tails within Naruto stirred slightly at the sound of the melody, a tune it had never heard before. Yet from Naruto's lips, it resonated with rhythm and energy. After a brief segment, the 9 tails felt unsatisfied and eagerly inquired, Master, your song is delightful. Could you sing the entire piece? Naruto chuckled, surprised that the beast appreciated human melodies. Do you wish to learn? The 9 tails' eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, I wish to learn. Very well, I shall teach you. Naruto replied joyfully, sharing the complete song with the Nine Tails, who committed it to memory. He further explained that the song was meant to be sung during moments of triumph, exuding invincibility. The Nine Tails did not grasp the concept of triumph but understood the essence of being formidable. This wise beast quickly discerned the profound elements of the culture of the land of the rising sun. When the next great ninja war erupted, the sight of a singing-tailed beast unleashing a colossal sphere of energy, 10 times larger than that of its counterparts, would be utterly astounding. Chapter 134. What the hell? My throat hurts. Please allow me to finish speaking. Outside the village of Konoha, two figures, one large and one small, were making their way toward a certain destination. Naruto was elated, anticipating his encounter with the legendary Tsunade. How could one not be excited? Along the way, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, sensing that Naruto's defensive skills were lacking. He inquired, Naruto, aside from the summoning technique I taught you and the shadow clone technique you've mastered, what other skills do you possess? Wait, are you trying to gauge my abilities? Naruto thought, realizing Jiraiya might be concerned about his safety against the Akatsuki. He had indeed learned numerous jutsu. Was it necessary to disclose the extent of his prowess? I have only a few skills, just a smattering, he replied modestly. Jiraiya adopted a knowing expression and continued. Look at Sasuke. I've heard he has learned the Chidori from Kakashi. Wouldn't you like to learn a powerful single-target technique as well? Why is the conversation shifting to him? Questioned Naruto. I can use Chidori too. In fact, I know an even more advanced version. The Golden Legend, forever enduring. He exclaimed with mock curiosity. Jiraiya laughed. I possess a technique created by the fourth Hokage, your father. It's called the Rinnegan, and it rivals the Chidori in power. Mastering it is challenging, but rest assured, with dedication, you will succeed. Jiraiya spoke with a hint of pride, reveling in the role of mentor. He recognized the importance of passing on knowledge to deserving pupils. However, when Naruto heard the name, he thought it was something extraordinary. He raised his hands, and in the bemused gaze of Jiraiya, two spiraling blue orbs formed in Naruto's palms. Rinnegan? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I just spent ages introducing you to this technique. My goodness, have you truly mastered it so swiftly? This is utterly absurd, simply outrageous. Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he urgently inquired. Wait, when did you learn this ninjutsu? And to release two at once? This is simply unscientific. Within the village, Naruto had already showcased the Rinnegan several times. Moreover, he had not concealed it. Any observant individual could easily uncover the truth with a bit of inquiry. However, since his return to the village, Jiraiya had been inundated with numerous responsibilities. Whether it was pursuing romantic interests or stabilizing the current situation in Konoha, he also needed to locate Tsunade. It was entirely understandable that he lacked the time to monitor Naruto's development. Thus, bringing Naruto along this time was also an attempt to make amends with him while imparting a few capable ninjutsu tricks along the journey. One night, I dreamt of a striking figure, resembling me, who spoke to me, saying, My son, the world of ninjas is intricate. Acquiring self-defense skills is the hard truth. Subsequently, that man taught me the Rinnegan in my dream, insisting that I call him father. Someone who looks as handsome as you. Who could that be? Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya coughed lightly, realizing that the golden-haired man, the swiftest in the village, was none other than his disciple, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Practicing ninjutsu in a dream, one must admit. Naruto is indeed an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. There is also another possibility. The chakra left within Naruto by Minato before his demise may have stirred, either by accident or design, enabling him to teach Naruto these techniques in his dreams. Such events are not beyond the realm of possibility. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the bustling area of Short Book Street, teeming with lively entertainment and an abundance of beautiful ladies, stirring a certain excitement within Jiraiya. He had been longing to indulge. No, he meant to gather materials. Can one truly call gathering materials indulgence? Having Naruto by his side was also not ideal. Considering Naruto was still a minor and could not partake in such festivities, Jiraiya feigned a cough to attract Naruto's attention. When Naruto turned to look, Jiraiya was about to speak, but Naruto interjected first. Perverted sage, do you have a sore throat? Shall I fetch you some medicine? For heaven's sake. It's not a sore throat. Let me finish my words. Jiraiya exclaimed, nearly exasperated. Naruto nodded, and Jiraiya continued. I plan to inquire around the local establishments. Cough, cough. I mean, gather intelligence related to Tsunade to ascertain her whereabouts. Goodness, I nearly revealed my true intentions. Fortunately, I realized mid-sentence and quickly altered my phrasing. Jiraiya thought to himself, truly, I am quite the clever one. Naruto, bemused, remarked that it sounded rather believable. I think you need not gather information. She might appear at that very location shortly. Naruto casually pointed to the tallest building on the street. Jiraiya glanced over, perplexed. Why would they go there? The cultural heritage of Shortbook Street? As the saying goes, standing high allows one to see far. If we wish to locate Sister Tsunade, that would be an excellent vantage point. Jiraiya was utterly speechless. Standing high and seeing far is indeed true. But what if Tsunade is hiding in some establishment playing video games or gambling? How on earth could one discern that? You lack the Byakugan. Can you truly see through walls? If such a method exists, please teach me. Coach, I wish to learn. Noticing Jiraiya's furrowed brow, Naruto felt compelled to explain. Even if standing there doesn't reveal Sister Tsunade, that area is the heart of the district, and if she were to gamble, surely she would choose a location in the city center. Jiraiya found his reasoning sound. To seek high-quality companions, one must indeed venture to the center of things. For higher costs often accompany higher quality. Very well, let us proceed. Jiraiya agreed. He did not expect to encounter Tsunade directly at that location. Instead, he planned to find a hotel to settle in, allowing Naruto to rest while he indulged himself. Chapter 135, A Successful Encounter with Tsunade. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as a great cloud of white smoke billowed from the most iconic and grand structure in Shortbook Street. A woman, possessing a stunning classical egg-shaped face and an alluring figure, paused, her expression calm as she surveyed the scene before her. She wore a loose gray garment, draped with a pale green coat, with a black belt cinching her slender waist. Below, she donned loose black trousers that elegantly framed her long, shapely legs, adorned with low-heeled black shoes that playfully revealed her toes. Yet, that was not the focal point. The highlight lay in her gray attire, which revealed a dazzlingly white expanse that was truly blinding. This spectacle could only be described as unprecedented. Few could rival this formidable woman in the ninja world. In any case, the vastness of the ocean cannot be consumed in one gulp. The breathtaking individual before us is Tsunade. Standing behind her was Shizune, clutching a plush Peppa Pig and clad in a black kimono. Orochimaru. Upon recognizing the visitor, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. She understood that Orochimaru had come with ulterior motives, perhaps to discuss something of great importance. In truth, Orochimaru's purpose for visiting was straightforward, to seek Tsunade's assistance in healing his hands, which had been sealed by the Reaper Death Seal. Only she could save him. Orochimaru and Kabuto leaped from the head of a summoned giant serpent, swiftly landing before Tsunade. Her expression remained tranquil. She knew well that no good would come from this encounter. As of now, she was unaware of the events transpiring in Konoha. What brings you here, Orochimaru? Surely, you are not here to reminisce? Tsunade asserted, her skepticism evident. Orochimaru's pallor deepened, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, giving him the appearance of a man drained of vitality. In a hoarse, subdued voice, he began, Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. Aware of Tsunade's character, he opted to be direct. As he spoke, Tsunade scrutinized him closely, quickly noting the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. His hands were bound in white bandages, and since their first encounter, he had not raised his hands. Help me heal my hands. Tsunade interrupted him. You know I no longer take on healing tasks. Seek someone else. Of course, the remuneration was substantial, an amount so vast that it defied counting. Only then would the financially minded Tsunade consider it. And that would only be a consideration unless it became absolutely necessary. Orochimaru's voice was faint. Please, allow me to finish. This injury cannot be treated by anyone else. Only you can heal it. It is a wound inflicted upon me after I killed the third Hokage, left by the Reaper Death Seal. Tsunade's expression shifted. Disbelief washed over her as she gazed at Orochimaru. He offered a knowing smile. There's no need for such a terrified expression. All tangible things will eventually perish. I merely assist in drawing the perfect conclusion early. After all, your two most cherished individuals have also perished, tragically due to your actions. Orochimaru is truly a master of manipulation. Clearly, one seeks assistance, yet the conversation has taken a rather morose turn. Negotiation, after all, requires a certain level of investment. Tsunade's countenance darkened, her lips curving into an alluring smile as her delicate, alabaster hand struck the wall behind her with an ordinary punch. The resounding crash echoed through the air. In merely a fleeting moment, the wall behind her was marred by shocking fissures. With a thunderous sound, the entire wall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. "You remain as insufferable as ever," Tsunade exclaimed. Orochimaru chuckled softly. "I merely detest deceit. With you, I shall speak only the truth." Harboring no secrets, as their negotiation unfolded, Naruto and Jiraiya made their approach. Jiraiya had no intention of intervening, but listened intently to the exchange, curious about Orochimaru's ulterior motives. Upon hearing Orochimaru's claim of being able to resurrect the deceased through forbidden techniques, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a monumental revelation. Orochimaru and Kabuto noticed Jiraiya's presence, but chose not to retreat immediately, allowing him to eavesdrop, for this matter was no secret to Orochimaru. "You scoundrel, Orochimaru!" Jiraiya could not contain himself, stepping forward. Tsunade's expression was a mix of conflict and hesitation as she momentarily froze at the sight of Jiraiya. "Well then, we shall take our leave." Orochimaru waved at Tsunade before returning to the summoning world alongside the serpent he had conjured. Everything transpired too swiftly for Jiraiya to intervene. "Damn it, that rascal slipped away again," Jiraiya muttered, visibly displeased. As Tsunade observed Jiraiya rushing toward her, she was taken aback. What a peculiar day it was. To have two old friends, whom she had not seen in years, appear before her. Later that night, at a bustling barbecue restaurant on Short Book Street, Tsunade exclaimed, "Another drink, please." Her cheeks flushed, she imbibed with a slight inebriation, the delightful aroma of alcohol wafting around her. Her gaze became somewhat hazy, and the table was littered with numerous empty beer bottles. When the server returned with another round of drinks, Jiraiya opened a bottle, pouring a glass for Tsunade before replenishing his own, both indulging in hearty gulps. Jiraiya, burdened with his own thoughts, remained silent, lost in contemplation. Shizune, astonished, wondered if the sun had risen from the west today. In just a single afternoon, she had encountered the remaining two of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. It was akin to a fan meeting their idols. The feeling was indescribable. Shizune felt overwhelmed by the pressure in the air, the atmosphere becoming stifling. In stark contrast, Naruto appeared the most relaxed and at ease, observing the inebriated Tsunade. She was undeniably beautiful. Time had left no marks on her visage, preserving her youthful allure. Reminiscent of a charming beauty, well endowed, with a slim waist and a lovely face, she sported a striking green gem nestled in her brow, tempting one to reach out and touch it. Chapter 136, Tsunade, am I truly being flirted with by a child? On the way, Naruto discreetly cautioned Jiraiya not to broach the subject of the Hokage position immediately upon arrival. "You don't even want the role. Why pass this burden to an old friend?" Though Naruto refrained from voicing his thoughts outright, the implication was clear. However, Jiraiya dismissed his concerns with a wave, confident that he knew Tsunade well enough after decades of camaraderie. During their jovial barbecue and drinks, Jiraiya, feeling emboldened, broached the subject of Tsunade temporarily assuming the role of the fifth Hokage. The subsequent events unfolded much like Naruto had anticipated. Tsunade, without hesitation, firmly rejected the proposition. Naturally, why would she return to such a troublesome place when she could revel in freedom? The notion of being confined by a position contradicted her philosophy of roaming freely and gambling wherever she pleased. Let's not discuss Hokage matters any longer. Today, we are joyously reunited as old friends. Let us drink and converse about other topics, Tsunade declared, raising her glass, her cheeks flushed and captivating. She promptly downed her drink, savoring the fiery yet gratifying sensation. Jiraiya joined her in drinking, his thoughts heavy with how to persuade her to return. Each harbored their respective burdens, while Naruto, an observer, understood their dilemmas. Jiraiya traversed the world in search of the prophecy foretold by the Toad Sage, believing his disciple would bring about monumental change in the shinobi world, leading all towards peace and away from the path of war. Yet, with the demise of Minato and Yahiko, and the fates of his other disciples ranging from death to disappearance, Jiraiya had not relinquished this dream, despite the arduous journey ahead. Tsunade, too, held deep affections for her village, but the loss of her dearest friends and the refusal of Hiruzen to heed her counsel, which led to unnecessary deaths, left her disillusioned. The deaths of her beloved comrades, intertwined with Hiruzen's decisions during the war, weighed heavily on her heart. She had suggested deploying a medical ninja to each team to minimize casualties, but her counsel was rejected, deepening her disappointment in the village. Eventually, she became desensitized to loss, even developing a fear of blood, a humiliating affliction for a renowned medical ninja. Thus, she departed from Konoha, embracing a life akin to a goddess of gambling, often losing in her endeavors. The effects of the alcohol began to cloud her mind, and as she gazed across the table at Naruto, her lovely eyes narrowed. For a fleeting moment, she felt an uncanny resemblance between Naruto and a figure from her past. Instinctively, Tsunade rose, leaning closer to Naruto. From his perspective, the radiant beauty before him seemed ethereal, prompting playful thoughts. As Tsunade approached, an alluring fragrance enveloped the air. Aside from the natural fragrance that Tsunade possessed, there lingered a hint of intoxicating wine that was utterly captivating. "Is this your new apprentice, Jiraiya?" Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. Though he remained silent, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to coax Tsunade back. He took another swig of his aged sake. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were locked onto Naruto, her plump, rosy lips parting slightly. "What is your name, little one?" As she spoke, the scent of wine wafted from her mouth, enveloping Naruto's face, even causing him to feel a gentle warmth. Was this what the ancients referred to as breath akin to orchids? Or perhaps breath akin to wine? Naruto grinned widely. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. Sister, you are truly beautiful." Despite her age, time had left no marks upon her visage. Compliments like this warmed Tsunade's heart, and a smile involuntarily graced her lovely face. Who would have thought that a young lad like you would possess such sweet words? Confess, how many girls have you deceived with that charming tongue of yours? Tsunade teased, adopting a playful expression, a mix of jest and seriousness. Naruto protested, "None at all. Are you hoping to be the first?" Though he appeared childlike, his striking features, devoid of any facial hair, combined with a mischievous grin, could easily ensnare the hearts of many young women. Sakura, watching the exchange, was utterly bewildered, her mind reeling as if struck by thunder. Whose child is this? How is it possible that he dares to flirt with Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? Incredible. Jiraiya cast a surprised glance at Naruto, astonished by the boy's unexpected prowess when it came to charming women. Was it possible that he had a promising future ahead? Tsunade, however, found herself in an awkward position. Initially, she had only intended to tease Naruto, but now she found herself caught off guard. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, whether from embarrassment or inebriation. Her stunning eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Naruto. It was her first experience of being flirted with, and by someone so much younger at that. Chapter 137. Tsunade, are you cheating? Your luck is extraordinary tonight. The atmosphere hung in silence for a moment. Tsunade took a deep breath and returned to her seat, bursting into laughter. "Haha, Jiraiya, where did you find this amusing apprentice? He has truly entertained me." Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and as she laughed, the two prominent peaks on her chest swayed enticingly, captivating the attention of those present. Jiraiya, still brooding, took another gulp of his sake, paying little mind to the slightly flustered Tsunade. However, Tsunade was no stranger to the world. Naruto's words had merely caused her heart to flutter momentarily, and she quickly regained her composure, picking up a deck of cards from the table. Her card-shuffling technique displayed a level of expertise that suggested considerable practice. "Hey, little one, do you know how to play poker?" Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded and replied with a smile, "I do. What games do you want to play? Dodiju, high card, blackjack, fish, chameleon?" Tsunade paused, her lips twitching slightly. How was it that Naruto seemed more experienced than her, the seasoned player? Jiraiya, now alert, looked at Naruto in disbelief. "Goodness. Instead of learning properly, you've picked up bad habits. How do you know so many poker games? Teach me a few." Sakura observed with a perplexed expression. Is this really a child? Could he somehow be a reincarnated gambler? Before long, Naruto laid down 3 of a kind, leaving him with just 4 cards remaining. Jiraiya's eyelids flickered. 3 twos. "Naruto, your luck tonight is remarkable." He exchanged glances with Tsunade, who smirked with satisfaction. For aces, a bomb, with a decisive slap. She placed her cards on the table, producing a crisp sound. "Haha, how about that, little one?" Tsunade shot Naruto a challenging look, feeling a rush of exhilaration. After several rounds, she had been on the losing end, but once she teamed up with Naruto, they easily overwhelmed Jiraiya. bringing her immense joy as if she had never tasted victory before. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, his hand of cards looking favorable, ready to unleash a surprise on Naruto. Who said I couldn't win? Naruto grinned, placing down 2 cards, his trump card. Tsunade's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. What is this? I was supposed to win. This kid must be cheating. How does he have such a good hand? Are you cheating? Your luck is too good tonight, Tsunade protested, eyeing Naruto suspiciously, as if attempting to see through him. Naruto shrugged. You shuffled the cards and dealt them. They never even touched my hands. How could I cheat? Tsunade paused, realizing the truth in his words. Naruto finally understood why Tsunade was known as the goddess of fortune when she dealt cards. They were always favorable for others, but dreadful for herself. As long as the opponent wasn't a fool, winning was a breeze. Frustrated, Tsunade raked her fingers through her hair. Let us go again. I refuse to believe my luck can be this terrible. As she shuffled the cards, Jiraiya interjected. Are you truly considering aiding Orochimaru? You know, the one who resurrects the dead? There must be a significant cost involved, perhaps even living sacrifices. It's rather sinister. Jiraiya shared his thoughts on the forbidden technique, which was not regarded as a legitimate ninjutsu. Tsunade's hand trembled slightly, and her card dealing paused for a moment before she resumed her normal pace. I'm not certain. We'll see when the time comes. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, catching the subtle implication that Orochimaru's proposition held a considerable allure for Tsunade. Soon, the cards were dealt. As Naruto arranged his hand, he remarked, I once caught a glimpse of the detailed information regarding that technique when I was tricked by Mizuki into stealing the forbidden scroll. It's called the impure world reincarnation. The perverted sage was right. It indeed involves using living sacrifices to bring people back to life. To resurrect 2 individuals, 2 living people must be exchanged. Pausing, he continued, under the incredulous gazes of Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, don't think that those resurrected will be the same as normal people. That is pure fantasy. Their eyes were hollow, reminiscent of soulless husks, obediently responding to the commands of their master. The resurrected souls were neither alive nor dead. The only recourse was to seal them away, for there was no alternative. The later iterations of the impure world reincarnation possessed a semblance of their former intelligence. However, this was a modified version of the technique. Presently, even if one were successfully revived, what difference did it make? They were akin to zombies. Naruto, having organized the cards, smiled and said, apologies. But I am the landlord again. He cleared his throat and continued, 3. Naruto shifted his gaze away from the insurmountable chasm that was Tsunade. It was incredibly tempting, yet he managed to maintain his composure. The others were lost in contemplation over Naruto's words, their interest in the game having dissipated entirely. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and looked at Naruto, asking earnestly, Naruto, what you just said is true. This is not something to be taken lightly. Jiraiya scrutinized Naruto, seeking confirmation that he was not joking or merely repeating hearsay. The price of the impure world reincarnation was grotesque, and it was imperative to stop that madman, Orochimaru. Naruto shrugged, asserting that every word was true. If you don't believe me, when we return to the village, you can borrow the sealing scroll to read for yourself. Given your standing in the village, it should be easy to obtain. If that fails, let Tsunade-sensei take a look herself. After all, she is temporarily acting as the 5th Hokage and possesses some authority. Tsunade's heart trembled. So, this was the true purpose of the impure world reincarnation. The resurrected souls were nothing more than soulless beings. What significance did that hold for her? Moreover, it was a matter of using others' lives as a substitute. She could hardly bear the thought of taking a life, let alone the mere sight of blood, which sent waves of fear and unease coursing through her. As a medical ninja, fainting at the sight of blood would certainly be a source of ridicule if it became known. It's your turn. Do you want to play? Naruto prompted, drawing 2 more cards into his hand. If you don't want to, I will continue. Chapter 138. Tsunade-sensei wants to discipline me? Always welcome. Tsunade took a deep breath, regaining her composure. She pondered Naruto's words before smiling, her expression reminiscent of a child's innocent wonder. Orochimaru's words cannot be trusted. But yours can? Tsunade's thoughts drifted to the peaches she had grown. Despite their superior taste compared to those found in nature, Naruto couldn't help but crave one of her peaches. Aren't peaches delightful? He mused. I mentioned that you could return to the village and read the sealing scroll for yourself. Wouldn't that reveal the truth? Such a simple matter. Tsunade found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Why did it sound somewhat peculiar? It felt as if Naruto was implying she was foolish. Was it merely her imagination? After a brief contemplation, Tsunade concluded that perhaps she was overthinking it. Naruto likely did not mean anything by it. However, his words were indeed thought-provoking. Tsunade gazed at Naruto with her enchanting eyes, her lips curling into a beautiful smile. Her voice melodious. Look at you, so small yet full of tricks. If I return to the Leaf Village with you, will I ever be able to leave again? Do you think I'm foolish? There are plenty of acquaintances back in Konoha. When they come, it will be like a cacophony of thousands of ducks convincing me to stay. Tsunade, feeling somewhat bashful, found it difficult to leave with a stiff upper lip. In truth, she was bound to remain there. Moreover, Naruto had just stated that to read the sealing scroll, one must hold the position of Hokage, whether temporarily or permanently. Once she accepted this hot potato, it would be challenging to escape the responsibilities of the role. Naruto chuckled, saying with a hint of mischief, though I may be young, I am not lacking in other aspects, so the moniker of small but cunning does not suit me. Jiraiya, as an experienced mentor, quickly grasped the implication and silently gave Naruto a thumbs up. His young disciple was impressive. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder why he was attracted to an older woman when there were plenty of youthful maidens around. Jiraiya began to question Naruto's taste. Meanwhile, Tsunade was momentarily stunned before she regained her senses. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she scoffed, "If you speak such nonsense again, I will take it upon myself to discipline you." Even though her face was flushed, it was difficult to discern whether it was from embarrassment or the effects of alcohol. Regardless, Tsunade's demeanor was undeniably charming and captivating. Naruto was momentarily mesmerized until he heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice mission. Choice 1. Allow Tsunade to discipline you. Reward. Enhanced version of the Rasen Shuriken. Choice 2. Discipline Tsunade and dispel her desire to resurrect her loved ones. Reward. Completely cure Tsunade's blood phobia. Method. The host must apply their own blood to Tsunade. The Rasen Shuriken? Naruto felt an urge to curse aloud. This system was quite insidious. To receive such an excellent reward for allowing Tsunade to discipline him. However, those with peculiar preferences might willingly accept such an option. Being disciplined by a beautiful older sister could certainly be a delightful experience. Nevertheless, Naruto had no intention of pursuing that course of action, no matter how enticing the reward. He would abstain. The second option, while not offering direct benefits to Naruto, would spare him considerable trouble. For instance, convincing Tsunade to return and temporarily assume the role of the fifth Hokage would alleviate his burdens. At present, his prestige was insufficient for such a position, and he was not eager to become Hokage anytime soon, as his own influence had yet to develop. Moreover, a significant part of him was simply lazy. The position of Hokage in Konoha came with an avalanche of tedious paperwork. Without Sarutobi's oversight, the accumulation of documents over the past 10 days would certainly overwhelm Tsunade upon her return. This was merely one aspect of it. On the other hand, Naruto had not yet had enough of his carefree life. At his prime age, he should be out exploring and enjoying life. Why rush into work? People do not necessarily need to work. They work out of necessity. I choose option 2, Naruto declared in his mind to the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have made your choice. The reward has been automatically dispensed. Naruto neatly stacked the playing cards and set them aside on the table. He looked at Tsunade and smiled. Tsunade-sensei, you want to discipline me? That is perfectly fine. Let us step outside. This place is too cramped for me to stretch my limbs. Jiraiya's eyelids flickered. Naruto, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? He had immense faith in Tsunade's capabilities. With just a single finger, she could easily defeat Naruto. After all, Tsunade's strength was well known. Was this not courting disaster? Jiraiya knew that Tsunade would not resort to lethal force, but what if she injured him? That would be difficult to explain back in the village. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then intertwined her delicate hands, producing a crisp cracking sound as she warmed up her muscles. You asked for this. If you get hurt, don't come crying to me. The saying goes that a gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years, but a woman takes hers as soon as the opportunity arises. Naruto's previous teasing had left Tsunade feeling both embarrassed and furious. Now, with Naruto openly inviting punishment, it was a different story altogether. How could Tsunade possibly let her opponent off the hook? Such a request was utterly unheard of in her lifetime. To think someone would willingly present their neck for her to strike. One could only say they had guts. Jiraiya, feeling exasperated, stood up and glared at Tsunade. Tsunade, don't act recklessly. This brat is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If you injure him, I will have a hard time explaining it when I return. Tsunade's eyes sparkled momentarily before returning to their usual calm. Though she had been away from Konoha for quite some time, she still kept abreast of significant events. The news regarding Naruto being the son of Minato Namikaze had spread a month ago, echoing through the streets and alleys. That was old news now. Just look at the recent events. Orochimaru's assassination of Hiruzen Sarutobi was the talk of the town, information Tsunade had just learned from Orochimaru's own lips. But what did that have to do with her? At present, all she desired was to teach Naruto a good lesson. Ignoring Jiraiya, she turned to Naruto with a smile. Since you're itching for a fight, allow me to provide you with a complimentary session tonight. Let's step outside and spar. Chapter 139. The Living Huata. Naruto treats Tsunade's hemophobia in the end. Jiraiya could not prevent the two from clashing. The night air was cool and refreshing, with the mischievous, silvery moonlight casting a beautiful glow on Tsunade's slightly flushed face. For the sake of your youth, I shall allow you one hand, she declared, extending a long, fair hand towards Naruto and beckoning him with a playful smile that rang like silver bells. Who was truly granting leniency to whom remained to be seen. Naruto chuckled in response. Aunt Tsunade is so kind, but do be careful. I am about to launch my attack. With that, a miniature whirlwind of azure chakra manifested in his palm, while his other hand drew a kunai from his waist. Tsunade paused momentarily, then narrowed her eyes, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Little brat, I didn't expect you to have mastered the Rinnegan. Jiraiya must have taught you. Standing aside, Jiraiya's expression soured. That is not true. I did not teach him. Don't slander me. He protested vehemently. That was his father's doing, and I had nothing to do with it. Jiraiya watched closely, ready to intervene should Tsunade unintentionally harm Naruto. Here I come, Naruto called out, dashing towards Tsunade. Her expression shifted. His speed was impressive. He aimed the Rinnegan at her abdomen, but he held back. Otherwise, two shadow clones should have appeared behind him to attack her simultaneously. It was quite a feat. But without knowing the opponent's hidden cards or techniques, acting rashly could result in significant repercussions. Tsunade effortlessly sidestepped the attack and extended a slender finger, intent on delivering a light flick to Naruto's forehead. For others, it might only elicit a gentle sound, a mere momentary discomfort. But against Tsunade, a flick could send one flying several meters. Even though Naruto had held back, he did not wish to be on the receiving end of her strike. He feared that a flick elsewhere might completely incapacitate him. The thought was chilling. Naruto crouched down, skillfully dodging Tsunade's flick, and then spun the kunai in his left hand 360 degrees. Just when Tsunade thought he intended to stab her, a bewildering scene unfolded. The kunai halted, and without hesitation, Naruto slashed his own palm. Blood dripped from Naruto's hand. At that moment, Tsunade's heart echoed with a deafening drumbeat, her expression shifting from calm to sheer terror. Her classically beautiful face turned pale, and her plump, moist lips trembled. It was as if all her strength had been drained away. Her legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. What are you doing, Naruto? Ino shouted anxiously. However, rushing over now seemed impractical. The youth displayed a complete disregard for decorum, resorting to such underhanded tactics against Tsunade, who suffered from hemophobia. It was utterly shameless. Naruto, don't act recklessly, Jiraiya yelled, already rushing toward them. He was uncertain of Naruto's intentions, but knew he had to intervene. Time was running out. Revert back to normal, Tsunade, Naruto thought, knowing he merely needed to touch her with his bloodied hand. He was acutely aware of the awkwardness of their height difference. He was nearly 2 heads shorter than Tsunade. Therefore, he aimed for her delicate, porcelain-like hand. A simple touch would suffice. The metallic scent of blood was inconsequential to most. But for Tsunade, it was a deadly poison. As Naruto's right hand drew closer, Tsunade could no longer muster the strength to remain upright and fell to the ground. A sensation beyond words enveloped him, soft, akin to jelly, and remarkably slippery. He had indeed made contact, but the location was rather inappropriate. Blood splattered onto her pristine attire, and the sensation was exhilarating. Unable to restrain himself, Naruto instinctively squeezed. Tsunade's lips parted slightly, and she let out a soft gasp, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. At that moment, Naruto snapped back to reality, startled, and quickly withdrew his hand. Although he felt some reluctance, Jiraiya and Ino were both watching intently. Jiraiya gasped in disbelief. His disciple was audacious enough to take liberties with Tsunade. He had truly inherited his teachings. Cough, cough. Jiraiya quickly approached, adopting a stern demeanor. Naruto, what have you done? Tsunade has hemophobia. Don't tell me you were unaware. Ino rushed over, draping her jacket over Tsunade's shoulders, her face etched with concern. Lady Tsunade, please don't frighten me. Are you all right? We should head to the hospital. Her hands trembled as she held Tsunade, clearly distressed. Meanwhile, Tsunade shivered intermittently. Ino, filled with rage, turned to Jiraiya and demanded, what on earth is going on, Jiraiya? You need to explain this to me. Jiraiya, equally bewildered, responded, You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Naruto, you have committed a grave mistake. Do you even realize what you've done? He glanced at Naruto. You need to explain yourself today. Otherwise, this matter will be difficult to resolve. Jiraiya's mind raced. If anything were to happen to Tsunade, he would do anything to ensure her safety, even if it meant sacrificing his own dignity. As for Naruto, he could take his money and flee, never to return to Konoha again. It would be catastrophic for him if he became a pariah, hunted by all. However, their worries were unwarranted. Tsunade merely exhibited a brief, adverse reaction before quickly recovering. Ino, I think I'm all right, she said uncertainly. Her complexion regained its rosy hue, no longer the pallor of before, and her trembling form gradually stabilized. Silence. Jiraiya, Naruto. Fortunately, the rewards from the dog system did not deceive me. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. I must say, the sensation is truly delightful. I wish to assist Tsunade in her healing once more. Chapter 140. Changed Facial Cleanser Brand. Tsunade, has your hemophobia been cured? Shizun's tone was filled with excitement, yet tinged with uncertainty. Tsunade, at that moment, appeared utterly bewildered. Upon seeing the crimson stain on her chest, she felt no fear at all, and even found it somewhat amusing. Can this truly be considered blood? Tsunade beamed, standing up as if nothing were amiss, laughing heartily. Indeed, my hemophobia has inexplicably vanished. I am no longer afraid of blood. As she spoke, Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of confidence. Indeed, I have revealed my true self. From this moment forth, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha return, and this place shall be renamed Tsunade Square. No longer afraid of blood? Naruto pondered deeply. So, that means she isn't frightened by blood anymore. How intriguing. Jiraiya's expression was somewhat unnatural. How could such a severe phobia suddenly be cured? Could it be that in the past, Tsunade feigned her illness to avoid trouble? Yet, she did not seem to fit that narrative. Jiraiya found himself utterly perplexed. What was going on with Tsunade? Tsunade scratched her head, equally puzzled. Honestly, I do not know. It just suddenly resolved itself. As the 3 conversed, their gazes converged on Naruto. It seemed that he was privy to some secret. Tsunade, in a splendid mood, narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes and slowly approached Naruto, akin to a cunning wolf closing in on a lamb. Naruto took a step back, eyeing her warily. What are you planning? Tsunade licked her slightly dry lips, her melodious voice resonating. Was this your doing, Naruto? You must have employed some special method to cure my hemophobia, right? Tsunade pressed closer, determined not to let him leave until he clarified everything. Jiraiya and Shizun also regarded the scene with curiosity. A healer cannot heal themselves, observed Tsunade, a renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, unable to treat her own affliction, while Naruto managed to heal her. Could it be that Naruto possesses extraordinary talent in the medical field? Tsunade's gaze fixated intently on Naruto. If he indeed possesses such a talent, she would not hesitate to compete with Jiraiya for a student. Do you want to know? Naruto chuckled. Tsunade inhaled deeply, her eyes gradually brightening. Indeed, I want to know. Tsunade replied without hesitation. Upon achieving her goal, Naruto smiled and said, Then you should not return to Konoha. Let me take the position of Hokage. Hokages come and go, and this year it shall be my turn. Directly suggesting to Tsunade that she should return to take over the Hokage position would yield unsatisfactory results. After all, no one enjoys being ordered about. People prefer to act of their own volition rather than being compelled to fulfill someone else's desires. Hence, Naruto phrased it this way. Tsunade's delicate form froze, her formidable presence causing Naruto to feel overwhelmed. Now that her hemophobia was cured, she genuinely contemplated returning to assume the Hokage role. Not merely for the sake of her grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, but also to fulfill the wishes of 2 deceased individuals. Given these circumstances, Tsunade felt compelled to return, for she must safeguard the hard-won legacy. Her fair, slender fingers lifted gently, playfully rubbing Naruto's forehead. Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. You are still so young, lacking the experience to bear the mantle of Hokage. You need to train more. A glimmer of delight flashed in Naruto's eyes. It seemed Tsunade was finally softening. Naruto pressed on. Nonsense. The only man worthy of becoming the 5th Hokage is me. Everyone else should step aside. There was more to Naruto's words than met the eye. The depth of Japanese culture is vast and profound. Tsunade and the others failed to grasp the underlying implications of Naruto's statement. Haha, as I said, at your age, you are not yet qualified. Naruto retorted. If I am unqualified, then are you? Tsunade laughed silently, and after a moment, replied, Hurry and tell me how you cured me. Is there a reward for sharing? Naruto grinned. Tsunade arched her brows. What reward do you desire? Naruto swallowed hard, his expression growing conflicted. This was rather inappropriate, wasn't it? Observing this, Tsunade urged. What is it? Speak quickly. Don't be like a little girl, hesitating and fidgeting. Are you not a man? Why not give it a try? After trying, you will know. This was a sentiment Naruto refrained from articulating directly. At his current age, there were limitations to what he could pursue, especially considering Tsunade was the only eternal goddess of youth in the ninja world. Unlike other beautiful women who aged and became plump, Tsunade remained a captivating beauty, effortlessly overshadowing her contemporaries. I have been an orphan since childhood, growing up alone and unsupported. During that time, I often thought how wonderful it would be to have an older sister to care for me. Naruto, channeling his inner actor, spoke with a hint of emotion. His gestures and expressions flawlessly aligned. Tsunade felt a deep chord within her heart resonate. Jiraiya, too, wore a complex expression, reminiscent of unpleasant memories from the past, such as the 4th Hokage, his own disciple, sacrificing himself for the village. As the son of a hero, Naruto did not receive the treatment a hero deserved, but was instead scorned. Jiraiya, having spent years away, had little opportunity to visit Naruto. Shizun's tearful eyes sparkled with empathy. Sensing the emotional moment had reached its peak, Naruto continued, The past is just that, the past. My only desire now is to have someone embrace me, to feel the warmth and gentleness of humanity. It was indeed tender. Naruto struggled to suppress the impulse to laugh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt the warmth and gentleness envelop him. His facial cleanser had certainly worked wonders. Besides the pleasant sensation, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. If only time could freeze at that moment. Life is truly worth living. Chapter 141. Negotiations require capital. Do you possess it? A few days later, Tsunade arrived as promised to treat Orochimaru's arms. While it was termed treatment, in truth, it was a ruse to ambush Orochimaru. Ultimately, she aimed to eliminate him, for his continued presence posed a threat to the village. Konoha could no longer accommodate such a notorious rogue ninja. Of course, she intended to kill Orochimaru, especially since Tsunade had aspirations of temporarily assuming the Hokage position. After all, it was only a temporary role. She could be replaced midway if she performed poorly. Tsunade approached alone, having administered a stomach remedy to Jiraiya and leaving Shizun and Naruto behind. Yet, was Naruto so easily deceived? In fact, when Tsunade confronted Orochimaru, Naruto followed her. Just as Tsunade was about to gain the upper hand, Kabuto emerged, saving Orochimaru's life. At this moment, Orochimaru's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat dotting his face as he gasped for breath, casting a glance towards Tsunade. What do you mean, Tsunade? Is this your answer? Tsunade's eyes hardened, her neck twisting as she prepared herself, discarding her green coat. Her impressive figure was now accentuated. You two disgraceful scoundrels from these villages. Today I shall put an end to you. With that, Tsunade charged forward. Orochimaru, his hands bound by bandages, could only retreat in haste. With a resounding crash, Tsunade's fist lightly grazed the wall, and in an instant, the mountain shook, the wall obliterated. Orochimaru watched in trepidation, still feeling the dread of her formidable strength. Do, watch yourself, don't get hit. To be honest, Do was in a state of panic. Is this even human strength? One punch could fell a cow, no? At least 10. If struck, he wouldn't just be defeated, he would be crippled. Do suppressed his fear, retorting, Yes, Lord Orochimaru, even without your warning. I have no intention of being struck by Lady Tsunade. Could Do remain unperturbed? The sheer power of that punch, honed over 50 years of solitude, was daunting. Suddenly, Naruto's voice rang out as he leapt down from a great tree, hastening towards Tsunade. Upon seeing Naruto approach, Tsunade paused, then queried in confusion. How did you know I was here? Naruto grinned and replied, Don't worry, sister, I'm not here to spy on you. I trust your judgment. You want to assist Orochimaru in his treatment. I came because I feared for your safety. The perverted sage would surely be heartbroken if anything happened to you. Tsunade's expression shifted as she processed Naruto's words. Realization dawned. After all, what malice could a child harbor? Coupled with Naruto's mature demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle, unable to stifle a laugh. What could possibly happen to me? You're just overthinking it. Just don't cause me any trouble later. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes playfully. Orochimaru narrowed his sharp eyes, contemplating his current predicament. Do, my hands are incapacitated. Since Tsunade does not intend to assist me, the only viable option is to retreat for now. Do nodded in understanding. During the Chunin exams, Naruto's performance had been extraordinary, advancing to the finals. Had it not been for the incident with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto might have successfully attained the rank of Chunin. Do was perplexed by Naruto's sudden withdrawal from the third match. Well aware of their plan. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. Tsunade took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening as she leapt effortlessly over 10 meters. Her fist aimed squarely at Orochimaru's face, which she loathed. Though unable to retaliate, he could evade, and both he and Do stepped back in unison. With a thunderous crash, the ground where they had stood was transformed into a massive crater, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. Naruto followed suit. Yet he did not recklessly enter the fray, but rather allowed Tsunade the stage to perform. As he spectated, he remained vigilant against Do's potential underhanded tactics. This man concealed numerous hidden weapons. Should Tsunade be ambushed, it would not bode well, an outcome Naruto wished to avoid. As the skirmish unfolded, the four of them battled from the streets to an open area outside the village. Orochimaru, having nowhere left to retreat, resignedly stated, Tsunade, I'll handle this. You deal with that nine-tails brat. Do, visibly disappointed, thought, I had hoped to face the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, but since Lord Orochimaru insists, I shall take my leave. While he felt a twinge of regret, he was more relieved. First, he would subdue Naruto, then use him as leverage against Tsunade, compelling her to assist Orochimaru with his hands. The more Do contemplated, the more he felt like a cunning mastermind. With Orochimaru occupied with Tsunade, Do stepped forward, blocking Naruto's path. Brat, your opponent is me. Upon encountering Do, one of the late-stage bosses, Naruto couldn't help but smile. During the Chunin exams, he had indeed noticed Do, but quickly lost interest. Why dwell on it? Do wasn't a stunning beauty. There was nothing to gawk at. Moreover, Naruto had no peculiar inclinations. You're Do, right? Naruto inquired, observing him. Do, momentarily taken aback, pointed to himself. You know me? Naruto shook his head. No, I don't. Then why the hell are you talking to me? Do felt as though he had been toyed with, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Uzumaki Naruto. We met during the Chunin exams. Do chuckled, for as a spy, such trivial details were easily uncovered. Knowing UISNT particularly surprising. Naruto extended 2 fingers, offering him 2 choices, surrender voluntarily or be forced to capitulate through combat. Do, Orochimaru, you have trapped yourselves in a dire situation. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and I, Naruto, can guarantee your safety. Surrender, and you'll be spared. Resist, and you'll face dire consequences. Do's eyelids twitched. He despised being threatened. Is this a threat? Naruto shrugged, grinning broadly. Yes, and what of it? I am threatening you. Negotiation requires leverage. Do you possess any? Chapter 142. What? Such fortuitousness exists? What was tolerable had now become intolerable. Do felt cornered, especially as Naruto spoke of negotiation requiring capital. Do felt insulted. Without betraying his emotions, he reached into his ninja tool pouch, swiftly extracting a few silver needles coated with a paralyzing agent, hurling them towards Naruto. The dosage could incapacitate a bear weighing several thousand pounds, let alone a human, who might remain unconscious for a week, while even a skilled ninja would require 2 to 3 days to recover. Naruto, caught unawares by Do's sudden ambush, instinctively leapt aside, evading the incoming needles. However, Do was relentless, swiftly producing more of the silver needles to launch at Naruto. At that moment, Do seemed to embody the relentless pursuit of a vengeful spirit, determined to strike Naruto down. With a crackle, Naruto's hands surged with golden arcs of electricity, and he swiftly clapped them together, creating a violent electric barrier that intercepted the flying needles, while others required hand seals to unleash a single jutsu. Naruto could conjure forth his jutsu with both hands simultaneously, effortlessly manifesting his will without error. Attempting to merge the techniques in his hands, Naruto was astonished to find he succeeded. It is not merely about producing the most powerful Chidori, rather, it is the direct conductivity between currents that creates an effect far more intricate than the simple equation of 1 + 1 = 2. Upon witnessing this, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, when did this young prodigy master such perverse ninjutsu? Having encountered countless individuals and formidable techniques, Yakushi Kabuto wagered that if he were struck by those currents, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Despite his medical expertise, who in their right mind would willingly subject themselves to electric therapy? Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune rushed over. Shizune appeared relatively unscathed, while Jiraiya, as he approached, frequently clutched his abdomen, stumbling along. Tsunade's medication had been rather potent, causing him considerable distress. Even with his hands injured, Orochimaru had confidence in handling Tsunade alone. However, with Jiraiya joining her, Orochimaru felt considerably less assured. He called out to Yakushi Kabuto, urging, "Let us retreat swiftly." With Orochimaru's consent, Yakushi Kabuto felt an immense sense of relief. Engaging in a battle with Naruto, he had little confidence in making a clean getaway. Thus, it was prudent to flee while he still could. Meanwhile, Naruto's Chidori dissipated as he concentrated on forming a Rinnegan. Yakushi Kabuto inhaled deeply, gazing at Naruto in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" he thought. While remaining vigilant against Naruto, he began to retreat. Naruto pursued him, yet maintained a cautious distance, appearing as if he was struggling to keep up. In reality, however, Yakushi Kabuto's eyelids twitched. This golden-haired youth was toying with him. Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation. Escaping was the priority. He found himself incapable of dealing with a mere Konoha genin, let alone Jiraiya, who was renowned as one of the legendary three of Konoha alongside Orochimaru. "Naruto, leave that one behind. One of them must stay," Tsunade commanded sternly, then launched a punch towards Orochimaru's face. Even Tsunade, who was equally celebrated as one of the legendary three, was ill-suited for combat in the heat of battle, as her true expertise lay in healing. Consequently, Orochimaru easily evaded her attack. Naruto assured, "All right, for you, I will ensure that this wretched creature remains." His words carried a tone of fierce determination. Yakushi Kabuto, perplexed as to why Naruto was letting him go, soon found himself at Orochimaru's side. They stood atop the massive serpent summoned by Orochimaru, and in an instant, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted, obscuring their figures as they vanished from sight. Jiraiya's arrival was already remarkable, given his stomach troubles and the frantic journey that had exhausted him greatly. "What is the matter with you, Naruto?" Tsunade inquired. Hands placed on her hips, her expression a mix of irritation and inquiry as she approached him step by step. Despite Naruto's impressive acting skills, he had missed several opportunities to capture Yakushi Kabuto, leaving Tsunade bewildered. As she drew near, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Tsunade, her brow glistening with beads of sweat, exuded an allure that was hard to ignore. Feigning ignorance, Naruto scratched his head and replied, "What is going on, sister? I don't quite understand." Just then, a sharp pain radiated from his ear. It was his first time experiencing such discomfort. Tsunade, with her elegant fingers, pinched his ear. With a sardonic smile, she inquired, "Why did you let Yakushi Kabuto escape when you had the chance? Don't even think of telling me you didn't have an opportunity. I saw it." Her words were imbued with a captivating aroma, leaving Naruto momentarily entranced. "Please, sister, you're misunderstanding me. If I could have captured him, I would have. But the truth is, I simply couldn't. It's lonely to want to keep someone, but be unable to do so. You know I'm just a lowly genin from Konoha, while he is a trusted subordinate of Orochimaru, who might possess unknown abilities. Surely, you wouldn't want your brother to be harmed?" Naruto's eyes brimmed with faux innocence, and he felt a twinge of self-disgust. If not for the need to convince Tsunade, he would have swallowed his pride. Tsunade pondered his words, finding some merit in his reasoning. If he were to sustain injuries, she would be accountable to Jiraiya. It is said that a woman's desire for revenge is fierce, and she gave Naruto's ear another playful tug. As he cried out for mercy, she finally relented. Turning away, she huffed, "Let this be the last time. If I catch you letting an opponent off the hook again, it won't merely be a tug on your ear." Wait, what is this about not just a tug on the ear? Naruto thought, glancing down at himself, his face flushing with embarrassment. He realized the gravity of the situation. This was a matter of his future happiness, not something to be trifled with. Tsunade, seeking revenge, had not let him off lightly. Chapter 143. Naruto, do you think we've been tricked? In the subsequent days, they finally managed to persuade Tsunade to return and assume the position of the 5th Hokage. On this day, the 4 companions traveled as usual. Passing through a small town famous for its hot springs, Tsunade's gambling addiction resurfaced. Let us rest here for a day or two. After all, we've traveled quite a distance, and everyone must be tired, right? Pausing. She approached Naruto with a playful smile. Isn't that so, little Naruto? Naruto, speechless, thought to himself, sister, you're renowned as one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. And you're tired after just a few dozen miles? What about my Italian cannon? We need to devise a plan to deal with her. This isn't the time for games. The village is in a critical period. We must hurry back. He shook his head in refusal. It had been several days since he had seen Hinata and the others. The communication devices were abysmal, leaving him uncertain of the current situation. The power struggles among the 5 great nations stemmed from their excesses. If only they could invent mobile phones or video games, with Naruto's modern knowledge. He could create Pesticide or a pay-to-win game featuring famous characters, gathering them all to play together under his leadership. Wouldn't that lead to peace? Indeed, to level up, one must spend money. Without investment, progress is slow, he mused. A few popular games could fill his coffers. He envisioned an online shopping platform or a short video app. Perhaps even a ranking of the most beautiful female ninjas or the wealthiest ninjas. Such diversions would surely keep them from fixating on violence, focusing instead on earning money and working diligently for the emerging capitalists. Coughing, Jiraiya nodded in agreement, stating, Naruto is correct. We must return swiftly. Tsunade cleared her throat lightly and remarked, I've heard this hot spring offers mixed bathing. Not only that, but at the designated time each day, there are exquisitely beautiful female beings bathing within. Jiraiya's eyes instantly sparkled, reminiscent of the brilliance of the starry sky. In that moment, Naruto felt as though he were beholding 2 suns. His face flushed crimson as he failed to notice that Tsunade referred to beautiful female beings rather than charming young ladies. However, there was no time for Jiraiya to ponder further. He looked at Naruto and remarked, I believe your sister Tsunade is right. A balance of work and rest is essential. We've been quite fatigued from our travels these past few days. I suddenly feel a twinge of discomfort in my back. Perhaps a soak in the hot springs would alleviate it. Faced with Jiraiya's shameless comments, Naruto could only smile helplessly, realizing that further discussion was futile. Thus, the group joyfully reached a consensus. Naruto was well aware that those so-called females were merely a collection of money-making schemes, a fact he chose not to disclose to Jiraiya. Occasionally, a glimpse of exotic charm felt quite delightful. Subsequently, Naruto and Jiraiya found themselves in the mixed bathing area. In the expansive hot spring room, there was not a single shadow besides the 2 of them. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Where were the lovely ladies he had anticipated? Where had they all gone? Damn it! Did Tsunade deceive me? Jiraiya looked around, sensing a feeling of being duped. The water in the hot spring was exceedingly comfortable, and Naruto felt too lethargic to move. He merely chuckled at Jiraiya's complaints. Eventually, a group of creatures did arrive, but they were certainly not human. Let us just wait a little longer before leaving, Naruto thought to himself. Jiraiya, however, seemed unwilling to let Naruto continue his idle lounging. He inquired, Naruto, do you think we've been swindled? Naruto, at a loss for words, replied, not really, right? Tsunade wouldn't swindle her own people. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression became even more distressed. With his hands gesturing animatedly in the air, he lamented, but there isn't a single one with the right curves. What a pathetic town. I suspect they are engaging in false advertising. Before experiencing it, I had no proof, but now I have evidence. Naruto silently gave Jiraiya a thumbs up, impressed by the lecherous sage. After a while, with a splash, Naruto stood up, deciding not to continue soaking. Jiraiya, somewhat perplexed, asked, Are you done soaking already? Yes. I've been in the hot spring for nearly an hour. I feel dizzy, Naruto nodded. Jiraiya's expression was contemplative. Well, at your age, you shouldn't overindulge. Let an adult like me handle it. Naruto stifled a laugh, unable to express his amusement in front of Jiraiya. He waved goodbye to Jiraiya and departed. TCH. No patience at all. How can anything significant be accomplished this way? Jiraiya grumbled after Naruto left, initially hoping that Naruto would inherit his wisdom, perhaps even becoming the next best-selling author in the world of shinobi. But upon reflection, perhaps it was best to abandon that notion. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya had also come to realize something. His influence as a writer was considerable. Seeking a savior for the world seemed far-fetched, especially given the vague advice from the Toad Sage. Jiraiya only had a general direction, which was to continually take on disciples and increase his chances. Yet, compared to that, it seemed feasible to abandon ninjutsu in favor of literature. Learning ninjutsu had only led to the destruction of shinobi, whereas writing could leave a lasting legacy. The more readers he amassed, the greater the probability of encountering the disciple he sought. He envisioned writing, "Talented shinobi, come forth and seek me as your master." However, this was merely Jiraiya's idle daydream while he waited. He decided to linger for a while longer. If no ladies appeared soon, he would have to leave. For although soaking was comfortable, prolonged exposure led to dizziness. Just as Jiraiya was lost in his thoughts, the wooden door creaked open. Jiraiya instantly sat up straight, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he fixated on the entrance. Are they finally here? I'm glad I didn't give up. To his dismay, a horde of creatures, no, a swarm of monkeys, burst into the hot spring room, quickly filling the space. One monkey even climbed atop his head. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically, from sheer excitement to utter bewilderment, and finally to existential dread. Just kill me now, I'm exhausted, he thought, feeling as though the secrets of his art had been exposed. Meanwhile, Naruto emerged, wearing a bathrobe. Night had fallen, with a gentle breeze providing a refreshing chill. Absent were the towering skyscrapers and the bustling chaos of the city, replaced instead by an indescribable tranquility. As Naruto prepared to stroll for a while before returning to sleep, he noticed a graceful figure not far away. The figure, also clad in a bathrobe, was distinctly feminine, perhaps due to the robe's small size. It failed to conceal her alluring curves. "Sister Tsunade," Naruto exclaimed, joyfully calling out to the silhouette before him. Chapter 144. Shimura Danzo. Trouble comes knocking. The captivating beauty paused, turning in surprise to see Naruto approaching. A smile graced his youthful face. "Sister, what brings you here?" Moments later, Naruto stood before Tsunade. "I thought I was the only one unable to sleep during this long night, but it seems you're having trouble resting as well." Tsunade chuckled, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Let us get to the point. No need for frivolities. Am I to be teased by a junior? Do I have no dignity left? Do you know that old Danzo doesn't want you returning to the village? That old coot even considered sending someone to assassinate you to prevent your return." Of course, Naruto would have to rephrase this information. Clearing his throat, he said, "Sister, I must say that I find the light green necklace you're wearing quite lovely." Tsunade glanced down and then realized, "Oh, is that what you mean?" With that, she removed the necklace and, to Naruto's astonishment, placed it around his neck. It still held a hint of warmth and a delightful fragrance. After doing this, Tsunade smiled at Naruto. "Since you like it, it's yours now. I absolutely refuse to accept it. This cursed necklace brings misfortune to its recipients," Naruto thought, blaming the previous two individuals who had received it for their lack of resilience. However, he believed he could handle it. Intrigued, Naruto toyed with the necklace, joking, "Sister Tsunade, does this mean we have a token of affection now?" Tsunade paused momentarily before playfully tapping Naruto's forehead with her delicate, rosy fingers, retorting, "You think too highly of yourself. The one with twin ponytails isn't just Lubu. It could also be Tsunade." At that moment, Tsunade's golden hair cascaded loosely behind her, still damp from the hot springs. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, not from shyness, but rather from the effects of the prolonged soak. "Sister Tsunade, as you return to the village to take up the Hokage position, do be cautious. It seems there are those who are quite displeased with your return," Naruto said with a smile, arms crossed. Danzo muttered, "You might as well read my ID card." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows knitting slightly, revealing a complex expression as if deep in thought. In truth, she was not oblivious to these matters. The most significant obstacle upon her return was none other than Danzo Shimura. Earlier in the afternoon, while she had ventured out for a little indulgence, cough, experiencing the world of mortals, she encountered two masked individuals who attempted to confront her. However, she swiftly subdued them. Tsunade found it utterly perplexing how such foolish individuals could emerge to execute assassination tasks without removing their distinctive Konoha root masks, boldly flaunting their identities as if inviting recognition. Yet, this also revealed a crucial point. Danzo had no intention of concealing his actions. Instead, he sought to communicate to Tsunade that he was decidedly unwelcoming of her return to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Had Danzo chosen a more diplomatic approach, perhaps even offering a substantial sum of money, Tsunade might have considered it. However, resorting to such underhanded tactics to manipulate her? Absolutely not. She was resolutely returning to this village. Furthermore, the position of Hokage was not something anyone could usurp. Ha ha ha, perhaps he should focus more on his training. Tsunade chuckled heartily, her exuberant laughter causing her ample bosom to sway. She playfully patted Naruto's shoulder, which felt heavy, a reminder to temper her immense strength. Otherwise, Naruto mused, he might well have sunk into the ground at that moment. Tsunade understood that when it came to making tough decisions, she needed to be resolute. A moment's compassion could lead to irrevocable errors. Naruto offered a word of caution. Tsunade was remarkable in many ways. Yet her decisiveness in matters of life and death left much to be desired. Who among the Hokage had not blood on their hands? Tsunade fell into contemplation. Naruto's words held merit. Yet, she furrowed her brow and asked, who taught you such notions? What the heck? Just learn well. Why do you care where I learned it? Can I say I was born with this knowledge? It was Lord Danzo, you know, she replied. Once, during my time in the village, he summoned me and imparted these lessons. During the Tunin Exams, he instructed the shinobi from both inside and outside the village to leave no survivors. He insisted that those who came to compete were elite, and as such, some of the village's most talented individuals would be snuffed out in their infancy. Naruto swiftly cast the blame onto Danzo. It was evident that Tsunade would not foolishly confront Danzo directly. After all, from her brief comments, Naruto inferred that the root members summoned by Danzo had already taken action. However, it must be said that having old man Danzo in the village was not entirely bad. Where there is light, there must also be shadow. A balance must be maintained. Danzo could keep in check those ambitious clans eager for rapid advancement. The advantages and disadvantages were evenly matched, it seemed. Danzo? Tsunade squinted her beautiful eyes, reflecting on the cunning old fox. If the village were to be entrusted to him, it would not be long before his selfish ambitions led to its ruin. Tsunade's gaze hardened with determination. She would not forget this grudge. Although she chose not to elaborate further, Naruto could discern from her expression that she firmly believed in the validity of his words. He intended to expose old Danzo, primarily to keep Tsunade vigilant, ensuring she would not be deceived while wearing a smile for others. Consider it a precautionary measure. The following day, the group continued their journey. A few days later, they finally returned to Konoha. Jiraiya and Tsunade proceeded to the village's core leadership to hand over duties, while Naruto was on his way to visit his wife. Inside a high-ranking office in Konoha, Danzo erupted with rage, exclaiming, useless. A bunch of incompetents. Can't even stop a single person. Can't you at least delay them for a few days? Ah, this infuriates me. He stood abruptly, sweeping everything off the table onto the floor in a fit of fury. Inside the room, 3 trembling members of Konoha's root watched in fear. Their leader was furious, and things were about to get complicated. However, it appeared that the 2 dispatched for the task had not returned, likely perished in the attempt. They understood that even if they returned, they would face no mercy. After a moment, Danzo waved them away, and the root members seized the opportunity to escape as if granted amnesty. Chapter 145. The betrayal of the second pillar. The news that Tsunade had temporarily assumed the role of the 5th Hokage spread like wildfire throughout the village. Akin to an explosive revelation, many welcomed her with open arms, for Tsunade was the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. With her at the helm, there were no objections from the populace. During her transition into this new role, Might Guy visited Tsunade multiple times, pleading for her assistance in treating Rock Lee's leg. Should the treatment fail, Lee's career as a shinobi would be irrevocably terminated, leaving him crippled. Conversely, if successful, he would no longer require the aid of crutches. Heeding Might Guy's request, Tsunade examined Rock Lee's condition at the ninja hospital. Unfortunately, the prognosis was grim. The surgical risks were exceedingly high, with potential life-threatening consequences. It was a matter of either foregoing treatment entirely or facing the possibility of unforeseen complications during the operation. Tsunade informed Might Guy and Rock Lee of the surgical risks. leaving the decision to proceed in their hands. Subsequently, she treated Kiba and the second pillar for the lingering effects of the Tsukuyami, which did not require surgery, allowing for a swift recovery for both. After several days of careful deliberation, Might Guy and Rock Lee reached a consensus. The surgery must be performed. Better to endure short-term pain than to suffer long-term consequences. As both teacher and friend, Rock Lee was the inheritor of Might Guy's physical prowess and the Eight Gates technique. Moreover, Lee had no desire to live as a cripple. They were determined to proceed with the treatment, and Tsunade readily agreed, pledging her utmost effort to assist Lee. The surgery went remarkably well, alleviating most of Lee's symptoms. What remained was a month of convalescence, during which he would gradually regain his ability to walk without crutches, returning to normalcy after the month's end. On this particular day, Tsunade sat in the Hokage's office, gazing at the mountain of paperwork before her. A pained expression etched across her brow. Wasn't he being outside enjoying life so much more pleasant? Why did I return to take on this burdensome role? It truly is exhausting. Despite her complaints, Tsunade had learned a great deal during her time in office, gaining insight into the immense responsibilities that accompanied such a position. At this moment, Konoha faced both internal and external challenges. Had she not returned to assume the Hokage's role, the neighboring villages, who had long harbored ill intentions toward Konoha, would have likely launched their attacks by now. Yet, the most pressing issue was clear: she was in dire need of funds. The village had dispatched numerous elite jonin to undertake missions, but the rewards from those missions were meager at best. The village's development and infrastructure relied heavily on financial resources. Tsunade suddenly reminisced about the days when she spent lavishly without a care, free from the worry of whether her modest funds would suffice. However, Tsunade received news of a lucrative mission. The task was to escort the princess of the Land of Snow, Fenghua Xiaoxue, back to her homeland. Merely transporting her back posed little challenge. The difficulty lay in the fact that the current king of the Land of Snow is Fenghua Xiaoxue's uncle, Fenghua Nuteo, who several years ago had betrayed the Snow Ninja and murdered Fenghua Xiaoxue's father, Fenghua Xiaoxue. While it appeared to be a simple return to her country, it was more accurately a mission to assist her in reclaiming her rightful throne. If the mission were to succeed, allowing Fenghua Xiaoxue to regain her position, it would be a win-win for Konoha. Not only would they receive a handsome reward, but they would also establish a solid friendship with the Land of Snow. The question remained: who should be dispatched for this mission? Tsunade furrowed her brows, pondering for a while before selecting personnel from the remaining list in the village. After considerable deliberation, she decided upon a temporary team. The leader would be Yuhi Kurenai, with team members including Tintin, Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and both Naruto and Sasuke. Shino and his father were away on business, hence Tintin took Shino's place. As for Naruto and Sasuke, Tsunade, through casual observation, had gleaned some information regarding the Uchiha prodigy. With Sasuke being the last of his clan, he was indeed a genius, and no one contested his position. Coughing slightly, Tsunade concluded that sending them together would ensure mutual support. Regarding Naruto, she recognized his exceptional capabilities, thus including him in the mission. Tsunade silently praised her own sagacity. Soon, the day of the mission arrived. In the Hokage's office, the team had nearly gathered, except for one individual. Tsunade frowned in confusion. Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Why hasn't he arrived? The others glanced around, realizing they had not seen Sasuke. Naruto maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the situation. He's off pursuing new power, he remarked nonchalantly. Only Orochimaru could provide him with what he sought so desperately. Yuhi Kurenai turned to Naruto. Do you know where Sasuke went? Given their close-knit team, she expected Naruto to have some insight. If Naruto were aware of Kurenai's unspoken thoughts, he would likely exclaim in disbelief. What are you talking about? I'm only interested in beautiful ladies. That's all that captivates me. He feigned surprise. I haven't seen him in quite a while. At that moment, the door swung open with a bang as Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumo rushed in, clearly flustered. Lady Tsunade, we have grave news. Last night, someone spotted Sasuke leaving the village with his belongings. Upon investigation, we found that he had no mission assigned to him. He appeared to be in a hurry and unwilling to converse, leading us to suspect he may have defected. There is a strong possibility he has gone to find Orochimaru. The two reported in a rapid back and forth. What did you say? Tsunade exclaimed, rising abruptly, her expression one of disbelief. It was not unusual for Orochimaru to show interest in the Uchiha Sharingan. During the last Chunin selection, Signs had already indicated Orochimaru's intention to recruit Sasuke. The Heaven's Curse mark was a clear representation of this. In Konoha, such matters were not hidden. Everyone was aware of Orochimaru's intentions. To her astonishment, it seemed Sasuke had taken the initiative to seek out Orochimaru rather than the other way around. Lady Tsunade, it appears Sasuke has indeed defected. We checked the Uchiha compound, and all his personal items have been packed, Gongzi Tai added, gritting his teeth as he delivered the news. The spacious Hokage office fell into a stunned silence, with varying expressions on the faces of those present. Naruto remained the most composed among them. Tsunade steadied herself and then commanded, Naruto, quickly inform Shikamaru that he is promoted from Genin to Chunin effective immediately. He will be in charge of the team, and he should gather Neji and Choji as well to bring Sasuke back. Originally, Tsunade had planned to send Kurenai's team to execute the mission while leaving Shikamaru and the others in reserve. However, Sasuke's sudden defection threw the internal affairs into disarray. As everyone prepared for action, Tsunade reconsidered and decided, Kiba, you should go as well, and Ino, you will take Kiba's place. She continued, once you retrieve Sasuke, do not return to the village. Proceed directly to the land of snow for support. Tsunade believed this to be the most prudent course of action. Kurenai, if you encounter Fenghua Nuteo, engage him if you can, but if you cannot, delay him and await support. Tsunade had confidence in Naruto. Thus, she assigned 2 missions to him, to retrieve Sasuke and, if possible, engage in the snow mission. Tsunade thought this was a sound plan. For Naruto, retrieving Sasuke should be a straightforward task. However, he did not wish to bring him back. He thought it might be beneficial for Sasuke to experience some challenges. Should he fall into Orochimaru's hands, it would be a consequence of his own inadequacies. Kurenai's team first located Fenghua Xiaoxue, who was rehearsing with her father's former subordinates, persuading her to join the mission. The progress was smooth, as Fenghua Xiaoxue, despite her initial resistance, yearned for revenge against the one who had killed her father. Meanwhile, Naruto's team was ready to set out. Let's go, they declared, embarking on the journey to retrieve Sasuke. In the depths of a forest at night, the sounds of clashing metal echoed as Neji, Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba faced off against the Sound Ninja Quartet. Naruto, having arrived earlier, awaited Sasuke atop the statue of Hashirama Senju in the Valley of the End. What is taking so long? Is Sasuke stuck in the bathroom or something? Naruto muttered in boredom. Within him, the Nine Tails lay sprawled, half asleep, extending its chakra to observe the surroundings. However, it knew that the current Sasuke was not yet a force to be reckoned with. He could easily be dealt with. Setting aside those thoughts, the Nine Tails was more curious about Naruto's decisions. Should he let the Uchiha brat go, convince him to return to Konoha, or eliminate him altogether? Killing was something it excelled at. Just then, as Naruto pondered, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission options triggered. Option 1. Incapacitate Sasuke. Defeat all Sound Ninja and bring him back. Reward. Fire release. Fireball. C-rank ninjutsu. Option 2. Let him go. Reward. Enhanced version of the Great Ball Rinnegan, a rank ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, revitalizing his spirits. His joy had returned. Not long ago, he had narrowly missed the opportunity to learn the Great Ball Rinnegan, a fact that lingered in his mind. Now, this ninjutsu had reappeared in the system's offerings. There was no question, he would not choose any other ninjutsu. Choosing the first option would be foolish. I choose the second. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a selection. The reward is being dispensed. Soon, Naruto's mind was flooded with a fresh memory detailing the release method of the Great Ball Rinnegan. It could be said that even without the system's tasks, he had intended to let Sasuke go. After all, Sasuke had his own aspirations. He wished to venture out into the world as a scholar. Naruto was willing to support him in this. Everyone has the right to choose, and Naruto understood this, gladly accepting the accompanying reward. Meanwhile, Sasuke, confined within the barrier, felt a surge of new power. In an instant, every cell in his body became extraordinarily vibrant, granting him a sensation akin to rebirth. Was this what it felt like to possess power? The energy surged within him, creating an illusion of invincibility. He felt unbeatable among all present. Even if Naruto were to confront him, it would be futile. With the skies clearing and the rain subsiding, Sasuke felt invigorated. It had been some time since Naruto had last fought him. Meanwhile, Kimimaro, rushing to clear a path for Sasuke, was sent flying by a kick from Naruto. Crashing through trees and losing consciousness, his fate uncertain. Such a person, oblivious to his own strength, deserved no words. A swift kick was all that was warranted. Later that night, Sasuke leaped toward the Valley of the End, spotting Naruto blocking his path. With his newfound strength, he felt a surge of courage against Naruto. A smirk involuntarily crept across his face. "Are you here to stop me, Naruto?" To Naruto, these words transformed into a different inquiry. "Do you possess the strength to compare with Uchiha Sasuke? Given the chance, you would falter." Cough, cough. Naruto snapped back to reality, grinning at Sasuke. "Stop you? What a joke. Where you go is of no concern to me." Sasuke thought to himself, "I really want to rush forward and teach this guy a lesson. What should I do?" He was taken aback. This group had exerted considerable effort to come here, not to mention their intent to take him back. Why did it feel so different when it came to Naruto? Sasuke felt humiliated. "Naruto, let us settle our grievances here once and for all. This is the last time." Once more, Sasuke began to put on airs. It is human nature to swell with pride after gaining a modicum of power, seeking to test oneself against others. Naruto could sense that Sasuke was getting ahead of himself, wondering how much of that power he had imbibed while confined in the barrel. However, Naruto was in a good mood and did not wish to dwell on it. All right. If you need to leave, then go. Pursue your so-called power. I still have matters to attend to." Chapter 147. Leave. I have no son like you. Sasuke's expression was complex, akin to someone who had just suffered a setback. He had thought Naruto was here to take him back, only to discover he was being driven away. This left him feeling quite dissatisfied. "Come on. I'm about to leave, and you can't at least pretend to care?" Sasuke steadied himself and addressed Naruto. "You know, I only desire power now. To take revenge on that man." Naruto's attitude irked Sasuke, prompting him to voice his thoughts. Of course, he did not expect Naruto to understand his plight. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "Revenge? I'm not joking with you. You want to take on 7 opponents? You'll be utterly crushed, with no chance of victory. Stop deceiving yourself. Last time, he merely kicked you out of the storm's center while you sought to kill him. Where's your conscience?" These words left Sasuke dumbfounded. He admitted that Itachi could easily kill him. Yet, on the flip side, it gave him a reason to live: revenge. Only through vengeance could he find peace. Sasuke spread his arms, glaring at Naruto. "Naruto, I want to fight you." "Huh? Do you think fighting me is child's play?" Naruto smirked. Then, continuing with a soul-searching interrogation, he asked, "Can you use Amaterasu? Can you use Tsukuyami? Can you use Izanami? Have you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? You possess none of these abilities. What do you intend to fight with?" A series of questions left Sasuke at a loss. Aside from the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never heard of the other techniques, nor had anyone ever mentioned them to him. He was uncertain whether Naruto was deceiving him or if these techniques indeed existed. Yet the former seemed more plausible. Reflecting on the days gone by, Sasuke realized Naruto had tricked him more than once. That said, he was currently limited to a 2-tomo Sharingan, having yet to awaken the 3-tomo. Coupled with Naruto's strange array of techniques, Sasuke found himself at a loss. As Naruto did not obstruct his path, it seemed fortuitous. He was determined to pursue new power. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke coolly regarded Naruto, his tone tinged with arrogance. "Naruto, wait for me. Once I gain this new power and slay Itachi, I will return. That will be our battlefield." Naruto lazily waved his hand, leaning against the statue of Hashirama, half closing his eyes as if dozing off. Sasuke gritted his teeth. The feeling of being ignored was unbearable. This only solidified his resolve to seek power. He was no longer concerned with anything else, especially not romantic entanglements. He was determined to pursue strength. With a huff, Sasuke turned and left Naruto's side, not rushing away immediately. To test whether Naruto truly intended to let him go, he walked past him, deliberately slowing his pace. To his surprise, Naruto didn't even spare him a glance, allowing him to depart. This infuriated Sasuke. As Sasuke left, Naruto's expression shifted, becoming sharp. He suddenly looked in a specific direction. Swish! A gust of wind howled past. After it passed, the renowned director of the ninja world, along with the devoted son of the best mother, Kagaya's Black Zetsu, appeared on a hidden branch thousands of meters away. What happened? My presence was perfectly concealed. How could he have detected me? Zetsu was puzzled, even breaking into a cold sweat. Under Naruto's gaze, he felt a fleeting sensation of impending doom. However, calming himself, he recalled that he had never revealed himself to Naruto nor exposed his identity. Perhaps Naruto had noticed something else. He should not have discovered me, right? Zetsu sighed in relief. Yet a new problem arose. In this lifetime, the relationship between Ashura and Indra seems rather peculiar. Destiny has always orchestrated their conflicts, followed by reconciliations, only for them to clash once more. Yet, at first glance, their bond appears quite amicable. Ashura has even granted Indra a chance to escape, providing him with a rare opportunity. How can this be anything but strange? It is indeed bewildering. Black Zetsu shook his head, lost in contemplation. While this situation deviates from his expectations, the events still unfold according to his design. For the sake of saving his mother, Black Zetsu has been meticulously planning for centuries. An additional decade or so is inconsequential. The members of Team 7 have been thoroughly deceived by him, executing their roles with precision, such as capturing tailed beasts. No one shall thwart my efforts to rescue my mother. Black Zetsu's gaze turned icy, his tone resolute. Perhaps his prior concerns were unwarranted. Naruto might not have noticed him at all. Black Zetsu melded into the trunk of a tree, swiftly departing the scene. At the Valley of the End, the presence of his master had completely dissipated from the area. The Nine-Tails spoke respectfully, expressing profound astonishment. Had it not been for Naruto's alert, it would have remained oblivious to the very subtle chakra. Even at the end, Naruto had to assist in discerning the direction. Black Zetsu's sudden escape had inadvertently revealed a trace of his faint chakra. Everything was shrouded in secrecy, as if it had seamlessly integrated into the surroundings. Naruto chuckled, surmising that Black Zetsu had indeed left. What was that presence? The Nine-Tails inquired curiously. Naruto waved his hand, cautioning, "It's best not to pry too much, young one." The Nine-Tails retorted, "Do you have any idea how long I've lived? By lineage, I could be your ancestor." However, it refrained from voicing such thoughts in front of Naruto. Regardless of its age or lineage, it was of no consequence when faced with Naruto's might. Should it be defeated? To whom could it appeal for justice? The Nine-Tails ceased its inquiries, while Naruto maintained a facade of calm, though turmoil brewed within him. That figure, if his deductions were accurate, belonged to Black Zetsu. Alas, he had become an unexpected father. How could Kagaya Otsutsuki spawn such a wretched offspring? Well, that was merely a grotesque creation born of chakra. Its appearance was rather unique, something others might accept, but Naruto found it utterly unacceptable. When the time came for him to acknowledge Black Zetsu as his son, Naruto would undoubtedly point an accusatory finger and declare, "Get lost. I have no son like you." Chapter 148. The Nine-Tails exclaimed, "What? Boss, have you activated a cheat?" Naruto clapped his hands, observing the scene around him, sensing something amiss. They had summoned him to remain, yet he had inadvertently opened a back door for the others to escape. Should he leave behind some trace, perhaps a mark of his passage? Naruto raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! You have received a choice quest. Option 1. Depart immediately, disregarding everything. Reward: Enhanced Golden Lightning Cloak, a defensive technique of the 3rd and 4th Raikage, providing exceptional speed alongside protection. Option 2. Destroy the 2 statues at the Valley of the End, wreaking havoc on this place. Reward: Enhanced Wind Release Raisin Shuriken." Naruto paused momentarily. The first option offered a defensive technique, which, combined with his existing lightning techniques, would create a legendary golden aura on the battlefield. Besides its lethal potential, it would undeniably attract attention, embodying a true golden radiance. He would be enveloped in gold, golden Chidori, golden lightning blade, golden Chilin, golden lightning cloak. And even his hair would shimmer in gold. A literal embodiment of golden glory. He could eliminate enemies with effortless grace amidst chaos. Unlike that rash fool who charged into the 5 Kage without preparation. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto ultimately decided against the golden lightning cloak. He already possessed ample defensive measures, including Susanoo and the Nine-Tails. The latter could manifest a tailed beast cloak, which, though somewhat ostentatious, was still a formidable defense. Why not be a golden Pikachu instead? Recalling the legendary warrior Ma Chao, he thought, "Don't move, or death awaits." Ultimately, he opted for the wind release shuriken. "I choose option 2. Congratulations, host. Your choice has been successfully registered. Rewards have been distributed." The sensation was exhilarating, akin to flight. After a moment, Naruto turned to the Nine-Tails, "Channel your power to me. I need a full-tailed beast cloak." The Nine-Tails beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Finally, my moment has come." Without hesitation, it transferred all its power to Naruto. Instantly, a tremendous crimson aura enveloped him, the presence of the strongest tailed beast radiating outwards. The wild beasts in the forest felt a primal dread, halting in their tracks, trembling in fear. Those further away fled in a panic, creating quite a commotion. Enough. This is excessive. Naruto chuckled, enveloped in a golden-red chakra that morphed into any desired attire at his command. Drawing upon his memories, he conjured the assassin's garb worn by Wu Yochi in the kingdom of Xuanwu. In no time, a perfect replica of the outfit emerged, transformed from purple to a resplendent gold and red, elevating his prestige to new heights. Now, Naruto brimmed with boundless chakra, but that was not the crux of the matter. He needed to suppress his overwhelming aura. Drawing a deep breath, he swiftly reined in the terrifying presence. Ninetales, are you intentionally trying to sabotage me? Inside, the Ninetales feigned innocence. Did you not ask for my power? Naruto momentarily lost his words, realizing the truth. Ahem, yes, but next time. Please inform me ahead of time when you're giving me your full strength. I thought you would only provide a third. The Ninetales murmured defensively. Do I look like a stingy-tailed beast to you? Indeed, had Naruto lacked absolute power, the Ninetales would have been reluctant to lend him chakra, even considering seizing control of his body. Yet, it still needed Naruto as a pillar of strength. For Naruto to require its power was a fortuitous circumstance. All right, I understand you're generous. That's enough. Naruto responded dismissively, which somewhat appeased the Ninetales. Then, Naruto's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the two massive statues. Soon, the higher-ups in Konoha would undoubtedly sense the Ninetales' aura and dispatch personnel to investigate. Time was of the essence. In an instant, Naruto conjured a spiraling sphere larger than any before. Strangely, it spun with the velocity of a wind blade, containing unfathomable power. What? Boss, have you activated a cheat? The Ninetales could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This is utterly insane. He had never witnessed Naruto employing such a jutsu before, and it bewildered him how Naruto had acquired it. The secrets he harbored were indeed numerous. Could it be that he had been diligently training while he slept? Have you ever seen Konoha at 4:30 in the morning? After eating, Naruto would simply sleep or chat with his sister. He had never sincerely trained, except for that one instance with the summoning technique. The Ninetales simply could not comprehend it. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A colossal beast arm, formed of chakra, materialized above Naruto's head. Within it coalesced an even more terrifying wind blade spiral sphere. To unleash two such grotesque techniques in one breath? The Ninetales felt that after living for so long, today it was finally fortunate enough to witness a divine spectacle. Previously, it had thought Uchiha Madara was formidable, little knowing that the new generation was surpassing the old, with the latter washed away upon the shores of time. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Naruto hurled the shuriken, imbued with his gathered chakra, towards the head of the gigantic stone statue of Senju Hashirama. Simultaneously, another colossal spiral shuriken, conjured with the beast arm, was launched at Uchiha Madara. Whoosh! The speed was astonishing. Despite their massive size, they reached the statues in the blink of an eye. As they made contact, the spiral shuriken transformed into razor-sharp wind blades, relentlessly slicing through everything in their path. Boom! The ground quaked, and the two enormous statues were reduced to rubble, collapsing into the water and sending towering waves soaring into the air. A massive rock plummeted towards Naruto. He did not evade it. Instead, he seized the opportunity to test the defensive capabilities of the beast cloak. Thus, he struck the stone with a punch. Bang! His fist, enveloped in Ninetales chakra, smashed against the boulder. Boom! The rock shattered instantly into thousands of tiny fragments. Naruto gasped in astonishment. This beast cloak was incredibly effective. It was both offensive and defensive. An invincible armor. He could even feel his speed significantly enhanced in that moment. Chapter 149, Ninetales, the boss is amazing. Seeing this scene, the Ninetales found itself at a loss for words. This was simply astonishing. The Ninetales was overwhelmed with awe. On one hand, it was impressed by Naruto's ability to wield its power with such finesse in a short span of time. On the other, it was astonished by the sheer might unleashed by Naruto's shuriken-like jutsu. Had that technique been aimed at it rather than the statues, it would have likely faced its demise without a doubt. The Ninetales harbored no doubts about this. It would have been grievously injured if not killed. However, at this moment, the Ninetales was predominantly filled with joy. Ha ha ha. Serves you right, you scoundrels. One controlled me, while the other bullied me. Now, Not only will I scatter your ashes, but I'll also obliterate your statues. Let us see if you'll continue to be so arrogant." Naruto was oblivious to the Nine-Tails' elation and was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that the beast cloak would prove to be so exceptionally useful. If he were to combine it with Susanoo, imagine the potential for both offense and defense. The results would surely exceed his expectations. Naruto shed the beast cloak, returning the power to the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails appeared bewildered. "Boss, you're not going to continue using my power?" Its tone was tinged with respect, especially after witnessing Naruto's formidable jutsu. The previous Thunder Kirin, coupled with this wind release, Spiral Shuriken, indicated that Naruto undoubtedly possessed other hidden trump cards. In summary, the Nine-Tails felt that staying with Naruto was highly advantageous, providing a sense of security. Those from the Akatsuki organization seeking to capture the tailed beast would find no success here. "I need to leave this place quickly," Naruto thought, shaking his head as he surveyed the wreckage he had caused. The noise would surely attract the attention of the remaining elite from Konoha. Shortly thereafter, he departed. And as he surmised, elite members from Konoha soon arrived. They were Umbu, having sensed the residual energy of the Nine-Tails, and rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation, particularly the statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, reduced to mere rubble, their iconic heads shattered beyond recognition, an Umbu member exclaimed, "Who on earth did this?" The funding for the Valley of the End had been substantial. Years ago, a considerable amount had been spent to create these iconic memorial statues, now utterly destroyed. Anyone witnessing this would be moved to tears. All right, wasn't he that the Nine-Tails aura that just erupted? Quickly check if Naruto is here. If the Nine-Tails emerges, the village will be thrown into chaos. The team leader paused momentarily before continuing. "Has anyone notified the 5th Hokage?" "Yes, someone has already gone," replied one of the members. "Good, you two check those areas. I'll head up top to see if I can find Naruto. Let us move swiftly," the team leader commanded. The trio then began their search. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade stood in the infirmary, looking at Nara Shikaku and Inuzuka Kiba, who had encountered Orochimaru's subordinates outside the village. Had it not been for Shizune's timely arrival, they might have faced dire consequences. They were merely patrolling as usual when they unexpectedly crossed paths with Orochimaru's minions. "Shizune, go reinforce the medical staff. Things have been quite unstable lately," Tsunade said, furrowing her brows in thought. Shizune nodded and left. Before long, an Umbu member arrived to inform Tsunade of the situation outside. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. "The Valley of the End? Take me there. Quickly. No matter what, Naruto must not come to harm." If the Nine-Tails were truly unleashed, as the Jinchuriki, Naruto would certainly be consumed, transforming into a monstrous being. It is not hard to understand Tsunade's urgency. The appearance of the Nine-Tails posed a significant problem for the village. If Tsunade knew that the Nine-Tails was behaving like a well-behaved doll in Naruto's presence, one wonders what her reaction would be. After leaving, Naruto did not return to the village but headed towards the land of snow. With a bit of luck, he should be able to meet up with Yuhi Kurenai and the others. In the land of fire, at a renowned film crew, the 3 doctors exclaimed excitedly, "Princess, it's wonderful. You're alive. You can't imagine how thrilled I was to hear the news of your survival." Upon learning that Kazahana Koyuki was the descendant of their former master, the 3 doctors desperately sought to become her manager. All for the day they could bring her back for vengeance. Vengeance. Koyuki harbored such thoughts, yet reality had dealt her several resounding slaps, extinguishing any lingering notions of revenge. "Even the prospect of continuing my career as an actress seems quite appealing. Let whatever nation or nonsensical revenge go to hell. I regret that I did not perish alongside them at that time." Fenghua Xiaoxue embraced herself, her tone indifferent. The 3rd doctor, filled with trepidation, knelt before her with a thud. "I implore you, Your Highness, do not speak thus. If you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the citizens of the Snow Country." Fenghua Xiaoxue retorted coldly, "What concern is their fate to me?" The 3rd doctor bowed his head even lower, speaking in a subdued tone. "Your Highness, even if you disregard the populace, you should reflect upon your father's wishes. Shouldn't the great vengeance be avenged?" Fenghua Xiaoxue's expression turned icy as she barked, "Enough. Do not invoke my father's name again. You should recognize the reality, no matter how hard we strive. Fenghua Nuteo is an insurmountable force. Is your life not satisfactory now? Why return to endure such torment and provoke new troubles?" What are your intentions? Fenghua Xiaoxue believed her current life to be quite pleasant. Returning would undoubtedly entail encountering numerous unforeseen troubles, and whether she could survive in the hands of Fenghua Nuteo remained uncertain. All these factors dissuaded her from taking such a risk. Though the risk was substantial, the potential reward was also considerable. However, to face utter ruin would mean losing her life. Without life, what good is wealth? Chapter 150. In this lifetime, I, Uzumaki Naruto, fear nothing more than threats. The team Yuhi exclaimed, haven't we come to assist you? What is there to fear? The third doctor became anxious, feeling that things were not proceeding as expected. If Fenghua Xiaoxue, the nominal heir, did not return, how could he reclaim the rightful power? Yuhi Kurenai then spoke, Your Highness, you need not worry too much. With the ninjas of Konoha by your side, this return to the snow country should be uneventful. Tsunade has already conveyed the importance of this mission to me. Helping Fenghua Xiaoxue ascend to power is a necessity. In the long run, this is essential for establishing a strong friendship between Konoha and the snow country. Fenghua Xiaoxue crossed her arms, a skeptical expression adorning her face as she turned her head aside. You should abandon this futile hope. I shall not return with you. The group exchanged glances, some appearing distressed. This was not the expected response from Fenghua Xiaoxue, who seemed utterly resistant to persuasion. Just when everyone felt at a loss, a golden-haired youth appeared with a hint of mischief in his voice. So, you're quite brave, are you? Fenghua Xiaoxue shivered slightly, her irritation palpable as she turned to face him. His words struck her oddly, provoking an inexplicable unease. Who are you? No one in the crew has ever dared to speak to me like that. Upon locking eyes with Naruto's handsome face, her legs instinctively tightened. The boy was remarkably handsome, exuding an enigmatic aura. I am Uzumaki Naruto, he jested. Yuhi Kurenai, Hinata, and Yamanaka Ino were momentarily taken aback before their faces broke into smiles. Naruto, you've come. Does this mean you've successfully retrieved Sasuke? Kurenai inquired. An analysis of the situation confirmed this. After all, Tsunade had tasked Naruto and his companions with retrieving Sasuke. Given Naruto's presence at this moment, it indicated that the mission had indeed been accomplished. Ino burst into laughter, joyfully pouncing on Naruto like an ornament, feeling a familiar comfort while her cheeks flushed with warmth. Kurenai-sensei was right. Naruto-kun indeed possesses that strength, and I have no doubt about it. A beautiful ornament? Naruto chuckled. Ah well. It was like this. Shikamaru and the others held off Orochimaru's subordinates while I faced Sasuke one-on-one. Yet, I did not anticipate the terrifying power of the cursed seal that erupted at a critical moment, knocking me unconscious. Unfazed by the absurdity of his statement, he continued to spin an elaborate tale. If Black Zetsu could win an award for Best Director, then surely Naruto could effortlessly claim the Best Actor award as well. The others were left bewildered, unable to fathom that such words could emerge from Naruto's lips. Had Sasuke grown that formidable? Kurenai's brow furrowed in contemplation, as she had not witnessed Naruto's abilities firsthand. However, Ino and the others had been fortunate enough to glimpse a fraction of his potential. Their trust in Naruto remained. Yet the reality was difficult for them to accept. Kurenai mused aloud. This seems impossible. She then turned her gaze to Naruto, who began recounting the details of the events that transpired. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth signaled his reluctance to divulge everything. If I tell you everything, I might inadvertently expose myself, he thought. Shifting the topic, he asked, Kurenai-sensei, do you have a bowl and some rope? Kurenai, taken aback, replied, we do. But what do you need those for? Naruto glanced at Fenghua Xiaoxue and declared, a bowl to start and a rope to conclude. I intend to bind her and take her to the snow country. His outrageous statement left everyone gasping in disbelief. The third doctor panicked. Please, esteemed ninja. You must not do this. She is the princess of our snow country. Naruto shrugged. I am the destined one. The group collectively pondered. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth am I doing? Although Naruto's words contained a kernel of truth, no one took them seriously, dismissing them as mere jest. Fenghua Xiaoxue stretched her neck, her delicate face flushed with anger as she glared at Naruto. I dare you. Naruto paused for a moment. Then a smile crept across his face. Let me tell you, I, Uzumaki Naruto, fear nothing more than threats. No one has ever dared to threaten me. Congratulations, you are the first. As he searched for the rope, Fenghua Xiaoxue glared at him, not believing he would dare to act against her in front of everyone. Soon, Tenten, the little doryman, produced the rope and handed it to Naruto. I have it here. Naruto accepted it with a grin, exclaiming, "What a treasure trove." "What kind of treasure? Every day?" The adorable Fenghua Xiaoxua tilted her little head, wearing a look of innocent bewilderment. Naruto remained silent, tugging at the rope, assessing its resilience, adequate enough to securely bind an individual. Suddenly, Fenghua Xiaoxua sprang to her feet, exclaiming in a fit of agitation, "Are you done yet?" Naruto chuckled heartily. "This is self-inflicted," and stepped forward. Under the gaze of onlookers, he proceeded to tie her up thoroughly. Yuhi Kurenai refrained from intervening, tacitly approving of Naruto's actions. Chapter 151. The most effective way to deal with the proud Princess Fenghua Xiaoxua is to kidnap her. Fenghua Xiaoxua appeared somewhat dazed, watching Naruto approach with wide eyes. Panic swiftly set in as she shouted, "What are you doing? I warn you not to act recklessly. I am a renowned actress with countless fans. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation?" Her words held truth. Indeed, many ninjas were among her admirers, albeit most of them were ordinary people. Even if there were ninjas among them, they were not formidable. For instance, how many elite ninjas could truly be fans of Fenghua Xiaoxua? The Akatsuki organization was too preoccupied with making money to concern themselves with a mere actress. Naruto swiftly bound her with dexterous hands. Despite her frantic movements, he held her down effortlessly. What a joke! Fenghua Xiaoxua's strength paled in comparison to Naruto's. Moreover, this was a traditional Japanese binding technique. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Kurenai and several other girls found the scene rather peculiar, though they couldn't quite articulate why. Hinata was blushing fiercely, while the other two medical neens swallowed hard, noting Fenghua Xiaoxua's impressive figure, accentuated by Naruto's binding. "Ah, you jerk." Fenghua Xiaoxua's face flushed crimson as she spat defiantly, "Someone, help! Sarutobi! Sarutobi! A star has been kidnapped." The girls covered their ears, wincing at her shrill voice. Her volume was truly remarkable. If only she could learn the ninja art of sound manipulation, she would undoubtedly be a genius. Fenghua Xiaoxua assumed that her cries would summon help, but alas, her hopes were in vain. Everyone was aware of her status as the princess of the land of snow. It was a family matter, and they couldn't interfere. "Jerk, just kill me. Go ahead and beat me to death here." Her face was flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger, perhaps both. Kurenai remarked, somewhat exasperated, "Why are you so resistant to returning? Isn't that your homeland?" "Snow. The cherry blossoms are blooming in your hometown. Don't you want to go back and see?" Naruto struggled to contain his laughter. Fenghua Xiaoxua defended herself. "I am doing this for your sake. I don't want you to walk into certain death. Do you have any idea how many trump cards Fenghua Nuteo has? Recklessly returning would be tantamount to suicide." Naruto shrugged. "It's just a wolf fang avalanche. What waves could it possibly create?" Fenghua Xiaoxua's expression shifted. She ceased her struggles and gazed at Naruto in disbelief. "How do you know about that person?" Naruto looked at her as if she were foolish. "My teacher told me." "Who is your teacher?" "Kakashi, the masked white-haired leaf ninja who saved you back then." With this revelation, Fenghua Xiaoxua recalled something and suddenly understood. "So you are his disciple. How despicable. You two are no good. I should have died in Snowy City. Even if your master came, he would merely be a defeated opponent of Wolf Fang Avalanche." Kurenai ignored Fenghua Xiaoxua's ramblings, instead looking at Naruto with confusion. "How do you know all this?" Naruto scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Kakashi-sensei mentioned it while we were on a mission together." Hearing this, Kurenai's eyes filled with deep concern. If even Kakashi was no match for the opponent, wouldn't she be walking into her demise with a few lower-ranked ninjas? What she initially thought would be a simple task had turned out to be anything but. If Kurenai could reflect seriously, she would realize Kakashi's current capabilities compared to those of the past. The current Kakashi had matured significantly. Not to mention, beating Wolf Fang Avalanche would be a piece of cake for him. Naruto was confident in this. The other girls were also deep in thought. The three medical nin who had been urging Fenghua Xiaoxua to return had now fallen silent. Fenghua Xiaoxua laughed mockingly. "Since you all understand the opponent's strength, you should let me go. Continue your lives as ninjas while I pursue my acting career. We can coexist without interfering with each other." Suddenly, Fenghua Xiaoxua felt her legs leave the ground. She was lifted into the air, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Where was she? Who am I? Where am I? "Ah, Naruto. You jerk. Let me go? Knowing you can't win, do you all wish to die? I want to accompany you." Her face was flushed, as this was the first time she had been held by a boy, causing her heart to race with nerves. Naruto lazily remarked, Didn't you say it would be better to die in Snowy City? Aren't you afraid of death? Now, we're just going to deliver you back. Ah. Fenghua Xiaoxue was startled by Naruto's words, resembling a frightened little rabbit. If you want to die, go ahead alone. The two were now quite close, and the faint scent of her perfume wafted into Naruto's nose, subtle and pleasant, not overpowering, but inviting. Naruto grinned at her. What's Wolf Fong Avalanche to me? If my teacher is too afraid to kill him, then I shall. If he cannot defeat him, I shall take it upon myself. In short, whatever my teacher cannot do, I will accomplish. Whatever he can do, I will do even better. Fenghua Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, and she retorted, You're just boasting. In her worldview, Fenghua Nuteo was an invincible adversary, a terrifying entity. She firmly believed that returning would mean certain death at the hands of that perverse man. Just focus on becoming the queen of the land of snow. When that time comes, I only want a kiss from the queen, right in front of all your subjects. During your coronation ceremony, Naruto pondered, then replied, After all, going to the land of snow serves a dual purpose, aiding Konoha and assisting Tsunade in addressing urgent matters. And as for me, I should certainly gain some advantage from it, shouldn't I? I am not one to engage in endeavors without benefit. That being said, Fenghua Xiaoxue was simply too proud. Naruto had never intended to treat the proud princess kindly. If not for her delicate fragrance enveloping him, he would have been tempted to execute a swift throw and let her fall. Fortunately, it was not on solid ground. Fenghua Xiaoxue's cheeks were flushed, her heart racing as she gazed in disbelief at the boy carrying her. Chapter 152. Naruto, is one shot enough? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto executed the kidnapping, transporting her directly onto a large ship. The sea breeze, imbued with a salty tang, rushed towards her. Fenghua Xiaoxue stood bewildered, gazing at the boundless ocean before her. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how she had been misled by Naruto's fanciful tales, leading her onto this treacherous ship. Now, disembarking mid-journey proved futile unless she were to leap into the sea, a fate that would only hasten her demise. She had witnessed the terrifying power of Fenghua Nuteo in her earlier years. However, since she had already embarked on this journey, she resolved to make the best of it. Though thoughts of vengeance flickered in her mind, she deemed them somewhat impractical. On the deck, Yamanaka Ino observed Fenghua Xiaoxue with concern, glancing at Naruto beside her. Naruto-kun, are you truly confident in defeating Fenghua Nuteo? She asked anxiously. Naruto smiled and countered, What do you think? Gazing at his handsome visage, Ino felt her cheeks flush. Yet, she spoke candidly, I don't know. I've heard Fenghua Nuteo defeated Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shrugged, his demeanor relaxed. That was in the past. Don't compare past events with the present. It's unrealistic. Naruto, you seem quite self-assured, Yuhi Kurenai remarked with a smile as she approached. The cannon had already been fired. If Fenghua Xiaoxue were to fall into the hands of Fenghua Nuteo, the reputation of Konoha would surely suffer. As the captain of the team, Kurenai would undoubtedly be the first to face the consequences if things went awry. Truth be told, she harbored her own doubts, particularly upon hearing that even Kakashi had been bested. Teacher Kurenai, you flatter me, Naruto replied with a chuckle. My confidence is minimal. I can only manage to win with little pressure. Kurenai couldn't help but think, is this what he calls modesty? However, she reasoned that Naruto's words must stem from a place of genuine conviction. Yet, she felt he was bordering on arrogance. Having confidence is commendable, but don't underestimate any opponent, Naruto. You never know who might take your life, she advised, her tone reminiscent of a concerned elder. As a mentor, she was fond of Naruto, yet she believed that if he continued with such hubris, he would inevitably encounter dire consequences. The following day, the ship finally arrived at the land of snow. Everyone wore expressions of grave concern, especially Fenghua Xiaoxue, who began to tremble as she anticipated meeting her uncle. Kurenai's demeanor was serious and vigilant. As the leader of the team, she was determined to ensure the safety of all Konoha's new generation. Beneath her composed exterior, she harbored her own doubts about the success of their mission. Meanwhile, Fenghua Xiaoxue lamented her return to this cursed place, fearing her demise was imminent. In stark contrast, Naruto appeared relaxed, strolling leisurely alongside Hinata and the others, exuding an air of tranquility as if on a leisurely outing. Once they disembarked, Naruto's expression suddenly shifted as he sensed something amiss. He casually remarked to Hinata, Hinata, do you detect any unpleasant scent? Hinata tilted her head in confusion. An unpleasant scent? Yes, Use your Byakugan to survey our surroundings. My instincts suggest we might be ambushed, Naruto replied with a grin. At that moment, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. Without hesitation, Hinata activated her Byakugan, perceiving everything around her with clarity. No matter how well hidden, it was futile. There's an ambush, she exclaimed, swiftly adopting a battle stance. Hearing this, Tintin, Ino, and Hinata quickly drew their kunai, surrounding Fenghua Xiaoxue for protection. The latter trembled even more, her face pale with fear, realizing that Fenghua Nuteo's henchmen had swiftly learned of her whereabouts and sought to assassinate her. The hidden assailants, aware of Konoha's Byakugan abilities, revealed themselves. Stepping out into the open, the snow-covered ground was suddenly disturbed as 3 snow ninjas emerged into view. Impressive, Konoha's Byakugan. We thought we were well hidden, yet here we are. One of them remarked, a figure named Langia Shueping standing at the forefront, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the surroundings. Where's Kakashi? Did that defeated fool not come? His tone was nonchalant, which only added to the tension in the air. Kurenai, gripping her kunai tightly, recognized the enemy before her and understood the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Langia Shueping's name, Fenghua Xiaoxue's legs trembled even more violently. Naruto, perplexed, wondered why she was so frightened. I hope she doesn't soil herself. There won't be any suitable clothes for her later. Langia Shueping smirked, his expression one of smug satisfaction as he turned to Kurenai. I never expected anyone would recognize me. Or perhaps my reputation precedes me. I'd wager Kakashi has been spreading tales of my past defeat. If I were him, I would have kept such matters to myself. He mused, regretting not having eliminated Kakashi when he had the chance. Now, he thought, it would suffice to eliminate other Konoha ninjas. In an instant, a sharp kunai flew from his hand, and despite his sudden change in expression, Langia Shueping did not evade it. The kunai struck him in the heart, yet it shattered upon impact as if it had collided with an indestructible force. Kurenai stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why her attack had failed. This defies logic, she exclaimed. Naruto, with a smirk, thought about the chakra armor shielding him. While not as formidable as his tailed beast cloak, it was sufficient to withstand minor attacks. Contemplating whether to unleash a tailed beast bomb to test its limits, he quipped, "One shot should suffice, right?" Langia Shueping retorted, "Sure, thank you. But I'd prefer not to die today." Chapter 153. Do not gaze. The person is already deceased. Kurenai inhaled deeply, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at Naruto. What precisely is this chakra armor? She pondered, her mind flooded with questions. Naruto chuckled and enlightened her for free. This armor is specially designed for ninjas by the land of snow. It not only significantly enhances the chakra within the snow ninjas, but also generates a protective barrier of chakra. Just like before, it can deflect shurikens and other sharp weapons. Yugao's expression darkened. How come she wasn't informed of this upon arrival? This left her feeling somewhat helpless. She began contemplating how to respond next. However, upon hearing this, the avalanche of Fong laughed heartily. I never expected that the young ninjas of Konoha would possess such extensive intelligence. The murderous intent in Avalanche's eyes was impossible to conceal. Yet, he felt there was no need to hide anything from one who was about to perish, and besides, it was not a matter of great secrecy. You speak truly. But our armor has other functions as well. This armor can enhance the strength of the user's ninjutsu and negate the enemy's techniques. It can reverse chakra. And even when wearing this armor, Jinjutsu has little effect on us. Avalanche declared with great pride. Nanny? The expressions of the girls changed dramatically. How could this seemingly unremarkable chakra armor possess such extraordinary effects? Yugao, who excelled in Jinjutsu, realized that if the opponent claimed it was ineffective against them, they were indeed at a disadvantage. Avalanche's 2 lackeys laughed heartily. Now that you know the power of the chakra armor, hand over Princess Koyuki quickly. We can spare your lives. Indeed, come to your senses and hand her over, then scram. The 2 lackeys boasted arrogantly, each taking turns to speak. Their mission was to intercept Koyuki. As for everything else, they preferred to avoid conflict. Even if a fight ensued, they were not afraid. Avalanche remained silent, tacitly agreeing with his followers. He was well aware of the armor's capabilities. However, once a battle began, it would become quite troublesome. It was better to simply seize Koyuki in return for the reward. In that fleeting moment, Yugao's thoughts were in turmoil. The intelligence had never indicated that the enemy would possess such formidable ninja tools. When strength is lacking, one resorts to tools. Truly a sight to behold, Yugao exclaimed loudly. Naruto, you all must escape with Princess Koyuki. The farther, the better. At that moment, Yugao finally understood why the formidable Kankuro had been defeated here. It turned out the adversary had come prepared. Koyuki trembled, berating Naruto for bringing her back to face death. Yet, if death awaited, so be it. Having a handsome companion on the road to the underworld was not a total loss. Naruto, however, did not share her grim thoughts. The underworld? Why not your own palace? If Naruto were aware of Koyuki's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly voice these questions without hesitation. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Ice Shield, Snowstorm. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. In an instant, Naruto hurled numerous shurikens, each imbued with intense flames. With a clap of his hands, he summoned forth his jutsu. The female snow ninja acted first. Naruto, undeterred, met her head-on. In an instant, their chakra clashed. Yet, the ice shield of the female snow ninja was not as potent as Naruto's fire technique. Although the flames were significantly diminished, remnants still clung to the shurikens. Bang! Bang! Several flaming shurikens struck the chakra armor. The flames were absorbed by the armor. The female snow ninja exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she had this armor. However, unbeknownst to her, tiny cracks had already formed on the armor. Had it not been for the ice shield's mitigation, the damage would have been far greater. Avalanche's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous genin from Konoha would possess such capabilities. The ferocity in his gaze intensified. Bang! Below Hinata, the snow shifted, and a portly snow ninja swiftly emerged. Handed over, he reached out, aiming to seize Koyuki. The sudden appearance of a fat ninja startled the three women. A person emerged from the snow? The three women failed to react in time. Just as the rotund snow ninja was about to succeed, a puff of white smoke erupted. Immediately, Naruto summoned a shadow clone, using it to propel himself directly toward the portly ninja, landing a solid kick to his face. Flying dragon kick. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. The fat ninja was sent sprawling, rolling in the snow before crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. His fate was uncertain. Trying to sneak attack? Did you consult my opinion? Naruto scoffed. Koyuki, on the verge of tears, looked at Naruto like a lost puppy, her eyes pleading. What the hell? What's going on? Avalanche was taken aback. How could this brat react so swiftly? His subordinate should have had a guaranteed success. The fact that Naruto had sent him flying left him feeling a chill run down his spine. Damn it, this brat cannot be underestimated. Naruto cast a casual glance at Avalanche. Where's that old man Kuratsuchi? Tell him I'm waiting here. He should come and see me himself, or else I'll unleash a massacre. Avalanche was speechless. Was this brat getting too bold? He intended to teach Naruto a lesson. However, in the next moment, Naruto pointed at the motionless fat snow ninja lying in the snow. If you don't call him over, this will be your fate. Humph, you little brat. Who do you think you're scaring? Avalanche sneered dismissively, but instinctively glanced where Naruto pointed. There lay the fat snow ninja, blood oozing from his orifices. The sound of bones shattering earlier had likely been the sound of his neck and nose breaking. His head hung at an unnatural angle, seemingly lifeless. Don't look. He's already dead, Naruto's voice rang out coolly. Avalanche was left in a state of disbelief. This was absurd. How could someone die from a single kick? Was he a monster? Not only Avalanche, but the other women also looked at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto, have you been holding back all this time? It seems you were hiding your true strength. Chapter 154. Who could refuse the queen of a nation as a lover? Ding. Triggered choice task. Choice 1. Let Avalanche go. Reward. Ordinary Byakugan. Choice 2. Kill Avalanche. Reward. Complete design blueprint for the underfloor heating system of the Land of Snow. The underfloor heating system of the Land of Snow? This prompted Naruto to recall the function of the design blueprint. The underfloor heating was a grand project initiated by Koike to create a heating system beneath the Land of Snow, aimed at melting the accumulated snow from previous years. The goal was to transform the Land of Snow into a perpetual spring. Naruto felt that Koyuki's demise was not in vain. Her father was up to no good. If the accumulated snow were to melt away, it would result in a significant amount of water, causing sea levels to rise. Coastal cities and their sea view properties would truly become beachfront properties. The house within the vast ocean, could it not be considered a sea view residence? However, on the contrary, altering the landscape is quite a simple endeavor. For instance, employing a water release ninjutsu or an earth release ninjutsu. Such actions hardly qualify as significant undertakings. The monumental project in the Land of Snow clearly illustrates this point. They are neglecting their true responsibilities. Instead of channeling their resources into meaningful pursuits, enhancing their ninja abilities, and learning from the great ninja villages of the 5 great nations, they have succumbed to such a fate. Rather, they invest in geothermal heating systems, which they deem as local specialties. Do you comprehend the notion of specialty? The Queen of Windflower and Snow has made a decision that contradicts her ancestors. Oh, it is truly beyond words. There are even trains here, which, to other nations, signify wealth. Hence, it is imperative that the position of Queen Windflower and Snow is assumed by Naruto. Who could possibly refuse a queen as a lover, regardless of the nation's size? It is still a prized possession. As Naruto pondered, the Wolf Fang Avalanche launched an aggressive surprise attack, believing that the golden-haired brat would be a formidable opponent. Thus he resolved to strike first. Naruto-kun. Hinata's heart raced with worry as she called out. However, Naruto's true form remained still, while his shadow clone sprang into action, conjuring a brilliant blue chakra Rinnegan in hand. With a swift motion, it struck the Wolf Fang Avalanche squarely on the head, instantly shattering his ninjutsu. The Wolf Fang Avalanche was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. The very technique he had unleashed was dismantled by a mere shadow clone. Yuhi Kurenai, momentarily stunned, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. A Rinnegan. When did you learn that, Naruto? That is a signature technique of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This was the first time she had witnessed Naruto execute it, and even more astonishing was that it was performed by a shadow clone rather than his original self. Had Naruto's shadow clones truly reached such mastery? With a grin, Naruto addressed the Wolf Fang Avalanche. I hear you have great confidence in the chakra armor your Land of Snow has crafted, correct? The Wolf Fang Avalanche, unsure of Naruto's intentions, bravely responded. And what of it? Naruto's smile widened. Let us see whether your armor is tougher or my ninjutsu is mightier. With that, he charged towards the Wolf Fang Avalanche. The latter quickly activated his ninjutsu in an attempt to hinder Naruto's advance, convinced that Naruto was merely bluffing. As long as he was guarded by his chakra armor, he felt invincible. Super large Rinnegan. The distance between them dwindled as Naruto raised his right hand overhead, a colossal Rinnegan materializing in the view of all. At that moment, the Wolf Fang Avalanche felt as if he were gazing upon a miniature blue sun. No, do not come any closer. Faced with the imminent threat of death, he was paralyzed with dread, cold sweat trickling down his back. The impact of that Rinnegan would undoubtedly be fatal. The Wolf Fang Avalanche had no doubt about this. Yet, the ninjutsu he had invoked failed to slow Naruto's approach. In the face of death, he chose to flee, but it was far too late. The super-large Rinnegan obliterated everything in its path, crashing down upon the Wolf Fang Avalanche with an unstoppable force. Instantly, all that he once held dear was shattered by the violent energy. His prized chakra armor proved utterly ineffective against such a powerful technique capable of annihilating pain. As he faced his demise, the Wolf Fang Avalanche's expression twisted in agony, unable to utter a single cry before being utterly annihilated. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the women turned to confusion. Even Kurenai was left in shock, her mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. That technique was undoubtedly 100 times stronger than the Rinnegan. Kurenai began to question whether the Wolf Fang Avalanche had truly defeated Kakashi. If he had indeed bested Kakashi, how could he falter against a mere Konoha genin? It was simply unfathomable. No, it was Naruto who was overwhelmingly powerful. In that fleeting moment, Kurenai's expression shifted as she pondered whether Naruto had intentionally allowed Sasuke to escape. That fool, how could he possibly compete with Naruto? Or had Sasuke's strength surpassed Naruto's by a considerable margin? While they were lost in such chaotic thoughts, Naruto showed no signs of pausing. He summoned 2 more shadow clones to pursue and eliminate the fleeing snow ninjas. Having come this far, there was no way they could escape so easily. Naruto ruthlessly slaughtered every last one of the remaining snow ninjas. If it were not for his own power, they would have been the ones meeting their end here. Thus, when it came to enemies, Naruto would not hold back, nor would he foolishly let them return. With everything concluded, Naruto returned to find the women in a state of stupor. He was bewildered. Was his performance truly that astonishing? He first approached Kurenai, the team leader, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Red Sensei, wake up. The sun is about to shine on your backside. Seeing Kurenai's dazed expression, Naruto couldn't help but jest. After a moment's delay, Kurenai finally regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, I am awake. By the way, where's the sun? Chapter 155, Geothermal Heating Device Design, $2 a gene, guaranteed quality. Would you like one? Windflower and Snow stared in disbelief, her alluring lips slightly parted. Her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Is this truly it? The wolf Fong Avalanche, renowned as the foremost general under Windflower's command, met his end before her very eyes? With just a single technique, Naruto had dispatched him. This implies that Naruto is undoubtedly 100 times more formidable than the wolf Fong Avalanche. Suddenly, Windflower and Snow felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, as if her face were aflame. If Naruto truly placed her upon the throne, the promise of that delightful agreement would be utterly mortifying. Having never been touched by any boy, it was quite a different matter with Naruto, who was indeed handsome and extraordinarily strong. Windflower and Snow thought to herself that she wouldn't be at a loss. A kiss is merely a kiss. Humph. Let it be as though she were nudged by a little pig. As Windflower and Snow indulged in these fanciful thoughts, a train's tracks appeared in the snowy expanse. Racing towards them, the three doctors' expressions changed drastically, urgently warning, Your Highness, Windflower and Snow, that fellow is coming this way. You should take cover. Upon hearing this, the women collectively gasped in alarm. It was a dire situation. As long as Naruto was present, what need was there to fear Windflower's wrath? In that instant, Windflower and Snow's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, arms crossed confidently, embodying a sense of superiority. Witnessing Naruto's exceptional performance filled her with elation. Humph, how fortuitous. She had not sought him out, yet he had come to her doorstep. She intended to deal with him decisively. It can only be said that an actor is indeed an actor, with the rapidity of her changing expressions, tone, and demeanor. In a melodramatic tale, a fugitive princess, having acquired newfound powers and knowledge, returns to exact revenge on her treacherous uncle. The exhilarating display of her transformation left the onlookers in awe. The women were left speechless, recalling a time when one among them trembled like a helpless puppy. Yet, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, comforted by the presence of Naruto, who brought an inexplicable sense of security that they themselves could not articulate. It was as if the mere appearance of the protagonist alleviated their fears of impending doom. Xiaoxue, it has been ages. You have grown. The train from the land of snow came to a gentle halt before them. Standing atop the train, Fenghua Nuteo looked down upon the young Xiaoxue with an air of indifference, devoid of any warmth or concern for his younger kin. His demeanor was strikingly cold. As his gaze swept over the crowd, it fell upon the Konoha headbands adorning Naruto and his companions, causing a slight twitch in his facial muscles. I was curious who dared to return to the land of snow with such bravado. It appears to be a mere ninja from Konoha. Thinking that gathering a few allies could elevate them above me, Fenghua Nuteo sneered. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded the ninjas from other lands as nothing more than insignificant. His ambitions extended far beyond. Believing that possessing the treasures of the land of snow would enable him to challenge the 5 great nations effortlessly. His reluctance to act stemmed from not yet solidifying his position as the king of the land of snow, as there were remnants of the old regime that needed to be dealt with. Given a little more time, he believed he would achieve fame and immortality in the annals of the ninja world. Many ninjas shared his aspirations, such as those from the Akatsuki, who possessed their own strength and long-term strategies, unlike Fenghua Nuteo, who was merely a dreamer, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Suddenly, Fenghua Nuteo's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the gruesome aftermath of the wolf Fong Avalanche, now a mere mass of flesh. How long must one wait for such incompetence? The death of wolf Fong Avalanche was simply due to his inadequate strength, he remarked, failing to consider other possibilities. After all, he deemed himself far superior and reveled in the pleasures of power, leading him to believe he was the pinnacle of existence. Xiaoxue, your timing is fortuitous. I shall spare your life for now, provided you hand over the hexagonal crystal around your neck. In exchange, I will grant you mercy. Once I activate that device, the entire ninja world shall bow before me, Fenghua Nuteo declared coldly. To the uninitiated, he might have appeared insane. However, the geothermal device of the land of snow indeed held some merit, although it was not potent enough to disrupt the balance of the 5 great nations. The crystal adorning Xiaoxue's neck was not merely ornamental. It was the key to that very geothermal device. The expressions of the women, including Yuhi Kurenai, shifted dramatically. The ambitions of the Land of Snow were evidently grander than anticipated. Regardless of the truth behind Fenghua Nuteo's claims, the hexagonal crystal must not fall into his hands. Naruto, perplexed, thought to himself, what a villain. Could he not have been a tad more cunning in secretly acquiring his niece's hexagonal crystal? Instead, he has laid all his cards on the table. Truly a foolish antagonist. Needless to ask, it is clearly Ms. Liang Jingru who has inspired your niece's courage. Naruto quipped with a grin. Fenghua Nuteo was taken aback, inquiring, who is Liang Jingru? Bring her forth. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. It was evident that individuals from other worlds were oblivious to this reference. Disinterested in explaining, Naruto simply replied, enough with your grandiose visions for your niece. Your talent for spinning fantasies rivals your looks. Anyone can weave tales. I possess a complete geothermal device available for sale at 2 pieces of currency per pound. A total of 15 pounds. Are you interested? Fenghua Nuteo, incensed, glared at Naruto, internally berating himself for the audacity of this boy who had knowledge of the geothermal device and even possessed the complete design plans. Naturally, he dismissed the boy's words. How could an outsider comprehend such a sophisticated apparatus? He doubted even the most basic design would be comprehensible to the child. Suddenly, he turned to Fenghua Xiaoxue, realizing that this wretched girl must have divulged information to the blonde boy, who might even be her secret lover. Chapter 156, A Dream Shattered. Tears of truth from Fenghua Nuteo, somewhat deranged, had only learned of the existence of this remarkable device capable of ruling the ninja world while committing fratricide. Little did he know, it was merely a geothermal device intended to melt the snow of the Land of Snow, transforming it into a land of spring. Yet, he was intoxicated by dreams of power, envisioning a future where he would feast upon the fruits of his ambitions. You foolish child. Speak not of what you do not understand. He bellowed. Naruto laughed, retrieving the design plans from his garment, feigning a casual motion. In reality, the plans had been acquired from the system. Let me enlighten you. Your deceased brother devised a device that is not a weapon of mass destruction, but rather a geothermal apparatus designed to transform the Land of Snow into a realm of eternal spring. This was a request made to Fenghua Xiaoxue long ago. The plans I possess are the complete designs, which could expedite your efforts. As for your unrealistic dreams, they are as ephemeral as fireworks. Fenghua Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback. If not for knowing Naruto's name as Uzumaki Naruto, she might have suspected that he was her deceased father's illegitimate son, given his profound understanding of their situation. Fenghua Nuteo's expression shifted erratically as he vehemently denied, impossible. This is mere nonsense from you. There is no such thing. Anticipating his denial, Naruto approached Fenghua Xiaoxue. If you trust me, remove the hexagonal crystal from your neck. Upon meeting Naruto's unwavering gaze, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt a tremor of conviction. The boy exuded an undeniable aura of credibility. After a moment of hesitation, she relinquished the necklace, placing it into Naruto's hands. Had this been prior to witnessing Naruto's true strength, she would have never considered such an action. However, faced with the reality of his capabilities, she recognized that he was not merely boastful, but possessed genuine power. Do you still doubt me? Let us directly investigate the so-called treasures of your Land of Snow. The key rests securely in my grasp, so there is no need for concern. Kazahana Nato initially hesitated, but his objective was ultimately to seize the key. If circumstances do not unfold as Naruto has predicted, eliminating him and his companions will not be an issue. After all, the pursuit of the key is a laborious endeavor. With a dismissive grunt, Kazahana Nato commanded, everyone, get in the car. Kurenai Yuhi cast a worried glance at Naruto and leaned closer, whispering, Naruto, please don't act recklessly. We are heading directly to their stronghold in the Land of Snow. Naruto chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry, Kurenai-sensei. I know what I'm doing. Observing Naruto's unwavering confidence, Kurenai felt it inappropriate to voice further concerns, though her heart remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen events. Soon, they boarded the train, and before long, under Kazahana Nato's guidance, they arrived at the underground treasure apparatus in the Land of Snow. Naruto strolled leisurely forward, inserting the hexagonal crystal into the keyhole and turning it. Kazahana Nato's gaze was fixed intently on the unfolding scene. He harbored doubts about Naruto's claims, yet the boy's confidence instilled a flicker of uncertainty within him. However, in the next moment, as he believed his dreams were materializing, the The snow beneath him began to melt at a visible pace. Kazahana Nato's mind echoed with a dull roar. This was not what he had envisioned. Where were the weapons of mass destruction he had anticipated? Wasn't he promised dominion over the entire ninja world? Now he was being told this was merely a heating device? Kazahana Nato's frustration surged, and soon, the distant millennium-old ice began to melt, transforming into a flowing river cascading down the mountainside. Despite his reluctance to accept reality, it struck him like a resounding slap. Damn it, Kazahana Sasuke. Who would have thought you would squander such vast resources to create an underground heating system merely to fulfill a promise to your daughter? Do you have any idea how many generations of taxpayers' money were consumed in this endeavor? Do you have any inkling of the struggles I have endured? You, too, are a witness to the land of snow's transformation into a land of spring. Are you not pleased? Are you not elated? Naruto's mocking voice cut through the air. Tears streamed down Kazahana Yukino's face as she realized her father was not jesting. He had indeed kept his promise. Kazahana Nato, in a fit of rage, shouted, "I am not pleased. Kazahana Yukino is to blame. After expending so much manpower and resources, what utility has this rubbish brought? What purpose does it serve? If I had a device capable of annihilating the world, would my dream of ruling the 5 great nations be so distant? It seems I have lost my mind. I must have underestimated my own strength." Naruto grinned. "Oh, come now. With your meager abilities, you'd only become the subject of ridicule. Do not embarrass yourself." Kazahana Nato snapped back to reality, glaring at Naruto with fury, his trembling hand raised threateningly. "This is all your fault. You wicked little brat. Why did you have to inform me of this? You have shattered my dreams of unification. I will kill you." Enraged, Kazahana Nato charged at Naruto, unleashing his deadly jutsu. Naruto's expression turned icy. "You dare show such disrespect?" In an instant, 2 shadow clones appeared, each wielding a massive Rinnegan. Kazahana Nato was left utterly bewildered. Was this truly a Leaf Village genin? This was the thought that crossed his mind in his final moments. The women around him were equally stunned. They were not surprised that the original could execute a Rinnegan, but the fact that the clones could replicate it was astonishing. How much chakra must be contained within his body to achieve such feats? In the mountains, Ino gazed at Naruto's exceptionally handsome visage, her long, fair legs instinctively crossing in admiration. This was the man she had been searching for, immensely powerful, a youthful genius, and undeniably attractive. Chapter 157. The alluring queen of the land of spring. With Kazahana Nato's demise, the remaining minions fell apart, swiftly overthrown by the old faction. Days later, it was the day of Kazahana Yukino's coronation. Ultimately, Kazahana Nato had seized control of the land of snow through unscrupulous means, leaving the populace with a profound disdain for him. The old faction that supported Kazahana Yukino revealed the truth, garnering further allegiance from the people to their new ruler. Kazahana Yukino ascended to the throne, yet she remained wistful about her acting career, expressing her desire to continue in the arts should time permit. What a beautiful sight it was to behold a queen participating in the performing arts. Naruto could only smile and remain silent. With his maritime company, he was not in want of wealth. Otherwise, he could have had Kazahana Yukino endorse a product. The citizens of this world were yet to witness the true power of commercial influence. Imagine having Kazahana Yukino promote a worthless item. Alternatively, one could simply create a brand with a catchy symbol and sufficient financial backing, then enlist scalpers to generate a frenzy. Before long, that brand would undoubtedly soar in popularity within the ninja world, allowing for a lucrative windfall. Naruto, you are indeed a remarkable and exceptional ninja of the Leaf Village. I, Kazahana Yukino, am honored to call you the strongest ninja. As she spoke, Kazahana Yukino tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful face drawing near to Naruto's. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, she lightly brushed her lips against his before retreating as if electrified. Her heart raced. It was her coronation celebration, and countless eyes were upon them, especially those of her acquaintances, who stared in disbelief. The female ninjas from the Leaf Village were consumed with jealousy, the air thick with a tang of lemon. Kazahana Yukino felt a surge of pride. How daring she was to kiss Naruto openly. As Naruto touched his slightly damp cheek, he chuckled, teasing, "I recall someone promised a kiss last time." The eyes of the onlookers widened once more, like bells ringing. Kazahana Yukino's face deepened in hue as she leaned closer to Naruto, whispering, "Naruto, you are incorrigible. I have already kissed you. What more do you want?" Naruto had no intention of letting her off the hook. As a ruler, how can you make promises you do not intend to keep? How will you earn the people's trust? At that moment, Kazuhana Yukino found her courage, meeting Naruto's assertive gaze with a charming smile. Very well, on the condition that you remain as my personal guard, always by my side. I will offer you a reward 1,000 times greater than that of the Leaf Village. Kazuhana Yukino's cheeks were flushed, her gaze locked with Naruto's, her tone sincere. After spending time together, she recognized not only his immense strength, but also his humor and charm. Having him around would provide her with both a protector and a companion, as well as someone to nurture a budding relationship. Moreover, Kazuhana Yukino held a favorable impression of Naruto. Thus, she wished to keep Naruto with her. Yuhi Kurenai and Yamanaka Ino were left in bewilderment. The gaze of someone intent on taking another person away cannot be easily concealed. Hinata, with her delicate, pale hands clasped in front of her, trembled slightly, her anxious eyes fixed on Naruto. Her pitiful expression seemed to fear that Naruto might readily acquiesce to Kazuhana Yukike's choosing not to return to Konoha. However, she had yet to voice her thoughts. It was Yamanaka Ino who spoke first. Absolutely not. Naruto-kun is our comrade, and we will not allow any comrade to remain in another country, Ino declared with righteous fervor. In truth, her beautiful eyes were constantly watching Naruto, equally apprehensive that he might genuinely stay in the land of snow. No, the land of spring. In recent days, their higher-ups had received a more complete design and had enhanced and improved the devices. Now, where could one even see a trace of snow? Here, it was spring all year round, and the season for animal reproduction had arrived. Ignoring Ino, Kazuhana Yukike's gazed at Naruto with affection, her lips parting slightly as she asked, I would like to know what you think. What could I possibly think? Naruto chuckled, declining to abandon an entire forest for a single tree. Do you take me for a fool? He continued with a smile. This village holds too many memories for me, especially with Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Her kindness weighs upon me like 2 towering mountains, making it hard to breathe. If I were to stay here, she would undoubtedly be one of the most heartbroken. My other comrades would feel the same. Therefore, no matter what, I must return. Thank you for your kindness, Princess Yukike's. Some rejoiced while others were disheartened. Kurenai and the others displayed expressions of joy, especially Kurenai herself. If a talented ninja like Naruto were to remain in the land of spring, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for Konoha. Not only could Naruto wield many powerful, self-created jutsu, but he was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In the ninja world, Jinchuriki are akin to nuclear weapons. Any village that possesses the power of a tailed beast speaks with authority. Kazuhana Yukike's trembled slightly, her expression momentarily dazed, as she forced a smile, trying to comfort herself. Is that so? What a pity. It seems I shall not receive my first kiss after all, she said, her tone tinged with a subtle sense of loss. This statement was directed both at Naruto and the women of Konoha. So what if you take Naruto back? I intend to make your departure a little unpleasant. After all, to encounter a boy I like and let him slip away is truly painful. The expressions of the girls were indeed as Kazuhana Yukike's had anticipated, glaring at her in annoyance. Feeling triumphant, Yukike's reveled in her small victory. Naruto grinned, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, in a tone only she could hear. Who says I can't come back? When I have the time, I shall return to the land of spring. No, the land of spring, merely for a visit. When that time comes, remember to be proactive. As he finished speaking, he gently exhaled towards her delicate ear, his warm breath mingling with his unique scent, leaving Yukike's entranced. Her heart racing, her ears turning a delightful shade of crimson. At that moment, she understood that Naruto was indeed returning. Consequently, she no longer cared about shyness. Her eyes fixed on him as she playfully retorted, I don't believe you. You'd better come back, or I'll be upset. She shot him a playful glare before fleeing, as if escaping. Standing still, Naruto watched her graceful figure depart with a smile. Chapter 158. What the heck? Have you activated a cheat? Thinking she can entice Naruto-kun. Who does she think she is? Naruto-kun cannot stay in the land of spring. On their journey back, Yamanaka Ino and Tintin exchanged words regarding Kazuhana Yukike's shameless behavior, scoffing at it. Thankfully, Naruto did not comply with her wishes to remain in the land of spring. Otherwise, they would have been in tears. As the group set off for Konoha, although Kurenai said nothing, she felt immense joy at Naruto's decision to return. In that moment, she was unsure of her own feelings. Looking at Naruto, she asked, Naruto, didn't you find Kazahana Yukake's conditions appealing? Are you truly not moved in the slightest? Naruto met her gaze, filled with suspicion, and chuckled. Are you suggesting that I should stay there, Kurenai-sensei? He did not answer directly, but instead returned the question. Kurenai paused, her expression shifting as she contemplated. Is he really just a child? At this age, boys and girls are often filled with curiosity about the opposite sex. Kazahana Yukake's was indeed quite beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a renowned star in the ninja world. Looks are an essential factor, and of course, strength is required as well. However, in this era, appearances hold significant weight. One could possess unparalleled strength, yet without good looks, they would not become a super popular star. With her status as a queen, surrounded by various accolades, it was unfathomable that Naruto would remain unmoved. Don't be ridiculous. I could never let you stay there, Kurenai exclaimed. After a pause, observing Naruto's intriguing expression, her demeanor changed, and she quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. Losing a talented ninja would be a significant blow to Konoha. Not only would I be upset, but your teacher Kakashi would also be heartbroken. Naruto felt an involuntary shiver. Kakashi's feelings were irrelevant to him. What mattered was that he could not leave Tsunade alone in that empty house. I'm going back to Konoha. There's a whole throng of lovely girls waiting for me. Stay in the land of spring? Am I crazy? Naruto laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. It's fine. I'm ultimately not accustomed to living elsewhere. Konoha is home. After all, I can always return to the land of spring whenever I wish. He contemplated creating a shadow clone to remain in Konoha while his true self ventured to meet their queen, Kazahana Yukake's. A queen. A superstar. Who wouldn't be thrilled by that? Yet, he certainly wouldn't voice those thoughts aloud. Why invite trouble? Understanding this was enough. At the moment of parting, Naruto could truly sense the reluctance in Kazahana Yukake's beautiful eyes. I'm still too young. Otherwise, I would have stayed there and taken the plunge. Haha. I knew Naruto-kun wasn't that kind of person. What is so great about staying with someone else? Returning home is the most freeing and comfortable feeling. Ino beamed with joy at Naruto's response, sharing in the happiness of the others. Meanwhile, in the medical team of Konoha, during the pursuit of Sasuke, Hyuga Neji had nearly lost his life. The situation for the others was equally grim. Akimichi Choji faced his own struggles, while Inuzuka Kiba had better luck, though his partner, Akamaru, was not faring well. Shikamaru was exceedingly agitated, feeling utterly miserable. As a Chunin leading his team on their first mission, he had nearly caused someone's demise. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. In truth, he had performed adequately. It was merely that the enemy was too formidable, and the disparity in strength was significant. Naruto knew they would not perish, so he refrained from intervening directly, for everyone needed to hone their skills. He did not wish for his team to be composed entirely of inept individuals, save for himself. If that were the case, how could he justifiably assume the role of a competent manager? To accomplish this, the foremost requirement is to have capable subordinates. A formidable leader cannot thrive with weak followers. While solitary endeavors may hold merit, it is not feasible for one to engage in combat every day. Ultimately, someone must oversee the affairs. After understanding the situation, Kaze approached Shikamaru's father and relayed the information. Subsequently, Shikamaru's father came to provide some guidance to him. Consequently, Shikamaru felt somewhat reassured. This experience could indeed serve as a means of personal growth. Outside the village of Konoha, 3 ninjas from Sunagakure, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, arrived uninvited. It is essential to note that they were not here to take advantage of Konoha's turmoil, but were dispatched to offer assistance. Temari, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Has Naruto truly vanished since the Valley of the End?" Both Gaara and Kankuro wore expressions of bewilderment. They were well aware of Naruto's formidable strength, having witnessed it firsthand, especially Gaara, who vividly recalled the moment he was subjected to electric therapy. Who could have anticipated that such an impressive peer would be defeated by Sasuke? It seemed utterly unfathomable, or perhaps unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Shikamaru shook his head, stating, "It remains unclear at this juncture. We are still investigating. The scene was chaotic. But fortunately, we did not find the bodies of Naruto or Sasuke. However, it seems evident that Sasuke has gone in pursuit of Orochimaru. Considering that the Sound Ninjas have all retreated, it was simply unimaginable that their battle would result in such devastation at the Valley of the End. Had one been present to witness it firsthand, they would have encountered a truly shocking spectacle. While the four were lost in thought, a feminine voice interrupted. Oh, Shikamaru. And you have visitors from Sunagakure? What is going on here? Kurina Yuhi looked at them, slightly taken aback. What a remarkable coincidence to encounter them outside. The others also regained their composure. Temari, taking the lead, explained, we are here to assist. Shikamaru added, indeed, these are reinforcements sent by Sunagakure. Upon seeing Naruto unscathed, a look of disbelief washed over their faces. He appeared completely unharmed, vibrant, and full of life. Especially Shikamaru, who was left dumbfounded. The stark contrast between Naruto's vitality and their harrowing near-death experiences was striking. What the heck? Have you been cheating? How on earth did you end up here? Temari exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and excitement. Chapter 159. If you can be here, why can't I be here? Temari's question mirrored the curiosity of Shikamaru and the others. With a grin, Naruto replied, if you can be here, why can't I be here? Temari's cheeks flushed as she stammered, that's not what I meant. I was asking why you disappeared after pursuing Sasuke. I heard you both vanished. Naruto, understanding her concern, couldn't resist teasing her. So, you were worried about me? Temari's face grew even redder as she faltered. That's not true. I warn you. Don't think that just because you're in Konoha, you can slander me. Observing their banter, Shikamaru felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if a green beam of light had descended from above and landed squarely on his head. Curiously, there was nothing green in sight. Though puzzled, Shikamaru felt compelled to interrupt their flirtation, not out of any personal interest in Temari, but rather to address the pressing matter at hand. Naruto, you need to hurry to the Hokage's office. Your disappearance these past few days has greatly distressed Lady Tsunade. Relieved to see Naruto safe, Shikamaru felt fortunate that his first time leading a team resulted in no casualties. Had even one teammate perished, he knew he would never forgive himself. Even if Sasuke's mission failed, that was secondary. The most crucial aspect was that everyone was alive. Tsunade is worried about me? Naruto paused, initially thinking Shikamaru was interrupting out of jealousy over his interaction with his wife. However, that was not the case. All right, Kurenai, Hinata, I'll take my leave for now. He waved to the ladies. Temari crossed her arms, huffing in dissatisfaction. Humph, you jerk. Just leave already. You made us worry, and now you're off again so quickly. Ignoring Temari's discontent, Naruto smiled and shifted his focus to more pressing matters. This damned age. Yet, the wilderness nearby was teeming with beasts, unlike his previous life. He could venture out to hunt, perhaps even capture a massive male black bear. Why a male? To nourish little Naruto, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard when the time came. At the Hokage office, Tsunade, Kaze, and the upper echelon of Konoha, including Shikaku, Danzo, and Mito, were all present, as if some earth-shattering event had transpired. Before Tsunade could speak, the elderly advisor, Mito, interrupted with an authoritative tone, Naruto, you were the last to see Sasuke. What transpired that day? And why did you disappear? Explained everything in detail. While Naruto appreciated the directness, he was less fond of her tone. Madam, if you cannot communicate more politely, perhaps you should say less. I am here to report to my superiors, Kakashi-sensei and Lady Tsunade, not to an elderly lady who may be somewhat hard of hearing. An awkward silence fell over the office. Mito's face twisted in indignation, her eyes seeming to emit flames. Do you know who I am? Naruto retorted, I couldn't care less. Mito, trembling with rage, pointed a quivering finger at him. You insolent brat. You don't even know my name? Did no one inform you of who I am? The others exchanged glances, noting Naruto's indignation, and fell silent. In professional matters, respect for Mito was still necessary, but given Naruto's status as the fourth Hokage's legacy, Mito's age could not shield her from accountability. The atmosphere grew tense. Seeing that no one would side with her, Mito took a deep breath and began to explain. I am Konoha's Hokage advisor. Since the third Hokage, I have held this position until the present fifth Hokage. As she spoke, pride beamed from her wrinkled face. Now do you understand my significance? Your father's Hokage position was facilitated by me. You would do well to apologize and acknowledge your mistake, lest I pursue this further. However, Mito's moment of triumph was short-lived, as Naruto's response further inflamed her anger. What is an advisor anyway? Is it something delicious? In times gone by, no one had ever mentioned to me that Konoha had a unique advisor. As the acting Hokage, Tsunade could not contain her amusement and let out a snort of laughter, resembling a pig's grunt. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, She quickly covered her crimson lips with her delicate, fair hands and turned her head away, as if the one who had just laughed was not herself. Kakashi, hidden behind his mask, was already in stitches. Fortunately, having undertaken numerous missions and weathered many storms, he managed to conceal his laughter behind the mask, leaving others unaware of his mirth. "Ah, you little brat, you're infuriating me. I shall take you on," Tsunade exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves as if wielding a feather duster, reminiscent of a grandmother ready to scold her grandson. However, she did not possess such an implement. Mito Minion hurriedly restrained his partner. "Have you lost your mind? Tsunade, why are you quarreling with a junior? What if word gets out? How embarrassing." Tsunade's heart was heavy with unspoken grievances. "You cannot fathom how infuriating this brat is. Just let me be," she warned. Danzo cleared his throat, commanding attention with a somber tone. "Everyone, let us quiet down. We are all elders here. Must we behave like children?" This statement only served to further irk Tsunade, who thought to herself, "Am I not the true victim here?" The others ignored her outburst. Danzo turned to Naruto and inquired, "Naruto, please recount what transpired during your battle with Sasuke that day." Danzo had already witnessed the devastation at the scene. It was nothing short of catastrophic. Had he not witnessed it himself, he might have thought it was Uchiha Itachi returned. Yet, he was intensely curious about how the battle had unfolded. With another Uchiha on the scene, he was already burdened enough. If Sasuke had also acquired formidable power, he would have to contemplate sending someone to eliminate him. Danzo, a loyal follower of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had been deeply influenced by Tobirama's relentless teachings. In his eyes, the Uchiha clan was synonymous with malevolence. If a village dog were to become pregnant, it would likely be the doing of an Uchiha. The more he pondered, the more terrifying the thought became. Thus, the Uchiha could not be allowed to live. Chapter 160. Adaptation is not fabrication. Dramatization is not nonsense feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. All attention shifted to Naruto. It seemed it was once again his turn to perform. Naruto felt somewhat helpless, realizing he had to put on a show yet again. Channeling his inner actor, he donned an expression of trepidation. "Lord Danzo, you cannot fathom how intense the battle was." Sasuke clapped his hands, and lo and behold, he activated the heavenly curse mark, sprouting a pair of grotesque arms that were anything but biological. Those arms were repulsive, emitting an odor far worse than spicy chicken feet, rendering one's appetite non-existent and instilling sheer terror. In the end, his Chidori transformed into a devastating lightning strike, with dreadful bolts of thunder raining down from the heavens at his command. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to escape. Otherwise, you would not be seeing me now. But it cannot all be attributed to luck. Perhaps Sasuke, out of nostalgia, chose not to kill me outright. As Naruto vividly recounted the events, fabricating details as he went along, his gestures and expressions were so engaging that no one could find fault with his tale. When he mentioned Chidori, he cast a glance at Kakashi, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he had taught Sasuke that technique. Chidori pales in comparison to Raikiri. It is loud, but lacks precision when it comes to stealth. However, I never anticipated that Sasuke would surpass his teacher at such a young age. Adeptly adapting ninjutsu with considerable power. Adaptation is not mere fabrication. Dramatization is not nonsensical. Kakashi pondered the prospect of bringing Sasuke before him to witness such a technique once more. As Naruto's narrative grew increasingly extravagant, Kakashi found himself momentarily taken aback, unable to resist asking, "What exactly kind of ninjutsu was that? Could you describe it in detail?" Naruto paused, inwardly thinking, "Come on, Kakashi. This is not how a teacher should behave. Don't expose my secrets." Fortunately, he quickly recovered, explaining, "It is a technique related to the curse mark. When I battled him, Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark activated, significantly enhancing his strength, while the nine tails within me also stirred." Naruto continued, revealing that the nine tails' presence was not a secret. Had he kept this to himself, his credibility would have suffered. However, the current situation was different. As he had anticipated, they could not readily challenge his account, having not witnessed the battle firsthand. Given the destruction, it was evident that the clash had indeed been intense. When I finally regained consciousness, Sasuke had vanished. I assumed he fled to join Orochimaru. There was no way to pursue him. If I returned to the village empty-handed, I would have no face to show. So I decided to assist Lady Tsunade instead. I thought to myself, I must at least accomplish something. I cannot return to Sister Tsunade in disgrace. Tsunade's cheeks flushed. especially upon hearing that Naruto had awakened injured, still thinking of her. However, despite her embarrassment, business must take precedence. Danzo's brows furrowed deeper with concern. Uchiha Sasuke was proving to be formidable. It appeared he would need to consider alternative strategies. This individual could not be allowed to remain. Yet, with Orochimaru lurking nearby, the idea of retrieving him felt impractical. Tsunade glared at Naruto, coldly stating, "As a Jinchuriki, you must understand your responsibilities. From now on, do not step outside Konoha unless on a mission. Do you understand?" Kakashi would take him to Jiraiya for an examination of his seal, checking for any signs of loosening. They must not allow that monster to emerge again. To the village, a Jinchuriki is a precious asset. The previous incident with Uchiha Itachi had already caused enough panic. Now, with Uchiha Sasuke on the loose, who knows if the Uchiha brothers might join forces against the village next time? Tsunade had to be cautious. If the Jinchuriki were to wander freely and inadvertently be captured by another village, it would spell disaster for Konoha. Naruto remained silent, but the nine tails within him was growing increasingly agitated. TCH, that old hag, at her age, still tries to show off. Is she courting death? Master, let me out. I want to obliterate this wretch with a tailed beast bomb. Today's nine tails was particularly sweet-tongued, almost like honey. If unleashed, the elderly woman before him would likely be left terrified. The so-called Hokage advisor only emerged to gather votes and accolades, retreating to bask in luxury when not needed. Oh, I remember when that old hag deceived Naruto's mother, Kushina, claiming there were great benefits to being a Jinchuriki. Such utter nonsense. Naruto muttered to the nine tails, "Calm down. I could easily dispose of that old hag anytime. She's so old she needs assistance to cross the street. Otherwise, she might just fall and perish. So, there's no need to rush." Naruto then cast a cold gaze toward Tokashojin, his voice devoid of emotion. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" The bluntness of his words carried a heavy impact, especially when paired with his expression, which resembled that of a domineering figure. Tokashojin appeared to shrink under his scrutiny, reduced to a mere subordinate. Infuriated, she retorted, "Do you even comprehend what you're saying, you young brat?" Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "Are you hard of hearing? Why do you keep insisting on having me repeat myself?" Tokashojin was on the brink of a hypertension crisis. Given her penchant for meddling, Naruto showed her no courtesy. "Who do you think you are? Fate itself? Ultimately, you shall be beneath my feet." The thought of trampling this elderly woman seemed overly lenient, as it would sully his own feet. This task was more suited for the nine tails, after all, as it was within its realm of expertise. The nine tails chimed in. "Thanks a lot, master. I handle all the dirty work, and you won't even let me tackle the clean tasks?" Kakashi interjected, "Ahem, Naruto, mind your manners. You are a ninja, and remuneration comes from completing missions. Under a roof, one must bow their head. Just endure it for the sake of a few coins. Regardless of how you view her, she is the one who brings back missions from the daimyo to post. If she were angered, there would be no missions forthcoming, and they might find themselves starving." Chapter 161. I reveal my true identity as the perfect Jinchuriki. I accomplish tasks with my own hands, not merely by babbling useless nonsense. Naruto chuckled, his tone laced with disdain. "Ah." Tokashojin was nearly driven to madness. Tsunade intervened hastily. "Enough. Let's call it a day. I intend to teach this insolent boy a lesson on respecting his elders." Tokashojin appeared ready to strike. Naruto smirked, his eyes filled with contempt. "At your age, it would be wise not to embarrass yourself. If you injure your back, don't blame it on me." He added, "As one grows older, one must learn to stand tall. If you invite trouble, be prepared to face the consequences without blaming the youth." Furious, Tokashojin contemplated taking action. Tsunade's expression darkened. "I've had enough. Naruto, go wait for me in the adjacent office." With his hands behind his head, Naruto strolled away leisurely, not forgetting to make a face at the elderly woman. He thought to himself that he could easily send her flying with a single slap, were it not for the fear of her making false accusations against him. Nevertheless, for Tsunade's sake, he would show restraint, as he could not disregard the dignity of his beloved girlfriend. As Naruto departed, Tsunade immediately apologized to Tokashojin, vowing to discipline Naruto properly. In reality, her words were merely formalities. Tokashojin, by virtue of her age and experience, held an advantage, and even Tsunade found herself in a subordinate position before the elder. Once everything settled, Tsunade entered the adjacent office. Naruto assumed she was going to scold him, but in an unexpected moment, Tsunade's actions warmed his heart. She circled around him and remarked, "You seem all right, full of vigor. So you must not have sustained any serious injuries. It's good that you returned." Previously, she had refrained from expressing her concerns in front of others. But now it was just the two of them. As Shikamaru had noted, she had been deeply troubled over Naruto's well-being, losing her appetite and even struggling to eat a sufficient amount despite her usual hearty appetite. Naruto instinctively touched his nose and smiled. "Since you missed me so much, how about a welcoming hug? You wish?" Tsunade chuckled. A hint of disappointment flickered across Naruto's face, leading him to think, perhaps I was being overly sentimental. Before he could finish his thought, he felt warmth envelop him as she embraced him tightly, as if fearing the loss of something precious. The incident with Jonin had burdened her with guilt for far too long. Should anything happen to Naruto, she would relinquish her position as fifth Hokage and seek vengeance against Orochimaru alongside her brother. Naruto inhaled deeply, his mind momentarily free of other thoughts. "Yes, I have returned." After a brief separation, Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, launching into a lengthy discourse on respecting one's elders and cherishing the young. Given Tsunade's status, he could neither counter her nor retaliate, so Naruto was left to chuckle helplessly. Noticing his disinterest, Tsunade offered a few final remarks before concluding her lecture. Sakura was the first to learn of Naruto's safe return to the village, her anxious heart finally at ease. She had become somewhat of Tsunade's apprentice, partly due to Kakashi's recommendation and partly because she sought to improve herself and not be left behind by Naruto and the others. Throughout this time, she had attempted to seek out Naruto to have a heart-to-heart conversation, but her efforts had been in vain. Near a bathhouse in Konoha, Jiraiya was engrossed in gathering material when he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively without shifting his gaze. "Hey, buddy, quit messing around. There's another spot over there. If it's too much trouble, just dig a small hole to observe." The person showed no sign of leaving and tapped his shoulder again. Finally, Jiraiya turned to see a familiar face, his expression shifting to one of annoyance. "Who is it?" "Oh, Naruto. What do you want? If there's nothing urgent, please don't disturb my work." Naruto, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Pervy sage, I need to discuss something with you." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "Whatever it is, we can talk later. I really can't afford distractions right now." Naruto insisted, "Pervy sage, please take me with you on your next mission." Jiraiya waved him off once more, thinking it was no big deal. Without a second thought, he firmly rejected the request. "No way. You're still too young and lack the ability to protect yourself." Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a miniature version of the Nine Tails before Jiraiya. "What the?" Jiraiya exclaimed, startled. The familiar chakra of the tailed beast heightened his alertness, preparing him for combat. Naruto stepped back, thinking, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Nine Tails. Even if it transformed into something unrecognizable, I would still recognize that foul stench. Jiraiya, feeling the tension, began to summon the Toad Sage for assistance, realizing that facing the Nine Tails alone would be a daunting challenge. What Jiraiya did not expect was that the newly appeared Nine Tails addressed Naruto with respect. "Master, if this white-haired old man doesn't cooperate, let us unleash a tailed beast bomb on him without wasting time." Jiraiya was left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Wait, did I hear that right? Did it just call you master?" Naruto waved his hand, signaling silence. "Yes, master." The miniature Nine Tails floated in midair, obediently following Naruto's command. Jiraiya was left even more perplexed. Is it true that the trend now involves peculiar plays featuring tailed beasts? Otherwise, how could even the master be called out? At this moment, Jiraiya's mind was filled with confusion. Naruto explained, "I have now become the perfect Jinchuriki." The Nine Tails twitched its mouth. "Boss, is this what you call a perfect Jinchuriki? You are a super Jinchuriki. When you say go east, I dare not go west." The relationships between the other tailed beasts are best described as friendships and companionships, but with you, it has become a master-servant relationship. However, despite its complaints, the Nine Tails was quite willing. Having witnessed Naruto's many techniques, it felt that he was indeed worthy. Naruto deserved the Nine Tails to call him master. Chapter 162. Goodness, Naruto. Are you unifying Konoha this way? What on earth? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, his face written with disbelief. What was happening? The rebellious Nine Tails, who was not intimidated even by Minato, was actually yielding to a mere genin. This world is utterly insane. A mouse serving as a bridesmaid for a cat. It took Jiraiya a moment to recover, his voice trembling. What on earth is going on with Naruto? Naruto smirked slightly, not hurriedly answering Jiraiya's question, but listening to the system prompt in his ear. He had no choice but to reveal his hand. There was no way to trigger the system's selection task. Ding. Task selection triggered. Option 1. Accompany Jiraiya to the land of rice to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. Reward. Immunity to all poisons. Option 2. Spend 3 days enjoying the village of Fuzi. Reward. Enhanced version of the golden lightning cutter. Naruto raised an eyebrow, focusing entirely on the immunity to poisons. It is well known that countless shinobi in the ninja world utilize poisons, with the likes of Orochimaru being innumerable. For someone with a frail body, merely smelling a toxic substance would be unbearable. Even those with slightly stronger constitutions would not last long once the venom struck. Thus, this constitution would be a nightmare for any poison-using ninja. As for the small reward of the lightning cutter from Fuzi, Naruto truly found it beneath his notice. The lightning cutter was far superior to the Chidori, but at this moment, Naruto yearned for the immunity to poisons. I choose option 1. Selection successful. Reward. Immunity to poisons. In the next moment, Naruto felt a profound transformation within his body. Others might not notice, but as the master of his own body, he certainly could. Naruto, if the Nine Tails is threatening you, just blink. Could it be that he was truly controlled by the tailed beast? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, hand hovering over his waist scroll, cold sweat trickling down his back. In that brief moment, he needed to seal the Nine Tails back within Naruto quickly, lest the consequences be dire. However, when Naruto came to his senses and smiled at him, he said, "Perverted sage, I have told you, I am now the perfect Jinchuriki. If you don't believe me, just ask the Nine Tails." The Nine Tails huffed in pride. "What my master says is true. The old white-haired man is indeed as you see." Jiraiya's mind echoed with a thunderous sound, shaking him to the core. This was simply absurd. Naruto had actually become the perfect Jinchuriki. Wait a minute. Does that mean Naruto is even more powerful than the Nine Tails? Jiraiya stroked his chin and mused. Did you force the Nine Tails to yield with your strength? Before Naruto could explain further, the Nine Tails could no longer contain itself and shouted, "I warn you, do not slander my master. I chose to follow him because of the kingly aura he exudes. You wouldn't understand. Do you even know what kingly aura is? It is the essence of a ruler that compels others to submit." Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend. Jiraiya was left dumbfounded. What is this kingly aura? Is it truly as remarkable as you claim? He scrutinized Naruto once more, looking from every angle, but saw nothing extraordinary. Or has this tailed beast become tainted? Learning the insidiousness of humans? Trying to deceive me? The concept of kingly aura was something Naruto had discussed with the Nine Tails during his leisure time, which the Nine Tails quietly noted. In essence, only formidable individuals emanate such an intangible charisma. The Nine Tails had witnessed Naruto wielding those powerful ninjutsu techniques, yet despite that, it ultimately chose to remain a humble genin. Possessing such terrifying power, others would have inflated their egos long ago, but Naruto was genuinely exceptional. Unlike those fools who swell with arrogance at the slightest gain. After a long pause, Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Naruto's assertions, deciding to take him along to carry out the mission. If the Nine Tails was willing to refer to Naruto as master, then there was no need to elaborate further on his strength. Even if his power was lacking, the tailed beast could compensate. Jiraiya would choose to keep the matter of Naruto being the perfect Jinchuriki secret, as it was an invaluable trump card. No one should know, believing instead that the Nine Tails would still cause chaos. But in reality, the opposite was true. For the Nine Tails to submit was already a testament to Naruto's capabilities. A few days later, you are also going to investigate the land of rice. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Naruto nodded, glancing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya reassured her. Rest easy, Tsunade. I will be leading the team this time. Nothing will happen to Naruto. Tsunade rubbed her forehead, exasperated. It is precisely because you are leading that I am worried. Don't take them anywhere strange. Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled. Do I look like that kind of person? Not at all. After a pause, as Jiraiya beamed with delight, Tsunade added, not just not like that, but precisely like that. Jiraiya felt as though he had been struck by a soul-crushing blow. Tsunade ignored him and continued, this time, I want a member of the Hyuga clan to accompany you. With their Byakugan, they can easily see through enemy ambushes and bring numerous benefits. Tsunade knew that Hinata and Naruto had a good relationship. Moreover, in the land of rice, there were all kinds of people, including many alluring temptresses. If Naruto were to be ensnared in their charms, it would be quite disadvantageous. Allowing Naruto to venture out was also a decision made in secret by Tsunade. Otherwise, if Kurama Shikamaru found out, even that old woman would not be able to do anything about it. After all, the Hokage had already made the decision, and her current role was merely as an advisor, unable to intervene much. As for sending Hinata along, on one hand, the Byakugan would indeed provide many conveniences, and on the other, it would help ensure that Hinata kept an eye on Naruto. Soon, someone went to summon Hinata. Upon entering, Hinata's face flushed bright red at the sight of Naruto. While Tsunade detailed the mission specifics, her gaze repeatedly fell, whether intentionally or not, upon Naruto. Jiraiya could easily discern the implications. Goodness. First, it was that girl from the Yamanaka clan, then Sakura Haruno, and now the little princess of the Hyuga clan. The ninja world has yet to unify, yet Konoha seems to have united itself. In truth, unifying Konoha is quite simple. As long as the major clans are brought under control, the smaller clans will naturally crumble. After finishing the important notes, the group quickly set off for the land of rice. Chapter 163. Hinata, the little wife. The land of rice and the land of fire are in close proximity, akin to neighbors. In no time at all, the trio had already crossed into the borders of the land of rice. A sweeping view revealed a serene and harmonious landscape. Lush trees flanked the roads, and venturing further in, one could behold the picturesque terraced fields, a veritable haven for those seeking a secluded life. Jiraiya observed the surroundings and, as they walked, began to elaborate on the situation. The feudal lord of the land of rice, driven by greed, would stop at nothing to strengthen his nation, ultimately becoming a mere pawn in Orochimaru's game. They had deluded themselves into thinking they could evolve into something formidable. Hinata, captivated by everything around her, turned to Naruto. Her cheeks flushed and spoke in a barely audible voice. Naruto-kun, what if we encounter Orochimaru? He is said to be even more powerful than the third Hokage. If not for Naruto's keen hearing, he might have missed her words. Noticing Hinata's anxious demeanor, he couldn't resist teasing her. Are you scared? Hinata pondered for a moment and nodded softly. Yes, I am. But if Orochimaru really shows up, Naruto-kun, you should go ahead, and I will cover for you. The determination in her voice was palpable. Jiraiya, observing their exchange, chuckled. There's no need to be so tense. We are merely here to investigate. Whether Orochimaru is here remains uncertain. You need not worry, young lady. Despite Naruto's seemingly carefree demeanor, he possesses the Nine Tails as his trump card. Naturally, Jiraiya would never voice such thoughts aloud, relishing the knowledge that others were oblivious to. This was the essence of the bravado the Nine Tails had spoken of, and Jiraiya finally grasped its meaning. Indeed, Orochimaru may not even be here, Naruto grinned, though he was certain Orochimaru was nearby. However, upon receiving word of their arrival, Orochimaru's subordinates would surely hastily retreat. Thus, Jiraiya's efforts yielded no results. Why not stay? What's the point of lingering here to dine with Jiraiya? If Jiraiya was willing, Orochimaru certainly would not be. Besides, why bring back the Uchiha? The village was already impoverished. Having another person venture out to seek fortune seemed beneficial. Rogue ninjas appeared every year, and this year it was Konoha's turn. It could be said that rogue ninjas were a constant presence. They had made their choice to betray. So what more was there to discuss? Bringing them back would change nothing. Upon reaching the core area, Jiraiya glanced around, taking stock, and then, with a composed demeanor, declared, All right, you two, feel free to find a place to eat. I must visit the intelligence agency to gather information. After all, who knows how long this search might take? Hinata, her curiosity piqued, inquired, Lord Jiraiya, you know of the intelligence agency here? At this, Jiraiya beamed with pride. Of course, do you not know who I am? Now, go find something to eat. We shall reconvene here later. If I return first, it will be the same. Now, hurry along. With admiration in Hinata's eyes, Jiraiya strode away confidently, exuding an air of superiority. At that moment, Naruto interjected, the so-called intelligence agency as described by the perverted sage is merely a disreputable establishment. A place swarming with women. This statement nearly sent Jiraiya tumbling in disbelief. Good heavens. Naruto, you are my disciple. Do not expose my secrets. To be precise, Jiraiya was also a grandmaster, but the titles had not yet been delineated so finely here. Hinata was not entirely as naive as a blank canvas. She had heard of such dubious establishments from her mother, who had warned her against associating with unprincipled men to prevent her from choosing the wrong partner in the future. So that is how it is. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she stammered. Summoning great courage, she looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto-kun, will you go to those places to find unprincipled women? No. Naruto resolutely shook his head. I will only seek virtuous women. I would not even want to touch those unprincipled ones. What a joke. I have principles in my endeavors. Naruto's assertion held merit. For the girls he sought were indeed virtuous. Was Hinata or Tsunade unprincipled? Ino, with her bold demeanor, had no fear of boys. But only with Naruto could she truly be herself, engaging in playful antics. As for other boys, she had never allowed them to lay a finger on her. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face turned crimson. Let us find a place to eat, Naruto suggested. Hinata nodded in agreement. They had been subsisting on rations, and while there were still some left, it was preferable to savor the local cuisine. As they wandered, they found that the land of rice was not as expansive as other nations. The territory was small, and there were scarcely any shops to conduct business. After some exploration, they caught sight of Jiraiya not far off. When Jiraiya spotted Naruto, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Naruto, I am short on funds for intelligence. You're just in time to lend me some. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Perverted sage, are you not a best-selling author? How can you be short on money? Oh, do not mention it. I am a failed author. That meager sum is barely enough for my meals, Jiraiya laughed, gesturing with his fingers in a money sign. Quickly, there's no shame in borrowing. By the way, do you want to come with me? I can show you some interesting places. Hinata, startled by this proposition, froze momentarily, then hastily rummaged through her belongings. Shortly, she produced a small, rosy wallet, holding it out to Jiraiya, stammering, Lord Jiraiya, I will give you all my little money. Please do not take Naruto-kun to such places. Jiraiya gasped, feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at Naruto. He truly could not accept this money, especially since it was from a girl. Had it been a boy, he would have taken it without hesitation. Naruto sighed and shook his head, pulling out a bulging blue frog wallet and tossing it to Jiraiya. Perverted sage, be frugal with your spending. This money is not even yours. You got it from Danzo. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, he had gone to Danzo to request funds, which Danzo, hoping to gain favor, provided without hesitation, merely a small sum. Chapter 164, A New Cultural Ambassador. Jiraiya feeling the weight of the wallet in his hands, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Naruto, you have done well. Look at Hinata, though you are not yet married. She already understands the importance of saving for you. You must treat her well in the future. After acquiring the wallet, Jiraiya felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to Hinata. All right, take your money back. Go with Naruto and find somewhere to eat first. I anticipate it will take me quite a while to return. As he spoke, Jiraiya shot Naruto a knowing glance. Naruto could only respond with exasperation. Though still young, one possesses the desire but lacks the strength. Just you wait. After I indulge in various enhancements, I shall transform from a mere boy into an invincible force. Meanwhile, Hinata, feeling somewhat bewildered, was unsure of what the two were discussing. After receiving the payment, Jiraiya ceased his rambling and adopted a more assertive demeanor. He waved his hand at the two, instructing them to find a place to dine. Hinata has some money left. It should suffice for both of you. With that, Jiraiya swaggered off in a particular direction. Before long, two elegantly adorned ladies emerged, and Jiraiya embraced them as they entered the establishment with a certain flair. Now that he was financially blessed, he reveled in the notion that wealth equates to authority. When funds were insufficient, one merely needed to throw more at the situation. Hinata blinked, casting a worried glance at Naruto, and inadvertently asked, will you also indulge in such places for amusement in the future? Naruto, slightly twitching his mouth, waved his hand dismissively. That's impossible. Haven't I told you? I wouldn't even go to such places if they paid me. With a flush of warmth spreading across her cheeks, Hinata felt a sense of relief. Proximity to virtuous influences can keep one from straying into darker paths. I knew Naruto-kun wasn't that kind of person. Pointing in a direction, Naruto suggested, let us dine at that restaurant across the street. It was fortuitously located right in front of the establishment Jiraiya had entered. From their vantage point, they could see the entrance ajar. Naruto chose this place for its convenience, knowing that once Jiraiya had indulged in his drinks, he would realize he had entered a dubious establishment. After all, the bill would likely add several zeros. Such blatant exploitation was absurd. Jiraiya, undoubtedly, would refuse to settle the tab. Why afford any courtesy to such a shabby establishment? They would simply dine and dash. The ensuing events were clear. They would be pursued by the establishment's enforcers. These individuals were nothing but petty thugs, easily dealt with through a few ninjutsu techniques. Yet, Jiraiya opted to flee, as it would be illogical to kill someone after having dined and dashed. Inside the restaurant, as they began to eat, Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of security with Naruto by her side. Wherever Naruto was, calamity seemed averted. It was a peculiar sensation. Naruto, however, was not as contemplative. As they were halfway through their meal, Jiraiya's furious voice echoed from the street. "Damn it. Just a quick meal, and you demand thousands of gold coins? Why don't you just perish?" Naruto muttered. "Let us get out of here. The people of the land of rice are far too unrefined. I want to return here again." Even if forced to, Jiraiya stumbled out of the establishment, his face marked with unmistakable lipstick stains, and a strong scent of perfume clung to him, evidence of his earlier companions. It was clear he had enjoyed himself, but this time, he was adamant about not paying. Naruto faintly smirked. What was there to fear? They could retaliate. The perverted sage was merely facing a few wielding rusty blades. Surely he could dispatch them with ease. Jiraiya's expression shifted as he cautioned, "Absolutely not. We must not attract unnecessary attention. If the daimyo of the land of rice notices us, future visits would be impossible." Naruto quipped. "Who was it that just said they wouldn't return here, even if beaten?" Jiraiya averted his gaze, pondering, why spend money when one could receive something for free? Before long, the thugs emerged, demanding to know the whereabouts of their target. "There he is. Let us take him down and make him surrender all his money. And leave the women behind." Naruto initially intended to leave, but one overzealous thug's comment incited him to charge forward. With a single punch, he shattered the ribs of the apparent leader, and the others fared no better. Some had their hands broken, others their legs, all writhing in agony on the ground as bystanders began to gather. Jiraiya was taken aback, astonished by Naruto's ferocity. However, he felt it was of little consequence. What was done was done. Having heard the command to leave the women behind, Jiraiya doubled back and delivered a forceful kick to the thug's mouth, reminding him to keep his comments clean in the future. The owner of the establishment, now bewildered, questioned whether he was operating a black market or if the assailants were. The brutality was shocking. The crowd continued to swell, and to avoid exposure, Jiraiya led Naruto and Hinata away. Before departing, he delivered another kick to the thug, leaving feeling quite satisfied. The three, being ninjas, moved swiftly and soon left the area. They found themselves in a less crowded part of town, where Jiraiya remarked with glee, "If only I had kicked that rat a few more times." He had yet to influence Naruto. Rather, it was Naruto's inner nine tails that had taken the initiative, seamlessly fulfilling the role of cultural ambassador. Speaking so fluidly was a revelation. Had he known it was this easy, he would have done it daily. Hinata, her cheeks flushed, followed closely behind Naruto, her heart brimming with joy. "Let us continue our investigation elsewhere," Jiraiya declared, regaining his composure. After their initial experience, Hinata began to understand what Jiraiya meant by investigation. Would they be pursued again? She voiced her concern. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "I doubt it. There are very few such establishments around, at least I hope." As he continued, uncertainty crept into his voice. Chapter 165. "All right, I shall go ahead. Call for me when you are done." The red light district brimmed with vibrant lights and questionable establishments. The inn sign was unmistakably suggestive of its nature. Various alluring women, clad in revealing attire, paraded outside, beckoning patrons. Jiraiya was clearly delighted. This was akin to paradise. In stark contrast to Jiraiya's enthusiasm, Naruto felt no excitement whatsoever. What was there to be interested in? These women, heavily made up, exuded overwhelming sense of perfume, inducing dizziness. A few were visually appealing, yet Naruto merely cast a cursory glance, maintaining his indifference. This elicited immense joy from Hinata, particularly witnessing Naruto's disinterest in such distractions. Approaching the most extravagant establishment in the district, Jiraiya strode confidently, swiftly surrounded by several striking women who embraced him. With a cheerful demeanor, he called out to Naruto, "Hurry up. Join me to experience something delightful." The moment the women laid eyes on Naruto, their expressions brightened. "What a handsome young man," they exclaimed, despite his youthful appearance. However, these individuals seemed particularly fond of handsome young boys like Naruto, finding it exceptionally amusing to toy with them. "Come here, sister. There are indeed delightful offerings here." One of the most beautiful girls beckoned to Naruto, even casting a flirtatious glance his way. Hinata's heart raced with anxiety, fearing Naruto might acquiesce to her advances. Naruto, maintaining a calm demeanor, merely smiled at the girl. "No, thank you. I have no interest," he replied. Undeterred, the girl's interest in Naruto only intensified as she provocatively licked her fiery red lips. "Surely, you wouldn't be incapable, would you?" Naruto chuckled heartily, quipping, "I'm afraid you might find yourself unable to rise from bed for a week, walking unsteadily and ruining business for those behind you." The women were momentarily taken aback, including Jiraiya, who exclaimed in disbelief, "Good gracious. Naruto, you are quite something." The demeanor of the women from the establishment shifted upon observing Naruto, recognizing his potential allure. The enchanting girl approached swiftly, playfully suggesting, "Why wait? If you truly possess such prowess, I might even pay you." Jiraiya interjected, "What about me? Don't I get such privileges?" Hinata, feeling overwhelmed, cast a worried glance at Naruto, unsure of what to say. "No, I prefer not to associate with loose women," Naruto replied with a grin. Taking Hinata's hand and leading her away, "Let us meander for a bit, and we'll meet back on the street after." The term loose women was spoken in Mandarin, evidently lost on those around who lacked proficiency in foreign languages and failed to grasp the significance of Naruto's words. Watching Naruto's confident departure, Jiraiya felt a deep sense of frustration, lamenting his youthful ignorance of the allure of mature women and regretting mistaking youthful girls for treasures. He couldn't comprehend why such fortunate circumstances had eluded him, transforming his frustration into a determination to gather intelligence. Indeed, he was on a quest for information, albeit through a somewhat unconventional approach. Meanwhile, Naruto strolled with Hinata, her cheeks flushed and her delicate hand turning a rosy hue, utterly endearing as she allowed him to lead her without a hint of resistance. In fact, she thought to herself how wonderful it would be if Naruto could hold her hand for a lifetime. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds erupted from the nearby woods as a masked blonde ninja, injured, fell to the ground. An ambush. Hinata's first instinct was to protect Naruto and herself, activating her Byakugan. Soon, she discerned that the approaching ninjas did not intend to attack them. Their target was the injured female ninja. This situation bore no relevance to them. Nonetheless, Naruto acted decisively, employing the shadow clone technique. While he referred to it as shadow clones, he was actually summoning puppet clones. In no time, the puppet clones subdued the three ninjas without resorting to lethal force. Upon witnessing the injured female ninja, Naruto understood the full context of the encounter. The fallen ninja was Fumakage, an extraordinarily beautiful girl. The pursuing ninjas were members of the Fuma clan, and Kage's cousin had been deceived by Orochimaru, prompting Kage to embark on a quest to locate him. Unfortunately, she encountered her own kin, who sought to use her to eliminate Naruto. With a kind heart, Kage had no intention of attacking Naruto, but they resorted to force, even turning against one of their own. The combat prowess of Naruto's puppet clones was nothing short of extraordinary, and it was evident to the adversaries that they were struggling. Yet, whether it was their own perception or reality, Naruto had indeed shown restraint, sparing their lives and allowing them to retreat to relay their message. Naruto then took Kage and Hinata and fled. He carried Kage on his back, feeling the softness of her form and the delicate scent of her perfume, which momentarily overwhelmed him. However, being no stranger to tumultuous situations, he quickly regained his composure. As they passed a dilapidated temple, Naruto led Kage inside. "Hinata, do you have any healing ointment?" "Yes," Hinata nodded. "Then please help her while I step outside." "Ah," Hinata exclaimed, her face flushing red as she pointed at Kage. "But she looks like a boy. It would be inappropriate for me, as a girl, to assist." Kage's current appearance resembled that of a boy. Naruto chuckled, removing Kage's mask. "She is a girl. If you feel uncomfortable, I will take care of it." Shrugging, he adopted an air of feigned helplessness. As the saying goes, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Yet, Hinata firmly opposed, "No, I will do it." In that moment, her tone and expression were resolute and unyielding. Under normal circumstances, she would have been exceedingly shy, barely able to articulate a word. However, upon learning that Kage was indeed a girl, Hinata adamantly refused to let Naruto assist her. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. "All right, I will step outside. Call me when you are finished." As Kage's true identity was revealed, Hinata finally took note of her striking beauty, rivaling any girl of her age in Konoha. Gently, Hinata helped the unconscious Kage to sit up, carefully removing her upper garment, revealing pristine skin marred by a conspicuous wound, crimson blood staining the area. Injuries are commonplace for ninjas. Hinata marveled internally, and then began applying the ointment with her Byakugan. After some effort, she successfully dressed the wound. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she called out to Naruto outside. "Naruto-kun, the ointment is applied. You can come in now." As Naruto entered, he was greeted by the sight of the groggy Kage regaining consciousness. Eyeing the unfamiliar pair warily, Kage inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Woolagong." Naruto grinned at her. Kage's brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Woolagong? That is a peculiar name. I never thought anyone would bear such a title." Hinata tilted her head adorably, pondering. Why doesn't Naruto reveal his real name? Is he afraid she might uncover our secrets? Before Hinata could dwell on this any further, Naruto introduced her. "This is Daifong. From now on, you shall call her sister Afong." Huh. Hinata's mouth fell open in surprise, gazing at Naruto in confusion. What does Daifong mean? Kage shared Hinata's bewilderment. Both girls left in the dark about the term. Clearly, their 9 years of education had not prepared them adequately, leaving them at a cultural disadvantage. Naruto leaned closer, his handsome face near Kage's. "Now it's your turn to introduce yourself." The two were positioned closely together. The unique aura emanating from Naruto infiltrated the nostrils of Fuma Tsukumo, causing her to become somewhat dazed. Her cheeks flushed, she stammered, "I am Fuma Tsukumo, a member of the Fuma clan." "What is the Fuma clan?" "You are now under my protection," Naruto retorted, his expression tinged with displeasure. "Ah." The two women gasped in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Naruto. Realizing he had misspoken, Naruto quickly clarified, "What I meant was, you are now one of those we have rescued. Don't misconstrue my words." Fuma Tsukumo understood and, slightly annoyed, spat lightly. "It's your fault for saying something so easily misinterpreted. I wasn't thinking anything improper." In the final moments before her unconsciousness, she recalled the two ninjas who had saved her. Given the current situation, it was undoubtedly these two before her, leading her to lower her guard. After all, she was still just a child. Following Naruto's conversational guidance, Fuma Tsukumo recounted her circumstances and the state of the Land of Rice to him in detail. The Lord of the Land of Rice was ambitious, yet lacking in skill. Having gained a modicum of advantage, he sought to ascend further, inciting conflict with neighboring nations. The Fuma clan had joined in this turmoil, but alas, a small nation remains just that, a small nation. After a series of minor conflicts, they faced relentless defeats, culminating in a significant decline of the Fuma clan's prestige, leading to their subsequent desolation. This made Naruto ponder the so-called Wars of the Islanders, which could be described as nothing more than skirmishes between small villages or even mere streets. "What are you laughing at?" Fuma Tsukumo inquired, slightly irritated. Since the moment she began discussing the state affairs of the Land of Rice, Naruto had been stifling laughter, barely containing himself. His expression suddenly shifted to seriousness as he replied, "It's nothing. I was merely reminded of something amusing. Please, continue." Fuma Tsukumo nodded, her eyes filled with skepticism. But for the moment, she found no fault in Naruto's words and continued her narrative. To Naruto, her account could be summarized thus. Orochimaru had passed through the Land of Rice and discovered that Tsukumo's cousin was an exceptionally rare martial talent. The mission to save the world might rely on him. Consequently, Tsukumo's cousin was deceived into going to Orochimaru, never to return. Naturally, Tsukumo, as his cousin, felt an urgent need to seek him out, venturing alone to the Sound Village to investigate his whereabouts. She had even contemplated ambushing Naruto, but had a change of heart at the last moment, refraining from direct action. "Your cousin is quite fortunate to have a cousin like you," Naruto remarked with a chuckle, "almost teaming up with your 3 fellow villagers to ambush me and Sakura." "Oh my, that was close to being exposed," Fuma Tsukumo said, flustered. "I didn't mean to. I wasn't planning anything." "Planning what exactly?" "To take us to Orochimaru for a bounty." Naruto laughed. "And you think that would lead to your cousin's safe return?" Fuma Tsukumo looked bewildered, her mouth agape as she questioned, "How did you know?" After learning news of her cousin, she indeed intended to follow through with that plan alongside the 3 others. But for reasons unknown, she had a change of heart and decided against it. Fearing that their intentions might be exposed, they began to pursue her. Naruto lightly tapped his forehead with his finger, piecing together the fragments of her story. His understanding of the Naruto storyline was vague, and he held little regard for minor clans like the Fuma. Generally, girls as beautiful as Fuma Tsukumo were held in high esteem. Consider this. If there truly was news of your cousin, he would have returned by now. You have been sold out and are now assisting those who betrayed you, he stated. Fuma Tsukumo's eyes turned red. So I have been deceived? Indeed, it's quite possible that your cousin has already met a tragic fate, Naruto analyzed. In the next instant, tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, my life is so hard. Brother Erasure, he has already gone. Naruto detested the sight of women crying, as it often led to troublesome situations. If a beautiful girl cried, it was acceptable, provided he had a fondness for her. However, if she were unattractive or unlikable, he would not hesitate to intervene. Yet, before him stood Fuma Tsukumo. As the saying goes, the one who causes tears must comfort. With a sigh, he continued, you should try to see the brighter side. Orochimaru is not a benevolent figure. Many skilled ninjas who are misled into his grasp are often subjected to various experiments, some of which leave them irreparably altered. You should consider that you are not the only one concerned about your cousin, right? Chapter 167. Is what I am saying not reasonable? Fuma Tsukumo's tears ceased, revealing her beautiful yet bewildered eyes staring incredulously at Naruto. Her lips parted slightly, as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. In that moment, she had many retorts she wished to voice, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Is this how you comfort someone? What do you mean by one less cousin is no loss? She retorted. If you can speak so freely, let us talk more. Please. Just let me die instead. Don't rescue me again. Waking up is torture. With anger, Fuma Tsukumo exclaimed, what do you mean by that? Clearing his throat, Naruto explained. All of this is based on facts and reasoning. Do you see the insignia above our heads? We are ninjas of Konoha. Orochimaru is one of our own. So you can think of it in that light. No one understands Orochimaru better than I do, he asserted confidently. This is an undeniable truth, he continued, asserting that his words were based on fact. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Fuma Tsukumo's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Naruto. The person she intended to assassinate had come from Konoha, named Uzumaki Naruto, with his distinctive golden hair. Who else could it be but the young man before her? In that moment, Fuma Tsukumo felt deceived. The sight of her red-rimmed eyes staring at Naruto was somewhat comical. Naruto's face flushed. A name he had casually chosen had been recognized. Nevertheless, it was a minor affair. Ahem, I am indeed Uzumaki Naruto, but I am also known as Woleo Gong. Pausing, he countered, is what I am saying not reasonable? Fuma Tsukumo raised an eyebrow. Yes. It's highly unreasonable. Naruto explained, every ninja, when out and about, has their own nickname to some extent, and my reputation is Woleo Gong. It's just that I'm not well known yet. Other ninjas are unaware of it. But once I become famous, many will recognize this moniker. As long as young ladies like you acknowledge it, that's all that matters. As for others, they were not within the realm of consideration, Naruto silently added in his heart. Wind Demon Taimu appeared somewhat bewildered, yet Naruto's words seemed to hold a kernel of truth. After all, one must forge their own reputation. However, that nickname was rather crude, wasn't it? Your moniker is quite unpleasant. Who would dare to call someone old worker? Taimu murmured to herself. Naruto grinned widely, pointing at himself and proclaiming, that's precisely me. A name should be unique. Repeated a few more times for me to hear. Old worker, old worker, old worker, Taimu obediently echoed several times, assuming this was a spur-of-the-moment creation by Naruto, a rather tacky one at that. After shouting it out, she thought Naruto might feel ashamed. To her surprise, the more she shouted, the more exhilarated he became. Eventually, Taimu could no longer endure it and ceased her chanting, turning her little head aside, feeling inexplicably at a loss. However, she could not quite grasp where that sense of loss originated from. Meanwhile, in another part of the land of rice, Orochimaru's secret base. What? Are you saying a golden-haired boy wearing a leaf village headband has arrived? And a white-haired brood is gathering intelligence at the brothel? Kabuto repeated, somewhat incredulously. The three individuals knelt before Orochimaru. The leader spoke in a deep voice, indeed. We did not make a mistake. Lord Orochimaru, we are utterly convinced this is the place you warned us to pay attention to. He did not respond directly to Kabuto but turned to Orochimaru, who was sweating profusely, casting a mocking glance at the nearby Sasuke. It seems your companion is quite loyal, traveling from afar to bring you back. Wouldn't you feel pleased to have such a companion? Sasuke leaned against the wall, his eyes reflecting indifference. A fleeting flicker of something else quickly vanishing, leaving behind an expression of utter apathy, save for thoughts of revenge. No, all I desire now is power, Sasuke coldly declared. Hee hee. As you wish, Orochimaru replied, licking his dry lips. Assisting Sasuke was tantamount to assisting himself. He intended to nurture Sasuke, and when the time was ripe, seize this body for himself. It was a venture that promised no losses. Kabuto, prepare quickly, we must depart from this place. Upon our return, I shall commence special training for you. Work hard, as my training regimen is notably rigorous, Orochimaru stated. Sasuke remained silent, but the expression on his face spoke volumes. No matter how strict it may be, he was determined to endure. As for the three expendables before him, Orochimaru had little concern for their fates. Their lives only held value in delaying Naruto's arrival. Beyond that, they were insignificant. On the other side, guided by Taimu, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Hinata swiftly located Orochimaru's stronghold. Jiraiya had initially intended to indulge himself a bit, but he was taken aback by Naruto's speed. Clearing his throat, he had taken the opportunity to inspect the Wind Demon clan's territory and encountered a congenial member of their clan, a half-key, who wanted nothing to do with Orochimaru. Their conversation blossomed, to the point where Jiraiya wished for a discount from this individual. Do not misunderstand. The half-key was male and worked as a server in that establishment. Jiraiya sought to enjoy some private time. To make a long story short, the group entered the core area of the base. When it came time to split up, Naruto took the initiative and said, "Perverted sage, I'll take Taimu to find her brother and see if we can locate him. We will definitely find him. And I'll return shortly." Taimu was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected warmth. How incredible! He cared about the safety of her family, warming her heart. Jiraiya regarded Naruto with suspicion. No good deed goes unpunished. He must be up to something. He then glanced at Taimu. The young girl was rather charming. Goodness, Konoha is almost unified. Is it possible even the Wind Demon clan wishes to be absorbed? Jiraiya couldn't help but admire Naruto. Compared to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was under the thumb of his wife, Naruto's maneuvers were impressively smooth. He was restoring the masculine spirit, a path of his own. Jiraiya wore a knowing smile. Very well, you two go ahead. Splitting up for investigation is wise. Hinata will team up with me. Naruto nodded. With the nine tails within him, he was far more capable than Hinata's Byakugan. Having his little wife accompany Jiraiya for a while would be beneficial. After all, with Jiraiya's abilities, dealing with a few minions would be a breeze. Thus, the four divided into two small teams, each heading in different directions. Chapter 168. You certainly have some nerve to stand in my way. Hinata activated her Byakugan, instantly spotting the hidden enemy ahead. She promptly warned, "Lord Jiraiya, there's an ambush ahead." The ambusher showed no intent to conceal themselves, soon revealing a reasonably attractive Wind Demon clan girl. This girl not only played the lute but also blew the flute, with small jars of liquor set on the table beside her, seemingly in a waiting posture. Jiraiya approached with a smile, tossing his flowing white hair. "What a joke. You think with such looks you can entice me? Go home and practice, little sister." With that, he sat down and casually picked up a cup, taking a sip while explaining, "I'm merely thirsty. Continue playing and dancing." Soon, a dizzying sensation washed over him. This liquor was poisoned. Jiraiya felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. However, his natural resistance to toxins was high. "Tut tut, little sister, you're not playing fair. With this poison, you think you can incapacitate me? Go back and practice some more." He scoffed, shattering the drink and engaging in a scuffle with the Wind Demon girl. Hinata watched attentively from the side. Jiraiya, against the minions, did not exert much effort. Meanwhile, Naruto and Taimu faced numerous mechanisms at the cave entrance. Unable to manage them all alone, Naruto activated the multiple shadow clone technique. This was merely a basic shadow clone, not the advanced puppet technique. Hundreds of identical figures emerged. Following Naruto's instructions, they instinctively entered various openings, activating all the mechanical switches. The sounds of machinery echoed incessantly. Gears began to turn. Observing all of this, Naruto remarked, "That should be sufficient. These shadow clones are quite effective. They can also scout ahead. Should any danger arise, they will dissipate without causing harm to the original. At most, it would only consume a bit of chakra. However, given Naruto's immense chakra reserves, he could create thousands of clones at once. Even if it took 7 days and nights, he would not need to worry about running out of chakra. He could always draw from the nine tails." Taimu looked at Naruto in astonishment. The golden-haired boy before her was incredibly impressive. Even their Wind Demon clan's elite shinobi could not summon so many shadow clones in one go. In the central hall of the base, as someone entered, Flames ignited along the rows of stone pillars, illuminating the somewhat dilapidated stronghold. Naruto frowned. What era are we in? Still using fire for light? Use electricity. Taimu was perplexed. What is electricity? Throughout their time here, Naruto had not displayed any signs of tension or other defensive expressions. Did Naruto truly fear the terrifying Orochimaru? Kazumaki's heart was a tumultuous storm. The masculinity exhibited by Naruto left her flustered, her heart fluttering. If she were to find a boyfriend, it would be someone like him. The flames dancing on the stone pillars swayed in the gentle breeze, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Before long, the figure of Kabuto appeared. Upon seeing Naruto, he broke into a grin. So it's you, Naruto. It's impressive that you managed to find this place, he remarked. Kazumaki was taken aback, staring at Naruto in disbelief. What? Is there another of your kind here? Are you pretending to hunt with that dead rat in your pocket? You think I would recognize you, you imposter? Naruto simply smiled. Kabuto, the imposter, wore an expression of shock, incredulous that he had been unmasked despite his convincing imitation of voice and appearance. Kazumaki's lips parted slightly. Imposter? Indeed, Kazumaki. This is a member of your Kazumaki clan, one of the three who hunted you down last time. Your compatriot, Naruto explained. In truth, he spoke correctly. This imposter was none other than the female jonin of the Kazumaki clan, Tanbo. It was evident that she had been thoroughly deceived by Orochimaru, lost in dreams of wealth and unparalleled power. Little did she realize that all her kin had been sold out by Orochimaru, happily counting others' money. You have quite the nerve to stand in my way, Naruto chuckled. Tanbo scoffed. Only Lord Orochimaru can elevate our Kazumaki clan to new heights. I am willing to do anything for the sake of my clan. Naruto nodded slightly, replying coolly, very well, then, please go die. With a swift motion, a kunai shot from his waist, propelled by his taijutsu skills, piercing Tanbo with the swiftness of a bullet. Blood gushed forth, and in her final moments, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face frozen in shock. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Kazumaki had not anticipated Naruto's prowess. After all, she was an elite jonin of their clan. Yet, in a single strike, he had vanquished her. Witnessing her former comrade perish before her eyes elicited little emotion from Kazumaki. For these were the very individuals who had sought to end her life. Had it not been for Naruto's intervention, she might have already met her demise at their hands. Your companion's survival holds no significance. She has been thoroughly brainwashed, beyond redemption. For her, death is the only fitting end, Naruto remarked with a smile. Kazumaki nodded in agreement, finding resonance in his words. They deserved their fate. They resembled fervent cult followers, believing that their actions would yield returns 1,000-fold. A man approached, smiling at Kazumaki. It's been a while, Kazumaki. Upon seeing the man's face, she felt a tremor of excitement and instinctively wanted to rush toward him. However, Naruto lazily wrapped his arms around her waist. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from meeting Brother Orochimaru? She exclaimed, her face a mix of anger and confusion. Naruto looked at her as if she were foolish. Look closely. Yes, that man is indeed your cousin. But it's merely his body. He no longer knows who he is. Kazumaki blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Naruto shrugged, stating the obvious. At that moment, the figure known as Orochimaru transformed, his skin darkening, evoking the image of a reborn creature. Two enormous arms sprouted from his back, reminiscent of the curse mark on the Uchiha. If Naruto were to witness this, he would surely be astounded. Not only that, but the heads of the two slain jonin appeared on Arashi's body. Naruto exclaimed, the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished rely on mutation. Chapter 169. What do you think you are? The Orochimaru before them was no longer the familiar brother Kazumaki once knew. He had become a monster. Kazumaki was momentarily dazed, puzzled by the transformation that had befallen her brother. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, proclaiming, indeed, following Lord Orochimaru was the right choice. I have fused with two Kazumaki jonin. The corpse's resurrection technique is truly effective. No one in this world can stop me. In Naruto's eyes, he appeared to be a fool, shouting nonsensically. Naruto poked his ear with a finger. All right, no one could stop you? I see you've been thoroughly deceived by Orochimaru. You think you're something special? Arashi's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a furious glare at the lowly ninja before him. No one speaks to me like that. You are dead meat, you filthy lowlife. Spider, tear this fool apart. The Kazumaki jonin behind him unleashed a barrage of webs toward Naruto and Kazumaki, a dense network that left no escape. Kazumaki panicked, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a powerful hand encircled her slender waist, a masculine presence overwhelming her senses. Kazumaki's heart raced as she looked at the owner of that hand, thinking, "What are you doing, Naruto? This is not the time for games." Naruto grinned, "I assure you, I am not playing around." In the next instant, as Arashi's triumphant smile spread, Naruto and Kazumaki vanished from sight, reappearing 100 meters away. Naruto held a kunai inscribed with unique symbols, exuding an air of nonchalance. Unlike Naruto's calm demeanor, Kazumaki looked utterly bewildered, unsure of how he accomplished this. Arashi's expression shifted, and after a moment, he regained his composure. "It seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to wield space-time ninjutsu. In the realm of ninjas, space-time ninjutsu was considered an exceptionally rare and powerful technique, known only to a select few." Naruto chuckled, "Your perception is sharp. Indeed, it is space-time ninjutsu." Here, only Kazumaki and Erasure remained. Kazumaki was not the type to gossip about such matters, and as for Erasure, he would soon be dead. So Naruto felt no need for discretion. Naruto turned to Kazumaki and asked, "Do you still want your brother? If not, I can take care of him for you." Kazumaki hesitated, glancing at Erasure, then back at Naruto. "Naruto, is there truly no hope for brother Erasure?" With a smile, Naruto replied, "Look at him. Does he appear to be salvageable?" Kazumaki pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath, her voice tinged with both reluctance and resolve. "Then please, do what you must." Naruto released her, grinning, "Killing is not my forte, but slaughtering beasts is my specialty." At his words, Arashi's fury erupted. "You little brat, say that again." Unexpectedly, "You have allied yourself with this rogue from the Hidden Leaf. Allow me to send you both to hell." FHia. Wielding an enormous pair of scissors capable of cleaving even the likes of Jiraiya in two, was indeed a nuisance. In that moment, Naruto summoned golden lightning in his hand, transforming it into a palm and clashing directly with Chia's massive scissors. A resounding metallic clang echoed through the air as the scissors shattered into halves. With a force akin to a raging torrent, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken surged forward, piercing through Chia's face. In an instant, blood gushed forth as Naruto severed Chia's head. While Lan seized the opportunity to leap aside, beads of sweat trickling down his face, unable to fully grasp the unfolding events. "Ah, you bastard, I will kill you." Lan's fear morphed into fury. "Give me all the remaining chakra within you." He then forcefully activated the chakra within his body, drawing upon the remnants of Chia's energy. Even in death, the tiniest morsel of power was still power. In that moment, blue light enveloped Lan's entire being. To the unaware observer, one might think a scion had possessed him. The two heads hanging from his form shrank at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately withering away. Wind Demon, witnessing the dire situation, exclaimed in alarm, "This is a secret technique of our Wind Demon clan, a powerful ninjutsu only the clan leader can wield. We must escape." Lan retorted fiercely, "Escape? Do you think you can evade me? Prepare to meet your doom." A terrifying force surged towards Naruto in an instant. Wind Demon's secret technique, Curse Binding Mandala. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smirk as, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind Lan, golden lightning crackling in his hand. In a heartbeat, he pierced through Lan's heart. Lan's face still held a triumphant expression, only to be marred by the excruciating pain emanating from his chest, leaving him to question his own senses. "Why?" Naruto casually held a kunai inscribed with a special seal, relishing the moment. "Why so many questions? My speed is merely a fraction quicker than yours, and unfortunately, you are simply too slow." He paused before adding, "Though I must admit, I am rather slow in other respects, but only your sister would notice. As for you, it is of no consequence." Lan, before succumbing to darkness, could not comprehend the implications of Naruto's words. His gaze gradually dulled, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. It was entirely reasonable for Lan to be bewildered, as Naruto had already predicted where Lan would stop during his first use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, this enhanced version of the technique consumed less energy, had a shorter cooldown, and surpassed the legendary Minato in speed. Thus, when he finally struck, it was with lethal precision. Chapter 170, Mastering the Situation. Naruto's new objective, the brother Lan, whom they had longed for, had transformed into a monster, even attacking them. Wind Demon felt a chill run down his spine. As for Lan's demise, Wind Demon accepted it as a form of liberation. Yet, amidst this acceptance, he felt a tumult of emotions, a pang of sorrow. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had completed his investigation, finding no trace of Orochimaru. The four reunited, and Jiraiya vented his frustration, denouncing Orochimaru as a coward who could only flee. Lamenting the severed lead that had once offered hope, determined to indulge that night, he resolved to spend Naruto's money before returning. In a bid to awaken the bewitched members of the Wind Demon clan, Naruto summoned shadow clones to drag Lan's lifeless body back to their hideout. Now that he had become a monster, neither human nor beast, he held samples that served as irrefutable evidence. At the Wind Demon Trail, the entire clan gathered. Jiraiya explained the situation and presented the compelling evidence before them. It was then that they realized they had revered Orochimaru as a deity, while he had treated them as mere pawns. They had been blind to the truth, unaware that they were not only free labor, but also subjects for bizarre experiments. How foolish of us to have held him in such high regard, only to discover it was all a ruse. They exclaimed in disbelief. If it weren't for Jiraiya's timely arrival, they would have remained ensnared in Orochimaru's deception for much longer. Lord Jiraiya and esteemed guests, tonight we, the Wind Demon clan, would like to host you at a fine banquet. We hope you will not decline. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, exhaling a plume of smoke. As you say, tonight we shan't leave without a good drink. He scanned the area, noticing Hinata and the others had distanced themselves. He leaned closer to the clan leader and asked, "Are there any lovely maidens? Without them, the wine holds little allure." Jiraiya wore an expression that only a man could understand. The middle-aged leader, realizing, quickly assured him, "Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya. We will provide you with the finest maidens at the tavern." Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, patting the leader's shoulder, feeling more favorably towards him. "Make sure to deliver on that promise. Should you fail, may you never sire a son." Jiraiya jested, echoing a classic saying he had learned from the Nine Tails. The clan leader gasped, taken aback by the jest, as he understood the gravity of Jiraiya's status as a savior to his clan. With a nervous smile, he repeatedly nodded. I understand. Please have no worries." As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya's reputation preceded him, earning him the utmost respect, akin to Orochimaru. Thus, he received the best treatment. Now it was time for farewells. Wind Demon looked reluctantly at Naruto and said, "Are you truly leaving?" Naruto shrugged. "If I don't leave, am I to stay here for eternity? Will you provide me with sustenance?" Wind Demon blinked adorably, not grasping Naruto's humor. "Are you referring to the grass on the ground? I haven't tasted it, but it doesn't appear particularly appetizing." Naruto schooled her, "Not that kind of grass. But enough about that. What are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, Wind Demon wore a worried expression. "I'm uncertain. With the fall of the land of rice, our clan is weakened, and we may soon be consumed by other forces." Naruto pondered for a moment before responding, "What if you join me? If you wish to restore your former glory, 3 things are essential: wealth, and once again, wealth. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Given your current reputation, few would dare to entrust you with missions. You need resources to thrive, forge superior equipment, and cultivate future generations." He continued, "Konoha's rapid recovery is not solely due to its formidable ninjas, but also its foundational strength. Rebuilding swiftly after the war, repairing structures, all requires financial resources. Certainly, at times, the sheer number of individuals can serve as a formidable factor. The Kingdom of the Heavens, being a small nation with a sparse population, undoubtedly lacks the favorable conditions of Konoha." Upon hearing Naruto's analysis, Fumotamu found it quite reasonable, although her small face fell once more. "Oh, we are aware of what you say, yet we find ourselves powerless," she lamented. Naruto was anticipating this response. He then extended an olive branch, stating, "I possess a substantial fortune at sea. If you require funds, I can provide them, but your entire clan must come under my supervision. This transaction is not a loss for you. On one hand, you acquire the means to breathe easier, and on the other, you gain my protection. I trust no one would dare to provoke you again." Fumotamu deemed Naruto's proposition sound, yet she lacked the authority to decide. Hence, she summoned the clan leader. When Naruto demonstrated tangible efforts by dispatching individuals to the land of Zabuza to procure a substantial amount of glittering gold, the leader of the Fumo clan was left astounded. The maritime company of Kato is renowned far and wide, making it quite expedient to withdraw funds from nearby money exchanges. At that moment, the clan leader nearly knelt before Naruto in reverence. It was imperative to avoid discussing these matters with Jiraiya, as Naruto feared his hidden treasury would be discovered, resulting in its depletion. He still had significant use for that wealth, especially with so many girlfriends to support. After all, a husband can only be one. But one can have numerous girlfriends, right? As for Fumotaimu, Naruto had his own plans. Similar to the treatment of Karui, he intended to send her to Zabuza's territory to arrange a comfortable and suitable position for her, akin to nurturing a canary in a gilded cage. A hidden beauty in a golden house. Apologies, but Naruto has always regarded his dwelling as humble. Liu Yushi, knowing Naruto as contrary nature, would undoubtedly rise at night to erase his humble abode inscription. Can you not hold on to some semblance of dignity? To gain complete control over a nation, one cannot simply dominate a shinobi village. The Fumo clan had fully submitted, as Naruto indeed possessed both capability and connections. By paving the way with wealth, all connections could be negotiated, and they would have greater options for missions. While infiltrating the shinobi village, Naruto also began to penetrate the ranks of the daimyos in the land of rice. Having faced defeat, they were naturally in need of funds. Without money, nothing holds value. And Naruto, who had long regarded wealth as trivial, resolved to lend them a hand. He sought to buy insiders and gradually infiltrate. A mere small nation was swiftly subdued by the capitalist magnate, Naruto. The remaining dissenting voices dwindled, as Naruto offered them triple compensation. A few individuals lingered in the land of rice, primarily due to Jiraiya's infatuation with the gentle surroundings, which rendered him unable to extricate himself, claiming he needed material. He showed no intention of returning to Konoha. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity to attend to matters. At last, everything appeared to be concluded, and Naruto and his companions commenced their journey back to Konoha. Chapter 171. You want me to fight and charge me? In the Hokage office building, Tsunade sat at her desk, listening to Jiraiya's report. Finally, in exasperation, she rubbed her forehead and sighed. Has he slipped away again? Very well, I understand. Tsunade assumed Jiraiya would leave after his report, but he showed no intention of departing. This left Tsunade bewildered. Is there something else? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nodded, steeling himself to fabricate a lie. I wish to take Naruto out for special training to enable him to harness the power of the nine tails within him sooner. Oh, he has been able to do that for ages, Tsunade remarked. In this day and age, it truly is not easy to earn a living. Naruto desired to venture out, but he needed Jiraiya to accompany him. In truth, he could manage alone. However, there were more amusing happenings when he was beside Jiraiya. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiraiya with suspicion. Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, she hasn't discovered anything, has she? He heard Tsunade retort, is it really as you say? Jiraiya endeavored to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, asserting, indeed, I genuinely care for Naruto's future. Wouldn't it be beneficial for Konoha if he could utilize the Nine Tails power sooner? Tsunade's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Let me make myself clear. Do not take him to any strange places. Jiraiya immediately protested. You unjustly accuse me. After decades of friendship, do you not trust my character? Tsunade shrugged. Precisely because I know you too well, I must be cautious. Jiraiya chuckled. Rest assured, I wouldn't take Naruto to those places. Tsunade picked up the stone propping up the corner of her desk, her smile radiant as she gently squeezed it. In an instant, the rigid stone crumbled into dust. If I discover you've taken Naruto to those places, you are finished. Jiraiya's heart sank. Goodness, must you be so ruthless? At the gates of Konoha, Naruto yawned repeatedly, leisurely approaching with a backpack slung over his shoulder, preparing to head to Fuzi Village. Fuzi Village, located on an island between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village, boasts a simple and honest populace. Most importantly, it is home to the stunning Fujiko Shizuka. With the Two Tails and Eight Tails residing in the Hidden Cloud Village, it would not be out of the question to visit one's compatriots. Perhaps he could trigger a selection task. Naruto realized that his choice system had a higher probability of activation in perilous situations. As for the Four Tails and Five Tails, they were in the land of Earth, where the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Third Tsuchikage could not see eye to eye, and had vanished. Their whereabouts were unknown. The Three Tails remained a wild-tailed beast, while the Six Tails had been captured by a rogue ninja from the land of water, Yutaka, and likely taken to the territory of the Tsuchigumo clan. Forget it. This is not the time to dwell on such matters. Naruto yawned again, scratching his head. Even if all these Jinchuriki banded together, they would still be no match for him. At worst, he would reveal all his trump cards. Naruto believed that the enhanced flying thunder god technique provided by the system could allow him to teleport with the Nine Tails, provided he had enough chakra. With such an enormous entity, coupled with Susanoo and the Nine Tails, he would be enveloped in a golden legend. Then, with a swift teleportation, he would appear beside his opponent. Wielding a colossal sword that spanned 40 meters. The fruit vendor would be moved to tears. "Are you chopping my melons?" "Naruto," Jiraiya called out, striding toward him with long strides. Naruto snapped back to reality, but before he could utter a word, Jiraiya began to lament. "You have no idea how long I pleaded with Tsunade to take you out. My breath was nearly spent." He continued, "Look at me, hustling for your sake. Once we arrive, you ought to set up 10 or 8 tables to show your appreciation, or even half a table would suffice, provided there are beautiful women present." Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, Naruto tossed something in his direction. Jiraiya instinctively stretched out his hands to catch it. It felt heavy and substantial. Upon closer inspection, it was a bulging wallet. "Not bad." Jiraiya grinned, tucking the wallet into his chest. It is not disgraceful for a master to ask his disciple for money. The two set off, chatting along the way. Jiraiya, in good spirits, began to talk more freely. Fuzi village, who would have thought I would get to visit again? To be honest, in those years, I made a promise with a remarkably beautiful girl over there. However, as time has passed, I wonder if she still exists. After a pause, Jiraiya turned to Naruto. "Interesting, it seems you might have to engage in a significant confrontation, specifically with that woman-ass disciple." Naruto, perplexed, replied, "You want me to go fight her, and you're going to pay me for it?" Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "Just lend a hand, and once it's accomplished, I'll treat you to something delightful." Naruto reminisced about the beauty of Shizuka from Fusumura. She could be described as a youthful version of Tsunade. Her beauty was undeniable, with a slender waist and breathtaking curves. In essence, she was an extraordinary beauty. The supposed opponent he was to face was none other than Shizuka herself, the disciple of the woman Jiraiya mentioned. The heir of Fusumura. Securing her would be akin to acquiring an entire village. Such a lucrative deal was simply too tempting to pass up. Suddenly, a notification chimed, triggering a selection task. Option 1. Engage in a battle with Shizuka and win her affection. Reward. Enhanced Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet, B rank. Option 2. Facilitate her union with Kisaragi, bringing them together. Reward. Title of the kindest person in the ninja world. Effect. Women who see the host will have the first impression that he is a good person, and they cannot be together. Naruto smirked slightly. Option 2 has a certain appeal, but facilitating their union? No way. He spat disdainfully. Kisaragi is no good person. He would certainly deceive Shizuka's feelings to take Fusumura for himself. If he were to confront Kisaragi, a swift kick would suffice. Even if Kisaragi wasn't a rogue, Naruto could orchestrate a perfect operation to make him one, with himself as the lead surgeon. Surgeon, Uzumaki Naruto. Second operation half price. I choose option 1. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Enhanced Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet, B rank. Naruto grinned, feeling quite satisfied. Chapter 172, The Lecherous Sage with a Broken Leg. Jiraiya, the two of them sailed across the sea, and after several days of travel, they finally reached their destination. The island was entirely enveloped by a forest. Without the guidance of a professional, it would have been nearly impossible to find this place. The landscape was serene, adorned with high mountains and flowing rivers. In the distance loomed 2 majestic peaks, one towering above the other. Fusumura lay in that direction, connected by a long wooden bridge. Upon arriving at the foot of Fusumura, nostalgia washed over Jiraiya's face. He wondered whether that enchanting girl still resided there. Everything had changed. Naruto scoffed, "That girl? She must be in her 50s or 60s by now." Jiraiya's expression turned stern. "Are 50 or 60 not young? In my eyes, women remain girls no matter their age." Naruto was at a loss for words. His master's way of thinking was certainly unconventional, which explained his penchant for writing those intriguing tales. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted their thoughts. "What are you doing? Where did you come from? What do you want here?" Jiraiya and Naruto turned towards the source of the voice, only to find 3 Fusumura ninjas standing nearby. They were taken aback by the fierce demeanor of these female ninjas. "Should we just surrender?" Naruto suggested. Each of these women seemed more formidable than the last. It was astonishing how well-nourished they appeared, especially considering the apparent modesty of Fusumura. Jiraiya swallowed hard. Indeed, their prowess is impressive. I wonder what they eat to grow so strong. Naruto nodded in agreement. Absolutely. These fierce women are quite intimidating. Leave them to me. You go keep watch on the other side. Jiraiya's face twitched slightly. You're being overly cautious. You want to leave me one. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? My physical prowess is superior. He emphasized the word superior with gusto. Jiraiya thought to himself, never have I seen such audacity. As the three female ninjas appeared ready to strike, Jiraiya quickly shifted gears. We are from Konoha village. I am one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, tell your leader that I have come to fulfill a 30-year promise to Fusumura. Naruto, surprised, interjected, are you sure it's 30 years, not 3? Jiraiya lowered his voice. That promise was made so many years ago. How could I recall the exact time? It dawned on them that the three female ninjas seemed to recall something. They murmured amongst themselves, their expressions reflecting realization. It's Lord Jiraiya. We never expected you to return. Their excitement was palpable. The leader of the trio instructed. Quickly return to the elder and inform her that Lord Jiraiya has arrived. I will escort him inside. The other two nodded and hurried away. It seemed Jiraiya had quite the charm among the women back in the day, as Naruto noted. From their reaction, it's clear that the girl you made a promise with had a fondness for you, Naruto remarked. Jiraiya rubbed his nose, feeling a mix of pride and smugness. Of course, who do you think I am? Did she perhaps propose to you? Naruto was taken aback. Wait, you actually knew about that? Jiraiya was surprised. What? You think I would refuse? He glanced around, then lowered his voice to Naruto. Are you out of your mind? If I marry into Fusumura, I'd be trapped here forever. What about all those forests outside? I am a one-of-a-kind man. If I'm confined here, the world would lose my captivating presence, leaving many young girls heartbroken, perhaps even to the point of tears. Naruto was astounded. So this shameless master of mine is even more self-absorbed than I thought. In comparison to Jiraiya's blatant audacity, Naruto felt his own modesty was quite pronounced. How could you even say such things? As the three women entered the village, Naruto and Jiraiya settled down shortly after. A stunning figure rushed in, with fair skin and captivating peach blossom eyes. Who else but Shizuka's master? Naruto teased Jiraiya. So much for the forest. It seems you were too young to recognize the charm of a cozy life, mistaking ambition for purpose. Just think. Staying in Fusumura would have meant endless opportunities to meet beautiful girls. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment. Shizuka's master looked at them, and Jiraiya hastily introduced. This is my new disciple, Naruto Uzumaki. I have come to fulfill our promise from years ago. Shizuka's master waved her hand dismissively, gazing at Jiraiya with warm eyes. So much time has passed. It's wonderful to see you back. Will you leave again? Jiraiya, feeling flustered, wished Naruto would step aside. He was eager to engage in flirtation, but with Naruto watching, he felt constrained. Clearing his throat, he said with a serious tone, I believe we should focus on the matter at hand. You've changed. You weren't like this before. Master Shizuka extended her small fist to lightly thump Jiraiya. A tremor coursed through Jiraiya's heart. He could hardly contain himself. The true nature of his feelings emerged. Grasping Shizuka's petite hand, the two reminisced about old times. Leaving Naruto to his own devices. Before long, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Jiraiya still possessed such charm. It seemed he had underestimated this seemingly unassuming mentor. Indeed, Jiraiya had certain qualities when it came to wooing women that were worthy of Naruto's admiration. However, Shizuka's expression suddenly shifted to one of gloom and discontent. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Jiraiya inquired, What troubles you? Please share. Shizuka awkwardly recounted the events of recent days, explaining how a merchant named Kawaii had arrived. This man, skilled in the art of persuasion akin to Orochimaru, had deftly charmed the village beauty, Shizuka, under the guise of sweet words and flattery. The unmarried Shizuka found herself developing feelings for him. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the village recognized Kawaii's ulterior motives and had repeatedly advised Shizuka to be cautious. Yet, she stubbornly dismissed their warnings, even believing that the village sought to harm her. The village leaders were at their wits' end, contemplating whether to eliminate Kawaii altogether. Chapter 173. The lecherous sage. Look at this fellow. He possesses commendable talents and would excel in verbal jutsu. Naruto interjected with a grin. Master Shizuka, do you think that agreement still holds? At his words, Shizuka's brows furrowed, and she shot Naruto a fierce glare. How could it not hold? Our village's agreements cannot be altered by a mere rat's droppings. Jiraiya, relieved by Shizuka's resolve, caught her eye and offered an awkward yet polite smile. She felt a pang of guilt towards Jiraiya. Others still recalled their agreement while she grappled with unexpected complications. She even began to question whether Jiraiya would ever return. Nonetheless, since he had brought his apprentice, it would be unreasonable to keep Shizuka from joining them. Please wait here. I shall fetch Shizuka at once, she declared. With a chuckle, Naruto casually remarked, just call that rat over. I'm curious to see what it looks like. Shizuka couldn't help but laugh, her smile radiant. Very well. I shall gather them shortly. Naruto wore a knowing smile. As soon as Shizuka departed, Jiraiya could no longer contain his curiosity. Naruto, what are you planning? He asked. Naruto grinned and countered, what do you think I'm planning? The older sage was taken aback, placing a hand over his heart in exaggerated disbelief. No way. You wouldn't dare to pursue both men and women. Get lost, Naruto retorted, unimpressed. Jiraiya chuckled, responding, I see your intention. That scoundrel deserves a lesson. Naruto shrugged, no, not just a lesson. I want him to perish. At this, Jiraiya gasped, giving Naruto a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, you are a fine apprentice. Your decisiveness is commendable. Your father would be proud. Naruto paid him no mind. Moments later, Shizuka returned with the individuals she had promised. Upon witnessing the honest face of the merchant Kawaii, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Despite his appearance, it would soon become evident that Kawaii was anything but sincere. His silver tongue could spin tales without a moment's hesitation, and the way Shizuka gazed at him revealed his considerable charm. He seemed well suited for Orochimaru's schemes, likely recruiting others to sell courses, reminiscent of the viral con artists of old. Naruto briefly assessed Kawaii before shifting his attention to Shizuka. Her long, lustrous black hair was tied in a simple ponytail, her skin pale as snow, and her attire revealed a generous expanse of her beauty. She rivaled Tsunade in allure, exuding an air of sophistication. Standing tall, her elegant legs comprised a significant portion of her physique, almost glowing in their radiance. As Naruto scrutinized Shizuka, she too observed him, pondering whether he was indeed her so-called betrothed. Slightly taller than Naruto, she looked down at him, but he remained silent, instead glancing at her guard. Even this minor figure radiated beauty. The village of Fujiko truly produced stunning women, despite lacking in combat prowess and economic strength compared to other villages. They certainly excelled in the realm of beauty. Seeing Naruto, a more handsome and capable ninja, Kawaii felt a surge of irritation. He addressed Shizuka intimately. Don't you find the customs of your village rather peculiar? Why must marriage be resolved through combat? If two hearts are truly in love, what harm is there in their union? Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged knowing glances, realizing the extent of Kawaii's persuasive abilities. Initially skeptical, they now grasped his intentions. Kawaii's words could be interpreted differently. I'm just a merchant. If I were a powerful ninja, I would have fought you for her long ago. Naruto smirked and replied, are you suggesting that words alone can sway the heavens? If so, what need do we have for ninjas? Are you implying that ninjas are transient while you alone can bring Shizuka happiness and eventually alter the village's status quo? Naruto boldly exposed Kawaii's facade. Shizuka's body trembled, her lovely face reflecting astonishment. She had indeed heard similar sentiments from Kawaii, but how did Naruto know? Kawaii, taking a deep breath, continued his thinly veiled defenses. What do you understand? I have goals. When two people unite, they must have long-term aspirations. Besides, I'm not wrong. I will achieve this someday. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, grinning. Look at this fellow. He possesses commendable talents and would excel in verbal jutsu. Do you still want him as an apprentice? Jiraiya stroked his chin, jesting, but what if we encounter other ninja assassins? Should we rely solely on words to persuade them? Shizuka cast a cold glare at Kawaii. She had long since matured beyond the naivety of youth. How could one possibly be unaware of what a girl of Fujiko Shizuka's age desires? This ignorance inevitably allows swindlers like Shemu to exploit the situation. As for Jiraiya, back in the day, she and Jiraiya were evenly matched. No victor could be discerned. Thus, they agreed that their respective apprentices would resolve this dispute. Surely, the disciple of one of the legendary three of Konoha would not be lacking in ability. Shizuka-sensei had no doubts regarding this. Therefore, it was inevitable that Shemu would be dismissed. Enough of this duel business, Naruto suddenly interjected. You make a valid point. A duel may not signify much. If a mere contest binds the futures of two individuals, it loses its significance. The room fell silent. Chapter 174. Have we arrived in the village of daughters? Jiraiya looked bewildered. Boss, can we refrain from causing a scene? Can't you see that a little rascal has climbed onto our heads? Why allow him to continue this audacity? Before Jiraiya could voice his thoughts, Shizuka-sensei grew anxious. What do you mean, Naruto? Damn it. This merchant scoundrel, Shemu, has jeopardized a grand opportunity. An alliance with the young prince from Konoha is truly a match made in heaven. Although I have been unable to locate Jiraiya, I have heard news from Konoha. Naruto is the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the son of a hero, and reportedly possesses considerable strength. The benefits of an alliance between our villages are vast. In contrast, Shemu is utterly lacking. He has nothing of value. It is not that Shizuka-sensei is materialistic, but Shemu's actions are deeply unsatisfactory. If you truly possess ability, then stop making empty promises and demonstrate your capabilities. In that moment, Shizuka-sensei felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Shemu. Naruto, don't be agitated. Look at Shemu. Hasn't he been making grand promises? Let's observe how his lofty plans benefit Shizuka. Shizuka-sensei's lips twitched slightly. Isn't this merely pushing someone into the fire? How can you play like this? Jiraiya leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, Naruto, don't act recklessly. If your wife truly departs, you will have reason to lament. Naruto chuckled heartily. Wife? One is plenty. A girlfriend would suffice. He coughed. Speaking of wives, he had many, but Fujiko Shizuka was of considerable stature. Enough to quench his thirst for a time, and even serve as a means to wash his face. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shemu immediately felt a surge of confidence. Naruto voluntarily withdrawing was the best possible outcome. He was still pondering how to manipulate Naruto into leaving. It seems fortune favors the bold, Shemu said with a grin. Well then, thank you for your adult sensibility. Shizuka, let us depart. Fujiko Shizuka appeared utterly perplexed, blinking as she looked at Naruto. Was this truly her partner in the battle for their engagement? Why was he already considering withdrawal before a fight had even begun? Wait, Naruto interjected calmly. Shemu was startled. What else is there? Did you not claim to have the capability to provide Shizuka with a secure and reliable future? If so, you should be able to ensure the safety of her clan, correct? Of course, that goes without saying, Shemu replied, mustering bravado. One must not appear weak. For weakness invites contempt. Naruto smiled broadly. Very well, in 3 hours, I shall attack the ninjas of Fujiko village. If you possess the ability to protect Shizuka and her companions, then let your actions speak louder than words. A powerful whirlwind of chakra coalesced in Naruto's hand, spinning with incredible speed, resembling a formidable tempest. The sharp blades of wind were visible beside him. Rinnegan shuriken. In the midst of the astonished crowd, Naruto casually hurled the Rinnegan shuriken toward a distant hill. Boom. In an instant, the Rinnegan shuriken severed all obstacles in its path, crashing into the hillside and causing a tremendous explosion. The sheer force left everyone agape, particularly Shemu, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Naruto as if he were a monster. What is this game? I surrender. Is that acceptable? No, wait. Shizuka belongs to me. Fujiko Shizuka's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light. The destruction wrought by that technique was nothing short of terrifying. If she were to face it herself, she would surely be unable to withstand such a force. Even if there were an opportunity to flee, the aftershocks of the explosion would be intolerable. Jiraiya inhaled deeply. What a remarkable young man. You keep begging me to teach you ninjutsu, yet I had no idea you had such hidden talents. Perhaps you should be teaching me. He refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud, observing Shizuka's astonished expression. What status did Naruto now hold? Was he not his apprentice? The more formidable the apprentice, the greater the pride for the master. Moreover, if he were to reveal everything now, Shizuka would undoubtedly suspect something. While he was nominally an apprentice, Jiraiya had taught Naruto only a handful of techniques. The majority were self-taught, including the powerful technique he had just demonstrated. In 3 hours, we shall meet again. For now, let us take our leave. Jiraiya waved dismissively at the bewildered Shemu and shot him a glare before departing with the 3 stunned individuals. Internally, Jiraiya felt a surge of satisfaction. So this is the feeling of flaunting one's prowess as the Nine Tails had described. Quite splendid indeed. Naruto refrained from directly confronting Fujiko Shizuka, for he understood that even if she lost, she would still be entangled with Shemu later. At present, there was nothing solid between them. However, Shemu, with his silver tongue, could twist the truth, turning white into black and vice versa. Fujiko Shizuka might naively believe him. It was better to let the facts speak for themselves. This was Naruto's plan. Naruto, tell me about that technique you just used. After they had walked some distance, Jiraiya could no longer contain his excitement, gripping Naruto's shoulders tightly. Naruto grinned. What, do you wish to learn? Absolutely. Jiraiya nodded earnestly. Naruto laughed heartily. All right, I shall teach you. Jiraiya exclaimed in awe. But he knew that such a technique, based on his experience, could not be mastered overnight. Yet Naruto had the means to impart the knowledge to Jiraiya. The system not only provided ready-made techniques, but also transmitted the methods and skills required to wield them directly into Naruto's mind. Teaching would be remarkably simple, but it ultimately depended on the student's ability to learn. After all, while the master may lead the student to the door, the journey of cultivation is an individual endeavor. If one could not learn, there was little recourse. Jiraiya did not intend to start learning immediately. The timing was not right. He resolved to wait for a more opportune moment. As they continued on their way, they encountered only women, prompting Naruto to ponder aloud. Why are there only women here? Have we entered the village of daughters? Jiraiya, equally curious, responded, Indeed. This is rather peculiar. Naruto concurred, expressing his agreement. In the village of Fuziko, the female ninjas possessed striking physiques, leading to speculation that the boys would be left with no return. However, the journey thus far had been solely comprised of females, which made Naruto and his younger self feel a sense of wariness. Chapter 175, Oh, you still wish to develop? In the conference room of Fuziko's higher-ups, the atmosphere was charged with incredulity. How could you provoke such a formidable opponent? It's all that Mist's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be facing the threat of an attack. One voice lamented. If we are to be killed, that would be utterly unjust. Gasps of disbelief echoed around the room. What if that truly happens? Our endeavors would be in vain. Chief, is it true that Jiraiya's disciple has unleashed jutsu as powerful as you claim? Skepticism began to spread among the attendees. A female ninja, who had witnessed the scene firsthand, asserted, It's no exaggeration. Right where we wash our clothes, a small hill was obliterated. Another stood up resolutely, declaring, For the absolute justice of Fuziko, we must eliminate Mist beforehand. I share an irreconcilable enmity with that scoundrel. Chief, we must act swiftly. Support for the proposal surged, voices rising in agreement. Master Psycho waved her hand with a smile, saying, Don't let fear cloud your judgment. I can see that child has a good heart. There's no need for such worry. Psycho is the heir to our village, and it's only natural for others to desire what we possess. As for Naruto's actions, I believe he has his reasons. Determined to secure Jiraiya's disciple at any cost. Whether through marriage or other means, Psycho was resolute in binding Naruto to their cause. Letting Jiraiya go had already caused her distress. She wished for her apprentice to avoid missing out on love, as she once had. Meanwhile, Psycho faced her own predicament. A charlatan had appeared, clearly lacking any real abilities. Yet she had foolishly believed his deceitful words. The scarcity of boys in Fuziko made it easy for her to fall victim to such trickery. Concern and disbelief lingered among the gathering. Chief, should anything happen, you must bear full responsibility. Indeed, with my slender frame, I wouldn't stand a chance. The village was filled with beautiful women, each face etched with worry. On the other side, Mist could no longer endure the torment. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he turned to Psycho. Shall we elope? Forget these wretched rules. Before Psycho could respond, her guard, Chuya, interjected with a scowl. I warn you, don't even think about deceiving Psycho. I am watching you closely. Previously, he had sworn to protect Psycho, yet now, at the first sign of trouble, he contemplated fleeing. Chuya's words struck Mist sharply. I had thought that boy was merely a novice, yet he proved to be quite the adversary. Mist defended himself. You, a woman, know nothing. I could tell he was no good from the start. Using force to make Psycho comply. What kind of decent person would do that? Chuya retorted, her fury igniting. You are distorting the truth. You claim to protect Psycho, yet now you wish to escape. At such a critical moment, you should prioritize protecting our village instead of thinking of your own escape. How can you dare to claim you would bring us a brighter future? It's laughable. Mist felt a wave of frustration. This guard was insufferable. If it weren't for her presence, he might have already whisked Psycho away. In that moment, he realized that conquering the village through Psycho was impossible. Her kin were not gullible. If he seized the opportunity to take Psycho away now, it would be a significant gain. It would be even better if he could take her guard along. If not, he would still have the chance to escape unscathed. Saika, let us leave quickly. Once I've gathered enough strength, I will fulfill my promises. Seeing Saika unmoved, Mist grew anxious and grasped her delicate hand. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Slap. Saika delivered a resounding slap to Mist's face. You have utterly disappointed me. No matter what, Fuziko is my homeland. My friends are here, and I am destined to inherit the position of village leader. How could I possibly run away with a rogue? In the past, she had been naive, but since Naruto's arrival and his words to Mist, she had begun to be vigilant. Observing Mist, she noted his singular focus on escape. Disregarding the safety of her kin. What do you mean, Saika? You dare strike me? Mist stammered, the imprint of her slap evident on his face. In the days prior, he had managed to charm Saika, who was known for her traditional values and principles, to the point that she wouldn't even let him hold her hand. Now, with Naruto's appearance, his plans were shattered. Saika coldly regarded him. What about your promise to protect my village? All I see is your desire to flee. As the appointed time drew near, Mist's demeanor shifted dramatically. You wretched woman, if you wish to die, I have no intention of accompanying you. With that, he hurriedly departed in another direction. As a merchant, he calculated only what was beneficial to him. In a place where his life was at stake, he would not linger to dine with Naruto. Saika's heart ached. She could hardly believe that she had fallen for a scoundrel. Without Naruto, she would have remained oblivious to the deception. Meanwhile, Mist fled, cursing under his breath. What a little wretch. How dare you defy me, and that Konoha genin, acting all high and mighty. Once I regain my strength, I will make you pay. Oh, you still wish to develop? Naruto's teasing voice echoed. Mist's face paled as he attempted to respond, only to feel something choking him. Warm, crimson liquid spurted forth as Naruto swiftly silenced him with a kunai. Chapter 176. If you have the ability to defeat them, they shall all be yours. Back with Saika, the time of the appointed meeting approached. The villagers grew increasingly anxious. What on earth is happening? A flood has struck the Dragon King's temple. Are we truly unrecognizable to one another? The leaders of Fuziko expressed their concern. Saika, do not let your actions lead to calamity for our entire village. To be precise, it was that scoundrel from Mist who bore the blame, indulging in our offerings, consuming our provisions, and still bringing us such immense trouble. I declare, I am driven to eliminate him at once. Where is Shimo? Why have I not seen that fellow? Has he managed to deter Lord Naruto? Poppycock. Even if you gave him 10 lives, he would not dare to act this way. The crowd buzzed with chatter. At this moment, the usually silent Fujiko Shizuka began to speak. She first acknowledged the group's sentiments. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I have finally discerned the true nature of Shimo. I was blind before. That man is as unreliable as you all have said. The crowd paused. Curiosity piqued about what had transpired. Shizuka's guardian, Nagi, recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing, the expressions of the onlookers reflected their realization. Indeed, Shimo is a disappointment, lacking in strength and capability, and yet, his talent for fleeing is remarkable. What a pity we let that scoundrel go. If only I had slain him myself. An older woman inquired. What shall we do now? Are we truly to await an attack from Lord Naruto? Fujiko Shizuka stepped forward. This predicament is of my own making. It is my responsibility to resolve it. She gritted her teeth, pondering that if she fails to earn his forgiveness, she might. At that moment, Naruto and Jiraiya appeared. The women displayed expressions of caution. Several guards hastily approached, reporting, "Fear not, esteemed ones. Lord Naruto has not harmed anyone from our clan on his way here." In that instant, the collective anxiety of all was finally alleviated. Shizuka's master wore an expression of foresight, breathing a sigh of relief. How bad could Jiraiya's disciple be? Oh, Jiraiya's students are all exceptional individuals, true gems among men, surely incapable of attacking the weak. Shizuka's master smiled, stating, "I knew I could trust you, Naruto." Fujiko Shizuka, feeling a wave of shame, found it difficult to meet the gaze of her so-called fiancé. Yet, according to their customs, victory in combat is what grants one possession of Naruto. Should she lose, well, observing Naruto's displayed prowess, Shizuka felt the seeds of defeat take root in her heart. Nevertheless, harboring such thoughts did not deter her from fighting. The incident involving Shimo left her at a loss on how to face Naruto, deceived by sweet words, while her clan valued strength above all else, meaning, only those who could defeat them were worthy suitors, not deceivers like Shimo who sought to manipulate their feelings. Engaging in such clever tricks, how foolish. Shizuka glanced at Naruto, her expression somewhat awkward. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Shall we still compete? Or what? Internally, she felt a surge of anxiety. In truth, after this incident, she would no longer be swayed by sweet nothings. However, would Naruto hold her previous foolishness against her? Shizuka's master interjected, of course, we shall compete. She had no intention of letting go of such a golden opportunity as Naruto. Handsome, strong, and with status, who would willingly relinquish such a prize? As for that disgraceful Shimo, Shizuka's master's eyes darkened, declaring, how dare we let him go? He had best pray he does not cross my path again, or I shall not hesitate to end him. Not only did he deceive my apprentice's affections, but he nearly jeopardized this marriage. Truly, Shimo deserves the harshest of fates. The elders nodded in agreement. At that moment, Naruto chuckled. Sister, if you are angered merely by the trivial matter of Shimo's demise, there is no need for concern, for I have already dispatched him. Shizuka's master was momentarily taken aback. The crowd was initially bewildered, then erupted into laughter. What a joyous occasion. A day for celebration indeed. Naruto, unsure if he had misspoken, realized he had been overly concerned. Shizuka's master beamed, urging, now, go forth and compete with Shizuka. If you win, she shall be yours. Naruto, puzzled, questioned, is that truly the case? Shizuka's master beamed even more brightly. Indeed, she shall be yours. And what of the other women in your village? If I win against them, will they also be mine? Naruto asked nonchalantly. Jiraiya exclaimed, what a remarkable lad. Greed knows no bounds. Can you handle all that? Shizuka's master and the upper echelons of Fujiko village exchanged glances, then laughed. What does it matter? If you possess the ability to win against them, they shall all belong to you. The women displayed no signs of surprise, as if this were as natural as eating or breathing. Naruto inhaled sharply. Wow, this could be quite the windfall. Yet, glancing at his own slight frame and recalling the many charming women back in Konoha, he shook his head in resignation. Oh, one is sufficient. No, as the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Let them all come. Naruto nodded at Shizuka's master to indicate his understanding. Just then, Nagi struck the ground with one hand. Earth release, iron prison. In an instant, the area was surrounded by iron walls, transforming the venue into a battleground. Naruto stood at the center, observing the technique with approval. In a confrontation, it would effectively confine opponents. Otherwise, with his destructive area of effect techniques, everything within hundreds of miles would suffer. Fujiko Shizuka took a deep breath and launched her assault. She aimed to strike first, knowing Naruto's strength. Yet, sometimes one must push themselves to discover their own potential. Naruto watched the approaching Shizuka with keen interest, not flinching. Despite the ferocity of her attack, Naruto's martial prowess was unmatched. The moment she chose to engage in close combat, Shizuka had already lost. With a slight sidestep, Naruto seized her wrist, pulling her towards him with force. Before she knew it, his kunai was poised just a hair's breadth from her neck. In that instant, Shizuka felt the chilling proximity of death. Chapter 177. What? Wangdefa, have I truly come of age? Shizuka stared at the kunai dangerously close to her. Unable to suppress a gulp, her heart raced. Had Naruto shown no mercy, she might have perished then and there. To think she couldn't even land a single strike against him was infuriating. A bitter smile formed on her lips as she realized this only underscored how vastly superior Naruto was. Marrying such a formidable individual would not be a loss. Above, Jiraiya watched with a proud smile. This was the kind of performance befitting his disciple, a true testament to his teachings. Observing the stunned expressions of the Fujiko village elite, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Witnessing such prowess indeed, Shizuka's master exclaimed in genuine admiration, your disciple is truly remarkable. Compared to our earlier days, they have indeed grown immensely formidable. Shizuka's defeat this time is hardly unjust. Jiraiya revels in the compliments from his old friend. Haha, isn't it obvious who I am? He brazenly declares. With Naruto absent from the scene, what can be said? Shizuka, her face flushed crimson, gazes at Naruto, her lips parting slightly. I have lost. Naruto grins, and then? Shizuka tilts her head in confusion, and then? Is there a then? Naruto reminds her, what should you call me now? What are the customs of your village? Suddenly, Shizuka realizes the gravity of the situation. Embarrassed yet indignant, she thinks to herself, how frustrating. Had she been able to trade blows with Naruto without such humiliation, it would have been far better. Nevertheless, she graciously concedes, I understand, my husband. A brighter smile spreads across Naruto's face as he waves his hand dismissively. Oh, that term is too mushy. Just call me dear. This was a way to differentiate from the names other girls might use. Naruto had thought of this on the spur of the moment. In the darkness, everyone would be calling him that. How could he distinguish who was who? Shizuka's face deepens in color, yet the greatest virtue of Fusumura is to honor the strong. To lose is simply to lose. There is no shame in that. The most disgraceful act is to lose and refuse to acknowledge it. Such behavior invites disdain wherever one may go. I understand, my dear. With that, Shizuka hurriedly departed. Although she has accepted Naruto now, surely some time is needed to adjust. Is it not? Watching her leave, Naruto chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward the other girls of Fusumura. When his eyes fell upon them, they appeared almost frenzied, their gazes burning with intensity. This startled both Naruto and little Naruto. Whoa, is it really that exaggerated? In truth, if Naruto calmed down to reflect, it would not be difficult to deduce that Shizuka is one of the top talents in Fusumura. Even such a formidable opponent could not withstand a single exchange against him. Does that not subtly imply his own prowess? Fusumura has always revered strength and follows the powerful. It would be absurd not to regard him as a rare gem of a husband. Lord Naruto, do you wish to spar? You may call upon me. Choose me. Choose me. If you need me, I can just surrender immediately. Oh my goodness. How shameless. I want to be chosen too, Lord Naruto. If you pick me, I will surrender right away. At that moment, the younger girls of Fusumura seemed to have lost their minds. Naruto's lips twitched slightly as he took a few quick steps to the side. Fusumura is far too enthusiastic, perhaps excessively so. Naruto found it overwhelming. Ding. A selection task was triggered. Choice 1. Engage in a battle with Shizuka tonight. Reward, little Naruto's growth by 30. Choice 2. Abandon this fight. Abandon? Not a chance. Naruto exclaimed, what the hell? Dog system, something's off. Upon his shout, the system seemed to sink into silence. No matter how he called, it was futile. This choice is too good to pass up. I choose 1. Ding. Selection successful. Rewards are being distributed. In the next moment, Naruto felt a tremendous change within his body, particularly in a certain area. Over the years, he had trained and battled, slaying numerous beasts, bears, large tigers, and the like. Little Naruto had also grown significantly. 3 years had passed, 3 full years. Little Naruto was no longer the same as before. Now at 16, unlike in his past life, in the world of ninjas, 14 is already considered adulthood. This is also related to the constant warfare. The prevalence of death leads to a reduced average lifespan. Unlike in his previous life, where living to 70 or 80 was commonplace, here the average lifespan hovers around 40 to 50, akin to the Warring States period. Naruto had only recently come to understand this. So, here I am, already an adult. Suddenly, he recalled a significant matter. What the heck? I still have that damn Nine Tails inside me. The Nine Tails, it complicates matters. Every time something serious comes up, I have to call it out to stand watch. A time or two is fine, but every time, I'm getting worn out. He immediately vented to the dog system. System, you can't do this. What about the Nine Tails? What should I do? It can sense external auras. You need to help me find a way to keep it from seeing. Naruto harbored no peculiar inclinations. Even if it were obvious that the Nine Tails was not human, it still felt strange. If the Nine Tails were a beautiful female, that would be another matter. But it is not. What use is it? Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety as the dog system ignored him. Yet, in the next moment, the system chose to be a helpful system, perfectly resolving Naruto's current dilemma. In light of the crisis the host is facing, we award a package to shield against celestial perception. Using this shield, you can perfectly obscure any sensing or visual exploration of external matters, and the other party will remain unaware, believing everything outside is normal. Note, this can only be used on internal-tailed beasts, not on any external individuals. Naruto internally exclaimed, what a fantastic gift. This skill is so overpowered. If it were used on others, I'd be invincible, unrivaled in the world. He could only conclude that this celestial shielding was too much of a cheat. Had he not prompted it, the system likely would not have offered it. But having it is better than not. Still, Naruto yearned for more, rubbing his hands together as he negotiated, system, look at me. I'm rather weak outside, constantly facing potential threats to my life. Why not lift this internal restriction? The system remained unresponsive. Naruto, undeterred, continued to persuade. How about loosening it for just 1 or 2 specific individuals? If you don't help me, I won't survive. The system continued to ignore him. Chapter 178. The Power of 16 Years of Training. What the heck? This system is impervious to persuasion. Naruto couldn't help but ponder, seeking other ways to pry open the system's mouth and negotiate for more leniency. However, before he could succeed, the system declared, "Host, you may choose to accept or decline. Should you decline, the ability to shield against celestial perception will be revoked immediately." In a panic, Naruto exclaimed, "Yes. How could I possibly refuse? What kind of joke is this?" The system fell silent once more, as if it had vanished entirely. Shizuka's master leaped down from the observation platform, addressing Naruto. "Naruto, do you wish to continue sparring?" Jiraiya followed closely behind, casting Naruto a knowing glance. Following their gaze, Naruto turned to the side. Whoa! Over a dozen eager girls from Fusumura are looking at him with anticipation. Naruto felt the pressure mounting. With a wry smile, he muttered, "Master, please spare me. I want to live a few more years." Jiraiya, arms crossed, scoffed dismissively. "Humph, you're still young. What are you afraid of?" Naruto casually remarked. "I recall someone who used to run away quite swiftly." Jiraiya, struck by the truth, exploded in indignation. "That wasn't running away. I was exploring. Do you understand what that means?" Master Shizuka covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiraiya, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. How infuriating. Because of Naruto, he had lost face in front of an old friend. This grudge he would remember. He must find a chance to retaliate. Ding dong. A task selection was triggered. Choose. Defeat Shizuka's personal guard, Choha. Reward. Naruto's growth by 30. Of course, one could also choose not to select. Choosing not to would yield nothing. Hearing the familiar voice of the system, Naruto was momentarily startled. This was indeed the first time he had encountered 2 consecutive task selections. However, upon seeing the reward, Naruto's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps he should send this system to the myriad realms for a thorough inspection. Was there something wrong with it? Or was it a counterfeit system from the start? At this moment, it seemed the facade of this false system was finally revealed. How utterly terrifying. Yet, the reward appeared genuinely enticing. As for the myriad realms and other systems, those were merely Naruto's fanciful thoughts. After all, there were countless worlds and numerous systems. Clearly, his was a ninjutsu system, perfectly suited to him. Now, this system had advanced further, even managing to cater to aspects of daily life. Its capacity for business expansion was commendable. I must choose. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto communicated with the system internally. Ding dong, selection completed, rewards being distributed. In an instant, Naruto felt a profound transformation within himself. Not only did he feel stronger, but his vision also became brighter, clearer, as if he were filled with boundless energy. "Master Shizuka, since you say so, I cannot refuse your wishes," Naruto said with a smile, feigning modesty. Master Shizuka laughed heartily, extending her delicate, pale hand, gesturing. "What is there to hesitate about? Tell me whom you wish to challenge, or do you intend to challenge them all?" She pointed towards the eager villagers of the Fuko clan, who were practically begging to be chosen. Jiraiya was taken aback. He had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. "What a bold kid. Do you dare to be any more brazen?" Naruto replied straightforwardly, "I choose Choha as Shizuka's personal bodyguard." Choha was not weak among the Fuko clan. Naruto sought not a mere ornament, but someone who could genuinely benefit him. If she could not even accomplish this, what use would she be? Among the girls surrounding him, which one was not stunningly beautiful? Master Shizuka nodded. "Choha, come forth and prepare to compete with Naruto." Choha, amidst the crowd, wore a perplexed expression, incredulous as she pointed at herself. Had she truly been chosen? Her companions cast envious glances. "This is unfair, Lord Naruto." "Yes, I wish to duel Lord Naruto too." "Choha, can you give me this opportunity? I promise to treat you to delicious food later." The girls chattered excitedly. Such a fortuitous opportunity could never be relinquished to another. Choha stepped forward briskly. The ground still intact, it was more than suitable for a proper match. Master Shizuka commanded. "All right, everyone else step aside. The contest continues." Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed. Choha took a few deep breaths, her cheeks flushed, her gaze resolute. "Lord Naruto, I do not care if you have defeated Master Shizuka. I only know I must give it my all." Naruto grinned. "Suit yourself. Just do your best." Choha inhaled deeply, her eyes igniting with determination. To hold back? That was certainly not the Fuko clan style. A true warrior does not lose their fighting spirit simply because a stronger opponent stands before them. Rather, they learn from past experiences and become even more resolute. Here I come. Fuko style, Raging Wind Fist. It was said that this technique was only mastered by Master Shizuka, yet in the Fuko clan, anyone eager to learn could practice these moves. However, Choha's attack appeared slow to Naruto, lacking the refinement of Master Shizuka's. With a focused gaze, he swiftly evaded Choha's strike. Yet, Choha, having Master Shizuka as a reference, was well aware of how to counter Naruto. Seeing her attack miss, Choha had no intention of lingering. She attempted to retreat. Naruto smirked, as a puff of white smoke erupted behind her. He summoned a shadow clone, which, following his will, ensnared Choha, immobilizing her completely. Choha had not anticipated that Naruto could cast techniques without hand signs. This time, she truly found herself in a predicament. However, she was not quick to concede. She struggled. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen as Naruto delivered a punch. He restrained his strength, yet this blow, fueled by 16 years of training, could easily incapacitate an ordinary person. For a ninja, especially one lacking adequate resistance, losing consciousness was a common outcome. Choha lost her combat capabilities. Although it was not a one-hit victory, it only took 2 moves. Master Shizuka observed the scene and promptly declared the match over. Choha accepted her defeat readily. According to their village's customs, vanquishing a strong opponent allowed one to take the victor as a spouse. However, since the strong had triumphed over her, marrying the victor was equally acceptable. If Naruto knew her inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Come on, how is this not a gain for you? Besides, is there truly a fundamental difference in that notion? Chapter 179. As long as there are melons, it's fine. The crowd returned to the Fuko village. Under Master Shizuka's careful arrangement, Naruto and Master Shizuka found themselves in one of the finest residences. Master Shizuka declared it to be the bridal chamber for disciples. Subsequently, she exchanged knowing glances with Jiraiya. Without needing to say much, Naruto understood their intentions, silently chuckling to himself. One must leave a thread for future encounters. After a moment of bashfulness, Master Shizuka composed herself. After all, she was a ninja, and even more so, the future heir of the Fuko clan. The rules set by their ancestors could not be casually altered. Moreover, choosing Naruto as a husband, with his handsome looks and formidable strength, was undeniably a wise choice. As night fell, the customs of the Fuko village were far simpler than those of Naruto's previous life, where marriage was laden with requirements of vehicles and houses. Here, the rules were straightforward. Defeat any villager, and marriage was permissible. Everything was kept simple, which Naruto appreciated. Within the room, only Master Shizuka and Naruto remained. Naruto surveyed the well-decorated interior, noting it was quite pleasant, ranking among the finest environments in the ninja world, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. The concealment of heavenly secrets activated. Naruto mused internally. At that moment, the Ninetales, who was sprawled on the ground, half-lidded eyes fixed on the unfolding drama, sensed an imperceptible shift in the surroundings. If only there were melons to enjoy, the Ninetales shamelessly thought. In truth, it held a modicum of interest in Naruto's affairs. After all, Naruto was its master. Observing one's master was undeniably an exhilarating experience. Yet, in that instant, everything shifted dramatically. It is imperceptible. Yet everything in the external world feels under one's control. After utilizing the heavenly secret shield, Naruto felt a tinge of unease. He could sense the Ninetales within him. It wasn't he ignorance, but rather awareness of whether the Ninetales could still sense him. Thus, he attempted to call out. Ninetales, Ninetales, he repeated several times. Yet there was no response from the Ninetales. In truth, the Ninetales could not hear Naruto's summons. A grin spread across Naruto's face. This was a win. The luminous moonlight streamed through the window. On the bed, Tsunade Shizune appeared enchanting, her long legs occupying 2/3 of her physique, radiantly white. Clearly, she had dedicated much effort to her training. There was no trace of excess flesh visible on her abdomen. Her legs were not only beautiful, but also powerful. Unlike the slender, bamboo-like legs of some girls from his past life, which were virtually non-existent here, the proportions were just right. While not as imposing as Tsunade, she was still commendable. At that moment, Tsunade Shizune's cheeks were flushed as she stammered, "What should we do?" She was still an inexperienced young lady, despite being of age. Yet, this was her first encounter with such matters. Naruto smiled broadly. "Let me guide you." Tsunade Shizune nodded gently. It was also his first time, but he felt reassured. The combination of experience and practice would surely yield better results. Soon, Tsunade Shizun gazed at him with dreamy eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a young Taoist descended from the mountain, unexpectedly encountering a female zombie that had cultivated for a millennium. This zombie had developed a new flesh and blood form, walking gracefully without the need to hop. Her features were exquisitely captivating, unmistakably belonging to a beauty from her past life. Such is the nature of the supernatural. The young Taoist, despite his esteemed lineage, was faced with a millennium-old zombie queen. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Yet, to save the world was a noble duty. The young Taoist felt compelled to act, undeterred by the danger. He summoned all his strength and unleashed various treasures, only to discover they were of no use. Could it be that the talismans passed down from his master were flawed? The young Taoist had no time for contemplation. Pressing forward against the zombie queen, the morning sun bathed the world outside, streaming through the window. After a night of struggle, Naruto felt rejuvenated. Having dreamt of being that little Taoist. Being handsome comes with its burdens. Chapter 180. That day Naruto understood why Jiraiya wept the following noon, under the blazing sun. Naruto and Tsunade Shizun languidly awoke. Perhaps it was the superior physical conditioning of Kunoichi in the ninja world, coupled with Tsunade Shizun being a Kunoichi herself, that contributed to her formidable stamina. They hadn't eaten breakfast yet and engaged in another round, leaving Naruto feeling utterly helpless. Before long, midday turned to afternoon, and finally, Tsunade Shizun relented. In the afternoon, Tsunade Shizun appeared radiant and full of energy beside Naruto, while he felt somewhat lethargic. It wasn't a matter of capability, rather. The Kunoichi were unpredictable in their prowess, exhibiting strength that seemed almost outrageous. Nevertheless, Naruto felt he held his own, especially when comparing himself to Jiraiya, whose eyes bore dark circles, as if he had donned a mask of fatigue. It was hard to fathom the toll marriage could take on a man. Jiraiya, now in middle age, had to make amends. His injuries were tenfold compared to Naruto's. After all, he didn't possess Naruto's dedication to health or systematic enhancement. Beside Jiraiya, Master Shizun also appeared vibrant, though her eyes held a hint of resentment, seemingly displeased that Jiraiya had not performed adequately the previous night. "Good morning," Tsunade Shizun greeted sweetly. Master Shizun returned the greeting. "You both are up early. How was your sleep last night, Naruto-kun?" she asked, a smile playing on her lips. Naruto scratched his head, chuckling. "Thanks to your care, everything is well." Jiraiya shot Naruto a mischievous grin, initially intending to tease him, but he noticed something off about Naruto's demeanor. "What the hell? How is this brat standing strong while I'm here barely holding it together? I need to talk to Naruto." Jiraiya straightened up, feigning nonchalance. Master Shizun smiled. "All right. No problem. It's a good opportunity for us to have a chat." Thus, the two pairs moved aside to converse. Jiraiya leaned in, lowering his voice. "You little rascal. Why do you look so unfazed? Are you hiding some supplements? Hand them over." Jiraiya extended his hand toward Naruto. Is there anything wrong with a disciple showing gratitude to his master? Naruto was speechless, gazing at the captivating Master Shizun, internally sighing. The adage about women in their 30s being like wolves, 40s like tigers, and 50s being able to absorb the earth was certainly true. Just look at how Jiraiya had been reduced. His eyes were sunken, his legs trembling. Naruto was not as exaggerated in his condition. Perverted sage. Where would I find such things while traveling? I didn't bring any. Jiraiya appeared unconvinced. You definitely have something. Hand it over. Naruto chuckled, still shaking his head. Jiraiya grew anxious, leaning closer to Naruto, his voice low. Quickly give it to me. I'll agree to any request you have. Otherwise, I fear I won't survive the night. Help me, my leader. Naruto's lips twitched. Jiraiya was so desperate for supplements that he referred to him as his leader, which indirectly confirmed Shizun's fearsome reputation. Naruto couldn't help but shiver. Would Tsunade Shizun inherit her master's remarkable traits? At this age, she was nearly on par with her master, perhaps even surpassing her. If that were the case, trouble would ensue. Naruto would have to pay even more attention to his health. I do have some. Jiraiya's eyes lit up with excitement. Where is it? Hurry, show me. Naruto, bemused, shrugged his shoulders. Calm down, calm down. How can I calm down? It's almost evening. Jiraiya suppressed the urge to weep. Naruto explained, if you want the supplements, they must be purely natural, and this environment is quite refined. We should venture into the mountains to hunt male lions or tigers. Then we'll have our supplements. Jiraiya looked at him as if he were foolish. Why would we go hunting? We have enough food. In this world, most ninja were either fighting or on the way to fight. No one ever paused to learn about health practices, unlike the great nations, which emphasized wellness and knew what to consume for nourishment. Naruto was at a loss for words, attempting to clarify. In the next moment, it was Jiraiya who became animated. Regardless of its efficacy, take me there, take me there. Jiraiya excitedly grabbed Naruto. The two were poised to rush outside when Tsunade Shizune and Master Shizune observed the commotion. Master Jingxiang stepped forward, blocking the path of the two. His gaze, laden with an inexhaustible sense of sorrow, fixed upon Jiraiya. What do you mean, Jiraiya? You arrive and immediately wish to flee? Jiraiya explained with a wry smile. My dear, I am not fleeing. I am merely attending to matters in the mountains. I shall return before nightfall. Master Jingxiang scoffed. Here we go again. Do you think I would believe your fabrications? From this moment forth, you shall not leave my sight for even a moment. Naruto internally exclaimed, what a character. No wonder he's a best-selling author. This master certainly has an intriguing approach to winning hearts. The term darling was thrown about, and the thought made Naruto feel a wave of nausea. Meanwhile, Fujiko Jingxiang approached. Gazing at Naruto, my dear, wherever you go, I shall follow. Naruto, exasperated, replied, I assure you, I have serious matters to attend to with the lecherous sage. What serious matters? Both women demanded in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Naruto decided to speak the truth for Jiraiya's sake. Fujiko's face turned crimson upon hearing his words. Master Jingxiang paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, declaring that such matters were trivial. Many girls from their village often ventured into the mountains to hunt, discarding much of their catch. However, with Jiraiya and Naruto around, things were different. Without further hesitation, Master Jingxiang called for assistance and instructed them. By evening, food was brought forth, and it was Jiraiya's first time eating such fare, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Naruto shrugged and began to indulge himself. With limited portions available, he needed to replenish his strength. Seeing Naruto consume more than his share, Jiraiya panicked, exclaiming, You little rascal! Aren't you going to leave some for me? As he spoke, he began to snatch food from Naruto. Who told you not to eat? I never said I wouldn't eat. Jiraiya bit into a morsel, suppressing the urge to gag. Gradually, he adapted to the food, and a warm sensation surged within him, a sign of recovery. Without much thought, Jiraiya began to eat heartily, knowing that tonight would usher in another sleepless night. There was no choice. After eating, they would face the battlefield, or rather, the gallows. How could one possess strength without a full stomach? Jiraiya felt a pang of regret for bringing Naruto to Fujiko village to fulfill that cursed promise. He wished he had arrived later to avoid such predicaments. However, now that he was here, he could only accept his fate and hope to see the sun rise tomorrow. In the midst of this meal, tears streamed down Jiraiya's face as he wept while eating. Naruto found it absurd. What a fuss. Just eat and get on with it. It was only a decade later that Naruto would truly comprehend that Jiraiya's tears were not solely for himself, but for others as well. Restored, Naruto found Fujiko Jingxiang to be no match for him that evening. Naturally, he did not neglect Ko, for Naruto was a fair individual who would not play favorites, ensuring everyone received equal treatment. Chapter 181. Escape from Fujiko village. In the course of time, Naruto and Jiraiya had lingered in Fujiko village for nearly half a month. Naruto appeared to be holding up well, though Jiraiya resembled a weary dog, leaving the house each morning with a look of utter desolation. Naruto could almost hear Jiraiya's silent lament, destroy the world. I am exhausted. It was evident that Jiraiya was worn out, having witnessed him hunching over while departing on no fewer than 10 occasions. Let us return to Konoha today, Jiraiya said, his lips parched and his voice feeble. Dark circles under his eyes. What does marriage bring to a man? Naruto was taken aback by Jiraiya's appearance, thinking, no way. Could I have mistaken him for someone else? Yet, it became clear that Jiraiya was indeed the same, albeit in a much worse state than when he first arrived in Fujiko village. With a puzzled expression, Naruto inquired, Didn't we agree to stay for a month? Jiraiya, incensed, grasped Naruto's shoulders and lamented, You little brat, are you hoping I die here sooner? After glancing around to ensure they were alone, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Naruto rubbed his somewhat aching stomach and found himself empathizing with Jiraiya's perspective. Should we bid farewell to Master Jingxiang? These days, aside from the endless revelries, rather, the relentless toil of duties, Naruto had nearly mastered the entirety of Fujiko Village. As the village's next heir and leader, Jingxiang would undoubtedly be on his side. The dissenting high-ranking officials were merely a minority, lacking the necessary funds. Naruto had an abundance of wealth, having expanded his maritime business significantly over the years. He had introduced innovative commercial concepts to Zabuza, which had seamlessly transitioned from maritime to terrestrial ventures. Notably, the collaboration between Zabuza and Haku was commendable, as they adeptly followed Naruto's operational ideas, even enhancing them to adapt to changing circumstances. Zabuza had even sent a response, stating he had encountered a wise leader and, in gratitude, vowed to dedicate his life to supporting Naruto as a loyal worker. Naruto was taken aback. What a stroke of luck! Upon reading the note's postscript, he realized Zabuza had discovered his aptitude for business and was becoming increasingly enthusiastic. Previously, he had been blind to the opportunities of becoming a ninja, which yielded little profit and posed daily risks to his life. In addition to Zabuza's letter, Hyuka and the others had also written to him, expressing their joy and inquiring when he would visit. Smiling at the letters, Naruto resolved to visit them eventually, finding a suitable time. However, for now, he decided not to return to Konoha with Jiraiya. Instead, he would first journey to the Land of Lightning. Over the years, it was likely that the Akatsuki organization had amassed considerable wealth. Unfortunately, all the money had been squandered by that spendthrift, Conan. While others relied on skill and strength in battles, she depended on creating explosive tags, wielding financial prowess. How much money would she waste? Of course, Naruto had another objective in his upcoming visit to the Land of Lightning: to find the Two-Tails, Yujito. He recalled her as a tall, voluptuous woman with short, chestnut hair and bangs. Quite appealing indeed. Other tailed beasts could be claimed by the Akatsuki, but not her. Besides, she was the perfect Jinchuriki, and Naruto believed that accepting her would not be a loss, but rather a gain. After all, it would be akin to poaching from the Land of Lightning, a thrilling prospect. Jiraiya stretched his neck, his eyes wide as saucers, staring at Naruto. Are you out of your mind? Go and ask her, do you still wish to stay? If you desire to die, do not involve me. I understand you are still young, but I have aged. As he spoke, Jiraiya's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He reminisced fondly about his days of revelry. Gathering materials, indulging in flirtation, and holding hands were indeed delightful. Yet, the exquisite treatment found in a heavenly village like Yuzushiogakure was beyond reach. He maintained a friendly demeanor towards Naruto, yet he himself found it hard to bear. Naruto flashed a grin at him, ready to agree. However, Jiraiya's peculiar expression compelled him to speak first. Let me tell you, do not be oblivious to the value of youth, for one may find themselves weeping in old age. Naruto interrupted, exclaiming, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten back, pack our belongings, and set forth. Time is of the essence. Jiraiya felt invigorated by Naruto's words. You little rascal, I was waiting for you to say that. A melodious voice chimed in, belonging to none other than Master Shizuka. She appeared more radiant than ever, her figure graceful and her complexion vibrant. Clearly, Jiraiya had been quite diligent. Accompanying her were Uzumaki Shizuka and Nagayoshi, both shedding their youthful shyness and now exuding the charm of mature women, their appearances slightly more refined. Master Shizuka's gaze, sharp and piercing, fell upon Jiraiya, causing his expression to falter as he hastily explained, No, you misunderstood. We were merely discussing how to revitalize ourselves. He shot a frantic glance at Naruto, who promptly chimed in, Yes. The idea of revitalization was indeed proposed by Naruto, regarding Jiraiya's need for recuperation. Master Shizuka found this reasoning acceptable and laughed. Oh, is that so? Come, let us dine together. My dear, it seems the day is drawing to a close. Jiraiya, surprised by the midday sun, protested, but isn't it still noon? Master Shizuka affectionately linked her arm with his. Oh dear, time does fly. Let us head back. Likewise, Uzumaki Shizuka and Nagayoshi approached, each taking one of Naruto's arms. Exchanging glances with Jiraiya, they silently understood each other's reluctance. A mere look conveyed their shared sentiment. They must escape, by any means necessary. If they lingered any longer, they would surely face dire consequences. As night fell, the entrance to Yuzushiogakure was heavily guarded. However, two dark figures managed to slip through unnoticed. Phew, I thought we might be trapped. Jiraiya sighed in relief. Naruto, bewildered, retorted, Weren't you the one who insisted I come as your muscle? Why are we in such a predicament now? Noticing Naruto's gaze, Jiraiya chuckled. Don't look at me like that. Remember, this was for your own good. If we had lingered, your body wouldn't have withstood it. Youth is not a free pass. Naruto smirked. So, the great pervy sage was brave in his youth? Jiraiya puffed with pride, of course. Just look at me. Clearing his throat, he added, why are you asking so many questions, you little brat? Naruto shrugged. I'm not a child anymore. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, murmuring, true. After a moment, he concluded, well, we left a farewell note. They likely won't pursue us to Konoha. Pausing, he laughed heartily, even if they do come. I'm not worried. I'll just be off on my travels again, while you, Naruto, will have to bear the brunt of it. Naruto smiled, indeed. That will be quite the headache. Jiraiya sensed an underlying message in Naruto's words, but couldn't pinpoint anything amiss. This was not a place for idle chatter. Let us move. We must leave before they catch up. It would be unfortunate to be cornered here. As Jiraiya turned, Naruto couldn't help but smirk. In truth, it was a shadow clone of Naruto that remained behind. According to the system, this clone could last a month, provided it didn't sustain fatal injuries. As Jiraiya and Naruto made their escape, they unwittingly triggered a village-wide pursuit led by Master Shizuka, who vowed to capture them that night. Uzumaki, Shizuka, and Nagayoshi were equally eager to join the chase. However, they could scarcely keep up with Naruto and Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Naruto's original self set off towards the Land of Lightning, eager to explore the vast ninja world. Unfortunately, without a certain map for guidance, his search proved somewhat arduous. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as, after a week of travel, he finally arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village. By this time, he had completely transformed his appearance into that of a dashing figure with black hair and eyes. The charm of his new guise rivaled his original looks. The Land of Lightning was known for its robust spirit. As he traversed, he marveled at the exotic scenery and diverse peoples, feeling a deep sense of wonder. Upon entering the Hidden Cloud Village, he became vigilant. Although the various villages enjoyed a period of peace, minor skirmishes were inevitable due to conflicting missions. Moreover, if a Jinchuriki from another village entered, the local leadership might very well decide to capture them if they felt inclined. As for why Gaara was not seized upon entering Konoha, it was simply a matter of disinterest. Who would want a one-tail when they already had the 9 tails? However, should a more powerful tailed beast be involved, the situation would be different. For instance, Naruto's 9 tails. Naruto's transformation was not solely for this purpose. He also aimed to charm Mai Terumi in the Land of Water and then ultimately cast her aside. Just the thought thrilled him. Besides the Land of Water, he also wished to visit the Akatsuki-s Konan. Alas, returning to reality, he found no leads, though he did encounter 2 familiar faces. The laborers in red clouds and black robes, particularly Kakazu, are undoubtedly familiar figures. The spirit of a laborer is such that they toil tirelessly, often ending up with nothing. It is likely that, as a ninja, he often finds himself in a state of discontent. The only true joy seems to come when he accomplishes a task and counts his earnings. In this regard, Naruto holds a certain admiration for them. They adhere to a strict code: no theft, no deceit, and no dishonesty, diligently accepting jobs without resorting to unscrupulous methods. When cash runs low, they do not resort to robbery. Despite possessing the strength of a Kage, they lack the ambition that typically accompanies such power. It is clear that Pain fears the tarnished reputation of his organization, which would render him ineffective when the time comes to act. He does not wish to become a pariah, scorned by all. Thus, he resorts to this underhanded tactic of working for others. Deidara, once the explosive genius of the Stone Village, can be likened to a member of a demolition crew, as Naruto would put it. He thrives on engaging in activities that instill fear in others, often boasting about his love for explosions, which he considers an art form. To Naruto's mind, such a character is ideally suited for demolition work or large-scale projects, such as trenching, where expertise in explosives is essential. After all, one must blow up caves without obliterating them entirely. The proper use of explosives is indeed a fine art. Hence, this task is perfectly suited for Deidara. What leaves Naruto utterly bemused is how these two have formed a team. In his recollection, Deidara's companion should have been Sasori or perhaps the elusive Obito. Yet, Kakuzu's partner is supposed to be Haiden. It seems puzzling, as if he has traversed into a parallel universe, altering the course of events. Nevertheless, Naruto shrugs it off, believing that following these two will inevitably lead him to the person he seeks. After a short while, Kakuzu halts. casting a cold gaze at the handsome black-haired man swaggering behind them. What is your purpose? Why are you tailing us? Naruto has been tracking them for quite some time. Initially, Kakuzu was solely focused on completing their mission and paid no heed to Naruto. However, Kakuzu can no longer tolerate the situation. Deidara, too, looks at Naruto with a quizzical expression. From his somewhat naive demeanor, Naruto deduces that this young man has recently joined the organization and has yet to develop the composure that comes with experience. Deidara, eager for action, exclaims, Kakuzu-senpai, let me handle this boy. Naruto, feeling exasperated, raises his hands in surrender. Are you both out of your minds? Did you pave this path? I'm merely walking the same way as you. How dare you accuse me of stalking? Kakuzu and Deidara exchange glances, realizing the soundness of Naruto's reasoning. Indeed, aside from them, there are other passers-by, and technically, Naruto isn't stalking them. Killing someone is simple, but it can lead to unnecessary complications. Kakuzu weighs the pros and cons before grunting. Very well, Deidara, we shall take this path. Deidara, bewildered, wonders why they are not engaging in a fight. Will I still have my chance to showcase my skills? He thinks, yet he obediently follows Kakuzu's lead as they proceed down a narrow mountain path. They believe Naruto will have nothing more to say. However, to their astonishment, Naruto continues to follow them with an air of nonchalance, hands behind his head, wearing a relaxed smile. This baffles the duo. Does he not realize who we are? They continue on, assuming Naruto is merely traveling the same route, and thus do not dwell on it. After some time, as the number of pedestrians dwindles, it becomes evident to Kakuzu that he can no longer ignore Naruto's presence. Stopping abruptly, he addresses Naruto with annoyance. What is your game? You've been trailing us for long enough. You have no excuses left. Deidara, fiddling with his small C4, smirks and says, Kakuzu-senpai, I believe this person is deliberately provoking us. Allow me to deal with him. I'll ensure it's done thoroughly. Kakuzu nods in tacit agreement. Deidara then spreads his arms wide, adopting a welcoming demeanor. Young man, do you know what art is? You may not have known before, but you will from this moment on. Faced with Deidara's excited grin, Naruto scoffs, art? What, like playing with black dirt? Deidara is taken aback, bewildered by Naruto's words. How dare you insult my art? Then perish beneath it. He retorts, as the center of his creation splits open, forming a mouth-like shape. Two white, dove-like creatures soar toward Naruto with great speed. Art is an explosion. Deidara bellows, consumed by madness. In an instant, the area erupts into chaos, with explosions shaking the ground. This was merely a test of Deidara's abilities and a means to gauge Naruto's strength. While Deidara unleashed his full power, it was only intended for an average person. If Naruto were a mere genin, he would certainly be gravely injured. However, Naruto, despite being a genin, possesses skills that surpass those of his peers. Just before the explosion detonates, two shuriken soar from Naruto's hand, aimed at Deidara. This leaves both Deidara and Kakuzu momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the blinding flames from the explosion engulf Naruto's figure. Just when they believe they have vanquished this minor annoyance, Naruto reappears behind them. Deidara is taken aback, instinctively raising his arms in defense as Naruto delivers a powerful kick that sends him flying far away, right into the remnants of the explosion. With this level of power, what can you possibly defend against? Deidara tumbles and rolls, while Kakuzu, reacting swiftly, attacks Naruto with a barrage of black, tentacle-like appendages. Naruto, however, merely smirks, and in the blink of an eye, vanishes from sight, leaving Kakuzu bewildered. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? He thinks, narrowing his eyes and steeling himself. A ninja capable of using such a technique is certainly no ordinary foe. Among the ninjas he knows, only the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wielded such a power, earning his fame as the Yellow Flash. Yet, the young man before him does not possess golden hair, but rather black. Kakuzu has never heard of such a figure. Kakuzu-senpai, don't interfere. Let me handle this guy. Deidara's furious voice emerges from the fiery chaos. When he finally re-emerges, his clothes are tattered and burned. Yet he has sustained no severe injuries. Naruto finds himself puzzled. Will these two not come into conflict? Or will Kakuzu, displeased with Deidara, simply end his life? The financial director's actions against a department member could lead to quite the spectacle. However, it appears that Naruto's overthinking has led him astray. In truth, the two found themselves together due to Kakuzu's relatively good disposition in recent years, coupled with Deidara's established presence in the organization. His abilities have garnered recognition from his peers. Consequently, this mission was not far from their route, prompting the financial director to take a novice under his wing. Had Kakuzu been tasked with mentoring Deidara from the outset, the latter would have surely declined. His restraint in not eliminating him outright was merely a courtesy extended to pain. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a series of sharp sounds, followed by explosive detonations. Deidara's offensive proved utterly futile against Naruto, who effortlessly evaded his attacks. It was a careless oversight on Deidara's part. Thanks to the significant enhancements to the Flying Thunder God technique granted by the system, Naruto expended minimal chakra, allowing for repeated use. As for Deidara, Naruto was far from intimidated. He possessed a plethora of lightning-based jutsu, which inherently countered Deidara's explosive creations. In this regard, Deidara was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Chapter 184. Naruto vs. Kakuzu. The cacophony of explosions continued unabated, with flames soaring high and obliterating the surrounding area. Deidara's confrontations were never subtle, and soon, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village became aware of the disturbances, though the information had yet to reach their superiors. After all, skirmishes among ninjas were commonplace, and conflicts inevitably arose. Kakuzu opted not to engage Naruto directly, but instead chose to observe, increasingly recognizing the latter's prowess. Each time, Naruto deftly sidestepped Deidara's strikes. In Naruto's hands, the Flying Thunder God technique was effortlessly unleashed, with chakra consumption appearing minimal. Had it been otherwise, he would have calculated his usage beforehand, rather than releasing it so freely. Kakuzu licked his dry lips, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto. It was evident that this young man possessed something of value. If only he could obtain his heart. Kakuzu had initially intended to merely study Naruto's techniques, but his intentions had shifted to a more sinister desire for lethal action. However, to achieve his aim, he needed to carefully observe Naruto's movements to strike with precision. Naruto moved with the agility of an eel, rendering Deidara's techniques utterly ineffective against him. In fact, Naruto's expression suggested a sense of enjoyment as he watched the unfolding events, akin to admiring fireworks. This infuriated Deidara, who shouted, "You bastard! Stop running! Face me head on!" Naruto retorted, "Then don't use explosives." This remark left Deidara momentarily speechless. "Boss, are you joking? Without explosives, how can I fight you?" Deidara snapped, exasperated. Naruto smirked and muttered, "And you dare criticize me? One of you is an artist obsessed with your craft, while the other, as the financial director, can't even manage the funds. My wife, Konan, has taken it all to buy explosive tags. Haydn was left starving. And the leader of your organization is so desperate he had to raid a village for a sack of rice. It's rather tragic. Yet you still aspire to bring hope to the ninja world. This is your sole goal, to create an illusory realm dominated by your ideals." Naruto's expression hardened as he prepared to engage seriously. Given his current disguise, no one could recognize him, allowing him to act freely. He could unleash his trump cards without hesitation, as long as he refrained from revealing obvious powers like the Nine Tails. Speaking of the Nine Tails, could it truly be considered a trump card? After all, it was merely a well-behaved pet. "Thanks a lot, Master," the Nine Tails retorted. Crackling arcs of golden electricity danced from Naruto's palms. In an instant, these arcs transformed into golden electric spears, gracefully hurtling toward Deidara's explosives. Within moments, they pierced through the C4, preventing detonation. Deidara's expression shifted to one of alarm. This was quite awkward. Realizing the unfavorable turn of events, Kakuzu interjected, "Deidara, step back. I will handle this." Deidara hesitated, but Kakuzu remained calm, his gaze toward Naruto betraying a hint of greed. The heart of a strong opponent would greatly enhance his own power, and Naruto was indeed worthy of such consideration. Seeing this, Deidara fell silent, retreating to the sidelines. Naruto grinned, jesting, "I didn't expect you to adhere to the rules of combat. I thought you would attempt a sneak attack." Kakuzu, hidden behind his mask, exuded disdain, declaring, "Why would I need to ambush a Murad? You overestimate yourself." As he spoke, his arms stretched out, unleashing a multitude of thin black threads that resembled grotesque strands of hair, shooting toward Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto summoned forth a brilliant display of lightning. This time, he unleashed not just the Thousand Birds technique, but its complete form, Lightning Cutter. With ease, he sliced through the dense mass of black threads, charging toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu's eyes glinted with mockery as he allowed Naruto to approach. In an instant, dark threads erupted from behind Kakuzu, revealing several differently colored masks. It was evident he sought Naruto's heart. The secret technique for heart extraction unleashed a flurry of black threads, enveloping the area in a menacing shroud. The thick strands aimed to ensnare Naruto and seize his heart. Humph, if you desire the heart so much, allow me to present you with a grand gift. Prepare yourself for the wind release. Rinnegan Shuriken. Naruto hurled the spiraling shuriken toward the encroaching black threads. The sound of roaring winds filled the air as the powerful wind blades generated by the Rinnegan shredded everything in their path, unleashing a terrifying force. It was no surprise. Considering it was an enhanced version provided by the system, excellence guaranteed. Deidara and Kakuzu were taken aback, their expressions turning to shock. They were left bewildered, unable to comprehend that this seemingly ordinary individual possessed strength rivaling that of a shadow. Had he truly concealed his abilities so deeply? Kakuzu had initially expected Naruto to possess some lightning techniques and the flying thunder god, but he never anticipated such a powerful trump card. Deidara cried out, "Kakuzu-senpai," believing his senior was about to meet his demise. Under normal circumstances, Kakuzu would have been finished. This misfortune stemmed from his carelessness in allowing Naruto to close the distance without proper precautions. Moreover, the most shocking aspect was that Naruto could utilize non-hand seal techniques. After all, he had only witnessed such skill in the first Hokage of the Leaf Village. After many years, I unexpectedly encountered another prodigious talent, only to find myself stumbling once more. The wind release technique was devastating. Kakuzu's heart shattered, yet he remained standing, even managing to unleash ninjutsu. The creature behind him, the Earth Grudge Fear, released a high-pressure wind ball to obliterate all objects in its path. The furious whirlwind shattered everything before it. Slightly less powerful than Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Yet it was far from ineffective. A vortex of raging winds formed, causing a deafening explosion that reverberated for miles. The noise generated was significant. This was part of Kakuzu's plan, exchanging an old heart for a strong one. What a profitable trade. Orochimaru would surely exclaim at the shrewdness of it. Chapter 185. Kakuzu. You want me to take action? Very well, but it will cost you. A smirk appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth as he bid farewell. At the moment the Earth Grudge Fear unleashed its wind pressure, his figure vanished before Kakuzu. When he reappeared, he was several hundred meters behind Kakuzu, brandishing a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Deidara and Kakuzu were left bewildered. Kakuzu's expression shifted. This black-haired youth was not as simple as he appeared. In less than a few exchanges, he had managed to incapacitate one of Kakuzu's hearts. This was no game. What infuriated him further was that his opponent remained unscathed. Admittedly, Kakuzu had let his guard down. With a grim expression, Kakuzu coldly inquired, "Who are you? What do you want? Why have you been following us?" He opened his body to extract the shattered heart, discarding it on the ground before replacing it with a substitute heart. The Earth Grudge Fear behind him glared menacingly at Naruto, ready to strike should he make any sudden movements. The commotion they had caused was considerable. If Kakuzu's assumptions were correct, the higher-ups in the Hidden Cloud Village had noticed the disturbance and would undoubtedly dispatch elite jonin to investigate. Their organization had plans to capture the Eight Tails in 6 months. They could not afford to alert the enemy. Moreover, evading the pursuit of those elite jonin would be a troublesome affair. Therefore, Kakuzu sought to maintain peace, advising the young man to reflect on his actions and refrain from employing such petty tricks. In response to Kakuzu's admonitions, Naruto shrugged and smiled. "My name is Naruto. As for following you, you are overthinking it. I was merely passing by." Before Kakuzu could respond, Deidara's eyelids twitched. "You expect us to believe you just happened to follow us all this way?" Kakuzu, the financial director, wholeheartedly agreed. It was absurd for them to believe such a tale. Naruto felt genuinely exasperated. In this day and age, speaking the truth garnered no trust, while lies attracted a multitude of believers, like Pain's grand plan to save the entire ninja world or Obito's vision of a world limited to trees, and even Kagaya's desire to create a world solely for Naruto. Everything was an illusion, beyond one's grasp. Naruto spread his hands and declared, "I want you to take me to find the Two Tails. As for compensation, $1,000,000 is a fair offer." The Akatsuki possessed much intelligence unknown to others. It would be nearly impossible to find the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki on the street, especially concerning the tailed beasts. Thus, Naruto felt emboldened to make his proposal, confident that they would show interest. Even if they did not, He could continue searching on his own. He refused to believe he could not find it. As Naruto mentioned the monetary reward, Kakuzu's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, a moment that did not escape Naruto's notice. Indeed, for those working, money was the ultimate motivator. Other tasks were mere distractions. Unfortunately, the Akatsuki was somewhat impoverished at the moment. However, that would change in a few months. Kakuzu stated, "This is not the place for discussion. We should find another location to negotiate." Without hesitation, he had already calculated their options. He was well aware of the location of the Jinchuriki and knew Pain intended for him and Haiden to capture the Two Tails in 3 months. But that was contingent upon having ample time. For now, making money was paramount. Although the black-haired youth before him was formidable, Kakuzu did not believe he could single-handedly capture the Two Tails. Though merely the Two Tails, she was a perfect Jinchuriki. Such a small cat would not be easily captured without a powerful team. Thus, Kakuzu remained unperturbed. Deidara, looking perplexed, asked, "You aren't seriously considering revealing our intentions to him, are you?" Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, exuding a menacing aura. "Do you dare to question me?" Deidara trembled, realizing that despite being a genius, he had learned the hard way what it meant to be outmatched since Uchiha Itachi's recruitment. His time in the Akatsuki had made it even more evident. He was merely a junior among the many powerful figures. The black-haired youth before him was exceptionally unusual. Therefore, Deidara decided to forget his previous words. "This chaos you created today must be resolved. Do not act impulsively. The magnitude of this disturbance suggests we are not dealing with ordinary foes." While they conversed, another group of Hidden Cloud Village ninjas rushed over, led by a commanding figure who issued orders. Deidara's eyes sparkled with mischief as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "This is art." A series of explosions erupted, engulfing the area in flames, raising the temperature of the surrounding air dramatically. Kakuzu turned to Naruto and proposed, "Shall we move our discussion elsewhere?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised by Kakuzu's straightforwardness. After all, he was indeed the financial director. Matters easily resolved by money were hardly concerning. Naruto grinned, "Sounds good." Subsequently, Deidara took it upon himself to cover their retreat, though it seemed more like he was enjoying the chaos. The number of pursuers from the Hidden Cloud Village continued to swell, and this area had garnered significant attention, even alarming the Raikage. However, Kakuzu was indifferent. As long as the incoming individuals were not the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he could depart at will. No one had ever managed to detain him. As for Deidara, whether he could escape or not was of little consequence. He would either survive or perish. If Kakuzu had to intervene to save him, he would demand payment. He would not save anyone for a single coin less. The three moved with remarkable speed, quickly breaking through the encirclement of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas and arriving at a more secluded forest. Deidara wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly still reveling in the excitement. Kakuzu then turned to Naruto and inquired, "What do you intend to do with the Two Tails? If this young man also seeks to capture her, I must remain cautious. After all, the Two Tails is a crucial target for the Akatsuki, and we cannot afford any missteps." Naruto chuckled. "Isn't it customary for those accepting tasks to focus solely on the payment and execute the mission without question?" Kakuzu replied nonchalantly, "Just curious." Naruto understood that if he did not provide a reason, Kakuzu would likely refuse to engage in the transaction. Thus, he casually fabricated a response. "I've never seen a tailed beast before, so I want to take a look." Chapter 186. Deidara, have I inadvertently entered a den of thieves? The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Is there truly such a person in this day and age? Someone who, having never encountered a tailed beast, is willing to pay for information about one? Even if one desires to see, it is not guaranteed that others will enter their tailed beast mode. Do they think this is a zoo? This is not a sightseeing tour. Deidara and Kakuzu exchanged glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they stared at Naruto. Naruto sensed something peculiar in their demeanor. Could it be that his hastily concocted excuse was truly so pitiful? Intentionally, he remarked, "Will you do it or not? If not, I shall seek someone else." This statement jolted Deidara and Kakuzu back to reality. Kakuzu replied, "We will do it. We shall only be responsible for escorting you there. Whether you can compel the other party to utilize their tailed beast mode depends on your own abilities." Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily graced Naruto's lips. Deidara's face contorted oddly as he muttered to himself, "What an unusual year this has been. Is this fool simply overflowing with money and devoid of better ways to spend it?" Deidara found it hard to comprehend. Of course, these matters were not his concern. Kakuzu extended his hand towards Naruto, and under Naruto's puzzled gaze, he stated, "First, pay us, then we will proceed." Was it not customary to complete the task before payment? Naruto was quite perplexed. Kakuzu clarified, "You are far too powerful, and with your spatial ninjutsu, what if we take you to the destination and you vanish in an instant? Leaving us in the lurch?" Naruto was left speechless. That seemed unlikely. He decided to adhere to the rules of the trade, offering to pay half up front and the remaining half once they arrived at their destination. Kakuzu contemplated this and, finding it acceptable, nodded in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, as Naruto stood under their watchful eyes, he produced a stack of eye-catching banknotes. This world had long since embraced currency. Here, a total of 2 million ryo. Naruto counted casually and handed it over to Kakuzu without hesitation. Kakuzu accepted the stack of notes, the familiar scent of money wafting into his nostrils, invigorating him with a sense of purpose and meaning in life. He felt a surge of excitement. Kakuzu spat lightly onto his fingertips and, resembling an elderly gentleman, began to count the money with a practiced hand. To an observer, one might mistake him for a bank teller. Deidara, on the other hand, remained indifferent, leisurely resting his hands behind his head. Wealth was but an external matter. Whether one possessed money was inconsequential. What truly mattered was happiness. Wait, no. What truly matters is art. With art, one need not concern themselves with the stench of copper. He was unaware of the hardships of sustenance. As a financial director, Kaku, in his youth, was like Deidara, filled with noble dreams and lofty ideals. It was only when burdened by the weight of the mundane necessities of life that he realized all was ephemeral. It turns out that possessing strength equivalent to that of a shadow still requires sustenance. Kakuzu's fingers paused momentarily, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes as he continued to count the remaining bills. In an instant, he finished tallying everything. Kakuzu tucked the bills into his pocket, his demeanor warming somewhat as he led the way, saying, "Please follow me." Deidara was nearly taken aback by Kakuzu's sudden transformation. What in the world was happening? This hardly resembled the Kakuzu he knew. Why had his attitude improved? After all, Naruto had previously attacked them, shattering one of Kakuzu's hearts. Naruto, however, understood the reason behind it all. Chuckling, he followed behind. It was quite straightforward. He had promised them 4 million ryo, but in reality, he had given an additional 500,000. The sum of 250,000 was quite auspicious. As such, Naruto had not given it much thought. His current wealth was so immense that even a lifetime of extravagant spending would not deplete it. For him, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket. In the land of lightning, in a relatively secluded mountain range, the three stood atop a high vantage point. After much effort, fortune favored the persistent, and they finally located the host of the two-tailed beast, Yujito Ni. Observing her demeanor, she appeared to be engaged in some task. The Hidden Cloud Village had already issued a bounty for Naruto and his companions. Hence, discreetly locating their target was indeed a troublesome affair. However, compared to other missions, this one was remarkably easy, and the payment was substantial. Kakuzu turned to Naruto, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone, "Kid, complete the payment." Naruto tossed him a small scroll. Kakuzu caught it effortlessly, opening it without suspicion, for he still had several hearts to create. Thus, he was entirely unperturbed. However, one must note that individuals of Naruto's caliber should not resort to trickery at the final moment. With a poof, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a stack of fragrant banknotes before Kakuzu's eyes. Thick and substantial, Kakuzu cradled the money like a precious treasure, then spat on his fingers and began to count each bill. Once he concluded, he confirmed that it was indeed 2 million ryo, not a single coin missing. Accompanying Naruto on this venture had yielded more profit than he would have made risking his life to kill. Consequently, Kakuzu's spirits lifted. He pointed to the Yujito Ni below and said, "Did you not wish to see what the two-tailed beast looks like? Increase the payment. Not much. Just 200,000 ryo, and I will help you compel her to utilize her tailed beast mode, granting you a thorough view." The financial director, Kakuzu, willingly became Naruto's golden hen for the sake of money. After all, it was merely the two-tailed beast, not the five-tailed or six-tailed. For Kakuzu, it posed no pressure, merely a warm-up. The main incentive was the generous payment from Naruto. Naruto could not help but grin, observing the smile on Naruto's face. Kakuzu sensed an opportunity. He glanced around and continued speaking to Naruto. "Remember, if you want me to do something, the payment must be sufficient." If there is even a single Ryo missing, I shall not let you off the hook. Deidara's mouth twitched. Kakuzu, do not compromise our noble ideals for mere money. I joined this organization because I heard there were places that appreciated and pursued art. Deidara began to question the integrity of the Akatsuki organization. Had he truly found a group, or had he stumbled into a den of thieves? Was it still possible to withdraw? Naruto waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. I originally intended to see the two-tailed beast, but I did not expect the host to be a stunning beauty. I think I shall admire the lovely lady instead." Deidara and Kakuzu exchanged complex expressions. They had initially assumed Naruto's interests lay with the tailed beasts. Yet it turned out he was simply a lavish spender. To spend 450,000 Ryo merely to gaze upon a beautiful woman seemed extravagant to them. Moreover, at this moment, one could only look and not touch. Internally, they lamented. If Naruto were to know, he would undoubtedly choose to ignore it. Indeed, he was here to admire the beauty, and he took pride in that. Chapter 187. The Two-Tailed Beast Host. Yujito ni Kakuzu, witnessing Naruto's generous demeanor, felt a burgeoning admiration for talent and wealth. Observing Naruto's remarkable physique, which was a rare marvel of nature, Kakuzu could not help but extend an olive branch, saying, "Young man, would you be interested in joining our organization?" Deidara's expression brightened. The ebony-haired youth before him appeared to be of a similar age. Upon joining the organization, he could undoubtedly become a valuable partner. Furthermore, Deidara yearned to assume a senior role, leading younger companions on missions to showcase his presence and satisfy his vanity. However, to continue, Naruto's displayed talents are indeed formidable, qualifying him for membership in their organization. He showed no intention of refuting Kakuzu's proposal, even expressing strong approval, almost eagerly welcoming the opportunity. Suddenly, a choice task was triggered. Choice 1. Join the Akatsuki organization and partake in the glorious evolution. Reward, Sage Mode. Choice 2. Remain behind, indicating a desire to admire beautiful women, dismissing any interest in a pyramid scheme. Reward, mutated version of the Golden Dual Sharingan. Note, it can also transform into a blood-red variant, freely switchable by the host. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. This was utterly absurd. The first option promised him Sage Mode, which would significantly enhance his abilities. In Sage Mode, he was confident that his combat prowess could multiply exponentially. The ninjutsu he unleashed would also receive remarkable amplification. It was undeniably impressive. However, the second option's dual Sharingan was not without merit either. It would allow him to utilize space-time ninjutsu, creating illusions that confounded his foes. Both choices were undeniably enticing. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto took a deep breath. He expressed his love for Sage Mode, but an even greater fondness for beautiful women. Sage Mode could be refreshed, but losing the dual Sharingan would be catastrophic. In the expectant gaze of Deidara, he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "Enough. I have no interest in joining your peculiar organization. I am a man of modest aspirations, merely wishing to enjoy the company of lovely ladies. I yearn for freedom and despise being confined within a narrow circle. Please do not disturb my enjoyment." Deidara and Kakuzu exchanged bewildered glances. Is he even speaking coherently? They wondered. In this day and age, such a peculiar individual existed, one who would forsake immense power for the sake of the opposite sex. It was truly astonishing. Neither had ever encountered such a proposition in their lifetimes. Kakuzu, being older, found Naruto's sentiments utterly incomprehensible. It was preposterous. Fortunately, Naruto declined their invitation. Had he agreed, it would have undoubtedly led to a chaotic situation upon bringing him back. Naruto's actions left them both feeling somewhat unsettled. He was a rare talent, prioritizing women as if he had never encountered a female before. Kakuzu turned and said nonchalantly, "Let us go. We should return." Deidara glanced at Kakuzu's retreating figure and then at Naruto, ultimately sighing in resignation. "Kakuzu, wait for me." On the way back, Deidara lamented, "What a pity. A ninja of such strength would have been an incredible addition to our ranks." Kakuzu nodded in agreement. However, it should be noted that Kakuzu's perspective was driven by financial gain. Could someone capable of paying millions genuinely be without wealth? Kakuzu found it hard to believe. Naruto surely possessed more resources than he imagined. Nonetheless, with Naruto's refusal to join, there was little Kakuzu could do but accept the situation. "Perhaps I should return and persuade him again?" Deidara suggested, feeling somewhat reluctant. Being the youngest in the organization, He was eager not to let a powerful ninja slip away. Kakuzu rejected Deidara's proposal. Our primary objective now is to return to the organization swiftly. The people from the Hidden Cloud Village have already discovered us. We cannot linger here any longer. Deidara found himself at a loss for a rebuttal and could only follow Kakuzu away. Meanwhile, Naruto realized he had made a mistake. It wasn't short hair, but long hair. He scrutinized the cat-like woman closely. The woman from the hidden village had long, light brown hair styled into a braid that cascaded down to her waist. Her features were exquisite, her complexion fair and delicate, and her physique was undeniably striking. It was evident she engaged in regular training, as was customary in the world of Naruto, where ninjas practiced ninjutsu daily and undertook missions. Thus, it was understandable that many women possessed such alluring figures. This reminded Naruto of Hinata and Sakura, both of whom were captivating in their own right. He nearly found himself unable to leave Konoha, but thankfully he had managed to escape. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto awaited the arrival of the woman as companions. Soon, a big-hearted blonde woman named Samui appeared. Samui, you finally arrived. Were there many bandits on the mountain? Samui was a subordinate of the 4th Raikage from the Hidden Cloud Village. Calm and knowledgeable, she was skilled with short blades. Compared to other women Naruto had encountered, her physique was equally impressive. Samui nodded gravely. Lord Yomurin, the bandits on the mountain are not to be underestimated. They are not the usual low-tier rogues. This time they will employ some mid to low-level ninjutsu, making them quite troublesome. Yomurin slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, contemplated for a moment, and then stated, I will take the lead in the attack. You focus on rescuing the trapped villagers. Confident in her abilities, she would have charged in already if she weren't concerned about the possibility of the bandits taking hostages. She possessed a range of ninjutsu and had the two tails as her trump card. Dispatching a few lackeys would require minimal effort. However, the difficulty lay in the presence of hostages. Chapter 188. Yomurin, a man's words are deceitful fire mouse jewel. Yomurin placed her hand beside her round little mouth. And in an instant, a series of mouse-shaped projectiles engulfed in blue flames erupted from her red lips. In a flash, they exploded, scattering like flowers in the wind, surging towards the several rogue ninjas before her. The rogue ninjas were instantly engulfed in blue flames, emitting screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Meanwhile, Samui seized the opportunity, dashing toward the location of the hostages with her short blade in hand. The blade flashed as she wielded it, swiftly claiming the lives of several rogue ninjas. However, fate had other plans. Though the mountain bandit ninjas may have been weaker, they resorted to ambush tactics. Indeed, they resorted to surprise attacks. Unable to withstand the pressure, even the composed Samui was momentarily taken aback by the sudden assault. A cold blade of light aimed directly at her face, and she had no time to defend herself. Watch out, Yomurin shouted, but it was too late. Just as Samui prepared to brace for the incoming attack with her elbow, a golden flash of lightning erupted. The heart of the attacking ninja was pierced. Naruto, who had been observing from the shadows, had struck at just the right moment. His appearance astonished both women, yet they seized the opportunity to eliminate the remaining rogue ninjas. Once they finished, Yomurin, still vigilant, coldly inquired, Who are you? Why did you help us? Though Yomurin had dispatched the other rogue ninjas with ease, her focus had consistently been on Naruto. The ability to wield such potent lightning-style ninjutsu marked him as a rare talent indeed. If she remembered correctly, that technique was called Raikiri. Rumor has it that the legendary ninjutsu of Konoha's Kakashi Hatake has garnered quite a reputation. It is not merely her vast knowledge, but rather the renown of Kakashi that resonates widely. In this era, with communication being cumbersome, one must conduct thorough investigations and gather intelligence on notable ninjas. Failing to do so may lead to unforeseen encounters with adversaries, resulting in disastrous outcomes due to a lack of information. Naruto, visibly distressed, exclaimed, How infuriating. I just aided you, and yet you speak to me in such a manner. Samui, having some free time, scrutinized Naruto's strikingly handsome visage. So charming. Her heart fluttered. However, being unaware of the circumstances, she still chose to side with the Yomurin. Little brother, what is your name? Please tell your sister. Noting Naruto's youthful appearance and his recent act of saving her, Samui felt a surge of affection. Thus, she smiled and inquired, which delighted Naruto. He grinned broadly, his radiant smile lighting up the atmosphere. Sister, I'm not so little. Samui, her face displaying a mix of confusion and surprise, exchanged glances with the other Yomurin. They both found it perplexing that he insisted on not being small, as he appeared undeniably younger than them. "Come now, little brother, please tell your sister who you are," Samui urged patiently. Naruto shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Sister, please stop calling me little brother. My actual brother is quite significant. Isn't that obvious?" "It's not small at all," he thought to himself. The capabilities of this dog system were indeed impressive, surpassing any ninjutsu. He had previously acquired a pair of God's might from the system, which he planned to use judiciously. However, he had no intent to unleash it on mere lackeys, deeming it an excessive display of force. At that moment, the Yomurin manifested sharp claws akin to those of Wolverine. "It seems the little cat is displeased," Naruto mused. The next instant confirmed his suspicions. The Yomurin's icy gaze bore a murderous intent. "Since you choose to conceal your identity, do not blame me for my rudeness. An unknown individual poses a threat to us. We appreciate your earlier assistance to Samui, but now, I must bid you farewell." Taken aback, Naruto and his younger self were startled. "Well, now is not the time for games." He cleared his throat and stated seriously, "You have won. My name is Amin, a young ninja from the land of the sun." He produced the forehead protector from the land of the sun, having long prepared for his identity. After all, money could indeed facilitate one's desires. Hadn't Kakuzu willingly taken on the role of a mercenary for a few coins? The Yomurin and Samui exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving confusion and disbelief in the other's eyes. "The land of the sun? Have you heard of this country, Lord Yomurin?" "Don't look at me. I've never heard of it." They both stared curiously at Naruto. Naruto, feeling exasperated, explained, "Of course you haven't heard of it. Our country is relatively obscure. However, you must have heard of the land of grass, which is adjacent to us, right?" He had deliberately chosen an inconspicuous country for his identity to avoid complications. Why? Because it made deception easier. However, he could still fabricate a new identity in Konoha if he wished. He simply did not want to. When Zabuza had presented numerous countries for Naruto to choose from, his gaze had landed on the last one, the land of the sun. There was no ulterior motive. The name alone seemed formidable. Naruto chose to believe in the future, as he was the one grasping it. The question remained whether these two ladies were willing to seize the future alongside him and create brilliance anew. After Naruto's explanation, the two women pondered and nodded in understanding. "So, what brings you to the land of thunder?" "I came to survive," Naruto replied without hesitation. This excuse was quite valid, for in this era, survival was indeed a skill. While the wealthy perished in excess, ordinary folk struggled for sustenance. The Yomurin tightened her grip on her kunai, skeptical. "Do you expect me to believe your tall tales? A skilled ninja like you resorting to mere survival? With your abilities, you could take on ninja missions. Why come here seeking survival?" Naruto thought, "Wow, this little cat is perceptive. Actually, I'm practicing wilderness survival," he said with an innocent smile. "Sister, you misunderstand me. I came here with my master, and I only know a few ninjutsu techniques. Taking on missions carries risks, and I prefer a peaceful, low-risk life." Chapter 189. Do you have a feeling of death? After a series of Naruto's explanations, the Yomurin and Samui began to believe his fabricated story. He claimed his rescue of the two women stemmed from the forehead protector of the Cloud Village, and he expressed admiration for the ninjas of the Cloud Village. He almost convinced himself with his own words. Samui turned to Yomurin and suggested, "Lord Yomurin, perhaps I should take him to meet the fourth Raikage. This young brother, this little brother, possesses remarkable strength and is evidently a man of true ability." Yomurin considered this and agreed, "Indeed, little one. You should not remain in a country like the land of the sun. It holds no future for you. Come to our Cloud Village, and I will take care of you. How about becoming a ninja in our Cloud Village?" Faced with Yomurin's olive branch, Naruto was taken aback. Was this a case of irony? Well, he was currently known as Amin, not Naruto. What Amin did was of no concern to him. "I cannot betray my country," he declared firmly. The two women exchanged glances, each finding admiration in the other's eyes. Wasn't he this precisely the kind of individual they sought to recruit? He spoke eloquently, was handsome, possessed strength, and most importantly, was not easily swayed from his loyalty. Yomurin's desire to recruit him intensified. "You must understand, the world outside is vast. Do not confine yourself to a small place. You deserve a grander stage. Among ninjas, aligning with other nations is not considered treachery. In times of war, they seek to survive while also achieving fame. Small nations, with limited resources, cannot fulfill their training needs. Thus, Joining other nations to serve them is not disgraceful. This often occurred in the present day. Naruto smiled broadly. Sisters, grant me some time to contemplate. I am not yet prepared. Before he could finish, Samui eagerly took his hand and said, "What are you waiting for? We'll introduce you. What is there to fear? Join our cloud village, and you will be one of us." Wow, Naruto thought, astonished by their exuberance. Is it really necessary to be this enthusiastic? Samui noticed Naruto's surprised expression and realized she had misspoken. She quickly corrected herself, saying, what I meant was that once you join our hidden cloud village, we will be comrades. Yui adjusted her forehead and couldn't help but admit that Samui was quite clever. Naruto replied, "I preferred your previous wording, thank you." Yui then suggested, "Let's complete the remaining tasks first, Samui." Samui nodded and turned to Naruto, saying, "Little brother, wait here for a moment. Sister will be back shortly." Having been saved by Naruto before, Samui held him in high regard. Without that connection, she would likely have ignored him. Naruto smiled, saying, "Sister, I'm going with you." Samui hesitated, as this was their own mission, and allowing Naruto to tag along felt inappropriate. She glanced at Yui, who slightly nodded, tacitly accepting Naruto's participation. Since her superior welcomed him, it was difficult for her to object. With Naruto's presence, their task proceeded with remarkable efficiency. The two women were astonished to realize that it was not Naruto who was concerned for his safety. Rather, it was they who worried about their own well-being in his presence. It was quite absurd. In any case, with Naruto's assistance, the mission to rescue the villagers became exceedingly effortless. By the time they completed the assignment, it was already afternoon. Samui, seemingly anxious that Naruto might leave, approached him and remained close by. "Come back with us, Naruto." Yui cast a glance at Naruto before looking away, indicating her wish for him to return with them. Given the abilities Naruto had just demonstrated, he was undoubtedly qualified to become an elite Chunin. Decisive in combat and agile in movement, if nurtured properly, he could become a vital asset for the Hidden Cloud Village's new generation. Previously, during his visit to the Hidden Cloud Village, Naruto had been somewhat preoccupied, unfamiliar with the surroundings and lacking a guide. He had no idea where to explore. It was during that time that he had seen Deidara and now thought it would be nice to return, treating it as a leisurely trip. Previously, Deidara had ensured they were not recognized by the village's elite ninjas, allowing Naruto to stroll back without concern. Upon receiving the invitation from the beautiful women, Naruto smiled and agreed, saying, "Sure. Since Sister Samui has said so, I wouldn't want to disappoint her." He lamented, "If only you were a man, I would surely pledge brotherhood with you. But since you're a woman, I can only offer you my respect as a sister." Yui couldn't help but smile at the exchange. The two women were elated by Naruto's agreement, especially Samui, whose smile was radiant. They led him back to the village. Upon returning to the Hidden Cloud Village, Naruto's mood was different from before. Previously, he felt lost, but now he felt a sense of freedom and no longer needed to seek out anyone. The people he wished to see were right beside him. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, all seemingly heading in one direction, leaving Naruto puzzled. What are they doing? He wondered. Samui glanced at their path and, suddenly recalling something, exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. Today is Lord Killer Bee's concert." She realized why the village was livelier than usual. Yui clapped her hands in realization. "That's right. He even invited me to attend." Naruto's lips twitched in disbelief. "A concert? Do you have any idea what rap is?" This high-quality human rap is not something just anyone can appreciate. He had no interest in it, but at that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Triggered choice mission. Chapter 190. Yui, what's wrong, little brother? Naruto felt that this system was somewhat antagonistic towards him. The voice in his mind continued, "Ding. Triggered choice mission. Choose one. Option 1. Do not attend Killer Bee's rap concert. Reward. Title of Lone Messenger. Wearing this will make others perceive you as mysterious. Option 2. Attend Killer Bee's rap concert and conquer his audience with your own rap, allowing Killer Bee to witness what true talent is. Reward. Godly Lightning Cutter. Golden Lightning. What? This is really pushing me to become a trainee, isn't it?" Naruto exclaimed mentally. "Why must you force me into such embarrassing situations? Can't we just enjoy ourselves?" However, he couldn't deny that the reward was enticing. "I choose option 2. He declared. "Congratulations, host, you have completed your choice. Reward, Godly Lightning Cutter. Golden Lightning." There was no other intention behind Naruto's choice. He simply enjoyed rap. Samui turned to him, smiling. "Naruto, do you want to check out Lord Killer Bee's concert? It's a rare opportunity." Sure, take me to see it, Naruto replied, hiding his true feelings as he thought, you sly woman. That guy raps every day. It's not like he needs anyone to listen to him all the time. When the two women led Naruto to the concert venue on the back mountain, the scene was one of overwhelming crowds. The audience was packed with Killer Bee's devoted fans. Naruto shouted, Killer Bee, I love you. Go, Killer Bee. The crowd roared in response. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. Among the throngs of fans, Naruto questioned whether these were genuine supporters or hired actors. Given the current focus of the ninja world was on combat, it seemed unlikely that anyone was engaged in such trickery. When Killer Bee finally appeared on stage, the cheers reached a crescendo. Holding a microphone, he acknowledged the crowd and began his improvisational rap. Hey, my darling, I will warm your hearts. When you are troubled, I am here with you. Your support is my greatest motivation. Yes, baby. The background music blared, enhancing the performance, making it sound somewhat impressive. However, Naruto mused that without the music, it would be thoroughly embarrassing. Killer Bee, truly a trendsetter in the ninja world, incorporated dynamic body language into his performance, ensuring the audience felt less awkward. The audience below seemed to have lost their minds, fervently shouting with exuberance. A few girls even expressed their desire to bear children for Kurama. Naruto, overwhelmed with embarrassment, tugged at the excited man beside him and whispered, Did you receive a bribe? Or were you kidnapped? If you're being coerced, just blink. The man, taken aback, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Bribes? This is art. Do you understand? It cannot possibly be measured in money. My goodness, not seeing you is a significant loss for Deidara. I see you have remarkable potential. Why not join Deidara? Naruto contemplated introducing this man to Kurama, but the rap on stage felt too shameful for him to join in. There's a saying, as long as one is not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Yet, at that moment, Naruto felt the heat of embarrassment himself. Just as this thought emerged, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed, Ding. Host, please refrain from taking shortcuts. If the selected task options are not completed, the rewards will be retracted. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of frustration. After a while, he managed to mutter, Damn system, you're ruthless. Yomiuri and Samui noticed Naruto's unusual demeanor. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yomiuri inquired, having journeyed alongside Naruto. He expressed a wish for her to address him in a particular way, only to regret it immediately, feeling it sounded even more awkward. Is there a remedy for regret available right now? I'm in a hurry. Naruto asked, Yomiuri, is this rap truly that enjoyable? Yomiuri swayed to the music, feeling it was quite nice. Samui, resembling a starry-eyed fan, chimed in, It's lovely. Kurabi-sama's rapping skills have improved. Naruto thought, what the heck? Isn't it just about having a mouth? Isn't this a skill you can acquire after 2.5 years of practice? He decided not to overthink it. After all, too much contemplation could muddle the mind. Naruto smiled. I also wish to give it a try. Are there any conditions? It seems rather simple. The two women exchanged curious glances. Samui couldn't help but ask, Naruto, can you rap? A little, he modestly signaled with his thumb and forefinger. Very humble, Yomiuri laughed. Come on, little brother, give it a shot. Samui, equally enthusiastic, urged, yes. Hurry, I want to see your rapping talent. The two women were familiar with Kurama and greeted him at the edge of the stage. Kurama paused for a moment, then looked at Naruto and said in a rap style, You're quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Come on. Naruto and little Naruto were instantly stunned. Wait, he's rapping in English? Clearly, he came prepared. Naruto took the microphone. Below, the audience stared in bewilderment at this unfamiliar, handsome face. Let me start with a self-introduction. Kurama gestured with a hip-hop sign. Naruto nodded, channeling the spirit of rap, and also used the hip-hop gesture to address the onlookers. Hello everyone. I'm Naruto from the Land of the Sun, a rap trainee with 2.5 years of practice. Your favorite, yay? As long as I'm not embarrassed. The embarrassment surely lies with others. At that moment, Naruto felt an immense sense of relief, for it was not his true appearance. Just as he had previously thought. You're looking for a rap trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years. What does that have to do with me, Naruto? After Naruto's introduction, the crowd remained surprisingly calm. The background music ceased to play, and a few crows flew overhead, cawing in a fittingly dramatic manner. Wait, did I grab the wrong script? Their reaction shouldn't be like this. Naruto's expression turned to one of confusion. When Kurama performed his rap earlier, the crowd was ecstatic as if they had won a lottery. Why did everything change when it came to him? Naruto felt they must have indeed received bribes. Just look at that woman's disdainful expression. Was my introduction truly that unbearable? At this moment, he felt his embarrassment could make his head explode. Regardless, for the sake of the dual divine might, he had no choice but to continue singing with a stiff upper lip. As he prepared to continue his impromptu performance, the audience erupted into cheers. This young man from the land of the sun has such a lively introduction. Impressive. Young man, your rapping style is quite novel. Yay. I'm a trainee with 2.5 years of practice. Oh yeah? Keep going. Use your rapping style to conquer me completely. The crowd seemed to have lost their minds, especially the female audience members, who began swaying and dancing along. Some even mimicked Naruto's introduction, boosting his confidence. It seemed his rap style was indeed effective. Hey, come baby. Look at this face, it's broad, and this bowl is big and round. I come from the land of fire to rap for you. You're very happy. With rhythmically compelling music accompanying Naruto's magnetic voice and innovative lyrics, he soon captivated the audience. Kurabi gestured an orap sign to Naruto, expressing great admiration. Yomiuri and Samui wore expressions of disbelief. No way, Naruto can actually rap? Initially, Yomiuri was skeptical, eager to see Naruto embarrass himself, which brought her joy. However, the tables had turned. Look at how enthusiastically their fellow villagers reacted. When Naruto finished his performance, applause erupted like thunder. Whistles sounded, cheers erupted, and some even declared a desire to bear children with Naruto. This young man from the land of the sun, your rapping style is simply fantastic. I feel like my ears might be pregnant. Young man, give us another round. Compliments poured in endlessly. If it weren't for the excited expressions and enthusiastic tones of the crowd, Naruto might have doubted whether they were mocking him. Thankfully, they genuinely admired his rapping style. System, have I completed the task? Naruto inquired, ignoring the audience's cheers. Yes, the system replied coldly, affirming his completion of the task. A subtle smile curved Naruto's lips. Since the task was accomplished, he thought it best to take his leave. Well then, I bid you farewell. He descended the stage and handed the microphone to the bewildered Kurabi. Kurabi, holding the microphone, asked, "Why did you stop your performance, little brother? I greatly admire your performance. Akin to your fondness for wide noodles." Within Naruto's heart, he exclaimed, "What a remarkable individual. Why do you choose to mimic the unfavorable instead of the admirable? Absolutely impressive. The little calf is defying gravity, soaring to the heavens." Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly coughed, conjuring a flimsy excuse. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit tired today and couldn't think of better rap lyrics." Upon hearing this, Kurabi patted Naruto on the shoulder, indicating his acceptance of this foreign guest from the land of the rising sun. Subsequently, Kurabi returned to the stage to continue his rap. However, the audience, previously captivated by Naruto's performance, expressed their discontent, urging Kurabi to invite him back for more. This put Kurabi in a difficult position. Fortunately, after some persuasion, the audience settled down to enjoy his rap once again. Yet, the atmosphere had shifted. Their expressions hinted at a longing for the return of the wide noodle enthusiast. But how could Naruto be so easily persuaded? Without a systematic task, why would he perform again? The only condition that might entice him would be a visit from the Two Tails to his home, allowing him to scrutinize this tailed beast and compare it to the 9 tails he possessed. Ahem, Naruto had little interest in tailed beasts but was quite intrigued by beautiful women. Returning to the main narrative, as evening fell, Naruto was escorted to the Raikage's office. Before him stood a burly man with an exceptionally serious expression, scrutinizing Naruto with an intense gaze, as if trying to see through him. Naruto felt a slight pang of anxiety, not out of fear of what this Raikage could do to him. After all, he was free to leave at will, but because he had taken precautions, leaving a kunai for the flying thunder god technique hidden miles away, ready for a swift escape. If he chose not to flee, he could engage in a fierce battle with the Raikage, potentially disarming him before departing with a swagger. However, Naruto preferred to avoid conflict with a burly man. Instead, he yearned for a showdown with the wood ninja. Who was stronger, the 9 tails or the 2 tails? The fox spirit or the little cat? He wondered if the wood ninja could strut like a catwalk model, as it was said that women who could walk like that exuded a certain charm and grace. In the conference room, aside from Naruto, there were the wood ninja, Kurabi, and Samui, creating a rather tense atmosphere rife with potential crises. Naruto swallowed hard, feeling exasperated after observing their silence for over 10 minutes. "I'm an impressive ninja here, merely wanting to recruit the 2 tails from you. So what do you say? There was no ambiguity regarding his strength. It was genuine and without embellishment. If you keep looking at me like that, are you seeking trouble? If so, just say it. As Naruto pondered various thoughts, the Raikage's face finally broke into a slight smile, much to the relief of the Wood Ninja and Samui. I hear you are proficient in lightning release techniques? The Raikage suddenly inquired, as such skills were particularly coveted in the land of lightning, especially by him. It was crucial not to misconstrue his intentions. The Raikage merely believed that such a talent would find a more suitable home in their village, worthy of cultivation. Without hesitation, Naruto extended his right hand, and suddenly, brilliant golden lightning erupted from his fingertips, crackling with energy. It appeared incredibly impressive, as though obediently responding to his will. The Raikage's calm demeanor momentarily shifted, revealing a glimmer of appreciation as Naruto demonstrated variations of lightning release techniques. That will suffice for today, the Raikage declared. Addressing the Wood Ninja, you are responsible for arranging accommodations for Naruto tonight. Ensure it is of good quality. Do not worry about the expenses. Just mention my name at the finance department, and they will reimburse you. Understood, Raikage-sama. The Wood Ninja's heart raced with excitement, signifying the Raikage's recognition of Naruto. After the Wood Ninja and Samui departed, the Raikage summoned Darui. Have someone investigate this Naruto from the land of the rising sun. It must be thorough, including his family background. Detailed information is crucial. Darui scratched his head, appearing somewhat disheartened, yet he recognized the significance of the task. After all, this could enhance their village's combat capabilities. However, if Naruto were a spy from another village, it would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Darui nodded yes, and set out to have the investigation conducted. Once everyone had left, the Raikage's expression turned contemplative. If Naruto's background proved clean, he might indeed be a valuable asset. To possess such powerful lightning release techniques at such a young age was extraordinary. With proper training, he could become formidable. The Raikage shook his head, sitting in his chair, maintaining his composure. He would wait for the final results before making any decisions. For him, there could be no room for uncertainty, not even a hint of it. In his vicinity, Naruto, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief upon exiting the Raikage's office. Samui, like an elder sister, smiled cheerfully. See, little brother? I told you there was nothing to worry about. The Raikage is a good person, no need to be so tense. I appreciate your reassurance, Naruto replied dryly. Though the Wood Ninja said little, her expression indicated her good spirits. Remembering the Raikage's instructions, she turned to Naruto. Tonight, I'll help you find a fine inn nearby. We'll come back for you tomorrow morning. What? Are you joking? Am I the kind of person who can settle for just anywhere? Naruto feigned trepidation. Sister Wood Ninja, I'm new here in the land of lightning. I'd be scared to sleep alone in the dark. In response, Naruto expressed that if it could be arranged, he would accept it. If not, it was inconsequential as he was merely jesting. Observing their reactions, Samui playfully blinked her lively eyes, her mouth agape. You're afraid of the dark? Really? Naruto nodded. Indeed, more genuine than a pearl. Samui couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. How about you stay with me tonight? The women of the land of lightning were known for their open personalities, having long since grown accustomed to the unconventional. Moreover, having been saved by Naruto previously, she found his humor quite entertaining, prompting her to extend the invitation. Naruto's breathing slowed for a moment as he gazed incredulously at the stunning woman before him, whose beauty rivaled that of Tsunade. One might mistake her for a younger version of the legendary Sannin. The two could almost be considered a pair of pseudo-mother and daughter within the realm of Hokage. If only he could deal with her first, then return to the village to find Tsunade. Wouldn't it be a delightful feast? Oh. The thought of indulging in a double portion of Tsunade's culinary delights sent a thrill through him. Naruto readily agreed, saying, All right, I shall be in your care tonight. Sister Samui. Samui waved her fair hand dismissively. You're too polite, little brother. Why the formalities? Yuki scrutinized the two, particularly focusing on Naruto, her gaze piercing. Come on. Little brother, don't mess around. Samui, he's just a fiery youth at this age. Are you not afraid of a nighttime ambush? Damn it. Don't disrupt my plans. Naruto silently cursed, raising his hands in exasperation. I'm not. Plus, I could never overpower Sister Samui, he replied shamelessly, prompting Yuki to roll her eyes. Stop talking back. You'll sleep alone in the inn tonight. Naruto internally lamented his predicament and shot a pleading glance at Samui. Lord Yuki, poor Naruto deserves some compassion. My place is spacious. We can squeeze in together. It'll work out. Samui pleaded. Sure, but what about later? Yuki crossed her arms, unyielding. You really think ahead for me, don't you? There may not be a later for me, Naruto quipped. Sister Yuki, please show a little mercy. It would be kind of you to allow me this favor. I promise to behave. Yuki fell silent. And under the expectant gazes of the two, she finally relented. Very well, little brother can stay with me tonight. This matter is settled, and Samui, you can't argue. Thus, Yuki seized the opportunity, whisking Naruto away without allowing any rebuttal from Samui. It was not surprising, considering her concerns regarding Naruto's identity were far from trivial. Given Samui's evident fondness for Naruto, Yuki remained cautious, pondering the possibility of him being a spy. If that were the case, Samui could be in grave danger. As night fell, Naruto followed Yuki back. With Yuki leading the way, Naruto observed her graceful strides and thought to himself, wow, she truly walks like a cat. He noted how she occasionally stepped slightly off-center with her left foot before shifting to her right, alternating seamlessly, as if this unique gait were second nature. The villagers likely had grown accustomed to it. Such peculiar steps were not uncommon in this era. However, for Naruto, it was a delightful sight. He realized he had overlooked this detail before, and now, with time to appreciate it, he found it quite charming. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a genuine catwalk, not the artificial strides of models he had seen in his previous life, but a natural grace emanating from Yuki. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Yuki paused momentarily and turned her head back curiously. Little brother, what are you staring at? Just admiring how you walk, Sister Yuki, Naruto replied innocently, unabashed. Indeed, I am honest. I confess my admiration. Yuki blinked, a hint of intrigue gracing her lovely features as she asked, oh, what is so fascinating about walking? Naruto nodded. Your strides are distinct from others. It's quite beautiful. Yuki's interest piqued. She leaned closer, her enticing fragrance enveloping Naruto. What makes it different? Do tell. He grinned. Sister, your steps are unique and captivating. His flattery left Yuki blushing under the silvery moonlight, which illuminated her exquisite face, casting a soft blush upon her cheeks. Oh, you're quite the charmer, aren't you? She teased playfully. Is that so? Am I unaware of my own charm? He retorted. Would you care to verify if it truly is sweet? How could he resist such an opportunity? Yuki's cheeks reddened further, and she playfully chided, you little rascal, let us head back. With that, she turned and continued leading the way, her heart racing, her calm demeanor shaken by his playful banter. Naruto grinned as he watched her retreating form, savoring the moment. This journey to the land of lightning was proving to be quite rewarding. Upon arriving at their lodging, Naruto was pleasantly surprised to find Yuki's accommodations quite splendid. The vision of them cramped together in a modest room shattered. This was absurd. Hadn't they agreed on a budget? Why was she staying in such luxury? He had mistakenly thought the land of lightning was filled with poverty-stricken villagers. Clearing his mind of his earlier misconceptions, Naruto resolved to anonymously report Yuki for potentially accepting bribes to afford such lavish quarters. Surely, if he could secure them separate rooms, it would be a delightful turn of events. Lost in his thoughts, he heard Yuki's voice call from inside. Why are you dawdling out there? Come in already. Oh, he replied, a hint of disappointment lingering as he stepped inside. The room was spacious, a three-room suite. Or rather a two-room suite, well-equipped and more advanced than his own village accommodations. However, it lacked the one living area he had dreamt of. Why do you look so forlorn? Is it because this isn't a single room, and you're disappointed? Yuki seemed to read his thoughts, smiling knowingly. Naruto openly agreed with a nod. Indeed. You understand me well, Sister Yuki. Her cheeks flushed, she playfully spat. Oh, you little lecher. What are you thinking? You'll sleep in this room tonight, she declared with a mischievous smile. Naruto chuckled inwardly, feeling a mix of pain and anticipation. It's a good time to rest for a few days. After all, I've just traveled from the land of waves, and my energy hasn't fully returned. I'll head back once I'm rejuvenated. Yet, he quickly dismissed that daunting thought. No way. That's too terrifying. I'll think about it later. Yuki opened the door to the adjacent room, stepping inside. Aside from Samui occasionally staying with me for a few days, no one else has come here. For the next few days, you will have to make do here. Once things settle down, I will find you a new place. The room is neither too big nor too small, and it is quite bright. Moreover, it is impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. It is evident that Yuki has been diligent in maintaining this space. Upon entering the room, Naruto was greeted by a familiar and pleasant fragrance. Indeed, it was the scent of Samui. After tidying up, Samui handed the room key to Naruto, saying, "The bathroom is over there. I will show you shortly. By the way, where are your change of clothes? Your luggage?" Naruto felt a bit embarrassed, as everything was on the other side, having returned with Jiraiya. To be precise, it was with his shadow clone. In the heat of the moment, he and T had the chance to think things through. Didn't T.I. prepare well enough? He thought. Besides the outfit he was wearing, he only had one more change of clothes, but that one was still wet. Yuki, slightly exasperated, rubbed her forehead and said, "Please tell me you brought more than just this. You truly are quite astute." "Yuki," Naruto said, chuckling as he flattered her. Yuki shot him a disapproving look. "Fine. We can go shopping tomorrow and buy some more." Chapter 194. Naruto's mistake and Yuki's wrath. Today's itinerary was quite thrilling for Naruto. He made a good impression on the financial director, who expressed interest in recruiting him. Naruto was open to the idea of adopting a different identity for the occasion. But for now, he needed to focus on Yuki and the others. Observing his unfamiliar surroundings, he felt no anxiety. Rather, he had started to adapt, having been on the move for days. After taking a shower, Naruto returned to his room and lay down, inhaling the delicate scent of perfume in the air, and soon drifted off to sleep. In his dream, Samui and Tsunade were fiercely competing over him, each vying for dominance. The two women engaged in a fierce battle, and Naruto, alarmed, thought, "I can't just watch them fight like this." He joined the fray, and the clash was tumultuous, with anguished cries echoing everywhere. Naruto had previously warned them that he would not show any mercy, regardless of who struck first. Consequently, the battle raged on fiercely until the two women conceded defeat, promising to behave in the future and refrain from such petty squabbles. Following this, Naruto enjoyed a moment of maternal affection, albeit fictitious. Yet for him, it felt entirely genuine. Just as he was savoring this delightful dream, he was abruptly awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. Groggy and disoriented, he stumbled towards the bathroom, forgetting entirely that he was staying at someone else's home. In the dark, he fumbled his way there, and as he pushed the door open, he was met with a startling sight. Inside was Yuki, dressed in her nightwear, seated on the toilet. She had also awakened in the middle of the night to relieve herself, and, due to her habit of leaving the door ajar, had inadvertently allowed Naruto to enter. After all, this was her house. Even if Samui were present, being women, there was little need for modesty. However, Naruto was a man. Both were equally disoriented. But as the warm liquid splashed onto her, Yuki snapped back to reality with a startled scream. "Ah!" The sound jolted Naruto awake. Initially, he had felt something, but his mind was still preoccupied with the events of his dream. However, upon hearing Yuki's exclamation, he became fully alert and was confronted with an unexpected scene. "What the heck? Yuki, what are you doing here? And you? Pervert. Turn away now," she shouted. Okay, I'm turning." Naruto quickly averted his gaze, feeling intensely embarrassed. However, the most embarrassed of all was Yuki, her beautiful face flushed with a mix of shame and anger, wishing she could obliterate Naruto on the spot. Once Naruto finished, he awkwardly considered saying something, but Yuki swiftly threw a bottle of shampoo at him, which narrowly missed and embedded itself into the wall with a thud. "Get out now." "I saw nothing," she commanded, her voice filled with fury. "Yes." Naruto fled, realizing he had made a grave mistake. He was baffled as to why Yuki had left the door open in the first place. As he left, he muttered, "White tiger," a phrase that Yuki overheard. Her senses heightened at that moment. After Naruto exited, the sound of water flowing from the bathroom could be heard. Instead of returning to his room, he switched on the lights in the living room and sat quietly, awaiting Yuki's emergence. Half an hour later, Yuki's irritated voice called from the bathroom, "Naruto, are you out there?" His heart raced as he recalled her striking figure and the earlier incident. Would she be inclined to take her revenge? Stay calm, he thought. Yuki is not the kind of person to act irrationally. With a nervous heart, he replied, "I'm here." "Then come into the room for a moment. I need to change clothes. Wait for me in the living room." He could sense her anger and chose to comply without further discussion. All right. At this critical juncture, Yuki resembled a volatile bomb ready to explode, and arguing with her would be futile. In retrospect, he acknowledged that a portion of the blame rested on him. Recognizing one's mistakes is a sign of character. Taking a deep breath, he returned to his room, contemplating whether he should make a hasty exit from the hidden cloud village before Yuki's wrath descended upon him. After all, he was in her territory. and making too much noise could attract the attention of Raikage and the elite shinobi of the village. Naruto did not come here to engage in conflict, but rather to discreetly observe the sentiments of the people. Admittedly, this may seem rather shameless. However, since events have already transpired, there is little use in wishing to turn back time. It is far more prudent to contemplate how to conclude matters moving forward. Upon returning to his room, not long after, Yomiuri called out from the bathroom a few times. Confirming that Naruto had entered his room, she finally pushed open the bathroom door and emerged. At that moment, her lovely face was flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment was uncertain, though it was likely a combination of both, with anger prevailing. Once Yomiuri had entered her own room and rustled about to put on her clothes, the door swung open with a thud. Naruto's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the inevitable had finally arrived. In the living room, Naruto stood like a student caught in wrongdoing, obediently waiting for Yomiuri's verdict. The stunning woman before him, her cheeks blushing, regarded him with a piercing glare. Time trickled by in silence, neither of them daring to speak. How could they even begin to address the situation? Yomiuri had no peculiar inclinations for such oddities. Everything stemmed from the whims of fate. Indeed, it was aiming's fault. What did it have to do with Naruto? Feeling the weight of the moment, he swallowed hard, recognizing he was at a disadvantage and thus felt compelled to speak first. Yomiuri, about tonight's silence. Yomiuri's beautiful eyes glared at Naruto with a fierce intensity, as if they could shoot flames. Had she ever felt such humiliation before? It was 1,000 times more unbearable than death. The memory of the earlier incident made her cheeks burn, a blush creeping swiftly to her face and even tinting her petite ears. Naruto, sensing her fury, chose to remain silent. He was undeniably capable, yet a man's hands should not be used to strike a woman, but rather to conquer the world. I want to stoop to your level, he thought, though he felt a pang of guilt for the situation. Finally, it was Yomiuri's turn to speak, her tone faint but laced with menace. Her eyes could practically dismantle him. Seeing her willingness to give him an opening, Naruto feigned ignorance. Did anything happen tonight? Humph. Yomiuri crossed her arms, giving him a cold stare. Naruto felt bewildered. Nothing seemed to be acceptable to her. All right, just get it over with. If you must, kill me now, he thought. Respecting Yomiuri's silence, he refrained from uttering a word. He had the right to remain silent until his counsel arrived, or rather, he wished he had one. Alas, his lawyer was no longer, and now he was at the mercy of his predicament. Yomiuri fixed her gaze on him, her lips parting slightly. Remember what you said. If you dare to speak a word of tonight's events to anyone, I will personally ensure your demise. Her gesture was ominous, making both Naruto and his other half shudder. Dear sister, we can't play like this. Even if you don't wish to enjoy it, there are many more qualified ladies who would. Internally, Naruto protested, but outwardly he maintained a serious demeanor. Indeed, I know nothing of what transpired tonight. Seeing a hint of satisfaction in Yomiuri's reddened cheeks, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she chose not to escalate matters further. He feared for his own well-being. He once believed that the dilemma of choosing between saving oneself or another was a burden only women faced, never imagining it would befall him. Why, oh heavens, must you treat me this way? What sin have I committed? If I am truly at fault, then let Yomiuri torment me in another manner, not this one. Naruto lamented silently, unaware that Yomiuri could not hear his thoughts. Should she know of his musings, she would undoubtedly unleash her fury. As fatigue began to take hold, Naruto stifled a yawn. Sister, if there is nothing else tonight, I shall retire. What? You dare to sleep? Yomiuri's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto felt despair. I still have dreams to chase. This torment is beyond reason. Yomiuri realized time had passed, but there was something she felt compelled to inquire. Taking a deep breath, she asked, Eming, tell me honestly, what did you see tonight? Her sharp gaze bore into him, reminiscent of an interrogator. This made Naruto's heart race. Sister, let us lay everything on the table. I saw a rather noble white tiger. He knew that should he utter such a claim, he would not only be expelled tonight, but hunted by the higher-ups of the hidden cloud village without mercy. His mind raced, and he quickly formulated a reply, smiling as he tossed the question back to her. Sister, didn't nothing happen tonight? Yomiuri stood, leaning closer, her glare fierce. Stop with the games. You want to sleep until you clarify everything. Tell me, what did you truly see? Naruto's expression turned grim. Caught in a predicament. Sister, I'm not joking. I saw nothing, truly. Don't lie. She pressed closer, with no option left. Naruto retreated until he found himself against the wall. Yomurin, tall and graceful, stood nearly eye to eye with him. The scent of her body wash enveloped him, causing his heart to race. Is this truly the moment for that cliché wall scene? Not in this reality, he thought, but fate had other plans. With a swift motion, Yomurin pressed her delicate hand against the wall with a sharp sound. What did you see? In the darkness, her vision remained sharp, a gift of the beast within her. Though she had been shocked, she had indeed seen Naruto watching her, the glimmer in his eyes betraying his emotions. Faced with the inevitability of the situation, Naruto sighed. Yes, I saw it. It was quite white before he could finish. His mouth was covered, silencing him. The one who silenced him was naturally Yumu. Chapter 196. Has Yumu's peculiar thought process been balanced? The warm little hand covered her own lips. Naruhito could distinctly feel that the jade hand was trembling slightly. Her master glared at him fiercely, her face flushed even more. She threatened him with a fierce expression. You're asking for trouble. If you dare to speak carelessly again, I'll tear that mouth of yours apart. Naruhito was at a loss for words. Can we not have a proper conversation, please? Didn't you ask me to clarify things? How could she now want to tear my mouth apart? Isn't there any sense of shame? I am utterly wronged here. Naruhito knew better than to reason with an angry girl. First, it would only lead to more trouble for himself. Second, if she got even more upset, it would be him who would suffer. Adhering to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Naruhito chose not to argue with Yumu. After all, wasn't he wrong? And he had certainly enjoyed the view. She was truly radiant. Yumu continued to glare at Naruhito. All right, go back to sleep. Remember today's events. Nothing happened, Yumu said. Her face still flushed, each word pronounced with intensity. Under her threatening gaze, Naruhito nodded. Only then did Yumu release her grip, to prevent her from changing her mind. Naruhito quickly returned to his room, not forgetting to say, good night, before making a hasty exit. At that moment, Yumu's face was as red as a liver, and her heart was a chaotic mess, unable to settle. Once Naruhito left, her calm demeanor evaporated. All her pretenses fell away in that instant. This was the first time she had been so exposed, and under such circumstances. How infuriating. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Every step back seemed like a loss. A desire for revenge against Naruhito arose within her. How dare he embarrass her? If he could do that, then surely she could retaliate as well. This audacious thought sprang into Yumu's mind, bold enough to surprise even herself. Could this plan actually work? The ninja world still held on to some basic ethics. However, everyone was far too focused on the practice of ninjutsu. In daily life, things could often seem quite casual. Moreover, Yumu was from the Hidden Cloud Village, a place known for its fierce spirit. They believed in settling scores. But if she sought revenge in this manner, Yumu felt that Naruhito had the upper hand. Yet, men and women were equal. Why should he be able to act freely while she could not? A fierce internal struggle raged within Yumu. Meanwhile, Naruhito was completely oblivious to her turmoil. Back in his room, he felt a complex swirl of emotions, excitement, agitation, and ultimately, an overpowering fatigue that led him to fall asleep almost instantly. Before long, his breathing became steady, and he soon slipped into a dream. Fortune smiled upon him as he found himself back in the dream realm. Only this time, Yumu had also joined the fray. Naruhito thought to himself, what a match. Truly a battle of worthy opponents. Thus, the four of them commenced a fierce battle. Returning to Yumu, she was back in her room, clutching a pillow as a makeshift bolster, tossing and turning, yet sleep eluded her. Naruhito, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly, while she found herself wide awake. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yumu thought Naruhito might be awake as well, so she called out from his door, Naruto, are you awake? Her heart was in disarray. She wanted to remind him about last night's events. However, when she called out, there was no reply from inside. Frowning slightly, Yumu raised her voice again, Naruto, are you there? Are you awake? Still, there was no response. Yumu's brows knitted together in concern. Clenching her fists, she suddenly had an unbelievable thought. Burning with anger, she lightly tapped the door lock with her sharp claws, and the door swung open. Naruhito, caught off guard, treated the place as if it were his own home, knowing full well that Yumu would never harm him. Moreover, there was an important reason. During their dream battle, they had reached a critical point. The situation was dire, and Naruhito couldn't afford to be distracted. The chaos was overwhelming. He had nearly exhausted all his strengths. He hadn't anticipated this at all. When the door opened, Yumu's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Naruhito sprawled across the bed like a lifeless pig. She had not slept well due to last night's events, and dark circles had formed under her eyes. In stark contrast, Naruhito was enjoying a deep slumber, even smacking his lips in his sleep. This infuriated Yumu. Fine. Since you lack kindness, do not blame me for being merciless. At that moment, Yumu's inner cosmos erupted. Without further ado, she approached Naruhito. Because last night, he had unknowingly shielded the nine-tailed fox in his sleep, and since it was so late, he had forgotten to lift the protection. Therefore, the fox was completely unaware of Yumu's actions. Swiftly, Yumu bound Naruhito, moving cautiously so as not to wake him. Yet, Naruhito remained blissfully asleep. This drove Yumu mad. She took him and dragged him into the bathroom with quick motions. At that moment, Naruhito's dream became exceptionally hazy. The image of Yumu pleading desperately began to fragment. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, and warm water splashed over him. In a daze, Naruhito recalled a poet from a past life shouting, "The sword of the great river descends from the sky." Ah, no, it was the waters of the great river descend from the sky. Naruhito awoke to find himself staring at a somewhat familiar, yet strange white tiger. He had encountered it in last night's dream. But how odd, it was no longer a dream. What in the world was happening? Naruhito snapped to full consciousness, his mind buzzing as if it had exploded. Damn, even the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village can be this mischievous. He had said it was an irresistible situation yesterday. Naruhito's thoughts were a torrent of complaints as his expression soured. At that moment, he found himself face to face with Yumu's triumphant visage. All right, we're even now. Hearing those words, Naruhito felt an urge to slap her twice. This is too much. But recalling his own antics from yesterday, he conceded, "Fine, I suppose we are even." Chapter 197. Little brother, I love what you just said. In the bustling commercial street of the Hidden Cloud Village at noon, vendors flowed in and out like a river. Little brother, what do you think of this outfit? I think it suits you quite well. Sammy was helping Naruhito pick out clothes, while Yumu stood beside them. Her face slightly flushed, remaining silent throughout, occasionally showing signs of irritation as she glanced at the clothing Sammy offered. Naruto glanced at the garments, which perfectly suited his physique. Sammy had an excellent taste in fashion. After taking the clothes into the fitting room, Naruto accepted them with a sweet smile. Suddenly, taking advantage of Yuki's moment of distraction, Sammy approached Naruto and whispered, "Why does Yuki seem off today? Did you do something to upset her last night?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, you can guess that? Well, it wasn't me. Besides, we made amends this morning." Nonetheless, Naruto felt a surge of frustration and thought he should find a moment to take revenge on that little cat girl. However, he smiled at Sammy and replied, "No, not at all. You're worrying too much, Sammy." Sammy furrowed her brows in confusion. Naruto shifted his gaze from the East African rift and said, "I'm going to change now." Sammy waved him off impatiently. "Go ahead." She was lost in thought. Last night, everything was fine, but today felt strange between them, almost as if there were some illicit affair. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Sammy was contemplating Yuki's feelings. If only Naruto knew. He would clarify that he was merely fixing the faucet last night, and nothing more. Moreover, he had a work certificate for the faucet repair. It seemed that Yuki had indeed helped him fix it, but that was beside the point. Once inside the fitting room, Sammy gathered her courage and asked Yuki, "What happened last night? You seem a bit off today." Just mentioning it made Yuki's temper flare. Reminded of the previous night's events, she glared at Sammy fiercely. However, it appeared that she had already taken her revenge today. After pondering briefly, Yuki replied, "It's nothing. I was restless last night because of a mouse that I eventually caught. It was quite bothersome." Sammy was left bewildered. These mice are bold enough to invade a cat's home, she thought, but kept it to herself. Before long, Naruto emerged from the fitting room, donned in a crisp white shirt and black shorts, complementing his strikingly handsome face. Sammy and Yuki were momentarily entranced. Yuki cast a glance, then turned her head away in mild annoyance, pretending not to care, while Sammy, without such reservations, smiled and said, "It seems my judgment is quite good. It suits you well. Sammy, would you like to buy some clothes? It's on me." Naruto grinned, exuding a sunny confidence that was undeniably charming. Sammy shook her head, stating, "No need. I have plenty of clothes at home, and it wouldn't be right to spend your money." Naruto pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket and smiled. "You don't need to be polite, Sammy. It's the least I can do since I've been relying on your help these days." If there were a rich person in the ninja world, Naruto would undoubtedly come second, with no one daring to claim the top spot. Honestly, if mobile payment existed, he wouldn't need to carry so much cash. He looked like a wealthy tycoon, and while cash was handy, Naruto had a clever way of storing it using scrolls. He could easily transport millions without inconvenience. Samui's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you get all that money? Yuki's gaze was similarly fixated on Naruto's cash, which equated to her annual earnings from missions, and even exceeded that. How infuriating. People like him make one feel inadequate. Naruto casually explained, I don't take ninja missions, but you've seen my rap skills. Many noble families have heard my performances and invited me to shows, and this cash is my appearance fee. Samui and Yuki exchanged glances, each seeing envy reflected in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, passers-by noticed the enticing stack of cash in Naruto's hand, their eyes glimmering with greed. It was somewhat reckless to flaunt wealth, but the locals of Cloud Village recognized a celebrity when they saw one, and they discreetly stepped back. However, some were still plotting to extort him once he left with the two women. Feeling the gazes of those around them, Samui quickly grabbed Naruto's hand that held the cash and urged, Quick, put that away. Don't you know it's unwise to flaunt your wealth? Her hands were soft and delicate, akin to jelly. Naruto enjoyed the moment but dismissed her warnings, thinking, aren't there two sisters here? Would they dare to target you? Yuki blushed at his words and huffed, turning her head away with a hint of pride, seemingly uninterested in Naruto. Meanwhile, Samui felt a rush of delight from his compliment. Her confidence soaring. With a rich little brother like you, life is fantastic. All those clothes I wanted but couldn't afford are now within reach. Initially, Yuki intended to maintain her aloof demeanor, but seeing Samui's enthusiasm, she couldn't resist joining in. After all, Naruto owed her, and today she intended to extract a few favors from him. Thus began the shopping spree of the two women. Naruto felt fortunate to have a full wallet, allowing them to indulge freely. Seeing the joy on their faces transformed Yuki's earlier irritation into happiness, and Naruto's mood lightened as well. Relieved to see Yuki smile instead of scowling. In the ensuing days, both women were awestruck by Naruto's wealth, succumbing to the allure of a life enriched by resources. Their lives as ninjas had significantly improved, and today, Reikage AI assigned Naruto a new task to test his abilities, akin to the previous mission of rescuing villagers. But this time it was a B-rank mission involving the assassination of a formidable rogue ninja who had claimed a small mountain pass, believing himself beyond the reach of Cloud Village's influence. In this setting, the formidable Knight Moon AI assigns a task to Naruto, driven by his own ulterior motives. He seeks to evaluate Naruto's capabilities. If the latter proves to be merely ornamental, the substantial investment in his training would warrant reconsideration. Conversely, should Naruto excel, the hidden Cloud Village would be inclined to nurture his talents. The intelligence gathered suggests that Naruto's identity is secure, with his date of birth and neighboring testimonies attesting to his commendable character. The saying goes, with wealth one can command even the unyielding. While such occurrences are not commonplace, Naruto's reliability assures that he will execute the task flawlessly. Initially, the task was to be entrusted directly to Naruto, allowing Knight Moon AI to observe his displayed abilities. However, Samui vehemently opposed this in the meeting. Although Yamurin remained silent, it was apparent that he shared Samui's sentiments. After all, one is often indebted to those who assist them. Knight Moon AI, feeling helpless, ultimately acquiesced to their request, assigning Yamurin as Naruto's aide to mitigate unforeseen events. Samui, unable to accompany them, resigned herself to this arrangement, finding solace in Yamurin's presence. As night fell, the two arrived at the target location, the renegade ninja Kametani's village. Upon hearing the name, Naruto recognized it as belonging to an inconspicuous minor character, lacking the depth to warrant mention in the narrative. However, reality dictates otherwise. Against such a minor adversary, Naruto could easily triumph. Yet, with Yamurin's company, the journey would be less tedious. Yamurin, please wait outside for a moment. I shall be swift, Naruto said, drawing a shuriken from his waist with a grin. Over the past few days, Yamurin's hostility had significantly diminished, softened by Naruto's charm and the subtle allure of wealth's influence. Very well, but I must caution you. Kametani is formidable, possessing a potent mastery of poisons. Do not underestimate him, Yamurin warned. Naruto smiled and gestured with a no sign, reassuring her. Fear not, I am well aware. It is not an exaggeration to say that poison is but a triviality to him. He has even consumed potent toxins with ease. A testament to the remarkable transformation bestowed upon him by the system's rewards. Once prepared, Naruto stealthily approached the wooden hut where Kame Tani resided. The structure, a large single-story edifice of his own making, resonated with sounds of revelry from within. Naruto, upon hearing the amorous exchanges, couldn't help but think, what a lecherous fellow. Kame Tani's reputation as a skilled poisoner is overshadowed by his lasciviousness and predatory behavior towards women, employing aphrodisiacs to prey upon innocent souls. Such vile characters deserve condemnation for failing to submit their toxic concoctions to the state. Shaking off these thoughts, Naruto's gaze hardened with resolve. Upon nearing the room, he felt no trepidation. He would charge in and conclude this matter swiftly. His current strength rendered him invulnerable. Upon entering, he discovered Kame Tani alongside a bruised woman. A scene that elicited disgust. "Who are you?" Kame Tani bellowed, anger surging as he began forming hand seals. Without engaging in further dialogue, Naruto lunged forward, shuriken in hand, intent on striking. Yet, Kame Tani seized the woman as a hostage, threatening, "If you dare approach, I will slay her." Taken aback, Naruto pondered the unexpected intelligence of this seemingly foolish villain. "Suit yourself," he retorted, hurling the shuriken without hesitation. Kame Tani was momentarily flummoxed, thinking, why is he not following the script? Aren't you here to rescue her? Nevertheless, a smirk crept across Kame Tani's face. Before he could react, Naruto's shuriken pierced his forehead, and with a puff of smoke, Kame Tani vanished. Naruto swore under his breath, damn it, what a crafty adversary using shadow clones. He summoned a standard shadow clone to subdue the woman, ensuring her safety from Kame Tani's potential mischief. Naruto speculated that the depraved Kame Tani was likely lurking nearby, relishing the spectacle. I've encountered lecherous individuals before, but this one is on another level. Such thoughts had crossed Naruto's mind previously, yet he could never bring himself to betray his own morals. The audacity of Kame Tani was astonishing. Suddenly, a noise from behind the hut caught Naruto's attention, prompting him to spring into action. "You think you can escape? Come back here." The chase ensued under the moonlight, and Naruto soon discerned why this task was classified as B-grade. Not due to Kame Tani's prowess, but rather his exceptional speed in fleeing. No wonder he had resorted to thievery. "Can you truly evade me?" After a few minutes of relentless pursuit, Naruto decided against prolonging this cat-and-mouse game. He retrieved a kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal and hurled it toward a nearby tree, wishing to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Kame Tani found the situation amusing, questioning how such a foolhardy ninja was dispatched to apprehend him. The kunai missed its mark, embedding itself in a tree several meters ahead of Kame Tani. Just as he reveled in his perceived victory, Naruto vanished and reappeared atop the very tree the kunai struck. Kame Tani, bewildered, exclaimed, "This defies logic." With a flourish, Naruto unleashed golden lightning from his hands, declaring, "Do not move, or you shall meet your demise." Kame Tani, regaining his wits, crossed two swords before him, preparing to counter Naruto's lightning technique. In an instant, a brilliant bolt of blue electricity surged towards Naruto, who elegantly evaded the attack with a nimble tilt of his body. In the mountain village of Kita, two samurai swords crackled with lightning, reminiscent of the lightsabers from Star Wars, exuding an air of sophistication. However, to Naruto, they merely appeared as spicy chicken, or rather, spicy trash. Any ninja capable of utilizing space-time ninjutsu is indeed extraordinary. Kita showed no inclination to engage in battle. Instead, he drew a homemade gas bomb from his waist and tossed it to the ground. In an instant, a dense green fog rapidly spread around, enveloping the area in mere moments. This concoction contained numerous additives that could induce nausea or even cause one to vomit blood upon inhalation, akin to Orochimaru's expertise in poison. Yet, Kita was far from Orochimaru. Otherwise, he would not be so obscure. To Naruto, the gas was hardly different from air. He breathed it in casually. His sole focus was on quickly locating that scoundrel and resolving the matter. Nine Tails, pinpoint the chakra signature. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smirk as he summoned the tailed beast without a moment's hesitation. "Yes, master," the Nine Tails obediently responded, promptly guiding Naruto along a clear path. Following this route, he quickly pursued Kita, who believed he had finally escaped the clutches of danger, only to find Naruto hot on his heels. Kita was perplexed. This was unexpected. Time and again, Naruto effortlessly dispelled his techniques. He had no desire to perish in this place. there were still many good deeds he wished to accomplish. "You bastard! Die!" Kita exclaimed in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Yuki, who had been waiting nearby, noticed the unfolding situation and positioned herself in front of Kita. Although the mission was primarily Naruto's responsibility, requiring her only to observe his capabilities, she had benefited greatly from him over the days. The way he referred to her as Sister Yuki caused her heart to race. Just a slight obstruction should suffice, she thought, believing she could lend a hand. With sharp claws appearing in her hands, she declared, "Kita, you're finished. Surrender." Kita, taken aback by the unexpected ambush, realized that they would go to any lengths to eliminate him. A sense of doom washed over him, and he resolved to take everyone down with him. He retrieved all the poison he carried and smashed it to the ground. Instantly, pink and green smoke billowed forth, with the pink mist being considerably more abundant than the green. It was evident that Kita was a lecherous individual, often engaging in dubious activities, which explained the plethora of such substances he possessed. Yuki, caught off guard, inhaled a few breaths of the gas and felt a wave of discomfort. Retreating from the center of the battlefield, Kita planned to exploit her moment of blindness to escape to another location. In the next instant, it felt as though something had pierced his chest. Indeed, it was Naruto's Raikiri. Sparks of golden electricity crackled as blood stained the shimmering surface. In the moment of his heart shattering, a life came to an end. Kita's face bore disbelief. What? The scene before him grew increasingly hazy, and ultimately, his consciousness faded. Naruto withdrew his bloodied hand, casually flicking the remnants of blood onto the ground. "Don't think that without visibility I can't kill you. What a joke," he remarked, bending down as the lightning continued to blaze in his hand, transforming into a sharp lightning blade. With a swift motion, he severed Kita's neck. Holding the head of the lecherous man, Naruto leaped out of the poisonous zone. This was to be taken back as evidence. The ears might belong to someone else. Reluctantly, he claimed the head. With thunder, I shatter the darkness. "Sister Yuki, where are you? The task is complete," Naruto called out, glancing around. The thick smoke had yet to dissipate entirely, revealing that the man was still clinging to life, struggling in a most unsightly manner. He had overused the concoction. Naruto suspected it to be the sum of Kita's 10 years' worth of drug intake. Soon, he spotted Yuki on the ground, her face flushed. She gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression ablaze with fervor. This startled Naruto. "What the hell? How did I end up in such a cliché scene? Yuki, is your thirst so dire? Could you refrain from looking at me like that? It's unnerving." Naruto swallowed hard, his thoughts a tumultuous mix of emotions. Before he could ponder further, Yuki approached him. Chapter 200. Has Yuki transformed into a ghost? The delightful scent from Yuki enveloped Naruto's senses. Thankfully, they were in a forest, devoid of others, allowing only him to appreciate this enchanting sight. He had previously masked the presence of the Nine Tails within him. "Ah, Naruto, I feel so unwell," Yuki gasped, her hands uncontrollably exploring Naruto's body. He found himself caught between laughter and despair. "I'm even worse off. You still have the two tails to contend with." Suddenly, the system's voice erupted in Naruto's mind. "Ding. Would you like to activate the concealment technique for the two tails?" "What the hell, system?" Naruto was bewildered by the system's implications. Could the concealment technique be shared? The system clarified, "Yes, host. Using the concealment technique can shield the tailed beast near you. If the tailed beast's power is similar to the Nine Tails, the duration of concealment will be brief. For instance, if shielding the 8 tails from its Jinchuriki, the maximum duration is half an hour. For the one tail, it lasts 5 days, and for the two tails, it also lasts 5 days." Naruto felt utterly frustrated. Just give me a proper introduction to the two tails. He had no interest in discussing the other tails. As he lamented the system's lack of artificial intelligence, he still appreciated its assistance. 3 days was rather short for someone like him, but it was better than nothing. He expressed gratitude for this unexpected boon. He then activated a concealment device. Meanwhile, the two tails, initially prepared to inform Naruto of an antidote, was stunned. Witnessing Yuki return to normal and engage with Naruto as if nothing were amiss. Yet, the reality was vastly different. Naruto was in a state of agony. "Sister, if things become too overwhelming, let us just head back," Naruto proposed. If Kita's dosage was typical, Yuki could manage herself. However, Kita had expended all his narcotics in that moment, leaving Yuki defenseless. Naruto inwardly exclaimed, "Oh no, sister, are you serious?" Yuki could no longer hear Naruto's voice. and her bold actions ignited a fire within him. He did not carry a fire extinguisher with him, nor was he a dazzling figure. Where would he obtain so many extinguishers? My apologies, Yumu, although I do not wish to descend to the level of a beast. I find myself compelled to act like one in this moment. Naruto, filled with helplessness, raised his hand, aiming to strike at her fair, rosy neck, intending to knock her out. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. It detected that the sedative on Yumu was far from ordinary and that the dosage was excessive. If the host could not extinguish the fire in a short time, it would leave an indelible scar on her future cultivation and might even pose a life-threatening risk. Should the host choose to knock her out, it would not only fail to provide her with specific assistance, but would directly harm her instead. Naruto was bewildered. What the hell? Dog system? What do you mean by this? Are you forcing me to refrain from both choices? Answer me. His hand lingered awkwardly in midair. No matter how he responded, the dog system remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. The system was merely a lifeless entity, lacking its own consciousness. Naruto found himself in a predicament. This was utterly confounding. After a few minutes of contemplation, he resolved to adhere to the system's guidance. He had no doubt about the veracity of its claims. Everything the system stated was indeed true. Taking a deep breath, Naruto wore an expression of resignation. Fine, I concede to you. Is that not sufficient? At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. What on earth was happening? Moreover, Yumu seemed to escalate matters. There were hardly any people nearby, and the area was spacious. The night was just right, with a gentle breeze. Everything seemed perfectly aligned. Naruto dreamed, a dream in which he was an ancient scholar journeying to the capital for examinations, encountering a female ghost along the way, reminiscent of the tale of Nye Xiaoqian. However, in Naruto's version, the ghost was even more relentless than in the story. This greatly troubled him. Whenever he sought to study, review material, and excel in his examinations, the stunningly beautiful ghost would divert him from his original aspirations through various means. He simply wished to secure a respectable position and ensure a means of livelihood for his later years. What was wrong with that? He longed for a life free from hardship and hunger. Yet this ghost possessed formidable powers. He was but an ordinary mortal, unable to contend with her. In simple terms, he lacked the necessary prowess. As a scholar, Naruto felt utterly helpless. The agony of being at the mercy of others and faced with boundless desires was truly unbearable. Fortunately, it was all merely a dream. He awoke the next day under the blazing sun. He remembered maintaining his original appearance during those events last night, and it was only as he drifted towards slumber that he reverted to his youthful form with black hair and eyes. Upon rising, he found Yumu neatly dressed, watching him intently. Yes, she was gazing at his face. When their eyes met, she resembled a startled rabbit, hastily diverting her gaze, blushing as she spoke. I just returned from hunting. I've prepared roasted meat for you. If you're hungry, feel free to have some. It's for the dog. Eat it if you like. With that, Yumu shyly departed. Naruto felt a twitch in his eyelids. Indeed, women were ever so capricious. Ah, but wait. The enormous prey before him was evidently a bear. And Yumu had prepared the most meaty parts, its forelegs. Naruto, feeling a pang of regret, thought, such waste. I wonder if bear kidneys are nutritious? By the way, is this a male or female bear? Swallowing hard, he felt his stomach rumble with hunger, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He began to methodically dissect the bear. His movements were swift, and soon, the bear was expertly butchered into sections. Fortune smiled upon him. It was indeed a male bear. This delighted Naruto immensely, for this creature was filled with treasures. Without a second thought, he extracted the valuable parts, cleaned them, and began the cooking process. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, particularly that of the bear's kidneys, sizzling to perfection. Naruto wished he had some cumin and chili powder to enhance the flavor. Alas, he had to make do. He tore a sizable piece of kidney, savoring the juicy morsel. Thanks to his special preparation, the meat bore no unpleasant odor and was rather palatable. He estimated that such a meal would cost a fortune in his previous life. Oh, such a large kidney, along with the bear's appendages, surely worth a fortune. Yet in the ninja world, it was as if these treasures were worthless, with local inhabitants often discarding them, opting for less desirable cuts. Such wastefulness was truly appalling. Before long, Naruto finished a whole kidney. He had indeed exhausted himself yesterday. There was no other choice. He had exerted too much effort. Just as he was preparing to tackle the next kidney, Yumu returned. Observing Naruto relishing his meal, she could not help but swallow hard, astonished. Is this part truly so delectable? The ninja world was unlike his previous life. Once something was done, it was done. Moreover, given the rugged nature of the village, Yumu had grown somewhat accustomed to entrusting important matters to Naruto. She had heard of the toxins from Koatian village and recognized that if Naruto did not assist her, her path as a ninja would be fraught with challenges. Thus, a flicker of gratitude for Naruto blossomed in her heart. Naruto, noticing Yumu's dazed expression, grinned and remarked, "Yumu, this is absolutely delicious. It is known as a beauty elixir for women. Would you care to try some?" Yumu blinked, casting him a flirtatious glance, and retorted, "Do not deceive me. This stuff is foul. Do not assume I am naive." Naruto shrugged in resignation. "You simply do not know how to prepare it. Fine, if you choose not to eat. I shall indulge alone. This is a treasure, and I cannot let it go to waste." With that, he began to feast heartily. Yumu, unable to resist the temptation, approached him once more, her pride faltering. "Share some with me." Though she feigned disinterest, her body betrayed her. Naruto chuckled, slicing off half of the kidney and offering her the untouched portion. "Very well, my queen. If one were to cosplay, Yumu's figure would be fitting for such attire." Moreover, Naruto had witnessed her talents in that regard the previous night, an exceptional gift. Yumu received the food, letting out a muffled grunt at his playful title. "I have noticed a growing lack of respect towards me, and your incessant use of sister seems merely a sweet facade." Under the scrutinizing gaze of Yumurin, Naruto offered a wry smile. "No way. This situation is entirely different. I am not some grand queen. You might think I actually rule a kingdom." He added, "Do refrain from making such remarks in the future. Even if you don't say it, I would never spread such rumors. Besides, this is something I only share in our private moments." With that, Naruto shrugged off the matter lightly. Yet, how could he escape the keen ears of Yumurin? When Naruto addressed her in such a manner, her heart fluttered unexpectedly, a subtle thrill coursing through her. However, reason dictated that she must not allow Naruto to use that title again, hence her prohibition. Her internal struggle painted her cheeks with a faint blush as she softly declared, "You may call me that, but only when we are alone. If I catch you using it in front of others, you shall face dire consequences." Naruto chuckled silently. Indeed, one must often be wary of women's whimsical words. The more beautiful they are, the more adept they are at deception. Ancient wisdom rings true. He ceased teasing her and turned his focus to the meal. Yumurin, noticing Naruto's indifference, shifted her attention to the deliciously roasted food. The aroma was enticing. To avoid any embarrassment, she cautiously took small bites. With trepidation, she sampled a morsel. Suddenly, a burst of indescribable flavor erupted in her mouth, surprisingly devoid of the anticipated foulness. On the contrary, it was quite delectable. Her eyes sparkled as she joined Naruto in feasting. With Yumurin's participation, their pace of eating quickened considerably. Soon enough, Naruto was preparing his final ingredients. Yumurin, her expression peculiar and her cheeks tinged with crimson, cast a bewildered glance at Naruto. "Isn't your taste a bit too strong? Eating bare kidneys is one thing, but this..." Naruto, donning an expression of innocence, merely shrugged. "This is how it is. People in this world truly lack an appreciation for life's pleasures. A man must eat well. I shall roast you some bear paws shortly." Yumurin nodded, seemingly understanding. Ultimately, Naruto prepared 2 bear paws for her. However, observing his enjoyment sparked a rebellious spirit within her. Who says women are inferior to men? Driven by impulse, she decided to sample it herself. Reluctantly, Naruto obliged. Ultimately, as predicted, she found it unsuitable for her palate. Naruto was not at all surprised. He had anticipated this outcome. "Hey, where is that guy from the village, Kimita? I don't see him." After their meal, Yumurin recalled the matter at hand and began to look around curiously. Naruto patted his now full belly, finally replenished. Lazily, he replied, "That guy? I zapped him with my lightning jutsu." "What? How will we report back now?" "You must consider the consequences." Yumurin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto explained, he was unwilling to close his eyes. He wanted to witness our actions last night. "I couldn't accept that, could you?" After a moment of contemplation, Yumurin gave him a thumbs up. "All right, you were right about this. When we return, I'll report to Lord Rakage that the mission is complete." With that, she briskly walked ahead, seemingly eager to avoid Naruto. Naruto, seeing through her act, simply smiled and followed. Chapter 202. Tsunade. Well, Kid, not too shabby. In the land of fire, in the Hidden Leaf Village, many events had transpired. However, with Naruto's covert assistance, Tsunade was spared much trouble. Although merely a puppet shadow clone, it possessed considerable power. The system had also mentioned a capability for remote energy transfer, akin to Sage Mode, employing clones to supplement power. Naruto could utilize this technique, which proved to be more time-efficient and convenient than Sage Mode. The energy transported could sustain the puppet shadow clone's existence for an extended period, allowing it to remain undetected for up to 6 months if chakra levels were low. However, the grimmer tasks had been handled by the puppet shadow clone, necessitating periodic energy transfers from Naruto. This was a simple task. He could request it from the Nine Tails. After all, rent must be paid. One cannot occupy space without due compensation. As evening descended, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the land in a magnificent hue. It had been a while since he last saw Hinata. Damn it! How long must my wife train before she returns to the village? Naruto's consciousness connected to the puppet shadow clone, stretching its limbs. Most of the time, Naruto merely issued commands, and the puppet clone executed them flawlessly, akin to a highly intelligent robot. Yet, it refrained from engaging in any actions outside its parameters, a benefit afforded by the system. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, it did not possess independent consciousness and was not bound by the will of its original. Hey Naruto, what are you doing here? Come, join me for a drink. Naruto turned to see Tsunade, her timeless charm radiating as she approached him, reminiscent of the Great Rift Valley, blindingly bright. Sure, Tsunade-sensei, are you treating? He replied with a grin. Tsunade furrowed her brow in annoyance. You little rascal, I hear you have quite a stash of cash. Jiraiya has mentioned it. Are you expecting me to treat you? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. Tsunade's expression seemed to convey that such an expectation was perfectly reasonable. Why so hasty to finish work today? Humph. You wish I would linger longer? Tsunade shot him a glare, half smiling, which made Naruto feel a hint of anxiety. No, you've misunderstood, sister. Tsunade continued. I've cleared the backlog of paperwork. Today simply had fewer tasks, allowing me some time to relax. By the way, besides the barbecue and beer, you also owe me a trip to the hot springs as a reward. Naruto found himself torn between laughter and despair. Sister, is it really fair to fleece me like this? Stop whining. Jiraiya has laid it all out. Your wealth seems to be limitless. But that is my money. Why is it okay for Jiraiya to spend it, but not for you? That is not what I meant. Naruto sighed in resignation. This debt would not be forgotten. Next time I encounter Jiraiya, I shall resolutely refrain from spending any money on him. The most bustling area of Konoha, where the prices for grilled meat are anything but modest. Considering Tsunade's salary as Hokage, visiting such an establishment is a rare indulgence for her. This is partly due to her lack of time, and partly because the offerings here are exorbitantly priced. However, today, it is the esteemed Naruto who has graciously taken it upon himself to cover the bill. Tsunade has ordered quite a selection, deliberately opting for the more expensive items. At this moment, she and Shizen sit across from Naruto. As Naruto glances at the bill, he is taken aback. Spending someone else's money truly brings no pain to the heart. Tears threaten to well in his eyes. If he were merely an ordinary ninja, the cost of these items would equate to nearly half a month's mission pay. Fortunately, he is not. Little Naruto, could you peruse the menu and see if there is anything else we might need? Tsunade inquires, passing the menu to him. He accepts it, bemused, and replies, no need. Sister Tsunade, I believe this selection is more than sufficient. Tsunade furrows her brow and counters. I ordered for myself and Shizen. If you don't order, what will you eat? Naruto nearly chokes on his words, incredulous at her audacity to not order anything for him. Does she not care for his pride? Symbolically, he makes a hasty selection. The shadow clones possess taste buds and can feel hunger, but merely eating until satisfied suffices for Naruto. Can you drink? Tsunade beams at him. Naruto nods, of course. 10 cases of beer and 20 pounds of liquor. Tsunade blinks in confusion. What do you mean by beer and liquor? Clearing her throat, she adds. These phrases are merely from external influences. Regardless, sister, you may order. My tolerance is quite impressive. Tsunade casts him a skeptical glance. You've only just come of age, and you claim to have a high tolerance? Truly, you speak with bravado. Naruto shrugs, adopting an indifferent demeanor, unwilling to elaborate further. This exchange leaves Tsunade feeling somewhat vexed. Very well, since you're so confident in your drinking abilities, I shall request the establishment to bring forth more liquor. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Soon, the alcohol arrives, accompanied by a deck of cards. Tsunade leads the way, cracking open a bottle with a resounding pop, and begins to consume it directly. In no time, she finishes one bottle. Naruto, not one to back down, matches her drink for drink. Tsunade cannot help but regard him in a new light. Well, young man, you're rather impressive. Let us have another bottle to warm up, and then I shall teach you to play rock, paper, scissors. Tsunade, with the grandeur of a mountain, exudes an air of confidence. Naruto is taken aback. He excels at rock, paper, scissors and hardly requires instruction. Alright. Chapter 203. Samui. These two must be up to something. Tsunade initially presumed Naruto to be a novice, but after a few rounds, she realized her grave misjudgment. He was far more adept than she had anticipated. In a mere 5 minutes, he transitioned from awkwardness to an equal footing with her, ultimately besting her in their game. The table was littered with a disarray of empty bottles, no less than 40 in total. Alright, that's enough for today, Sister Tsunade, Naruto declared, glancing at the spread of food before him, having barely touched it. He had consumed 4 or 5 bottles, while Tsunade had polished off the rest. Not my concern, he thought. With a contented belch, Tsunade, slightly intoxicated and reeking of alcohol, glared at Naruto. What? So now that you've won, you wish to quit? Oh, let me tell you, don't try that with me. Despite her inebriation, she was determined not to concede easily. Fine, I yield, Naruto said, reaching for chopsticks to grab the grilled meat. Tsunade, however, interrupted him. Not so fast. We continue. I am not drunk yet. Tsunade's pride was wounded after losing to Naruto in their game. In past drinking sessions with Jiraiya, she had never been so embarrassed. How could she submit to Naruto so easily? Therefore, she stubbornly dismissed the food, declaring, let Shizune eat it. Shizune, caught in an awkward position, felt the tension palpably. I'm not a pig. Her pet pig, upon receiving Tsunade's nod, began to feast heartily. Naruto sighed in exasperation. When you truly get drunk. Don't say I didn't warn you. On the other side, in the land of thunder, at the hidden cloud village, it was also dinner time. Here, Samui, alongside Naruto and Yomiuri, was dining at a local restaurant. Throughout these days, Naruto had been engaged in various tasks assigned directly by AI. However, Samui sensed something amiss between Naruto and Yomiuri. While Naruto remained unchanged, Yomiuri, her close companion, had been acting strangely. It seemed as though they were deliberately concealing something from her. Observing Naruto's distracted demeanor and Yomiuri's furtive glances at him, Samui abruptly placed her utensils on the table. Are you two hiding something from me? She inquired, having asked this question multiple times. Their silence spoke volumes. Can we even discuss such matters? Shall we invite them to create a beautiful future together? Please, let us set that aside for now. Naruto felt overwhelmed. Yomiuri, slightly trembling, maintained her composure. We said there's nothing to worry about. Samui, you're overthinking it. Naruto, returning from his thoughts of the drinking session with Tsunade, smiled in agreement. Yes, Sister Samui, you're reading too much into this. So you do have something to hide, do you? If you don't want to discuss it, that's fine. Samui shot a glance at Naruto, but refrained from confronting Yomiuri, her superior. As for Naruto, despite being younger, he had a tendency to dismiss her authority with his casual demeanor. How could he and Yomiuri conspire to keep important matters from her? What this was about? She could only speculate. Understanding the situation, one would not ask repeatedly. The topic was diverted by Yomiuri, who stated, tomorrow Lord Hokage has a new mission for you, and it is classified as an A-level task. I want to go too. Samui interjected at that moment. Yomiuri shook her head slightly, stating, no, that's not possible. Samui, incredulous, responded, why not? Why can you go, but I cannot? Her words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Yomiuri, feeling a flush of embarrassment, explained, because for this mission, Lord Hokage has instructed that only Amin may undertake it. We cannot be involved. Upon hearing Yomiuri's explanation, Samui's heart felt somewhat reassured. With a look of helplessness, she turned to Naruto. Well, little brother, it seems you have to complete the mission alone this time. Naruto smiled broadly. It's fine, I can handle it alone. Samui appeared somewhat displeased. What? Do you think we're a burden? Naruto looked bewildered. Sister, are you interpreting this incorrectly? I wish you could join me. This was his heartfelt sentiment. Having someone to converse with during the journey was preferable. Over the days, Yomiuri had also allowed herself to experience simple gestures of affection. However, any further intimacy seemed impossible now that she had regained her composure. Yet Naruto believed that with sufficient effort, he could reconnect with the specter of a woman in his dreams next time. Sammy crossed her arms, smilingly remarking, "Now that's more like it." Curiosity piqued. Naruto inquired about the specifics of the mission assigned by Raikage. Yomiuri replied, "It is a task to eliminate an A-level rogue ninja." Noticing Naruto's peculiar gaze, Yomiuri momentarily froze before recollecting something, her complexion flushing crimson, though she masked it well. Sammy remarked that she sensed something strange. Clearly, there was something amiss between the two. The following morning, Naruto set out on his mission. He was now aware that his target was an A-level rogue ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, a former elite jonin. Naruto speculated that Lord Raikage's decision for him to complete the task alone was a form of training. He resolved to approach this mission with a certain nonchalance, recognizing that the plot would remain largely unchanged in his absence. At this crucial juncture, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly send Haiden and Kakazu to capture Yomiuri. Having claimed her as his own, Naruto could not allow those two to seize her. Thus, he devised a plan to counter their efforts, intending to confront them and assert his strength before following them back to the Akatsuki. This was a task he felt confident in executing. The operation to capture the two tails could be delayed, and ultimately, he hoped they would redirect their focus onto other tailed beasts. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Sasuke and his brother Itachi was soon to unfold, and Naruto intended to be an attentive spectator. Watching this unfold was something he felt he must experience rather than merely observe from the confines of an animated series. Returning to the present, he prepared to pursue the A-level rogue ninja. Having learned from past experiences, he was ready with contingencies in place, eager to test his newly acquired abilities. Earlier, he had practiced manifesting his skills against a giant tiger, leaving it bewildered as it could not grasp him, merely snapping at thin air. This brought Naruto great amusement. However, the creature's lack of intelligence soon bored him, leading to its swift demise. His upcoming actions involved tracking the target, ensuring they remained within his vicinity for a few days before striking. The rogue ninja's whereabouts were already known to him, and he was prepared to fulfill the mission. However, after a brief period of lurking near the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village, Naruto found himself growing weary of the wait and decided to take action. With his newfound powers, he could move undetected, confident in his ability to eliminate any target with a moment's notice. Yet as he was executing the mission, Naruto's focus wavered when he spotted his wife, Hinata, returning to the village. At the village entrance, Hinata appeared transformed. Her once short hair had grown into a cascade of dark, lustrous locks, and her beauty had only intensified. She had not changed in essence, and Naruto felt a surge of joy at the sight of her, recalling the words he had spoken to her years ago, which she evidently still cherished. As evidenced by the two lovely bunnies she had kept, it seemed their future together was indeed promising. As Naruto's gaze fell upon her, Hinata sensed his presence. It had been about a year or two since they last met, and having taken time to train and not wanting to hinder Naruto, she had ventured out, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. "Hinata, it's been a while." Naruto greeted her with a radiant smile. Hinata's beautiful face flushed a delicate pink, and she replied softly, "Naruto-kun, it's been so long." In the past, she would become shy and speechless in his presence, but now she felt much more composed. Noticing the affection in her eyes, Naruto realized that his beloved wife had not changed at all. He felt it was time to adjust the way he referred to her. "Are you in a hurry to get home?" Hinata pondered for a moment before shaking her head gently. "Not really. What's up, Naruto-kun?" Despite her calm exterior, her heart raced with excitement. Naruto extended his hand, asking, "Would you like to take a stroll with me, just like old times?" Hinata's eyes sparkled with nostalgia, and without hesitation, she nodded and placed her delicate hand in his. The familiar sensation made her heart race even faster. Naruto smiled, relishing the moment as they revisited the cherished memories of their past together. In the original narrative, when Pain launched his assault, unlike Sakura Haruno, who merely cowered behind herself and shouted her own name, Naruto sensed that Sakura would indeed lay down her life for him, despite the passage of time altering their circumstances. However, the primary position of the rightful heroine remains immutable. His affections were still more inclined towards Hinata Hyuga, who, starting today, would no longer be merely the princess of the Hyuga clan, for she had become his own cherished princess. Unexpectedly encountering a familiar figure, they both recognized the cotton candy vendor from 4 years prior. The vendor, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, It's you too. I can't believe how much you've grown. 2 cotton candies, please, came Naruto's request, met with a cheerful response from the vendor. Suddenly, Hinata gently tugged at Naruto's sleeve, whispering, "Just one will suffice, Naruto-kun." Both Naruto and the vendor paused in confusion. Naruto, though puzzled, chose to heed Hinata's words. Ultimately, they purchased a single cotton candy. As Naruto pondered Hinata's rationale for this decision, he noticed a rosy flush on her cheeks, causing his heart to race inexplicably. So, she wishes to treat me to this exquisite cotton candy? Though Hinata remained silent, Naruto could sense her intention, and his heartbeat quickened further. Ultimately, as a man, Naruto felt compelled to take the initiative. After all, such matters should not be left solely to the girl. The imported confection was sweet and warm, a gesture of affection that resonated deeply. Thus, the story reached its conclusion, a final flourish of sentiment. Well, dear author, reaching this point is commendable. Earning a living through writing is no easy feat, especially with numerous obligations in recent days. As for what lies ahead, we shall discuss it later.